Chapter 1, Preparing a 300,000 yuan dowry. Mom, just wait until you have your grandchild. Yuan is already pregnant. Ah. Really? Hee, I didn't realize my son had this ability. But, Mom. Wang Peng hesitated to speak. What's wrong, son? Why are you still hesitating? Just tell me what's on your mind. Mom, Yuan's mom wants a dowry of 188,880 yuan, otherwise, she won't let Yuan marry me. Look, how about letting my sister ask my brother-in-law for some more money? That's easy. I'll go find you and ask her to call your brother-in-law and ask him to get another 300,000 yuan. No, did you hear what I said? Your brother still needs 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Call Li Changfeng now and ask him to prepare another 300,000 yuan. Yang Manyun said in a commanding tone. Wang Nuo, dressed as a bride, is sitting on the bed and chatting with her best friend. She frowned when she heard her mother's words. Mom, what are you talking about? What time is it now? Changfeng is coming to pick me up soon. Is it appropriate for you to ask me to increase the price temporarily now? Sister, of course it's appropriate. Don't you think about it? If you don't want it now, how can you want it after you get married? You can't just watch me being single. Wang Peng lay in front of Wang Nuo, holding her arm and speaking coquettishly. Sister, my dear sister, Yuan, you also know her. She is pregnant now and can't wait. Besides, you are so beautiful, so what if you ask for a little more betrothal money? Shouldn't it? It's his honor to marry my sister. How dare he refuse? Seeing that her daughter didn't say anything, young Manyun continued. If you're embarrassed to say it, I'll tell you when they get here. Anyway, without 300,000, he can forget about marrying you. She originally wanted to argue for Changfeng, but when she saw her brother's pitiful appearance, she just sighed in her heart and said nothing. As a man, maybe this is what you should bear. She has been in a relationship with Li Changfeng for 3 years, and he has always been humble to her, so she feels that this time is no exception. At this time, in the community where Wang Nuo lived, there was a blowing sound, followed by a burst of crackling firecrackers. Brothers, I have asked around, and I heard there are a lot of rules here. What's the big deal? It's just a few red envelopes. That's right. As long as the red envelope is given, can the bridesmaid still stop me from opening the door? Hee, I just don't know what the bridesmaids look like. None of us have a partner yet. If anyone dares to stop Brother Feng from picking up his sister-in-law, we'll each pick one up and run. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ahem. Playing is playing, laughing is laughing, but you must never joke about the bridesmaids. If there are any problems later, you guys have to help me solve them one by one. Li Changfeng looked at the brothers around him and said happily. These people are all his good brothers, and almost all of them are his childhood friends. The marathon-like love affair with Wang Nuo finally came to a successful conclusion. They met in college, studied for 1 year, graduated for 2 years, and dated for more than 3 years. Because Wang Nuo is a perfectionist, he always says that he wants to save the best for the wedding night. So, after talking for so long, he still hasn't tasted the forbidden fruit. I couldn't help but feel excited when I thought that I would be able to sleep in the same bed with the goddess of my dreams and discuss life with her today. It's no wonder. For both men and women, marriage is an experience that only happens once in most people's lives, so it's normal to be a little excited. So, when I spoke, my mouth trembled a little. Brother Feng, rest assured. With us brothers here, we can handle it no matter if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire. That's right, Athing, I've been a best man several times, and I already know their routines. Don't worry. Ha ha. Grab the bridesmaid. Several people came to Wang Nuo's house happily. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. If you don't open the door, we'll break it down. Several members of Li Changfeng's best men group stood at the door and shouted loudly. Under normal circumstances, after they shouted, the bridesmaids inside would definitely respond. For example, they negotiated conditions, asked for red envelopes, etc. However, after they shouted for a long time, there was no movement at all. If Li Changfeng hadn't looked up at the door number and then the floor, he would have thought he had gone to the wrong place. After shouting for a while, the groomsmen became anxious when they saw there was no movement inside. They had just made a promise to Li Changfeng that they would kill any god they met and conquer any demon they encountered. Brothers, push it open for me. I'll count to 1, 2, 3, and we'll push it together. 1, 2. Just as the groomsmen were ready to knock on the door, they heard a voice coming from inside. No need to knock on the door, let's talk about the terms first. Prepare a red envelope of 300,000 yuan. You don't have to knock on the door. The door will open by itself. Without 300,000, no one will dare to open the door for you even if you knock again. The groomsmen were already ready in their poses, but they were halfway through using their strength when they just froze. What is going on? 300,000? What the hell is 300,000? Several people turned their eyes to Li Changfeng. At this time, Li Changfeng was also confused. However, he quickly reacted and gave them a wink. The groomsmen immediately understood. 3. Bump. Because the force was so great, the door was knocked down. The Wang family members and bridesmaids standing behind the door were all startled. These people are really awesome. That's how it should be. The bridesmaids had long since disliked the bride's mother, Yang Manyun. Because Yang Manyun said what she said just now in front of the bridesmaids, they all heard it. Although no one spoke, it does not mean that they did not have opinions in their hearts. It's time to get married and the wedding car has already arrived, but she suddenly increased the gift price. Although they are all the woman's family, they should stand on the woman's side. However, seeing how they made things difficult for the groom, he felt indignant inside. So, when they heard Yang Manyun say that she would not open the door without a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan, they were all very worried. Which groom can bring 300,000 yuan with him when picking up the bride? Isn't this just making things difficult for the groom? When they saw the door being kicked open, they were not angry at all, but rather a little excited. Honey, I'm here to pick you up. After the door was pushed open, Li Changfeng came to Wang Nuo surrounded by the groomsmen. Holding flowers in his hand, he knelt on one knee and looked at the bride expectantly. After more than 3 years of long-distance relationship, it is time to come to a perfect end. Chapter 2. Isn't it just a little money? Wang Nuo, who had been waiting for a long time, was filled with joy when he saw his Prince Charming. But when she thought about what her mother and brother had just said, she didn't know how to start. But before she could say anything, a cold voice without any emotion came over. Oh my God, are you gangsters or bandits? Are you going to tear down the house if I don't let you in? Hey! Don't say anything. I wanted to add another 300,000, but now it seems that's not possible. Add a security door and expand it by 30,000. Prepare another 330,000. When these words were spoken, not only Li Changfeng was frightened, but the groomsmen also showed shocked expressions. 300,000. I had heard it once when I was at the door. At that time, Li Changfeng thought they were joking. After all, he had already given a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan, including 3 golds, clothes, gifts, and everything else, so he didn't care much. It turns out they are not joking, they are serious. Li Changfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, glanced at Wang Nuo and found that she didn't dare to look at him, so he stood up. Try to use a gentle tone when communicating with Yang Manyun. Mom, can we talk about this later? No, you have to give it to me now. If you give me 1 cent less, you won't be able to take my daughter away today. Mom! Are you crazy? You don't want 300 or 3,000, you want 330,000. Where can I get it now? Seeing that Yang Manyun was not joking but serious, Li Changfeng's tone became not so good. Who are you talking about is crazy? What's wrong with asking you for some betrothal money? My sister is so beautiful, there are so many handsome men who like her. Any of them would be better than you. Don't be ungrateful. Wang Pang, who was standing aside, pointed at Li Changfeng's nose and cursed. Speaking of this brother-in-law, Li Changfeng wished he could slap him to death. All his life, he has done nothing but serious work and never touched any crooked ways. He only wanted to make a fortune. Last time he asked me to borrow money, he said he wanted to do business. After much persuasion, I gave him the only 20,000 yuan I had. He even said he would return it to me in half a year at most. He even wanted to drag me into doing it. What is surprising is that he actually got involved in pyramid schemes. If I hadn't brought a few brothers with me to bring him back from the place where he slept on the floor, who knows what would have happened to him. After just a few days, I had spent more than 20,000 yuan, which was what I had saved up for several months. He has high expectations but poor skills, and thinks he is the best in the world. In fact, he is nothing. Even when he was in a relationship, he always asked me for money. If it wasn't for Wang Nua's sake, I would have kicked him away long ago. Alas! Who made him his future brother-in-law? Li Changfeng ignored this mama's boy and looked at his future mother-in-law instead. After all, today is my big day, and my relatives and friends are waiting in the hotel. It would be unlucky to delay the wedding ceremony. So, he could only bear it for now, take the person away first, and worry about the money later. Mom! How about this? You want too much money and I can't get it together in a short time. After I get married to Nuonuo, I'll give it to you slowly, okay? No! The brother-in-law stood up again and said loudly. Then he said something in Yang Monrong's ear. Yang Monrong's expression changed. Did you hear me? Peng Peng said no, that's it. You have to give it now. If you don't have money, you can borrow it. There are so many good brothers around you. Can't each of them give tens of thousands of dollars? Besides, haven't all your relatives already come to the hotel? Call your father and ask him to lend you some money. Wouldn't that be enough? Did you hear that? Hurry up and call. Why are you still standing there? Anyway, my sister won't go with you without money. Wang Peng said proudly. Seeing the cold-faced and ruthless Wang family, Li Changfeng suddenly wondered whether it was right or wrong for him to marry Wang Nuo. This idea has never occurred to me before. Angry. Very angry. Borrowing money, you make it sound so easy. Ask my friends and brothers, which one of them didn't lend me money? I have helped you so much with all the big and small things in your family. 330,000, you wouldn't say it's a lot, right? Well, let's do the math. Did I pay 120,000 yuan for Wang Nuo's grandfather's heart bypass surgery? Did I pay for the 3 tables of food for grandma's birthday? The 12,000 yuan, was it my money? Did my brother-in-law spend 25,000 yuan on pyramid selling? How many times did my brother-in-law ask for 300 or 500 yuan when he was dating? 10 times, 20 times, or 30 times? And you, Wang Nuo's mother, you said you had a backache and asked me to buy you a massage bed for 38,000 yuan? Not to mention the poor water quality at home, 28,000 yuan would have bought you a water purifier. In the past 3 years, during every Chinese New Year or holiday, when did you spend less than 10,000 yuan on shopping? This adds up to more than 100,000 yuan. Add the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, and the total will be 550,000 yuan, right? Mom, I'm just an office worker who has just graduated for a little over 2 years. I only make 4 or 5,000 a month. Even if I give it all to you, it still won't be enough, right? For this reason, I borrowed everything I could from Huabei, Jibei, credit cards, and friends around me. You know, I don't even dare to call anyone now. Because whenever someone receives a call from me, the first thing they say is, I really have no money. Li Changfeng's words made all the unmarried men present feel afraid of their future mother-in-law. At the same time, they all showed him pitiful expressions. You are so happy. You said so much. Aren't you just trying to say that you have paid for our Wang family and spent some money? You are still a man, don't you know that falling in love costs money? Have you ever seen a man who doesn't spend money on dating? Yang Manyun didn't feel that she had done anything wrong at all. That's right, who doesn't spend money on dating? Besides, my sister is so beautiful. You don't want to spend money, but there are plenty of people who want to spend money on her. If you don't believe me, why don't you try? The brother-in-law looked very proud, as if he had Li Changfeng in his grasp. The groomsmen all looked at Wang Peng with unfriendly eyes, as if they were going to fight if they disagreed. Mom? I know that dating costs money, but you can't let me pay for everything, right? Li Changfeng pointed at Wang Peng and said loudly, let's not talk about anything else, just him, your precious son. I am only 2 years older than him? What did he do? He's in love too. Since being in a relationship requires money, why should I pay for his relationship? Why? Seeing him speaking loudly, Wang Nuo finally raised his head and looked at Li Changfeng. What are you yelling about? Can't you just talk it out nicely? He is my brother, and also your brother. What's wrong with spending some money on him? As sisters and brothers-in-law, shouldn't we do that? That's right, cheapskate, didn't it just cost you a little money? Didn't I just use the betrothal money you gave me to buy a car? Isn't it just asking you for some pocket money? Is it necessary to say it in front of so many people? Seeing the elder sister stand up, Wang Peng started to show off again. Chapter 3 Proposal to Tang Weiwei. Looking at his brainless brother-in-law and the immature Wang Nuo, Li Changfeng shook his head helplessly. Sighing and feeling hopeless. Stop sighing and raise the money quickly. Anyway, without 330,000 yuan, you can't take my daughter away. It's not easy to meet the right person, not to mention that Wang Nuo is his first love. That's why he cherishes this relationship so much. I don't want to fall out with them. However, he was now forced into a desperate situation. Now, let alone 330,000, he couldn't even take out 30,000 or even 3,000. Not only was he unable to take it out, he had already overdrawn his expenses for next month, and the month after that, and the month after that. On the 10th of next month, he still hasn't found a way to repay his Huabei loan. Where is he going to get the money? Even so, he still wanted to give Wang Nuo and himself a chance. As long as we are together, the money will be paid off sooner or later. So he looked at Wang Nuo. What do you say? To put it bluntly, he just wanted Wang Nuo to express his attitude. I can say that I gave everything for this relationship and even took on hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He did all this willingly, just because he loved her. It seemed that Wang Nuo had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Her words might be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Changfeng, please help my brother. This is the last time. As you know, my brother has already made his girlfriend pregnant, and they are forcing him. Think of a solution, okay? Once we get this done, we can truly be together. Isn't this exactly what you want? I promise to satisfy you, whether it's in the kitchen, on the sofa, on the balcony or in the bathroom, I will satisfy you. When Li Changfeng was with her before, whenever he had that need, Wang Nuo would coax him like this. Say, when we get married, you can do whatever you want. You can ask for it at any time you want. Wherever you want, there you can be, and we will satisfy you completely. This trick works every time. However, what she didn't know was that Li Changfeng had been forced to the edge of the cliff. Okay. I won't pay it back, I won't lend it. Li Changfeng said weakly. What, you don't want to lend me the money? You can't even think about getting married today if I don't lend you the money? When Yang Manyun heard Li Changfeng say that he would not lend money, she immediately spoke out loudly. Her son's happiness depends on him, so he must get the 300,000 yuan. Are you deaf? I said I don't want to get married, I don't want to get married. What? Not getting married? Believe it or not, I can find a rich second-generation guy for my sister tomorrow. It's your loss if you don't get married. Brain dead? Who are you calling mentally retarded? Seeing Li Changfeng calling him a moron, Wang Peng suddenly became anxious and stepped forward to kick Li Changfeng. However, he was no match for Li Changfeng. Before he could stretch out his feet, Li Changfeng punched him on the chin. With a bang, Wang Peng's mouth started bleeding. Before Wang Peng could show his strength again, Li Changfeng's groomsman took action instantly and pinned Wang Peng down. I was too embarrassed to hit him openly, so I just secretly twisted his body hard with my hands. But he still said, "Brother, calm down, calm down." Since his mouth was still covered, he could only make a humming sound. To outsiders, they were just trying to stop the fight. Who would have thought that they were all secretly doing something shady? Therefore, the Wang family ignored them. Wang Nuo looked at Li Changfeng, tears welling up in her eyes. Changfeng, you actually said you don't want to get married? Have you ever considered my feelings? We've been together for so long, isn't it worth more than a few 100,000? It's already the last step, why can't you just grit your teeth and hold on? Li Changfeng turned around and looked at Wang Nuo, and smiled bitterly. Is it because I don't insist? Is it me who doesn't want to get married? Forget it, I won't say any more. It will only bring tears if I say more. Ha ha. Tears. Are you crying when you talk to me now? Wang Nuo was very sad. She felt that Li Changfeng didn't understand her at all. Although she didn't want a dowry, her mother wanted it and her brother needed it, and she just didn't want to make her relatives sad. No, please say less. Isn't it just money? I can transfer it to you on his behalf, okay? Don't let this little bit of money hurt the relationship you've had for so many years. Tang Weiwei, Wang Nuo's college classmate and best friend, who was now the bridesmaid, took Wang Nuo's hand and looked at Li Changfeng and said. After that, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to transfer money. Seeing someone paying money, Yang Nanyun was immediately happy. She doesn't care who pays, as long as someone pays, she is happy. No need to turn, this marriage is not going to happen. Li Changfeng stopped Tang Weiwei. I haven't even gotten married yet, but I've already been cheated by them. If I really become the son-in-law of the Wang family, I don't know what will happen to me in the future. Wang Nuo is a mama's boy and a brother-obsessed man. There is no future with her. When he stopped Tang Weiwei, he accidentally touched her soft little hand. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, please make a choice, future host. 1. Agree to my mother-in-law and lend Tang Weiwei 330,000 yuan to obtain the title of God-level ninja. 2nd, reject the shameless mother-in-law, turn around and leave, and you will be rewarded with 5 million. 3. Propose to Wang Nuo's best friend Tang Weiwei and get the future forecast system as a reward. The voice in his head made him suddenly nervous. He just touched Tang Weiwei's hand, and with such a shake, he actually caught it. But he himself is still unaware of it. System, future forecast system. Ha ha. I didn't expect that I would have such good luck. In the years since graduation, the thing he did most in his spare time was reading novels. Therefore, he is not unfamiliar with the system at all. At this moment, my heart was filled with curiosity. However, in his impression, isn't it only after rebirth that there will be a system? I'm living well, how could there be a system? Maybe it's because the system pities me. I thought about 3 questions. The first one is that even if there was no system, a god-level ninja would not be a ninja turtle. The second one still has a certain appeal. In his entire life, he has never seen what 5 million looks like. However, out of curiosity about the system, he chose the third one. Because a great man once said, with the system in hand, the world is mine. With a system, are you still worried about not making money? While he was thinking about the system, he heard Wang Nuo shouting, "Let go of my girlfriend." Only then did he realize that he had actually grabbed Tang Weiwei's hand. Speaking of Tang Weiwei, he is not unfamiliar with her. During his college years, she almost played the role of a light bulb. I just don't know why the system asks me to propose to her. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if the proposal failed? Well, never mind. Could it be more embarrassing than now? Anyway, the system didn't say that it would only be given if the proposal was successful, which meant that as long as you took action, you would get it. Li Changfeng ignored Wang Nuo and turned to look at Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei, will you marry me? Chapter 4 Yang Manyun is anxious. Chapter 4 Yang Manyun is anxious. As soon as Li Changfeng finished speaking, the whole room suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. What's going on? No one understood why he suddenly proposed to a bridesmaid. Tang Weiwei, the bridesmaid, was also stunned and didn't know how to answer. Changfeng, what's wrong with you? Weiwei is my best friend? Even if you want to piss me off, find the right person, right? Wang Nuo grabbed Tang Weiwei, who was in a daze, and looked at Li Changfeng angrily. Ha ha. What? Do you think that if you do this, I won't ask for the betrothal gift? Childish, I still say the same thing, without money, don't even think about taking Nuonuo away today. Yang Manyun looked as if she had him in her hands. In her heart, Li Changfeng was just making trouble for her. Do you think you can scare me by doing this? Cut. At this time, Yang Manyun had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Little did she know that this decision would make her regret for the rest of her life. When everyone was shocked and didn't know what Li Changfeng meant by doing this, Tang Weiwei smiled and asked, "What did you just say?" Weiwei, don't pay attention to him, he's looking for you as a backup. That's right. Now that you can't marry Nuonuo, he actually has his eyes on you. You must not agree to him. The other 2 bridesmaids saw Tang Weiwei take over the conversation and hurriedly tried to persuade her. However, Tang Weiwei kept looking at him, which made Li Changfeng feel uneasy. Although Tang Weiwei is quite pretty, proposing to her is just a task. It's just like playing a game and completing a dungeon. Even if you don't want to, you have to do it because what you want is the reward you can get after completing the dungeon. In order to obtain the legendary system and change his current situation, he had to propose to someone he didn't know very well. So when he heard what the other bridesmaids said, he became even more nervous. I thought to myself, I have really embarrassed myself today. Not only did he fail to marry a wife, but he also lost such a big person. Looking at Tang Weiwei's eyes, Li Changfeng gritted his teeth and thought to himself, let's fight. In order to get the legendary pineapple and jackfruit, you have to be shameless for once. Li Changfeng tried to be more natural, then looked at Tang Weiwei, will you marry me? At this time, everyone turned their eyes to Tang Weiwei. They all wanted to know how Tang Weiwei would answer. The groomsmen all stood behind Li Changfeng, leaning back unconsciously. It seems like we want to draw a line between ourselves and him. We are not familiar with him. Although they were all his brothers, and although they all hated his mother-in-law, they were still confused by the groom's behavior. At this time, Tang Wei smiled even more brightly. Although she was wearing only light makeup, it still made the groom stunned. Middle. The word Chinese almost made the people around him drop their jaws in shock. The bosses all opened their mouths. They all looked at her with incredible eyes. Is this okay? One of the groomsmen fell in love with Tang Weiwei as soon as he came in. He even planned to find an opportunity to get to know her after the wedding was over. At the very least, you have to leave your contact information first. Unexpectedly, he was intercepted by Chan Yaojin halfway. Well, my love just came, and before I could even feel it, it died. If the person who intercepted him wasn't Li Changfeng, he would probably have fought to his death. Just this made Li Changfeng feel waves of murderous aura coming from behind him. What did you hit? Weiwei, are you my best friend? I know you want to consider his face, but now is not the time, don't mess around with him. Wang Nuo didn't seem to see Tang Weiwei's determination, so she thought Tang Weiwei was joking. Tang Weiwei shook off Wang Nuo's arm and said, Nuo, I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Since you have chosen to leave, then I am not considered to be poaching your girlfriend. So, there is no man who can snatch you away. Tang Weiwei landed with a thud and spoke slowly and calmly. Slight? Wang Nuo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's like I'm about to lose something important, and my heart feels empty. Tension and uneasiness instantly enveloped her. This really makes me laugh to death. You guys really can act? Why don't you get married now if you have the guts? It's too early for you to play tricks on me. Obviously, Yang Manyun did not believe that Tang Weiwei would agree to Li Changfeng, and thought that they had colluded and wanted to embarrass them on purpose. She was very familiar with Tang Weiwei, Nuonuo's college classmate. It's been 4 years since I graduated from college, and 2 years since I graduated, but I've never heard Nuo mention that Tang Weiwei has a boyfriend. Even the opportunity to have a meal alone with a man is rare. She even suspected that Tang Weiwei didn't like men, otherwise, how could she never fall in love? As if to prove herself, to prove that she was not acting, Tang Weiwei looked at Wang Nuo and said, I told you to cherish it, but you didn't listen. I have never seen a man as good as him in college or in society. I like him. As long as he lets me be with him, not only will I not ask for any dowry, I can also save him 20 years of hard work. Tang Weiwei, who had always been timid, suddenly became strong. Looking at her expression and her movements, it doesn't seem like she's joking at all. Aren't they acting? Could it be that she was serious? Yang Manyun looked at Tang Weiwei in confusion. Tang Weiwei's words caused a huge uproar, and everyone was suddenly petrified. The same goes for Li Changfeng. Proposing to her was completely a task assigned by the system. As for whether it would succeed or not, he never thought about it. As long as he said it, it would be fine. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. She actually agreed directly after hesitating for a moment. For a moment, Li Changfeng didn't know what to say. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? So you're serious about it? Is it too late for you to regret now? Hey! That's what I said. Li Changfeng and Tang Weiwei chatted with each other as if everyone around them was cabbage. Yang Manyun, who was standing behind Wang Nuo, finally realized that something was wrong. Things seemed to be getting out of control, and it didn't seem like they were joking. She just wanted more dowry and didn't want to break them up. After all, she still admired what Li Changfeng had done in recent years. Although he is not yet half a son, he is more useful than a whole son. So, when she saw them talking about their lifelong commitment to each other, she became really anxious. Changfeng, I promise you, this is definitely the last time. Now I don't want you to take 330,000 yuan, 300,000 yuan will do. Seeing that Li Changfeng ignored her, she continued, 18 is okay, right? This number cannot be any less. If you lend me another 180,000, you can get married right away. Because 180,000 is the amount that Wang Peng's mother-in-law wanted, so she said that. Chapter 5 There is no regret medicine in the world. Chapter 5 Wang Nuo's regret. Li Changfeng held Tang Weiwei's hand and looked at Yang Manyun. Look at this woman who only knows how to ask for money. Shaked his head helplessly. Yang Manyun's words also made him feel that it was right to separate from Wang Nuo. Otherwise, they would surely drink my blood until I was dry. Let's go? Li Changfeng took Tang Weiwei's hand and said to her while looking at her. Tang Weiwei nodded gently. It looked like the expression of a husband singing and his wife following his lead. Wait? Wang Nuo, with tears welling up in his eyes, finally stood up. Finally learned how to speak. He walked forward and grabbed Li Changfeng's other arm. Afeng, what's going on with you? Don't you know what day it is today? Your parents are waiting for you in the hotel, waiting for you to pick me up. What's the matter with you taking Weiwei away now? Could it be that, just because of this little money, just because of this little gift, you really gave up this relationship? You've forgotten how much time you've been in school. How much time and energy did you spend trying to catch up with me? Are you giving up now just because of this little difficulty? You've walked through 99 of the 100 steps, and you're giving up on the last step? Seeing Wang Nuo holding his arm, he smiled. And avoided Wang Nuo. It would have been fine if she didn't mention anything about school, but it made me even more sad. In order to pursue Wang Nuo, he, who was not very wealthy to begin with, became even worse off. Once upon a time, instant noodles, especially old Beijing instant noodles, became an important part of his daily diet. In order to celebrate her birthday and buy her a gift, I worked as a tutor for a whole month. But that doesn't matter. Falling in love definitely requires sacrifice. It took me 2 years to catch up with him. After graduation, I worked like a slave for the Wang family again. Contribute both money and effort. The problem is that people think this is what should be done, and no one understands it. One is a mama's boy, the other is a brother-loving man. Fortunately, I finally came to my senses just before the wedding. Li Changfeng held Tang Weiwei's hand and unconsciously exerted a little more force. That's because there is anger inside. Ha ha. Forget it, our fate is over. Also, calculate how much money I spent on your house and give it back to me without missing a cent. After saying that, he pulled Tang Weiwei out. He didn't want to stay here for even a minute. Seeing Li Changfeng so determined, Wang Nuo realized that he had really hurt his heart. In the past, no matter how unreasonable my request was, as long as I smiled and said something softly, he would come running over to me. Sad, upset, filling my brain. After the groomsmen left, Wang Pang was finally able to speak. Ever since I was held down by them just now, I was beaten badly by them in secret. They must have seen the scenes of Madame Rome. These grown men actually resorted to dirty tricks and specifically targeted the tender flesh. If Wang Peng lifted up his clothes, he could clearly see his waist and inner thighs, which were definitely either red or purple. Seeing that they all left, he can only curse a few words in his heart out of anger. He was afraid that they would hear him and come over to twist his body. Walked up to the distraught Wang Nuo. Sister, don't be sad. It's his loss that he's gone. Don't worry, tomorrow I will introduce you to someone who is 100 times better than him. Sister, you are so beautiful, are you worried about not finding a partner? In Wang Peng's heart, if Li Changfeng hadn't been relatively easy to talk to, he would have glared at him long ago. Now, what he is most worried about is what to do with his betrothal money. Without Li Changfeng, the sucker, he would have no money for the bride price. Shut up. If it weren't for you, would such a thing happen? If you hadn't told mom that your girlfriend was pregnant and wanted 180,000 yuan for the bride price, would Changfeng have left me and gone with my bestie? Wang Nuo said angrily. She regretted it very much now. She regretted why she listened to her mother and brother just now. I have already given the betrothal gift, why do you still want so much? Even if the bride price is increased, why increase it so much? It's clear that you only need 188,000, why did you agree to ask my mother for 300,000? Although the idea was not mine, I did not reject it. It was precisely because of his own complicity that this result occurred. It was because of his indulgence towards his family that his heart turned completely cold. If only I had spoken my true thoughts when he asked me what I thought just now, instead of saying hurtful words to me for the sake of my mother and my brother's happiness. Maybe the ending would be different. We were in love in college and continued dating for 2 years after graduation. It is impossible to say that there was no love between us at all. So, she was devastated. She, who always doted on her younger brother, said such cruel words. Why are you so fierce? He is the one who doesn't want you anymore, why are you mad at your brother now? That shameless Tang Weiwei stole him away. Should you have been angry with her? Don't wait until they're all gone, then take it out on your brother. Besides, don't you see the kind of friends you have? They are capable of doing such despicable things. At this moment, Wang Nuo felt very aggrieved. I just said shut up and I met with extreme opposition from my mother. The anger suppressed in my heart could no longer be controlled. It's all you, it's all because of you. If you hadn't raised the price temporarily, I should be the one going with him now? After decades, she finally raised her voice of resistance. In the past, whatever my mother said was what I did. Whatever her brother asked for, she would fulfill it without any compromise. It can be said that it was Li Changfeng's indulgence that made her develop such a character. Whenever her family had any requests, she would just refer them to Li Changfeng. Now, Li Changfeng suddenly stopped playing with her, leaving her without her spiritual support. So, she blamed it all on her family. But she never thought about her own problems. If she could stand in Li Changfeng's shoes and consider him, even once, the result would probably not be what it is now. Wang Nuo, in a state of dismay, lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with dull eyes. Perhaps Yang Manyun also realized her own problem, so when her daughter talked back to her, she rarely stopped nagging. But when she thought of the words they left behind when they left, she felt uncomfortable. Also, calculate how much money I spent on your house and give it back to me without missing a cent. These words kept ringing in her ears. Paying back the money, how is it possible? He spent that money on us willingly, why should we give it back to him? Dream on. Yang Manyun took Li Changfeng's words as a burst of anger. I don't have money, and I don't give you my life either. Chapter 6 System Rewards. Chapter 6 System Rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the proposal to Tang Weiwei. Get the future forecast system. Reminder, since the host has exceeded the task quota, a gift package will be awarded. Excuse me, is it open? Open. Li Changfeng answered the system's question without hesitation. Isn't it just to get the system and the reward that I took such a big risk? I just don't know what kind of reward I will get, and I'm really looking forward to it. Congratulations on getting the 3-piece set of life. The so-called 3 things in life are a car, money, and a house. After hearing the system's explanation, Li Changfeng, who was standing in the elevator, suddenly became alert. He unconsciously tightened his hand around Tang Weiwei's. It's just that he hasn't realized it yet. Because his attention is on communicating with the system. Cars, money, houses. This is exactly what many people struggle their entire lives to obtain. Now I have it all. To say I wasn't excited would be a lie. Can you explain it more clearly? He didn't want to be happy for nothing. If the crappy system gives me a bicycle, a small apartment, and 666, wouldn't that be a false joy? So, it's better to ask clearly. Don't use your dirty mind to measure this system. As long as it is a reward from this system, it is all high quality. After a pause, the system continued. The car is a Lamborghini Reventon, only 20 units sold worldwide, the only one in China, equipped with a 6.5 LV12 naturally aspirated engine, with a maximum horsepower of 650, four-wheel drive, and a 0-100 km h time of just 2.1 seconds. The house is a large duplex in the inner ring of Binhai City, worth more than 10 million yuan, with a total area of 260 square meters, located in Building 6, Forest Mansion, on the 6th floor. As for the money, of course it's a great fortune. 666,666. After hearing the system's explanation, Li Changfeng felt as if he was the chosen one chosen by God. He seemed to be able to see that his future was bright. Although he doesn't own a car yet, his love for cars is no different from other men. He also likes the roar of the street blasting. I like luxury cars even more. He had seen this Lamborghini Reventon in a car magazine. Even for the Lamborghini brand, the reviews on the internet are mysterious. It was born mysteriously and exists mysteriously. It was born to be the enemy of Ferrari and is destined to be a strong rival to all supercars in the world. It is a demon, but it does not want to ravage the world. It is Satan simply because it takes another kind of route. It is a rare work of art in the world. This Reventon in particular is the product of Master Gandhi's life's work. Every edge and every line is so perfect, interpreting the almost primitive beauty of Lamborghini. The Reventon is Lamborghini's top-of-the-line model, using new aviation technology carbon fiber material to keep the body strong while further reducing the weight of the car. It takes only 2 seconds to reach 100 kilometers per hour, and the maximum speed can reach 380 kilometers per hour. You know, this has exceeded the maximum speed of the current high-speed rail. It is truly worthy of being Lambo's top model. The price of Reventon in the country is nearly 2,000 W. As for the house, Forest Mansion is located in the city center of Binhai. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the most expensive community in Binhai. Because the housing prices in this community are as high as 60,000 to 70,000 yuan per square meter, which is simply not affordable for ordinary people. In Binhai, many people are proud to live in the Forest Mansion. Not to mention a large duplex of more than 200 square meters. Even if you can own a small apartment of 30 square meters there, it would be something to brag about for a lifetime. 260 square meters, a rough estimate would be 1,000 and 500,000. It was just the last ticket that made him a little confused. 666,666. He even suspected that the system had missed a few zeros. The house and car and the gift package were worth tens of millions, but when it came to the cash, it was only a few 100,000. Isn't this funny? So he opened the system again and communicated with it. Brother system, did you miss a few zeros? 666,666? I missed a few zeros, did I? The system is freezing. Ahem, after automatic verification by the future forecast system, that's it. If you have any questions, can you file a complaint? However, complaints will not be accepted for the time being. Now release the future forecast task. In the next 3 days, Bitcoin will reach its highest peak, reaching 25,000 per coin. Li Changfeng was confused. If it's wrong, it's wrong. I don't blame you. And I find so many excuses for myself. However, she now finally understood the use of this future forecasting system. It turns out that it is possible to foresee the economic trends of future society. Although he has never played with Bitcoin, he still knows a little about it in this era of news flying everywhere. The current market price of 1 Bitcoin is around 7,000. However, Bitcoin is even more unpredictable than stocks. Some time ago, someone invested in Bitcoin and lost all his money. In a fit of rage, he found a dagger. So, now many people dare not play this thing anymore. Only those rich people who buy stocks for long-term holding dare to play around. However, now that I have a system, it is equivalent to having the ability of a profit. As long as you control the key time points, you can make a profit without loss. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Ha! Brother Phone, even after all this, can you still laugh? Why don't you think about it carefully and think about how to explain it to your uncles later? That's right. Can uncle and his family handle changing their daughter-in-law so suddenly? Changfeng's good brothers asked worriedly. They were all very worried, but they didn't expect that the person involved could actually laugh. However, they didn't know that the reason why Li Changfeng was smiling was because he had obtained the system and was smiling unconsciously. Ha, what's the big deal? So he turned around and looked at Tang Weiwei beside him, took her hand and asked, Weiwei, are you serious about what you just said up there? Will you really marry me? Not only do I have no money now, but I am also deeply in debt. Are you still willing? Even though Tang Weiwei had just said yes, Li Changfeng still found it hard to believe it. After all, Tang Weiwei is Wang Nua's best friend and girlfriend. Although they had known each other for quite a long time, they had not spoken much to each other. Even if it was said, it was just a message. She knew a little about Tang Weiwei's family situation. Her family should be quite wealthy, and she can be considered a wealthy woman. Others may not know my situation, but Tang Weiwei definitely knows it. So, I have to know how much I can do to make her fall in love with me. But before he got Tang Weiwei's answer, he was scolded by the system. Host, as the system, I can't stand this any longer. Didn't I just say that you have already exceeded your target? I really want to say, are you? Damn it. Doesn't that mean you don't have enough confidence in yourself? Now I am actually despised by the system. Tang Weiwei turned around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Do you want to regret it? Those bright eyes revealed a teasing expression. Chapter 7, Dog food scattered all over the floor. The best man next to Changfeng stretched his ears wide. How he hoped the groom would say, yes, I just regret it. In that case, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, things often turn out differently than we predict. Shall we go get the certificate then? Yes, husband. Wife. Husband. wife, husband. Fuck. Can you guys stop showing off your affection like that? Are you going to let us single guys live? That's right, you guys are really wasteful. It's really killing me. Ugh, I'm going to vomit. Suddenly, the whole elevator was filled with the sound of vomiting. Even if I vomit, it's because of the acid. Everyone is extremely envious and jealous. Soon, several people arrived on the first floor. Wow. What is this? When they walked out of the elevator and were about to get in the car to leave, they saw a dark supercar parked next to the wedding car. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the supercar. Is this Rambo? Oh my god? This is the supercar of my dreams. It's more than just a Lambo, this is the VIP among Lambos. Reventon, is it Reventon? A super sports car worth tens of millions. I didn't expect that there are people in this community who can afford such a luxury car. You can't judge a person by appearance, and you can't judge a community by its size. Several people looked at the dark-colored Reventon with envy. Even Li Changfeng and Tang Weiwei were looking at these two uninvited guests. At this moment, Li Changfeng suddenly remembered, didn't the system give him a Lamborghini as a gift? Where is that car? It can't be this one. Just as he was daydreaming, he saw a beautiful blonde girl dressed very fashionably walking towards him. Hello, are you Mr. Li Changfeng? Yes. You are. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm from Lamborghini 4S store, my name is Lena, and the Lamborghini Reventon super sports car you ordered from our store has been delivered to you. Here is the car purchase invoice and the car keys. Lena looked at Li Changfeng with shining eyes. If Li Changfeng dared to give her a hint, Lena would wash herself clean and wait for her in a room at night. She originally thought that the person who could afford such a luxurious sports car must be an old man or something. I didn't expect the owner of the car to be so young. Not only young, but also so handsome. After hearing Lena's self-introduction, everyone was petrified again. It is said that strange things happen every year, but today there seemed to be especially many. The groomsmen could never have imagined that this super big car was actually bought by the groom. Everyone looked at Li Changfeng in a daze. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. A person who can't even afford a dowry of 180,000 yuan can actually afford a Lamborghini worth tens of millions. Normal people can't figure it out no matter what. To everyone's shock, Li Changfeng actually took the car keys and invoice. Thank you, beautiful lady. Li Changfeng said very politely. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Mr. Li, whether you want to buy a car or invest, you can contact me. After Lena finished speaking, she turned and left. It seems that the ladies who can sell luxury cars are all very capable. Especially this kind of super luxury car. It doesn't mean that you can do the job just because you are pretty and good at talking. You have to be able to speak at least 2 or 3 languages to be competent. After all, anyone who can afford such a top-of-the-line luxury car must be of extremely noble status, and it is not something that can be achieved by just being a vase. Ms. Lena, wait a minute. Seeing Lena leaving, Li Changfeng hurriedly chased after her. Because he really wanted Lena's help with something. Before leaving, he did not forget to say goodbye to Tang Weiwei. Honey, I'll be right back. I have something to ask you. When Lena heard his voice, she also stopped, turned around, looked at him, and stood there motionless. Mr. Li, if there is anything I can help you with, please let me know. Li Changfeng came up to her and asked in a low voice. I do have a question for you. Do you know Bitcoin? When Lena heard the word Bitcoin, she was stunned for a moment, and then she understood his idea. Of course I know. Bitcoin first entered China in the 1990s. When it first appeared, $1 could be exchanged for 1,300 bitcoins. In just a few years, the price of 1 bitcoin has risen to several thousand Chinese yuan. It can be said that this is the fastest growing and most profitable investment method. Its increase reached hundreds of thousands of times, which can be said to be extremely terrifying. Li Changfeng only knew that Bitcoin could make money, but he didn't know it was that profitable. It was so cheap at the beginning. According to the exchange rate, $1 is equal to 7 Chinese yuan, so 1 Chinese yuan can be exchanged for nearly 200 bitcoins. Now 1 bitcoin can be sold for several $1,000s. This increase is not too attractive. Unfortunately, by the time ordinary people get this information, the rich have already played with it to the point where they can no longer play with it. Do you know how to buy Bitcoin? How does it work? This is very simple. You just need to download a trading platform, register an account, and then find a C2C trading area. First, buy USDT, and then you can buy digital currency in it. Lena thought for a moment and continued, if you haven't played with this kind of thing before, I advise you not to touch it. The fluctuation of Bitcoin is beyond the ability of ordinary people to bear. People only know that gambling on stones is risky. One cut can lead to heaven or hell. Little do you know that Bitcoin can also give you a thrilling feeling of heaven and earth. It can be said that it is more exciting than a roller coaster. The reason why Lena said more was because Li Changfeng asked him, how can someone who doesn't even understand Bitcoin possibly play with it? She even suspected that Li Changfeng might not even have played the stock game. Thanks for the reminder. I just want to understand. The two exchanged a brief conversation and then parted ways. When he turned around and walked back, he found that the groomsmen were all surrounding the Lamborghini. Brother Feng, you are simply too awesome? You bought a luxury car like this without saying anything? Tell me, did you win the lottery? That is, last week, the man wearing a lion head and accepting an award on stage, were you? Hearing his brother's questioning, Li Changfeng immediately found a reasonable excuse. Shhhhhhh. Since you know everything, can you keep it a secret for me? It would be nice to play the role of the one who wins the grand prize. Anyway, he is not afraid of someone coming to expose him. He still remembers clearly the figure wearing a tiger mask and going on stage to receive the award last week. That man won 50 million. Even after deducting the taxes that need to be paid, there will still be 40 million left. Seeing Li Changfeng readily admit it, the groomsmen were excited again. How come he gets all the good things? Can't live. Is it really true that he failed in love but succeeded in gambling? Look, we should find a bad girl to fall in love with, and then buy a lottery ticket when we get hurt. I don't want 50 million, just let me win 5 million. Several people looked at each other and seemed to understand what each other was thinking. He suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone, please wake up quickly. It's almost time, we have to hurry back to the hotel. I've received several urgent calls from them. When the few people heard what the groom said, they all stopped playing around and got into the car to set off. One of the best men snatched the keys from Li Changfeng's hand and acted as a driver. Brother Feng, I can't afford a car like this in my lifetime. But I am satisfied to be able to open it. After saying that, he sat in the driver's seat of the Rambo. Their car had just driven out of the community when they ran into Wang Peng, who was coming down from upstairs. The dark black body of the car immediately caught his attention. Wow! It's actually the limited edition Lamborghini Reventon? When did a luxury car like this appear in our neighborhood? How come I didn't notice it? Normally, such a luxury car should not appear in their old neighborhood. What confused him was why Rambo was walking with those floats. As Rambo passed by him, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Why is that idiot sitting in that car? Wang Peng immediately felt that something was wrong. So he ran upstairs quickly to tell his mother about this. Chapter 8, Wang Nuo who refuses to give up. Chapter 8. At this time, Tang Weiwei, who was sitting in the car, deliberately picked up her mobile phone and took a few selfies. There are no notes, just a few simple daily selfies. However, these were all photos of the car in them. Then I sent the photo to my friends group. Although there are not many people in this group, they are all good at playing. As soon as the photo was uploaded, comments appeared one after another. Hey, Weiwei, why didn't you inform me when you got married? Do you still consider me your best friend? You damn Weiwei, when did you buy such a luxury car? How come I didn't know about it? No, this car looks like a Lamborghini to me. Nonsense, if it's not a Lamborghini, what is it? The guy above, can you listen to me? I mean, this car is not an ordinary Lambo. It seems to be the limited edition Reventon. There are only 20 of them in the world. After these words were spoken, the entire group fell silent for a few seconds. Then a lively discussion began again. Wang Nuo was sitting on the bed in a daze, his eyes empty, as if one of his 7 souls was missing, sitting listlessly on the edge of the bed. Li Changfeng's departure really hurt her heart. After all, they have been together for so many years, so of course there is some affection. Now, his departure left her suddenly without anyone to rely on. It felt like all the energy in my body had been drained away. Mom, sister, there is important news. Wang Peng ran up in a hurry, gasping for breath and shouting. What's all the fuss about? Yes, brother-in-law? No, it was Lee Changfeng. I just went downstairs and saw him leaving in a Lamborghini. Yang Manyun rolled her eyes at him and said, he just left in a car, so what's the big deal? Mom, you still don't understand, that's a Lamborghini that hasn't even been registered yet. What does it have to do with us whether it has a license plate or not? It's just a luxury car that the wedding company found for them. Seeing that Yang Manyun still understood what he meant, Wang Peng almost got anxious. Mom, do you know how much that car is worth? For more than 10 million yuan, who would give their newly bought car to someone else to pick up their bride? Does the car owner need that little money? Yang Manyun finally reacted a little. What do you mean? Can you still say that the car is his? This is an international joke. Wang Peng scratched his head. I don't believe it either. But if it's not his, it doesn't make sense. Because I have seen all the floats that came, there is no such luxury car. Such a high-end car is simply not something that ordinary people can afford. To put it bluntly, if you want to use a car of this level, you can't just rent it for a little money. However, if they were asked to believe that the car really belonged to Lee Changfeng, they would never believe it. After all, they have known him for a long time. They know exactly what's going on at home. How is it possible for a person who can't even afford 180,000 yuan in betrothal money to have enough money to buy a luxury car? Just when they were confused, Tang Weiwei's cell phone beeped. So I opened my phone and found it was a small chat group. So I clicked it and took a look. Weiwei, you said your husband just bought this car? Is this true or false? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Aren't you a barren woman? How can you like men? We agreed to be lonely together until old age, but you were so cruel to abandon me and go out to steal someone else's house. I hate you, woo. Alright. Stop making a fuss. I'll treat you all to a meal sometime. The car is indeed my husband's. After Tang Weiwei finished speaking, she took a photo of the two of them and sent it to the group. This scene happened to be seen by Wang Nuo. She was already regretting it in her heart, and now she was even angrier. If it weren't for the obstruction at home, my mother's unreasonable demands, and my brother's laziness and greed, I would have ended up like this. Originally, the happy bride sitting in the car should have been his, but unexpectedly, he gave her to someone else. Sigh. Forget it. Or maybe, this is my fate. So she took out the phone and let Yang Manyun and Wang Ping take a look at it. What, this car is really his? How is that possible? That's right. If he really has the money to buy a luxury car worth tens of millions, why can't he come up with 180,000 as a betrothal gift? I see. After Wang Peng finished speaking, he slapped himself on the forehead. What do you know? Is this Lee Changfeng really cunning? He must be an invisible rich second generation, pretending to be poor on purpose? It's just to test my sister's feelings towards him. Isn't this a common move used by rich people? It's because I'm afraid that girls don't like him as a person, but fall in love with his money. After listening to Wang Peng's explanation, Yang Manyun also felt that he was right and this might be the reason. Otherwise it would be hard to explain why Lee Changfeng could suddenly afford a luxury car. You are such a jerk, Lee Changfeng. You are testing our love by being stingy when dating my daughter. Then why don't you test that bitch Tang Weiwei? Over the years, he pretended to be quite convincing. I thought he was really a poor man. I didn't expect that he was just doing it for us to see. You are so rich, but you still care about the betrothal money. It's true what people say. The richer people are, the stingier they are. Afterwards, she looked at Wang Nuo again. Daughter, are you really blind? Over the years, have you not noticed any difference between him and other poor people? No matter how well it's concealed, there's always a chance for it to show up. You didn't notice anything was wrong at all? Wang Nuo carefully recalled every moment he spent with Lee Changfeng. When he was in college, he would eat instant noodles for a month in order to buy himself a birthday present. In order to buy myself a piece of clothing, I worked as a tutor for others for 2 whole months. She knows all this. After graduation, he worked as a planner in a real estate company. Whether he was in school or in society, he never looked like a rich young man. If he was truly testing himself and performing for himself, then it wouldn't be too much for him to win the Best Actor award. To put it bluntly, even if you are the best actor, you can't keep performing all the time like him. Unless it is another case. That means he was really poor before, but now he is really rich. As for where the money came from, she couldn't figure it out. Seeing that Tang Weiwei didn't say anything, Yang Manyun spoke. No matter what the reason is, you can't just give up your happiness like this. Li Chanfeng was so good to you before. You have to get him back now. Don't let JH get away with it. Seeing Yang Manyun say this, Wang Pang, who was standing aside, seemed to understand something. So he also stood up and came to Wang Nuo. Sister, mom supports you, and brother supports you too. For your happiness, you must not give up. Go and get him back. However, in Wang Peng's mind, he was not thinking about whether his sister was happy. He was thinking of that eye-catching Lamborghini supercar. If he became Li Changfeng's brother-in-law, then he would be able to drive a Lambo whenever he wanted. When I thought of Lambo, my Passat suddenly became less attractive. Therefore, he was also very active and encouraged Wang Nuo to snatch the bride. He now regrets telling his mother about the bride price. If he hadn't been so nosy, his sister would have married Li Changfeng by now. Then the Lamborghini will be yours. I am his brother-in-law, so I can drive the car however I want. She was already unwilling to give in, and after hearing the encouragement from her mother and brother, she became eager to make a move. Yes. For your own happiness, face doesn't matter. I have made a mistake once, I can't miss it again. So Wang Nuo decided to do something crazy himself and go to the wedding to find them. Yang Manyun saw that she had convinced her daughter, so she struck while the iron was hot. My daughter, even if we can't restore your relationship, you have to make him stop asking us for the 400,000 yuan betrothal gift. He is so rich, why would he care about such a small amount of money? This is Yang Manyun's purpose. Whenever she thought of what Li Chanfeng said, she got a headache. Where can she get more than 400,000 yuan? Chapter 9 Buying Bitcoin. Li Chanfeng did not stop Tang Weiwei from taking photos to show off, and was very cooperative. Of course he understood what Tang Weiwei was thinking. Taking photos is not just for showing off, it's also for venting one's anger. Why didn't Tang Weiwei post the photos on her space but in her friend group instead? He just wanted to piss off Wang Nuo. The old saying is indeed true, it is better to offend a villain than to offend a woman. Women are extremely vengeful creatures. Since this place was some distance from the hotel, he started playing with his mobile phone. At this time, I remembered the news released by the system. In the next 3 days, Bitcoin will rise to a peak and then fall to the bottom. The current price of Bitcoin is around 7,000, and it has risen to 25,000, more than tripling in 3 days. This kind of increase can be said to be more exciting than a roller coaster. No wonder many people dare not touch Bitcoin, because they cannot grasp its rules and have no way to control it. I checked the balance on my phone and found that there was a deposit from ICBC, 666,666 yuan, the last digit is 5432, and the balance is 661,246 yuan. I silently calculated in my mind that even if I added the money left in the card, there would only be 66,000. Perhaps, this is the startup capital that the system gives me. As for how much money you can make, it depends on your ability. So I did as Lena said. First, I downloaded a software on my mobile phone, then registered an account and purchased digital currency. I followed the steps one by one and completed the transaction quickly. However, because he knew the result, he took advantage of it. But don't do what others do, which is 10 times or 20 times. He just used a 5-fold leverage. After all, the funds are limited. Let alone making 20 times, even if it is 10 times, a drop may cause bankruptcy. The startup capital is limited, so he can't play too big. The system just said that the highest point in 3 days was 25,000, but it didn't say that it wouldn't go down. So to be on the safe side, I adjusted the leverage to 5 times. I now have 660,000 yuan in my hand. I took out 600,000 yuan for investment, and the remaining 60,000 yuan will be regarded as expenses. Otherwise, he might not even be able to afford the gas for his Lamborghini. The better the car, the more it costs. This is an eternal law. Because luxury cars are sold to wealthy people, fuel consumption is not considered during research and development. Luxury cars, what they pursue is speed, excitement, and beauty. Poor people, even if you were given a Lambo for free, you wouldn't be able to afford it. Because just a casual maintenance may empty your wallet. So, it's not that poor people don't deserve to drive a luxury car, but that you simply can't afford a luxury car. 600,000, spent 600,000, and only bought 82 bitcoins. The current price of 1 bitcoin is 7,314. When it rises to 25,000, I will sell them all. Although I had predicted the result, I still couldn't help feeling nervous after buying it. From time to time, I want to pick up my phone to see whether the stock price has gone up or down. You don't know until you see it. It makes my heart start pounding. Just a few minutes after I bought it, Bitcoin started to fall. It was 7,314 just now, and now it has become 6,941, falling below the threshold of 7,000. Looking at the profit and loss again, my heart beats even faster. In just a short while, he lost 22,000 US, which is equivalent to 15W in Chinese currency. Damn, this is really unbearable to watch. It makes my heart ache. The total amount was only 85,000 US, and now I have lost 22,000 US, and this is a 5-fold leverage. If the leverage was 20 times, all my money would be gone. I don't want to watch it anymore. Li Changfeng simply turned off his phone and stopped paying attention to the movements of Bitcoin. He now only hopes that Bitcoin will not continue to fall, otherwise once it falls below the threshold of 6,000, all his money will be gone. He now doubts whether it was right or wrong for him to use a 5-fold leverage. If you don't use leverage, you will definitely make money. Because as long as it reaches the highest point, you can make money by selling it yourself. Even if he keeps lowering the price, he won't lose every penny of his money. Therefore, one should not be too greedy, otherwise one will end up hurting oneself. However, it was too late for him to change now, as his money was already trapped. If I sell it and buy it again, I will lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, this is even though we know the outcome. If you don't know the result and rush in, the feeling will probably only be experienced by those who have bought it. I closed my phone and found that Tang Weiwei was still playing with it. Wife. Haven't you had enough of your selfies yet? Hey, hubby. Of course I can't have enough fun. I want to let those who look down on you know that losing you is their loss. Let them regret it. Of course, there is no regret medicine in this world. Tang Weiwei bit her lips mischievously, raised her mouth slightly, and gave Li Changfeng a seductive look. Fairy? Why didn't I realize you were so bad before? What a complete goblin. Cut. Did you have room for other women at that time? Have you ever looked me in the eye? In your eyes, even Wang Nora's poop is fragrant, right? Alas! Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, there is nothing we can do about it. After Tang Weiwei finished speaking, she sighed. Although her words were not pleasant to hear, they were all true. As the saying goes, what you can't eat is the best. People often don't know how to cherish things that come too easily. Of course, the same goes for love. Maybe Wang Nuo is an expert in love, that's why he was able to play him around in circles. Tang Weiwei, who was an outsider, saw it very clearly. She was moved by Li Changfeng's infatuation. Wang Nuo was also moved by his infatuation. At the beginning, Wang Nuo was just teasing him. Tang Weiwei tried several times to wake him up, but Li Changfeng just wouldn't fall for it, and she was helpless. Even she herself didn't know when she fell in love with her best friend's boyfriend. Although she liked him, she always kept it hidden in her heart and never showed it. It was not until today, when Wang Nuo's family went too far, that she stood up and fought for a chance for herself. The two of them continued to show their love in the car for a while, and the car soon arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Because it is almost 12 o'clock, both the MC and the guests are waiting anxiously. When he saw the car coming, he took the bride and groom and walked onto the red carpet without saying a word. Chapter 10. Who is the mistress? On the other side, Wang Nuo and Yang Manyun were rushing here in Wang Peng's Passat. Don't worry, daughter. When we get there, just go ahead and make a scene with them. Whatever happens, I'll take care of it for you. I want to see how the Li family will give us an explanation. Li Changfeng, you can do it, right? You're so stubborn, I wonder if your parents are as stubborn as you. She knew a little about Changfeng's family situation. His mother's name is Li Yu, a typical rich second generation. Since there were no boys in her mother's family, she found a live-in son-in-law. Unexpectedly, it actually led to a wolf entering the house. After the son-in-law entered the Li family, Li Yu's father died inexplicably. The medical examiner concluded that the cause of death was myocardial infarction. My mother also suffered severe burns in an accident and her face was almost disfigured. Although she underwent several plastic surgeries, it was difficult to restore her previous appearance. She was originally a beautiful girl with fair skin, but after an accident, she became ugly. Naturally, my mood changed drastically. The reason why a son-in-law marries into his wife's family. One reason is that Li Yuran is beautiful, and the other is that her family is rich. In the past, the son-in-law was timid and submissive because Li Yu's father was still alive, so he just had to swallow his humiliation and be a son-in-law. Now that Li Yu's father is gone, the company is being managed by his son-in-law, and the power is slowly being controlled in his own hands. Now that Li Yu's face was disfigured again, he naturally had no fear. No longer suppressing yourself. When facing Li Yu, he either beat him or scolded him. Everyone knows that a woman who has been seriously burned by fire will not only have ugly scars on her face, but also on her body. From then on, the son-in-law began to despise and abuse Bai Shui and her son. Finally forced them to leave. But in order to make a living and to keep Li Changfeng alive, the widow and her husband came to the countryside and married an honest farmer. She had seen Li Changfeng's mother before. She was just a disabled person and posed no threat to her at all. Although my father was a retired soldier, he was also an honest farmer and a cook in a restaurant, so he posed no threat at all. Not only Yang Manyun didn't know these details, even Li Changfeng didn't know all of them. Because Li Yu hasn't told him these things yet. The reason I didn't tell him was because I was afraid he would get hurt. You know, the Li family is now the leading enterprise in Binhai City and they are no longer able to compete with them. As for why the Li family did not change their surname, it was because the son-in-law also had the surname Li. Otherwise, the Li family would have changed their name long ago. Naturally, she didn't know much about Yang Manyun. She only knew that Li Yu was a disabled person and her father could cook. Therefore, she thinks that she is superior to others. When the family drove to the hotel, they happened to see the Lamborghini sports car parked in front of the hotel. No other vehicle dared to approach within 5 meters. In front of Rambo, even BBA can only be called a little brother. So, to be on the safe side, everyone tries to stay away from it as much as possible. Their insurance can't cover any casual scratches or bumps. When everyone saw a Passat stopped right next to the Lamborghini, everyone around gasped in shock. Isn't this a fool? Doesn't he know what kind of car this is? To be so close, isn't that courting death? Didn't you see that BBA was far away? BBA is nothing. Jaguar, Land Rover, and Porsche don't dare to approach it, but this Passat dares to approach it. Do they have a mine at home? You are still young, you are skilled and brave, you have never suffered from the society, you don't know the dangers of the society, right? Yeah, you see he's so close, you have to be careful when opening the door, if you bump into him, you can go straight home and buy a house. The people around were all worried about them. Because Wang Peng parked his car very close to the Lamborghini, there was only enough space for one person to pass between them. Of course, he did this on purpose. Because in his opinion, this car will be his in the future, so he wants to observe it closely. Without reverence, there is naturally no fear. If he didn't know who owned the car, would he dare to park it like this? Unless he's mentally retarded. Mom, sister, let's go in quickly. If you don't go in now, they'll have finished the wedding ceremony. After opening the car door, Wang Peng, who had just walked out, began to urge them. I don't know if it was intentional or not. The distance between the car and the Lumbo was just enough for them to open the door without touching each other. So, under everyone's gaze, this strange family slowly walked out of the car. Although it didn't touch the Lamborghini when the door was opened, Yang Manyun gently swung her bag, and the fake LV slipped directly across the smooth surface of the Lamborghini. In theory, there shouldn't be any problem if a bag is just wiped lightly. But it was scratched by the zipper of the bag, and a long white mark appeared on the car body. But Yang Manyun didn't notice it. Looking at the wedding character on the hotel gate and the promotional posters that had not yet been taken down, Wang Nua secretly shed tears in his heart. His name was also written on the poster. The wedding ceremony of Li Changfeng and Wang Nua. This place originally belonged to her, but now it has become a wedding dress for someone else. Seeing Wang Nua stop, Yang Manyun grabbed her arm. Don't think about it, let's go and settle the score with them. Yang Manyun said angrily. But as soon as they reached the gate, they were stopped by the hotel security. What do you do? Did we go to the wrong place? The security guard could tell by the way they were dressed. However, a couple was getting married in their hotel today, so how come there was another bride? Although the bride looked familiar, they had to stop her and ask her questions for the safety of their hotel. If it's the mistress who comes to cause trouble, they will be held responsible. Because they had encountered similar incidents before, they were particularly cautious. Never allow such things to happen again. Seeing someone blocking their way, Yang Manyun immediately became annoyed. Are your dog eyes blind? Don't you even look at who we are? How dare you stop us from entering? The security guard was stunned by the scolding. One of the security guards asked weakly. Then who are you? Before Yang Manyun could speak, Wang Pang, who was standing behind her, jumped out. Look at the door, who do you say we are? Is this my sister, today's bride? If you don't believe me, just look at the photo on the poster and you'll understand. Why don't you get out of here right now? You're delaying important matters. Can you afford it? The two security guards were immediately in trouble. No wonder she looked familiar, it turns out she is today's heroine. But now the wedding ceremony has already started, what is going on inside? Who is the mistress after all? Chapter 11, giving you a chance to regret. Due to the tight time and heavy tasks, when Li Changfeng and his team arrived at the hotel, they went straight to the wedding ceremony. After all, there was not much time left, and many of the routines prepared by the MC could not be used. As for the replacement of the bride, no one except Li Changfeng's parents noticed that the bride had been replaced. He also briefly explained it to his parents in private. At least let your family know what's going on. Fortunately, the mother was well informed and had a sharp insight into the problem, so she quickly understood her son's difficulties. He is also an understanding man when it comes to his stepfather. So, without any explanation, they understood their son's thoughts. As for relatives and friends, they all come to eat, drink, and watch the fun. Naturally, few people noticed that the bride had been replaced. Bow to heaven and earth? The MC's voice echoed throughout the hotel. At this time, Li's relatives and friends were all standing in the audience looking at the protagonist in front of them. Ha! Have you noticed that this bride looks a little different from the one in the photo? She seems to be more beautiful than in the photo. Is there? Ha ha! Who cares? This kid has found a beautiful wife. It is said that a good man has no good wife, and a bad man marries a delicate woman. This iron rule has been broken by this boy. Everyone present had a relatively good understanding of Li Changfeng's character. He is a real and honest person, without many bad intentions. Everyone was also happy that he could marry a beautiful wife. At this time, the bride and groom standing on the stage looked at each other affectionately. Since Tang Weiwei agreed to marry Li Changfeng on short notice, her parents were not present. The two of them just bowed to Li Changfeng's mother and stepfather. Maybe the MC saw that there was still plenty of time and didn't want to end the ceremony hastily, so he played a little game. After all, he had prepared a lot of programs for a wedding. It's just that time is limited and there is no time to play most of the games. Now please ask the best man and bridesmaid to say blessings to the bride and groom. After the MC finished speaking, he came up to the best man with the microphone and asked, "Congratulations to the bride and groom?" One of the best men said loudly, "Happy wedding." Then the MC came to the bridesmaid with the microphone and asked, "To the best man and bridesmaid? Maid of honor, may you have a baby soon?" The MC had a slight smirk on his face and continued to ask, "Wishes to the best man and bridesmaid? Maid of honor, may you have a baby soon?" MC, "Congratulations, best man and bridesmaid? Maid of honor, may you have a baby soon." MC, to best man, bridesmaid? Maid of honor, may you have a baby soon? At this moment, not only the audience below couldn't help laughing, even the MC couldn't help but burst into laughter. The MC had lengthened his voice just to remind the bridesmaids. However, the bridesmaid was perhaps too excited and did not understand what the MC meant at all. She kept hearing the best man and bridesmaid as the bride and groom. Li Changfeng, who was standing on the stage, couldn't help but remind the bridesmaid. The groomsmen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing everyone's laughter, the bridesmaid seemed to realize that something was wrong. At this time, the MC emphasized it again and made the words best man and bridesmaid clearer. To the best man, of, bridesmaid? After the MC finished speaking, he once again held back his laughter and held the microphone in front of the bridesmaid. Although he had often used this trick to liven up the atmosphere before, this was the first time he had encountered a bridesmaid that he couldn't get around for so long. The bridesmaid's words made him want to laugh like the people in the audience. But, he is the MC, he is a professional, he cannot laugh at anything no matter how funny it is, unless early birth is precious. This time the bridesmaid finally reacted, and Gizi's sperm was finally swallowed by him. After all this time, everyone is actually laughing at themselves. The bridesmaid's face instantly turned red from top to bottom of her neck. The people in the audience also burst into laughter. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost adjusted, the host continued speaking. Couple worship. This is also the last item of the wedding. Once the worship is completed, the ceremony is over. Just as they were about to put their heads together and worship, a discordant voice suddenly broke this sacred moment. No worship. As voices of opposition were heard from behind, everyone turned around and looked back unconsciously. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Because a woman in a wedding dress appeared here, walking towards here with a look of grievance on her face. What is going on? Is he here to steal the bride? The term bride kidnapping immediately appeared in everyone's mind. This plot, which only appeared on TV, in the novel actually appeared in everyone's sight. Let them all feel like they are dreaming. But people with sharp eyes have already discovered the problem. Because the bride who appeared behind him was the heroine of today's banquet. The posters and photos outside the door are all of the bride who has just arrived. Even the display screen in front, with the highlights scrolling across it, was of this woman. Only, now the display is no longer playing. Yang Manyun dragged Wang Nuo and hurried along, and after going through many difficulties, they finally arrived here at the time for their wedding ceremony. In her heart, as long as the wedding ceremony is not over, there is still a chance. Since he already regarded Li Changfeng as an invisible rich second generation, he naturally didn't want to let this wealthy son-in-law go. I come here for 3 purposes. The first thing is to try to persuade Li Changfeng with emotion and reason so that he can turn back from his evil ways. A good son-in-law? It's all my mother-in-law's fault. Stop getting angry with my daughter. After all, marriage is the most important thing in life. How can you treat it as a joke? I have brought Nuonuo to you now, can you guys get married quickly? Well, stand in, your mission has been completed, you can go down now. Yang Manyun pulled Wang Nuo onto the stage while she kept telling him about her mistakes. Sending out this signal is simply telling everyone that the bride on the stage is just an actor temporarily hired by the groom. Now that the protagonist has arrived, isn't it time for that actor to step down? At this time, Wang Nuo, under the instruction of Yang Manyun, also spoke up. Changfeng, I'm sorry, I admit it was all my fault just now. I shouldn't have put so much pressure on you. I promise, after we get married, I'll do whatever you say. Will you forgive me just this once? Besides, Tang Weiwei is my best friend. Isn't it a bit too much for you to do this? The relationship we've had for so many years can't be wiped out with just a few words, right? Li Changfeng remained unmoved as he watched the sentimental drama performed by the mother and daughter. Although I don't know what Yang Manyun is up to, my intuition tells me that she is up to something bad. Maybe what Wang Nuo said is true. But, so what? Some things, once missed, are lost forever. In this society, there is no medicine for regret. Perhaps, you can have time to regret, but the result is already determined. Chapter 12, Fight Back with Force. Friends and relatives who were unaware of the situation looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared and began to discuss in a low voice. Especially when Yang Manyun explained the reason for the matter right away, and coupled with Wang Nuo's sincere expression of feelings, everyone's hearts immediately stood on their side. The people in the audience looked at Tang Weiwei and the Li family members with strange eyes. At this point, in their eyes, she was either a substitute or an actor hired temporarily by the groom. That's what I said. A good man doesn't have a good wife, but a bad man marries a delicate woman. How can this law be easily broken? It turns out to be false. It turns out that this guy was scolded by his mother-in-law and wife. He had no choice but to find a substitute to perform. No wonder. But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, the food has been ordered, and all the relatives and friends have arrived, so we have to finish the show, right? Otherwise, he would have to return all that gift money. 2. However, now that the real master is back, it's time for the substitute to retire. It's just a pity that I didn't marry such a beautiful bride. What are you thinking? Even if we get married, he won't be able to marry her. At most, they are just cooperating for a while. When the performance is over, we should go our separate ways. Li Changfeng didn't care about the discussions in the audience. After all, with such a bizarre thing happening, there was no way he could avoid people talking about it. It was just a miscalculation. I didn't expect Wang Nuo's family to come and cause trouble at the wedding. So, when he saw their family members show up, he was also stunned. Tang Weiwei didn't know what to do. The little hands kept pulling at the hem of her skirt. Fortunately, Li Changfeng was there to shield her, otherwise she might have had to escape from here. She had never been ridiculed like this in her life. Don't worry, it's okay. Feeling Tang Weiwei's body trembling behind him, Li Changfeng smiled and comforted her. Then he looked directly at Yang Manyun's family. He. So it's still my fault? Is it me who doesn't want to get married, or is it you who don't allow me to? What's the point of coming here now? According to Li Changfeng's idea, they just needed to have a simple wedding, have a meal, and then go their separate ways. As for who you marry, no one will care. Now that this has happened, everything has been exposed. Son-in-law, didn't I just say that? We all admitted it wasn't. Besides, how can a young couple not quarrel? Now that I have brought my daughter to you, isn't my sincerity enough? Mother-in-law, can you say something too? Yang Manyun knew Li Changfeng's temper. Once he made up his mind about something, it would be difficult for him to change it. Although he usually looks timid, he can be as stubborn as a donkey when he gets angry. Now the only breakthrough can be made through his disabled mother. At this time, all the relatives of the Li family turned their eyes to Li Changfeng's mother, Li Yu. Everyone wants to know how she will deal with the current situation. Should he drive away the acting bride and welcome the bride-to-be, or should he stand from his son's perspective and reprimand Yang Manyun? However, Yang Manyun had already gained everyone's recognition. Her acting pitiful, admitting her mistakes, etc., made everyone mistakenly believe that the groom did this because of a small conflict between the young couple. Isn't it normal for two people to have some friction when living together? As the saying goes, fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. There is no overnight hatred between husband and wife. Now that the girl and her mother-in-law have come to apologize, there is no need for him to hold on to such a small matter. Otherwise, it only shows that the groom has no tolerance. As the mother of the groom, she was even more able to drive them away. Otherwise, the entire Li family will become a laughing stock. This is also one of Yang Manyun's strategies, and it is also an open strategy. It can be said that her plan was very good. If Li Yu was really an ordinary person, he might have no choice but to sacrifice his own child and teach Li Changfeng a lesson in front of everyone. Unfortunately, Li Yu is not an ordinary person. What's more, she already knew the whole story, so naturally there were many ways to deal with Yang Manyun's plan. Relatives by marriage? Ha ha. Aren't you yelling a little too early? You don't even acknowledge that my son is the son-in-law of your Wang family. How can we talk about in-laws? If you're here to congratulate us, we'll have a glass of wedding wine. If you're here to cause trouble, I'm sorry, but shall I call security? Yang Manyun suddenly discovered that this ugly guy had a powerful aura. It seems that it is not as easy to deal with as I thought. My dear, what are you talking about? Just because the kids are having a quarrel, we adults can't break them up, can't we? Well said. If the children really have some conflicts, as parents, we should not break them up. But, you've been saying that there was a conflict between them, so why didn't you mention that you temporarily increased the betrothal gift by 300,000 yuan? Why didn't you tell me that without a gift of 300,000 yuan, you can't marry your daughter? In order to prevent others from gossiping about his son, Li Yu revealed everything about Yang Manyun. After everyone knew the whole story, they suddenly understood. The reason why the groom did not marry the bride but married the bridesmaid was because of the bride price. It is true that a dowry is required for marriage, but if a dowry has already been given, and then so much is temporarily increased just because your family needs a little more money, no one would be willing to do that. No one's money comes from the wind. Besides, Li Changfeng has already accumulated a lot of debts in order to get married. Where can I get so much money? If you can't produce it, you won't be allowed to take it away. Isn't this forcing the groom and embarrassing his family? This is the first time I have seen such a weird mother-in-law. Therefore, the discussions below immediately turned into blaming the mother and daughter. Yang Manyun was also left speechless by Li Yu's sharp words. Seeing that her first plan was about to fail, she had no choice but to use the second plan. Well, this is our fault. But my daughter has been dating him for so many years, what's wrong with spending some money on her? Why should he calculate it out one by one and ask us to pay it back? We've already gotten him a bargain by not asking him for compensation for the loss of his youth, but he's still trying to extort money from us. What's he thinking? After Yang Manyun finished speaking, she prepared to pull Wang Nua away. Anyway, I have already said it in front of so many people, they want to ask me for the money again. But before they reached the door, Li Yu's voice came from behind them. Young people certainly don't need to count the money they spend on dating. But the money your family spent, and the money that useless person in your family spent, must be counted. Wang Nua's grandfather had a heart bypass surgery for 120,000 yuan, but it was my son who borrowed it, right? Wang Nua's grandmother had 3 tables of birthday meals, but it was my son who paid for 12,000 yuan. Was the 25,000 yuan that your little loser spent on pyramids selling my son's money? And that loser was dating, how many times did he ask for 300 or 500 yuan, 10 times, 20 times, or 30 times? It should be more than 10,000 yuan, right? And you, Wang Nua's mother, you said you had a backache, so you asked my son to buy you a massage bed for 38,000 yuan? And you said the water quality at home was not good, so I bought you a water purifier for 28,000 yuan. In the past 3 years, during every Chinese New Year or holiday, when did you spend less than 10,000 yuan on shopping? This adds up to more than 100,000 yuan. You must pay back this money, or you can expect a lawyer's summons. Chapter 13, Being Frank. After walking out of the hotel, Wang Nua seemed to have lost his soul. Walking listlessly. The scenes in the hotel played through her mind like a movie. So many people's blessings, such a lively environment. It was supposed to be held to welcome her. But now it has nothing to do with me. The huge contrast almost made her faint. After all, Li Changfeng still has a place in her heart. Deep down, she still loved him. Seeing that the man you love has successfully held hands with your best friend, this feeling can perhaps only be understood by those who have experienced it personally. However, this result was also caused by myself. Tang Weiwei's persuasion seemed to still be in her ears, telling her not to mention the issue of the bride price to Li Changfeng. If I had listened to him at the beginning, perhaps the situation would have been different. Well. Looking at the distraught Wang Nua, Yang Manyun was also holding her breath. This time, he caused a scene at the wedding, but it seemed that he didn't gain any advantage. Don't be sad, daughter. They want money, right? If they have the guts, come to my house and ask for it. I'll let Xiaobai go and bite him. I just don't believe it. He really dares to sue us. Seeing such a strong mother, Li Changfeng secretly gave her a thumbs up. He was still thinking about how to deal with Yang Manyun, but he didn't expect that Li Yu would dismiss him before he could even open his mouth. Today, he finally got to see his mother's strong side. The entire wedding scene was disrupted by the disturbance caused by their family, and the best time for the wedding ceremony was missed. It was already an injustice for Tang Weiwei to be married here. After all, Wang Nua's shadow was present in every detail here. Since I missed it, I'll give her a grand wedding later. An hour later, the dinner came to an end. The relatives and friends had all eaten and drunk their fill and left on their own. When he brought Weiwei to Lembo, he found that his car had been scratched several times. This is the luxury car he just bought, and it's already been disfigured before he even had time to drive it. It was impossible to say that he wasn't angry at all. So he called the police directly and let the police handle it. As for the car, of course it has to be sent to the forest shop for refurbishment. A supercar cannot carry such a scar, which directly affects his mood. Whoever scratched his car will learn a lesson this time. After arranging everything, he prepared to take Weiwei home. If the car hadn't been damaged, he would have been able to drive his Lembo back with his wife in a flash. Now, I have to take a taxi back. Speaking of going home, he suddenly remembered. Didn't the system say that it would give me a large duplex as a gift? Where can I get the key? While he was daydreaming, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. A black suspender skirt with tiny rhinestones, a small denim shawl and a pair of black boots. Without any other redundant decorations, it looks mysterious and charming. The person who came was Lena, who came to give him the car keys in the morning. Li Changfeng had a feeling that this time Lena came here most likely to give him the key to the house. Lena walked over slowly, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Li, we meet again. This is the property you purchased. Since the property certificate will take a few days to come out, I can only give you the key first." Perhaps because he was mentally prepared, he did not show any nervous expression when he saw Lena's actions. I just don't understand why it was Lena who brought him the keys both times. Perhaps, all this is due to the system. There has been no sound since the system released the latest news. If Lena hadn't appeared, he would have even forgotten the existence of the system. "Thank you, beautiful lady." Taking the key, Li Changfeng smiled slightly. Looking at Lena, he had a feeling. I feel like this Lena was sent by the system. Lena seemed to have guessed his thoughts, so she said sweetly again. Mr. Lee, are you confused as to why a car dealer like me would come to give you the key to your house? Because the developer of that property has the same boss as us. He. Didn't I tell you last time that as long as it can make money, whether it's selling cars or houses, or investing in financial management, I will do it. As Lena spoke, she glanced at the scratched Lamborghini again and shook it with a bit of heartache. It's just such a small damage, and it can't be repaired without tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. Would you like me to show you around your mansion? Li Changfeng thought about it and looked at Tang Weiwei again. He wanted to see Weiwei's opinion. Then let's go. I also want to see what our house looks like. Seeing that Weiwei had no objection, he naturally agreed readily. That's troublesome. Lena's car is a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, the color of which is the same as Lena's, Passionate, a bright red sedan. Sitting inside, you can clearly smell a faint fragrance. It seems that no man has ever sat in this car, because all you can smell inside is women's body fragrance. While he was daydreaming, he felt a sudden pain in his waist. Wife? He looked down and found that Tang Weiwei's small hands were pinching his waist. Tang Weiwei pretended to be angry and whispered, I ask a question and you answer it? Li Changfeng nodded. Seeing her angry expression, I could already guess what she wanted to ask. What is your relationship with Lena? Tell me the truth, don't lie to me? Okay, tell me the truth. I'm meeting her for the first time, just like you? Huh, you're still lying to me? It's obviously the second time? It's not the second time, it's the first time, right? Wasn't it the first time downstairs in Wang Nua's building? And now? This counts as, okay, I was wrong, it's the second time. Tell me, what else are you hiding from me that I don't know? First the luxury cars, then the luxury houses. Because in Tang Weiwei's heart, she was quite familiar with Li Changfeng's family situation. Over the years, I have more or less learned from Wang Nua that, apart from being handsome, kind-hearted, and good at studying, he has no other good qualities. Now first a luxury car appeared, and then a property appeared, which made her mind short-circuit. It's as if I don't know her at all. Although, he explained that he won the lottery. For ordinary people, they may believe that such a good thing exists. But for Weiwei, that was simply impossible. Whether it is stocks or funds, futures or spot, there are people controlling them behind the scenes. Besides, even if he won the lottery, he wouldn't spend money like this. Especially for the poor, tens of millions may seem like a lot. If he builds it like this, it will probably take him half a year to finish it. No one would be so irrational. Therefore, Weiwei felt that he seemed to be hiding something from her. Looking at Tang Weiwei's judgmental eyes, Li Changfeng smiled slightly, okay? I will be honest with you tonight. I'll tell you all my little secrets, Ahem, is there a living person in front? Are we, Chapter 14 Set a small goal and make 100 million first. You two are showing off your affection like this, aren't you afraid, Hearing Lena's voice, Weiwei, who was already a little shy, became even more embarrassed. She gave him a resentful look, humph. Who wants to be honest with you? You wish for it. Tell you what, you still owe me a grand wedding? Although they got married today, in Tang Weiwei's heart, it was not perfect. Because the wedding venue today was not prepared for her and the ceremony was not completed, so in her heart, today's wedding did not count. After all, which girl doesn't want to marry in style? What's more, it's Tang Weiwei. But deep down, she was also a little worried. Although Li Changfeng looks like a rich man now, he is still far from being as rich as their family. Therefore, it remains unknown whether her family can accept her. Looking at the man in front of her, she felt conflicted. There were some things she didn't know how to tell him. Li Changfeng could somewhat see a little bit about Weiwei's worries. But now he is also helpless. When others get the system, they can make money by just swiping their cards. By simply signing in, they can either be given a building or shares. Each of them is extremely rich. You can act as pretentious as you want, and you can step on others however you want. But when it comes to myself, I was given some kind of future forecast system, and it still releases future news from time to time. No matter how you look at it, it's a scam. Garbage in the system. Ding, someone has been detected insulting this system. You are the scumbag, your whole family is a scumbag? This system is invincible because the host is too stupid. Don't you know that mastering the latest news means mastering wealth? You now not only have the latest news, but also the most advanced news. If you still cannot get rich, it means that this system has chosen the wrong host. Now this system has issued an additional task. The host must earn 100 million within 1 month. Task completed, reward, a bottle of gene potion. Mission failed, this system self-destructs, host dies, looking for a new host. Li Changfeng. What's the meaning? Li Changfeng was confused. Is this system too temperamental? I was just complaining casually, but he actually hit me with a big bomb. If it fails to be completed, it will self-destruct. Isn't this temper a bit too bad? System, I was wrong. I don't want any reward. Can you cancel the extra tasks? The system is silent. System dad, can you just make a sound? The system is still silent. At this time, no matter how he called the system, that damn thing just wouldn't come out. He was so anxious that his hair was about to smoke. Well, behind every great temptation there is always a trap. What is this genetic potion? What is its use? How is it possible for me to earn 100 million in just 1 month? Even if we let the top second-generation rich man Wang Xiaotsong come, he can't make 100 million. Not to mention that I am a poor loser. He has never even seen 1 million people. It was indeed a bit difficult for him to suddenly make 100 million within a month. The problem is, if you fail to complete it, you may lose your life. This immediately doubled his pressure. Originally, he felt that he had some assets and could live comfortably just by living a carefree life. If all else fails, just sell the Lambo worth tens of millions, replace it with a Land Rover, and then drive the big off-road vehicle on a spontaneous trip. I have several $1 million in my hand and I deposit it in the bank to earn high interest. Even if he doesn't do anything for the rest of his life, it will be enough for him to live. Because he has achieved true financial freedom. Now it seems that these are going away from him. If he doesn't make enough money within the specified time and fails to complete the tasks assigned by the system, and if this madman really explodes himself, then his good days will be over. Therefore, he has to seize the time and make money quickly. So he quickly took out his mobile phone to see how much money he had made from the Bitcoin he bought. After all, he has already grasped the inside information, and feels that whether he can get rich and save his life depends on Bitcoin. Seeing Li Changfeng take out his mobile phone and watch it seriously, Tang Weiwei also glanced at the phone curiously. Honey, what are you doing? What are you looking at, so intently and mysteriously? After hearing what Tang Weiwei said, Lena curiously glanced at his mobile phone through the rearview mirror. When she saw the arrow above, she understood. Mr. Li, did you really buy Bitcoin? How is it? What's the harvest? She asked knowingly. After all, she didn't know Li Changfeng's entry price, so she had no way of judging whether she made a profit or a loss. However, if you buy it today, you will definitely lose money. Because she has seen the trend of Bitcoin, it has been falling from morning to now. Looking at the dismal data on the phone, Li Changfeng wanted to smash this broken phone. Could it be that the data has been declining because the phone is broken? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he shook his head. However, the only thing to be thankful for is that it has not fallen below 6,000, otherwise, his 600,000 would have been wasted. The price dropped from more than $80,000 to more than $10,000. If he withdraws it now, he will have less than 100,000 left out of his 600,000. Without this startup capital, it would be a pipe dream for him to achieve his goal within a month. Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, please bless Bitcoin to never fall again, otherwise I might be the first person to be killed by the system. He prayed silently in his heart. Then he closed his phone, hoping that the gods in heaven could hear his prayers. Although the price of Bitcoin has dropped to the point where he almost lost his mind, he still won't admit it in front of his wife and other beautiful women. Don't I have any face? Ah. That's quite a catch. I just feel a little regretful. What do you regret? Do you regret buying Bitcoin? Lena smiled gently and charmingly. Of course not, I regret buying too little. Otherwise I could have made 100 million. By the way, Miss Lena, if you have money, you can also try it. It's a sure win. It should be able to rise to more than 20,000. If you sell all the coins you have at this point, you will get a lot of money. Don't miss it if you have money. In Li Changfeng's opinion, the market has probably hit bottom and should rebound. Seeing Lena's enthusiastic service, I wanted to reveal the inside story to her so that she could also benefit from it. Seeing Lena's expression of disbelief, he didn't care. He had done his best anyway, and it was her business whether she did it or not. Lena curled her lips and said, "I don't believe you. You don't even know how much you have lost, and you still want to drag me down with you." But she just muttered these words to herself in her heart. Hee, it's better for big bosses like you to play. I can't afford it. The community in front is Senlu Mansion. We are almost there. Chapter 15. The hole is getting bigger. Forest Mansion. Located in the inner ring of the coast, it is the absolute city center. The gate of the community uses marble as its foundation, which looks majestic and spectacular. Even the security guards in the community stand very straight. Whenever someone passes by, they will watch the pedestrians and vehicles passing slowly. However, those who are not from this community and outside visitors must register with their real names and inform the owner before they can pass. Otherwise, you can only stand outside and watch. Although this is just a residential area, the management standards are no worse than those of villa areas. Here, Li Changfeng had never thought that one day he would own a house here. That is unthinkable. Because the housing prices here are too expensive. When they walked into the gate of the community, they were about to take out the property certificate to confirm with the security guard, but they didn't expect the security guard to let them in directly. Didn't even try to stop it. "Lena, do you live here too?" Li Changfeng asked doubtfully. "Ha. I think so. But I can't afford it. How can a small salesman like me afford to live here?" Lena seemed to have guessed what he wanted to ask, so she continued. "Are you trying to ask me why no one stopped me when the regulations were so strict? You forgot that the property here belongs to the same company as mine, and I have a pass." After saying that, Lena threw a coquettish glance at them from behind. Soon, they arrived at the 6th floor of building number 6. He took a deep breath and calmed himself before walking into the room. After all, he has never lived in a duplex house in his life. Even if I have seen it, it was only on TV. While going upstairs, he was fantasizing about the layout of the room, the luxurious decoration, and so on. After all, the system has already said that everything the system gives away must be high quality. You can tell from the car that was delivered. Even Tang Weiwei's heart was beating wildly. After all, it is not easy to own a house of your own here, and a large duplex at that. Of course, the Tang family can afford it, but they may not invest tens of millions of dollars here. When Li Changfeng opened the door with excitement, the scene inside stunned him. Damn it! Pit! It's such a rip-off. I have never seen such a deceiving boss. But when Weiwei saw it, she didn't show an ugly expression, but looked at the huge space with joy. The extra-wide floor-to-ceiling windows, the 6-meter-high living room, the spiral staircase, the extra-large space structure, etc., all attracted her. Lena smiled and said, "Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, we also have dedicated senior designers. We can make any style you like." The reason why the two of them saw different performances of the room was because of the gap. Li Changfeng thought that the room should be ready for move-in. "I didn't expect it was a rough house. It must be quite expensive to decorate such a large unfinished house." The reason why Weiwei was happy was that she didn't like things that had been used by others or decorated in advance. She likes to decorate according to her own ideas and style. So, when she saw that it was an unfinished house, she seemed so happy. However, for Li Changfeng, this was a catastrophic frustration. His life was already in the countdown, with less than a month left. If I fail to complete the mission, I will probably have to say goodbye to this world. Therefore, he needs to save money frugally now and save up 100 million yuan as soon as possible. This is more than 200 square meters. If you just decorate it, it will cost hundreds of thousands, right? The little money I have is probably not enough for the decoration. However, facing two beauties, he can't be timid. After all, he had already told Weiwei in front of her that he had won 50 million in the lottery. So, he said very unconfidently, "Okay, I'll leave the decoration to my wife. From now on, let Weiwei connect with you." Well, sometimes, even if you are unwilling in your heart, you have to hold on for the sake of so-called face. Men are strange animals. They would rather die with dignity than live in misery. Leave this to me. Make sure to complete the mission. Tang Weiwei said happily. Because she thought that if she had this duplex and packaged her husband a little, she might be able to get away with it. Sure. Based on the estimated area, 3 to 4 million should be enough. Lena roughly estimated the budget for decoration. Li Changfeng. He really wanted to say, is it just 3 or 4 million? That's not 3 or 400 yuan. Coded. With so much money, should I sell my blood or my kidney? I guess even if I cut myself into pieces and sold everything that can be sold, it is still unknown whether it can be worth that much money. But, he couldn't say this. The dog day pit force system. I originally wanted to curse the system, but then I realized that it is not someone you can easily mess with. What if I am given a task within a week, will I still play it? If there were no system, there wouldn't be so many troubles as we have now. Isn't it also very happy to live an ordinary life with Tang Weiwei? Isn't a 9 to 5 life pretty good? Unfortunately, time cannot go back. But he never thought that even if Tang Weiwei was willing, would her family agree to live an ordinary life? After chatting for a while, they left. After all, Tang Weiwei hasn't married him yet, so she can't be considered his wife now, and naturally there's no way for him to take her back to his home. Before leaving, Tang Weiwei also gave him a deadline. When the house is ready, it will be time for them to get married again. According to a rough estimate, the decoration will be completed in just over a month. However, for Changfeng, as long as it happens 1 month later, it is not a big deal. Naturally, he also promised to give Weiwei a grand wedding. After all, as long as you can survive a month, it means that you have completed the system task. By that time, I was already a billionaire, so holding a grand wedding was no big deal. The question is, what should he do this month? Without transportation, he could only take a taxi home. Due to family conditions, he currently still lives with his parents. An old neighborhood. 80 square meters, 2-bedroom house. When he returned home, all the wedding characters that had been posted around the house had been torn off by his parents. I was afraid that my son would be sad if he saw it. Son, are you back? It's all my fault. I can't provide you with so much financial support. I still have some money on me, you can take it. Use it to pay off those foreign debts. Especially those anti-aircraft guns, the interest compounding is very powerful, we can't delay. It's probably harder than climbing to the sky to get that family to pay. She had seen what kind of person Yang Manyun was. Li Changfeng's eyes were filled with tears as he couldn't see the piles of brand new banknotes on his mother's desk. There was not much money left at home, and I didn't know where my mother got the money. But my mother has already sacrificed a lot for me. It was this house that she bought with the money she had raised by selling her jewelry. As far as she could remember, she had nothing left to sell. Then this money. Chapter 16, for a few pieces of silver. Mom, where did this money come from? He asked in confusion, looking at the hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table. This money. This is the money your father got from selling his small restaurant. Li looked at the man sitting on the ground smoking a pipe and said softly. Li Koan is Li Changfeng's stepfather. Ever since Li Yu and Li Koan started their family, they have not had any more children. Li Koan also treated him as his own child. He also remembers Li Koan's contributions. So, even though he was his stepfather, he treated him as his biological father. The small restaurant is the main source of income for their family. It can be said that without the small restaurant, there would be no income and the family would be left starving. However, fortunately, I am now able to make money, otherwise, their family would definitely have a very difficult life in the future. He secretly swore in his heart that as long as he could get through this month, he would make sure his parents lived a good life and no longer let them work hard for a little bit of change. Li Changfeng looked at the man who had no blood relationship with him, and his heart was filled with gratitude. In order not to worry his parents, he collected the money on the table and went into his room. He is indeed in urgent need of money now. A loan he had made for a high-interest loan has matured and he has to pay it back tomorrow. Otherwise, the compounded interest will be something that an ordinary person cannot afford. This money was just enough to pay off the loan first, in case the other party came to our house again and alarmed our parents. I tossed and turned in bed. From time to time, I also want to see if Bitcoin has risen a little. Maybe today is the freezing point of Bitcoin. From the time he started buying Bitcoin until now, there has been no upward trend in Bitcoin. The only thing to be thankful for is that the price is now stuck at 6,000 and will not move. Otherwise, if it drops a little more, Li Changfeng will go bankrupt. In order to get a good night's sleep, he turned off his cell phone. At this time, there was another person who was also eyeing Bitcoin. That's Lena. Because, when they were in the car, Li Changfeng told her that she could act now, as the price of Bitcoin would rise to more than 20,000 in the next few days. However, according to our observation, there is no possibility of rising at all. Bitcoin has fallen from 8,000 points yesterday to 6,000 points now. There is no sign of rising at all. Several of the stocks she held were in the green and had increased in price a lot. Well, what kind of person is he? How can an ordinary person afford a Lamborghini? You know, Lamborghinis need to be booked in advance, and this one is no exception. It was originally booked by a big boss in Binhai, but the car had already been delivered. However, when it was time to deliver the car, the leader informed her that the owner of the car had changed. Although I don't know why the big boss doesn't want it anymore, but can an ordinary person snatch this car from a big boss? What's more, the house in Forest Mansion had been idle for so long, but suddenly it was sold. All of this made Lena feel extraordinary. That's why she admires and is so enthusiastic about Li Changfeng. But how come such a person doesn't even know how to buy Bitcoin? What a weirdo. For a moment, Lena, who thought she was smart, couldn't figure out what kind of person this man was. Early the next morning, after eating a simple meal, he went to work. Although he also knew that it was impossible for him to earn 100 million yuan in just 1 month by working. Not to mention a month, even in a year or a lifetime, how many people can earn 100 million? After all, there are only a few working emperors in the country, and their wages are calculated on an annual basis. Even if you are a working emperor, don't expect to earn 100 million in a month. But if he doesn't go to work, he will go crazy. If you want to make that much money, you can only rely on the system. Because the tasks released by the system are basically random, he can only wait. There's no need to rush. Li Changfeng works for a design and planning company. He has been working here for 2 years. Almost every day he goes to the market, looks at plans, does planning, etc. Their team consists of 4 people in total, and they are currently working on a plan for a new real estate project for you. As he walked into the company, some rumors suddenly reached his ears. Even if he didn't want to listen, the pervasive sound would still reach his ears. Hey! Have you all heard about it? What did you hear? It seems that the news hasn't come through yet? Can you please stop keeping me in suspense and tell me quickly? I'm so anxious. Okay, it's Shaoli who just walked by. Didn't he get married yesterday? Don't you know what happened? Really? Is Shaoli so popular? 2 dragons playing with a pearl? This is a scene that can only appear in movies, but it actually happened in real life. How exciting! What a pity! I didn't even see such a lively scene. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to take a look. Cut. Don't you want to save money? You're still talking about me. Didn't you go too? It seems that apart from their group, not many other groups went. Yes, but it's hard for Shaoli. I actually met such a mother-in-law. She is so evil-minded. She is so good at breaking up couples, it will definitely not end well for her. He didn't take other people's comments seriously and went straight to his group. Hey! Shaoli, why are you here for work? Didn't you ask for a week's leave? Why is it expiring so soon? Yeah. 1 week, isn't that fast? Okay, it's over, don't think about it anymore. Now that you're back, do your own work. Using work to numb yourself can help you forget your worries. Ha. The person who spoke was the leader of their group, named Wang Fei. Although he is his leader, their relationship is still pretty good. After Wang Fei finished speaking, he handed him the investigation report in his hand and asked him to analyze it and then make a plan. No problem? But why do you look more miserable than me? Could it be that there is another big fluctuation in your stocks? Li Changfeng looked at Wang Fei in confusion. Because even if Wang Fei smiled, it looked so fake. That's called forced smile. Li Changfeng knew that Wang Fei liked to trade stocks and was also an old stock investor. What made him so sad must be inseparable from his stocks. It's just like buying Bitcoin yourself. Even if you know the final result, the ups and downs in the middle will still make you nervous. So, this is why he never plays or learns how to trade stocks. His little heart can't stand the roller coaster like excitement. Oh! Don't mention it. I've been unlucky lately. The stock market is not doing well. The day before yesterday, someone said that Bitcoin is easy to make money, so I went in to play a bit. I spent 150,000 to buy 20 Bitcoins. I didn't expect that I would lose 40,000 in just 2 days. I'm missing half a year's salary. Isn't that weird? I just sold it yesterday, and today it went up in price. One coin went up by 8,500. Why are my hands so cheap? If I didn't sell it, not only would I not lose money, I could even make 10,000. Well. Chapter 17, Frightened Wang Peng. It's going up. It's good that it's going up. It's finally going up. He hasn't looked at his phone since he turned it off last night. Because he was afraid that the price would fall below 6,000, he had not dared to open it and take a look until now. Now when I heard the team leader say that Bitcoin has increased in value, I immediately became excited. So much so that he forgot about the team leader's situation. The other person just lost tens of thousands of dollars, but you are actually happy about it. Why do you feel like you are gloating over someone else's misfortune? Looking at the team leader's bitter expression, Li Changfeng suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He stood up, rubbed his hands, and looked at Wang Fei. Hey, team leader, why haven't I heard that you bought Bitcoin? When did you buy it? Wang Fei looked at Li Changfeng with a dark face. Changfeng, I said I lost money, why are you so excited? Why, do you think the gift I gave you is too little? You haven't made it yet anyway, so why not give me a bigger one next time? Otherwise, just return the money you gave me this time. No, how could that be possible? How can you give money and then ask for it back? Isn't that unfair? However, I do know a little bit about Bitcoin. If you listen to me, it's not too late to buy it now. According to reliable information, Bitcoin will rise wildly in the next 2 days. If you want to get it back, just listen to me. Because I have a good relationship with him, I want to help him. However, I couldn't tell him all the details, so I could only find a not so good excuse. Rumor? He. That's all lies, don't believe it. I've never played this before, so I'll just take it as a lesson. Seeing how persistent he was, Li Changfeng didn't know what to say. After all, I had said everything I should have said, but he refused to believe it and there was nothing I could do. Looking at the pile of documents on the table, he knew that he would be busy this morning. While he was sorting out the information, the police also found the suspect who scratched the Lamborghini. At this time, 2 policemen were heading towards the suspect's home. Wang Peng was browsing WeChat at home and watching funny online jokes, which made him laugh out loud. Suddenly, a short video caught his attention. Dear fans and friends, look, what luxury car I encountered today. This is a Raventon worth tens of millions? It is said that only 20 cars were produced in the world. It is a noble car of the Rambo family, right? This kind of car is not something you can buy just because you have money. Not only do you need to be rich, you also need to have a certain social status. Otherwise, even if you spend twice as much, you still won't be able to buy this Raventon. It seems that we have quite a lot of big guys in Binhai. As soon as Lamborghini appeared in the live broadcast room, it immediately attracted a lot of interaction from fans. Wow, is it really Raventon? That's my beloved, isn't it? Oh. If I had a car like this and drove it to a blind date, I guess the other party wouldn't ask for hundreds of thousands of dollars in betrothal gifts. The guy above, you underestimate Rambo too much. I can guarantee that if you look at it and go on a blind date, the other party will not only not ask you for a dowry, 3 golds, or a 3-bedroom apartment, but will even pay you for it. Vulgarity, prejudice, do you think all women in the world are so scornful of the poor and so fond of the rich? I won't. As long as I like you, I will marry you regardless of whether you have a house or a car. Stop, the person above, can you add me on WeChat? My WeChat ID is 159,234. The guy upstairs, you dare to steal my wife, believe it or not, I will break your 3rd leg? Beauty, my WeChat number is 132-3445. Just because a girl said she didn't want a dowry, she was targeted by countless wolves. Even Wang Peng felt like he was about to make some moves. Then, the girl said one more sentence and was immediately scolded. Sure, as long as one of you can drive this Raventon to meet me, I will propose to you. Cut. Shameless. Just then, someone said, look, there's a scratch on the car. As this sentence appeared, everyone discovered the problem. At first, the anchor was just standing in front of the camera taking selfies and didn't notice that the car was scratched. After seeing the fans' messages, he took a closer look and zoomed in. I found that it was indeed a long trace. You can tell at a glance that it is man-made. Judging from the marks, it looks like it was scratched by something blunt, not very sharp. Such as keys, lighters, etc. Seeing the scratches on it, the live broadcast room became lively again. Oh my god? This is a new car I just bought. How could someone do this to me? What kind of deep hatred must this have? Yeah, let alone a Lamborghini, even if it's an ordinary Maserati, with a scratch like this, it would cost tens of thousands to take it to a 4S store. Ha, tens of thousands, you don't know what Lambo is made of. It's carbon fiber. There was once a report online about a Maverick that cost more than 6 million yuan to complete. It was said that the 4S shop quoted a price of 400,000 yuan. As for this one, it would cost at least 1 million yuan to complete it. Ha ha. That idiot should just pray that he doesn't get caught. Otherwise, he will lose everything he has. Yeah, I don't know which naughty kid it is, but he is definitely a scumbag. Really? If the kid's father finds out, will he catch him, hang him on a tree and beat him to death? I'm really looking forward to it. Looking at the chat records in the live broadcast room, Wang Peng was still very complacent at first. Because the protagonist that everyone is talking about is himself. Yesterday, they were very angry after being kicked out of the hotel by Li Changfeng. When we came here, we discussed some strategies, but didn't complete any of them. They were driven out in such a disgraceful manner, so they were naturally angry and furious. So when he walked to his car and looked at the Lamborghini, the desire for revenge came out. He looked around and saw that there was no one around and no one was looking at him, so he took out his car keys and scratched a line on the body of the Lamborghini while he got in the car. He originally wanted to make a deeper scratch, but the key was not sharp, so only a little paint was removed. Because he was afraid of being seen, he did not go out and stab him again. Fortunately, he didn't have the nerve to stab him again. If the carbon fiber inside was also scratched, he would have to pay even more. Now that he sees the compensation mentioned above, he is scared. If I were really caught, where would I get so much money to compensate me? With more than 1 million, I guess I have to sell the house. Otherwise, he would have to dismantle it and sell it on the black market. He was really scared at this moment. Just then, there was a sudden rapid knock on the door. He was immediately scared. No way. You found it so quickly. The hand holding the phone was shaking unconsciously. The sound of knocking on the door was like a siren, irritating Wang Peng's nerves. What are you doing? Why don't you open the door? What are you sitting there for? At this time, Wang Nuo walked out of the room. No, sister, don't open the door. What's wrong? What are you afraid of? What bad things have you done again? Wang Nuo didn't listen to him and walked towards the door alone. Wang Peng's voice came from behind again. Sister, please check who it is first. If they are looking for me, just say I'm not here. Wang Nuo rolled his eyes at him and opened the door without paying attention to what he said. When he saw Yang Manyun, his nervous mood immediately relaxed. Fortunately, it's not. That's good. Even if they found me, it wouldn't be so fast. After all, police officers are very busy and don't have the time to investigate such a small matter. Wang Peng thought to himself. When he stood up and looked out the door, his relaxed mood suddenly became tense again. My legs started shaking unconsciously. Chapter 18, Really Too Naive. It's true that the more you fear something, the more you see it. When he saw that it was his mother who came in, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that maybe he was too nervous. 10 minutes ago, my mother went out to buy breakfast, and the person knocking on the door was me, my mother who had just returned from buying breakfast. Looking at the steaming buns, he stood up unconsciously. Because my internal organs have already protested. However, when he saw two men in uniform outside the door, he was stunned. Sister, hurry up, close the door. Wang Nuo didn't know why and didn't close the door in time. Because he also saw the police outside the door, and they seemed to be checking something. So he took the initiative to step forward and say hello. Hello, police officer. Which room are you looking for? 1203? Wang Nuo thought about it and looked at his house number again. ISNT is home 1203? Before Wang Nuo could continue speaking, the two policemen who came up also saw the house number. He walked towards her. Uncle Police, what's up? No big deal, just a little thing. Excuse me, does Wang Peng live here? Yeah. He's my brother, and he's at home. What do you want to talk to him about? When the two law enforcement officers heard Wang Nuo say that the suspect was in the house, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I'm at home. Otherwise, if we fail this time, it will be even more difficult to find him next time. Wang Peng, who was standing in the room, was so angry when he heard Wang Nuo's voice that he wanted to jump off the building. She didn't hear a single word I said just now. I saw two uniformed policemen coming up to me. He was really scared and sat down on the sofa. Your name is Wang Peng, right? Will you please come with us? The two policemen spoke very politely. No, police officer, I didn't do anything. It wasn't me? Did you arrest the wrong person? Now it's okay, you've confessed it yourself. Even the interrogation can be avoided. With this kind of mental quality, you still dare to do bad things. We didn't say it was you? It's just a broken headlight, no big deal. Just go and explain it. As long as we get the other party's understanding, it's not a big problem. One of the policemen said deliberately. What did you say, a broken headlight? Then it definitely wasn't me. I just scratched a mark with my key. I definitely didn't do anything with the headlights. I swear. No wonder you guys made such a fuss. It's just a scratch. It turns out the car was smashed. He deserves it. Good job. Oh. Now that you've admitted it, it's easy. Let's go. Under normal circumstances, a scratch is really not worth using the resources of the national police to find such a small matter. But the problem is that the car is not ordinary. Just returning it to the factory for repairs will cost you over $1 million. The wealth is already huge, so they can't help but investigate and solve the case properly. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After a night of investigation, it took less than 24 hours from identifying the suspect to finding specific information. Now the police used a little trick to make Wang Peng admit his behavior. What awaits him in the future is a huge compensation. After saying this, the two policemen prepared to take him away by force. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you that I didn't break the headlight? Why are you arresting me? Uncle Police, please don't wrongly accuse a good person. That's right, police officer, my brother doesn't look like someone who would do something like that, does he? Did you make a mistake? Seeing that his brother was about to be forcibly taken away, Wang Nuo stepped forward to stop him and stopped him from leaving. Wang Nuo's behavior is still good, but young Man Yun is a typical shrew. Holding a broom in his hand, he stood at the door, pointed at the two policemen and said, "Whoever dares to take my son away, I will fight him." Looking at her momentum, it is comparable to that of Guan Yu's third brother Zhang Fei, who scared away Chao's 100,000 troops with just one shout at Cheng Banpo. Unfortunately, young Man Yun is not Zhang Fei, and the police are not Chao Jun. How could they fall for this? Naturally, they have their own ways to deal with those who obstruct law enforcement. After all, police spend a lot of time dealing with trivial matters like this. Don't worry, we will never wrongly accuse a good person, but we will not let a bad person go either. Your son scratched a limited edition luxury car yesterday, and now the other party has called the police, so now we have no choice but to take him back. If you want your son to be safe, you'd better go and negotiate with the person who reported the case and ask them to drop the case. Otherwise, you can only follow the legal procedures. It's Li Changfeng again, what do they want to do? Isn't it just a scratch on his car? At worst, he can scratch our car, and then we'll be even. Is there any need to call the police? Making a mountain out of a molehill. Since Wang Peng had just admitted that he scratched the Lamborghini, young Man Yun simply admitted it as well. Lately I've been getting involved with this Li Changfeng again and again, as if I can't get over it. As a law enforcement officer, it is necessary to educate young Man Yun on some basic common sense given his ignorance. Isn't this just making a fuss? Besides, can two cars be the same? Your son scratched a limited edition Lamborghini. It cannot be repaired locally. It needs to be shipped to a designated city for repair. With just the shipping fee, you can buy a mid-size car. How can you compare? It can't be repaired without more than 1 million. So, you better hurry up and find money to hire a lawyer. Of course, there is another way, which is to find the person involved and not let him pay the money. Or let him pay less. After all, cars like this usually come with full insurance, so the insurance company will pay the claim. After hearing the police's explanation, Yang Man Yun was dumbfounded. What 1 million? Where could she get 1 million? She hadn't even found the more than 400,000 that Li Changfeng wanted, and now she had tens of millions more. Isn't this fatal? Seeing the police taking her son away, she didn't dare to throw a tantrum anymore. Because this approach doesn't work on them. Daughter, Nuonyuo, what should we do now? You heard what the police said. Now your brother has been taken away by them. If you don't have money, your brother will most likely be sentenced. You only have this one brother, you must find a way to help him, right? Yang Manyun was at a loss as to what to do, so she had to place her hopes on her daughter. Help, what can I do? If you hadn't been so overbearing and protective, would he have been so lawless? If you hadn't listened to him and separated me and Changfeng, would we have gotten to this point? Don't you think I'm miserable enough now? The anger suppressed in Wang Nuo's heart suddenly erupted. She, who had never blamed her family before, could no longer bear it. After saying that, he walked into his room and slammed the door shut. Her face was full of grievance and anger dominated her. It can be said that Wang Nuo is now a small volcano. Anyone who dares to approach must be prepared to bear her wrath. Chapter 19, Big Profits. Li Changfeng, who was writing furiously in the company, also received a call from the police. It's just that the result was a bit unexpected. Originally he thought it was some naughty kid who messed around. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be his former brother-in-law. The police asked him how he wanted to resolve the issue. If it was really done by a naughty kid, he might not take it so seriously. After all, he is still a child. Just teach him a lesson. However, Wang Peng's words are of a different nature. It can be said that I feel annoyed when I hear his name. So he just said, let's just do what we have to do. Then the call ended. Wang Peng, you can survive the misfortunes sent by heaven, but you cannot survive the misfortunes brought upon yourself. Yesterday, the forest shop estimated the approximate repair cost, which was as high as 1.3 million. It's Wang Peng's house. Let us see what they can use to pay it back. It seems that he has no choice but to wash himself and squat inside. In order to reduce the worries in his heart, he was busy at work all day long. I also looked at Bitcoin from time to time. I have been thinking in my mind when to sell it and when the price will rise to 25,000. If I don't make any money, I won't have the money to pay the deposit tomorrow. Because, at noon, Tang Weiwei had already decided on a plan with the decoration company, choosing a combination of Chinese and Western decoration styles. The total cost is about 3.5 million. However, a 30% deposit is required in advance. The remaining 50% of the total payment will be paid after more than half of the decoration is completed. The remaining 20% will be paid after acceptance. 30% is more than 1 million, right? This made him very worried. The problem is that he simply can't come up with that much money right now, so he has to postpone the payment to tomorrow. Anyway, it doesn't say that you have to pay immediately. After get off work, when he returned home and watched the slowly rising value of digital currency, his heart also started beating along with the ups and downs of Bitcoin. The only bad thing is that we only know that Bitcoin reached a peak during these 2 days. However, I don't know when. Therefore, he can only keep an eye on the price of digital currency. If he misses it and there is another big drop, who can he turn to for justice? It seems that if you want to trade stocks and invest, you still need some help. For example, if you want to set up an investment company, you need to hire a group of professional operators. If he keeps staring at his phone by himself, he will be exhausted to death. However, he currently does not have the ability and funds to start a company. However, this can be the next goal, to set up an investment company of my own. Watching the rise of digital currency, he secretly encouraged himself, keep steady, keep steady. Because now the price of one Bitcoin has risen to 15,000. If he sold all his Bitcoins now, he could make more than 1 million. More than 1 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. If the system hadn't told him that it hadn't reached its peak yet, he would have cashed out by now. After all, the money is yours only when you get it in your hands. In this regard, it's just a number. Because it may disappear at any time. Bitcoin is different from stocks and is protected by a circuit breaker mechanism. If the price rises or falls to a certain extent, the circuit breaker mechanism will be triggered, resulting in a temporary situation. That is the layout of the upper and lower limits. Once the price limit appears, buying and selling will no longer be allowed, and all market makers and retail investors will have to stop for a period of time. The purpose is to protect personal interests and also to give you some time to consider whether to sell or continue to wait. However, Bitcoin does not have this mechanism. This is why many people are afraid to play. If you suffer a loss, your funds can be liquidated in just one day. Similarly, when it comes to making money, it's crazy. As the saying goes, high risk, high reward. Playing with Bitcoin is all about excitement and heartbeat. It is even more exciting when he uses leverage. People say that stock trading is like a roller coaster, so if you add leverage, it would be like bungee jumping? No wonder people with high blood pressure or heart disease are said not to invest in stocks. Because their little hearts simply can't bear that kind of stimulation. Li Changfeng, from the time he returned home last night until the next morning, he barely blinked. Check the app on your phone from time to time. Afraid of missing the best trading time. This made him dizzy and dazed. There is no way to go to work in this state? So I took a leave of absence and kept an eye on the trends of Bitcoin at home. He had a feeling that this peak would come soon. Hard work pays off. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the price of Bitcoin finally broke through 25,000 per coin. Seeing the right time, he quickly sold all the Bitcoins in his hands. Because, since it is the highest point, it may fall down soon. It's a pity that we don't know the exact drop, otherwise if there is another wave of short selling, we might be able to make more money. When I bought it, the price was 7,000 yuan, and now it is 26,000 yuan, so the difference is less than 20,000 yuan. Add 5 times leverage and you're making a killing. Including the principal, a total of 8.2 million was withdrawn. He feels like he is dreaming now. In the first 2 days, he was still struggling to raise 300,000 yuan, but now he has money that others cannot earn in their entire life. More than 8 million, even if you are a civil servant and you don't eat or drink, you have to work for a lifetime. Even though, before this, he had already obtained a Lambo worth tens of millions and a mansion worth tens of thousands, but they were not enough to shock people with so much money. Looking at the prices that were still rising, he was making a bold decision. Is there going to be a wave of short selling? Although I don't know how low the price will go, at least I know it will definitely go down. According to its rules, if it dares to rise by several 100% in one day and one night, it will also dare to fall by several 100%. Since there is no specific data, don't bet so much. It's okay to bet that it can fall by half. So he took out more than 1 million again and bought 50 bitcoins. The leverage is also set at 5 times. However, this time, he set up automatic selling. Automatically sell if the price drops by half. Because the future trend of Bitcoin will only continue to rise, and there is a limit to its decline after all. This is just the capitalists behind Bitcoin reaping the benefits. When their expectations are met, the price of Bitcoin will naturally increase. What he has to do is to fish in troubled waters. Just after setting up Bitcoin, the system voice rang again. The latest news from the city: due to the large flow of people in Shangshan Park, under pressure from the South Gate, the North Passage will be opened in the near future. System Dad, you finally showed up? I thought you were mute. But what does this have to do with me? Can we get a little more practical? Can't you just send me a lottery message? Tell me about the next winning ticket number. I promise I can complete the task in less than a month. Otherwise, the task this month is too big, 100 million, how can we complete it? He would not dare to enter the stock market rashly without any prior information. If you think you are a stock god just because you made millions in just 2 days, you are completely wrong. He doesn't dare to float like that. When he didn't know what to do, he received a call from Tang Weiwei. Chapter 20, Heart-Beating Lena. When Bitcoin rose to 26,800 points, it experienced a cliff-like decline. Anyone who has been paying attention to Bitcoin is terrified. Although Lena has never played it, she started paying attention to it since she heard Li Changfeng say that the price would rise to more than 20,000. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, the market was almost falling all the time, and then it started to slowly rise again last night. By this morning, by the time she looked at it, it had risen past the 20,000 mark. At first she didn't believe it and was laughing at Li Changfeng in her heart. After all, it was me who told him how to buy Bitcoin. How can anyone who doesn't know how to operate it judge the direction of Bitcoin? So, how could she possibly believe what Li Changfeng said to him? Rising, how is that possible? Is it easy to earn that little money by yourself? Investing hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's estimated that you won't even hear a sound before it's all gone. But looking at this data now, she regrets it so much. I thought, if only I had listened to him at that time. The 300,000 yuan in your hand can be turned into 600,000 yuan, 900,000 yuan, or even 1.2 million yuan. It seems that the poor really can't understand the world of the rich. Lena sat in front of the computer desk and sighed secretly. She is summarizing her own shortcomings. How could a top student majoring in finance, live such a failure? Is it because I lack courage or bravery? In order to make money, it can be said that she has several jobs. She is both a real estate salesperson and a car saleswoman, and at the same time, a professional investment consultant wearing standard business attire. Financial investment consultant is her real job, and selling cars and houses is just a part-time job after work. Of course, it's not that she loves money. There is no way. Because her father failed in business and owed a huge loan, as a child, she had no choice but to pay off her father's debts. If there were no family pressure, she would probably live a more relaxed life and enjoy it perfectly. After all, her income is still relatively high. It was precisely because of the debt that she wanted to make money desperately. Don't miss any opportunity to make money. Because he has always been upset about losing this opportunity. But if she were to start all over again and be given the choice again, would she buy it? The answer is no. Investing has made her a cautious person. She would not do anything without any certainty. If that's the case, then there's nothing to be sad about. Maybe this is his luck. If he sells at this point, he will make some profit, but if he sells too late, he will still make no profit. Lena sat in the office thinking. After checking the time, she stood up and left the office. Because she knew that Li Changfeng had to pay the money today, and she wanted to see this godlike figure again. Of course, there is another purpose, which is to collect commissions. She introduced such a big client to the design company, so naturally the commission was quite high. Based on the 7% commission, she can receive more than 200,000 yuan in commission. So, of course, she had to go this time. It's rare for him to meet a big client like Li Changfeng in a century. Although there are many bosses willing to give her money and deliberately bring her business. But she knew that they were all deadly traps. How could such a smart Lena fall for that trick? Wang Fei, the leader of Li Changfeng's team, was also in the same dilemma as Lena. He clearly remembered that Li Changfeng told him yesterday that he could still follow the trend and make some money. Yesterday, one Bitcoin was worth just over 8,000. Not to mention a lot, if you buy 20 coins, you can make 18,000 for one, and more than 300,000 for 20 coins. Remember, this is only one day. He can earn 2 years' salary in one day. It would be a lie to say I have no regrets. More than 300,000 yuan, gone just like that. That's an A6. At this time, Li Changfeng had already met Tang Weiwei. Weiwei, are you done? Then let's go and pay the deposit. Now that you have made money, your tone of voice is different. If the rise of Bitcoin had occurred a day later, he would probably have no idea what his expression would be like now. So, he felt relaxed and his face was full of smiles. As the saying goes, people feel refreshed when happy events occur. Even if they don't smile, it will be a natural smile. Honey, do you want to take a look? There are so many decoration styles. I just picked a better one. After all, we're going to live here for the rest of our lives, so of course we have to make it better. Okay, whatever you say. I won't watch it anymore. Just do whatever you want. As for the decoration, he completely left it to Weiwei, letting her decorate it however she wanted. He is only responsible for making money, and lets Weiwei take care of spending money. Hey! Husband, you're so nice. Although Weiwei's family is wealthy, she doesn't have much money on her. Therefore, even if she wanted to pay for it herself, she didn't have the money at the moment. Unless you ask your parents. This was the last thing she wanted to do. Wife, you are so beautiful. Hubby, you're so handsome. Wife. Husband. Ahem. That. Seeing them showing their affection everywhere, Lena was so confused. Hey, Miss Nana, you are so beautiful too? Li Changfeng boasted shamelessly. Yeah. Everyone who knows this and who doesn't know this says so. Can we sign the contract now? Soon, under Lena's leadership, they signed the contract, paid the deposit, and then they walked out. I saw Li Changfeng and Weiwei were about to leave. Lena suddenly remembered something, so she trotted over to them. Mr. Li, excuse me? I want to ask you a question. Oh. Please speak? Li Changfeng stopped and looked at Lena, who was walking towards him. Do you still hold your Bitcoin? Bitcoin? He thought about it for a moment and then said, yes, I sold them all today. But I bought some more. Sold it? Why did you buy it again after you sold it? Could it be that you are doing? Really? A master is a master. Rich people really think ahead of the times. However, most people don't dare to short sell. Ha, you guessed it right, not only short selling, but also 5 times leverage. 5 times? Lena was really confused. Who is the investment expert? Whether he sold at the high point or shorted now, he made a lot of money. The more you invest, the more you earn. Because it utilizes the principle of leverage. At this time, she was increasingly unable to see through Li Changfeng. Mr. Li, I really admire you. This is Lena's voice from the heart. If she dares to play like this. Unfortunately, she doesn't dare, because she can't afford to lose even if she wins. Seeing Li Changfeng pulling Tang Weiwei away, she actually showed an envious look. Yes. Just envious. She was envious and jealous. In a trance, she actually imagined how great it would be if the girl being pulled was herself. After Li Changfeng took Weiwei away, 2 figures also followed here. It was Yang Manyun and Wang Nuo. Unfortunately, they came up empty-handed again. Chapter 21, Another Empty Look. Yang Manyun has been very busy these past 2 days. Use all kinds of connections, give all kinds of gifts, and then go to a lawyer for consultation. In the end, they got a unified answer, which was that she had to face the person she didn't want to face again. The lawyer had told her clearly. If she doesn't get the other party's forgiveness, her son won't be able to get out. Not only can they not get out, but they also have to face huge compensation. There was no other way, so she had to pull Wang Nuo to go with her to find Li Changfeng again. Pray that Wang Nuo will play the emotional card with him so that the other party will not pursue the responsibility. They went to the company early this morning to look for Li Changfeng. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, I didn't see a single person. After asking around, I found out that Li Changfeng did not come to work today and had taken a leave. So they ran to Li Changfeng's house again. Unfortunately, the second before they arrived, Li Changfeng had already gone out to have a date with Weiwei. So, they came up empty-handed again. After asking, we learned that they came here again. Although they didn't know why the 2 of them came here, they still followed them. Unfortunately, they were 1 step too late again. When they arrived at the design company, Li Changfeng and Weiwei had already left. No, do you think he is sincere? Where we find them, that's where they disappear? Do you think they feel guilty and dare not see us? Yang Manyun is still very irritable. My own son is still in the detention center. I have been trying my best to find him for 2 days, but I still can't find him. What is a detention center? Is it where normal people stay? Not eating enough and not sleeping well every day. She felt sad when she thought of her beloved son suffering in there. But now, she has blamed all the blame on Li Changfeng. Although now I am begging him. Once his son is rescued, she will probably turn hostile immediately. Although she is not very smart, she still understands the principle of keeping one's head down when under someone's roof. Now her only hope is her daughter. After all, they have been together for so many years and there is still affection between them. Even though we are separated, the feelings should still be there. Yang Manyun looked at Wang Nuo, who was silent, and continued. No, when we find it later, you have to say more nice things. Don't argue with him? Although we are still right, we still have to give in when it's time. It's just a broken car, it's not like it has no insurance. It's just a small scratch, why don't you just ask the insurance company to compensate you? But you insist on blackmailing us. You are such a piece of shit. Seeing Yang Manyun becoming more and more excited, Wang Nuo interrupted her. Mom, do you still think it's someone else's fault? It's their business if they have insurance. If you damage it, you have to pay for it. Can we please be reasonable? Okay, I'll just listen to you. As long as I can stop him from holding your brother responsible, I'll do anything. No accountability? Now they can't even see each other, how can they talk? When he was bored, Wang Nuo picked up his mobile phone and checked his circle of friends. As I was flipping through the pages, I saw a photo of a young couple standing among the flowers in the park. As she watched, her eyes became moist. He once said that in that position, she was the only one he could rely on forever. In the blink of an eye, that place no longer belonged to her. Another girl has replaced her. What's even more ironic is that the person who replaced her was her best friend. I looked at the time and it was sent 5 minutes ago. However, she couldn't tell where this scenery was. As long as you know where the scenery behind them is, you can find their location. Perhaps God took pity on her and soon someone told her the location. Below the photo, there are some messages from friends. Weiwei, where are you? ISNT, the view behind beautiful? Weiwei, who is the handsome guy next to you? Didn't you say you don't like boys? You also promised me that you'd be alone until old age, but now you're going back on your word. No, you have to give him half to me. Weiwei, you guys were playing in Shangshan Park, I just went there. Xiangshan Park. Seeing how happy they were having, Wang Nuo felt jealous. It's working hours now, but he goes out to have fun. Doesn't he even do his job? Well, maybe you can live a better life without me. It has been 2 years since graduation and he rarely takes leave. Once, he was extremely ill, with a high fever of 43 degrees. Even so, he was reluctant to take a day off to rest. According to him, if you take a day off, you will be deducted 300 yuan, and you won't even get the full attendance bonus. So, for 2 years, he never took a day off. But now, seeing that Wang Nuo was in a low mood, Yang Manyun comforted him. It's okay. Sit here and take a rest. I'll go ask if anyone knows where they went. After saying that, she wanted to walk towards the design company. Now they have figured out why Li Changfeng came here. They actually bought a house in Forest Mansion and came here to find someone to design and decorate it. No need to go, I already know where they are. They are playing in Shangshan Park. Wang Nuo said weakly. Ah? Shangshan Park, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave. I was afraid they had left, so I had to get there as soon as possible. Li Changfeng and Wang Nuo were indeed visiting Shangshan Park. Ever since the system released the message, he has been thinking about what the use of this message is. So, after finishing the contract matters, he took Weiwei to Shangshan Park for a visit. One is to look at the surrounding environment and relax a little. The second is to see what you can do. He now has to make good use of every message the system gives him. Otherwise, how can I complete the task this month? While inspecting, you can also take photos as souvenirs, which naturally makes the most of the time. Besides, although he was born in this city, he had never been to or visited many places in this city. During school time, we study and have no time to play. After graduation, he is either working or on the way to work. He has neither the time nor the money to travel. Now that I have time, money, and a beautiful and lovely girlfriend by my side, I naturally cannot waste this wonderful time. Besides, he has fewer days to live now, so how can he not enjoy himself to the fullest? The two of them strolled leisurely. Perhaps because Li Changfeng was thinking about something, they walked until they arrived at the north gate of Shangshan. The north gate is closed at this time. It has not been opened. Because there has been construction going on the north side of Shangshan, this passage has not been opened for the safety of citizens. Through the gap of the north door, looking outside. Although there are people doing business in the shops here, it is not very busy. There are signs everywhere saying for sale, and the business is terrible. Compared with the south gate, this place is at two extremes, one is deserted, while the other is packed with people. At this moment, suddenly an idea came into his mind. Chapter 22, Shangshan Park. Could it be that the system wants to tell me this news? Once this gate is opened, will this side become as crowded as the south gate? As the saying goes, where there are talents, there is business. No one, you are doing business with ghosts. After I figured it out, my worries were finally relieved. Damn it, why don't you just say come over and buy the storefront here now? Save me from having to guess your intentions. Seeing Li Changfeng staring at the house outside, Weiwei also looked outside. But, after looking for a long time, there was nothing there except the house? Could he still see the flowers? Weiwei thought secretly in her heart. Husband? What are you looking at? Aren't there any pretty ladies out there? Apart from the dirty roads and empty houses, there's nothing else? But how could she know Li Changfeng's mood at the moment? Wife. I suddenly have an idea? Husband, if you have any ideas, please speak them out and let the young lady hear them. He. Look, there are storefronts for sale here. I want to buy a few for investment. Honey, you're not referring to the storefront here, are you? Tang Weiwei looked at the surrounding environment and swallowed her saliva. She really wanted to say, are you blind? If you buy a house here as an investment, you will lose everything. Don't you see that the storefronts here are either unrented or in the process of being sublet? Anyone with a little bit of thought and brains should not choose this place. If you want to invest in a storefront, you can either go to a commercial street, a newly developed shopping mall, or the entrance of a newly renovated residential community, etc. Anywhere would be better than here. I, a weak woman, can think of all these, so why can't he? This is not like him. What's more, he is a designer. He should be very familiar with real estate and houses. How did you come up with this idea? Besides, the Li Changfeng he knew was a smart and capable person. You shouldn't make such a stupid decision. Unless there's something else. Hey, hubby, I support you no matter what you do. You are responsible for making money to support the family, and I am responsible for being beautiful. Yeah. My wife is awesome. Although Weiwei had doubts in her heart, she still supported herself. This shows her trust in herself. But, I'm still a little confused in my heart. First, I don't understand the prices here, and second, I don't know how to operate. After much thought, there are only two solutions. Or you can call the customers directly and ask them about the current prices. The second is to find an agency to inquire about the housing prices here. But once you find an agent, there may be some unpredictable things. After all, housing prices in many places are driven up by those so-called serious real estate agents. If they came across a slightly cheaper house, they would take it. Then sell it at a high price. Especially when you meet a competitor. One agency is negotiating cooperation, while another agency is trying to sabotage the deal and prevent it from closing. Therefore, the intermediary company is not the best choice. Lena? I almost forgot about this great guy. Didn't she sell her house and car? You should be able to get the real news by asking her. After all, she should have earned a lot because of me. After thinking for a while, he called Lena. I just returned to the company, turned on my computer, and was about to check the stock market when I received a call from Li Changfeng. What's wrong with me lately? Why do I always have to deal with him? Lena sat in the chair and thought. After hesitating for a moment, he answered Li Changfeng's call. Hey, Boss Li, you're already missing me after we just separated? Hey. Lena greeted jokingly. What? The north gate of Xiangshan Park. Why are you asking about the housing prices there? Okay, I'll ask for you. Because Lena deals with first-hand properties, she doesn't know much about second-hand properties. So she contacted a friend of hers who was an agent. Afterwards, I searched the internet for information about the housing prices there. After analysis and argumentation, an answer was obtained. The housing prices there have no investment value at all. At first, when the commercial street was just opened, the housing prices were still relatively high. After all, it was in a good location and was close to Xiangshan Park. It can be said that it is a place with huge flow of people. When it was first launched, even if you had money but no connections, you couldn't buy a house there. It can be said that it is difficult to find a room. Who would have known that 5 years later, the housing prices there not only did not rise, but actually fell a lot? The reason is that the North Gate was not opened and people could not pass through there. The flow of people in a community alone is not enough to increase the value of housing prices there. That's why it's so desolate there. I opened a restaurant, but no one went to eat there. The supermarket is open, but no one comes in. The purpose of doing business is to make money. If there is no money to be made, people will naturally leave the place slowly. It became a desolate place. Since it was a desolate place, Lena couldn't understand why Li Changfeng was still asking about the market there. She didn't believe that a big boss would inquire about a desolate place for no reason. However, if he wants to buy the house over there, he must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. After thinking for a while, she dialed Li Changfeng's number. At this time, Li Changfeng, with Weiwei, had already walked around the north gate and stood on the desolate street. Hello, Lena? How's the question? Boss Li, I just asked, is there any room for development there right now? The current housing prices are only lower than the original opening price. When the market opened, the storefronts there were 11,000 square meters. Now, they are almost the same. The main reason is that the north gate has not been opened. If it had been opened, the housing prices there would have probably increased several times. Oh. How many times can it be multiplied? What is the approximate price range? The reason why he asked this was that he wanted to know how much money he could make by investing here. At least, you know how much money you can spend when the time comes. It's hard to say. Do you really want to get something for free? You can refer to the housing prices in the South, they will probably be about the same. But it's not so easy to find a bargain, right? Okay, thank you then. After understanding the specific information, he knew what to do. The housing prices in the South have now risen to more than 50,000 or 60,000 yuan per square meter. That is to say, the best position can reach more than 60,000, and the worst can reach 50,000. Li Changfeng, with Wei Wei, walked into a restaurant that had a sign saying for sale. Hello, are you here to visit the store or to eat? If you're here to eat, I'm sorry, but we're no longer doing this business. The rent is due in a few days. We're moving out. If you're here to look at the store, we can chat. The boss was also very polite. He poured them some tea and asked them to sit down. It looks like you can only come to the store now, because you have no more food to eat. Ha ha. Sorry, that's true. There's nothing we can do about it. Business is so bad that no one can come over. After talking to them, I realized that doing business is not easy. Especially for those who run a restaurant, they have to get up early and work late, and all the money they earn is hard-earned. This boss spent 2 years here, but still didn't wait for the north gate to open. Seeing their pity, Li Changfeng looked at the boss and said before leaving, "Brother, if you listen to me, just hold on a little longer and wait until the rent is due before moving in. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise." Chapter 23, All businessmen are dishonest. The reason for doing this is also out of compassion. After 2 years of doing business, not only did I not make any money, I also lost all my capital. Now we have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and money needs to be spent everywhere. After they left, they could never open a new restaurant again. That's why he said those words before leaving. Because he calculated that at the latest on that day, which was the day when the restaurant owner's rent was due, the north gate would open. It can be said that if they had not met Li Changfeng, they would have missed this opportunity. Sometimes, opportunities are just so strange. You wait and wait, he doesn't show up, but when you just leave, he appears. Just like what some veteran stock investors said, whatever you buy will fall in price, and whatever you sell will rise in price. People who trade stocks can never be sure which stock to buy. Maybe this is luck. Hubby, their family is so pitiful. We were not rich to begin with, and now we are even worse off. Life is so hard. Yeah. That's what life is like, with its bitterness and sweetness, tears and laughter. After leaving the hotel, I stood on the deserted road and looked at the north gate which was about to open. Is this considered taking advantage of the situation? Of course, how can you make money without taking shortcuts? Which tycoon did not seize the opportunity and choose the right time to become rich? If you want to be the best, you have to climb up by stepping on others. Since I have limited funds and cannot afford to buy several houses, I can only buy houses with good locations. When the time comes to make a move, you can also get rid of it as quickly as possible. On a street, the best locations are usually at the corners. But here, of course, it's on both sides of the gate. After taking a look, I saw that the one on the left was where someone used to do business, and the one on the right was just an unfinished house. It should be that I was smashed as soon as I bought it. On the right side, there is a sticker saying for sale and an old piece of paper that has not been torn off. You can vaguely see that it says for rent. It can be seen that the advertising paper was put up not long ago. Because there is no dust on it. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed the number above. Suddenly a rough voice came from inside. "Hello, who are you looking for?" So stupid. Can I find someone else by calling you? Li Changfeng thought to himself. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? Since the surname written above is Wang, it is better to verify the information first. Oh, you're looking for Lao Wang, wait a minute. At this time, a calling voice came from inside. "Brother Wang, your phone is calling." Damn it, he actually got the wrong phone number. After waiting for about 30 seconds, the phone rang again. Hello, who's looking for me? Oh. Hello, Mr. Wang, do you have a storefront for sale? Store, oh, yes, do you want to buy a store? He was noisy at first, but when he heard that the person was buying a storefront, the voice inside suddenly became gentle. Yes, Mr. Wang, if you have time, can we talk in person? Okay, there's time. Are you still there? Yes, in front of the door. Okay, then wait, I'll be there soon. Wait a moment. After Wang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Brother Wang, who is it? What facade? His surname is Wang, and his full name is Wang Quan. He is the boss of a game company. Ha ha. Lao Meng, you drink here first. I have something to do, so I need to go out first. You'll get the money soon. What do you mean? You're as panicked as a gun picker. How come you have money? Ha ha. Cough. Didn't I invest in a few stores before? I was expecting it to appreciate in value. Damn it, I waited for 5 years and it didn't go up a dime, it even went down. I can't rent it out, and I can't sell it. Now someone finally called me and said they wanted to buy my house, so I have to strike while the iron is hot. Don't keep them waiting. Haha, no? Are you talking about the ones at the north gate of Xiangshan Park? What idiot so rich would be so desperate as to want to invest there? As long as the gate over there is not open, the house over there won't be able to be rented out, let alone increase in value. Now, everyone who bought a house there is regretting it terribly. All the money they bought is wasted. But you can't be so absolute. If I wasn't short of money right now, I would never sell it. As long as the north gate is opened, my worth will definitely increase several times. That sounds nice. You've been waiting for 5 years, and it hasn't been open for 5 years. Now you can open it. Maybe it will be opened later, who knows when. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. You're interrupting my work. Drink by yourself. The bill has already been paid. After Wang Quan finished speaking, he took his cell phone and ran out. It is not far from Xiangshan Park, only about 10 minutes drive away. Therefore, Li Changfeng and Wei Wei did not have to wait too long. Wang Quan drove his Prado and appeared at the north gate of Xiangshan Park. This guy, in order to save time, actually drove here drunk. I was feeling depressed, so I went to have a drink with some friends. Now that there is a slight breeze, the alcohol has almost evaporated. Hello, my name is Wang Quan. Seeing Li Changfeng standing there, he spoke very politely. Okay, Li Changfeng. The two exchanged some polite words and then got straight to the point. Brother Li wants to buy a storefront. How many do you want? Oh. It looks like Brother Wang has a lot of houses? Not much. There shouldn't be anyone with more than me on this street. The location, mine is also the best, right at the exit of the gate. This row has a total area of 600 square meters and 8 storefronts. I originally thought he was bragging, but when I heard him say he had 8 rooms, I realized that he was really a rich man. 600 square meters. According to Lena, 5 years ago, 1 square meter cost 11,000 renminbi, which means more than 6 million. There is a huge difference between the more than 6 million 5 years ago and the more than 6 million now. Not to mention selling at a price lower than the purchase price. Even if it was the same as the purchase price, they would still be losing money, right? More than 6 million, even if it is placed in a bank, it can generate millions in interest. As the saying goes, investment involves risks, so please be cautious when entering the market. This is absolutely true. Li Changfeng followed Wang Quan and looked at his row of storefronts. Some have been rented out, and some are still unfinished. But now they are all empty. Brother Li, to tell you the truth, if I wasn't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't sell this shop. Because, I heard that the north gate will be open soon. By then, it won't be a problem to sell this place for 50,000 or 60,000 per square meter. You really have good taste. I don't want much, 30,000 per square meter. If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Hearing his offer, Li Changfeng just smiled. I don't know if he really knew that the north gate was about to open, or if he was just guessing. But people who do business can all talk. Even if it was a piece of mud, he could make it bloom. It was clearly a money-losing commodity that couldn't be sold, but after he said that, it became a hot commodity. Brother Wang, are you not honest? Forget it at this price. Wei, let's go. Li Changfeng, who already understood the market situation, would naturally not be cheated by him. Chapter 24 Negotiation. His first impression of Li Changfeng and Tang Weiwei was that they were second-generation rich. Otherwise, how could he afford so much money to buy a storefront? And I bought the storefront here. Even a blind person would not choose to invest here. So, since he doesn't understand the market and the specific situation here, he can naturally raise the price at will. After all, the location here is impeccable. Compared to Namdaemun, this place is no less important than there. The only difference is that the door on this side is not open. Therefore, whether it is the flow of people or the supporting facilities, the environment is much worse than over there. Seeing them turn around and leave, Wang Quan suddenly panicked. I finally met a fat sheep, how could I bear to let him go? He didn't have the patience to waste any more time in this place. Although this place will be accessible sooner or later, housing prices will rise sooner or later. However, this money has to remain here. If you take it out now, in a few years, you might earn more than you earn here. For a businessman like him, getting money flowing is the faster way to make money. Wait, don't be impatient, brotherly. Are you thinking it's too expensive or something? If you don't feel comfortable with this, we can sit down and continue talking, how about that? Wang Quan took 2 steps at a time and caught up with Li Changfeng, who was pretending to leave. Look at them with a smile. Brother Wang, if I don't want to talk, I won't look for you. But you treated us like cats? Since you don't want to sell it, what are we talking about? To be honest, I not only contacted your family just now, I also contacted several other families. What I mean is, don't try to cheat me. Don't even think about it. There are so many houses, buy whichever one is cheaper. Just now, he took a quick look and found that among the hundreds of shops here, at least 1/3 of them were selling food outside. More than half of them are not rented out. It is conceivable that all the landlords who invested here are extremely anxious. It's a pity that I don't have much money, otherwise I would buy this street. Just wait for the appreciation. Even if you invest in a shop here and become a second-hand landlord, you will still make a lot of money. Any store here can be rented for between 200,000 and 300,000 yuan a year. The area of one room is about 80 square meters. The investment can be recovered in 3 to 4 years, and it will be pure profit from then on. With 8 storefronts, even if we make a conservative estimate, it should be no problem to collect 2 million in rent a year. I have definitely lived a life of financial freedom. If you think about it carefully, actually, being a rent collector is not bad. It's a pity that he now has a mission. He could only think about this idea. Li Changfeng's departure was naturally a fake one. There is still a lot of money waiting for him to make here, how can he bear to leave? Finally, after some bargaining, I bought Wang Quan's 8 storefronts, totaling 620 square meters, for a price of 9,500 yuan. This price is indeed lower than Wang Quan's expectations. So, even though the price was agreed upon, he was still quite depressed. He originally thought that the minimum would be 10,000. It doesn't look like that. The other party is really good at bargaining. I was in a hurry to sell it, so I had no choice but to make the deal. However, in the end, Li Changfeng's words turned his sadness into joy. All the fees including transfer fees will be borne by you. You know, the transfer fees for commercial storefronts are quite high. The transfer fees for these houses would cost hundreds of thousands. This is also a disguised way of exceeding the budget. He was naturally in a happy mood. And he promised to take Li Changfeng with him to transfer the property. However, in order to prevent Li Changfeng from going back on his word, they temporarily signed a deposit agreement. Because he didn't bring the property certificate, he needed to go back and get it before he could transfer the ownership. However, it was already noon at this point, so we agreed to go in the afternoon. For Wang Quan, nothing is as real as what is written in black and white. Maybe all business people think this way. It is only safe after signing the contract. An oral agreement has no legal effect. Li Changfeng also transferred him 200,000 yuan as a down payment for the house. There is also a note that if one party breaches the contract, 10 times the amount of liquidated damages will be compensated. In other words, no matter who goes back on his word, he has to pay 2 million as compensation to the other party. In fact, this is mainly to prevent Li Changfeng from going back on his word. After discussing the matter, they separated and went about their respective business. Since it was already time for dinner, Li Changfeng took Weiwei to find a nice restaurant and ordered a full table of food. Hubby, you're really awesome? I thought that man was no longer selling because you chopped him down. I didn't expect that he actually agreed. Today's Li Changfeng made Tang Weiwei feel that he seemed a little different from before. He seems to be much more confident than before. Don't you know whether your husband is powerful or not? Hurry up and decorate our new house so that you can truly understand the charm of your husband. Hey, hey. You? Do you want that again? Tang Weiwei blushed when he said that. He lowered his head a little embarrassedly. Ha ha. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Try the food here, it's pretty good. I ate here with a client before, and it made me linger. It's a pity that I'm short of money and can't afford to come here to have a feast. As he said that, he picked up a piece of the best duck leg for Tang Weiwei. The roast duck here costs 280 for half a piece. Most people are reluctant to spend money here. While the two of them were enjoying the delicious food, his ex-girlfriend Wang Nua was looking for them nearby. Mom! Let's go back. We can't find them if we look like this. My feet are all worn out. Wang Nua sat on a chair on the side of the road that was specially provided for people to rest, rubbing his ankle and speaking breathlessly. Because they had already strolled around Xiangshan Park and didn't see even a shadow of the tree. So, she was about to give up. My daughter, hold on a little longer. We must find them today. Otherwise, if you're one day late, your brother will have to stay in there one more day. We need to get him out as soon as possible, right? Tired, who isn't tired? They all walked to find people, and Yang Manyun was still exhausted. Just thinking about her son still in the detention center waiting for her to rescue, she felt filled with strength. Younger brother. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, would we be like this? Wang Nua felt a headache whenever he thought of his younger brother. Maybe it's really like what Li Changfeng said, Wang Peng has been spoiled by them into a waste. He seemed to accomplish nothing except causing trouble. But it's too late to say anything now. The most important thing right now is to think about how to get Li Changfeng's forgiveness. Wang Nua lowered his head helplessly. But now that I can't even find him, how can I get his forgiveness? Chapter 25 The Naughty Kid. After enjoying the delicious food, they went back to the park. Because the time agreed with Wang Quan was still early, they continued to enjoy this rare time. Strolling on the green grass, watching the water flowing on the hill. Hubby, how I wish we could stay in this moment forever. We don't have to grow old, we can freeze time at this moment forever. Tang Weiwei snuggled in Li Changfeng's arms. Close your eyes and fantasize about the future. I want to, too. But, isn't it unrealistic? No force can stop the passage of time. Eternal existence, perhaps only God has that ability. But there is no God in this world. As a materialist scholar, I naturally advocate science. Naturally, I don't believe in ghosts or gods. Husband, haven't you heard that it doesn't matter how long it lasts, it only matters that you once had it? Honey, what do you mean? Are we going to separate? Hee, as long as you don't say it, we won't break up. Well, that's more like it. Hey, why is it raining? It's broad daylight, the sun is shining brightly, why is it raining? The two were sitting on the grass, imagining the future and talking about life, when suddenly they felt a chill on their backs. Ha ha. You big fool. A pair of fools. I sprayed them with dirty water from the creek, and they said it was raining. Ha ha ha. Behind them, a little kid was spraying water towards them with a water gun. He was spitting water and swearing at the same time. I thought it was raining. When I heard the sound behind me, I realized that I was being tricked by a little boy of 7 or 8 years old. He was holding a water gun filled with water, spraying water at them and swearing at them. Judging from the way he is dressed, he doesn't look like a child from a poor family. I don't know why, so uneducated. He splashed water on someone, and not only did he not apologize, he also used abusive language. Let's go, husband. He's just a little kid, there's no need to bother with him. As an adult, there is really no need to be angry with a child. So he took Weiwei and moved the battlefield. Continue chatting somewhere else. In order to lighten the atmosphere, Tang Weiwei took out her cell phone and took a group photo. Then I posted it to space. There is also a line of notes below. Taking a photo by the stream in Xiangshan Park. But, I haven't waited for them to chat for a while. There was another chill behind me. This time, the naughty kid was even more excessive. I don't know if it's because I watch too much TV or because of the acne scars. He was seen holding a water gun, spraying water, and pointing it at them. Dog. Male. Female. Bastards. Bastards. As luck would have it, a little teddy bear just happened to run up to them. I have to say, this naughty kid has a really good brain. He insults people in such a sophisticated way. However, this time, the naughty kid actually splashed water all over Tang Weiwei. My back was soaked by the rain, so my clothes stuck to my skin. The underwear is clearly visible. This annoyed Li Changfeng. I had already dodged him, but he still kept making trouble. If he is not taught a lesson, he will not know what fear is. So he stood up, turned around, and walked away from the naughty kid. Shut up? If you dare to curse and spit at others again, I will throw you into the pool and let you feel what it feels like to drown. Get out of here right now? After all, there are so many people here. It is unacceptable for an adult to bully a child. So, he didn't really go up and beat him up. It was just verbal intimidation. In an attempt to scare the little brat. But Xiong Haizi didn't he know what fear was at all. Seeing Li Changfeng stand up, he shouted even louder. What do the two dogs want to do? Do you still want to bully children? Are you ashamed? You are such an adult, and you still bully children. Bastards, bitches. Seeing such a rampant little brat, he was really angry. There are people who are alive but no one is raising them? Since your parents don't have time to discipline you, I will discipline you for them. After saying that, he rushed forward in one leap. Before the naughty kid could react, he was grabbed and held down. I wanted to beat him up. However, seeing that he was still a child, they did not hit him. Just forget about language education. Remember, don't curse at people anymore. I'm going to confiscate this gun to prevent you from using it to spray water again. After saying that, he took his gun back. He was so powerful just now, but now he became soft immediately. Crying and calling for mother. Mom, help me. Mom, help me. There are bad guys here. The naughty kid, whose water gun was taken away, rolled on the ground and acted like a scoundrel. At this time, there were quite a few people gathered around, standing there watching the joke. You are such a grown-up, why are you still bullying children? That's right, the child was just a little naughty. Is it necessary to bully him like this? He is still a child after all. Two young men who had just passed by saw Li Changfeng bullying a child and immediately began verbally attacking him. Don't talk nonsense, it's that naughty kid who deserves a beating. You have no right to speak if you don't understand what happened. That is, you don't even know why that person hit the child, but you start making irresponsible comments. Is that the right thing to do? So is there any more story? Even if there is a story, he is still a child after all, and you can't hit a child, right? The future of the motherland depends on these children. If they are beaten and the future of the country is affected, can he be responsible? TSK. Don't you feel pain in your waist when you talk while standing? That naughty kid is still chasing you with a water gun, squirting you all wet. Do you still want to talk like that? The child's mother hadn't come over yet, but the people around them started arguing. At this moment, a loud voice broke everyone's eardrums. Baby? Baby, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? At this time, a pretty woman came over from the crowd. When she saw the distressed kid sitting on the ground, she immediately got furious. Baby, are you okay? How come I can't see you anymore in the blink of an eye? I'm so worried. The middle-aged woman quickly hugged the naughty child in her arms and comforted him. Mom, it was this bad guy who broke my water gun. He also hit me. It hurts here, and it hurts here too. It's all because of him. The naughty child lying in his mother's arms did not forget to complain to his mother and even framed him. What? The middle-aged young woman looked up at Li Changfeng. He dresses normally and has an ordinary appearance. Everything on my body combined is not worth $200. Just by taking a look, you can guess it almost exactly. Either they are students, or they are ordinary workers. Are you really that brave? How dare you bully my son? I have never been willing to lift a finger against him since I was a child. Why do you hit him? Are you going to compensate a stinky part-time worker for his trash? Chapter 26, Beat Up the Naughty Kid. Seeing that the middle-aged young woman was getting more and more excited, Li Changfeng smiled helplessly. Why, aren't you going to ask me why I beat your son? Why? No matter why, you can't hit my son? Can you afford to pay for it if it's broken? Ha ha. Now I understand why your son is so arrogant and domineering. This way of educating a child will harm him sooner or later. Even if I don't teach him a lesson today, Will someone else teach him a lesson tomorrow? Do you believe it? Believe your mother? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to teach me? You piece of trash, lace. As the middle-aged woman spoke, she stretched out her hand to hit Li Chanfeng. If I hit you with my hands, wouldn't he that dirty my hands? So she took off her shoes and held them in her hands. If you don't want to cause trouble, come here quickly, kneel on the ground, and let me spank you 3 times with my shoe. If I'm happy, maybe I'll let you go this time. No, Mom, I want to spank him 30 times, 300 times, no, 3,000 times, I want to spank him 3,000 times. If you dare to break my water gun, I will smack his face. Okay, son, I'll do as you say. 3,000 strokes then. Boy, did you hear that? Why don't you come over here quickly, kneel down in front of your son, and let him beat you 3,000 times? Beg for his forgiveness. At this moment, the middle-aged young woman looked like a queen in ancient times. He looked at the people in front of him with contempt. Perhaps, deep down, she regarded Li Chanfeng as a low-class citizen. A sense of superiority that came from nowhere filled her mind. Let her say so many stupid things. The young woman's words also caused dissatisfaction among the people around her, and they all felt sorry for Li Chanfeng. This person is too overbearing. It's clearly her child's fault, but when she says it, it's like she's giving others a chance. Ha, if you dare to say that, you must have some confidence. Maybe she is some rich man's concubine, huh? Alas! In this era, it is better to have less trouble than more. The best choice for the young man right now is to leave here as soon as possible. Yeah, he ran away. She can't chase him with her shoes in her hands. But I hope the young man can be tougher? Anyway, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who are wearing shoes. Just slap her a few times and then walk away. As for the consequences, whatever happens. At this time, Wang Nua and Yang Manyun also came here. Originally, they were all preparing to go back home and wait until nightfall to stay at their homes. Inadvertently, I saw the message on Weiwei Space. So they found this place quickly. However, surprisingly, Li Chanfeng and his companions seemed to be in some trouble now. Originally, Wang Nua wanted to walk forward directly, but was stopped by her mother. What's the hurry? If you don't watch the fun, you'll be wasting your time. Because of him, our whole family has been ruined. Now he's in trouble too, let him feel our feelings. Seeing him get humiliated makes me happy. Looking at her mother, she just shook her head. Although she didn't quite agree with what her mother said, she didn't do it according to her own ideas. Perhaps, her inner thoughts are the same as his mother's. If it were in the past, he would probably have endured such a thing. Of course, if you take a step back, the world will be broader. Even if you can't bear it, you have to endure it. Because he has no ability to deal with the consequences of indulging himself. But today, he didn't want to endure it. As he has the system, he naturally wants to continue to endure it. Even if there is no perfect solution at the moment, sooner or later I will be able to get it back. How come there is still a woman as self-righteous as you? The upper beam is crooked and the lower beam is crooked. You still want to slap me with your shoe soles? Come on. I'll stand here and see if you can get it. With a height of 1.8 meters, he still has a certain deterrent effect when standing in front of that naughty kid. However, this child didn't seem very scared. The naughty kid held his mother's shoes in his hand and just looked at Li Chanfeng. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly grinned. Mom, he's too tall. You need to squat down so I can ride on your neck to reach his face. The funny thing is that his mother actually cooperated. She really squatted down and let the naughty kid ride on her neck. Although the kid is only 7 or 8 years old, he is over 1.5 meters tall. Seeing this, Li Chanfeng really couldn't help it. He pushed down the naughty kid who was riding on his mother. An uneducated brat? You'll grow up to be a giant baby. Today I will be a good person and help you wake up. He pushed the naughty kid down, grabbed his feet, and dragged him to the edge of the pool. Is it wrong? Would you like to apologize to me? Otherwise, I will throw you down? You dare? Put my son down quickly? Otherwise, I'll make you regret coming into this world. The young woman threatened Li Chanfeng while making a phone call. You don't need to listen to know that she is definitely looking for the child's father to support her. Li Chanfeng ignored the young woman and just looked at the naughty child. You are wrong, you are just a bunch of bastards. Bastards, bastards. Shame on you, shame on you. Seeing that he refused to change his ways, he was thrown directly into the pool. Mom, Mom, save me? I'm drowning. The naughty kid was thrashing around inside. You can tell at a glance that he has never learned to swim. Besides, the water here is less than 1 meter deep. He is more than 1.5 meters tall, but he can actually drink water. It's really amazing. The young woman was eager to save her son, so she also jumped into the pool. He pulled up his son, who fell into the water. Then he looked at Li Changfeng on the shore. You're dead, his father will be here soon. Even the Lord can't save you. The young woman held her son and threatened Li Changfeng. Yeah? Since you are going to die, why don't you take someone with you before you die? As he said this, he walked up to the mother and son who had just climbed up and smiled maliciously. The young woman got goosebumps all over her body because of his smile. What do you want to do? In broad daylight, how dare you molest me? The young woman put her hands on her chest and looked at Li Changfeng cautiously. Ha, of course I don't dare. But there's nothing about you that attracts me. If I were to molest you, I'd rather find a sow. After saying that, Li Changfeng kicked her on the butt. The young woman who had just come up was kicked down. You are dead. I am going to kill you. I must kill you. The young woman who fell into the pond screamed in anger. I don't know if it was because Li Changfeng said she was worse than a pig or because he kicked her. Anyway, now she is angry, very angry. What made her even angrier was that not only did no one sympathize with her situation, but she was also ridiculed by everyone. Good fight. Okay, that's it. Such an arrogant person should meet a fool and teach him a lesson. I have to say, it's really well done. It makes me feel better. Chapter 27 Wang Group. Hearing the discussions of people around him, Li Changfeng felt that they didn't seem to be praising him. A young and inexperienced person. Is it you? Looking at the young woman struggling in the water like an octopus, I felt no sympathy in my heart. He left quickly with Tang Weiwei. Now that the person has been taught a lesson and has let out his anger, it's time to leave. Didn't you see that the girl had already made the call? If you don't leave, you'll just have to wait here and probably get beaten. After all, I am not a god of war, nor a miracle doctor. He had no ability to scare off the invading enemy. With the skills he has, he can fight against a normal person without any loss. Even if I have to fight too, I think I can do it. Of course, as he came from a peasant family, he still had some strength. However, if he turns out to be a small-time gangster or a martial artist, he will not be able to succeed. When the young woman wasn't paying attention, he took Tang Weiwei and quickly slipped away. Now it is the time agreed with Wang Quan, and it is time to go to the real estate bureau to transfer the ownership. After leaving Shangshan Park, for safety reasons, we let Weiwei go back to her home first. He went straight to the housing authority alone. Not long after they left, a group of people came to the pool. Wife, who bullied you? I'm going to skin him alive. As soon as a dozen people appeared, the scene suddenly became quiet. Those who were watching and enjoying the fun were silent. Just watch quietly. Afraid that the other party would vent his anger on himself. Even if they recognized the person, they would mutter to themselves. No longer communicating loudly and recklessly like before. I didn't expect that this woman's husband turned out to be him. No wonder he's so arrogant. Yes? If you had such a backer behind you, you wouldn't dare to walk around here. Haha, luckily, that guy wasn't stupid. He ran away after hitting me. Otherwise, if he left too late, it would be a big trouble. Is this person famous? Why don't I know him? Hearing the discussions around her, Yang Manyun asked curiously. You don't even know him, but he's a famous rich man in Binhai City, the owner of Wang's Hotel, with assets exceeding 100 million. Yeah. If you don't know him, it means you don't eat in restaurants often. Wang's restaurant has more than a dozen branches in our local area. He is definitely a wealthy man. Seeing that some people didn't know the answer, they started to educate them. Yes? So amazing? Then, isn't that young man dead? How can he defeat Wang? Yang Manyun pretended to be surprised. I definitely can't win the fight. But the person has already run away. It won't be easy for them to find him. After all, this is a square, and there are no cameras or anything like that, so where can we find them? Ha, if someone knew about this, that young man would be in trouble. Ah! Who could be so boring? Those who know the young man will naturally not keep it secret, and those who don't know him will probably forget about it after a while. Besides, the young man did a great job. If anyone dares to do that, I hope he gives birth to a son without an asshole. You? Ha ha. Yeah, who knows Gaumi? Of course it's myself. Anyway, I want to have a third child, so I don't care whether it has an asshole or not. Yang Manyun stood in the crowd, looking at the people from one group who were going crazy. Several people who looked like bodyguards worked together to pull the young woman and the naughty child out of the water. Then he covered his body with a blanket. Wife, what's going on? Who on earth is so bold as to tease you like this? Son, are you okay? Wang Tang looked at his beloved wife and children who were pushed into the water, all wet, and was so angry that he wanted to kill them. Wang Tong, head of Wang Group. It can be said that they hold great power, and their next step is to prepare to enter the real estate industry. Once they successfully build their first property, they will have successfully crossed over. As the saying goes, don't put all your eggs in one basket. He is now full of confidence. His popularity in the company is also at its peak. But he never expected that his wife would be bullied. No matter who he is, he will have to bear the wrath of their Wang family. Dad, it was the bastard, the man from the bastard who beat me up? He also kicked my mother into the water. Look, there is a footprint behind Mom's buttocks? The naughty child pulled his mother's clothes and let Wang Tang see. Hey, he used so much strength, how come there were no footprints left? The naughty kid was totally confused. He felt this was a very strange thing. Wang Tang was also confused by his own son. I thought, is he scared? So he looked at his wife and asked, which one are you pointing at? I'll chop off the foot he used to kick you. Don't worry, I will definitely help you get rid of this anger. Seeing that her backer had finally arrived, the young woman cried out of grievance. That's really unfair. She is so beautiful and she married a rich man. There are actually people who dare to bully me. How can I not feel wronged? However, my backer has arrived, and it is time for me to take revenge. So he stood up and pointed at the crowd. Yes. Everyone she pointed at was startled. Because, the people who came with Wang Tang were all ready to show off in front of the boss lady. I thought, oh my god. Your son is such a fool, don't make the wrong choice of person again. Although I also want to kick you there to see if it's cute. But I didn't put my foot down. The young woman pointed around and found that the person who was so arrogant just now was gone. Tell me, which one is it? Honey, that person seems to be gone, he ran away. No matter what, you have to find him for me, otherwise I won't be able to swallow this anger. The young woman looked around, but didn't see the man she had just seen. My chest was shaking with anger. Plus the clothes were wet. Seeing the people around me makes me feel dry in the mouth. Some people drool all over themselves without even realizing it. Don't worry, wife. Even if he runs into a rat hole, I will catch him and bring him back for you. You can do whatever you want with him. You guys, go check quickly to see if there are any surveillance cameras nearby. You guys go ask around and see if anyone took photos or videos just now. Yes, Mr. Wang. The people brought by Wang Tang said in unison. Then they dispersed and went looking for clues. The people around, seeing that there was nothing to watch anymore, dispersed and went about their own business. After all, everyone was out for fun, and everyone held the attitude that it was better to mind their own business, so naturally no one would come forward to provide clues. At this time, Yang Manyun, who was standing aside, felt that the time had come, so she walked towards Wang Tang. Chapter 28 Clever Lena. Yang Manyun was stopped by Wang Nua just as she took a step. Mom, where are you going? We should go back too. Go back, what's the hurry? We have to make him unhappy no matter what. He has pushed us to this point, why should we be soft-hearted? Humph. Once Wang Tang finds out that it was that bastard who did it, he'll be in big trouble. No? Mom. You can't do this? Come back with me quickly, or I will leave home from today on, and will no longer stay in this house or this city. I guarantee that you will never find me in your lifetime. Wang Nuo looked at Yang Manyun and said. Although she also hated that bastard, she hated why he couldn't tolerate her like before. However, she also understood that once a man changed his mind, he could not be pulled back even by 9 oxen. now she also understood why Li Changfeng was so rich. Because she heard from others that Li Changfeng won the lottery, so he could afford such expensive luxury cars, duplex houses, etc. Even though I hate him, I don't want to cause trouble for him. Yang Monrong originally wanted to say something, but looking at his daughter's eyes, he swallowed back what he wanted to say. She knew that there could be no more division in their family now. Otherwise, she would be the only lonely widow left at home. Without her daughter, her cash cow, she will have trouble eating in the future. Not to mention buying a house or something like that. Therefore, it is not appropriate to confront her head-on at the moment. Okay, I'll listen to you from now on. Whatever you say, we'll do it. After Yang Manyun finished speaking, she followed Wang Nuo away against her will. At this time, Li Changfeng didn't know that Wang Nuo had already resolved a disaster for him invisibly. If I were caught by the Wang family now, I would definitely suffer. After all, he has nothing else to offer except the system. Besides, this system will only make a sound when it is happy, but will remain silent for several days when it is unhappy. Unlike other systems, the system will give you prompts when you encounter difficulties. Go up and slap him, and reward him with shares in a Fortune 500 company. If he can spend the money freely, he will never spend it all. No matter which dynasty, which planet, or which world, it seems that money should have the same function. All have great significance. Since Wang Quan had an acquaintance at the housing authority, all the procedures were completed quickly. All he needs to do is sign his name, nothing else. Even the real estate certificate was processed on an expedited basis. The certificate can be issued within a week. Brother, you see all the formalities have been completed, isn't it time to settle our final payment? Wang Quan held a handful of signatures and looked at Li Changfeng. It's not that he was worried that Li Changfeng wouldn't give him the money, but the normal procedures had been completed and all that was left was the final payment. Besides, he could take out more than 6 million in cash and buy this shop whose value might appreciate at any time. How could he be someone who is short of money? Although Li Changfeng looks young, only about 25 or 26 years old. As the saying goes, don't judge a person by his appearance. Even if he can't make money himself, it's the same if his family is rich. Binhai is a place where hidden talents are everywhere and there are a lot of rich people. Although he is considered a rich man, he is not the only one who can be called the king in Binhai. In Binhai, at best, he is just okay in the second-rate circle. That's because of the family behind him, not a gaming company he set up himself. There is a first-class circle above that he can't reach. Those are the ceilings of the marina. So, even though he didn't know him, he was still polite to him. Brother Wang, this is what we should do. I'll transfer the remaining 1 million directly to your card. After saying that, he took out his hand and entered the number that needed to be transferred. And then it's done. Feeling his phone vibrate, Wang Quan smiled and said, "Thanks, brother." Haha, why thank me? It's all your money. I don't know if he will still be able to smile as happily as he does now when the value of these shops suddenly increases several times in a few days. By the way, brotherly, there will be a small charity auction in our circle the day after tomorrow. I wonder if you have time to join me. Okay, I'll broaden my horizons with Brother Wang then. Well, let's say goodbye now. If it weren't for the urgent matters at the company, I would have treated my brothers to a good time no matter what. It's just that it won't work today. Then we'll see you the day after tomorrow. I'll pick you up then. After saying that, Wang Quan drove away in his Land Rover. I looked at the balance in my bank card and realized that the money was really not worth spending. There were more than 7 million in the account yesterday, but now there is only this much left. It cost him 6 million to buy 8 storefronts. The renovation advance payment cost about 1 million yuan. There are still about 1 million digital currencies. As for the bank card, there is only more than 400,000 yuan now, less than 500,000 yuan. It's just a small auction anyway, the money should be enough. Even if you come across something you like, the worst that can happen is you just don't buy it. After leaving the housing authority, I took a taxi home. Changfeng, your uncle is sick. We all went to see him today, but we couldn't contact you. Tomorrow, buy something and go check it out. Everyone at home usually gives 500 yuan, so you should give 500 yuan too, don't forget. Li Yu looked at Li Changfeng and said, "Yeah. Okay, I'll take a look tomorrow morning." Who is watching him there, Li Fei or Li Min? Humph. Li Fei, I heard that your second uncle has been in the hospital for half a month, and Li Fei has not visited him once. I just transferred 10,000 yuan to Li Min and said I was busy. Ha ha. Got it, Mom. When you go there tomorrow, buy him something while you're there. I was lying in bed and was about to fall asleep when I was woken up by a text message. I took a look and found that it was a message from Lena. Good evening, brotherly. Is my sister-in-law not angry that I'm sending you a message at this hour? Since you knew your sister-in-law would be angry, why did you still send the message? Cut. I told you you were fat, and you gasped. Don't think I don't know that you guys aren't married yet? Not yet. Hey, okay. Miss Nana, why are you looking for me in the middle of the night? Nothing, I just want to ask, do you have any special channels? Can you get some special information? Haha, is this a secret? Oh. Then can I trust you? That depends on what aspect. For example, don't trust my willpower? And don't try to test me? Hey. Brotherly, are you hinting at me? What a hint. I'll just hang up if nothing else happens. Bye. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lena lay in the chair and fell into deep thought. He actually bought several stores there. Did he know there would be changes? If he didn't know, why would he choose there? I guess he has already inquired about it. The housing prices there have not risen for many years. Not only have they not risen, they have actually fallen. Then can I also follow suit? She is thinking. Chapter 29, Acting Bravely. Early the next morning. After having breakfast, I left home. Since he had no means of transportation, he had to take the bus to the People's Hospital. Yesterday Liu said that his second uncle was sick and asked him to go to the hospital. That's why he got up early. They have a rule here that you have to go in the morning to see the patient. Can't go in the afternoon. It is said that it is unlucky to go in the afternoon. Sitting on the bus, swaying back and forth, stopping and starting all the way, it made his head hurt. It seems that I should buy a car when I have time. Otherwise, traveling would be too inconvenient. While he was closing his eyes to rest, the bus became a mess. You filthy rascal? You actually took advantage of me? Little girl, you can't talk, but don't say anything. Who took advantage of you? The bus stops and starts frequently, so physical contact is inevitable. Don't make a fuss about it. Exactly. If you're afraid of being crowded, then why don't you take a taxi? Aren't taxis crowded? Ha ha ha. A little girl who looked like a student looked at the several bad boys surrounding her with a look of grievance. Especially when she saw the man with a scar on his face, she was so scared that she dared not say a word. I had to stay away from them as much as possible to avoid being taken advantage of again. But the bus is so small, where can she hide? Seeing that the little girl was scared, those bad youths became even more unscrupulous. They immediately surrounded him again. He took advantage of the time when the bus braked to deliberately hit the girl. Take advantage of the opportunity to gain some more advantage. The little girl looked at the people around her pitifully. How she wished someone could come out to help her. Although there were quite a few people on the bus, everyone adopted the attitude of less trouble is worse than more and waited and saw what would happen. No one dared to lend a helping hand. Especially after the scar-faced man took a look around, the citizens who had wanted to step forward to save the beauty all consciously shut their mouths. Of course, even if you want to be a good person and do good things, you have to have the ability to do it. Otherwise, instead of being a hero, you get beaten up, which is not worth it. Seeing this situation, Li Changfeng, who was sitting at the back, couldn't help but want to step forward. After all, he couldn't get over the pain in his heart when he saw a few hooligans bullying a little girl. Although he couldn't beat the opponent, he still had to take action. At this moment, how he wished he was a master. You can just step forward and quickly take care of these hooligans. The system gave him a task to earn 100 million yuan a month. If completed, he would get a bottle of genetic potion. Although I don't know what its specific function is, since it is a gene, it is very likely something that changes the physical constitution. How great it would be if it were now. Fight it out, and die. Anyway, if you don't complete the task in a month, you will die. Dying early or dying late is death. Now you can still have a good reputation. When he was about to stand up, he saw another person standing up before him. A young man who doesn't look very strong but is very energetic. Will you guys get out of here right now? I'll just pretend I didn't see it. Otherwise, I'll throw you down. the young man said very domineeringly. Facing those four thugs, he was not afraid at all. Scarface is getting very proud of himself because he sees that no one dares to meddle in his business. Then I heard someone telling him to get out. Suddenly, I couldn't hold back my face anymore. What did you say, kid? In this area, no one dares to talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? Ha ha. Scar brother, he looks like a fool at first glance. Hey, I'm good at dealing with young people who are ignorant. Come on, beat him to death. As soon as Scarface spoke, the three younger brothers behind him immediately rushed towards the young man. At this time, Li Changfeng, who was standing on the young man, had already grasped the keys in his hand and stood up. If the young man is defeated, he will provide support at any time. We must not let the young man face danger alone. But his idea is very good and just. But the young man didn't need it at all. As soon as the three men approached him, he slapped one of them to the ground and kicked two of them away. The three men were dealt with by him without even touching his clothes. Then, he took a quick step and came to Scar's side. Scarface was startled. I thought to myself, I finally came up with an idea today. But, you can't be timid. So Scar pulled out a 20-centimeter dagger from his pocket and pointed it at the young man. Maybe it was because the strength difference was too big. The dagger was still in Scar's hand in the last second. The next second, the dagger appeared in the young man's hand, and the tip of the knife pointed at Scar's throat. He was so scared that his legs went weak and he knelt down. He is no longer the arrogant Scar brother. Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go this time. I promise I will never do such a thing again. The other gangsters who fell to the ground knelt down when they saw their boss. He also begged for mercy with tears and snot. The young man thought for a moment and said, Okay, if I see you doing something like this again, I will break your third leg and stop you from ever having this thought. Go away. Although the young man didn't say much, his words were very effective. The hooligans were so scared that they ran as fast as they could, fearing that if they ran too slowly, the man would regret it and take their third leg. Well done, great job. Good. Pa pa pa. I don't know who started it, but there was warm applause throughout the carriage. They all sound good. After the applause, someone murmured something. Why don't you send them to the police station? It would be great if he could be locked up so he wouldn't harass other girls again. Yeah, if I had that ability, I would definitely send them to the police station. Listening to other people's discussions, the young man was not angry and did not show any expression. It seems as if he has become indifferent to the world and has seen human nature clearly. In fact, Li Changfeng could understand. It's better to threaten him and then let him go than to send him in. Even if they are sent in, they won't be locked up for many days. When they come out, they will be the same as before. It's just like a thief. Which thief who is caught is not a habitual offender? In, out, and continue stealing. Fight, go in, come out, and continue fighting. Those who want to quit smoking may say they will quit today, forget about it tomorrow, and then say they will quit the day after tomorrow. It's the same principle. As the saying goes, every evildoer will receive his due punishment. Everyone needs someone to discipline them. Small gangsters are not afraid of the police, but they are absolutely afraid of the big gangsters and their bosses. It's not that you can't quit smoking, but if your doctor gives you a notice, if you take another puff, you will get lung cancer. I guess you wouldn't smoke even if someone gave you a giant panda. Therefore, he could still understand the young man's behavior. I just didn't expect that he was so skilled. It's easy to deal with 3 or 4 people. Especially the one where he snatched a blade with his bare hands. That was an action that could only be filmed on TV. Now he actually saw the truth. I was still quite shocked. Talent, absolutely talent. How can I win him over to my side? After all, this is not a society of one person, he needs to build his own power. Chapter 30, Chinese Zodiac. But he still doesn't know how to communicate with him. Besides, I don't seem to have any ability to attract him now. I have no money and no people. What a fucking fuck. I could only watch this person leave. If Li Changfeng could really recruit him under his command, it would definitely be a great help. This man's name is Bai Qi, nicknamed the God of Death. Yes, he has the same name as a famous person in the history of the Chinese Dragon State. He is a soldier who has truly experienced life and death, and is a military leader. He is the captain of a secret team in Longhua. During a mission, they were ambushed by the enemy. Out of a team of 12, only 4 managed to escape, namely the god of killing, also known as the Rat King, followed by the Tiger King, the Tang Snake, and the Pig King. Their team was named after the 12 zodiac animals of the Dragon Kingdom. As for strength, it is also related to the order of the 12 zodiac signs: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. Bai Qi is the boss and the captain of the entire team. This battle caused heavy casualties among the 12 zodiac signs. Second brother, Chonyo, died in the battle while covering their evacuation. Although they escaped, they did not return to report that year. The Dragon Kingdom sent another team to investigate. After taking a look at the battle scene, it was a horrific sight. Many people are already broken, incomplete. Although only 8 bodies were found, many were blown to pieces. Even though they didn't believe it and were unwilling to believe it, the strongest team and the team with the greatest potential had all been killed. But that's the truth. Especially after the ugly cow's body was spliced together, they really believed it. Because Chonyo is the deputy captain and his strength is second only to the Rat King. He was beaten to pieces, what about the others? Therefore, the top leaders of Longwa also believed that their entire team had been sacrificed. Although they sacrificed their lives, in order to protect the families of the martyrs, their deaths were not notified. We just arrange local managers to take special care of them. Their children can get extra points when taking the college entrance examination. You can get extra points when taking the civil service exam. When you serve in the military, you can enjoy priority care, etc. It can be said that Longwa has solved their worries. During this year, they traveled around Dragon Country. The purpose is to visit the families of their fallen teammates. Although they have received care from local authorities, as brothers, they still need to do their best. After all, without their selfless protection, none of them would be where they are now. Now Bai Qi has just arrived in Binhai. At this time, Li Changfeng only thought that Bai Qi was a man of very good skills and did not know his past. So, he didn't know what he was about to miss. Soon, the car arrived at the bus stop of the People's Hospital. After taking a look at Bai Qi, who was sitting in the front, Li Changfeng got out of the car. Just at the moment of getting off the car, they looked at each other. The reason why Bai Qi looked at Li Changfeng was because when he was confronting those hooligans, he felt that he was also about to stand up. During the battle, he found that Li Changfeng wanted to come up to help him. Because Li Changfeng was the only one in the car who made this move, he looked at him. It's just that Li Changfeng didn't know all this. After getting off the car, I looked at the supermarkets around and found a slightly larger one and went in. After all, we are visiting our elders, how can we go empty-handed? At least you have to buy a few gifts to make it justifiable. After looking around, I bought a fruit basket and 2 boxes of dairy products. I heard that his second uncle had cardiovascular disease, but he was just dizzy and it didn't affect his eating and drinking. So, if he buys these things, he can also eat some. Ward 1208. Taking the elevator, we soon arrived at the 12th floor. It used to be said that the subway in Shanghai was crowded with people. Look now, this elevator is also crowded. If he didn't hold the things he bought above his head, it would be crushed by them from below. Fortunately, milk and other things are not afraid of being squeezed, otherwise, after taking the elevator, the things he bought would be gone. Looking at the milk that had been squeezed out of shape, he smiled helplessly. I feel like opening a hospital is really profitable. It's a pity that I don't have money, otherwise I would definitely invest in a hospital. No one who comes to see the doctor bargains, they all come to pay the hospital. That's a lot of money. Earning 100 million a month is probably as easy as drinking cold water. But now I can only think about it. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang. Binhai latest news, Ji Xiaolan's big pipe from the Qianlong period will appear at an auction. The wine group was on the verge of bankruptcy due to a large number of people being poisoned due to unhygienic food. The stock price plummeted and the group was on the verge of bankruptcy. It was finally found out that the competitor bribed an employee of the Wang restaurant to cause the mass poisoning. 3 days later, the cause was found out. Not only did the stock price of the Wang group rise, but it also exceeded the original price. It was a blessing in disguise. In the past, the system usually reported one piece of news, but today it actually reported 2. It seems that the system is not as bad as I thought, and it is still somewhat humane. The first one is about the auction, and it seems to be related to the charity gala he will participate in tomorrow. I originally wanted to take a picture of something, but now it seems that I have to take a picture of that big eye bag. But, with the little money I had, it was not enough to bid. He started to worry again. Do I have to mortgage the house to get some money? Don't even think about it. Any gifts given by the system are not allowed to be bought or sold. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Damn it! Is it true that the house is just virtual and cannot be bought and sold? A bold idea came into his mind. Just as I was about to sell the house, I was warned by the system. It seems this road is blocked. Don't think about it anymore, let us go see my second uncle first. Holding the gift in his hand, he walked towards 1208. All the patients living on this floor suffer from cerebrovascular diseases. Most people who suffer from this disease are elderly. So, every time you pass the door of a room, you can smell a strange smell. That unique smell that only old people have. Almost every ward here is full of people. If there is not enough space, we add extra beds, so there are 5 or 6 people living in each room. It's packed. Even family members can only lie on the ground and rest for a while when they are tired. Second uncle? Are you feeling better? Put down the gift and look at the middle-aged man lying on the bed. Not to mention, he looks somewhat like his stepfather Li Kuan. The wind is coming, come on, sit down and take a rest. No need, uncle, I'm not tired, you should just lie down and don't move. Who is serving you here now? Is it Li Fei? Li Fei, he's too busy and doesn't have time. It's your little sister Minmin who's here. This is an old problem of mine. It's nothing serious. I just need and flush my blood vessels and it will be fine. I'm glad you're alright. Have a good rest then. I want to talk to Minmin about something. After saying that, he walked out. Because Li Min is standing outside the door. Chapter 31, Fate is Unpredictable. Minmin, have you been working hard during this period? Originally, this should have been done by your brother, but I didn't expect that you would end up doing it. You haven't graduated yet, so how can you have the time to stay here every day? Ha ha. Brother Changfeng. It's okay. Brother is busy, I'll just watch. I'm graduating this year, and my classmates are all looking for jobs, so there's no need to stay in school. I am now taking care of my father while making short videos, that is, live broadcasts. At least it'll be enough for my pocket money. Ha ha. Little Minmin has grown up and now knows how to make money. You've even become a live streamer? How many fans do you have now? Hey! I just made 5,000. You can earn 100 or 200 a day. Being a host, it's certainly not easy to make money. Turning on the camera and live streaming takes several hours, which is very tiring. But I don't have much money now. When I have money, I can help her by giving her a big reward. He took out the 5,000 yuan he had prepared for them and handed it to Minmin. Take this, don't tire yourself out. Eat when you should, drink when you should. When second uncle is well again, it's time to go back to school and cherish the last time we have in school. Otherwise, once you leave school, it will be very difficult to go back. Looking at the stack of money in her hand, Minmin was stunned. Because she also knew that Li Changfeng's family situation was not very good. Li Changfeng's father's small restaurant was sold. If they had money, could they sell out all the guys who eat? Besides, when Li Changfeng's parents came yesterday, they also gave a lot of money. So, she can't take this money. Brother, you should keep this money, right? Dad's hospital stay didn't cost much, and with some reimbursement, it won't cost much more. So, since you can't use this money, you should keep it. Ha ha. Now that I've taken it out, I won't take it back. Just watch here, I'm leaving first. Brother Changfeng. Seeing Li Changfeng walking towards the elevator, Minmin had no choice but to accept the money. I thought, if he needs the money someday, I will round it up to a whole number and give it to him. After all his relatives and friends knew that he had not gotten married. Going upstairs is difficult, and going downstairs is even more difficult. This ward building has 22 floors in total, and he is on the 12th floor. Waiting for an elevator, it was crowded. After waiting for another bus, it was crowded again. It seems that he wants to exercise his body. So, after waiting for a few shifts and seeing no vacancies, I just went up the stairs. By the way, there are more than a dozen elevators here. However, more than half of them are reserved for patients, and even these elevators are used for public use and are requisitioned from time to time. Helpless, I had to walk downstairs. Just got to the first floor and was about to go out. I saw a young man kneeling in front of the doctor and begging, "Doctor, please, save my father. If he doesn't get the surgery, he'll die. Please, don't worry, as long as you have the surgery first, I will return the money to you in full. I just ask you to save people first?" The doctor in white said with an impatient look on his face. "Save, of course. But you have to pay the fee first? It's so hard to find a matching kidney source. If you don't hurry up and raise the money, there will probably be no more. If we lose this opportunity, there is a high possibility that he can't be saved. The problem is, you have no money, how can you save him? The surgery fee, plus the kidney source, and subsequent maintenance, without $500,000, there's no way you can save him. If everyone is like you, with no money, and we save them, do you think our hospital will close down?" "Doctor, I understand. Do you understand everything? Please, I said I'd give it to you, so I won't owe you money. I just ask you to save people first, can you save people first?" The attending doctor was holding his clothes and wanted to leave, but he couldn't. He could only stand there and explain patiently. "Didn't I just say that? If you have money, you can be saved. If you don't have money, you can't be saved. I don't own this hospital, so you can do whatever you want? It's no use pulling me." Li Changfeng took a look and prepared to leave. Things like this happen every day in hospitals. It's hard to say who is to blame. After all, the hospital has its own system, and he, as an attending physician, cannot be in charge. At best, he could be more careful during the operation and try to make it as successful as possible. As for money, he had no choice. Although Li Changfeng is not a bad person, he is not a good guy either. He will do what he can, and help if he can. But, in such a matter, even if he can help one person, can he help a group? There are many people who cannot afford to treat their illnesses or buy medicines. When he turned around to leave, he stopped. Because he felt that the person's voice was so familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. So I walked towards the crowd. I want to see who it is. When he saw the person standing there, he actually smiled. What is fate? Maybe this is fate. Because he discovered that the person kneeling there begging the doctor was actually the brave man he met today. I was originally regretting the loss of a helper. Now it's complete. "Doctor, how much does it cost to treat his father's illness? Is 500,000 enough? Is 500,000 enough? Well, arrange the operation right now, use the best experts and the best medicine, and make sure the patient is cured. We pay now." Okay, I'll arrange the surgery right away." After the doctor finished speaking, he went to consult a specialist. Thank you. Don't worry, I'll pay you back the money I owe you, even if it means I work like a slave." "Ha ha. No need, why don't you just follow me and pay first? Otherwise, what if they don't treat me?" After saying that, he helped up the man who was kneeling on the ground. This person is Bai Qi. When he returned home, he found out that his adoptive father was in the hospital. So he rushed to the hospital without stopping. I never knew that my adoptive father actually had uremia and is now in double kidney failure. If he doesn't get a kidney transplant, he will definitely die. Although a kidney source has been found, a difficulty still lies before him. He must have just come home and still be working. He had given all his previous money to the families of his deceased comrades, so now he could be said to be almost penniless. The doctor asked for $500,000, where could he find the money? The problem was that time was very tight and there was no time for him to find money. So, the scene just now happened. It was because he was too anxious that he knelt down. If this scene was seen by those who knew him, they would probably be scared to death. Any one of the 12 zodiac signs, no matter where they are, is like a king. Who can bear to see them kneel down? Unless you don't want to live anymore. Moreover, the one who knelt just now was actually the boss of the 12 zodiac kings, the Rat King. Chapter 32 Super Fighter. Looking at the man who was thanking him profusely, Li Changfeng smiled slightly. "Why, you don't recognize me? We met today?" Bai Qi looked at him and thought for a while. "Are you the one who sat behind me in the car today?" This time, Bai Qi looked at Li Changfeng carefully. After special operations training, he does not have a photographic memory. However, as long as he had seen it and the time was not too long, he could still remember it. So, it's easy to think of him. The reason why I didn't see it just now was because his mind was in a state of rage, so I didn't see him. Good. It's good to know each other. It's fate to meet again. I see you're pretty good at fighting. What do you do? If there's nothing good to do, you can choose to follow me. The salary is 1 million per year. How about it? Bai Chi had no concept of money before. As for how much salary he usually gets, he has never calculated it. Focus on training. Because I don't spend much money normally. In the army, everything you use and eat is free. So, he didn't spend much of his money. He also has more than 1 million in his account. However, he gave the money to the families of his dead comrades, and he had almost no money left for himself. This also led to the dilemma of his adoptive father falling ill and having no money to treat him. Normally, if his adoptive father is ill, the state should provide medical treatment. The problem was that during his time in the army, he was listed as an orphan, so his adoptive father did not receive any help from the local authorities. This led to what happened today. They have also experienced a lot this year. After all, it is a peaceful era in China. The professional skills they learned in the army seem to be of no use. If they are asked to act as thugs for others and bully the weak, they certainly won't do it. For an ordinary job, if you can earn 5,000 or 6,000 a month, it is already a very good job. Now Li Changfeng asked for an annual salary of 1 million. He was immediately attracted to it. In addition, Li Changfeng gave him the impression of being relatively upright, so he was still very eager to work with him. However, he still has his own bottom line. I can follow you, but I will never do anything illegal like murder or arson. He. For Li Changfeng, of course he would not do these things. The reason why I wanted to invite him to join my team was because I wanted to expand. Another thing is that he is good at fighting and can protect himself. Therefore, there is naturally no problem with his conditions. Good. Make a deal. Just stay here and watch your uncle perform the operation. I'll call you if I need anything else. The money should be spent, and an extra caregiver should be hired so that the care can be better. If the money is not enough, I will transfer it to you again. Okay, boss. Thank you very much. Bai Chi was so excited that he almost saluted him. The hand was half raised and then put down again. After saying goodbye to Bai Chi, he left the hospital. This trip was not in vain. Received a super thug. I don't know how powerful he is though. However, the scene on the bus is still fresh in his memory. He slapped one person and sent him flying, kicked two people down, and snatched the sword with his bare hands, staring the gangster leader so much that he knelt down and begged for mercy. If I had this ability, I could also be a hero. After leaving the hospital, I stood on the roadside waiting for a taxi. What a fucking fuck. It is really inconvenient without transportation. It takes half a day to wait for a car. But he doesn't want to drive a cheap car. You must have driven a Lamborghini before, so naturally the requirements for driving other cars will be much higher. If it really doesn't work, just buy an X6 and drive it first. I want to, but I'm short of money. I just gave Bai Chi 500,000 yuan for surgery, which has already drained all the money he had. If the doctor said that the surgery would cost 600,000 yuan, it would be impossible for him to pretend even if he wanted to. Right now, the most important thing is to make money. Otherwise, if I go to the auction house and try to buy that big bag, I don't think I have the ability to do so. He returned home, lay on the bed, and began to study his Bitcoin. Right now, it seems that only Bitcoin can be used to withdraw money. If you make money, withdraw it. If you don't make any profit but suffer a loss, withdraw your principal. After all, as long as you take a picture of that big pipe, you will make money. And it is real money making, faster than Bitcoin. Amit Ba. Goddess of mercy, please bless me and let me earn more. Don't lose money. Tomorrow's big pipe depends on it, and X6 also depends on it. He prayed into his phone before turning it on. Opened the Bitcoin app. Took a sneak peek. Hey, the whole thing is green. It's all green, it's going down. The price was 26,000 when I bought it, and now it's 15,000. A reduction of 21,000. Ha. Some played. Because the original choice was to short sell at 26,000. Now it has become 21,000, and you can make 5,000 from one coin. 50 coins are only worth 250,000. Add to that a 5-fold leverage, and that means a profit of 1.6 million. This time, the principal was also withdrawn. If he enters rashly without system warning, he will lose everything. The reason why you make money for the first time is that there will definitely be a peak point within 3 days. The second time I shorted was also because I knew the price would go down, so I bought it. As for how low it can be reduced, no one knows. But, as long as you know that it will fall, that's enough. It now seems to have stabilized at 20,000 points. No one knows what the next step will be, whether it will rise or fall. Therefore, the safest option is to withdraw your Bitcoin. Otherwise, more than 1 million would definitely be wasted. Now added together, it's almost 3 million. That should be about it. Auctioning a big bag should be enough. After all, at the time of the auction, no one knew that it was Ji Xiaolin's big bags under his eyes. Because the rust was so severe, the organizers did not dare to remove it rashly. After all, the rust also represents age. Otherwise, the rust will be removed but the traces of history will be gone, which would be a waste of time. Therefore, under normal circumstances, an unknown antique that has not been used by a historical celebrity is generally not worth much money. A few 100,000 should be enough. Looking at the 3 million yuan that arrived in his account, he felt much more confident. You can also sleep soundly at night. The next morning, a piece of news appeared in the morning newspaper. The latest news, as the National Day holiday is approaching, the peak tourist season has also arrived. It is expected that the number of visitors to Xiangshan Park in our city will reach millions per day. The south gate alone is not enough, so the relevant departments decided to open the north gate of Xiangshan Park to ease the huge flow of people. As soon as this news came out, it caused a sensation in the whole city. It can be said that there are many joys and many sorrows. Chapter 33, Resigning and Going into Business. In a luxurious villa by the sea. The family is having breakfast. I saw an old man with white beard looking at Wang Quan and saying, "Quaner, didn't you buy a lot of storefronts at the north gate of Xiangshan Park? Your luck has come." Luck? What luck? Wang Quan was eating with his head down. Hearing his grandfather talking, he quickly raised his head and looked at the kind old man. "Ha ha. Grandpa, I don't think Brother Quan has a chance to catch this luck. I heard that he sold his shop the other day. Do you think he's stupid? I just sold it and now the price has gone up. I've always said he wasn't cut out for business, but you didn't believe me. Now you all believe me, right?" The person who is speaking is the eldest son of Uncle Wang Quan, named Wang Fei, who has always been against Wang Quan. The old man is a retired cadre. Now he just grows flowers and plants and doesn't take care of other things. His two sons did not go into politics, they were both engaged in business. It seems that the eldest brother's business is much better, so they attack the second brother's family everywhere. To outsiders, they are all Wang family businesses. In fact, they have already started their own businesses. For example, Wang Fei's catering company, Wang Quan's gaming company, and so on. That's all personal to them. Wang Fei's catering company went public last year and its current market value has reached 2 to 300 million yuan. It seems that it makes money faster than the game company King of Thrones. Therefore, in the Wang family, the eldest brother looks down on the second brother, and Wang Fei looks down on Wang Quan. Normally, even when there is nothing to do, they still find fault with each other. Now that he has caught Wang Quan's handle, Wang Fei will naturally be ridiculed to death. Watching the news on TV, Wang Quan's face was also very dark. I am really unlucky in this regard. After 4 or 5 years of hard work, it's still not as good as the one I just bought 2 days ago. Grandfather? Have you heard the news? You just didn't tell me? Although the old man has retired, he knows everything about Binhai. The old man was upright throughout his life and never did anything to benefit his own interests or bend the law. So, even if the old man knew, he would not tell his grandson the news. Otherwise, relying on the old man as a big tree, they would have been rich as hell long ago. It is precisely because the old man has been honest throughout his life that the careers his children have worked hard for have never reached the ceiling of Binhai. Things like this must have been discussed long ago and decided at the end. It would be impossible to say that there is no news at all. He. I told you to hold on a little longer, eh? The old man said with a smile. Grandpa, hold on a little longer? You seem to have said this dozens of times. Every time I ask you when you'll be open, you always say hold on? You've been saying that for 5 years? Wang Quan said with a wry smile. Ha ha. That's because you're stupid and can't understand what Grandpa means. Hey! Do you know how the pig died? Did you make him die of anger? Ha ha. Yes, I'm the one who pissed you off to death, Dell. Wang Quan thought about it carefully and felt that he was the one who suffered a loss. Every time you argue, you will never gain any advantage. He could only appoint. He was just wondering if there was any news about Li Changfeng, the man who bought his house. Anyway, I have already made an appointment with him to attend an auction together today. I'll ask him nicely then. In a high-end office building, a beautiful woman is sitting at her desk working. Suddenly she shouted loudly. Oh! Damn it! It's sent! This caused the colleagues around her to look at her immediately. Manager Nana, what's wrong? Which stock did you buy that reached its daily limit? That's right, Director Nana. Tell me quickly, which stocks are high-quality stocks now? Lena's sudden scream attracted the attention of many people around her. So, everyone gathered around and looked at her. Hee. Stocks? Of course it's coal. Although it hasn't reached its daily limit, it has been rising continuously, so it is still a good stock. There are also new energy sources, which are all potential stocks. The people around her were dismissed by her with just a few words. Although she was in charge of the investments, most of them appreciated in value, but it was not worth her making a fuss. The reason why she shouted out uncontrollably. That's because she actually won the lottery. And it's not small. Ever since the day before yesterday when Li Changfeng asked her about the north gate of Shangshan Park, she has been thinking about it. Wonder if there are any opportunities there. Especially when I saw that Li Changfeng bought 8 storefronts in one go, covering an area of more than 600 square meters. Combined with the Bitcoin he bought. So she made a bold guess and took a gamble. To put it bluntly, it is also an investment, a 3-month investment. If the price doesn't go up within 3 months, she will cut her losses and sell her investment. Yes, when she confirmed that Li Changfeng had purchased a storefront of 600 square meters, she also invested in one there. As for money, it was the commission she had just received and the money she had saved. Then I asked friends for some money and collected 1.05 million yuan to buy a 120 square meter house. Calculating the unit price, what she bought was much cheaper than what Li Changfeng bought. So, when she saw the news that the north gate was about to open, she couldn't help but scream out. She made the right bet this time. According to her estimation, once the north gate is truly opened, it won't be a problem for the housing prices there to be sold at 50,000 or 60,000 per square meter. It can be said that this is the wisest investment she has ever made. I can't help it. Be sure to share it. So she called Li Changfeng. At this time, Li Changfeng was on his way to work. However, this time, he went to resign. Planning work is no longer suitable for him. Even if you leave, you have to hand over to them. After all, I have been working for 2 years, so I should have a beginning and an end. Sitting on the bus, I took a look and found it was Lena's call. So I just pressed the answer button. What's up, pretty girl? Is it possible to have sexual thoughts in broad daylight? Yes? That's right, do you have the guts? The question is, can you do it? Ha ha. Don't tease me, the consequences will be serious. You teased me first, right? Okay, let me tell you something. Did you watch the news? Is that place opening? Did you see it? I followed suit, and I didn't expect that I was right this time. Okay. It's nothing serious, I just want to say thank you. After saying that, Lena hung up the phone. Once I arrived at the company, resigning went smoothly. I submitted my resignation and they approved it directly. Because the market is bad now, they don't have much work to do. The company is also preparing to lay off employees. Even if he doesn't resign, maybe he won't be able to keep his job if there are layoffs in a few days. I stood at the door of the company for a while and recalled the past. Then he called Bai Chi and asked him to go to the BMW 4S dealership to pick up the car. Dear friends, please give me a 5-star rating after reading it. Thank you. Your support is the author's motivation to continue writing. Without your support, the author will starve to death. Now I can only eat 1 steamed bun a day, pitiful. Chapter 34, Fair Skin, Beautiful Face, and Long Legs. After Li Changfeng left the company by car, 2 people appeared near the company's entrance. One of them picked up the phone. Brother Dao, the target person has appeared and is leaving the company by car. Okay, we'll catch up and never let him get away. Two guys who looked like gangsters hung up the phone, got into a Jetta, and followed the taxi from a distance. Li Changfeng, who was sitting in the car, was completely unaware of this. 15 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the door of the 4S store. After paying the bill, I walked into the 4S store. It said that the higher the level of the 4S store, the better the service. How come I didn't feel this? I walked into the store and took a look, but no one paid any attention to me. The salesperson is really good looking. Each of them can be described as having fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. They all look very pleasing to the eye. They are all low-cut hip-length skirts paired with long boots. What about their services? What about their professionalism? Why has no one come to greet me after I came in for such a long time? At this time, Li Changfeng, who was standing in the 4S shop, looked at the beauties around him in confusion. Little did he know that while he was looking at the beauties, the car saleswoman was also looking at this uninvited guest. What does this person do? Are you here to look for someone? I don't know. He's wearing cheap clothes. He can't be here to buy a car. Ha ha. Maybe your family has introduced you to someone new, and they're here to see you. TSK. He looks so poor, how can he be worthy of me? But no matter what they do, you still have to go and receive them, right? Yeah, you're going? Why don't you go? I don't have the time. I have to save my energy to find a rich husband. As they were pushing each other, they saw a beautiful woman walking by. Ha ha. This idiot. Didn't she see that no one was going there? She was so stupid as to run over there. That can't be said. Maybe he really is a hidden rich man. Besides, Yuan just arrived and hasn't done any business yet, so she's naturally anxious. It's reasonable for her to go and receive her. Invisible rich man, if he is an invisible rich man, I will eat shit live. Can't you see that everything on him is not worth $200? Several beauties were actually gambling there. Hello, boss. My name is Yuan. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? Yuan said very politely. While speaking, he even bent his waist slightly. It makes the already low-cut clothes appear even more revealing. My nose felt hot when I saw Li Changfeng. So he quickly shifted his gaze. Yes, I want to buy a mobility scooter. When they heard him say that he wanted to buy a mobility scooter, the other onlookers burst into laughter. They have only heard of buying a low-end car worth tens of thousands of yuan as a commuter vehicle, but have never heard of anyone buying a BMW as a training car. Li Changfeng didn't care about their discussions. After all, in this society where appearance is valued over money, it is normal to have such thoughts. Who makes me look like I don't look like a rich person? Not to mention those business elites. Even Yuan was confused. A mobility scooter? So she took Li Changfeng to a cheaper area. Boss Li, is the X1 cheaper here? Look, do you want to give it a try? No, the X1's kinetic energy is too poor. Give me an X6. Using X6 as a scooter, isn't that too luxurious? Yuan didn't react for a moment. Boss Li, do you really want to see X6? No need to look at the price, just do the paperwork for me. After that, he handed her a bank card and asked her to swipe it. It's rare to have the chance to show off, so he wants to try it too. Then we have to see what the price is. There are 3 levels of high, medium and low. No need to look, I want the best, the most luxurious one. Go ahead and get it, I'll be waiting to drive away. Looking at the bank card in her hand, she felt unreal. Could this person be a patient who ran away from somewhere? Even if you have money, I've never seen anyone spend it like this. Even if she took the card and left, she didn't believe in her heart that she could really use this card to pay for money. She was already prepared to be scolded by the manager. Because of where they were talking, it was a bit far from the front desk. So, those beauties didn't hear what they talked about specifically. He didn't even look at the bank card that Yuan took. I just saw Yuan chatting with that person for a few words and then left. Did you see that? Yuan was pissed off by him, right? What about the invisible rich man? I believe this negative. The one who was speaking was the girl who was live streaming eating shit. That's not certain. Maybe they've already negotiated and are ready to buy the X1. Don't be funny. Hey, this person looks extraordinary. He must be a rich man. Don't fight with me, this tall, rich and handsome guy is mine. A few beauties were chatting when they saw a man with great temperament walked in. So I quickly went forward to greet him. Everyone took up the responsibility and rushed to be the first. He was afraid that if he spoke too late, he would lose millions. Hello, handsome guy? My name is Lily. Hello, little brother, my name is Meng Meng. Hello, big brother, my name is Fei Fei. The person who came was Bai Qi. After receiving Li Changfeng's call, he left the hospital, changed his clothes, and rushed here. As for why change clothes? Because he felt that only by dressing more formally could he be worthy of the salary and his boss. Although he is only 1.75 meters tall, he is not as tall as Changfeng. But the temperament developed through military training is not something that ordinary people can compare to. As long as you stand there, you can feel an invisible temperament, the temperament of a soldier. Suit, tie, black leather shoes. All I need is a pair of sunglasses. This is also what attracted them. The sight of several sexy and passionately dressed beauties almost made him lose his balance. He is similar to Li Changfeng. Although they are quite old, they have never experienced sexual intercourse. Therefore, it is inevitable that hormones will rise. Bai Qi's mouth was dry and his tongue was parched, so he couldn't even speak. Well, I'm here to look for someone. After saying that, he left them behind and walked towards Li Changfeng. Amid their exclamations, Bai Qi bowed deeply to the man they looked down upon. Sorry, boss, I'm a little late. Ha ha. It's okay, it's not too late, just right. The car's paperwork will be completed soon, and we can drive away directly in a moment. Also, the boss is the boss, don't bow. We don't have so many rules. Okay, boss. How is Uncle's condition? Is it stable? Yes, the operation went smoothly, so I have to thank the boss even more. Don't thank me all the time, just hope everything goes well, just hope everything goes well. This way you can stay with me with peace of mind. Watching them chatting, Lily, Meng Meng, and Fei Fei were all dumbfounded. The person he was trying to curry favor with turned out to be just one of his subordinates. Could it be that I really had made a mistake? Chapter 35, Being Stopped from Going Out. Buy a car? Are the formalities almost done? Did he really buy an X1? The three of them stood there, looking at each other with their beautiful eyes, all with expressions of disbelief. Could it be true? Yeah, where's Yuan Yuan? Where did she go? Could it be that he is going to do? Maybe. I went to the back to check. I didn't believe it. She really is so lucky. After Lily finished speaking, she walked towards the back. She wanted to see if it was really as they guessed. But before she could walk inside, she saw Yuan Yuan coming out with a temporary license plate and the necessary documents in her hand. No way. Could it be that she really made the deal? Although X1 is the cheapest car they have, they can still make thousands of dollars in commission for selling one. She was unwilling to give up, so she finally decided not to go into the office to inquire about the details. So we followed Yuan Yuan and walked out. How about it? Did she really make the deal? Haven't you all seen it? The temporary license plate she was holding. Lily said weakly. Hey! Who just said that if that person can afford a car, she will eat shit live on the internet? Hurry up and stand up, show us a bit. That's right, Lily, let's see how you broadcast live, haha. Fei Fei and Meng Meng were both cheering on the side. Cut. Isn't it just selling the cheapest car we have here? What's there to be proud of? If she has the ability, she can sell a car worth millions. Not only do I eat shit live, but I also eat shit while standing upside down. Just as she was bragging, she saw a brand new X6 driving out of the garage. Next, Yuan Yuan's words made her face turn completely green. Li, Boss Li, your car documents have been processed. The car has already come out. Look, do you have any questions? Yuan Yuan said very politely. Even though the money had been paid and the formalities had been completed, her heart was still pounding. Just now, in the manager's office. She was ready to be scolded by her manager. I put the card on the card machine with trembling hands, and to my surprise it was successfully swiped. The manager's face also turned from black to white. This kind of situation has never been encountered by so many managers in the industry. It is rare to see someone pay directly without looking at the car, test driving it, or bargaining. So he completed all the formalities as quickly as possible and let Yuan Yuan take it out. I'm afraid that if I waste time, the other party will regret it. Until now, Yuan Yuan still feels as if she is dreaming, with all kinds of anxiety. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Next time I buy a car, I'll come to you again. Bai Qi, can you drive? Ha, of course. Not to mention cars, there is nothing I can't drive, whether it's running on the ground, swimming in the water, or flying in the sky. After saying that, he took the car keys and sat in the driver's seat. These words may sound like he is bragging to others. After all, there are many means of transportation in this world, and even those that run on the road require many driver's licenses to drive. For example, see photo, B photo, a photo, and so on. Of course, there are trains, military tanks, launch vehicles, and more. Who dares to say that everyone can? But for Bai Qilai, he really knows all of these. Especially military ones, whether it's armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, etc., he knows them all. Not only does he know how to do it, almost everyone in their department knows how to do it. After all, their main mission is to fight across borders. You will encounter all kinds of situations, so you must use whatever you can to increase your chances of survival behind enemy lines. Of course, he wouldn't show these off. Get in the car, take a quick look at the operation, and you can get on the road. When Li Changfeng was about to get on the bus, he glanced back. Just now I heard someone say that if I could afford $1 million car, she would live stream her daddy. No, it's eating poop live while standing upside down? Isn't this a bit difficult? It's worth seeing. Yuan Yuan, how much is this car in total? The bare car is 1.08 million, plus the purchase tax and insurance, the total is 1.28 million. Oh. That's enough for $1 million? Yes, Boss Lee, more than 1 million. Shall we begin? Look at your performance. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Lily. At this moment, Lily was so ashamed that she almost crawled into a rat hole. How dare I look Li Changfeng in the eye? He hid behind Fei Fei and Meng Meng and dared not come out. Certainly. Li Changfeng didn't really want her to do a live broadcast, he just wanted to put a damper on her arrogance. Let her know what it means to look down on others. Only after Li Changfeng and his companions drove away did Lily look up. Today I have embarrassed myself at my grandma's house. Not only did he lose a big client, but he was also criticized so much that he didn't dare to talk back. The three of them looked at each other. They shook their heads at each other. Originally, they were the first ones to see this customer. Because he was dressed poorly, looked average, and came in a taxi. Therefore, they all looked down on it and were unwilling to receive it. In the end, it was Yuan Yuan who went to the bathroom and came back and saw it, so she took the initiative to walk up. Maybe this is the opportunity. Now they can only envy. After all, Yuan Yuan can get a lot of commission from this order. In addition, the customer did not bargain, so there was room for bargaining. Yuan Yuan can get half of this space worth nearly 100,000 yuan, plus commission from the car and insurance. Yuan Yuan can get at least 60,000 yuan from this order. To say I'm not envious is a lie. They were all envious to death. At this time, Li Changfeng had already left the 4S store and was ready to attend the auction. After all, the focus of today is the auction. He wants to buy that big pipe at the auction. However, as soon as their car drove out of the 4S store, it was blocked by 2 cars. 7 or 8 people got out of the car with baseball bats and steel pipes. Standing in front of their car, pointing at them. Li Changfeng was completely confused by the sudden appearance of the thugs. It seems that I haven't offended anyone. Why is someone looking for trouble with me? After carefully observing the people coming, one of them seemed familiar. I felt like I had seen him somewhere before. While he was reminiscing, he heard Bai Qi say, "Boss, I've seen these people before. They might be here to see me. Just sit in the car and don't move. I'll take care of them. I came to see you. Didn't you just come back? Why are we still enemies? Ha ha. It's just a small matter. It will be solved in a moment. These guys are the ones I met on the bus last time. One of them has a scar on his face. He must be the leader. I just didn't expect that they could find me." After hearing Bai Qi say this, he finally understood. No wonder it looks familiar. It turned out to be those hooligans on the bus. Chapter 36 The Informer. Be careful. These people are armed, don't hurt yourself. Although he knew that he was good at fighting, he still understood that 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. What's more, there are 7 or 8 people on the other side. Moreover, each of them was armed with a weapon. Don't worry, boss. Just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. The battle will be resolved in 1 minute. Bai Qi didn't take those people outside seriously at all. So he got out of the car and walked out alone. Scar was outside the car, holding a steel pipe, standing in front of the X6. He originally wanted to smash the car as soon as he came up, but he didn't expect it to be a car worth millions. After thinking about it, I decided not to smash it for now. After all, he only took a bribe of 100,000 yuan for taking this job. If he smashed someone else's car and had to pay compensation, he would have no place to cry. But when he saw the person getting out of the car, he was stunned. The steel pipe in my hand is a little unsteady. What's going on? Why is it this killer? The person in the photo is obviously not him? Scar asked in a low voice to the younger brothers around him. Brother Dao, is this the person? But the person we are looking for is in this car. I saw it with my own eyes. He got on this car and should have been sitting in the back. That little brother didn't know why Brother Dao's lips trembled when he spoke. It seems like he is very afraid of the person opposite him. Mainly because this little brother was not on the bus last time. Therefore, he didn't know how powerful Bai Qi was. What about you? Why don't you say there are 2 of us? He shuddered when he thought of Bai Qi's ghostly skills. Although he has more people this time, for more than last time. However, he did not feel that he could win. After thinking about it, I feel that face is not as important as life. So he walked up to Bai Qi like a pug. Boss, misunderstanding, all misunderstanding? He originally wanted to warm up his lower body, after all, he hadn't fought for a long time, and his hands were a little itchy. Although, they are not in the same league. But it can also help stretch your muscles. But seeing that Scar had actually become a wimp, he didn't feel comfortable taking any more action. Misunderstanding. You blocked the road with a group of people, and now you tell me it's a misunderstanding? Bai Qi was also a little confused. Logically speaking, since they were here to cause trouble for me, why should I say it was a misunderstanding? Before Scar could say anything, one of his little brothers immediately squeezed up. He probably wanted to stand out and perform well in front of Scar. Ha ha. Blocking you? What's wrong with blocking you? You're the one blocking it? Not only will I block you now, I will also beat you later. He took a baseball bat and waved it in front of Bai Qi. Be ready to attack at any time. At this moment, as long as Scar said a word, he would be the first to rush forward. However, things were not what he thought. Bang! Pa! Block your mother's balls? Do you have a say here? Get out of my way. The little brother was just feeling proud when Scar slapped him several times in the face and left him dizzy. It's me, did you hit the wrong person? Is he on the other side? The younger brother said with a look of grievance. Seeing that he still dared to complain, Scar went up and kicked him backwards. You really don't know how to read people's cues. I was scared to death and wanted to explain it to him. He dares to jump out. Isn't this pushing me into the fire pit? After beating up his little brother, Scar looked at Bai Qi with a flattering expression. Boss, this is really a misunderstanding. We really didn't mean to block you. I swear to God. If I bet against you, I'll be struck by lightning. Who knew that by coincidence, at this moment there actually was a loud thunder in the sky? Scar was so scared that he trembled. Oh my God, I'm telling the truth, why are you thundering? Scar shouted helplessly towards the sky. Okay, tell me what's going on. Bai Qi also believed that they were not here to block him. Otherwise, there is no need to waste time, just start fighting. If you can't win, you can still beg for mercy. Now they are all holding weapons and haven't even started fighting yet, but they are begging for mercy. This is naturally not normal. Boss. They seem to be looking for you? Bai Qi looked at Li Changfeng and said. Tell me about it? Who asked you to come? When Scar saw that this expert actually called the person they were looking for boss, he immediately knew that this mission was hopeless. So he told it all. What, the surname is Wang, and the name is Wang Fei? I don't know anyone like Wang Fei or Wang Fei. What does he do? Someone from Binhai Wang's family? After asking for a long time, he still didn't know when he had offended a man named Wang Fei. At this moment, Scar seemed to remember something. By the way, boss, that Wang Fei said that you seem to have bullied his wife? What the hell? Bullying his wife? Yeah. He said he wanted to break your third leg to avenge his wife. Scar said affirmatively. What does this have to do with anything? When did I ever flirt with a decent woman? Even if you want to tease me, you should tease an unmarried girl. He really couldn't remember when he had poached someone else's girlfriend. It even caused the husband to hire someone to break his third leg. Suddenly, he remembered. In Xiangshan Park, he seemed to have beaten a woman. It can't be said that he beat her, he just kicked her in the butt. Kicked her into the water. And his naughty kid. I remember that the woman was screaming. Talking about taking revenge on him or something. I didn't care about it at that time. He took Tang Weiwei and slipped away. If there is anyone who can be considered as hatred, it should be her. I didn't expect that the old women were so cruel that they actually looked for people from society to cause trouble for me. Fortunately, Bai Qi is here, otherwise, it would be difficult for me to leave safely today. I know who it is. But, you betrayed your employer like this, isn't that unfair? How can you report back if you didn't deal with us? Li Changfeng looked at Scar with interest. Hey, what else do you need to do? If I had known that I would be dealing with you guys, I would never have taken this job even if you killed me. How dare I go against you? The farce ended just like that. However, today it is really thanks to Bai Qi. After all this time, it turns out he's here to cause trouble for me. He probably couldn't guess why Wang Fei and his team found him so quickly. And locked his position. It can be said that Wang Fei spent a lot of money to find him and avenge his wife and children. After all, he is a man who cares about his reputation. How can he survive if he can't even protect his wife and children? On the day of the accident, we searched for most of the day but found no clues. So he issued a reward. Anyone who can provide clues will receive $1 million reward. As the saying goes, in the face of huge temptation, naturally there are people who cannot resist the temptation and secretly tell Wang Fei the news about Li Changfeng. This is how the current situation came about. Chapter 37, Collusion. In the Wang family villa, Wang Fei looked at his wife and son. Don't worry, dear. Now that we have found that person, he can't escape now. I've already sent some thugs to take care of him. They'll definitely let him know the consequences of going against you. Humph. That's more like it. When she thought of her miserable appearance at that time, she felt angry. It's your own child, you should take care of it yourself, what does it have to do with him? My child, if I don't love him, who will? My child, I will spoil him however I want. Wang Fei looked at his beloved son and shook his head helplessly. Ever since she had a child, she seemed to have put all her energy into the child. Although my son is already 10 years old, he still lives a life of having food and clothes provided for him. He doesn't know whether it is right or wrong. Yes. If we don't love our son, how can we expect others to love him? While the two of them were chatting, they saw the nanny walking towards them. Sir, madam? There's someone called Yang Manyun out there who wants to see you? Yang Manyun? Female? Nanny, yes, ma'am. Okay, you old king? You're secretly playing with women again? Someone has found your home, right? Wang Fei, no, where is it? It's the one who gave me the clue. If she hadn't provided the information about the person who beat you, I wouldn't have been able to find him so quickly. Oh. So that's why you said so earlier. Then let her in quickly. We have to thank her properly. So the two of them followed him into the living room. Yang Manyun came here naturally to collect the reward money. Of course, he came here without Wang Nua's knowledge. Otherwise, if she knew about it, both mother and daughter would be finished. Another reason why she did this was that Wang Fei paid her a high enough salary. As long as you can provide accurate information, there will be a reward of 1 million. With this 1 million, she can solve her urgent problem. Not only was he able to pay back Li Changfeng's more than 400,000 yuan, but he also had enough money to marry his son. When she saw Wang Fei, she was as enthusiastic as if she had seen 1 million. Hello, Mr. Wang, I am Yang Manyun, and I was the one who provided you with that information. Look, that. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Mrs. Wang. Ha, Sister Yang, right? Hello. Come to think of it, I really have to thank you for this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get my revenge so quickly. Don't worry, my husband will definitely keep his promise to you. Hearing the other party say that they would definitely keep their promise, Yang Manyun finally calmed down. Then thank you, Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang walked into her room and came out again 30 seconds later. These are 2 cards, one is a membership card for Wang's hotel, and the other is a massage card for the leisure club. There is 500,000 yuan in each card. Sister Yang, it's okay, just bring your relatives and friends here to eat and improve the food. After eating and drinking, go to the leisure club for a massage, perfect match. Looking at the 2 membership cards handed over by Mrs. Wang, Yang Manyun was stunned. Didn't we agree to give you 1 million? After all this time, is it just to give you a membership card? She was so frustrated that her lungs were about to explode. But what can she do under someone else's roof? I had no choice but to take the card with grievance. It's better to have something than nothing. Seeing Yang Manyun leaving the Wang family with a hung face, Mrs. Wang laughed happily. Honey, how is it? I'm awesome, your wife? Not only do you not have to pay her, but you also save your face. The couple, who were in cahoots with each other, actually drank a glass of wine in tacit understanding. Just then, Wang Fei's cell phone rang. Hello? How's it going? What, they left without doing anything? Okay, I got it. These bastards are just taking money but not doing anything. Wang Fei angrily smashed the cup in his hand. What's wrong, husband? Who's calling? The person I sent to monitor Scar gave me a reply, saying that Scar didn't hit that man at all. They said they met, talked for a few minutes, and then Scar took his men away. I suspect that Scar has eaten the previous owner and then the next owner? Otherwise, why don't they do it? Humph. Scar, you underestimate me, Wang Fei. When there is time, I will make you spit out everything you have eaten. Let's go, honey. There will be an auction soon. Let's see if there is anything we like. I'll buy it and give it to you then. After venting his anger, he left his home with his wife and headed for the auction site. A charity auction is also a small gathering. Anyone who can enter is invited, otherwise they cannot enter. So, anyone who can get in basically has some connections. Don't underestimate anyone, there might be a big boss standing behind him. Li Changfeng didn't have an invitation card, he came in with Wang Quan. As for Bai Qi, he had no choice but to wait outside. He wouldn't have to worry about anything happening here. Besides, there is also royal power. Brother, tell me the truth, do you have any news? Do you know how much money you can make now that you have taken over those houses of mine? At least we have to make more than 25 million. Your return on investment is so high that even Bill Gates would have to admit defeat. With 6 million, you can earn more than 20 million in just a few days. What a concept! It can be seen that he was a little envious of Li Changfeng for being able to make so much money in such a short period of time. Brother Wang, you're too kind. Brother, this is just a small fight. How can it compare with Brother Wang? As for what the news is, I'm just guessing like you. If there's anything else, it's intuition. He couldn't say that the system told him. So, I can only say it is my intuition. In fact, whether men or women, they all have an incredible intuition. It was as if he was often in an environment where the enemy was fighting each other, and his mind was highly concentrated. He could feel a hint of murderous aura around him. This is also an intuition. It is something that cannot be explained or understood. Therefore, it is also the best excuse. Intuition? Obviously, Wang Quan didn't believe his lies. Is intuition really that accurate? However, he also knew that everyone has their own privacy. Therefore, there is no need to dig into the details. Okay, brother, just assume that your intuition is accurate. Come on, I'll introduce you to some bosses. Maybe we can work together in the future. Li Changfeng followed Wang Quan and moved freely in the venue. From time to time, introduce him to some business acquaintances. The reason he did this was that he wanted to get closer to Li Changfeng. Because he felt that there was something in this person that he couldn't understand. My intuition tells me that being on good terms with him will be of great benefit to myself and my family. Chapter 38 Jewelry Company Miss Zhao. Chapter 38. Mr. Wang? Long time no see. Oh, Miss Zhao? It's rare that you still remember your brother. Look at what Brother Wang said, you are being too polite. Brother Wang, I want to talk to you about something. Zhao Liying is the jewel in the crown of Binhai Jewelry Company. She is also a typical strong woman. Since taking charge of the jewelry company, he has tripled its turnover in just 3 years. She has been named one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Binhai. Zhao Liying glanced at Li Changfeng, who was beside Wang Quan, meaning that she wanted to have a private chat. Li Changfeng naturally understood what the beautiful lady Zhao meant. So he very consciously took 2 steps back and strolled away alone. Drinking some good wine and eating some delicious food is quite pleasant. The most important thing is that there are so many beautiful women here. There are even quite a few celebrities. At this time, there was a person in front of him, Wang Xiaofei, who was known as the Queen of Singing. There are also popular Little Prince Lele and others. However, here, they are just ordinary people and there is nothing special about them. Not only did no one come forward to watch, it seemed as if they had to curry favor with the people around them. Only Li Changfeng is an exception. Take a photo with this person, then take a photo with that person. Just like a country bumpkin. Wow, Queen Wang, you are my idol. Can I take a photo with you? Wang Xiaofei just showed a very charming smile and nodded, without any airs of a diva at all. Wang Xiaofei was also forced to attend such occasions. Of course, she has a contract with the company. She has to do whatever the agency asks her to do and cannot go against the company's wishes. Otherwise, she would not only face a huge fine, but also the risk of being banned forever. It's like some stars who are obviously very popular but suddenly disappear. That person may have offended the agency and was blacklisted. Therefore, celebrities who seem to be very glamorous in the eyes of the public also have their own reasons and difficulties. While he was wandering among the stars and having a great time, he was caught by a woman. Well, you rascal? Finally, I caught you? Where are you going to run to? Do you think you're done after bullying me? Do you think you can settle it by spending some money? Are you dreaming? The sudden incident also attracted the attention of people around. What's going on? From what that woman said, she wanted to have sex with him and then abandon him? No, I guess we've played it, so we just started disappearing. Ha, I just didn't expect to be caught on this occasion. Alas! I can tell from the first glance that this woman is not a good person. I will observe a minute of silence for you. Hearing the discussions of the people around her, the beautiful woman who caught Li Changfeng was suddenly stunned. I quickly explained to the people around me. No, it's not what you said. Husband, come here quickly, I caught the person who bullied me. Wang Fei, who was chatting with his friends, heard his wife calling him, so he walked towards the crowd. Hubby, it was him, he was the one who beat me. Seeing Wang Fei coming, Mrs. Wang hurriedly shouted. However, in front of so many people, Wang Fei was too embarrassed to cause trouble for the other party about the child's matter. After all, he knows the character of his own children and daughter-in-law better than anyone else. The reason why he didn't let his own people deal with Li Changfeng was also because of this convenience. To put it bluntly, he didn't want the matter to be known to everyone in Binhai. After all, it's not an honorable thing. Even if it is revenge, it is done in private. I just didn't expect to meet him here. Judging from his dress and his behavior just now, it is not difficult to guess that he must have sneaked in to get here. Because in his circle, no one has ever heard of such a person as him. After all, the entire Binhai circle is so small. He basically knows all the prominent figures. In his impression, there is absolutely no such person as Li Changfeng. So he had a reason to punish the other party. Tell me, how did you get in? Everyone who comes in here needs an invitation? Can you show us your invitation? Wang Fei did not follow his wife's wishes and lecture him. Instead, another method was used to solve the problem. From this we can see that Wang Fei is not a person with strong limbs and a simple mind. Of course he didn't have an invitation. He came here with Wang Quan, so how could he have an invitation? No. When he heard Li Changfeng say that there was no invitation, he became more confident in his judgment. This person must have sneaked in. It would be easier without an invitation. What, no invitation? Who let you in without an invitation? Security, where is the security? What kind of place is this? Can anyone just come in? As Wang Fei shouted, 2 security guards came over quickly. When they saw it was Wang Fei, they all showed him respect. Master Wang, what's the matter? What's the matter? Who let you in this person without an invitation? What? There is such a thing. It definitely wasn't put in here by us. If you didn't put it in, then it sneaked in? What should you do about this kind of thing? Replying to Master Wang, anyone who sneaks in here will have their limbs broken and thrown out. Oh. So what are you waiting for? Because the noise here was quite loud, it also alarmed Wang Quan, who was talking about something nearby. Hey, where's Brotherly? Wang Quan looked around but did not see Li Changfeng. What, Brotherly? I'm asking you a question. Don't you have a few shops at the north gate of Xianshan? Can you give it to me? Zhao Liang looked at Wang Quan and asked, pretending to be angry. Hey! Since the beautiful Zhao has spoken, it would be unjust if I don't agree. The problem is, I'm not the boss, right? Because the storefront is no longer mine, you want me to sell it? His master now is Brotherly. Wang Quan said helplessly. I thought how nice it would be if the storefront was still in my hands. Now you have the opportunity to discuss cooperation with a great beauty. Wang Quan has been in love with Zhao Liang for a long time, but he has never had a chance. Now that I suddenly have the opportunity, I lose it again. What, sold it? When did you sell it? How much did you sell it for? I sold it the day before yesterday for the same price I bought it for, so I'm selling it for the same price. We can still make a fortune by opening a shop. Pretend as hard as you can. Don't hold it in and get hurt. Let's go talk to your Brotherly. Zhao Liang originally planned to spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy those storefronts. Looking at it now, it probably won't work. I just hope the other party doesn't offer too high a price. Because their company really needs a storefront there now and wants to open a gold shop of several hundred square meters there. To put it simply, it means opening the largest jewelry store in Binhai. There is a lot of traffic there, so it is the most suitable location. So, no matter what the cost, you have to buy or rent a storefront there. Chapter 39 Occupational Diseases. After hearing what Wang Fei said, the two security guards walked towards Li Changfeng. They have plenty of ways to deal with people who break in without permission. However, in order to make sure that the other party really came here privately, they still asked politely. Sir, could you please show me your invitation? If not, don't blame us for enforcing the store's rules. When everyone thought that Li Changfeng was about to be taken away, Wang Quan and Zhao Liang finally arrived. I brought him here. Is there a problem? When the two security guards saw that the person coming was Wang Quan, they were stunned. What's going on? Are you two brothers kidding us? One to take us away, one to stop us. However, as security guards, they are at the bottom of society and can only be appointed. After all, they couldn't afford to offend Wang Fei. We can't afford to offend Wang Quan and the others. Since Wang Quan has already said that he was the one who brought the people, then it has nothing to do with them. So, the two of them said hello, Mr. Wang, at the same time, and then left. Is Brother Li okay? Wang Quan looked at Li Changfeng embarrassedly. After all, he was the one who invited the person. If he lost face, it was his face. Li Changfeng nodded. He really didn't take it to heart. In this situation, Wang Fei didn't dare to do anything to himself. Once he goes out, he can't do anything to himself. After all, Bai Qi was waiting for him outside. Having Bai Qi around can give him a lot of confidence. Wang Quan, what do you mean? Why are you everywhere? Even if you want to go against me, don't you have to choose the right time? Do you know what he has done that you are helping him like this? That's right, Wang Quan, after all, I am your sister-in-law, right? Your sister-in-law, your nephew was beaten up, and you are still protecting him. What does that mean? The reason why the kingship came to the fore was, firstly, because he was the one who brought the person here and he needed to protect him. The second reason was that he felt that Wang Fei was deliberately looking for trouble with him, so he made things difficult for Li Changfeng. So, no matter what the reason was, he needed to step in to help him out. However, that doesn't seem to be the case. However, now that I have intervened, it is difficult to back down. As for the exact reason, we can only tell later. Although I have only met Li Changfeng 3 times in total. But judging from his appearance, he doesn't seem like the type of person who would hit women or children. Combined with my sister-in-law's personality. Even if he did hit me, it must have been because he made him angry. Not to mention humans, even a rabbit will bite if it gets angry. Brother, sister-in-law. Li Changfeng is my friend, and I brought him here. So, I have to ensure his safety. If anything happens, come to me. They also have a better understanding of royal power. He is as stubborn as a donkey. Once he has made up his mind, even 8 oxen cannot pull him back. Snort. I'll let you go today. He can protect you for a while, but can he protect you forever? Let's wait and see. After saying that, Wang Fei took his wife away. After all, this is a public place, not their home. When the quarrel broke out, it was people from their Wang family and his grandfather's people who were lost. From beginning to end, Li Changfeng didn't say much. What he didn't expect was that Wang Fei and Wang Quan were actually cousins. Good thing they don't get along. It's not good. Otherwise, I will be the one who is embarrassed today. Brother Li, I'm sorry. My cousin is against me in every way. It's okay, Brother Wang, this is all my fault. If we had kept silent when your nephew sprayed my girlfriend with a water gun, we wouldn't have retaliated when your sister-in-law scolded us, otherwise we wouldn't have gotten into this situation today. Li Changfeng seems to apologize. In fact, I was telling him the general course of events. If someone helps you, you should let them know, right? Alas. This is even less your fault. Okay, I won't say any more. I will find a way to help you resolve this problem later. Let me introduce you, this is Zhao Liang, the leader of our Binhai jewelry industry. The two greeted each other. Wang Quan continued, I wonder what you are going to use the storefront you bought, Brother Li? What is the next step, renting it out or selling it? The facade? Of course it's for investment. I'm going to sell it in the next 2 days. What am I going to do with it? Opening a shop and doing business is not my strong point. I heard he wanted to sell it. Zhao Liang said excitedly, how much money is that handsome guy prepared to pay? If the price is right, I'll take them all. He received 6 million. Only 2 days have passed, so if he can double his time, that's about right. Zhao Liang was prepared to take him down for less than 240 million yuan. Oh. Miss Zhao, do you want it? If you want it, give me a discount. If you pay 30 million, I'll give you all the 600 square meters. Zhao Liang. This is still cheaper. Why didn't you say it was sold for 300 million? Wang Quan. You are so cruel. Invest 6 million and you dare to make it 5 times in 2 days. See the expressions on both of their faces. Li Changfeng pretended to be stupid. Ha, it's useless to use the beauty trap on yourself. I don't want anything now, I just want money. I'm going to become a billionaire within a month. Real. That means I'll sell it to you. If it's someone else, he won't be able to buy it without 35 million. What I meant was that there is still 5 million left for you. What if you don't believe me? I'll calculate it for you. Brother Wang, our place is the best place, right? Can a good location in Southgate be sold for more than 60,000 per square meter? The price of the Northgate can't be lower than this, right? 663,006, and there are still 20 square meters, which means another 1,200,000. Don't you think this makes sense? When Zhao Liang heard his calculation, she felt it made sense. However, this price was still beyond her budget. Handsome brother, I won't bargain with you. The price is 20 million. If you agree, I can transfer the money to you now. I invested 6 million and made 1,200 in 2 days. Isn't that enough? It's definitely something you can brag about for the rest of your life. After Zhao Liang finished speaking, she deliberately gave him a wink. However, she underestimated Li Changfeng's desire for money. Without money, if he can't make 100 million within a month, his life will be in danger. Well, that negotiation failed. Let's go, the auction will start soon. We should go in and find a place to sit. His purpose of coming here was very clear, he came to take a picture of that big pipe. According to a rough estimate, if I can take the right picture, my mission will be almost completed. So, now nothing can tempt him. Only money can move him. I saw that the other party didn't buy my tricks at all. Zhao Liang's face was full of disappointment. Suddenly I began to doubt my own charm. However, he also understood that business negotiations would not be successful in just one go. Of course, she is not short of that little money. This is just a professional habit of hers. Get the biggest return at the smallest cost. commonly known as occupational disease. Chapter 40. Young Master Juan was so angry that he vomited blood. Because it's a charity auction. So, there is nothing particularly valuable here. Even the auction items were just trinkets brought out by major families and wealthy families. The main significance is actually donation. Because the whole world is now seriously polluted, huge natural disasters occur frequently around the world. According to statistics, on average, a natural disaster occurs every day around the world. Minor road collapse, small-scale landslides, and mudslides. Major forest fires, major earthquakes, tsunamis, etc. Just a few days ago, a flood occurred in the central part of Longwa. It is said that the rainfall reached 900 millimeters per hour. What a concept! Under normal circumstances, the annual rainfall in a region is only about 150 millimeters. And now, a year's worth of rain fell in just 1 hour. What a concept! No matter how powerful the drainage system is, it cannot drain water in a hurry. This directly resulted in a large city with tens of millions of people being submerged in a vast ocean. The surrounding farmland was flooded, houses collapsed, and cattle and sheep were washed away by the flood. It can be said that the loss is heavy. Now people from all over the country are extending a helping hand. Those who have money donate money, and those who have strength donate manpower, all to support the city in trouble. Their entire charity event is now organized jointly by wealthy businessmen from all over Binhai in response to the call of Longwa. Rich businessmen not only have to put items of a certain value up for auction, but they also have to take something back with them. Among the people here, he only knew Wang Quan, and he had only just met Zhao Liying. So, they sat together. I picked up the auction flyer in my hand and took a look at it. Found the object that looked like a big pipe. It is the 12th item to be auctioned. He had absolutely no interest in anything else. Because he couldn't tell whether it was good or bad, an antique or a fake. Brother Chanfeng, what are you looking at? You're not going to like this thing, are you? This is just a piece of scrap. It used to be in the basement of my grandfather's house. How did it appear here? Maybe Wang Fei used it as an auction item. I don't know who will be tricked in the end. I've asked someone to look at this thing, and they said it's just a common pipe at best, not worth much. Wang Quan knew a lot about this object, so he told him everything he knew. The purpose is to make him understand that this thing is not valuable and does not need to be auctioned. Ha ha. Then there's no need to auction it. Just tell me how much it's worth and sell it to me directly. Because after he looked at all the auction items, there was only one pipe. Therefore, this must be the imperial pipe that Ji Xiaolan once used. He. Brother, if you had told me earlier, I would have given it to you, not to mention selling it. It has been brought here for auction. Even if I agree, Wang Fei and the organizer will not agree. Oh. Then the only way to get it is to take a picture of it. I wanted to keep it simple. It seems that it is not working. Hey handsome, do you like this? Can I take a picture and give it to you later? Zhao Liying looked at Li Changfeng with a teasing look. Okay, then thank you, beautiful sister. Then he said another sentence. But the house is still 30 million. When Zhao Liying heard his words, her face turned dark. Why do I feel like this person is stubborn and unyielding? However, this also made him more curious. Because there was no trace of vulgarity in Li Changfeng's eyes. Soon, the auction officially began. The auctioneer was a handsome man. The first item to be auctioned is a landscape painting by a modern painter. The starting price is 150,000. After several rounds of competition, it was finally bought by a businessman who liked to collect calligraphy and paintings for 850,000 yuan. In fact, his painting is not worth that much money. It is much more valuable than the calligraphy and painting itself. The reason is that this is a charity auction. The more he spends, the more he donates to the people in the disaster area. In fact, it's not just calligraphy and paintings, there are other auction items as well. Whenever I meet someone I like, I usually pay a higher price than normal to get them. Besides, the things that can be donated are definitely not particularly valuable. All the good remnants are treated as treasures and hidden away. He would rather donate an equal amount of money than auction off his own collection. Therefore, the general transaction price is within 1 million. The 8th lot is a set of jerseys. This is the jersey that Beckham once signed. Although he is not a shareholder, Beckham is the world's football king. Any of his items will be snapped up and in high demand once they appear on the market. Therefore, as soon as the jersey appeared, it was snatched up by fans. The quoted price was 100,000, and it kept going up. 130,000. 150,000. 200,000. 250,000. 380,000. 380,000 per time? 380,000 times? Are there any more to add? 38. 400,000. Lee Changfeng, who had been silent, was the first to bid. The reason why he participated in the auction was that he also liked the football king Beckham and wanted to keep one of Beckham's jerseys. Second, it was Wang Fei who shouted number 38. Even if it's just to disgust him, I have to raise the price. Originally, Wang Fei was already confident that the jersey was his. Unexpectedly, a Cheng Yaojin appeared halfway through. The two men were like enemies meeting, and they were extremely jealous of each other. There is nothing else to do, just do it. 450,000? 500,000. 550,000. 600,000. The price quickly rose to 1 million. Things got to this point and they were all a little out of control. It's just a souvenir, and spending millions on it is definitely a huge loss. Even if Wang Fei had money, he wouldn't dare to play like this. This was beyond his budget. I thought to myself, if it's more than 1 million, I'll give it to you. So, after shouting out 1 million, he just looked at Lee Changfeng, hoping that he would add another million. Lee Changfeng just smiled. He picked up the bidding card and then put it down. In order to create a lively atmosphere, the host shouted again. Is there anyone else bidding? 1 million first times. 1 million second times. 1 million for the third time, deal. Congratulations to the boss of number 79. You have donated millions of dollars to the people in the disaster area. As Wang Fei expected, Lee Changfeng did not raise the sign. He knew that he must have been tricked by Lee Changfeng. It was originally worth about 300,000 yuan, but now I have to spend an extra 700,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be angry? But, being angry is one thing. Once the deal is done, you have to buy it. It's a question of credibility. However, he also blamed Lee Changfeng for this. I will make him pay back the money with interest in the future. Anyway, they have already made enemies, so as long as Wang Fei likes something, he will go up and lift it up. Wang Fei was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. It's time to put it up for testing soon. Friends who have saved drafts, hurry up and read them, don't hold back anymore. Chapter 41 Private Room Number 3. As each piece of the collection was auctioned, finally arrived at the rusty big pipe. The host held a box in both hands and placed it on the stand. I believe everyone has seen it from the leaflets. This is an antique, at least from the Kangxi and Yongjing periods. Some people speculate that this is most likely the big eye bag that Ji Xiaolan, the Grand Secretary Ji, once used. It's just because it's been too long and hasn't been well preserved, so it's rusty and doesn't look very good. However, based on the material and workmanship, it can be concluded that it is definitely an antique. Because it was not certain whether it was the one used by Academician Ji, the starting price was set at 100,000. Each price increase must be no less than 10,000. So, if you want to grab a bargain, hurry up. If it really is the one that Ji Dian owned, it would be worth at least several million. The people below were not interested after hearing the host's introduction. We are not stupid. If it was really the one used by Ji Dian, it would have been collected by someone long ago if it appeared here for auction. So, no matter how much he talked, the people below were unmoved. But, this is a charity auction. So, there are still a few people shouting. The goal is not to get that big eye bag. But I'm here to donate money. 150,000. 200,000. 350,000. When I shouted 350,000, no one added. To contribute to charity, donating 300,000 or 400,000 would be enough. From the beginning of bidding till now, Lee Changfeng has not spoken a word. This is because once more people compete for an item, the bidding price will be raised invisibly. So, he kept waiting. When no one else was bidding, he started to raise the price. Then bid for the item at the lowest price. 350,000 first time. 350,000 second time. 30. When everyone thought that no one was raising the price, a voice stopped the host from making the final decision. 500,000. Just added 150,000 more. The purpose is to stop other people from thinking about it. Brotherly, what about you? Do you really want it? I thought you were joking. It's just a broken item, not worth that much money. Wang Quan was very confused and didn't know why Li Chanfeng insisted on getting this big pipe. He. You'll know in a moment. My intuition tells me that this thing has a hidden secret. After all, it hadn't been filmed yet, so he didn't want to explain too much to him. 500,000? Wang Fei, who was not far from him, looked at him with a gloomy face. He. Now it's my turn to raise prices for you. You made me spend so much money in vain, how can I let you have an easy time? So he blurted out, 600,000 without thinking. Whatever you fear will come true. What he feared most was that Wang Fei would come up and disrupt the situation, but he didn't expect that he would actually show up. But he was determined to get this pipe. So, it must be photographed. 800,000. Seeing Li Changfeng's bid, Wang Fei showed a vengeful smile. 850,000. 900,000. 950,000. 1 million. When Wang Fei heard the other party shout out 1 million, he became a little scared. He didn't know whether he should continue to raise the price. Because he has already photographed things worth more than 2 million today. If I take this picture again, it will cost more than 3 million. If this guy goes home, he'll probably be beaten to death by his father. After all, donations are donations, and few people will donate desperately. Hubby, don't add any more. Otherwise, you'll fall into his trap. Wang Fei's wife quickly reminded him. I'm afraid he'll get carried away and add more. He knows what this thing is better than anyone else. Because this big pipe was contributed by him. So, he didn't want to spend a high price to buy it back. Otherwise, he would bring disgrace to the Wang family. 1 million firsts. 1 million seconds. Are there any more? Otherwise, this treasure will belong to the gentleman at number 35. 1 million, only a mentally ill person would add more money. Even if you are donating money, you should do it within your means. It doesn't mean you have to spend all your money. So, no matter what the host said, no one was holding up a sign. Fortunately, 1 million is within my acceptable range. At this moment, Li Changfeng finally felt relieved. 1 million and a half. 1 million and a half. This sound was like a bomb, echoing throughout the entire venue. The sound came from a private room. There are 6 private rooms in the entire venue, and usually only in large auction halls are there people in these rooms. Because those who are qualified to sit in the private room are all people who are as high as the ceiling of Binhai. I didn't expect that such a big shot would come to this charity auction. Now that the big shot has spoken, who would dare to bid? Unless he doesn't want to stay in Binhai anymore. Only those who are sitting in the private room at the same time are eligible to bid with the big shot. It was just like the large auctions in the past, as long as someone in the upper room started talking, the people below would consciously shut up. To compete with them, you need strength or connections, unless you are crazy. Of course, there are exceptions. The item to be auctioned is extremely important to your family and you must get it at all costs. Only in that situation will people sitting in the hall compete with those in the private room. However, Li Changfeng did not understand this rule. Of course, even if you understand, you still have to confront it today. 1,600,000. Li Changfeng just thought about it for a moment and then shouted it out. Fuck, what's going on? He actually dared to follow me. Ha, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He just thinks his life is too long. Yes, the people upstairs have spoken, and he still dares to bid. Isn't this a slap in the face of the people upstairs? Ha, there's going to be some fun. Seeing Li Changfeng's bid, people around were whispering. Private room number 3 upstairs. A graceful woman frowned. Which family are the people below from? You don't know the rules. An old man standing next to the lady looked down. Madam, I don't know, but he shouldn't be from a second-rate family. Oh, that's a low-class family. Keep shooting. Yes, ma'am. The old man held a remote control in his hand and pressed the next button. 2 million. The Li family upstairs is offering 2 million. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? As soon as the host announced the Li family's time, he knew that no one would dare to raise the price. In Binhai, if you offend the Li family, you will never be able to get out. Li's Guoyuan Group ranks among the top 3 in Binhai. It can be said that Guoyuan Group is involved in many businesses, has dozens of subsidiaries, and has assets worth tens of billions. It is a truly wealthy and powerful family. I heard that now they are forming an alliance with the Gu family in the provincial capital. With the support of the Gu family, it will be only a matter of time before their Li family becomes the boss of Binhai. The only drawback is that I heard that the Li family doesn't seem to have any children. I heard that there seems to be a child who was wandering around and his whereabouts are unknown. However, these are just rumors and have not been confirmed. Chapter 42 Golden Eyes. Of course, there is also a rumor. It is said that Li Guoyuan, the head of the Li family, is a gigolo. The reason why he has the power he has now is because he embezzled his mother-in-law's property. First, he outlasted his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and then he kicked his wife and children out of the house. In the end, he took over the entire Li family. It seems that he is now repeating his old mistakes and becoming a gigolo again. Because he married another woman, Gu Shirong from the Gu family in the provincial capital. The rich lady in private room number 6 now is Gu Shirong. I heard there was some charity auction here, so I came over to join in the fun. As for bidding for the pipe, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision and she just did it for fun. But she didn't expect that someone would dare to bid against her. At this time, Li Changfeng, who was sitting in the hall, was really confused. Is it possible that I will really miss out on this big pipe? Although he was not very clear what the people upstairs meant. But one thing is certain, the other party is definitely not short of money. Because there are only 6 private rooms in the entire hall, how can one own a single room without a certain status? Even a second-rate family like Wang Quan does not have the right to own a private room. So, he was depressed. The little bit of money that sticks out from between other people as fingernails is more than you have. How to bid for this? I checked the balance and there was only 2.1 million in the account. It seems that I have no choice but to borrow some money first. But Wang Quan probably doesn't have much money now, otherwise he wouldn't sell the house at a low price. However, he really underestimated the royal power. On the day I sold the house, I was indeed short of money. But his funds were already in place yesterday. At this time, Wang Quan really had no shortage of money. However, he is also a person who does not speak easily. After all, his relationship with Wang Quan was just that of ordinary friends, not real friends. So, it is still a bit difficult to ask for a loan. After all, I just made him lose tens of millions. If he doesn't take over the royal house, the money that has appreciated now belongs to the king. Then make another offer, and we'll talk if it doesn't work. Anyway, he was determined to get this big pipe. At worst, I can make less profit from the house and mortgage it to Zhao Liying first to get some money from her. After thinking it over, he picked up the sign and prepared to raise the price again. However, before he raised his hand, Wang Quan grabbed it. Brother Li, are you crazy? Don't you know who is in the private room? The first time, when you bid, he might not say anything. But if you still hold up the sign, you will not give face to the Li family. After all, the host just said that the people above are from the Li family. You have to think clearly about the consequences of offending the Li family. Fearing that he didn't know the seriousness of the matter, Wang Quan even explained it to him. It means that he should give up and stop participating in the competition. Handsome boy, listen to my sister's advice and don't hold up the sign again. Otherwise, there will be no room for you to survive in the entire Binhai. Zhao Liying also gave some advice. Even though their family is the leader in the jewelry industry, they dare not confront the Li family head-on. So, she was very puzzled and wondered where this somewhat handsome young man got the confidence from. Li Changfeng also understood that they meant well by saying this. But they don't understand what they are thinking. Sooner or later, he will have to face the Li family. Nothing else. Just because of that unfaithful man, he abandoned them and their son. Sooner or later he will have to confront the Li family. I just didn't expect to come so early. Maybe I can't defeat the Li family now. But give yourself some time, it won't take too long before you can definitely crush the Li family under your feet. Besides, this big pipe is related to his life and death, how can he give it up easily? Brother Wang, beautiful Zhao. I'll raise my card again. If the other party still bids, I'll give in. Although he was very reluctant, his strength was there. You can't refuse to accept it. I was thinking about borrowing money from them just now. Unexpectedly, the Li family has such a big reputation. Judging from their attitude, there is probably little hope of borrowing money. It is better to give up actively than to get frustrated. Seeing that Li Changfeng was so persistent, they didn't know what to say. So he raised the sign again. 2,080,000. As soon as this price was announced, it immediately attracted discussions from the public. What does this person mean? You are so disrespectful to the Li family. That's right, even if you want to bid, you have to name a similar price. You only added 80,000 King dollars. What does that mean? Are you trying to provoke me? I don't know which rich second generation this is, to be so deceiving to his father. If his father knew, would he hang him up and beat him to death? Isn't it good to live a good life? Why do you have to be so rude? Li Changfeng felt quite aggrieved when he heard other people's discussions. Damn it, if I had money, how could I only add 80,000? I want to add 800,000. Unfortunately, my strength does not allow it. Wang Quan and Zhao Liang also looked at him with confusion. They really want to ask, handsome guy, is your brain okay? When everyone thought that there must be a big bomb in the private room, they discovered that the lights in the room were off. What's going on? Exactly, what's going on? Why are the lights up there off? This isn't that simple, the people above just give up. The Li family actually voluntarily gave up, it's really unexpected. Are you surprised? The Li family must be angry. This young man who was bidding the price should just wait for the Li family to target him. Everyone looked at him with a gloating expression. At this time, Wang Quan and Zhao Liang, who were sitting next to him, felt a little uncomfortable. Because they have become everyone's target. I don't know how Wang Quan knew that idiot. Isn't it courting death to compete with the Li family like this? Now it's all right. I don't even need to deal with him. The Li family can kill him. Wang Quan is so close to him, maybe he will suffer the same misfortune as him. He got a bargain. Since someone is helping me vent my anger, I'm too lazy to do it myself. Wang Fei and his wife also looked at Wang Quan and Li Changfeng with a mocking look on their faces. After the lights in private room number 3 were turned off, the entire venue was briefly quiet, and then became lively again with the host's voice. Because there are dozens of items to be auctioned here. So, the auction has to go on. 2,080,000, deal. With the final decision, the rusty box was also sent over by the staff here. Sir, would you like to pay by card or cash? Shwaka. As he spoke, Li Changfeng took out his bank card, placed it on the card reader, and scanned it lightly. Enter password. Make a deal. Thank you for your contribution to the disaster area. After saying that, the staff member took the card machine and left. Looking at the box in his hand, there lay a large rusty pipe inside. No matter how I look at it, they don't look alike. At this moment, the system's voice rang again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden pipe bestowed by Emperor Qianlong. Reward host with a pair of golden eyes. Chapter 43 The Smoking Golden Barrel. Host, are you using the golden eyes now? The sudden sound of the system startled him. Is this system having a change of heart? Finally rewarded myself with a useful gift. Although he still didn't know what the golden pupils were for, he remembered one sentence: everything rewarded by the system is of the highest quality. Is it open? Is there any need to ask? Of course it is open. The golden pupil automatically attaches to the host's retina and starts to activate. Start 1%. 50% started. 99% activated. Startup completed. The host now has the right to use the golden eye and can use it as he wishes. When the system said to start, Li Changfeng closed his eyes unconsciously. Because he felt a little itchy in his eyes, as if something had crawled into them. As the startup was completed, the uncomfortable feeling disappeared. Instead, there was a pair of bright eyes. Li Changfeng used to be a little nearsighted because he studied very hard at school. It wasn't too serious, so I never wore glasses. The time he spends seeing things is somewhat blurry, but it does not affect his normal life. After activating the golden eyes, he felt that his eyes were now at least 5.0 plus. System, what else does it do? The golden eyes didn't just restore my vision, did they? Host, the golden pupil has many benefits. For you now, the simplest one is to have a pair of eyes that can see through things. The host only needs to think about it silently and use the golden pupil. Oh. So easy. Just think about it and you will have a pair of perspective eyes. Where is the perspective? I never thought that I would have the chance to have such a pair of eyes that can make people die of overeating or starvation. Ha ha. Then, if I want to see a beautiful woman in the future, I can just say to her silently, golden eyes. Hey, then find someone to try it first. Even if you try, you can't experiment on men. So he set his sights on Zhao Liang. He turned his gaze to the beautiful Zhao, and then said silently, golden eyes. The beautiful Zhao was originally wearing a dress. The clothes on her body slowly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a beautiful picture that made people's blood boil. Brotherly, what's wrong with you? Why is your nose bleeding again? Because Li Changfeng snatched the things that the Li family wanted to bid for, they were worried about him. When I looked up, I found that he was actually looking at Zhao Liang, with blood dripping from his nostrils. It all happened in a flash for him to obtain the golden eyes and chat with the system. That's just a few seconds. So, while he was distracted, time passed. After hearing Wang Quan's words, Li Changfeng knew that he was embarrassed. In fact, when he saw it just now, he already wanted to divert his gaze. But, no matter how much I thought about it, the eye didn't move. This scene appeared. To ease the embarrassment. He had no choice but to say that he had been getting irritated recently and had an excessive internal heat. However, Zhao Liang does not think so. Because just now, she had a clear feeling that she was being spied on. It's like being seen naked by others. But I was clearly wearing clothes. How could I have that feeling? She could only feel that she was overthinking. Li Changfeng tried hard to control his emotions. Quickly withdraw from that scene. In order to divert his attention, he shifted his focus to the big pipe. Then I thought about it silently, golden eyes. The next time I looked at my eye bags, things were different. Through the thick layer of rust on the outside, you can see the golden object inside. Yes, it must be the legendary golden smoking gun. As for the rust on the outside, it is also man-made. It was put there intentionally to avoid being discovered. I just don't know how much this thing is worth. Isn't Zhao Liang a jewelry worker? She must know. So he looked at her again. But this time, the golden eye is no longer used. Miss Xiao, take a look at this big eye bag. Is there anything special about it? How much is it worth? Zhao Liang took the big eye bag and held it in her hand. It felt quite heavy. I don't know how much it's worth, but it's definitely not worth millions. So, you lost a lot of money if you took a picture of this thing. Well, I told him this a long time ago, but he didn't listen. This thing has been with the old man for a long time. Whether it is valuable or not, whether it is an antique or not, has already been determined. Wang Quan also sighed and said, I spent over 2 million to buy a thing like this. It's not worth it no matter how I look at it. Hey. I see you guys didn't see the mystery. Li Changfeng took the big eye bag and threw it hard to the ground. Bang! Zhao Liang, what does this mean? Wang Quan, I don't know. People around. I guess he thought it was some kind of shareholder. He was willing to offend the Li family and bid for it. He didn't expect it was just a piece of junk, so he got angry out of shame. It's probably true. You have no brains. How can good things be auctioned here? Well, it's all in vain. Not only did he not get any antiques, but he also offended the Li family. He can go home and wait to be beaten by his father. Wang Fei went even further. Others were discussing in low voices, but he was shouting at the top of his voice. Hey, what's going on? What did you spend over 2 million to shoot? Do you think you have water in your brain? Who would bring such good things here? Are you angry now, you stupid cat? To tell you the truth, this pipe belongs to me. If it was something really good, how could it be your turn to pick it up? Are you taking yourself too seriously? Ha. With Wang Fei's voice, Li Changfeng once again became the focus of everyone. Others become the focus, with flowers, applause, and so on. He became the focus, but was the focus of ridicule. Just then, someone said something. Hey, what's going on? How come that pipe is emitting golden light? Following the man's voice, everyone looked towards the big eye bags on the ground. He slammed the big pipe down with such force. A lot of the rust on it was shaken off, revealing a layer of golden substance inside. When illuminated by the light, it will emit a golden glow. At this time, an old man sitting near Li Changfeng bent down and picked up the big pipe. His eyes sparkled. "Hey little brother, do you mind if I help you take a look?" Li Changfeng said nonchalantly, "As you please." The white-bearded old man looked at the pipe carefully, took out a tool from his body, and began to slowly clean the rust on it. Soon, a big golden pipe appeared in everyone's sight. Ha ha ha. God's will, God's will. I never thought this golden smoking gun could reappear in the world. Young man, do you know what this is? This is the golden pipe that Emperor Qianlong gave to Ji Xiaolan. 42. Chapter 44, Golden Eyes Are Harming People. With the old man's exclamation, everyone's attention was focused again. Looking at the big golden pipe in the old man's hand. I didn't expect this kid to be so lucky. It's not easy to find bargains here. Yes, he is Yuan Ping, the president of the Antiques Association. His words are of course true. He is here to verify the authenticity of antiques. The golden smoking gun was just picked up by him. This luck is really amazing. At this time, no one looked at Li Changfeng with mocking eyes anymore. They all looked at me with envy. Since the president said that it was a bargain worth more than 2 million, how much is this thing worth? Everyone showed envious eyes. Those who had spoken rudely and mocked Li Changfeng just now lowered their heads consciously. No wonder he is so calm. It turns out that he has absolute confidence. Wang Fei even showed an expression of disbelief. How is that possible? Hasn't this been looked at by several people? Even the guild president has seen it before and said it was just an ordinary object. How come it has suddenly transformed from a country chicken into a phoenix? But now he didn't dare to say these words out loud. Just now I was laughing at someone, but now I'm getting slapped in the face. He also said that this object once belonged to him. Doesn't that just prove that my vision is not good? He was guarding a treasure, but treated it as a piece of iron. Now I've given it to someone else. I guess there is no one else in this city who is as stupid as him. Hubby, he's just lucky. Even if it's a bargain, so what? Didn't you see that it was snatched from the Li family? Tell me, if the Li family knew about this, what would their reaction be? Perhaps, they might not care about ordinary objects. If they knew that such an antique was stolen, would the Li family let him go? Wang Fei's daughter-in-law talked freely. The analysis is well-founded. I've said it before, it's better to offend a villain than to offend a woman. This shows how strong women's desire for revenge is. At this time, Zhao Liang and Wang Quan were also speechless. After all this time, I realized that my worries were totally unnecessary. No wonder he can sit like a clock. It turns out that he is very confident. Yuan Ping was excited for a while before handing the golden pipe to Li Changfeng. Before it could even get warm, Wang Quan took it away. Said he wanted to take a look first. However, before he had time to look at it, it was snatched away by Zhao Liang. What are you looking at? Do you understand? Not only did he snatch the golden pipe from his hand, but he also gave him a beating. Wang Quan's face turned red and white, and he didn't dare to say anything back. Wow! It's actually a mouthpiece made of fine jadeite, and the pipe is made of pure gold, with rubies inlaid on it. Mr. Yuan, what do you think this is worth? For Zhao Liang, everything is a commodity. As a commodity, it naturally has its value. So, she really wanted to know how much this was worth. Although Yuan Ping had already returned the things to the owner, his eyes seemed to have never left the golden gun. Hearing Zhao Liang's question, Yuan Ping coughed, ahem. Some time ago, an antique from the Qianlong period was auctioned. It was a urinal given to Hushan by the emperor. It was sold for 38 million yuan. A urinal was auctioned for 38 million. Why is a urinal so valuable? Even if it is made of pure gold, how many kilograms of gold can be used? Everyone is puzzled. Of course, cultural relics cannot be measured by kilogram. Then the price of Ji Xiaolan's big pipe should be higher than this. If you are willing, I am willing to pay 48 million to buy it. I wonder if you would like to sell it. Yuan Ping looked at Li Changfeng nervously. As long as he says buy, then the deal can be made now. 48 million? This is really a steal. Yes, I spent 2 million and sold it for over 40 million, which is 20 times more. Ha, this is a big leak. Why can't I get the chance to pick up bargains? I always see others picking up bargains. It's not on your head, that's because you don't even dare to pick it up. You are such a stingy person, and you still want to pick up the bargain. It's really funny. Ha ha ha. After hearing the price Yuan Ping gave, I think it is fair. Even if it were to be sold at an auction, it probably wouldn't be much more than this. For Li Changfeng now, all he wants is money. So, of course he was going to buy it. Ha ha. Since Mr. Yuan likes it, I have to sell it even if I don't want to. Just do as Mr. Yuan said. Li Changfeng snatched the golden pipe from Zhao Liang and handed it to Yuan Ping. Okay. Little brother, you are so promising at a young age. I, Yuan Ping, have made friends with you as my brother. If you have any problems that you can't solve in Binhai in the future, you can come to me. I have some face. Yuan Ping said this in front of so many people, which shows that he really wants to make friends with him. Another reason was that he was very curious about how Li Changfeng figured it out. He had seen this old smoker many times before and couldn't see any flaws at all. Unexpectedly, after he threw her down, her true appearance was revealed. Is it a coincidence or an accident? In probability, there is no such thing as coincidence. Therefore, this is also the reason why he wants to make friends with Li Changfeng. Seeing that Yuan Ping was giving him such face, Li Changfeng couldn't keep it to himself anymore. Thank you, Mr. Yuan. I will definitely visit you someday. The two chatted for a while and exchanged contact information. As for the money, Yuan Ping had already transferred 48 million to Li Changfeng's account, not a penny less. He looked at the bank card and the words on it and smiled, laughing very happily. Because he has taken a big step closer to success. Death still seems so close. Because if he fails to complete the task within a month, he will surely die. Hey, what are you grinning about? At this time, Zhao Liang had been completely attracted by Li Changfeng. Like Mr. Yuan, she was also very curious about how Li Changfeng knew it. You know, at the beginning, all he got was a picture. What kind of person can tell the authenticity of something just by looking at a picture? What kind of genius must such a person be? If there really is such a person, it is definitely tailor-made for their jewelry store. Not to mention a master of this level, even someone of Mr. Yuan's level is not available in their jewelry store. Although they also have their own treasure appraisal experts, they can only be considered second-rate technicians. Mr. Yuan is a first-class technician. So, he was very curious. I really want to know more about this man who doesn't look very handsome but is very charming. Seeing Zhao Liang reminded him of how he had looked at her with his golden eyes just now. Suddenly I felt my nose getting hot again. Damn it! It seems that this golden eye cannot be used frequently. My body can't take it. He's bleeding so much, how many times can he bleed from all the blood in his body? Golden eyes are harmful. Chapter 45. Grit your teeth, stamp your feet, and follow the trend. Oh. Just think of me as smiling foolishly. I don't know what I'm laughing at. Li Changfeng responded helplessly. Giggle? What do you mean? This left the beautiful Zhao completely confused. However, she didn't dwell on this matter. Handsome guy, can you tell me how you figured it out? Wang Quan also wanted to know this question. So, when he saw the beautiful woman asking this question, he also leaned over. How did you know that? It's probably luck. I feel like I've been extremely lucky recently, so it's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence, you're kidding me. How could such a thing happen by coincidence? They dared to bid high prices without even seeing the real thing. Who would do this unless they were absolutely sure? Unless he is mentally ill, he has too much money to spend. So, she didn't believe his nonsense at all. However, Wang Quan seemed to understand something. The last time he bought his own house, he made a fortune in just 2 days. I asked him about this myself, and he said the same thing, it was just a hunch. Can intuition really be that accurate? The first time was a coincidence, the second time was just a coincidence. So, it's not just a coincidence. He vaguely believed what Li Changfeng said, his intuition, and his luck. It was as if he had an intuition, which told him that it would not do any harm for him to have more contact with Li Changfeng. Before we knew it, the auction had come to an end. Li Changfeng should be considered the luckiest person here. Others come here to spend money, but here comes donations. He did leave with a ton of money. Brotherly, let's get together again when you are free some other day. Can. the two said goodbye. Seeing Wang Quan turn and leave, he suddenly remembered something. Wang, wait a minute? So he quickly chased after him. Because he remembered the news about Wang's restaurant. Probably tomorrow, the stock price of Wang Group will collapse because of Wang Hotel. Although Wang Quan is also a member of the Wang Group, he has separated due to disagreements. The current Wang Group is fully managed by Wang Fei and Wang Fei's father. Even though he has shares in it, he doesn't get any money every year due to various reasons. It can be said that the company is in name only. It was because he knew this that Li Changfeng shared this news with Wang Quan. If you have the chance to make some money, you'd better miss it. What's the matter, bro? He stopped when he heard Li Changfeng's voice. Brother Wang, do you know how to trade stocks? Ha, stock trading, this is something you must know. It's just that when it comes to stock trading, I lose more than I earn. I'm not very proficient at it. Wang Quan said very modestly. When it comes to stock trading, who can guarantee a sure win? That doesn't exist. Even the stock god Buffett has gains and losses. The theory of guaranteed profit and no loss does not work. Ha, it's okay if you can speculate, but can you short sell? Short? What are you going to do? Is this much more difficult than stock trading? There is a saying in the stock market that 9 out of 10 trades are short, and no one dares to short. Hey, here's how. I have 40 million. Help me short a stock with a 5-fold leverage. Ah. If you want to short sell, then short sell. You still have leverage. Do you have money to burn? I guess all this money will be burned in there in a short while? Wang Quan is now certain that Li Changfeng will definitely not speculate in stocks. Does he know what short selling means? Simply put, it means buying high and selling low. The essence of short selling is to buy first and then sell. That is to say, when you can predict the stock price to fall, sell the stocks in your hand at the current price, buy them back when the stock falls to a certain low level, and then return the stocks to obtain the difference, which is short selling. To put it bluntly, it means that the current stock price is 10 yuan per share, so borrow 10,000 shares from the stock market and sell them. When the stock price drops to 5 yuan per share, buy it back and return it to the stock market. This way you can get a difference of 5 yuan per share, and that's the money you make. Ordinary retail investors don't dare to short sell. Because no one knows whether the stock will go up or down. If the price goes up, your money will be gone. Wang Quan felt that he needed to explain to him what short selling was. Although this money came easily to him, he couldn't just lose it like that. As soon as Wang Quan opened his mouth, Li Changfeng understood what he was going to say. So he blocked his mouth. I know what you mean, just do as I say. Just buy your Wang stock. It seems to be 35 per share now. When it drops to 20, sell it. No need to say anything else, I understand. My intuition tells me that we can play. By the way, if you have some spare money, you can play too. After saying that, Li Changfeng left. Wang Quan was left standing there in a daze. He hadn't expected it at all. The stocks that Li Changfeng asked him to buy for short selling turned out to belong to their Wang family. Although he did not participate in the Wang Group's businesses and focused on running his own game company. However, under the leadership of his second uncle, the Wang Group was also running successfully. With the support of my grandfather, Huan Binhai dares to target the Wang family. Although the Wang family is not a first-class family, as long as the old man is alive, he can bless the Wang family for one day. Therefore, he did not think that anyone would dare to target the Wang family. As long as no one maliciously attacks Wang's stocks, the stocks will not fall. Why is he so confident that the stock will fall? Or is it intuition? What did he mean by his last sentence, that if you have some spare money, you can also play? Is he hinting at something? Just as he was pondering the meaning of that sentence, Zhao Liying also came over with her assistant. Master Wang? What were you talking about with that handsome guy? Zhao Liying and the others have been good friends for many years, so he did not hide anything and shared his doubts with her. Oh. Is it so magical? I think you can trust him and play along. Maybe this is the moment for you to turn things around. Besides, the Wang family has nothing to do with you now. You should not let go of the opportunity to make money. At present, Wang Quan still owns less than 3% of the shares of Wang Group. He has cashed out the rest and invested in his own business. His second uncle holds 40% of the shares, Wang Fei holds 20%, and the rest are held by other shareholders. However, the Wang family holds a larger proportion of the total shares. This is the only way to ensure that the right to speak will always be in the hands of the Wang family. The market value of Wang Group is also 50 to 60 billion. After thinking about it, I decided to follow Li Changfeng and have some fun. According to his understanding, Li Changfeng is not a particularly rich man. This should be all his assets now. With assets of 48 million, he dared to take out 40 million to operate for himself, which shows that he is very confident. So, this is why he dared to go crazy. At this time, he had more than 20 million yuan in spare money. Grit your teeth, stomp your feet, and fight. Let's follow the trend once. If it's really as he said, I can make a fortune from this money. However, he was still a little conservative and did not invest all 20 million. Only 10 million was invested. Little did he know that a few days later, he regretted his decision so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Chapter 46, Basement Horror. After Li Changfeng left the venue, he went straight to the parking lot. Because Bai Qi was waiting for him there. I don't know if he is overthinking or has watched too many movies. As he walked in the underground parking lot, he felt it was eerie and scary. Generally speaking, when this happens, it means something is about to happen. Normally, at this time, the parking lot should be busy with people coming and going, and it shouldn't be so quiet and scary. It seems that there is a monster lurking in the dark, ready to strike at any time. Li Changfeng's heart also unconsciously became nervous. I looked around but didn't find anything wrong. Just walking time, I became more cautious. Always pay attention to your surroundings. I definitely keep my eyes and ears open. At this time, the thugs hiding in the dark, each holding a weapon, looked ahead fiercely. Pay attention, don't hit him on the head, just break one of his legs. If you resist, I don't mind charging you a little more interest. A man who looked like a leader was whispering and lecturing the people around him. I got it, Brother Lin. Just hit him on the body, not the head. You've said it several times. A younger brother responded impatiently. You know nothing. Fighting is fine. Getting hurt is fine. But if someone gets killed, there's no one to cover for us. So, if you don't want to spend the rest of your life in prison, just listen to me. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Lin is right. The 5 or 6 people behind him responded in unison. Shoo! People are coming. One of the younger brothers seemed to have seen the target and quickly made a stop gesture. At this moment, Li Changfeng just walked into their sight. Superior. Following Brother Lin's voice, several people rushed out like little tigers. Because they know that their master might be watching nearby. If you perform well, you might get a reward when you return. Because he was in a state of tension, Li Changfeng discovered them as soon as they rushed out. So he ran away. Are you waiting to be beaten if you don't run? He originally wanted to call Bai Qi, but unfortunately the signal was bad and the call couldn't go through. So, he had to be patient and take the risk to go in. I thought everything was calm, but I was too suspicious. Just when I was about to relax a little, I was targeted. The direction of escape was naturally towards Bai Qi's direction. As long as he runs to Bai Qi, he will be safe. At this moment, this scene appeared in the garage. 5 or 6 men with weapons were chasing behind, and a man was running forward with his head in his hands. Stop! If you don't stop, I'll shoot you. The people behind were chasing and shouting. I don't believe you. Still shooting. Do you have a gun? Maybe there is a gun, but it is not for me, it is good for women. Li Changfeng ignored the shouting from the people behind him. He would not stop unless he was hit on the head with a stick. If you stop now, you'll be asking for a beating. Bump! Damn it! Li Changfeng, who was running away, suddenly felt a pain in his back. It was as if I had been hit by something and my whole shoulder was numb. I don't know which bastard used a baseball bat as a dart and hit him with it. It hit him right on the back. He staggered and almost fell down. Bai Qi, Bai Qi. At this time, he was almost running to the front of the car. His car is just around the corner. Damn it, I'll settle the score with you guys later. No matter which bastard did this, you will suffer the consequences soon. I've never been chased like this in my life. This is unprecedented, the first time. At this time, the people behind him were only 2 meters away from him, and he would soon catch up with them. If he took one more step forward, their weapons would be able to hit him. So, they were also chasing after it very enthusiastically. What is going on? He sat so close to the car, like she should be able to hear my cry for help, so why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he fell asleep in the car? You don't go to bed early or late, but you fell asleep at the time when I was in trouble. Isn't this just seeking death? When he ran to the car with difficulty, an even more disappointing scene appeared before him. Bai Chi was not in the car. There was no one in the car. Where are the people? Where have the people gone? Isn't this fatal? After being chased all the way, he was exhausted and couldn't run anymore. So he picked up a wooden stick from the ground, approached the wall and confronted them. This is done to prevent being attacked from behind. Although he couldn't defeat him, he didn't appoint him. Crouching there and letting them beat me without moving is not my style. Therefore, even when facing a group of people, you can't be cowardly. Although he wanted to back down, he couldn't. I am a person who has a system, how can I be cowardly? System, is there any way to help me? I don't want to be beaten into a pig's head by them. You have the ability to deal with these people yourself, why do you need my help? Besides, I can't exist alone without you. Look at your golden eyes. If you study them, you will find a way to deal with him. Golden eyes? Aren't golden eyes able to see through things? Could it be possible that I could use X-ray vision to outrun them? What an international joke. Although he didn't believe it, he still checked the function of the golden eyes. At this moment, a virtual dialogue box appeared in front of him. The effect of golden eyes, perspective, see through all false veils and point directly to the source. Illusion can cause people to have hallucinations and trap them in their own thoughts and consciousness forever until death. The eyes of origin can shoot lasers from both eyes, and wherever the eyes pass, they will be burned and turned into ashes. Oh shit. After reading the introduction, he was so excited. Golden eyes are so awesome. Not only can it see through things, it can also attack. However, those can only be used when his strength reaches a certain level. At present, the only power he can use is the perspective. Even if it is an illusion, he can only control it for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the opponent's illusion will be automatically lifted. And it can only target one. This is because he does not have enough spiritual power. Even these spiritual powers are carried by the golden eye itself and are fed back to the host. The remaining spiritual energy in his body was only enough for him to use the illusion twice. After 2 times, the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted. However, this can solve his urgent problem. As for how to replenish the consumed spiritual power, that is a matter for the future. Boy, why don't you run? You made me chase you for so long, just tell me how I should punish you. That's right, I even lost my stick. Ha, kid, does your back still hurt? It was me who threw it. Isn't it very accurate? The 2 younger brothers stepped forward and wanted to teach Li Changfeng the lesson first. Because, in their eyes, this is not the food on their plate. Play it however you want. Chapter 47. This person is too evil. Why does it feel a bit strange? It was as if we weren't the ones who surrounded him, but rather he was the one who surrounded us. Because there was no trace of fear on the other person's face. The one called Brother Lin was standing at the back, talking to himself. It's so abnormal. However, things have come to this point and he has no time to think about anything else. All of you, go ahead and follow young Master Wang's instructions. Just don't kill him. Hey, just watch. I will never kill him. That's right. I can handle a guy like him myself. You don't even have to do anything. The 2 people standing in the front stopped talking, raised their weapons, and attacked Li Changfeng. Because they were instructed not to attack the head, their targets were each other's arms and legs. Seeing the 2 people rushing over, he smiled slightly. Looking at Brother Lin. I whispered softly in my heart, illusion. At this moment, Brother Lin's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light, and then he picked up his weapon and attacked the 2 younger brothers in front of him. Bump! Bang! The 2 younger brothers in front were suddenly confused. Just as they were about to deal with the man in front of them, they were suddenly attacked from behind, so they had to give up the target in front and deal with the attack from behind. When they covered their heads one by one and were about to fight with the people who were beating them, they were suddenly stunned. Unexpectedly, the one who beat them was Brother Lin. What is going on? While they were stunned, Brother Lin hit them twice with the stick. Each of them had a big bump on his head. He looked at Brother Lin with a wronged expression. Brother Lin, why the hell did you hit me? It's Brother Lin, why did you hit us? Look at how you beat me. 3 seconds have passed. Brother Lin also woke up. He looked at the weapon in his hand, and then at his two brothers. What's the matter? Where did I hit you? What are you all looking at me for? Just now, he was clearly hitting their target, so why did he hit his own brother? I can't figure it out. Damn it, what the hell? Hit him now. This person is a bit evil. Evacuate quickly after the fight. If the people here notice this, the boss will be in trouble. This guy called Brother Lin has a buzzing head. This should be the side effect of being illusory. When several people heard Brother Lin's voice, they prepared to attack Li Changfeng again. The time when Brother Lin was confused was also the best time for him to take action. After all, there are only 5 or 6 of them. With Brother Lin holding 2 of them back, the remaining 3 will not be able to stop him, so he has a chance to escape. The reason why he didn't move was that he put his weapon on the ground. Of course it was not because he was going to surrender, but because he saw Bai Qi. At this time, Bai Qi was behind them. It was precisely because the signal in the underground garage was bad that Li Changfeng did not return for a long time. Out of concern, he went to the venue to find him. Also because I missed the perfect opportunity for them. After walking around and not finding anyone, he returned to the underground garage again. I just happened to see my boss being surrounded by several people. As long as Bai Qi appears, it means that his safety will definitely be no problem. The few people standing behind were knocked unconscious by Bai Qi's 2 hand knives before they could react. There are still 2 left in the front, holding their weapons and showing off their power. I saw that Li Changfeng was not only not afraid, but he even laughed. They both seemed to have suffered a great insult. What I have in my hand is a weapon, not a fire poker. Let us see if you can still laugh after a while. Fuck him. Fuck him. The 2 said in unison. However, they raised their weapons into the air but couldn't bring them down at all, which made them very angry. Brother Lin, what are you doing again? Are you going to let us take action or not? The 2 thought that it was Brother Lin who was causing trouble again, so they turned their heads and looked back impatiently. What greeted them was not Brother Lin, but Bai Qi's sandbag-sized fist. Bump! Bump! Although Bai Qi did not use his full strength, only 1/10 of his strength, he was enough to make them see stars and feel dizzy. The 2 men fell to the ground and found that their Brother Lin was also lying on the ground obediently. Boss, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. What should we do with these rotten fish and shrimp? Bai Qi stood aside with his head hung, feeling very guilty. After all, his responsibility is to protect Li Changfeng. Whatever the reason, he is now out of commission. If you are wrong, have the courage to admit it. So, he was waiting for punishment at this moment. It's okay, they are just a few petty thieves, they can't cause any big waves. Ask them who they belong to? Who is the mastermind behind this? Okay, boss. Bai Qi turned around and looked at the several misshapen and cracked melons and dates lying on the ground. At this level, he really doesn't bother to take action. If they had used a little more force, they would probably have been killed. Even Zhu Ganglai, the weakest among the 12 zodiac signs, can beat a group of them. Only. I don't know if my brothers are doing well over there. Bai Qi briefly recalled the situation and clicked on one of them. He had fainted, but suddenly woke up. Then there were bursts of laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I ha 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 ha. Why ha 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 ha, can't you stop, ha 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 ha, come on, ha 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 ha. This person was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious. Now that Li Changfeng had touched her funny spot, she couldn't help herself. Lying on the ground and rolling around laughing. This was also a method of torture that Bai Qi used in the past. A normal person would faint from lack of oxygen if he kept laughing for 3 to 5 minutes. Even if someone came here after a similar experience, he would only last about 10 minutes at most before passing out. This is a relatively gentle form of torture. Calculating the time, it's about time. Because the man's eyes had turned white, if he didn't stop, he would most likely die from lack of oxygen. I tapped him again, and the man's face and neck were already red from laughing due to lack of oxygen. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Are you comfortable? Would you like to do it again? After hearing Bai Qi's words, the younger brother waved his hands repeatedly. No, don't. You, just ask, I will tell you everything I know. I was terrified. What kind of method is this? He has never heard of it. Once I tap on myself, I can't control myself anymore. Thinking about what happened just now, he really wanted to die. That feeling is really uncomfortable. I definitely don't want to experience this a second time. Although he is considered a qualified bodyguard and has trained in the bodyguard academy for a year. But in front of this person, it was just like an adult bullying a kindergarten kid. I was completely beaten. He felt that even the chief instructor of their bodyguard academy was not as powerful as this man. Okay, tell me, who is the one who called your attention? Who is behind this? The younger brother was lying on the ground, blurting out the words without even thinking. All the bodyguard rules and the employer's interests were thrown out of the window. It was Master Wang. Master Wang asked us to come. He said you bullied his wife and children. Chapter 48. Wang Quan suspected that he was behind this. It's indeed him. Just like the person he was thinking of. After all, it seems that I haven't won anyone's heart yet. The only person I offended was the so-called young Master Wang. Okay, since you want to play, I will play with you to your heart's content. This was the second time we were intercepted by the opponent. Even if it is made of clay, it still has a temper. If someone picks on you again and again, of course you have to fight back. But now is not the time to deal with him. After returning home, he let Bai Qi drive away. Lying on the bed, he began to study his golden eyes again. Currently, the only functions of the golden eyes he can use are perspective and illusion. As for the source of the root, he currently has no chance to use it. Even if it is an illusion, he can only use it once at the moment. Only perspective can be used without restrictions. System, how can I use the root source? You need to practice the corresponding skills to use the source of the root, so don't even think about it for now. Kung Fu, is it the Qi-absorbing great art, the Nine manual, or something like that? Then how can I get it? System. I have never heard of the system you mentioned. Even if it exists, it is a low-level technique. As for how to get it, it depends on your luck. Do the tasks randomly assigned by the system, and you will have a chance to get rewards after completing them. Damn it! What is the difference between this and not saying anything? The system's random tasks are all irregular. If you are happy, give one. If you are not happy, don't even think about seeing it. Lying in bed bored. So he called Tang Weiwei. It seems like she hasn't contacted me in the past 2 days, and I don't know how the house decoration she asked her to do is going. Ding ding. The call was connected on time at the third ring. Suddenly a sweet voice came from inside. Husband? Husband? Where is it, wife? You don't even bother to check in with your husband every day, asking him if there's someone else out there? Hey, hey! There's someone here, come and catch me? Okay, wait for me, I'll come over to you with a brick. Ha, are you jealous? Do you know where I live? And you came to find me. These past few days, I've been watching them decorate while I was at work. I'm almost dying of exhaustion. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to sleep. Tang Weiwei hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to reply. She was indeed very tired these days. Because she wanted to renovate the house as soon as possible so that she could marry Li Changfeng. Just today, she received a call from her mother, asking him to go back as soon as possible. His family found a suitable match for him and asked her to go back and meet him. Although her mother did not force her, she could still sense something from her tone. Her mother gave her the feeling that something might have happened at home, or the family was in some trouble and she was needed to go back to help. However, the mother knew that she could not help much, and she did not want to sacrifice her daughter's happiness in exchange for temporary stability. That's why she is so anxious now. Because Li Changfeng said that as long as the house was decorated, he would give himself a complete wedding. By then, she would take Li Changfeng back to face her parents. She didn't want to tell him about these things yet, so she could only suppress them in her body. In a blink of an eye, another 3 days have passed. Since he had quit his job, he had nothing to do. I go to see the decoration of the new house from time to time. At noon, I went to Tang Weiwei's accounting company to pick her up for lunch and get off work. I finally found out where Tang Weiwei lived. Although I knew that Tang Weiwei's family was well off, I didn't expect that she had already bought a house. Although the area is not very large, it is still quite comfortable for one person to live in. These days, the entire Binhai seems to be calm and no major incidents have occurred. People are traveling, going to work, going home, etc. as normal. Wang Quan's gaming company has also gotten on the right track and is flourishing everywhere. A new game they developed is slowly becoming popular across the country. The current royal power is in high spirits. Lying in the boss chair, talking on the phone. Miss Xiao, did you miss me? Why are you calling me at this hour? Shouldn't you be in a meeting with your company's employees right now? Yes, I miss you. Is it useful to miss you? That friend of yours is so unreliable. I called her twice, but she didn't even answer. So, I still have to contact him through you, the great god. Ha ha. I didn't expect that there is someone who dares not to respect you, the beautiful Zhao. I will teach him a lesson when I see him later. Let him see you as if he saw me in the future. Get lost. Are you showing off? I'm in a hurry. Please make an appointment with him as soon as possible. I want to talk to him. Okay, I'll contact him now and arrange a time, and then I'll contact you. He. I didn't expect that Brotherly would give me the opportunity to create. Whether it was intentional or not, I, Wang Quan, owe you a favor. Lying in the chair, Wang Quan took a deep breath and felt comfortable. Speaking of Li Changfeng, they had only met him a few times. Maybe because they got along well, they became good friends. Just as he was about to call Li Changfeng, a piece of news suddenly popped up on his computer. Major events. The famous Wang's restaurant in Binhai caused hundreds of people to be poisoned. Today was supposed to be the Liu family's wedding banquet. All the relatives and friends of the Liu family came to congratulate them, and more than a dozen tables were set up in Wang's restaurant. Unexpectedly, the happy event turned into a sad one. The old man of the Liu family died of a heart attack due to eating something unclean. The other members of the Liu family also suffered from vomiting and diarrhea because of eating the wedding banquet here, and all of them were admitted to the hospital. After examination, it was found that all of them had food poisoning due to eating unclean food. Because the case was serious, all stores of Wang Group were sealed and suspended for rectification. The relevant person in charge was also taken to the police station for questioning. Seeing this news, Wang Quan frowned. What's going on? How could I get food poisoning out of nowhere? No matter how bad Wang Fei is, he would not joke about his own company. After all, Wang's restaurant was built by him personally, and it took him 6 years to reach its current scale. Nature is the truth that you understand that things are not easy to come by. How come this happened suddenly? Wang Quan couldn't understand. However, this is not something he should worry about. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. A few days ago, Li Changfeng asked him to buy stocks and directly short Wang Group stocks. Although he didn't know why, he still bought it and invested 10 million himself, with a 5-fold leverage. At that time, he didn't know why the other party was so confident. But now he seemed to understand something. Although he and Wang Fei are not on good terms, it does not mean that he does not care about the life and death of the Wang Group. Whether it is his own game company or Wang Fei's restaurant. Any incident will directly affect the Wang Group. Wang Quan stared at the name on his phone with a cold look in his eyes. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 49. This technology is awesome. Wife, are you worried about something? Why do you seem to be in low spirits? Hey. No way, I'm fine. Maybe I've been too tired recently, so I feel a little depressed. In order not to put any pressure on Li Changfeng and not to let him misunderstand anything, Tang Weiwei did not want to tell him about her family affairs. At least not now. Besides, she also knew that although he had some money now. However, he was probably powerless to do anything about their family affairs. Saying it now would only add to the trouble. Honey, I'm sorry. It's all my husband's fault. You really should think about what I told you last time. Now our family really doesn't need you to work. Your husband can support you. Do you still remember the shops I bought with you 2 days ago? I invested 6 million at that time, and now I can sell it for at least 30 million. So, you don't have to worry about making money. It will definitely allow you to live the happiest life. She knew those shops. I went to buy it with Li Changfeng. It's only been a few days, and you can earn so much? This is good news among many news. My husband is awesome. Your wife loves money very much, so hurry up and make some money. When I feel that the money you earn is enough for me to spend, I will quit my job. I'll be at home with you every day. Do whatever you want at home. While the two were chatting, Li Changfeng's phone rang. I took a glance and saw that it was Wang Quan calling, so I pressed the answer button directly. Where is my brother? Are you free today? Let's sit together in the evening. Okay, Brother Wang. See you tonight. As soon as I finished speaking, the other party hung up. Why does it feel weird? There seemed to be a chill in the voice. Could it be? He. It seems that he really regards himself as that person. However, it seems that normal people would think so. It seems that the meal tonight is not very delicious. If I can't convince him. This may be the modern version of the hangmen banquet. Look at the time, there is still some time before the agreed time. Jay decided to buy a car for Weiwei first. If she had a car, her commute might be easier. Besides, a senior certified public accountant also needs a means of transportation that matches her status. To put it bluntly, the main reason is that I have plenty of money now. He still has more than 8 million in his hands and doesn't know how to spend it. Of course, he would be happy if he had the ability to improve the life of the person he loved. Wife, let's go, I'll take you somewhere. After saying that, he pulled Weiwei away and called Bai Chi, asking him to wait at the door. What are you doing? Husband. You have to pay attention to the decoration here, otherwise, they will cut corners. Tang Weiwei followed him reluctantly. Don't worry, they don't dare to do anything reckless, they have all signed an agreement. If they fail to meet the standards during the inspection, not only will their work be in vain, but they will also have to return our renovation costs double. The two of them soon arrived outside the community. Get in your car and head towards your destination. He has now decided what kind of car to buy for Weiwei. The last time he bought a car, he liked one, but he didn't have enough money at the time. The second reason is that the car is more suitable for women to drive. So, I didn't consider that car. Honey, where are you taking me? Go buy you a car. It's so inconvenient to see you squeezing into the bus to go to and from get off work every day. Buying a car not only saves you a lot of time on the road, but also allows you to get up a little later every day. By the way, the driver's name is Bai Chi. He's my personal bodyguard. He's responsible for our personal safety. Bai Chi, who was driving, also nodded as a greeting. After all, he was driving and it was not convenient for him to turn his head to communicate. Boss, there seems to be a traffic jam ahead. Bai Chi looked at the cars in front of him slowing down and quickly explained. He stretched his head to take a look outside and continued. The traffic jam must be caused by an accident ahead. Should we take a detour? I know a way to get there. After opening the window, Li Changfeng looked forward and found that there was still smoke in front. Behind them, the sound of an ambulance was heard again. Soon after, police cars and fire trucks arrived. It seems that the car accident just happened. Okay, let's go around for a bit. After all, it will take quite a while to deal with this. After saying that, he closed the window and no longer paid attention to what was happening outside. I'm not a doctor, so I can't help much even if I go. So, their leaving did not mean they were standing by and watching someone die. After all, saving people is the job of angels in white. He is just an ordinary person and can't help much. Bai Chi's driving skills are very good. He can drive very fast even in corners and remote paths. In front of a stone pier with a limited width, a Passat was passing by cautiously. Sometimes I open the window and look to the left, sometimes I open the window and look to the right. There was a woman in front of him who served as his guide. Go, go, go. Yes, a little to the left. Slowly, a little more to the right, okay, that's it. Go, keep the steering wheel straight. Come on, let's go, what are you dawdling about? Oh my god. The woman was so anxious that she wanted to go up and replace the driver. It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. The driver drove slowly. The commander is extremely anxious. After passing by, the car stopped by the roadside and a burly man got out of the car. Pointing at his wife, he cursed. Why are you rushing me? Why do I feel like my right side was scratched just now? Is it easy to buy a car? I haven't even driven it home yet and it's already scratched. Aren't you heartbroken? The burly man walked to the right side of the car, cursing, and checked his car to see if it had been hit. When I saw that everything was normal, I finally let go of the anger I had been holding. He let out a deep breath. Wife, it's not that my skills are bad, it's because our car is too wide, how can it compare with that Changha? So, you should slow down. While he was nagging, he saw a brand new X6 driving over. Wife, do you see that white car behind us? He will be like me in a while, and go slowly. Do you know why? Haha, why? Because he is just like you, a novice. The woman said unhappily. Superficial, because people who drive luxury cars tend to take better care of them. Although I'm a novice, my skills are top-notch. Another point he didn't mention is that the X6 is slightly wider than his Passat. Therefore, I will just be more careful when passing through. He is bragging about himself. Then I heard a whoosh. A car flew past him. The burly man opened his mouth wide. This. Why does it feel like he not only didn't slow down, but actually sped up? This technology is awesome. Chapter 50. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. There was really no need for Bai Chi to slow down for this kind of obstacle. Just slow down a little bit and you can pass smoothly. As for scratches, there is no such thing. Just as they were driving at a speed of 99 miles per hour, Bai Chi suddenly slammed on the brakes. Bump! Li Changfeng's head hit the chair in front of him. Fortunately, it was soft and just bumped, nothing serious. As for Nana, she is really smart. The moment the car braked suddenly, she hugged Li Changfeng's waist like a monkey. The power was also removed from Li Changfeng's head, so naturally there was nothing wrong. Bai Chi, how do you drive? Why can't you brag? Just when I said you had great skills, this happened. Li Changfeng shook his dizzy head and said angrily. Boss, I'm sorry, someone suddenly rushed over from the side of the road, so. Ah. Why don't you take a quick look and see what the person is like? Yes, boss. Bai Chi was also very depressed. I was driving at high speed and suddenly a person jumped out from the side of the road. Who could have thought of this? So I opened the car door and hurried down to take a look. If someone is killed in the accident, I might even have to face lawsuit. Before he could get out of the car, the man with blood on his face lay on his car door, banging on the car window hard. Looking at the situation, damn, could it be that he has been scammed? Fortunately, there is a dashcam installed in the car. Even if it is a scam, you can't extort money from your boss with the evidence in hand. Li Changfeng and others who were sitting in the back also saw the scene. I had the same idea as Bai Chi. However, he is lying on the car, and you can't leave unless you take care of the problem. Talk to him and see what's going on. If you need money, give him some. Nowadays, scammers are really desperate. They actually crash into cars. Okay, boss. So Bai Chi opened the car door. Tell me, how much do you want? I'm telling you in advance, if there are too many, call the police. I have a dashcam. I give you money because I feel sorry for you. The man just stood up and fell to the ground again, gasping for breath. Seems to be looking very tired. Looking at his body, it seems like he has knife wounds. Bai Chi frowned, as if it was not just a scam. The man took a few breaths before uttering, help, help, help me. Someone wants to kill me. Damn it, it really isn't a scam. The man looked to be in his early 30s, with a muscular body and a tattoo on his chest. Judging from a comprehensive perspective, it is very likely a big fight between some gangsters in society. Bai Chi looked down on such people. So, I don't want to care or ask. How should I put it? It's just like what the teacher said during school time. The scum of the world will be gone if one dies. There is no need to pity them. As for his current misery, it is all his own fault. Because, when he was beating and bullying others, he was perhaps even more pitiful than he is now. Just as Bai Chi was about to get in the car and leave, leaving the enemy to fend for themselves, he saw a dozen people holding guanyu swords and machetes running towards him from the side of the path. Kid, stop minding your own business? Get out of here right now? Otherwise, I'll take care of you too. Damn it, do you think driving an X6 is so great? If you don't get out of here, I'll smash your car. Bai Chi, who was about to get in and leave with his hand on the car door, suddenly stopped. He originally didn't want to get involved in the fight between the two groups. Who dies and who lives, what does it have to do with you? What's more, there are people in the car that I need to protect. However, since he joined the army, he has never been scolded like this. Of course, there were some, but they were either defeated by him or killed by him. So, I heard that I was being humiliated by a few low-class punks. He can't bear it. When he was about to take a deep breath to calm himself down, he heard something that made him happy. Can you help me if you can? We can't just watch him get beaten to death by those people. At this time, Li Changfeng also walked out of the car. He took out a cigarette, smoked one himself, and then handed one to the person leaning against their car. Come on, brother, take a breath, it will relieve the pain a little. Thanks. The injured man is called Wang Meng and he is not from here. This time I brought a few brothers to Binhai for fun, but I didn't expect to offend the local tyrants here. As the saying goes, a fierce dragon will not suppress a local snake. He wanted to be a dragon crossing the river, but unfortunately, he almost died here. If the person in front of him hadn't saved him, he would have been beaten to death by them. Wang Meng took a deep breath and looked at Li Changfeng sharply. He looked at Bai Qi who was in the melee. Brother, thank you so much. If I need Wang Meng's help in the future, all you need is a word from you. I will go through fire and water and die for you. Don't look at my poor condition now, it's because I only brought 2 brothers with me to Binhai this time. So, I suffered a great loss. Brother, if you have time to come to Jiangcheng in the future, please call me and I will definitely give you a good reception. After saying that, he looked around. Alas! What a pity for my 2 brothers. I don't know where they are now. Jiangcheng is a city close to the coast. Although its economy is not as developed as Binhai, it is also a big city. Judging from his accent, he should be doing well in Jiangcheng. Good. When I have time, I will contact you when I get to Jiangcheng. While they were chatting, Bai Qi had already dealt with the group of armed men. Li Changfeng looked at Bai Qi, who had a big wound on his body, and asked with a smile, "Are you okay?" "Fine. I was just careless and got scratched by that guy's long knife. My clothes got torn." Bai Qi chuckled. "I haven't done anything for so long that my hands are numb. What about this person? If we put him here, it probably won't work." Perhaps Wang Meng had sat down and rested for a while and regained his strength. He actually stood up. "Brother Li, thank you for saving my life. Don't worry about me, someone will come to pick me up soon. I hope this matter won't implicate you. Leave quickly." Come to think of it, what Wang Meng said makes sense. After all, this is those people's territory. The news here will probably reach their boss soon. Although Li Changfeng is not afraid of trouble, he doesn't want to cause trouble. So I said goodbye to Wang Meng and continued to the Forex store. Wang Meng looked at the people lying on the ground in a mess, and he wished he could go up and hit them one by one. I have never been beaten like this in my life. Especially after he established his own power, no matter whether they were officials or big bosses, they all gave him some face. Unexpectedly, when I arrived in Binhai, I was beaten like a dog. He sighed and walked across the street. Chapter 51 Domineering Lily. Wife, did I scare you just now? One hand held Wei Wei in his arms and asked gently. Hey, it's okay. Brother Bai Qi was really handsome in the fight just now. The weapons in those people's hands were like fire sticks, and they couldn't get close to him. Their fighting postures were really cool. Hubby, if you have time, you should learn from Brother Bai Qi, so that if you encounter something like this again in the future, you will be able to protect me. Tang Weiwei seemed to have never seen a fight before. Looking at her excited look, I knew that she definitely didn't hide just now, but was lying in front of the window watching. No need, Bai Qi is here. Martial arts cannot be mastered overnight. It's not that he doesn't want to practice, it's just that the time has not come yet. After he has completed the task assigned by the system and taken the so-called genetic potion, it will be the right time for him to officially embark on the practice of martial arts. He didn't want to go down just now. If it were the old him, he would have definitely driven away. It's not that he is timid, it's that he really doesn't have the ability to manage it. Now he understood Bai Qi's experience, understood his character, and knew his personality. It was because he felt Bai Qi could handle it that he offered to help. Otherwise, if there were hundreds of people on the opposite side, they would be exploited if they stayed here. He also quickly forgot the communication methods he and Wang Meng had exchanged. I never thought about meeting him again. I don't care even more about his identity. Soon, they arrived at the 4S store. As soon as they parked the car, someone ran out from the sales hall and opened the door for them personally. What comes into view is a beautiful face with a smile. Hello, boss. Are you here for maintenance or repair? Why does the voice sound so familiar? Looking closely, isn't that the Lily who said last time that if she could afford $1 million luxury car, she would eat shit on a live broadcast? I remember that I was just playing a joke on her, but she was so scared that she hid behind her colleagues and didn't dare to come out. I didn't expect to meet you again. I only bought this car a few days ago. Does it need maintenance? When facing people who like to look at others through the cracks in the door, I don't have a good face. Oh. Boss, is there anything I can help you with? In fact, Lily had already recognized him. Just pretending not to know. The purpose is to get in touch with her, maybe it will bring her a big business. She no longer cared about what happened that day. Because for them, nothing is more important than money. It's not that we don't want face, and no one doesn't want it. But when it comes to money, how much is it worth? It's like a god of war who can bend his iron back just because he has no money to treat his adoptive father's illness. A penny can make a hero fall. As Li Changfeng pulled Wei Wei out of the car, they walked into the hall. He simply ignored the salesperson named Lily. What else can I do here? Of course I'm here to buy a car. Excuse me, where is Yuan Yuan? Can you ask her to come over? Feifei and the others who were standing next to the counter saw that the customer was brought by Lily, so they just watched and had no intention of rushing forward to snatch the person away. Yuan Yuan was also standing behind them. Although she recognized the visitor at a glance as the client she had received a few days ago. But they also have rules here. Whoever receives it first will be the customer. Unless the customer specifically points to a certain person, that person can take over the customer from his colleague. When she heard the customer calling her name, she was suddenly delighted. However, when he saw Lily's gaze, he just stood there and dared not move. She has experienced how powerful Lily is. Even the manager has to give her face, let alone people like them. So, even though he wanted to go over there, he controlled his emotions when he saw her fierce gaze. Hello, boss. Yuan Yuan is right there. She's feeling a little unwell today. So, let me serve you. Besides, I have much more experience than her, and I can complete the procedures faster. Lily's look scared Yuan Yuan, her face changed and she looked at Li Changfeng with a smile. In your own little piece of land, you have the final say. Yuan Yuan wants to snatch that person from me, but she is still a little too young. Everyone in the entire forest store knows the relationship between himself and Mr. Li. Even if she is a manager, she has to give herself some face. Lily glanced at Tang Weiwei again with a smug look on her face. Sure enough, beautiful women all marry rich men. Being ugly is original sin. Fortunately, my sister is also considered a beauty. Li Changfeng had no idea what Lily was thinking. However, he just couldn't stand her self-righteousness. Just one glance and I understood what she was doing. Yuan Yuan is a very honest person, so naturally she cannot defeat this veteran. If you play a live broadcast once, I will let you host me? Li Changfeng looked at Lily with amusement. Play a live broadcast? When Lily heard him mention the last incident again, her expression changed immediately. Live streaming? This is no ordinary live broadcast. She said that not only would she broadcast live, she would also do a live broadcast of eating poop while standing upside down. How is it possible, in front of him? Snort! Lily knew it was impossible to receive this customer. So I walked towards Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan naturally walked over and introduced the car to them. Lily, what's going on? Why is this client so difficult to deal with? Cut. It's just a show off. See? That beauty is probably his new girlfriend. He came here just to please her and buy her a car. How many cars can you buy for a woman? It's probably 3 series at best. I can only withdraw a few bucks. I'd rather not take it. When Feifei and the others heard Lily say this, they remained silent. But I was thinking in my heart that if I can't eat the grapes, they will be sour. For a car worth more than 300,000 yuan, the commission should be around 1,000 yuan. Hello, brotherly, this is my sister-in-law, right? Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Yuan Yuan, and I was the one who hosted brotherly when he bought a car last time. Yuan Yuan said very politely. I brought your sister-in-law here just to pick out a car for her. Don't look at the price. Look at which car you think is good-looking and more suitable for your sister-in-law. After the last contact, Yuan Yuan already knew that this was a guy who didn't care about money. So, I won't say anything cheap anymore. Brother, sister-in-law, I think there are 2 models that are quite suitable. The fully imported Z4 looks particularly wild and bold. And this 8 series, if you choose a bright red one, it will also be very charming and sexy, very suitable for my sister-in-law's temperament. Although Tang Weiwei doesn't have a car, it doesn't mean she doesn't know about cars. Both of these are premium models in the BMW range. The top configuration of the 8 series costs more than 200W. Even the Z4 costs more than 60W. It can be said that none of them are cheap. Deep down, she really didn't want to buy such an expensive car. Because now she knows how hard it is to make money. Since she found out something happened at home, she has grown a lot. Chapter 52: Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. Wife, go up and feel which car is more comfortable to sit in. Tang Weiwei was pushed into the car reluctantly. What's so good about it? It's not like she has sat on it before. She wouldn't want a car more luxurious than this one. But she couldn't say these words. I can only cooperate helplessly. When she sat inside, she walked out in just a few seconds. In an instant, she figured it out. Even if she was frugal, she couldn't save enough to help the family. Even if you save all the money from this car and use it to support your family, it will only be a drop in the bucket. Because she also knew that what the family lacked was not small money, but huge amounts of money. How about trying this one again? Seeing Weiwei coming out of the car, he pulled her into another car. Soon, they came out again. Tang hesitated a little. The Z4 has a sports car shape, so sitting in it is naturally not as comfortable as a sedan. But the price of the 8 series is much higher than this car, and the whole process is estimated to cost 230 or 400,000. This is not a small amount of money. So, she looked at the Z4 against her will and said, how about this one? As she said that, she walked over to X1 again and said, actually, this one is not bad either. Because her mind was racing, even if it was a Z4, it would cost 8 or 900,000 after the formalities. If you can save it, do it. After all, if he marries me, he will have to face my own family affairs. She felt uncomfortable when she thought of this. What was the difference between her and her best friend Wang Nuo at that time? Troubles, depression, and struggles troubled her. Tang Weiwei's hesitant look was still caught by Li Changfeng. But he understood it wrongly. I wonder what he would think if he knew that his daughter-in-law was also eyeing his assets. He. You already know how to save money for your husband even before you get married. Good. As expected, he is the one chosen by the system. Yuan, I'll order the 8 series. Go and do the collection procedures. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Tang Weiwei felt helpless and hopeless. I can't tell whether I agree or not. I thought too much and was in a bad mood, so naturally there was no expression on my face. Every move of Tang Weiwei was in Lily's sight. She was like holding a telescope, watching from a distance. Well, I was right, wasn't I? Did they really go and buy that X1? Lily looked at her colleagues happily and said in a low voice. Hey, that's not necessarily true. Didn't you see she just tried the 8 series and the Z4? Maybe she's interested in the 8 series? TSK. 8 series? It's fine if you like it, and if you like it when you go to see it, so what? Someone has to pay for it. He himself only bought a car worth a few million. Think about it, would he give a woman a car worth 2 million? Yes, then Z4 is also possible. Maybe. Even though this woman is pretty, men are always short-lived. Once the enthusiasm wears off, it's no longer fresh. How could it be possible to invest so much money? Unless it's his own wife. Maybe we learned from the last experience, so the procedures were completed much faster this time. The formalities were completed before I even finished my cup of tea. Brotherly, sisterly, everything has been done, and the car is outside. Do you want to go take a look? Yuan said with a smile. When you are in a good mood, even if you don't want to smile, your face will unconsciously have a smile on it. When Li Changfeng was holding Tang Weiwei and passing by Lily and the others, he did not forget to tease them. Beauty, what time is the live broadcast? Lily was so scared that she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Perhaps, Li Changfeng will become Lily's nightmare for the rest of her life. Humph, anyone who offends me, Pang Lily, will not have a good ending. Watching them come out, Lily and the others followed them to the door. They all wanted to see what kind of car this person bought. As soon as I reached the door, I heard a low buzzing sound. It's Bai Qi. Drive the 8 series to feel it and see if there is anything wrong. You know, once the car is in your hands and leaves the 4S store, its meaning will be different. Therefore, it is best to solve all problems before going out. With Bai Qi, Li Changfeng can be said to have an omnipotent treasure. Not only can he withstand lightning at critical moments, but there is almost nothing he can't do in daily life, big or small. Just feel the car in his hands and you'll know if there's any problem. Wife, how is it? Go up and feel it? See if you can control it? In Li Changfeng's mind, she had hardly driven a car after all. Even for an ordinary car, it takes some time for a novice driver to get used to it. Especially this kind of luxury car. The starting speed and comfort are unmatched by ordinary cars. Even experienced drivers who are used to the performance of ordinary cars find it difficult to drive such a powerful car. There is a high chance of getting out of control. That's why he explained it to Wei Wei. What if it gets out of control, right? It doesn't matter whether it's a car or not. I'm afraid something might happen to my wife. Because he was worried, he sat in the passenger seat. Just a reminder at any time. However, what he didn't expect was that Tang Weiwei was actually very outgoing. I sat inside and took a look, then started the car, braked, shifted gears, and whoosh, we were on the road steadily. Bai Qi followed closely behind in his X6. See Li Changfeng treat Tang Weiwei so gently. Yuan also felt sad. What are you thinking about? How could I be worthy of brotherly? The only one who can be worthy of him is this stunningly beautiful young lady. If Yuan is envious, then Lily and the others are jealous and hateful. This guy is too arrogant. The 8th series worth more than 2 million yuan can be purchased at any time. Without any hesitation. I didn't even see them bargaining. Just drove away steadily. At this time, not only Lily regretted it, but the other people also looked hopeless. In this week, a total of 3 cars have been bought and sold, and Yuan owns 2 of them. Many people's performance this month is still 0. They all had opportunities, but they gave them up to a newcomer. No one would believe me if I say I don't feel bad. Each one is cooler than the other. It's so cold. What you are giving up is not a person, but money. The combined sales volume is over 3 million. Lily, who has always been the top performer, had to admit that there was no hope this month. If she had lost to someone else, she might have felt better. However, I guess all the sales staff in the 4S store would not accept the defeat to Yuan. So, I don't know whether Li Changfeng's behavior is right or wrong. Although I helped her and fought for the interests she deserved. But it also isolated her. At this time, other colleagues looked at her as if she were an enemy. Even Fei, who usually gets along well with her, is now giving her a cold look. Full of envy, jealousy, hatred. Chapter 53. Are you really incapable? Binhai West District. Golden Club. A bunch of trash? Idiot? What do you usually do with yourselves? You always let me down at the critical moment. So many people came to catch a wounded person, and he escaped? Why should I raise you? What use are you for? A man in a suit, tying a cigar in his mouth, stood there, beating and cursing. This man is called Chang Zhou. He is the owner of the Jinzuan Club and a famous figure in Binhai West City. The people who were beaten were the ones who were dealt with by Bai Qi on the way today. At this time, they were all tied up in bandages, kneeling on the ground, allowing Chang Zhou to beat them without daring to move. Brother Chang. We know that it's useless to say anything now. But if it weren't for a Chang Yaojin who showed up unexpectedly, I would have definitely brought that person back. That guy was very powerful. There were so many of us that we couldn't even get close to him and he knocked us down. One of them who was beaten was lying on the ground explaining. Because he knew that if he didn't explain, it would be difficult to pass this level. Although explaining it might be useless, he would be unwilling to do without explaining. Fart. Bump. He kicked the one who spoke in the stomach. The man in pain curled up on the ground like a shrimp, feeling extremely painful. Let you quibble, let you find excuses. Trash is trash. No one has ever dared to act like a hooligan in my territory and walked away alive. The reason why Chang Zhou was angry was that the person he liked was taken advantage of by another man, so he was furious. He swore that he would chop off that man's hand. The third leg was chopped off. Only then can you relieve the hatred in your heart. I can't even bear to hit my own woman. That guy is really awesome. Not only did he beat him, but he also took advantage of him. If he is not punished, how will Chang Zhou survive in Binhai in the future? He also said that he was the big boss of Jiangcheng. Oh shit. You are from Jiangcheng, and you dare to come to Binhai and act wild. Who cares about your big brother? Now that you come here, you have to behave yourself. But I didn't expect that he actually had 2 helpers. With the help of those 2 helpers, he actually managed to escape. However, while escaping, he was stabbed in the back by his own machete, so he probably couldn't run far. So he sent a few of his brothers to bring him back. What he didn't expect was that after waiting for a long time, what showed up were his subordinates who were wrapped up like dumplings. How can I bear it? So he got anxious and started beating him up. When I was tired of fighting, I slowly listened to their explanations. But he just wouldn't believe it. Someone I randomly met on the street turned out to be a master. A dozen young men armed with weapons all fell down within a minute of being in the enemy's hands. Who is this person? Even the top fighter of Taiguili in the West District wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat them with his bare hands within a minute. But what if he can fight? Can you beat 10 or 20? If you can beat a knife, can you beat a gun? You guys, go out and investigate secretly to find out who that nosy person is. Don't move until you find it. Listen to my instructions. No one who can afford to open an entertainment club is a fool. Even if you want to beat a dog, you have to consider who the owner is, whether you can beat him, how hard you should beat him, etc. While Changzhou was instructing his men to secretly investigate, Bai Qi had already left the West District and returned to the city center with Li Changfeng and the others. On the road, Tang Weiwei's driving skills made Li Changfeng feel inferior. What a luxury car! What a new car! Why don't you drive often? They seem to not exist in front of Weiwei. Just like riding an electric bike, it's free and easy. When we returned to the city, I had originally wanted to take Weiwei with me to see Wang Quan. But when he thought of the tone Wang Quan used when he called him, he hesitated. After an afternoon, if he can figure it out on his own, that would be fine. If not, I will have to explain it to him. After all, he is the most suspicious. So, Tang Weiwei was not brought along. Instead, he chose to send her back to her residence first. After all, she has been very busy these days, so it would be good for him to have more rest. The car entered the gate of the community and parked steadily in the parking space. Slight. Then I'll go back first. Holding Weiwei's hand, he said affectionately. Well. Husband, go back and be careful. Ah. Disappointment? Ha ha. What are you disappointed about? Do you want to come upstairs with me? Changfeng nodded vigorously. Have you thought about it? If you go up there and talk, you won't be allowed to leave? Is this a hint to me? Does that mean I can stay here overnight? Won't. He must be testing me. This idea was quickly rejected. Hey, I want to take the bait. Forget it. Don't test me. Let me tell you, is your husband a normal man? Try me again, be careful of getting yourself into trouble. Tang Weiwei put her hands on Changfeng's neck and pulled him forward suddenly. The two of them stuck together instantly. A soft feeling suddenly filled my brain. There is a sudden surge in male hormones. Wife, you. Ha, husband, you said you are a normal man, why don't I believe it? She has been dating Wang Nuo for 3 years, but she is still a virgin? Tell me, how can you make me believe it? I could smell the faint fragrance on Weiwei's body, and the tingling feeling coming from her body. Li Changfeng is about to raise the flag. Old lady, are you playing with fire? At this moment, Li Changfeng was almost unable to bear it because of her teasing. I even stuttered a little when I spoke. Oh. Playing with fire? Then consider it playing with fire, right? Sister just loves playing with fire. And I'm playing with fire only with you. While Tang Weiwei was speaking, she looked up at him. The pink lips are slightly upturned and rosy, like a cherry. It made him really want to take a bite of it. However, thinking that this was outdoors, in a parking lot, I suppressed the raging fire in my heart. Besides, he has something to do tonight. I have already made an appointment with Wang Quan, so of course I cannot break it. So, this is all he can do today. Weiwei, hurry up. I won't play with fire with you today. I'll let you know what it means to play with fire and get burned someday. After saying that, he gently pushed away the hand that was around his neck. Then, he turned around and left reluctantly. I'm an old man in my 20s, how can I stand such flirting from a woman? But now it seems that I can only endure it for the time being. When he got on Bai Chi's car and was about to leave, Tang Weiwei leaned over to the window and whispered in his ear. Hubby, is it true that the legend is true, and you are really not capable of it? After saying that, Tang Weiwei smiled, turned around and ran upstairs. Looking at Weiwei's back, he really wanted to say, something really happened today. What's wrong with me? Can a man not do that? Chapter 54, Deep Feelings. Yapingxiang Restaurant. VIP room. So, you made an appointment with him, right? When we get here, will you help me bargain for the price? It's impossible that he said 30 million, so he must pay 30 million, right? How can a beauty like me not have any dignity? You have to negotiate for at least a few 100 million yuan. A tall, fair-skinned and elegant beauty wearing casual clothes was doing something that did not quite match her status. Holding an exquisite teapot in his hand, he pointed at Wang Quan and spoke loudly. It was as if he would pour the tea in the teapot on his head if they had a disagreement. Did I owe you in my previous life? You just know how to bully me every day? It's agreed that he will be here soon. Since he promised, he will definitely come. Just be at ease. As for Zhao Liang, Wang Quan could only let it go and dared not complain at all. Who made me like her? If you like her, you have to let her go. Although he said words of reluctance, he was actually more despicable than anyone else. I wish more people would come and cause me trouble. Ha ha. That's more like it. But your friend is quite interesting too. His intuition is really amazing. Oh. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you a pig? Didn't he ask you to short sell the stocks of your Wang Group last time? Now that Wang Fei's restaurant has problems, it will definitely affect your Wang family stock market. By then, your Wang Group's stock market will surely decline? Don't you understand such a simple truth? Zhao Liang looked at Wang Quan with a proud look on her face. I really don't know how your company is doing. His comprehension and analytical abilities are extremely weak. Facing the verbal attack from the beautiful Zhao, Wang Quan was not angry but instead showed a faint smile. The fact that she can say this about herself shows that she cares about herself very much. So, when he heard Zhao Damei scolding him, he was not angry but smiled instead. There is only one word written on her face, cheap. Oh. So do you think this matter has anything to do with him? Intuition? Do you believe in intuition? Is it a coincidence or? Wang Quan stopped talking halfway through. Look at Zhao Liang. He wanted to hear her opinion. In fact, after talking to Li Changfeng on the phone again, he understood. Just wanted to confirm. What do you mean? Are you doubting him? But the normal situation is that it is a little incredible. But have you ever seen a thief cry thief? If he really wanted to do that, why would he ask you to short sell it? Aren't you asking for trouble? So, the most likely possibility is actually the most unlikely. Although Zhao Liang doesn't know Li Changfeng very well. But he knew Wang Quan, since they were able to date and had such a good relationship. Then they should be the same kind of people. Therefore, there is no reason to doubt him. If he really wanted to make money from the Wang family, he could have done it secretly. Isn't it better if no one knows and no one notices? Why bother giving people something to talk about? He. Maybe you are right. But, things will eventually come to light. That must be right. You better pay attention when we talk later. Don't mention this matter, whether it's for my sake or for the sake of your friendship, you can't say it. Once you say it, it will probably affect the relationship between you two. How could Wang Quan not know this? Just because he dared to give me the 40 million to handle, I shouldn't doubt him. Because these 40 million are almost all his family assets. People have entrusted their entire fortune to you, that shows a lot of trust. If someone really wants to plot against you, who would hand over their entire fortune to him? Another important reason is that he never asked any questions since he handed the money to him. I didn't even confirm whether I bought it for him. So, in short, there is no reason to doubt him. The only reason to doubt him is how he knew it in advance. Intuition? Is it really a literal interpretation? Maybe. After all, he had succeeded before relying on his intuition. One was to buy his own store, and the other was to buy that big pipe. Isn't it because of his intuition that I'm dating him? So, although I should believe him rationally, the reality makes me doubt him. Maybe it's because they both have something on their minds. Or maybe they are attracted to each other, so they arrive earlier. The two of them chatted in the house to kill time. Miss Xiao, who was rather impatient, could no longer sit still. What's your relationship like? Have you made an appointment with him? Can you do it? When Li Changfeng walked in with Bai Qi and just opened the door, he heard the last words of the beautiful Zhao, "Can you do it?" These words had already caused him to feel deeply afraid. Because I was just hurt by these words. Even if you are afraid in your heart, you can't admit defeat. Miss Xiao, are you asking me? Are you still asking Brother Wang? If you ask me, you have to try it to know. The beautiful Zhao blushed from head to neck because of his words. I felt a little embarrassed sitting there. Brother Li, are you here? Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Seeing the beautiful Zhao embarrassed, he quickly stepped forward to help. By the way, take a picture of the phoenix's butt. The shy look of Miss Zhao seems even more attractive. I wonder what Brother Wang wants me to do when I come here. Li Changfeng went straight to the point. He is in a hurry. If this could be finished quickly, maybe he would have a chance to go on a date with the beautiful lady. So, if nothing happened, he would just leave. Eating, what the hell, when can't you eat? A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. He wanted to go back as soon as possible to prove himself to Wei Wei, to prove that he was really capable. Even a dog could see Wang Quan's feelings for her. He doesn't have the extra time to be a light bulb here. Nothing much, just like we haven't seen each other for a few days, so we met up for a drink and a chat. Of course, there is another important thing. Miss Zhao can't contact you, so she wants to make an appointment with you through me. To talk to you about that storefront. At this time, Zhao Liang stopped pretending, stood up and picked up a glass of white wine. Handsome boy, let's not talk about business for now. I want to offer you a drink. Sister has done it, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, she actually drank it in one gulp. Li Changfeng was stunned by what he saw. Isn't this too much to drink? This cup is neither too big nor too small, half a cup, at least 3.5 taels. She didn't even take a breath and just swallowed it in one gulp. Do you think that was warm water? But, the beautiful girl drank it all in one gulp. As a man, of course he can't give in. So he also picked up the wine glass in front of him. Take a look. Damn it, just die. So he swallowed it in one gulp. Although he usually drinks, this is the first time he has ever drunk 3 liang of wine in one gulp. After Zhao Damei finished drinking, she looked at Li Changfeng with a sly smile on her face, with evil ideas in her mind. P.S. My dears, please give the author a 5-star rating after reading this. There are many readers, but few reviews. I would also like to thank Life Does Not Allow You to Be Weak, Shuang Dong Xiao, and Lei Bofeng who loves to eat milk-ass. Joe Wolf, Habian Chao, user 223462251, Pan Weiming of Bear Island, user 261205333, Big Water Drop, Taoyu Pavilion, waiting for your rewards. I wish you all happy watching, happy playing, and a happy life. Chapter 55, Meet the Wine Fairy. Brother, how can I drink if you drink so much? Seeing the beautiful Zhao secretly grinning, Wang Quan smiled bitterly. He knew Zhao Liang's drinking capacity and she was definitely a heroine. Although I can drink a lot of beer and 1.5 pounds of liquor, I have to give in when I see the beautiful Zhao. It's not that I'm intentionally giving in because I like you. But because I really can't drink it. I once had a fight with her, and I was so drunk that I didn't know how I got home. I was totally drunk and had no memory of anything. So, ever since that time, whenever I drink with Zhao Liang, I always take it easy. As for a drinking contest, I would never do such a thing even if I were beaten to death. It's okay to embarrass yourself once. If you lose it twice, you'd be stupid. However, today it's okay, I'm just a drinking companion, not the protagonist. So he picked up the cup and took a sip. The rest were put aside secretly. This scene happened to be seen by the beautiful Zhao. Hey, can you do this? I finished drinking it all, and so has the handsome guy. Are you keeping some for the dragon? Seeing her fiery eyes, Wang Quan had no choice but to drink it all in one gulp. Li Changfeng originally wanted to stop it, but he didn't expect that he was a bit too slow to react. Isn't at a waste to drink Fei Tian Mutai like this? One bite and that's hundreds of dollars. I only had 1/2 pound, and I was completely stunned. I shook my head and thought, forget about the wedding night today. I was drunk and probably felt groggy the next day too. I had no idea what I did the night before or whether I had done it or not. Now the wine has been drunk and the food has been eaten. Tell me, what are you two up to? If it's about the house, why not just give me a phone call? There's no need to be so polite. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lee Changfeng looked at them and said. At this time, he was already a little out of his mind. Although he didn't drink it again in one gulp, even if he took small sips, he had already drunk too much. So, do what needs to be done before you get completely drunk. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Zhao Liying. Not only him, Wang Quan also turned his attention to the beautiful Zhao. Among those present, the only one who was truly sober was probably Zhao Liying. Because Li Changfeng's alcohol tolerance was limited, except for the first glass, which he drank in one gulp, he licked or sipped the rest like a kitten. Therefore, only Wang Quan can hold on for a while. But now his eyes are blurry and he feels dizzy. The purpose of organizing this event today is definitely not just to discuss house prices with Li Changfeng. Not to mention that Zhao Liying is not short of those small things. According to the judgment of the company's intelligence team, the housing price there will rise to more than 60,000. After 2 years, there will be no problem in increasing it to 80,000. And Li Changfeng only sold it to them for 50,000. Naturally, it is cheap. So she still has other purposes. Brotherly, since you asked, I won't be polite. I'll drink this cup. After finishing her glass of wine, Zhao Liying continued. Brother Wang said that your intuition is very accurate, so I want to ask you for a favor. Next week, our Binhai gambling stone market will have a batch of new materials coming in from Myanmar. I'd like you to take a look at them for me and pick out some good materials with your extraordinary intuition. After saying that, she stood there waiting for the other party's reply. She didn't know whether the other party would help her. Because he and I are not real friends, we can only say that we have met once. So, whether others help or not, she can't say anything. Helping you is out of friendship or for the sake of the king's power. It's my duty not to help you. After all, people are not obligated to help you. If something happens in your family, it is your family's business. What does it have to do with others? Although the Zhao family is the leader in Binhai's jewelry industry, it does not mean that they are the only one in Binhai. There is another jewelry store that is no less impressive than theirs, and there are several smaller jewelry stores, and so on. Of course, there is another important reason, which is the Gu family in the provincial capital. The Gu family also started out as a jewelry company, and is one of the most renowned in the national jewelry industry. According to gossip, they are also going to move into Binhai. And he wanted to open up various channels in Binhai through the Li family's connections. You know, the Li family is one of the 3 ceilings in Binhai. With their help, Gu's jewelry store will easily occupy the Binhai market. And now they have taken action. The raw material supplier that used to cooperate with the Zhao family suddenly stopped cooperating with them for unknown reasons. Although they do have inventory, they will not run out of stock for 3 to 5 months. But what happens after 3 or 5 months? Once the product is out of stock, so many of their stores will be in danger of closing. The series of reactions that would occur at that time could put a family that has run a business for a century on the road to destruction. The consequences are terrible. Therefore, the Zhao family has already started preparations. Seeking help from Li Changfeng is just one of their options. Or it could be said that this was a solution that Zhao Liying was looking for. This concerns the fate of their family, so she can't help but be nervous. Even if Li Changfeng agreed, she couldn't say that he would definitely be able to help her. However, there is no good solution now. Or it can be said that we should give it our all. Looking at Zhao Liying's expectant eyes, Li Changfeng didn't know how to answer. If it were in the past, he would definitely not agree. Intuition? Bullshit intuition. That's because I have a system, and it can predict the future. But I know nothing about gambling on stones. He doesn't understand what jade, ruby, or sapphire are. I won't even look at it. If you go there, you will definitely be in trouble. However, now he possesses golden eyes, which can see through all illusions and directly reach the origin. So, he could see at a glance what was in the stone. Of course you can see it. Following his heart, he also wanted to go. Even if he didn't follow her, he would go on his own. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of my good eyes? But she knew Wang Quan's feelings for her. If he agreed so easily, Wang Quan would be jealous. So he pretended to be drunk. He said while shaking his head. Xiao Damei, it's not that I don't want to help you. Is that because you can't help? I've never played the game of gambling on stones before, so how can I help you? Aren't you afraid that listening to me will make you bankrupt? Zhao Liying said affirmatively, are you not afraid? If my intuition fails, I'll accept it. After saying that, she turned her gaze to Wang Quan next to her. It means it's his turn to speak. Wang Quan was a little confused at this time. Don't drink, don't drink. I drank more than a pound. So, the reaction is a bit slow. Zhao Liying gave him a few looks before he understood. The beautiful Zhao was so angry that she was about to lose her temper. Brother, just think of it as doing your brother a favor, okay? My brother's lifelong happiness depends on you. If you don't help? Ahem. If you're not busy, I'll go to your house for dinner every day and mess up your relationship with your sister-in-law. Do you believe me? As he spoke, he began to make threats. Chapter 56, The Old Lover Comes to Visit. Seeing Wang Quan speak, he naturally stopped pretending. After all, I have been waiting for this opportunity. It not only gives him face, but also helps bring the two of them together, killing two birds with one stone. Become. Since Brother Wang has spoken, we must give him this favor. Hearing Li Changfeng's agreement, Zhao Liying's frown slowly relaxed. Promised. He agreed. She was so happy inside. Last time at the auction, she saw with her own eyes how powerful Li Changfeng's intuition was. No matter how Wang Quan persuaded him, he refused to give up the bidding. Even if someone from the Li family got involved, he still managed to buy the item, which he wasn't sure whether it was an antique or not. Before that, not only her, but few people in the entire auction hall had ever seen anyone get a bargain at a charity auction. Those who participate in charity auctions usually pay a premium. The value of the items auctioned is always lower than the bidding price. But he picked it up. Another thing is the decline in Wine Group's stock price. What he said was still very accurate. Although it has only fallen a little now, it is certain that within 3 days, the Wang family's stock will continue to fall and be suspended. This is also the reason why she chose Li Changfeng. Although it is also gambling, the winning rate is still very high. Brother Wang, thank you. Your storefront is just as you said, 30 million. We'll go directly to transfer the ownership tomorrow. This time she was quite straightforward and didn't mention the house price anymore. After saying that, he clinked glasses with the two of them again. He was already drunk, and after this, he fell flat on the table. Although he wanted to go to sleep after leaving. However, the thoughts seemed to be a little out of control. My head was spinning and I unconsciously fell on the table. When I woke up again, it was already noon the next day. Although I was drunk and unconscious yesterday and had a blackout. But after waking up, I didn't have the splitting headache I had after being drunk before. Instead, I feel refreshed. Hee. Fei Tian Mutai is better than no air. I don't even get a headache after drinking too much. After looking at the surroundings, I realized that I was actually in a hotel. It seems that after I got drunk yesterday, Bai Qi took me to the hotel. Look at the time, it's past breakfast time and it's time for lunch at the party. Bang, bang, bang. Who's knocking on the door at this hour? Could it be Bai Qi, who was so thoughtful that he even bought breakfast for himself? After thinking for a moment, he went forward to open the door with his pants pulled up. Bump! Just opened it and it closed. Your mother. What's going on? Why is it her? How did she find this place? The door that had just been opened was slammed shut by him. I quickly fixed my clothes. After putting on his clothes, he opened the door again. Changfeng? I came to say goodbye to you. I know I am sorry for you. I shouldn't have listened to my family. During this period of time, I also reflected on it. I really regret my weakness back then. But I know it's useless to say all this now. If you still have some feelings for me, please let my brother go. As for the money I owe you, I will definitely pay you back. Wang Nuai is wearing a school uniform today. It was also when she was in college that Li Changfeng gave her the clothes in exchange for 2 months of convenience. She looks much sexier now than she did when she was in school. However, she is no longer his type now. Li Changfeng sighed. How could he refuse this small request from his ex-girlfriend? After all, if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to find such a good wife. If it weren't for her weakness, I might have jumped into this deep pit. He could imagine what his future life would be like if he really married Wang Nuo. If it weren't for his refusal, he wouldn't have gotten the legendary cheat device. Also, actually, he has a soft heart. Okay. I can tell the police about your brother's matter, and I won't hold him responsible anymore. I can also promise not to cause him any trouble. But if he does it again, no one will be able to stop him. Thanks. Thanks. I'm leaving Binhai today, leaving this sad city, and I may never see you again. Can you give me a lift? Only then did he notice that there was a suitcase behind Wang Nuo. Li Changfeng hesitated for a moment. All right. Wait a minute, I'll get the stuff. To avoid suspicion, he even closed the door. The moment the door closed, Wang Nuo seemed to relax a lot. However, she bit her lip, as if she was making a decision. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed a number on his mobile phone. As for Li Changfeng, he naturally needed to be cleaned up. He had received Wang Quan's message, saying that they would be over soon and take him to the housing authority. Go to handle the transfer procedures. So, I will need to go down later. As for sending her there, sending her downstairs is also sending her there. He certainly didn't think of sending her to the station. Neither the train station nor the bus station was convenient for him. Don't say that we have broken up and we can still be friends. That's all nonsense. It's split and it's split. Although he is not passerby A, he is almost the same as passerby B. Because I just got up and haven't tea washed yet. So, it still needs some tidying up. 3 minutes later, everything is done. He took his things and walked out of the room. Let's go. Where are you going? Li Changfeng asked casually. Wang Nuo followed behind, pulling the box, his eyes flickering everywhere. Ah. Go to Jiangchang. I have a classmate from Jiangchang, I want to go over there and take a look. Oh. So what car are you taking? Take the high-speed train. I'm taking the high-speed train. What a coincidence. The high-speed train is in the east, and I have to go to the west. It's not very convenient. If you take a car, I can give you a ride. I got on the elevator and soon arrived at the first floor. Look how slowly she walks, and she is pulling a suitcase. Out of concern, he helped her lift the box. No wonder she walked so slowly, it turned out that the box was too heavy. I was going to ask what's in this box. But then I thought, what does this have to do with me? As soon as he said the word you, he shut his mouth. It's better to have less trouble than more. Care less and ask less. I went outside and asked the security guard to call a taxi. While he was bending down to help Wang Nuo load things into the car, a red 8 Series suddenly drove past him. When he looked up, the car had disappeared. Goodbye? Li Changfeng looked at Wang Nuo, who was sitting in the back seat, and said goodbye sincerely. No matter what, they once loved each other. I have been happy and I have cried. We were once madly in love, but now we have gone our separate ways. It is not as painful as I imagined. Maybe it's because someone has already filled the wound. Looking in the direction of the taxi, I was lost in thought. He was awakened by a slap from Wang Quan. Chapter 57, The Crisis of Wine Group. Brotherly, what are you looking at there? Wang Quan, who came to pick him up, patted his shoulder with one hand, and looked forward in the direction he was looking, but found nothing. Apart from the passing vehicles, there are also electric cars driving at high speed. I didn't see any other hair. I'm still waiting for you guys. Where's my sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? Ha, well said. It's a pity that you must not shout in front of her, otherwise something bad will happen. She's close to the housing authority and has already headed there. Oh. Shall we go? Because Bai Chi was not allowed to come, he went straight to Wang Quan's Land Rover. I was really drunk by you two yesterday. I don't even know how I got home. I completely blacked out. From now on, I will never drink with you again. They're all drunkards. No, your wife must be a wine fairy, amazing. Thinking about what happened last night, I can still smell the alcohol. No matter how good the wine is, if you drink too much you will still get drunk, and you will still feel uncomfortable when you wake up. It's just a little better than cheap blended wine. Ha ha. She can really drink, I don't know how she trained herself. I've been called a wine barrel. I don't even dare to mention drinking in front of her. It's like she can't get drunk. By the way, we have a family meeting at home today. Oh. Then why don't you go? You are a small shareholder anyway, right? They called me, but I pushed them away. They said they had something to do at the company and couldn't leave. While they were chatting, the Wang family was holding a meeting just as Wang Quan had said. Almost all the members of the Wang family were present, except for one who didn't want to attend. When the incident at Wang's restaurant happened yesterday, it did not have much impact on their group. However, just one day later, their stock prices began to fall. And in just a few minutes, the stock price hit the limit down. This was unacceptable. The shareholders behind the scenes came out one after another and asked for a solution. Although Wang Fei's father Wang Heng is a major shareholder, he does not dare to take tough measures when so many shareholders are targeting him. What if these shareholders withdraw their shares again? Then the Wang family's stock market would really collapse. Therefore, Wang Heng could only carefully appease the numerous shareholders. After all, the cause of the incident was caused by his own son, so he had to find a way to solve it. Yesterday, I used my connections, found an acquaintance, and submitted a deposit to bring my son back. Wang Fei, who usually looks like a beast in human clothing and is very arrogant, just stood there obediently and was scolded this time. Chairman Wang, this is settled. After discussions among many directors, the only way to resolve this matter as quickly as possible is to sell Wang's hotel. At the same time, a statement is issued that Wang's group has no relationship with Wang's hotel. Then use public relations tactics, hire a group of internet trolls, change the direction of public opinion, and the problem will be solved perfectly. One of the directors stood up and looked at Wang Heng and said. As the chairman of the board, Wang Heng naturally knows this. Although Wang's restaurant has nothing to do with Wang's group, it is just a catering company set up by his son. However, he also went through several years of hard work to achieve his current results. He was afraid that it would be a blow to him if he sold it like this. If they were to fail like this, there would be no heir to their Wang group. So, he never said anything. I just want to see my son's attitude. Wang Fei stood in front of his father, lowered his head and said nothing. He is thinking. See if there is any other solution. However, with so many shareholders in the office, no one could come up with a complete solution. It seems that the only option is to sacrifice myself. Otherwise, my father would not be able to get over this hurdle either. So he looked at his father and nodded. This is considered as tacit approval of the opinions of all shareholders. As for how to sell it and how much to sell it for, he doesn't have to worry about it, his father will naturally take care of it. With Wang Fei's nod, the shareholders' meeting came to a successful conclusion. As long as they can get rid of the influence of the restaurant, even if their stocks continue to fall, after reaching a certain point, they will naturally bounce back slowly. Therefore, many shareholders are no longer worried about the safety of the company. The rest will naturally be left to the executive director to handle. We just need to draft a statement tomorrow to prove that Wang's hotel has no direct relationship with Wang's group. Then we just need to announce the sale of Wang's hotel. On the other side, Wang Quan and Li Changfeng also rushed to the housing authority and went through the purchase and sale procedures again. Fuck. The fees we have to pay for the transfer of ownership here can buy a 5 series. Wang Quan held the completed documents in his hand and looked at Li Changfeng and Zhao Liang. His face was full of regret. Wouldn't it be nice to have a good meal with this money? But it was all given to the housing authority for nothing. Ha, look at the way you're fumbling around. Brotherly, the money has been transferred to you. Please check and see if it has arrived. Well, no need to look. Anyway, I know where your store is. If I'm missing anything, I'll go find you at the store. It's already done. I won't be your light bulb here anymore. Just keep biting. After saying that, he was ready to turn around and leave. Now that the money has arrived, he naturally has to think about how to operate it. Now I am not so worried about the 100 million. Because it will be completed in a few days. Now Wang's restaurant has been forced to close, and Wang's group's stocks have also begun to fall. All it takes is 3 more limit downs before they can sell the stocks they hold. Then, it's time to complete the mission. When he thought about getting a bottle of genetic potion if he completed the task, he couldn't help but get excited. Even the way she walks seems a bit fairy-like. Just when he wanted to float away, he was stopped by Wang Quan again. You don't have a car, how do you get there? Get in the car. Where do you want to go? I'll take you there. Ha ha. You really don't need this. My full-time driver will be here soon. You guys go play. Have fun, and don't let people tell you that you are not good enough. Ha ha ha. As soon as Li Changfeng finished speaking, Bai Qi drove the X6 and stopped in front of him. Let's go. Bye bye. Brother Li? Don't you forget what you promised me last night? I'll contact you next Friday? The car had already driven away when Zhao Liying's voice was heard from behind. What's the meaning? Did I promise her anything? Bai Qi, what happened yesterday? What did I promise her? He doesn't remember anything about yesterday. I lost my memory. Boss, you promised her. It seems like he agreed to go with her to look at gambling stones or something? Gambling on stones? The memory of yesterday is like a movie, and I slowly remember it a little bit. Just agree to it. Anyway, I have the ability to see through things, so there is nothing I'm afraid of. By then, I can make a lot of money. Boss, where are we going now? Chapter 58. Lina is trapped. Where to go? He was actually stunned by Bai Qi's question. He didn't seem to have decided where to go. However, now is the time for me to network with my subordinates. There is only one Bai Qi now, which is far from enough. Based on my understanding of him, he doesn't seem to know much about business, stocks, and the like. Therefore, you also need to find someone who can help you manage the company. Because he has now begun preparing to acquire Wang's hotel. According to the system's prompts, Wang's hotel will see a turnaround on the third day. By then, the difficulties faced by both Wang's hotel and Wang's group will be easily solved. Therefore, he had to acquire Wang's hotel as soon as possible before the Wang group got out of its predicament. As for the Wang group, he would naturally not touch it. At most, he would just take some money out of it. Find a tea house and have some tea. Why don't we go to the Little Time Leisure Club? After saying that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call Lina. Because after thinking about it, it seemed that only Lina was the most suitable. Decided to recruit her. Lina is not only an excellent student, but also studies economics and management, and is quite familiar with the field of finance. She also has social skills, so it is most appropriate to recruit her. I took out my phone and was about to dial when I saw a call from Lina. Damn it! What is going on? Are they telepathic? Just when I was about to call her, she called me first. He smiled and answered the phone. Before he could say anything, he heard Lina's anxious voice on the phone. Brotherly, can you come to the north gate of Shangshan Park? Before the person could finish his words, a noisy sound came from the other end of the phone, as if he had been interrupted. Maybe it's because I was a bit far away from the phone, so I couldn't hear it clearly. Then there was no sound at all. What is going on? Could it be that something happened to her? Looking at the hung-up phone, he was stunned. I called back again, but couldn't get through. Bai Qi, let's not go to Shaoshi Guang, let's go to Shangshan Park instead, hurry up. This place is not far from Shangshan Park, about 10 kilometers, which means it only takes about 10 minutes. Speaking of Lina, she is really in some trouble now. Ever since Li Changfeng asked her about the housing prices in Shangshan Park last time, she has been closely following the developments in this area. After confirming that Li Changfeng had invested several hundred square meters, she also followed suit. It can be said that she follows the trend just right. The speed of following is also relatively fast. Therefore, I purchased a storefront of more than 100 square meters at a low price. Because her purpose as a buyer is very simple, which is to invest and make money. It is not intended to be held long term. So, after she bought the house, she did not go through the transfer procedures. The purpose is to save a transfer fee. It is normal for investors to do this. She understood all the procedures for transferring ownership, so she didn't even go through an agency. Of course, the purpose is also to save the agency fee. Because the property is not transferred, certain risks need to be taken. So, in order to avoid these risks, she also went to do justice. Once the house is notarized, the landlord does not need to be present. As the person being notarized, you can sign on behalf of the landlord and handle all the purchase, sale, and lease procedures. It can be said that she has thought carefully about every aspect. Once the house price reaches her desired price, she will take the opportunity to sell it and earn the difference. But she had planned everything, but she had never expected that the other party would dare to act like a rogue. Today she was tricked here by the other party. Beauty? I didn't expect that you were so beautiful, how could your heart be so dark? This house belongs to me. It's still under my name. It's only been 3 days, and you're going to sell it to me at 6 times the price? Why don't you rob a bank? The middle-aged man who was speaking was a construction site contractor. When this community was being built, he had already contracted a job here, so he took the opportunity to invest in a store here. I didn't expect that I would make a mistake in investment. 5 years ago, he could make millions by buying a house in any community or investing in a store. But his investment here caused him to suffer heavy losses. If you don't make money, isn't that equivalent to losing money? During this period, he took on another job, a relatively large project. However, advance payment is required. He didn't have enough money, so he came up with the idea of opening this storefront. There has been no increase in price for 5 years. Who can say for sure whether it will increase in the future and when it will increase? Instead of continuing to wait here, you might as well sell it and invest somewhere else. You may earn more than here. So he posted ads on the internet and in real estate agencies, but half a month passed and he didn't receive a single call. No one asked about that at all. The project cost more than $2 million, and he still needed half of it. If the house can be sold for more than $1 million, it would be just enough. But the house is priced but not sold. Just when he was worried, he received a call from Lena. Now one wants to sell and the other wants to buy. So, the conversation was quite pleasant. Although Lena had pushed him down quite hard on the price, there was no one else to talk to except her, so what else could he do? In his mind, he had already lost millions, so what difference would it make for a few tens of thousands? So he gritted his teeth, signed, and went through the formalities with Lena. However, only 2 days had passed and the money from selling the house had not yet been invested in the project. I heard that house prices have gone up. And the increase was very sharp. How can he sit still like this? Find a few people, set a trap, and lure Lena here. His goal is to return the money, even if it's just a little more. Anyway, the house is not for sale. Because he also knew that Lena bought the house for investment, and it was notarized at the notary office, so the ownership must not have been transferred yet. As long as the contract is stolen and the notarized document is destroyed, the house is still not yours. Because now, the name on the house is still yours. That is why what is happening now happened. Why? You have already sold the house to me, and we have completed the formalities. I have transferred all the money to you. You regret it now? You don't want to sell it anymore. Do you think we are playing house? Looking at so many people on the other side, all of them dressed in rags, Lena still felt a little worried in her heart. After all, once you anger them, you can't predict what consequences will happen. Besides, there are hardly any people here, not a single person has passed by for half a day. Even if she wanted to escape, she had no chance. 7 or 8 people from the other side had blocked the door. I was really careless. How could I believe him? Chapter 59 Lena's Disaster. Haha, why? Why do you say that? My name is still on the property deed. I won't waste my words with you. Just hand over the contract and I'll return the money to you. Not only will I get a cent less, but I'll also give you an extra 100,000 yuan. Is that compensation? It sounds like what the contractor said is quite nice. Not only will we refund your money, but we will also give you a little more as compensation. In fact, this is not the case. You can't calculate the accounts this way. When Lena bought this house, it was worth more than 1 million, but the problem is that now it is worth more than just a few million. Its value has changed and its worth has doubled. It costs 5 or 6 of these dollars to buy it. How could Lena do such a losing business? You know, as long as she sells this house, she will be able to pay off her father's loan. From now on, she won't have to bear so much debt anymore. This is what she dreams of doing. She was about to succeed, so how could she give up so easily? How she longed to be like her other colleagues, without so much pressure and without having to bear huge foreign debts. I want to eat and drink. Buy whatever clothes and lipstick you want. However, since ancient times, it is only natural that a son should pay off his father's debts. Her father had no son, so she was the only one to pay it back. For the sake of her father and her own freedom, how could she give in so easily? When she encountered such a thing, she didn't know who to ask for help. After much thought, it seems that Li Changfeng is the most suitable one. Although she was not sure whether he would help her, her heart was already on him. If it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that you have to compromise and use legal means to fight for your own interests after you are out of danger. It might be difficult then. But it was worth it because it was over 5 million. More than 5 million may not be a big deal for rich people, but for ordinary people, it is enough to make them fight for it. Under the current circumstances, she could only pray that Li Changfeng would come to the rescue. Put away your fake pity, please? If you really have a kind heart, don't bully a weak woman like me. 100,000, you can actually say that. I still say the same thing. If you want to go back, it's impossible. Unless you step over my dead body? Of course, I can give you some. 50,000 per square meter. If you want it, just bring the money. Deal instantly. You have to understand, this place can be sold for more than 60,000 now? Faced with the contractor's relentless pressure, Lena finally took a step back. Giving the other person a little sweetness is also convenient for yourself. After saying that, he looked at the other person cautiously. She also knew in her heart that the more she gave in, the worse things would become. The human heart is a bottomless pit, no one can predict good or bad luck. The contractor naturally understood what price it could be sold for now. Giving up 10,000 is equivalent to giving up more than 1 million. But when I thought about the fact that I had been investing for 5 or 6 years to buy a house, I still didn't make as much as a little girl did in just 2 days. He was very unbalanced inside. Why? How about this, I won't embarrass you. I'll give you 2 million, and you'll give me all the paperwork? In addition. The contractor looked at Lena quietly. A tight OL professional suit shows off her proud figure. He had long been itching to get her by the sight of her curvy figure. The contractor had played NR many times before, but he had never felt someone as sexy as Lena. The reason why he waited for such a long time without taking any action or forcing her to do anything was that he was just waiting. Waiting for Lena to call someone. See if she is someone's mistress, or a relative of some rich man. The children of wealthy people naturally would not engage in such small businesses. He knows it in his heart. What else? Lena didn't know what he meant. The contractor curled his lips, revealing his big front teeth inlaid with gold. That expression looks as obscene as it can be. Hey, besides, you have to come back with me and serve me for a few days. 2 million is yours? It's a good deal, huh? Just playing for a few days, and you've gained more than 2 million in benefits. I believe that if I post this to my circle of friends in college, there will probably be a line of people waiting for me to choose. Shameless? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. At this moment, Lena was really scared. Because she could feel the contractor's eyes, which were full of desire. I know that he has become a little obsessed now, and his mind is completely occupied by desires. Run. Must run. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave today. While the contractor was not paying attention, Lena threw the LV imitation bag in her hand at him, and then took the opportunity to rush out the door. Pity. There is only so much space in this room. There were 5 or 6 people behind the contractor, and the door was behind them. How could she possibly run away? He was hugged by one of the contractor's men. Everyone here counts. Who has ever seen someone as beautiful as Lena? It seems that you can only see such a perfect woman on TV. So, it wasn't just the contractor who was blinded by desire. Even the teammates he brought with him were staring at Lena with shining eyes. Seeing that Lena wanted to run, the person closest to her took the opportunity to hug her. Maybe because they were too close, the scent of Lena stimulated her again. As a result, the man held on to her and wouldn't let go. And it's getting tighter and tighter. Lena was so scared that she screamed, trying to send a distress signal with sound. The contractor who was hid looked at Lena, who was struggling with an angry face. I told you to be honest and obedient. You just won't listen and insist that we use force, right? Bang! The contractor stepped forward and slapped Lena on the face. 5 finger marks instantly appeared on the tender pink cheeks. Bao Gongtu actually made Lena work on the construction site. How could the delicate Lena withstand his slap? There were not only 5 finger marks on his cheek, but also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. You beast, do you know what you are doing? You are breaking the law? Just let me go quickly, and I can pretend nothing happened? Otherwise, do you know what the consequences will be? Lena didn't care and shouted angrily. However, these people's minds were now occupied by deworming, so they were not willing to listen to her. The louder she screamed, the more violently she made trouble. Instead, it further stimulated their primitive desires. I've heard people say before that there's a devil living inside everyone's body, and honest people are no exception. Once the devil in the body is awakened, the devil takes control of the body and the honest person becomes the incarnation of the devil. Now these people are no longer ordinary migrant workers. Each of them is a beast possessed by a demon. Looking at the contractor's dirty hands reaching out to him. At this moment, Lena's heart was filled with despair and pain. She didn't know who could save her. She howled to the sky. Why? Chapter 60 Misunderstanding. When Lena was completely in despair, she heard a bang. The tempered glass door on the facade was kicked into pieces. Shattered glass fragments flew everywhere. None of the migrant workers standing in a row were spared, and almost everyone had scratches from the broken glass. They were originally obsessed with deworming, but suddenly they started howling like ghosts and wolves. Maybe it was because they surrounded Lena too tightly. Perhaps the broken glass had eyes, as not a single piece of it hurt Lena. Seeing Li Chanfeng breaking in through the door, Lena was ecstatic. She knew that she had made the right bet. The person holding Lena was so scared by their arrival that he stood behind the contractor. At this moment, they are like drivers driving on the highway. When you are still drowsy and can't muster up energy no matter smoking or drinking water, the car suddenly passes over a speed bump or a slightly bumpy area, and the car shakes, and your energy immediately returns. Who are you? Did you know that trespassing is against the law? Now you are damaging personal property again. I can call the police to arrest you. Seeing that his secret had been exposed, the contractor pretended to be calm and threatened them. In fact, I was scared to death. He knew better than anyone what he had done just now. Unfortunately, my brain was not under my control at that time. Therefore, the only way to survive is to calm down the two of them. However, he thought too simply. On the opposite side, one is the person who possesses cheating devices in the world, and the other is a soldier who kills people without blinking an eye and lives on the brink of life and death. How could they be scared by a small contractor like him? You're thinking too much. Li Chanfeng ignored Bo Gongtu. Walked straight to Lena. How is it, are you okay? Fine. Lena lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and spoke in a low voice. It's not that I don't dare to look, it's that I'm embarrassed. After all, Li Chanfeng didn't have a very deep relationship with her. They had only met a few times and helped each other. So, I feel a little embarrassed. I'm glad you're okay. What's going on? I'll help you vent your anger later? Lena calmed herself down and told him everything about herself. It's better not to listen. I became even angrier after hearing what he said. Judging from their attire, they didn't look like gangsters, nor like rich kids' thugs. I didn't expect that they were just ordinary migrant workers. It is really a disgrace to the working people that migrant workers can do such a thing. Ai Chi. Teach them a lesson, so they will remember it. The contractor saw that the other side only had 2 people, but he had 5 or 6. 3 to 1, and they are still so arrogant. Just fight, who is afraid of who? When they do hard work, the thing they have the most is strength. Each of them looks thin and small, but they are all very strong. Snort. Since you want to meddle in other people's business, you can't blame us. Superior. Following the contractor's order. The people behind him rushed towards Bai Qi and Li Chanfeng with bare hands. I'm enough. Do you still want to fight 2 people? When Bai Qi saw someone trying to rush towards the boss, he dodged and stopped him. Soon, they realized that the strength they were so proud of was completely useless in front of this man. It can be said that less than 30 seconds were used and they were all knocked down. One by one they fell to the ground and couldn't get up. In addition, he was scratched by glass fragments just now, and as his body twisted, blood was everywhere. It looks extremely miserable. Lena, how do you want to deal with this? Looking at the migrant workers lying on the ground and filming, Lena's heart softened. Because his father was also a migrant worker, but later went astray. He became addicted to drugs and ended up with his family broken up. A huge debt fell on him. Never mind. Let's go. Lena said with a sigh. Okay, but we can't just let it go. Hand them over to the police. No matter what, they need to be taught a lesson. So he took out his cell phone and called the policeman who had contacted him before. I just happened to tell him about my own affairs and would no longer hold Wang Peng responsible. Hello? Hello, Officer Li. Oh. It's me. Do you still remember my cell phone number? Ha ha. I have something to tell you. There are people here who are blackmailing and molesting women. Come over here and deal with it. Okay. What brother-in-law? He is not my brother-in-law, but I won't pursue the matter now. You can do whatever you want. Yes. Okay, thank you, officer. After saying that, he hung up the phone. In order to prevent them from running away, none of them left. Letting Bai Chi stand guard at the door and watch them, Li Changfeng got into Lena's car. He still has something to discuss with her. But her emotions are not very stable right now. I don't know if it is appropriate. After several attempts, he finally said it. Because time waits for no one, he must arrange the personnel as soon as possible. Lena, if I let you follow me, would you be willing? Are you putting forward conditions so soon? Is this person so realistic? Do you want to take advantage of me just because I saved you? But it's not bad to be with him, at least he is quite handsome. But if I follow her, should I be the big one or the small one? So confusing. Lena, how about it? You can set any conditions you want with me? Seeing Lena hesitating, he thought she was thinking about the conditions. Then he offered a more tempting condition. Hey! Did he guess what I was thinking? Knowing that I was considering doing something big or small, he stated the conditions so that I could set them. Since you are so sincere, I will respectfully obey you. Then I want to be the boss? Li Changfeng felt relieved when he saw Lena agreed. Okay, whatever you say. The annual salary is the same as Bai Chi's, 1 million plus a year-end bonus. Besides, if you don't become the boss, who will? You are the only one in the company now. Now I'm giving you a task, which is to buy the shares of Wang's Hotel as soon as possible. Because now is the time when Wang's Hotel's equity is the lowest, it is also the best time to bargain. As for the funds, I'll give you 35 million. You must acquire all the shares of Wang's Hotel. After thinking for a while, he continued. Well, better talk about it today. What if there is a high probability that something will change tomorrow? Lena? Lena was confused. What he meant by follow was actually to work with him, not to let oneself follow him. Fortunately, I didn't say it just now, otherwise it would be very embarrassing. It turns out that I was overthinking it. Lena, are you okay? Seeing her in a daze again, could it be that she was frightened just now and hasn't recovered yet? He thought to himself. But how could he guess the girl's little thoughts? Oh. It's okay, I'll just listen to the boss. The boss said to go today, so let's go today. Lena adjusted her mood and tried to appear as natural as possible. Soon, police officer Lee came over with his men, took a brief statement, and then took everyone away. Chapter 61 Acquisition of a Restaurant. Wang Nua, who was sent away by Li Changfeng at the hotel, sat in the taxi with a very depressed expression. I'm sorry. I do this just because I don't want to leave you. I hope you don't blame me. In fact, she had a very bad time during the day she was separated from Li Changfeng. When he is with me, I don't have to worry about any of my own things. Every day there must be someone telling me jokes, coaxing me, and pampering me. Whatever he wanted, he only needed to make a phone call or send a text message and someone would get it all for him. This feeling of no one caring for her and no one loving her made her very uncomfortable. Under Yang Manyun's instigation, she felt that she should fight for herself. So she adopted the method her mother suggested to her. Although she didn't know how Yang Manyun knew the hotel where Li Changfeng was staying, she also didn't know how she could make Tang Weiwei happen to pass by. However, since she said she could do it, all he had to do was show up at the hotel door on time. She doesn't need to worry about other things. She just hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Since the work has been done and the show has ended, there is naturally no need to go to any station. Master, turn around and go to the UN Road. Wang Group. Wang Heng sat in the conference room and was furious. Didn't I ask you to release the news? How come after so much time, not even one person called to ask? How do you do things? Everyone was sitting at the table, but when they saw Wang Heng getting angry, they all stood up. It was like a needle stuck in the buttocks, and no one dared to sit next to the stool anymore. Chairman, we have used all the necessary channels. But, apart from the Zhang family, no one else has contacted us? I think it may be because the incident at the restaurant was so serious that no one dared to take it over. the scale of the restaurant must be there. People without a certain amount of capital simply can't afford it, and those with capital feel the risk is too great. If they take over and fail to run the business, they will lose everything. The department manager looked at Wang Hong tremblingly and explained in a low voice. After saying this, he lowered his head, not daring to look Wang Hong in the eye again. In fact, as soon as he finished explaining, he regretted it in his heart. I can understand such a simple truth, so why can't the chairman understand it? What the chairman wants is results, not his explanation. But now that the words have been said, what else can I do? I can only pray in my heart. Just as he was waiting to be criticized, his phone rang. However, he didn't dare to answer the call as he was in a meeting. Your talk is all nonsense? Zheng family, this wicked guy Zheng Deyuan, he only wants to own my restaurant worth hundreds of millions for 10 million? Fuck you, what are you thinking? Even if I go bankrupt, I won't lose that person. Hurry out and find a solution. Wang Hong was very anxious. Because they have already held a press conference, stating that there is no relationship between Wang Group and Wang Hotel. But, for the general public, who would believe it? Because the boss behind that restaurant is the son of the chairman of Wang Group. Therefore, the effect is not very good. The stock price of Wang Group is still falling madly. Now the only way to stabilize the Wang Group is to get rid of this mess. When the department manager heard the chairman say that he would go out and find a solution, he felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his cell phone and went out to answer the call. A few minutes later, he happily ran to the chairman's office again. Boss Wang, good news, good news. Someone wants to buy the restaurant. I've made an appointment with him. Let's meet later. Oh. Okay, let's get our company's negotiation expert to come in later. Cooperate well and strive for success. We don't have time to waste here. Hearing that someone came to talk, Wang Hong felt a lot more relieved. Wang S Hotel says it has nothing to do with Wang S Group, but how could it really be that it has nothing to do with it? The reason why Wang Fei was able to expand his restaurant was because he had the support of the group. How many people are there in the Wang Group? Thousands of them. For company team building, employee weddings and funerals, and company colleagues gatherings, the first choice is Wang S Restaurant. Not to mention the customers from outside, the Wang Group alone can support half of the hotel's business. At its largest scale, it would be worth at least 200 or 300 million. How could he just throw it away like that? But now we can only sacrifice the car to save the driver. Lena took Bai Chi with her and temporarily found a lawyer friend to draft a contract that she was satisfied with. After everything was ready, the three of them headed towards the Wang Group. It was said that it would arrive in a moment. The department manager and the negotiation expert waited in the office for 3 full hours, but didn't see a single person. Each of them was as anxious as crayfish in hot oil. However, they knew very well that the more it was this time, the more they had to remain calm and not take the initiative to call the other party to inquire. Otherwise, during the negotiations, we will definitely lose. Just when they were exhausted from waiting and were about to go crazy at any moment, it finally came. No polite words, no small talk, just straight to the point. Although Lena is not professional in negotiation. However, she has natural advantages. That is the beautiful, enchanting and charming appearance. That is her advantage, an innate advantage. In addition, her sexy little mouth, which is good at speaking and can make sense even when she is unreasonable, gives her the initiative in negotiations. Of course, no matter what the other party said, she just had to do her best. Everyone, do we understand what you said? The 200 or 300 million you mentioned may have been worth that much before. But it's only worth 20 million now, so it's inevitable that it will shrink? You feel like you're already losing money if you offer 100 million now. Relatively speaking, maybe you're losing money. But now there is a major problem. In fact, when we bought it, it was also a bit of a gamble. Maybe this money will really go down the drain, so this is all. If you agree, we'll sign the contract. If you don't agree, we won't bother you anymore. The department manager thought about it. Okay, wait a moment, let's discuss it. After all, your number is simply. Okay, whatever you want. Lena said it didn't matter, you can discuss it however you want. Anyway, the boss only gave me 35 million, and I definitely can't take more. To put it bluntly, it can only be less than this, not more. The department manager left the negotiation table and walked into the chairman's office. Chairman? No need to say more. Wang Hong waved his hands. I saw it all. This person is really good at bargaining. Do you know their background? Could it be that someone from the Zhang family came here to deliberately lower the price? Chapter 62 Yang Manyun's Provocation. The department manager thought about it. It shouldn't be. I've investigated the Zhang family and there's no one like her. Besides, if the Zhang family really wanted to bargain, they wouldn't send a woman to negotiate. Also, judging from the tacit understanding between the three of them, they are not very familiar with each other. This should be a temporary group. It should be just like what Lena said, she wanted to buy it personally. Wang Hong pondered for a moment. A wooden box was opened and a brown cigar was pulled out. The department manager quickly lit the lighter and brought it to his mouth. He took a puff of the cigar, inhaled deeply into his lungs, and then exhaled in the form of a smoke ring. Well, let them add some more, and you can decide how much. Anyway, we must make the deal today. After saying that, Wang Hong sat on his sofa and lay there in deep thought. Back in the negotiation room, the department manager discussed with the negotiators and came up with a number. Ms. Lena, the number you mentioned is impossible. I just reported to our chairman and he scolded me so much. But we also secured a large space for you, 50 million? As long as you agree, can we sign the contract now? Lena saw whether she looked at them or not. He lowered his head and said, then I'll give your boss a favor and add another 5 million. 25 million? If it works, you can draft a contract. Ha, impossible, absolutely impossible? If I sign your price, I'll probably be scolded to death by my boss. After another half day of bargaining, eventually an agreed price was reached. 30 million, deal. Okay, 30 million. Secretary Liu, go and draft a contract for 30 million yuan. The department manager said as he looked at an assistant standing aside. At this time, Lena took out several contracts from her briefcase. I picked one and handed it to them. Don't bother, we're already prepared. Just sign and stamp it. You. The department manager was speechless. Are you so confident that you can get this price? You've even signed a contract? Looking at the contract in his hand, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. Lena smiled, hee. Not really. Here we have one for 20 million, one for 25 million, one for 32 million, and one for. Department manager. Wait, don't say any more, or our boss will hear us and fire us all. This shows. It's not that they can't afford the price. Instead, they have been desperately trying to lower the price. He was afraid that the other party would say that they had prepared a contract for 5,000. So, I quickly stopped the other party. He still wants to stay in the company for a few more years and doesn't want to retire so early. After all, since the other party can prepare a contract worth more than 30 million, it means that the highest price they can accept has not yet been discussed. So, they didn't do their job well. Therefore, it is normal to feel worried. The smart Lena naturally understood what he meant. So he pretended to make a hush gesture. They say that women who are too beautiful cannot be trusted, and it's absolutely true. The department manager now has a deep understanding of this. As long as the price is agreed upon, all that remains is to follow the company's procedures. The boss gave me 35 million, and I only used 30 million. So does the remaining money belong to me? Lena was thinking in her mind. Forget it, I'll just give it back to the boss. I have already earned several million thanks to my boss's information, which is enough to pay off the loan my father owed. If I sell the house someday, I'll be debt-free. By the time Lena acquired Wang's restaurant, Li Changfeng had already returned to his home. Lying on the bed, I called Tang Weiwei several times, but no one answered. What happened? Was she too tired and fell asleep? After thinking about it, I decided not to continue calling. After hanging up the phone, I lay down on the bed and went to sleep. On the other side of the phone, I watched the phone beeping. She really wanted to answer the call, but was afraid that she would get angry and say something harsh, so she was very conflicted. She didn't pick up the phone until it stopped ringing. Looking at the phone and talking to myself. Changfeng? Did you really rekindle your old love? Am I really just her substitute? Others say that first love is beautiful and the most unforgettable. Have you really never forgotten her? So what were those things you said to me? Are you doing me justice by doing this? Could it be that giving me a car is just to compensate me? Am I a greedy person in your eyes? Tang Weiwei's beautiful eyes flickered, and pearls poured down like they were free. It flowed down the cheeks to the swan's neck, and then down the white neck to the body. She is very sad. She is very sad. Just today, Yang Manyun found her. Tell her to leave Li Changfeng. Of course I don't agree. Why? Why should I listen to you? Yang Manyun said she could prove that Li Changfeng was just playing with you, you were just his backup, a temporary tool. In order to make Tang Weiwei believe her words, Yang Manyun said a lot. It is simply clarifying one point, that is, Li Changfeng still loves Wang Nuo. She knew everything Yang Manyun said. It was nothing more than how good Li Changfeng was to her on a daily basis. So, she still didn't believe it. Finally, Yang Manyun took out her trump card. It is said that Li Changfeng and Wang Nuo had stayed together in the hotel last night. If I don't believe it, she will take me to see it. For hotel rape. It's not that she doesn't want to verify the authenticity, she just doesn't dare. If what she said was true, would it mean that I would become the real third party? So, she didn't dare. She didn't even dare to make a phone call. Then I thought about how I called him last night but couldn't get through. Unconsciously, she believed it a little bit. So, he followed Yang Manyun out for some unknown reason. They walked and stopped along the way, because his mind was full of Li Changfeng and he was fantasizing about the scenes of the two of them together, so he didn't ask her why she stopped and walked. Until she said, I remember, just keep going, it's right in front. When she passed a hotel, she shouted, it's over, it's over. Right there. Looking in the direction her hand pointed, he saw Li Changfeng standing in front of Wang Nuo. And he was holding her. However, what Tang Weiwei didn't know was that it was just a misalignment. In fact, Li Changfeng was carrying a box into the taxi at that time. But she thought it was a hug. Having seen it all, why would she stop the car? She just drove away. Yang Manyun was so scared that she screamed. Because she was in a bad mood, she lost her balance with her foot and stepped on the accelerator almost to the bottom. The powerful power of the 8 series rushed out like a wild beast. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the street. If you were to ask what Li Changfeng was looking at that time, it should be because he heard the sound of a sports car. But they missed each other perfectly. Chapter 63. The system starts to cheat again. Tang Weiwei lay on the bed and thought for a long time. To go or to stay. Until a phone call came and she made a decision. Mom, what's wrong? Got it, I'll be back tomorrow. After saying that, she hung up the phone. At this moment, sadness, grief, helplessness, and despair filled her. Lying on the bed and crying. Why? What am I doing wrong? Why does God punish me like this? Her mother told her that the family business could no longer sustain itself. Now there are 2 choices before them, either wait for bankruptcy, or she goes back to remarry. Marry a rich man there. Then the other party will help the Tang family and help them overcome the difficulties. The Tang family is what it is today thanks to his father's lifelong hard work. She herself understood what it would mean to her father if the company was really gone. It is very likely that her father will disappear along with the company. This was a result she didn't want to see. Originally, she wanted Li Changfeng to. Forget it, I'll just face it myself. It took me half an hour to write a farewell letter and I put it in the car along with the car keys. You can see it just by opening the car door. Let's go, Changfeng. Let's go, Binhai. I'm leaving, I won't see you again. The scene in the hotel became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The instigator of this incident was a family gathered together to party. Son, have you been suffering in there these days? Can I take a closer look? I've really lost weight. Hey, what's going on? Did you fight with anyone in there? Yang Manyun grabbed Wang Peng's clothes with one hand and looked at his neck carefully. There's a bruise. Looking down from his neck, I found that his chest was also black and purple. I was in a very happy mood. When he saw the scars on his son's body, he couldn't laugh anymore. Son, what's going on? Did someone bully you? I was pretending to be happy. Now, seeing his mother's worried eyes, he seemed to become his childhood self again. I was bullied outside and dared not say anything. When he saw his mother, he burst into tears. Yes, it's more than just being bullied. That is people bullying Dafa. This feud is irreconcilable. On the first day he was imprisoned, he experienced what it felt like to be bullied. I felt what it felt like to be bullied. He has a deep understanding of what it means when chrysanthemums are withered. Just before he knew it, he was favored by someone. But who could he tell this to? No one dares to say it, so we can only keep it in our hearts. It's okay, Mom. Isn't it normal to fight with others in that place? Look, I'm fine, right? No arms or legs missing, everything is intact. In order to divert Yang Manyun's attention, Wang Ping had to change the subject. Mom, where did you get the money? Didn't you say that you have to compensate him more than 1 million? Where can we get so much money at home? Money? Ha ha ha. If I don't give him a dime, won't I still let you go? Maybe he can become your brother-in-law again in the future? Yang Manyun felt that as long as she drove Tang Weiwei away, her daughter would have a chance. So, she still wants to marry her daughter to Li Changfeng. Really? Sister, is what Mom said true? Can Li Changfeng really become my brother-in-law? Ha ha. Doesn't that mean I'll have a chance to drive a Lamborghini, too? When he thought that he could still drive a Lambo, he jumped up with joy. I immediately forgot about the chrysanthemum. It seems that money can not only bring happiness to people, but also relieve their pain. Li Changfeng sneezed several times when he woke up, before he even got out of bed. Is there anyone missing me so early in the morning? Touch your ears with your hands. It's actually warm, it seems someone really misses me. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task assigned by the system. A gene potion is now awarded. Note, the gene potion is a product of future technology, and it has no side effects at all. After taking it, it can change the physique of the user, greatly improving both reaction ability and agility. The specific benefits will be experienced naturally after the host has taken it. Now the system has issued another task, to acquire a company and increase its assets by 100 times within a year. If the task is completed, the reward will be 10 billion. If the task fails, the host will be deprived of everything he has gained because of this system. Mission accomplished? When I first heard it, I was shocked. It was done so quickly. It seems that the stock price of Wang Group has dropped drastically. Now I have earned at least 100 million yuan for myself. Otherwise the system will not say that it has completed the task. Gene potion. Li Changfeng's mind moved, and an exquisite jade bottle appeared in front of him. When you open the lid, you can smell a fresh fragrance. I don't know what the effect of this genetic potion is. Will taking it turn me into a martial arts master? He was fantasizing in his mind. So he swallowed it in one gulp. Before you even taste it, it has already been absorbed by the body. He seemed to be able to feel his blood pressure rising. Yes, after taking the genetic potion, his first feeling was pain. Heart-wrenching pain. My whole body aches. At this time, he already regretted drinking that drop of potion. Could it be that the drug was so powerful that it made him feel so miserable? I should have diluted it and drank it slowly. But there is no regret medicine now. Damn the system. You're cheating me again. Ah. Because of the severe pain, he cried out unconsciously. Fortunately, his parents were not at home at the time, otherwise they would have been scared to death by his appearance. Because his entire skin is red now. It's like being scalded by boiling water. If you touch it, it will definitely be hot. This kind of pain is really not something that ordinary people can endure. Even as the protagonist, he still couldn't handle it even though he had the system. Soon, after struggling a few times, it became completely motionless. It's just like the chicken that the aunties in the countryside used to kill. He cut the chicken's throat with a knife, let the blood drip, and then threw it to the ground, letting it flutter around. After 3 to 5 minutes, it will naturally stop moving. At this time, Li Changfeng looked very similar to the chicken killed by the rural ant. It howled a few times, rolled on the ground a few times, and then lay there motionless, as if it were dead. However, the difference between him and the chicken is that the chicken is really dying, while he is actually transforming. High-tech genetic potion is slowly improving his physical condition and repairing his tendons and veins. As time went by, the red skin all over my body gradually returned to normal. However, a layer of black substance appeared on his body. The whole house was filled with a bad smell. But the protagonist is sleeping as soundly as a pig, accompanied by a deep subwoofer. This sleep lasted him a whole day and night. When he woke up again, it was already the next day. Chapter 64 Genetic Potion to Improve Physical Fitness. Husband, did you notice a strange smell in our son's room? When Liu got up in the morning to cook, she was attracted by a strange smell when she passed by her son's room. Stop and sniff it carefully. It does have a strange smell. Because since her son turned 12, she has never entered her son's room casually. Therefore, even if the door of Li Chongfeng's room was not closed tightly, she would not walk in casually. So he looked at Li Koan and asked. It means letting him go in and take a look. I didn't see my son the whole day yesterday. I don't know what time he went out, nor do I know what time he came back. My son should be quite worried about his marriage. Although there was a girl who came to the rescue, he was never seen bringing that girl with him. From this we can conclude that they were just acting. As a mother, she is naturally very clear about her child's personality. He cares a lot about face, has a strong sense of self-esteem, and has a stubborn temper. That's why they didn't meet him on purpose. In this family, either the son is not at home or the old couple are not at home. Since Li Kuan's restaurant has been sold, he now works as a chef in another restaurant to make a living. It is said that when Li Kuan was in the army, he raised pigs, so he is a delicious cook. Although he has not obtained any chef certification, ordinary chefs are no match for him. Li Kuan, who was smoking at the door, heard Li Yu's voice and walked over. He just took a peek inside through the crack in the door and didn't look any further. He frowned. There is a smell. My son probably hasn't washed his feet for a few days. They smell sour. Ha ha. Don't worry about him, let him sleep. By the time you finish cooking, he should be awake by then. Li Koan said nonchalantly. Afterwards, he came to the door again and started smoking. Li Koan doesn't have any big hobbies, but smoking is his biggest hobby. I have to light one before I get up early, otherwise my breakfast one tea tastes good. Oh. Li Yu obediently walked into the kitchen and continued cooking breakfast. It was a good thing that they didn't open the door and go in, otherwise, they would definitely be scared by the situation inside. Because Li Chongfeng's sleeping posture can be said to be invincible in the world. I saw him lying on the ground, naked. A standard too. He was covered in dirt and looked like he had rolled on the ground several times. His whole body was covered with mud. But it is true. When he first took the genetic potion, he was in so much pain that he rolled over on the ground. Maybe he slept long enough, or maybe he was overwhelmed by the stench on his body. Li Chongfeng, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. Why am I lying on the ground? What's that smell? It's so bad. He unconsciously touched his neck with his hand. Why was it sticky? Damn it! After careful recollection, it should be caused by that genetic potion. No, you have to wash first. Otherwise, you will be suffocated to death. So he wrapped himself in a bath towel and ran into the bathroom. Start washing the dirt off your body. The black stuff in the book fell off just by rinsing it with water. He stood in front of the mirror and cleaned his beard. Hey! Why do I feel like I have become a lot more handsome? The skin has become better. The few small pimples on my face that I had before have disappeared. Could it be that the genetic potion can improve your skin and make you more handsome? She admired herself in front of the mirror for a while, then walked out. He didn't know if it was because he was too hungry or because the food his mother cooked was too delicious, but his stomach started growling uncontrollably whenever he passed the dining table. Haven't eaten for a day. It would be strange if he wasn't hungry. He quickly put on his clothes and ran to the dining table. In fact, the breakfast made by my mother is also very simple. A few poached eggs, a 3 fresh platter, a few fried cakes, and a bowl of porridge. Mom, I'll eat first. I'm so hungry. As soon as he sat down, he picked up a fried pancake, put a poached egg on it, and added some shredded potatoes and broccoli. A roll of film is ready. Eat, eat, eat slowly. Li Yu looked at his son who was eating with relish, his face full of smiles. She was happier watching her son eat than eating herself. Dad, Mom, why don't you eat? Seeing that his father was just holding a fried pancake by himself and was reluctant to even take some vegetables, he asked in confusion. Stupid, you don't know what's going on in your family yet, do you? Your parents have lost their appetite because of your affairs and your marriage. In order to save some money for you as soon as possible so that I can find you a wife, that's extremely frugal, right? So, when it comes to food, they try to save as much as possible. It's not that they don't want to eat, but they are reluctant to eat. Another friendly reminder, you slept all day yesterday, and the restaurant you acquired was actually solved yesterday. A notice was issued and it can now operate normally. Just as I was stuffing food into my stomach, the voice of the system rang in my mind. What? Hearing the system's explanation, he was stunned. Suddenly he felt that he was really unfilial. A few days ago, my father sold his restaurant. I should have known that our family had reached the end of its rope. At that time, I really needed money. Although the system rewarded a little money, I invested it all in Bitcoin. There was no extra money to pay the debt, so he took the money his father gave him. At that time, I thought that once I made some money, I would buy a bigger restaurant for my father. But I never told them. To the point that they had been worrying about themselves for so long. It's all my fault for being too careless. He actually forgot to raise his own family. It's really unfilial. Looking at the scars on my mother's face and the more white hair on my father's head. He even wanted to slap himself twice. I always think about myself, how could I forget about my parents? Wait a little longer. When Weiwei has finished decorating our new house, I will take you there and let you live a life without having to worry about the daily necessities. Now he has that ability. So, he felt that it was time to tell his parents that he was no longer short of money and that he was rich. I slept all day yesterday and didn't wake up until today. Lena has solved all the problems of the hotel and it can now operate normally. Restaurant? Got it. Didn't you agree to open a big restaurant for your father? Isn't this a ready-made one? As for your own affairs, you should let your parents know slowly. Otherwise, if you tell them too much at once, they may get worried. This restaurant can now be revealed. After finishing the roll of film in his hand, he looked at his parents very seriously and said, Mom, Dad, you don't have to worry about your son anymore. I'm actually very rich now. I bought a lottery ticket a few days ago and won the jackpot. So, you don't have to worry about my lifelong affairs anymore? Now that you have money, do you still need to worry about not having a daughter-in-law? Chapter 65 Confessing to My Parents. Li Yu and Li Kuan looked at each other, nodded, and walked to Li Chongfeng's side. I touched his forehead with my hand. Ha! This little skin is so smooth, just like when he was little. It feels so soft. Li Kuan was confused, ahem. After hearing Li Kuan's reminder, Li Yu finally realized why he came here. She touched his forehead again. He shook his head, no fever? You don't have a fever, but you're still talking nonsense. Li Yu said as he walked back to his seat. TSK. To be honest, no one believes this yet. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Didn't you promise to give Dad a restaurant last time? I've already bought it and given it to my dad to run. After dinner, I'll take you there. Because I had been hungry for the whole day, I felt nothing after eating the vegetable steamed bun. So I rolled another one. It was done in just a few strokes. In this way, he wolfed down the fried egg film made by Li Yu. Why? He doesn't look sick. Who can eat so much when they are sick? Maybe he's starving? Li Kuan finished smoking and was about to use the oil film to eat, but his hand reached halfway and then came back. Because the oil film in the dish had already been created by his cheap son. However, he didn't seem angry, but asked, Chongfeng, are you full? Li Chongfeng finished a bowl of millet porridge in one breath, and still felt unsatisfied. Mom, hey, how about some oily buns? Without him saying anything, Li Yu was already ready to get up and do it. Because he finished all the food he cooked by himself, and no one else got to eat it. Half an hour later. The meal is over. No matter what Li Chongfeng said, his parents just didn't believe that he had won the lottery. Is it that easy to win the lottery? It would be strange to believe it. In the end, I was left with no choice but to invite them out for dinner. The old couple was coaxed out of the door reluctantly. Hey, Lali, what are you doing? The person who spoke was a neighbor of Li Kuan. He usually boasts about his son's ability in front of them all day long. He said that his son was admitted to a 985 university, and after graduation, he was directly hired by a company with an annual salary of 800,000 yuan. He brags to everyone he meets, saying that his son is better and more capable than all the sons of his old neighbors. However, it is indeed something to be proud of to be admitted to a 985 university. However, this was not pride, but a blatant show-off. In particular, he was hired with a high salary of 800,000 yuan per year. This is a height that many recent graduates cannot possibly reach. Even among those who have graduated for a few years, how many can earn an annual salary of 800,000? Why? They brag because they have the capital. Although the neighbors around were all angry, it seemed that their children were not as capable as others. I can't win the fight, so I can only keep silent and listen to him. So, when Li Kuan sought his neighbor Guo Xiaozhang, he frowned. Ha, Lao Guo, it's okay, my son wants to treat me out to dinner. I don't even want to go, but now you insist on dragging me along. I have no choice but to go. Li Kuan pretended to be helpless and had a filial expression on his face. What a coincidence. My son is back today, and he wants to invite me to dinner too? We are going to Zhaitian Tower to eat. That should be the highest-end restaurant among Wang's restaurants. My son got a membership card there. I heard he can get a 20% discount. Where are you going? Old man Guo looked at Li Kuan proudly. It is not difficult to tell from his words and actions that he still likes that place very much. As for where we are going, that is a secret, why would I tell you? Naturally, Li Kuan had also heard of Zhaixing Tower. He is in the catering business, so how could he not have heard of Zhaixing Tower? That was the direction of his dream. If I could open a restaurant like Zhaixinglu in this lifetime, my life would be complete. Although a big accident happened in Zhaixing Tower a few days ago. But for people who are also in the catering industry, they don't think it's a big deal. The hotel was partly responsible for the old man's death, but it was mainly due to his own poor health. How else to explain that only he died while the others were just hospitalized due to diarrhea? However, the matter was clarified yesterday. First, the old man's death had a lot to do with his own illness. Although the food had certain quality problems, it was not the direct cause of his death. Second, the reason why Wang's restaurant headquarters encountered such problems was due to the unfair competition methods used by its competitors. The mastermind has been called in for questioning by the police. As for the Zhaixing Tower, he can only think about it. Because the consumption inside is too high. Moreover, if you don't reserve a seat in advance, it's a waste of time because there are no empty seats at all. Oh. That's a pity. How about I ask my son to find someone to reserve a spot for you guys there? It's just that the cost there is so high. I'm afraid that even if I leave a seat for you, what if you can't afford it? Seeing that old man Guo continued to show off, Li Changfeng couldn't help it. Although, these are all matters of their elders. As a child, it is inappropriate to interfere. However, what old man Guo did was really too much. He couldn't keep his head down and pretend to be the grandson all the time. No need, Uncle Guo. Zhaixing Tower, right? That's where we booked a table. See you later? After saying that, without waiting for old man Guo to react, Li Changfeng took his parents away. My parents have been honest all their lives, but they have also been bullied all their lives. It would be fine if I had no ability, but I deserve to be looked down upon. Being poor is the original sin. No matter how you look at Li Changfeng now, he cannot be classified as a poor person. He had already informed Lina to hold a welcoming ceremony for their father. Now he has decided not to hold it. Everyone can show off. He also wanted to pretend. So, he sent another message to Lina, canceling the welcome ceremony, and then prepared a private room for himself. Old man Guo looked at the Li family leaving in a hurry and immediately smiled. Ha ha. You, Lao Li, still want to compete with me? You can't beat me, and your son is even less likely to beat my son. He's a senior manager with an annual salary of nearly $1 million. How can your son compare to him? Soon, Mr. Guoya's son drove up to him in a BMW 5 Series. Looking at the BMW, he became even more proud. We were sitting in a taxi and talking about going to Zhaixing Tower. It really made me laugh to death. Sitting in the taxi, Li Kuan was still angry. However, when he thought of what his son had just said, he frowned. He wouldn't really take them to Zhaixing Tower for dinner, would he? He understood his son's temper best. Changfeng, don't fight with him, there's no need. We can just find a place anywhere, no need to go to the star-picking tower. Li Changfeng just smiled and said, go, why not? Chapter 66, a job worth more than 10,000 renminbi a month is a good job. I received a message from my boss saying that the big boss was coming to inspect and asked me to hold a welcoming ceremony. Lina had just notified everyone when she received another message. Cancel the task. What's the meaning? Lena looked at Li Changfeng's letter and guessed what her boss was thinking. Who is the big boss? Is there someone behind him? No matter who he is, he should be a relatively low-key person. After thinking about it, he asked the hotel manager to let the welcoming people disperse. He just told them to do their respective duties. Even she herself returned to her office. Because, in name, she is the boss of this hotel and everyone is under her control. But now she still has an important mission. Taking over the restaurant is only a small part of her job, there are many more things waiting for her to do. Li Changfeng's intention was to first set up a company, an investment company. However, Lena meant that setting up a company was too slow, and it would be better to take over a company, just like taking over this restaurant. Not only can it save a lot of time, but it can also save a lot of costs. However, he has not discussed this plan in detail with Li Changfeng yet. In short, whether it is to incorporate a business or to open a new one, professional talents are needed. Her first task was recruitment. Recruit elite management and professional talents with high salaries. As for the operation of this hotel, it is still running as usual. The problems that hotel staff were worried about no longer exist. For example, if the owner changes, there will generally be major changes within the hotel. Staff salaries, job positions, etc. These are issues that old employees are worried about. Little did they know that before they even met the real boss behind the scenes, the acting boss had already answered their questions. Everyone who wants to stay, please continue to stay. The company's internal promotion mechanism remains unchanged, and wages will increase by 15%. From the hotel manager and head chef to the cleaning lady and security guard, everyone is treated equally. Therefore, everyone is very enthusiastic when working. No matter whether it is hygiene or service, they all strive for perfection and dare not have the slightest flaw. Especially the greeters and security guards standing at the door. Everyone looks radiant and full of energy. I heard that the big boss is coming to inspect today, so we all need to be alert. The supervisor stood at the door, instructing the reception staff. After saying that, he looked outside. Just then a taxi drove over. The two security guards looked at each other and didn't move. They were winking at each other. It means asking the other party to receive you. Obviously, how could the person sitting in a taxi be a big boss? Therefore, they all wanted the other party to receive the guests while they wait for the next one. Seeing that no one came forward, the foreman glared at them. Do you want to die? Are you blind? Seeing the foreman's eyes filled with anger, the two security guards were frightened and stepped forward together. One opens the left door and the other opens the right door. Hello, sir. Sir, you. A security guard named Xiaopang saw a BMW coming from behind and immediately left his side and ran to the other side. They are very realistic in their reception work. The quality of your attitude depends entirely on the car you drive. Just like this little fat guy. He greeted him with a smile on his face. Hello, uncle? Welcome to Zhaixing Tower, uncle. Old man Gui really enjoyed Xiaopang's enthusiastic service. Okay. At this time, Li Changfeng also got out of the taxi with Li Kuan. Although Li Kuan was very reluctant, since he was already here, there was nothing he could do. Well, it's not a loss if you can come to Zhaixing Tower for a meal once in your life. Thinking of this, he felt better. Hey, isn't this Laoli? Ha, you guys really came here? I thought you were joking? When he saw Li Kuan, old man Gui was extremely happy. Hurry up and go over to say hello. Xiaobin, come here quickly and say hello to your Uncle Li. We live in the same neighborhood. You've been going to school away from home, so you probably don't know him, right? After greeting each other, old man Gua continued to brag. Lao Li, why didn't you tell me earlier that we were going to eat here? Why waste taxi money? We can just give you a ride here. As soon as we met, all I could hear was old man Gua bragging. Walk into the hotel. Originally, Li Changfeng was going to take his parents to the private room reserved for them by Lena. Unexpectedly, they were dragged by old man Gui to the private room they booked. Li Changfeng had no choice but to follow him. Old Li. We are no match for each other. My son has already booked a VIP room. Let's go together. How can I let you eat in the hall? Today, let's just treat it as a dinner party between our two families. Ha ha ha. Looking at Li Kuan being taken away, Li Yu shook his head. He looked at Li Changfeng helplessly. I don't understand the refusal. They are obviously showing off. They let us go just to let me know that they are capable and that they live better than us. He would even go into a set like this. Li Yu wanted to turn around and leave angrily, but was stopped by Li Changfeng. Hey! It's okay, Mom. The more you jump, the uglier your death will be. Li Changfeng patted Li Yu's shoulder and said comfortingly. Because in Mr. Guai's family there are only Mr. Guai, his wife, his son, and his son's girlfriend. The two families sat together and it didn't seem crowded. Changfeng? Where do you work now? Are you still in that planning company? Li Changfeng shook his head. Gone, just quit? Old man Guo frowned. I quit, that means I'm fired. It's okay. It wasn't a good job anyway. Ask your brother Xiaobin to find you a suitable job in their company someday. You may not know yet, but your brother now earns $1 million a year? After hearing this compliment from his father, Guo Bin's face immediately lit up with pride. He looked like he was the only one who could do it better than him. Brother Changfeng, don't worry, I'll take care of your work. My girlfriend is close friends with the sales manager. Just ask her to say hello and she'll get you in. I can't say how much more, but 10,000 a month is still okay. Is it Xiao Rui? Xiao Rui is quite pretty, and if I were to give her a score, 70 would be pretty good. Xiao Rui nodded confidently, no big deal. Did you see that, Lao Li? What did I just say? Maybe there will be something waking up when we get here? In the blink of an eye, your son has a job. Changfeng, hurry up and thank Xiao Rui. Old man Guo said proudly. No less than 10,000 yuan a month, which means I can earn more than 10,000 yuan. This is twice as much as Changfeng's previous salary of 5 or 6,000 a month. Good work indeed. Li Koan turned his head and looked at Li Changfeng. Yes, Changfeng, what do you think of this job? If you like it, thank Xiao quickly. Xiao Rui. Yes, thank you Xiao Rui. 10,000 a month? Still a good job. What can I say about the fact that I made 100 million in less than half a month? Let me just listen to you for now. Ha ha. Thank you, Xiao Rui. Li Changfeng smiled ghostly. Chapter 67 Being Looked Down Upon. Li Yu understood his character. I know he is a person who never admits defeat. I was worried that not only would he not appreciate the kindness, but he might also say something rude. I didn't expect that he agreed immediately. And he said such polite words. For a moment, she felt that she didn't understand her child anymore. When did you become so easy to talk to? Look, what a great thing. Although your salary is a bit lower than Xiaobin's, it's still much higher than your previous salary. If you work hard in the future, you might be able to surpass your brother. It's just like your brother's BMW. He said he's tired of driving it and is planning to switch to an X6. I'll keep this as my classic car. Is that so, Xiaobin? Old man Guo's son was already feeling a little over the moon after being praised so much by his father. I don't even know my own weight anymore. Yes, that's it. When I change to an X6, this car will be yours to drive. Actually, I feel like it would be better for brother Changfeng to be my driver than to work in the sales department. The sales department is so hard, traveling and negotiating business every day. It's not as comfortable as being a driver. Isn't it nice to be protected from wind and rain every day? If there's a chance, let your sister-in-law introduce you to a pretty girl. Isn't she pretty? Li Changfeng sat there listening to them blowing the mountain. I just don't know which company Guo Bin works for. He really wanted to know whether he really made a small million a year. Judging from the way he shows off, he doesn't look like someone who can earn millions a year. Generally speaking, rich people rarely say that they are rich. Only those who have no money are afraid of being looked down upon by others, so they pretend to be rich everywhere. Guo Bin looks like this now. The more they show off, the more embarrassed Li Changfeng's family will be. People live one life. It's nothing more than a matter of face. What are neighbors competing for? When we were young, we would compete to see which kid was the best student. During the college entrance examination, people compete to see whose child can get into a second-tier university, a first-tier university, a 985 university, or a 211 university. After graduation, people compare who has a better job and who earns more money. This is life. As long as you live in this circle, you will never be able to escape these things. Unless you are a saint. I don't care about the eyes of the world, and I feel like the only one sober while the whole world is drunk. People laugh at my madness, I laugh at people's inability to see through it. However, even the high monks in the temple may not be able to reach this state of mind. Originally, he really didn't want to compete with him, but he did it to save face for his parents. In order to make them happy, and also to strike a blow against the arrogance of the Gua family. He decided to let them experience what it means to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. What does it mean to show off one's skills in front of an expert? The reason why he didn't say anything was because he watched them jumping around. It's because he hasn't figured out how to make it more exciting and fun. At this time, next to them, there was a table of guests who looked elegant and luxurious. Almost all the people working here are rich and powerful. In the past, Wang Fei and Wang Quan rarely sat at the same table to eat. Because the two brothers have different values, whenever they meet they either quarrel or fight. Today, I actually sat up, which is rare. The main reason was that someone was treating them to a meal and invited both brothers. The host was called Xin Feng, a son of an official. His father is the mayor of Binhai West District and is considered the top prince in the officialdom. Almost everyone here is a classmate, so this can be considered a small class reunion. I don't know whether Xin Feng did it on purpose or not. He knew clearly that this restaurant used to belong to Wang Fei, but he still chose to hold the party here. The restaurant didn't have time to change staff before, and I've never seen him come here. So, the purpose is intriguing. Wang Fei was naturally depressed when he drank. Fortunately, others didn't know about the entire restaurant and its several branches, so they sold it for only 30 million. Otherwise, he doesn't know what people will say about him. Feeling dizzy from drinking, he left the table and went to the restroom. In theory, given his alcohol tolerance, there should be no problem with drinking this much. The main reason is that people are in a bad mood and get drunk after drinking a little. When I came back from the restroom, I actually went into the wrong private room. Bump! The door of the private room was opened, and everyone at the table looked at the uninvited guest. What's going on? Why did he get here? Li Changfeng was confused, but didn't say anything. She just glanced at him and continued eating. Because his parents were here, he didn't want to cause trouble for that person. Just think he is in a bad mood and comes here to drink alone. Just because Li Changfeng doesn't speak doesn't mean Guobin can hold back. He is bragging. Being disturbed naturally makes one feel unhappy. Who are you looking for? Did we go to the wrong room? Guobin stood up and pointed the chopsticks in his hand at Wang Fei. I was already in a bad mood, and then he yelled at me like that. They immediately thought Guobin was the troublemaker. What the hell are you talking about? Who told me I walked into the wrong room? This whole fucking restaurant belongs to me, and you dare to say I walked into the wrong room? Wang Fei was drunk and walked towards Guobin cursing. Ever since Guobin became the manager of the RD department, he has become extremely arrogant. I always feel that I am a superior person and that I have entered the upper class of society. Therefore, eyes are above everything else. You drunkard, will you die if you don't brag? The entire restaurant is yours, why don't you say that the entire Wang group is also yours? Guobin thought of his words as just a drunk man who walked into the wrong room and didn't take it seriously. Little did he know that everything he said seemed to be right. All I can say is that this place once belonged to him, and Wang Group will also be his in the future. One refused to give in, and the other was depressed and drunk. The two of them quarreled more and more fiercely, and soon alarmed the table next door. As a young man, it's normal to be a little angry. But, Changfeng, do you see the difference between you and your Xiaobin? As a man, you must be brave enough to take responsibility. Just like the whole situation, you should stand in front of Xiaobin and fight on the same front with him. Why don't you get angry at all? Old man Guo watched his son quarreling with others and screaming. And Lao Li's son just sat there without saying a word and just ate his own food. Could it be that he is a foodie? I can't move when I see food. Not to mention old man Guo. Even Li Kuan had some opinions about his adopted son. No matter what, be it helping or persuading. Anyway, being an outsider is always not so appropriate. Then, Xiao Rui said something even more unpleasant. With someone like him like this, you want me to introduce him to a job? I guess forget it? You have no manliness at all. You can't do a job well if I give it to you. Pooh. Chapter 68 Confession. Even Li Yu, who had seen the world, was puzzled. I don't know what I mean. Logically, a mother should know her son better, and it shouldn't be like this. Does he have some other plans? Just when everyone was confused, two more people came in from outside. It is Wang Quan and Zhao Liang who came here to inquire. Because the bar was boring, Wang Quan called Zhao Liang out and wanted to talk to him alone. But before they could start chatting, they heard a quarrel next door. Listening carefully, this voice is damn familiar. I guess your Wang brothers are bullying others again? Why don't you go over and take a look? Your Wang family is in a turbulent time right now. If someone finds something wrong with you and hypes you up, you might even make the headlines again. Zhao Liang looked at Wang Quan and said with a smile. Although Wang Quan didn't want to go, he had to show up for his grandfather. Grandpa couldn't stand the stimulation any longer. Because of what happened at the restaurant, he was so exhausted that he almost died. Fortunately, the rescue was timely and no worse incident occurred. Then he thought that Wang Fei might be in a bad mood, so he took Zhao Liang in. What are you doing? Why are you running into someone else's room? Come on, follow me out quickly. When Guobin saw someone coming, he was already at the end of his strength and instantly revived to full health. What does the old saying go? If two people are fighting, don't try to intervene. If you don't pull it, it might just howl a few times and that's it. If you pull, both sides will start to get excited. Originally he just moved his mouth, but now he has to use his paws. You are his friend, right? Get this drunk out of here quickly? Otherwise I'll beat him till his teeth are all over the floor. If you can't drink it, don't drink it. Drink some cat urine and then come and act wild here. Guobin immediately took out his anger on Wang Quan. Wang Quan knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything. I'm sorry to interrupt your meal. I'm really sorry. I'll treat you to this meal, and it will be counted on our side later. Seeing Wang Quan apologizing endlessly, Guobin and Old Man Guo were extremely happy. Now, not only do they get to show off, but they also get a free meal. What a great thing! But when Guobin inadvertently saw the woman next to Wang Quan, he was stunned. Zhao, Mr. Zhao? Why are you here? The moment he saw Zhao Liang, he was startled. Could it be that she likes me? Knowing that our whole family was having dinner here, we came here. Zhao Liang is a well-known arrogant goddess in the company, and she is definitely a CEO. I don't know how many people like her in their company. Just because of the inequality in positions, they could only fantasize about it, and no one dared to step forward to express their love. Naturally, Guobin also admired this female president very much. As long as Zhao Liang reached out to him, he would immediately dump Xiao Rui and throw himself into the president's arms. Seeing Zhao Liang, Xiao Rui also stood up in panic. She looked at her immediate boss with admiration. Old Man Gui is also a shrewd man. Seeing that his son respected this woman so much, he knew that this person must be an important person. So he pulled his wife up and stood up. Mr. Zhao, right? I'm Guobin's father. Thank you for helping Xiao Bin in the company. How about sitting down and eating together? Seeing that Old Man Guo also stood up, Li Koan and Li Yu no longer sat down. This is also out of respect. Only Li Changfeng was still sitting there, eating with his head down. Zhao Liang glanced at Guobin and Xiao Rui, just nodded and smiled, then looked at Old Man Guo and said, "No need, just eat slowly." He looked around the room and finally turned his gaze to Li Changfeng. Because he had his back to them, they didn't recognize him at first. The shrewd Old Man Guo, when he saw Zhao Liang looking at Li Changfeng, immediately acted like an elder. That Li Changfeng? Guests are coming, but you don't even know how to stand up and talk. How come you only know how to eat? Hurry up, eat less, you won't starve to death. Zhao Liang. Did I hear it wrong? I think he called Li Changfeng? Wang Quan was just about to pull the drunk Wang Fei away. He also heard these three words, so he stopped and looked at the person who was eating with his back to them. Looked carefully. So I walked up. Brother? Why are you eating here without telling your brother? Brotherly, it really is you. I thought I heard it wrong just now. Seeing Wang Quan walking over, Zhao Liang also followed and came to Li Changfeng. They surrounded him on both sides. Old Man Guo, Guobin, Xiao Rui, Li Koan, and everyone else who stood up were stunned. Brotherly? What is going on? What Wang Quan said had no impact on them. Because none of them knew about royal power at all. But Zhao Liang is Guobin's boss? A big boss, a wealthy woman, a cold and beautiful president was so polite to Li Chanfeng. Spoken so softly. Could this be? It's a mess, it's a mess. Everything is a mess. They simply couldn't understand why Li Chanfeng was so familiar with Xiaobin's boss. Just now they were all clamoring to introduce him to a job. With this relationship, isn't it harder than theirs? Old man Gua sat there a little embarrassedly, looking at Li Chanfeng. Put your right hand on your left hand and pinch it hard. Pain. If it hurts, it's not a dream. Then what is happening before your eyes is real. Old man Gua didn't understand, and neither did the others. They all watched the development of the situation in silence. Li Chanfeng was not very excited when he saw Wang Quan and Zhao Liying. What a coincidence. Are you guys eating here too? What's the table number? I'll have someone give you a free meal later. Give us a free meal, as if you are the boss here? Wang Quan curled his lips and didn't believe it at all. Because he already knew that the owner of this place was a woman, and a very beautiful woman at that. Why, you don't believe it? I don't believe it. Wang Quan shook his head. Then I'll prove it to you. So he took out his cell phone and called Lina. Ask him to bring the hotel manager here to identify the person. Of course, it's not about recognizing them, but recognizing Li Kuan. Because, from now on this place will be handed over to Li Kuan, which is considered to fulfill the promise made to him. 3 minutes later. Lina strode over with the general manager, heads of various departments, and a dozen other people. The momentum was comparable to that of a hospital director patrolling the wards with a group of young nurses. The only difference is that the managers here, whether they are managers or supervisors, are all young people. And most of them are women. Led by Lina, they came in and bowed at a 45-degree angle. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. P.S. Why don't you give a good review after reading it? Because a few one-star reviews have caused the score to drop to a low point, and the system automatically determines that it is not up to standard and no longer gives traffic. If the system does not give traffic, the author will have no motivation to continue writing, because there will be no income. Therefore, please give a 5-star review to give the author some motivation, otherwise, it is very likely to die. Although the author does not want to, please give some encouragement, thank you. Chapter 69, Unfaithful Man. This scene really scared everyone. After meeting, I asked them all to leave. It's not something you can recognize in a short time. You have to get familiar with it slowly. Brotherly is awesome? Before I knew it, I had secretly taken over this chain store. From now on, we will have a place for company dinners. Brotherly will have to give us a membership card then. Zhao Liying said in a coquettish manner. Li Chanfeng said jokingly, membership card? No, where is the membership card? The money earned is from you capitalists? Stingy? I don't want to talk to you anymore, we haven't finished eating yet. I won't disturb you while you're having your meal. Goodbye, uncle and aunt. Before leaving, Zhao Liying did not forget to say hello to Li Kuan and Li Yu. It was just a polite greeting. Soon, their two families were the only ones left in the house. The Gua family members who had been talking so eloquently just now lowered their heads, and were silent, like children who had done something wrong. Li Kuan was extremely happy. From time to time, I would go find old man Gua to have a drink. Regardless of whether this matter is true or not, at least he has regained his face. The feeling of depression that had been building for so many years can finally be relieved. After finishing the meal, they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. Guobin saw a brand new X6 parked in front of the hotel and said with envy. Xiaorui, I will buy a car like this after a while. Only when you drive off-road can you feel a greater sense of accomplishment. Is there a lot of space for off-roading? It's comfortable to sit in. I heard you can even lie down in the back. Even if there are two of us, it doesn't seem crowded. Xiaorui looked at Guobin lovingly, as if she was hinting at something. At this time, old man Gua's eyes lit up. What's so great about having a restaurant? My son also has a BMW 5 Series. Laoli, let's go? Come back with us, so that you can feel the comfort of the BMW? Old man Gua proudly pulled Li Kuan and wanted him to sit in his car. It seemed like this was the last thing he could show off. He just said that his son has a good job and earns $1 million a year. Chanfeng is not only his own boss, but he also knows his son's boss, and it seems like they are very close. Speaking of girlfriends, not to mention Xiaoban's female boss, even Lena, the person in charge of the hotel just now, is dozens of streets ahead of Xiaowei. Uncle Gua, no need. Besides, your car can't hold so many people. We have a car. At this time, Bai Qi opened the car door and welcomed Li Kuan and Li Yu into the car. Li Kuan opened the car window and looked at old man Gua, who was standing outside in a daze. Old Gua? Let's go and see who gets to the community first. Ha ha ha. Watching the X6 driving away in the distance, old man Gua sighed helplessly. Well, how could this happen? He originally wanted to show off, but he didn't expect it to become someone else's special show. Dad, let's go? Although their car is an X6, they may not get home before us. Looking at the unnatural expression on old man Gua's face, Guobin comforted him. However, the 5 Series seemed so awesome just a moment ago, but now it doesn't seem so awesome anymore. Will you guys go? I'm just strolling. The stubborn old man Gua didn't even take the car and actually walked back. After returning home, Li Changfeng was brought to trial. Go ahead? What's going on? When did you own such a big restaurant? Could it be that you hired those people to act? Tell me quickly, what's going on? You've confused us all. Li Changfeng's parents interrogated him one by one. Mom, Dad, didn't I tell you everything? But you don't believe it? I really did win the lottery, and I used it to invest in this restaurant. Not only this Xiaoxing Tower, but also several restaurants formerly owned by the Wang family are all ours. From now on, the restaurant will be left to you to manage. I have fulfilled my promise. So, it's true? Li Kuan was still skeptical. After all, the sudden appearance of this restaurant really scared him. Although Changfeng said that he would compensate himself with a brand new restaurant in the future, he never thought that it would be such a big restaurant. Although Zexinglu is not considered a top-notch restaurant in Binhai, it is still considered a high-end hotel. He had never really thought that he would become the owner of such a high-end restaurant. The sudden feeling of happiness made him a little overwhelmed. Changfeng, I don't know how to manage such a big hotel. I only know how to cook. Look at what you have accomplished. Li Yu rolled his eyes at him. Is the hotel still short of a cook? If you don't know how to manage, you can hire a professional manager to do it, and you just need to collect the money behind the scenes. No matter what, Li Yu was once a rich lady. She knows a little about management. Even if you want to be a cook, you can do that, right? You two will divide the work. Mom will be the one collecting the money, and Dad will be the head chef in the kitchen. Li Changfeng quickly assigned tasks to them. As for management, the hotel has a manager, so Li Yu doesn't have to worry about anything. He can just enjoy life. In Li Changfeng's eyes, they have all suffered a lifetime. So, now it's their turn to enjoy life. In the afternoon, I brought my parents into the hotel again. This time it is the real welcome ceremony. All the company's employees were standing in the hotel lobby, and management from several other hotels also came to the hotel. Flowers, applause, and laughter. I haven't seen my parents so happy in a long time. On the way to the hotel, they had smiles on their faces and were always in high spirits. They are happy from the bottom of their hearts. I am happy that my child has become capable. Winning the lottery is not a big deal, but investing in this hotel is a vision. Li Changfeng had already told him this on the way here. Even if someone gave him 300 million now, he might not sell this hotel. Because, now the hotel is worth the price. So, they were happy for their son from the bottom of their hearts. No one is as rich as his son. No matter how capable someone is, he is not as capable as your own son. Only Li Yu, although also happy, had an expression that seemed to be slightly sad. Seeing his mother's expression, Li Changfeng understood that she must be thinking about the past again. Although he didn't know what his mother's past was, he didn't know what kind of beast his father was to hurt his mother so much. However, he also secretly vowed to seek justice for his mother. However, my mother never told me who that unfaithful man was. All I know is that he should be quite rich. Chapter 70 Li Yu's History. As for Li Yu, the reason why she didn't say anything was because it would not do any good to Li Changfeng. Maybe it's because the timing is not right. Or maybe it was because fear irritated him. So, I never said anything. Sitting in her own independent office, she felt like she was back in the Li family. One day, I will make you regret everything you have done. Li Yu's expression was gloomy and veins on his hands were bulging. She will never forget that scene. 20 years ago. A sudden and huge fire destroyed her life. At that time, 90% of her body was burned and she was in excruciating pain. The most distressing thing is that she was pregnant at the time. Because she had a 9-month-old baby in her belly, her recovery was even more difficult. Because she was afraid of harming the fetus in her belly, she could not use many antibiotics and painkillers. She could only endure the pain of being torn all over her body every day. She remembered that the medical staff told her that at this time, they could only save the older ones and abandon the younger ones. Li Yu had already agreed. The reason was that after he was burned, the man deposited some money in the hospital and then disappeared. She didn't want to leave his flesh and blood behind either. But just as she was preparing for the operation, she actually felt violent fetal movement. The fetus in the womb seemed to know that his mother did not love him and did not want him anymore. He was in a rage inside, kicking and thrashing around randomly to express his anger. Because my belly was burned and the scar has just formed. After being kicked around by this naughty kid, she felt so painful that she was almost dying. The rip on the belly was bleeding everywhere. Not to mention a pregnant woman, even a normal person would have 90% burns on his body. Even if you are given various antibiotics and painkillers, you still live in great pain. The daily cleaning and dressing changes are like being fried in a frying pan. That would really be like tearing off a layer of your skin alive. Even now, Li Yu still trembles with fear when he thinks of that kind of pain. Perhaps the child felt the mother's pain and her wailing. He actually slowly stopped moving. Yes. After Li Yu let out a painful wail, the baby in her belly stopped making noises. No more kicking or kicking. At that moment, Li Yu started crying again. Yes. He is a scumbag. But what does it have to do with the children? The child is innocent. The child is not only his, but also his own flesh and blood. How could I not want him? He is so obedient. So I didn't give up on the child. It was precisely because of her decision and her strong belief that she was able to survive the demands of the King of Hell. Because I can't use antibiotics or get painkiller injections. So, no matter what operation is performed, she is awake and able to feel it. Because of this, she was given death notices by doctors several times. But there was no one to sign. In this way, she endured for 3 months, until Li Changfeng was born, and then she was able to use antibiotics. Injectable painkillers. She will never forget that period of history and that experience in her life. The ruthlessness of a scumbag. The betrayal of a scumbag. The cruelty of a scumbag. How could she forget it so easily? However, now he is even more powerful and has become the ceiling of Binhai. It's really difficult to take revenge on him. Therefore, she buried this history deep in her heart. The fire of anger was also suppressed deep in my heart. Originally, she had given up any hope. But, today, her son actually gave her a glimmer of hope. This gave her a chance to take revenge. So, her mood was in chaos again. Because she knew that even so, if she wanted to fight the Li family and regain her dignity and everything that belonged to her, she was still a long way from getting it. After handing over everything in the hotel to her parents, Lena no longer had to stay here to look after it. At this time, the two were walking along the path in People's Park. Lena, thank you for the hotel matter. Without you, it would have been impossible to take it down so smoothly. He originally expected to get 35 million. After all, Wang's hotel has assets worth over 100 million. Even if something goes wrong, it can't be easily taken down with just tens of millions. Therefore, the credit naturally goes to Lena. Lena's heart started beating fast when he praised her like that. As long as I can get your approval. As long as it helps. Then I will be satisfied. I don't know why. Why does he look so handsome today? His skin looks so sexy, I really want to touch it and see if it's smooth. No. How could I have such an idea? He is my boss and he has a wife. Little Nana, you can't destroy other people's families. Don't be a third party. Lena calmed down her excitement and looked at this handsome boss. You are my boss, so of course I will do my best to complete the tasks you assign me. I have also registered the investment company you mentioned, but I haven't recruited enough staff yet. At present, there is only 1 lawyer and 2 stock analysts. It will take a few days to set up the team. It's just that I only have 5 million now. It's not enough, right? We still need a large amount of funds to support the store. Money? Li Changfeng thought about it and realized that he really didn't have much money at the moment. I don't know to what extent the stock price of Wang Group has dropped. So he took out his cell phone and called Wang Quan. According to his estimation, it should have reached its lowest point now. As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Quan's voice was heard. Hey, brother Changfeng, do you want to ask about stocks? I was just about to call you. You are really amazing. I admire you so much. The stocks we shorted have been automatically sold, and we made a profit. Ha, it seems that brother Wang bought more than me? I'm so happy that I'm about to jump up. As soon as Li Changfeng finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell silent. Wang Quan regrets. I regret it so much. He originally planned to invest 20 million yuan. At the critical moment, he withdrew another 10 million. Just because he withdrew 10 million, he earned more than 20 million less. If it weren't for the withdrawal of 10 million, he could have earned at least 50 million this time. So, I have been depressed for a long time. It was also for this reason that he was unable to calm down and did not call Li Changfeng. Now I heard Li Changfeng mention it again. The depressed mood that had just been relieved broke out again. But there is no such thing as regret medicine in this world. However, he also learned his lesson. Brother Changfeng, do you have intuition again now? Tell me which one to buy, and I'll do it for you right away. Don't you think the stock should rebound now and you can invest in it again? Wang Quan said excitedly. After hearing what he said, Li Changfeng immediately had an idea. Chapter 71 Rescue Failure. Although the system has not given him any prompts yet, there is no word on whether it will increase. However, now that the Wang Group's troubles have been resolved, it is a foregone conclusion that their stocks will rise. Regardless of whether it can return to its original price, an increase is certain. Therefore, now that the funds have been withdrawn, we can invest again. After calculations, he invested 40 million and used the principle of 5 times leverage. In just 1 week, he made a profit of 100 million. Altogether, his total cash reached 140 million. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. In less than a month, he has gone from being a penniless poor boy who couldn't afford the bride price to a billionaire. Not to mention that his parents seemed to be dreaming. Even though he had the system, it was like a dream. Naturally, there is no need for him to handle the money anymore. Now that I already have Lena, I am about to set up an investment company. It is better to leave such professional things to professionals. Brother Wang, just cash out the money to me, no need to invest. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lena, the money problem has been solved. There is currently 140 million in the account, which should be enough for you to operate. The rest is up to you. Hurry up and get the staff in place so the work can start. For now, we can invest this money in Wang Group. When Lena heard her boss talking about investing in Wang Group, she was a little confused. She even doubted how the boss made his money. Anyone who pays attention to the economy and understands stocks knows this. Now the stocks of Wang Group have fallen to the bottom. No one dares to touch it. Because there is a possibility of collapse at any time. No one dares to bet. He actually wants to invest all of it in Wang Group. Did he get his head stuck in the door? Boss, are you sure you want to invest all your funds in the Wang Group stock market? Are you going to help them stabilize the stock market? Help? Why should I help? Not helping? Lena was even more confused. If it doesn't help, why would you invest in it? Boss, you may not know this, but according to gossip, Wang Group is currently trying to save the market and has already invested billions. If the market continues to fall tomorrow, they may not be able to hold on and will really have to liquidate. If we go in now, won't we just be cannon fodder? Lena felt that this boss really didn't understand the stock market. Seeing Lena talking about big principles incessantly, Li Changfeng became a little hesitant. Because he wasn't sure whether it had reached the bottom. After it hits the bottom, he is not very clear about when it will rebound or how long it will take to rise again. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Stupid host, I have a big news to share. Wang Group started to rebound tonight, and the highest point rose to 58 points. Oh shit. When did the system become so humane? I also know to remind myself at critical moments. Now that we know the movements of the Wang Group, there is nothing to hesitate about. Lena, now I'll give you a task. You have to successfully set up the company today and start work officially in the evening. We'll take as many people as we can get. We'll work overtime at night, and then we'll have 3 days off. Remember, you must trade stocks. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to have a big fight at night. Now the stock price of Wang Group has dropped to 15 per share, and if it rises to 58, there will be a profit of 43 per share. It will definitely allow him to make a fortune. Although Lena didn't know what he meant, she would carry out his orders unconditionally. Although the address of the local company has not yet been determined, it can be held in the hotel's conference room temporarily. Okay, boss. Be sure to prepare all the computer and office supplies before nightfall. Because time is tight and the task is heavy. This is also the second task assigned to me by my boss, and I can only complete it with quality and quantity guaranteed. So, after accepting the task, she was no longer in the mood to go shopping here. Left alone. Watching Lena leave, Li Changfeng suddenly felt bored. A person wandering alone. So he took out his cell phone and called Tang Weiwei. I haven't seen this girl for 2 days, and I miss her a little. This heartless person, I didn't call her, and she didn't even think of calling me. It's so mean. Listening to the beeping phone call. A sound. 2 sounds. 3 sounds. The phone kept ringing until it hung up automatically, but no one answered. What's going on, this damn girl? Why don't you answer the phone? Are you so busy? She looked at the phone in confusion. The phone number is correct. In the past, the number of rings on a phone call never exceeded 3. This time, no one answered the phone. Could he be in a meeting? Never mind, I'll go and take a look in the evening. Could it be that she was too tired from the decoration work? While he was in a daze, he heard someone shouting in front of him. Hurry up, someone fell into the river? Help, help, someone fell into the river? Several people gathered at the bridge, making a lot of noise, sometimes shouting and sometimes looking into the river. More and more people gathered around. However, everyone just stood there watching and no one stepped forward to help. How about you grown men? If he can't get down, the old man will drown? Several women pointed at some of the young people and said, Auntie, don't you think we don't want to? Seeing the old man drinking water, should we be anxious too? The problem is that we don't know how to swim. If we go down, we'll just have one more person to drink water. Several young people waved their hands repeatedly and didn't dare to go down. I'm here. I just spent thousands of dollars to learn how to swim in the swimming pool. Now it's finally coming in handy. A young man saw this situation and said helplessly. Everyone else was a poor swimmer, only he was learning to swim, and it seemed like he was the only one who went up to save the situation. Well, boy, that's good. Hurry up, if we don't go down, the old man will die soon. Several middle-aged women urged. The young man quickly stripped off his clothes, leaving only his shorts, and jumped into the water towards the place where the old man fell into the water. Plop! Following the sound of falling into the water, the young man jumped into the water. At this time, the old man was grabbing things randomly in the water. The desire to survive made him wave his hands around. When the young man jumped in front of him, he immediately hugged him with both hands as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Before the young man had time to adapt to swimming in deep water, he was hugged by the old man. After struggling for a few times, he couldn't break free. The young man was also anxious. Sir, let go? I came to save you, and you held my arm? If you don't let go, we're all done. It is true that the young man can swim, but not only has he never swam in deep water, he has never saved anyone. Although the coach has taught us how to save people. But, in actual operation, it seems that none of them work? He was scared and regretted it. I feel like I shouldn't be a hero. By this time the water had already reached his head. Chapter 72, Health Bureau Director Pang Dahai. The young man and the old man slowly sank under everyone's gaze. The people above were in a panic. Can't the boy swim? Why did he sink with him? Did something happen? Is there anyone who knows how to water? Hurry up and save people? Li Changfeng, who came after hearing the news, stood on the bridge and took a look, but there was no trace of the person who fell into the water. Where are the people? Someone just sank? Can you swim? If you've just learned it, forget it, but don't waste your life in vain. A middle-aged woman standing nearby said with a serious expression. Li Changfeng didn't have time to ask, and just like the young master before, he took off his clothes, put down his phone, and jumped down. Talking about playing in the water. His technique is quite advanced. When I was a child, I often touched duck eggs and goose eggs in the river. Diving is a piece of cake for him. Plus, his body has now been transformed by genetic potion. It's not just ordinary strength. Although he had never tried how strong he was or how fast he was. However, it is more than enough to go down into the river and save one person. He dived into the water. This river is a tributary of the Bin River and the water is still very deep. It's at least 3 or 4 meters deep. Most people would float up if they jumped in and couldn't even touch the bottom. After searching in the water for a long time, I finally saw 2 people hugging each other tightly, floating in the middle of the sleeping group. At this time, the 2 were still struggling desperately. One wanted to break free from the old man's arms, and the other regarded him as a life-saving straw. So, neither of them could compete with the other. So he swam under them, grabbed their feet, and pushed up with all his strength. Li Changfeng kept treading water with his legs, trying to push them out of the water as quickly as possible. The people on the bridge looked at the silence underwater and their faces turned grim. Especially those women just now. Originally, they were shouting for help in an attempt to save the old man. However, he accidentally killed 2 young men who were brave enough to do something righteous. Although they had good intentions, they ended up doing something bad. So, everyone stood there, at a loss. Just then, someone shouted. "People are coming out, coming out. Quick, lend a hand, go to the side and pull them up." At this time, everyone saw that the old man and the first young man floated up together. Everyone worked together to pull the 2 of them up and quickly separated them. But now there is no breath. Those who know simple first aid will rush forward to provide rescue. First give artificial respiration, then chest compressions. Overwhelmed by artificial respiration. A few minutes later, both of them were miraculously saved. The depressed mood no longer exists. At this time, people remembered the young man who saved the man. "Did you see the people who went down to rescue us just now?" Everyone looked at each other and said, "No." "Ah. No way. Could it be that?" No, that person has already left. All the clothes and stuff that were placed here just now have been taken away." "Oh. That's good, that's good. What a good person. He does good things without leaving a name." The old man who fell into the water and the teenager who failed to save others and was dragged under were quickly sent to the hospital for further examination. Li Changfeng, who saved people, has already left. Return home. Although it is not very cold now, it is already autumn. When a slight breeze blows, I still get goosebumps. Because of saving people, his underwear was wet, so he needed to go back and change his clothes. When it comes to saving people, he is just doing it out of his nature. Even if his body hadn't been strengthened, he would still jump in to save people. Because it is not his character to watch someone in need without helping. I went home and lay in bed for a while. Because you have to work late into the night, so now that you have some time, you should not miss it. At this time, Pang Dahai, director of the Binhai Municipal Health Bureau, was holding a meeting in the bureau. His secretary whispered something in his ear carefully. His expression suddenly changed. "Deputy Director you will be staying at the residence for the next work. I have to leave first because of something urgent." After Pang Dahai finished speaking, he quickly left the meeting room and went to his own office. "Secretary Zhao, did you say something happened to my father?" "Which hospital?" "Director, he's fine now. He was playing alone in the square and accidentally fell into the water while standing on the bridge. Fortunately, there were people nearby who rescued him." "Oh. I'll find the one who saved that person. I must thank him very much." Yes. But there are 2 people who saved people." Secretary Zhao told him exactly what had happened. And also found a video. He is a live broadcast enthusiast and took the video casually. It has been posted on the Shark platform and has received a very high number of clicks. "Oh. So, there are 2 saviors? As for the missing person, we must find him. I want to reward him handsomely. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have thought of seeing the old man again in my life. He not only saved the old man's life, but also saved my life." After saying that, Pang Dahai followed his secretary to the hospital to visit. As for what happened in the hospital, Li Changfeng didn't know. Because he was dating Joe Gong at that time. He didn't even know that when he woke up, he would become a trending topic. Chapter 73 5 times leverage. In his dream, he actually dreamed that Tang Weiwei left Binhai. And he also said something that he couldn't understand at all. Maybe it was because he was in a dream, but he couldn't see clearly who took Weiwei away. He tried hard to chase her and get Weiwei back. Fly, fly for me. Haven't I already taken the genetic potion and my body has been transformed? Why can't it fly? Now, it is difficult for him to run or even walk, let alone fly. He found that he couldn't move. So he had to shout. Bai Qi? Bai Qi? White. However, it seemed that only he could hear the sound. Bai Qi, who was only a few meters away from him, could not hear his shouting at all. He could only watch his beloved woman being taken away. At this point, no matter whether he was angry or struggling, it was of no avail. After feeling endlessly depressed, I finally woke up. Call. He took a deep breath and realized that he was dreaming. At this moment, his forehead was covered with sweat because of his anxiety. Even the pillowcase was soaked with his tears. After waking up, Li Changfeng quickly washed up to clear his mind. Why do I have such a dream? Is it because I haven't seen you for 2 days and I miss you too much? So, whatever you think about during the day, you dream about at night? Yes. It must be like this. But it seems that I don't have time to look for her today. I have to work overtime at night. Then let's go look for her early tomorrow morning. By the way, let us take a look at the progress of the house decoration. It has been more than half a month, almost a month. The house is almost ready for renovation. After packing up simply, he left home. In a conference room on the top floor of the Zhaixing building, Lena was busy assembling computers, along with 3 other employees, all of whom were veterans in stock trading. The only thing missing here is someone to operate the business. Okay, get ready to buy in. Use all your cash to buy Wang Group's shares. And leverage it 5 times. Li Changfeng sat on a chair, closed his eyes and gave the command. Currently, the stock price of Wang Group is 28 yuan per share, which is a lot higher than when I checked it this morning. Seeing this big market, Lena really doesn't dare to buy it. Who can guarantee that this stock will continue to rise? And it is a 5-fold leverage operation. If you are not careful, you may lose everything. Although the price has increased today, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Wang Group has invested a huge amount of money in it and they deliberately raised the price. Even if it rises today, it may fall completely tomorrow. Boss, do you really want to invest all of it in Wang Group stocks? Is this too risky? I have several good stocks in my hands, which can diversify my investments and reduce investment risks. As a professional investor, Lena has the responsibility and obligation to remind her boss. In fact, Lena is not the only one who thinks so. The same idea was expressed by the several professionals she recruited. They all regret changing jobs now. If you follow a boss who knows nothing, you will end up losing everything sooner or later. As for Lena's suggestion, he might consider it if he didn't get exact data. But, now? Naturally, her suggestion would not be considered. Okay, just operate it and follow my instructions. The current price of Wang Group stock is 28 per share. How many shares can we buy with our total assets? Lena quickly calculated on the computer. Boss, can we buy about 5 million shares? Okay, the 4 of you will each buy 1 million shares. Lena, you will operate. Open 2 accounts at the same time and buy 1 million shares each. Seeing that the boss was so persistent, they had no choice but to do as he asked. But in their hearts, everyone was starting to back out. Anyway, the boss said that we will work overtime all night and have 3 days off tomorrow. After 3 days, the devil will continue to do it with you. Only Lena was working hard. Although she was not convinced, she had no choice. By the way, don't forget to add 5 times the leverage. Li Changfeng, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly remembered something and continued speaking. The 3 new stock analysts all turned their eyes to Lena. Ask her what she means. Since they were all recruited by Lena, they naturally listened to her. Seeing the looks from the 3 of them, Lena knew what they meant. Although she was reluctant in her heart. But this time, she also had to stand on the boss's side. Otherwise, the newly formed team might be in chaos. The boss ordered us to do it, so we just follow his orders? I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. Now start doing what the boss wants. Each person is responsible for 1 million shares of funds. After Lena finished speaking, she took the lead. When the other people saw that Lena agreed, they naturally followed suit. Although they didn't know the boss, they all knew Lena. 5 times leverage? I really don't know where he gets the confidence from. 100 million is indeed a lot in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the stock market, it means nothing. Even a small fluctuation can result in losses in the stock market of billions. Lena has been investing in playing with stocks for some time. No matter what she had seen or heard, no one had ever dared to play with leverage. Those are all gamblers. Only gamblers would do that. After some hesitation, they quickly purchased 5 million shares in 5 accounts. I don't know if it's because a large amount of money has flowed into the stock market, or because the stock market has been pushed to its peak by the wine group. No sooner had they bought the stock than it began to fall. It was 28 yuan per share just now, but now it has dropped to 27 yuan per share. Only 5 minutes had passed. Everyone was staring at the big screen, watching the numbers on it go up or down. A drop of 1 yuan may not seem like much. But their total assets have lost more than 20 million. The main thing is that it has a 5-fold leverage. If there is no leverage, the most you can get is a few million at any time. Once leverage is added, the situation is different and the rate of loss increases 5-fold. Of course, if you make money, it will increase 5-fold. They were all stunned as they watched. Isn't the speed of throwing money a little too fast? In just a few minutes, more than 20 million was gone. At this moment, both Lena and the other operators had faces filled with worry. Because the company is losing money, it is of no benefit to them. If we make money, at least we can give them some dividends. They lost money and got nothing. So, seeing that they lost 20 million in just 1 minute, they all showed worried expressions. They only invested 140 million. At this rate, these 400 million will soon be swallowed up by the capital in the stock market. It can be said that not a single drop is left after swallowing it. Lena looked at Li Changfeng with concern, wondering why he could still sit there so calmly. Chapter 74 Worrying Life. Boss, how about we throw it away? We need to stop losses now. Although we have lost a little money by stopping loss now, we still have the opportunity to invest in other things and make it back. Based on my 25% return on investment, I can make back the losses in 1 year. Lena tried her best to persuade Li Changfeng. I hope he can listen to my advice and stop immediately. Investing is risky, so be cautious when entering the market. This famous warning is not just a casual remark. In Lena's opinion, it is normal for investment to involve risks. But this is the first time I've seen someone putting all his eggs in one basket. While Lena was speaking, the stock fell a little again. Boss, can you please say something? The losses paid out have exceeded 30 million now? Lena looked at her boss with a sad face as he ignored her. Several other people were also looking at this boss who seemed a bit out of touch with reality. I wondered what he meant by this. Could this be the legendary rich but stupid boss? Even if you have too much money to spend, wouldn't it be nice to just give some to us? At least we still remember your kindness. Just throw it into the stock market and no one will know who you are. All I know is that I harvested another batch of leaks. Under everyone's gaze, Li Changfeng opened his eyes and glanced at the projection in front of him. Damn, this doesn't even make sense of big data. Anyway, I know that I have lost now. However, he was confident and knew that the price would rise sooner or later. So, don't worry about the current data at all. Oh. It's okay, just keep waiting. After saying that, he began to squint again. The reason why he was lying in the chair with his eyes closed was that he was trying hard to recall the dream he had this afternoon. I dreamed of Weiwei being forcibly taken away. But the appearance of the person who took her away was blurry. No matter how hard he tried to think or recall, he just couldn't remember what those people looked like. So, there was a reason why he closed his eyes and rested. There is another important reason. He feels dizzy when he sees this kind of data cable. Mainly because I can't understand it. Seeing Li Changfeng just said, "Oh, it's okay, just keep waiting. Just ignore them." Lena wanted to jump up and hit him a few times with a hammer. I really want to ask him, did your money come from the wind? I just don't like him. As they watched the numbers on the display change from time to time, their hearts kept beating. This kind of tension and excitement has never happened before. Lena really couldn't figure out what kind of person he was. From the first time I saw him, I felt he was very strange. He doesn't look like a wealthy man, nor does he look like a second-generation rich man. Instead, they look like ordinary people. But can ordinary people afford such an expensive car? Can you afford such an expensive house? Obviously, it is impossible. He doesn't look like a poor man, nor does he look like a rich man. So what kind of person is he? Could it be that he is super rich? It has reached the point of returning to basics. Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His parents are farmers, how could he be super rich? What's more, he is so young. Well, don't want to think about it anymore. I just can't figure it out anyway. Lena rubbed her temples with her hands. Watching the numbers on the display constantly changing, my mood, which had just stabilized, became restless again. Because they have lost 50 million in the stocks they invested in. 50 million. In just 1 hour, 50 million was gone. Keep playing like this. In less than 3 hours, all their funds were swallowed up by the stock market. There are still 90 million left in it now. Lena was already a little restless. He stood up and walked over to Li Changfeng, who was thinking with his eyes closed. Boss, can you take a look? We have already lost more than 50 million yuan. The remaining money is less than 100 million? Do we have to initiate the stop-loss procedure now? If you don't stop loss, it will be too late. Lena looked at the man in front of her with a voice that seemed to be pleading. Although the money was not hers, she still felt sad when she saw it. Tens of millions were spent in just a few hours. Who wouldn't feel sad? Not to mention giving yourself 50 million. Even if it's giving myself 10 million. From now on, she can lie down with him. Live a life of financial freedom that everyone envies. This time, Li Changfeng didn't even raise his head. Again, wait a little longer. Lena was about to collapse. Still waiting? Wait a little longer. What if the stock price suddenly drops by $3 or $4? Are you going to cry? At that time, I will definitely swallow up all your money without leaving a penny. Now there are at least 90 million left. When it is time to stop loss, you must stop loss. How can I wait like this? Looking at her calm boss, Lena was speechless. Well, I shouldn't have changed jobs earlier. I originally thought I had followed a wise leader, but I didn't expect him to be such an idiot. Lena returned to her seat angrily. Sister Nana, how is it, do you need to stop loss? Now there are only 80 million left, and judging by the trend, it will continue to decline. Yes, Sister Lily. It will be too late if you don't stop loss. Alas. It's mainly because of the 5-fold leverage that it's so impressive. I don't know what the boss is thinking. The other 3 analysts asked when they saw Lena coming back. Because, in their experience, no matter whether the price will rise or fall next, they must withdraw first to avoid being trapped. The money that should be lost, the money that should be thrown away, must be thrown away without hesitation, without delaying for a minute. Well. Keep waiting. Lena responded with a sigh. Ah? Still waiting? What is the boss going to do? You have money but nowhere to spend it? Burn it here. One of the operators couldn't help but mutter under his breath. All right. Stop talking and just guard your data, okay? Losing money is not something we can worry about. We just need to do our part. After that, Lena turned her attention to the computer again. Looking at the constantly jumping numbers, his mood also fluctuated. No wonder those who play the stock market are all young people. If they were older or had a worse heart, they would probably die easily. As time passed, after another 10 minutes, their total assets were reduced to only 30 million. 30 million, if the stock price drops by 1 yuan, their funds will be wiped out. Well. What a worrying life. Lena stood up again helplessly. Although it is too late to stop loss now. But, if we stop loss now, we can at least have 30 million left. That's much better than losing all your money. Because the remaining money now may be swallowed up at any time by a small fluctuation. Therefore, she has to convince her boss as soon as possible to stop the loss. Stop the loss. Boss, can you please stop sleeping? Would you please get up and take a look? If we don't stop loss, all the money we invested will be gone. Now there are only 30 million? No, now there are only 23 million? Can you make a decision quickly? Chapter 75. Is this just because people are stupid and have a lot of money? Lena was really anxious this time. She was almost crying. The gentle and lovely Lena seems to have transformed into a dominatrix. All the talking is done by yelling. Yes. It was all shouted out. Because now she no longer cares about her face. If her boss doesn't listen to her anymore, the investment company she has just established will fail before it even officially opens. So, she was angry and furious. If the boss had listened to me earlier, this result would not have happened. How could the loss be so serious? I was just missing Wei when he yelled at me and brought me back to reality. Listening to Lena's story, Li Changfeng was also confused. Because the system just tells him that there will be a peak point tonight. But didn't he say there is a lowest point? If it drops another $1, I might lose all my money. At this time, he didn't know what to do. Should I sell or continue to hold? That's right. Why did I forget to ask the system? System, what do you think about this matter? Should I continue to hold or cut my losses in time? System. Brother system? System. System dad, please tell me how to choose. Li Changfeng was a little anxious. I have worked so hard to earn this little bit of money. How can it be easy for me? Seeing that he was about to be swallowed up by the stock market, he had no choice but to ask the system for help. System. The system seemed to have crashed. No matter how I called him or addressed him, he just didn't say a word. It's all over. This time, it seems like I'm just showing off. Li Changfeng's mind was full of question marks. Faced with Lena's accusations, he didn't know how to respond. But, it has come to this. Of the 140 million, only 20 million is left for compensation. How can I still have the face to speak? We have already lost more than 100 million, so what difference does this make? If you want to compensate, compensate cleanly. If you stop now, you'll be slapping yourself in the face. Lena seemed to see his situation. Then the tone changed. Boss, this isn't a matter of face or no face. Investing is like this. No one is always victorious, not even Warren Buffett. So the key is to know when to stop losses. Just when he was about to be persuaded, one of the operators also exclaimed. Sister Nana, it's rising, it's starting to rise? Hearing this voice, Li Changfeng took a deep breath. Fortunately. Fine. It's fucking torture. Li Changfeng knew that the time for the price to rise had finally come. Lena, who had her back to the big screen, heard the voice and quickly turned around to look. It's going up, it's finally going up. Just now their total assets were only more than 20 million, but in the blink of an eye, they increased by more than 10 million. Now there are more than 40 million. This should be a small reverberation. Lena made a judgment based on the direction of the line. It depends on how high it can rise. If it can go back to its original level, we can stop in time. This will avoid causing too much loss. As the curve rose, everyone's mood became happier. It's like your own money has appreciated in value. One by one, the hands and feet started dancing. Li Changfeng still didn't look at the numbers above. Because he was thinking about something. It's Tang Weiwei. If he had time today, he would have to go to his place to check and see how busy she was. Why don't you answer my phone calls? I've called her several times today, but she either rejected the call or didn't answer. Why does it feel like she is busier than the president? I can't figure it out. But I don't have time to see her today. Tomorrow, even if I have to put everything aside, I must see her. He. It seems there is nothing to do tomorrow. It's a great time for a date. Since the stock price started to rise, it has been rising rapidly as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Soon it reached the daily limit. In a short period of time, the stock price has exceeded the original purchase price. It is clear that now not only has the investment money been earned back, but there is also a lot of profit. Seeing the stock hit the daily limit, Lena hurried to Li Changfeng's side. Boss, now we are not only not losing money, but also making a profit of 30 million. Can we sell the stocks now? If you don't sell now, it's very likely that the price will continue to fall in 10 minutes. Lena came to this conclusion based on data analysis. Therefore, what she said was based on her own experience and has a certain degree of credibility. Hearing that he had only made 30 million, Li Changfeng shook his head and said, wait a little longer. Because he had already calculated in his mind that he would earn 650 million yuan from the Wang Group stock market today. We are only earning 30 million now, of course it's still early. Lina knew the boss's temper. Since he said to wait, then we have no choice but to wait. However, he became even more curious about Li Changfeng. Why is he so calm? He just spent more than 100 million and almost lost everything, but he was not in a hurry at all. Now that the stock market has gone up and he has made tens of millions, he can't be calm. He is really too steady. After a 10-minute trading halt, the stock price immediately soared as soon as trading resumed and soon reached the daily limit again. This time they made 160 million. Looking at the numbers above, they were all stunned. This can be said to be the most money they have ever made overnight since they started working in the investment industry. What happened today is enough for them to brag about it among their investment friends for the rest of their lives. Even if the stock god Buffett came, he wouldn't dare to say that he could earn 160 million in just a few hours with 140 million. Just now they thought Li Changfeng was a stupid and rich man. Now everyone lowered their heads in embarrassment. He didn't even dare to look in Li Changfeng's direction. How can this be said to be stupid and rich? This is obviously a case of people being smart and having a lot of money. Seeing that he had made so much money, Lina wanted to stand up and persuade Li Changfeng to quit while he was ahead. However, when I glanced at him, I found that he was still resting with his eyes closed. She had already stood up, but then sat down again. Because she also wants to see what the potential of this stock is. The stock opened and soon hit the daily limit again. Their profits ranged from 160 million to 320 million. From 320 million to 510 million. When the amount of money exceeded 600 million, Li Changfeng finally stopped resting his eyes. Instead, he stood up and looked at the data above. Of course, he doesn't look at the data, but the amount of money earned. Because today's peak is 650 million. Therefore, he had to sell his stocks as soon as possible when the value was about to reach 650 million. Because they bought a lot and it takes time to sell them off, so it should be done a little earlier. Otherwise, the price might have started to fall before they had sold all their stocks. Lina and 3 other colleagues found their boss so cute when they saw his serious look. He is really talented and wealthy. Everyone turned their eyes towards him unconsciously. Li Changfeng looked at the constantly jumping numbers and began to give orders. Be prepared to sell all the stocks you hold at any time. Chapter 76 Earning 600 million. Following Li Changfeng's order, everyone present became nervous. They knew it was time to close the net. Everyone is ready. Holding the mouse in the right hand, ready to operate at any time. Looking at the profits above, they were all extremely excited. Although, in today's matter they are just operators, not traders. However, having such a record is enough for them to be proud of. After all, they were participating in an impossible myth. In less than one night, by using 5 times leverage, they were able to earn 5 times the profit. This achievement is enough to be recorded as a milestone in the investment industry. To be honest, they were all absent-minded just now. I was thinking that I would finish my work today and leave tomorrow, and no longer work with this stupid boss. So now, in the eyes of the bosses, he is like Buffett. Even better than Buffett. Li Changfeng simply ignored their admiring looks. Now, what he cares most about is the numbers above. When the profit reached 630 million, he knew he could not wait any longer. If you wait any longer, there may not be enough time to operate. Now, immediately, sell all your shares. Don't leave a single share. Following his voice. The sound of keyboard typing could be heard in the conference room. Because there are so many shares, they cannot be sold all at once, so they need to be sold in batches. A few minutes later, all the shares were sold. Lina began to summarize the results of tonight's battle. Invested 140 million and earned 635 million. The total assets reached 745 million. Look at the huge numbers above. Lina was stunned. This was the most money she had ever seen in her life. So many zeros. So many zeros. Lina's eyes sparkled. As a professional trader, her emotions quickly stabilized. Boss, everyone has evacuated now. Our total profit is 635 million. Although my emotions have stabilized, I was still a little nervous when I spoke. 635 million? It's still more than 10 million short of the number given by the system. Never mind. That number is the final number. No one can achieve it. I looked at the time and it was already late at night. Everyone, please go to the next room and have something to eat. There's a rich midnight snack prepared for everyone. Also, to celebrate, everyone will be rewarded 10,000 yuan as hard work fee tonight. Starting tomorrow, we'll have 3 days off, and then we'll officially go back to work. Yeah. Several girls shouted happily. I've only been working for one night and I've earned 10,000 yuan. This is equivalent to their normal monthly salary at work. How can they not be happy? Although the boss made hundreds of millions, giving them only 10,000 seems a little too little. However, even if the boss doesn't distinguish between them, it's still reasonable. After all, going to work is their job and working overtime is common. Originally Li Changfeng wanted to leave and go home to have some rest. After all, staying up late is bad for your health. Need to go to bed early. But I couldn't resist them and finally left after drinking a few glasses of wine. Because he was too worried and missed Tang Weiwei too much, he drove to Tang Weiwei's residence. Looking at the Red 8 series parked downstairs, his worries were much less. If the car is there, it means the people are there. But it's so late now, it wouldn't be nice to come and disturb her rest. So he stood downstairs and looked for a while, then left. When he passed by the red BMW, he didn't notice that the door of the BMW was not closed tightly. There was also a layer of dust on the windshield of the car. You can tell at a glance that it hasn't been opened for 2 days. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much dust. It was just that the lighting was dim, so even when walking past the car, no one noticed anything unusual. I returned to my residence and walked into my room carefully. Because it was already late, my parents had already gone to bed. The noise is too loud and it will easily disturb their rest. After a simple wash, I lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Looking back on what happened during this period, it feels like a dream. First, she was humiliated because she couldn't afford the bride price. My girlfriend, whom I have been dating for several years, is unwilling to go out with me just because of a little money. I am heavily in debt because of my girlfriend's family. For that relationship, he was devoted and worked hard without complaint. But in the end, all efforts were in vain. Maybe even God couldn't stand it anymore, so he rewarded himself with a cheat device, the system. With the system, it will be of great help to me, both directly and indirectly. First he gave me a luxury car, a luxury house, and then cash. Although the cash is not much, only 666666. However, that was also the largest amount of cash I had ever seen. Although the system is a bit stingy, it can provide you with information. Using the information provided by the system, first buy Bitcoin and make a fortune. Then he used the money to invest in storefronts and made another fortune. He made tens of millions by picking up bargains at a charity auction. He made hundreds of millions by shorting Wang Group S shares. Now he has made another 600 million thanks to Wang Group S stocks. These scenes, like a movie, kept replaying in his mind. Now I am considered a billionaire. It's time to pursue your own happiness and give Weiwei a good life. If it hadn't been for Weiwei, it would have been unknown whether I would have been so lucky to get the system. Therefore, all your fortune is brought to you by yourself. Of course, I can't let her down. The house will be renovated in a few days, and then we can prepare for a grand wedding. Of course, you can't treat your mascot badly. However, a task recently assigned to him by the system made him very worried. Although the time is limited to 1 year, it is much longer than 1 month. However, to acquire a company, one must increase the company's strength by 100 times within a year. This is simply impossible. No matter how great an entrepreneur is, it is impossible to do this. Whenever he thought about this problem, he felt a headache. I don't know how to operate or play. Even if he were to acquire a company worth hundreds of millions, what could he do to increase the value of the company's assets by 100 times within a year? This is totally a fantasy. If any company wants to increase its value from 100 million to tens of billions, it will take several years or even decades to achieve it. How could it be possible to accomplish this in just 1 year? Li Changfeng, lying on the bed, couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. What should I do to complete the task assigned by the system? Thinking about it, I went on a date with Zhou Gong. Chapter 77 slightly disappeared. The next day. She slept until the sun rose overhead, then slowly woke up. I stayed up too late last night. Plus, I hadn't fallen asleep for a long time after I came back, so I only slept until mid-morning. The first thing he did when he got up was to pick up his phone and call Tang Weiwei. Make an appointment with her, meet her, and share your experience with her. Dee. It kept ringing until it ended, but no one answered. What is going on? Weiwei still doesn't answer my call. I called twice in succession and it was the same every time. So I stopped calling. After getting up, I found some food in the kitchen. This is the breakfast his mother left for him. I simply dealt with the 2 bites and went out. Because I have something on my mind, I am quite anxious. At this time, Bai Qi had already driven to the door and was waiting. I originally wanted to go to her house, but then I thought, she definitely won't be at home at this time. So we headed straight to the new house. Because she said that she would keep an eye on the site whenever she was free, because she was afraid that the workers would cut corners and not do their job properly. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the location of their new house, Forest Mansion. I looked down and didn't see Weiwei's car. So, without thinking too much, I went straight up. Since he had to wait for the elevator, he climbed the stairs with Bai Qi. The main thing is that it's not that high, just the 6th floor. Given the physical fitness of the two, it was effortless for them to get up there. At first, they went up side by side. I don't know what happened, but as they were walking, they suddenly started to fight. At first Bai Qi didn't care. However, the further I walked, the more frightened I became. I have quickened my pace, but I didn't expect that the boss could still keep up. After coming up, I still felt my face wasn't red and my heart wasn't beating fast. There was no sign of fatigue at all. This gave him a new understanding of Li Changfeng. The boss has a really good physique. Li Changfeng didn't notice his sigh. The reason why he walked faster and faster was because he wanted to see Tang Weiwei as soon as possible. Therefore, the time spent walking becomes faster and faster. 6 floors, a large flat of 260 square meters. The last time I came here, the place was empty. The decoration is now basically completed. After asking the workers, he couldn't help but feel nervous. What did you say? She hasn't been here for 3 days? Are you sure? Yes, boss. I'm sure, because I've been working here these days. The boss lady is so beautiful, I would definitely know if she came. She hasn't been here for 3 days since the last time she showed up. A worker in gray clothes said with certainty. How is that possible? How could she not come for 3 days? This is not her style. Is it because you are busy at work? Wrong. There must be something wrong. Combined with a dream he had yesterday and the fact that no one answered her calls in the past 2 days. Did something happen? No, absolutely not. If something happened, there was no way her phone would be reachable. That means something happened in the company. This is the only way he can comfort himself now. So he quickly went downstairs and headed straight to where Weiwei worked. Howie accounting firm. Along the way, Bai Qi didn't know how many times he was urged by him. He was so anxious that he wanted to give X6 a pair of wings. This is the city area. He had already reached 140 yards, but the boss still thought it was too slow. He really had no other choice. Fortunately, he is a good driver if someone else was driving. Let us not talk about whether it can reach 140 yards. Even if it is 100 yards, safety cannot be guaranteed. The journey that would have taken 30 minutes only took Bai Qi 13 minutes. It only took 13 minutes to arrive at Howie accounting firm. It can be regarded as a breakthrough in the historical record of urban tracks. After getting off the car, I went straight to the office. The answer he got made him even more devastated. The boss told him that Tang Weiwei had resigned. Resigned 2 days ago. What is puzzling is that she left without even asking for her last month's salary. Even the resignation letter was sent via email. What happened that made her not even submit her resignation and not even want her last month's salary? Boss, I'm her boyfriend, can I take a look at her file? Because he judged that there were only a few possible situations that could lead to such a thing. First, her personal freedom was restricted. Second, she was murdered. The third reason is that when she returned home, something big happened at home, leaving her with no time to deal with these things. The first two are the most terrible, and the last one is the best. So, he wanted to see where Tang Weiwei's home was. It's so convenient to go to her house to find her. The boss was quite straightforward and took out Wei Wei's file and let him take a look. Bin City, south end of Wenhua Road, Juhua Community. Isn't this her current address? So they said thank you to the boss and rushed to the Juhua Community again without stopping. When he saw the car, he felt relieved. But Bai Chi's next words shocked him again. Boss, judging from the dust on this car, it has not been moved for at least 2 days. You see the dust on this? Bai Chi checked the general condition of the car. Ah? Are you sure? Li Changfeng looked at Bai Chi in disbelief. I walked to the front of the car unconsciously and touched it gently with my hand, and a thick layer of dust appeared on my hand. What's going on? After saying that, he rushed towards the building regardless of everything. Wei Wei lived on the 16th floor, so he ran up mechanically. He didn't want to wait even a minute for the elevator. Because he felt that something must have happened to Wei Wei. It's murder for money after all. Or I was just attracted by her beauty. He didn't know, he only knew that something must have happened to Wei Wei, something very serious. Not to mention Li Changfeng. Even Bai Chi, who had seen life and death before, felt uneasy when he saw this situation. I also ran after the boss. As he ran, he found that he could not keep up with his boss. No matter how fast he ran, he was still several stairs away from the boss. Is this human potential? Bai Chi attributed Li Changfeng's speed to human potential. In times of crisis, people can indeed inspire beyond their own capabilities. It was a 16-story building, but they reached the top in less than a minute. Li Changfeng knocked twice and punched a hole in the door. Slight? Slight? Wei Wei, where are you? After opening the door, he started shouting in the room. Because this is a one-bedroom house, you can see all the space at a glance. The room was empty. Bai Chi carefully observed the surrounding environment. Boss, the boss lady should be fine. There are no signs of a fight in this house, nor any signs of theft, which means the proprietress left on her own. Try to find? Find it for me? We must find out about her? I want to know if she's dead or alive. Li Changfeng knelt on the ground and burst into tears. Chapter 78, Cunning as Promise. Li Changfeng, lying on the ground, cried bitterly. He regrets it. I regret that I cared so little about Wei Wei. She disappeared for 3 days before I found out the news. I am really not doing a good enough job as a boyfriend. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. You deserve to be humiliated because you can't afford the bride price. You deserve it. You deserve it. After venting his pent-up emotions, he stood up. Although Bai Chi was asked to investigate, what could he find out? It's not his time in the army. At that time, he could use their internal information network to investigate some things. Now that he has left there, it is naturally impossible for him to make use of the resources there. How to check? Oh, right, the household registration office. You can definitely find out where Wei Wei is from. As long as you know where it is, you can narrow down your search. So he called Wang Quan. He is the only one who can help him. Soon, Wang Quan's voice came from the phone. What's up, Changfeng? Brother Wang, can I ask you a favor? What's wrong? What happened? Where are you? I'll come find you. One can hear the deep concern in Wang Quan's voice. It's okay, Brother Wang. I want you to help me find out where Tang Weiwei's hometown is. Wei Wei? What happened to her? Brother Wang, don't ask anything. Just help me check it out as soon as possible. The sooner the better. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Because he thought of someone again. Wang Nuo. They are best friends, she will definitely know where Tang Weiwei is. She shouldn't be in Binhai. Because she had already left Binhai, she was sent to the taxi herself. I originally thought that after she left, I would never have any contact with her again. I didn't expect that I would have to contact her again in just 3 days. He found Wang Nuo's phone number on his phone and dialed it. I organized my words in my mind and then looked at my phone. Hello? Li Changfeng. Hello? Li Changfeng finally reacted when a voice came from the phone again. It was not that he was dazed, but the voice coming from the phone was not Wang Nuo's, but Yang Manyun's voice. Could it be that Yang Manyun and her family have all left Binhai? Oh. It would be better if everyone left. He thought about it for a while before picking up the phone. Hello, is Wang Nuo there? Li Changfeng deliberately pretended not to be able to hear the other party's voice. Oh. Are you looking for Nuo? She's taking a shower. Can you call me back later? Why don't you just come and see her? We live in Peony Garden. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Peony Garden? Isn't that Wang Nua's community in Binhai? Didn't she leave Binhai? Why did she come back? But he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to go see her. Ask her if she knows Wei Wei's home address. When Li Changfeng rushed to Wang Nua's home, Wang Nua's family was sitting on the sofa watching TV, including Changfeng's former brother-in-law. Lying on the sofa, enjoying delicious food and watching this Korean drama. It's done. That kid will definitely come over soon. No, have you figured out how to tell him? Remember, whether you know where Wei Wei's home is or not, don't tell her. If you just comfort him, maybe you can make him change his mind. Wang Nua was sitting on the sofa, drinking milk tea and cracking melon seeds. Nu. I don't need you to teach me. Since he has called me now, it means he can no longer find that bitch. Come here and ask for my contact information. Am I that stupid? Would I give it to him if he asked for it? Hey, that depends on what he wants. If you want me, you can consider it. She had already lost Li Changfeng once and didn't want to lose him a second time. So, even if Li Changfeng asked her to stay by his bedside tonight, she would not hesitate. Ha ha. Sister, are you relieved? Even if you roll on the sofa with your brother-in-law today, will we give you our seats? You can have fun here. Never stop it. Wang Peng looks like Guyu lying down. After he got out, he started eating in revenge. Everything you see is delicious. Eat all day long. Now the whole family knows that Li Changfeng is well. But isn't it a little too late now? The family sat in the house waiting for Li Changfeng to appear. Especially Yang Manyun, who looked like she had him in her grasp. He lay calmly on the sofa and enjoyed the delicious food. How to say it, she is now debt-free. The son has been released from the detention center, and the daughter is about to catch a rich husband. Once they reconcile, not only will they not have to settle the accounts between them, but they can also gain a lot of benefits. They all say he is cunning and sly. The person he is talking about might be Yang Manyun. Half an hour later, after the phone call, Li Changfeng arrived at Wang Nua's home. Mom! I saw that it was Yang Manyun who opened the door. He almost called out Mom out of habit. So I looked at her a little embarrassedly. Aunt Yang, is Wang Nua here? I have something urgent to discuss with her. Yes. Changfeng, hurry up, please come in. Because he had something on his mind, he didn't care about her attitude, let alone her expression. Then he followed Yang Manyun into the room. Well, if you have something to say, just talk inside. Nuo is in the room. The moment he heard the knock on the door, Wang Nua got up and went back to his room. Because I was anxious, I couldn't care less. So he walked straight into Wang Nua's boudoir. Wang Nua, I'm sorry to bother you. I came here this time just to ask you, do you know where Tang Weiwei's home is? Once inside, get straight to the point. Slight? You came here to find me just because of Weiwei? Changfeng, don't you have any feelings for me at all? Do you know how I spent this time? We have been together for so many years, can it just end like that? Wang Nua became more and more excited as he spoke, and even grabbed Li Changfeng's hand. This approach really worked in the past. And it works every time. However, Li Changfeng has given up now. This method is naturally of no use to someone who has given up. Don't do that. Wang Nua, didn't you say you've let it go and want to go out and calm down? Why are you back so soon? Hearing Li Changfeng's questioning, Wang Nua seemed a little flustered. She hadn't expected him to ask that question. Li Changfeng didn't care about his nervous expression. I didn't think much about it. Continue with the question about Tang Weiwei's information. Weiwei disappeared. Can you tell me where her home is? What? Weiwei disappeared? How could this happen? How did he disappear? Wang Nua pretended to be surprised. I don't know. It's been 3 days. Please, can you tell me her home address? Address? I don't know where her home is either. By the way, I know she lives in the chrysanthemum community. When Wang Nua spoke, there was a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Only by making him give up can she have a chance. This is her plan. Chapter 79 Tang Group. I still had a glimmer of hope for her. After seeing how heartless she was, he knew that Wang Nua had completely changed. I knew it was impossible to get any news about Wei Wei from her. After leaving Wang Nua, he walked on the street in a daze. Now there is only one way, wait. Waiting for information about the kingship. I hope he can find clues about Wei Wei through his connections. Walking on the road and sitting on the curb. I dialed Wei Wei's number over and over again on my cell phone. I hope she can answer my call and say something to me. Even if it's just sending a message to yourself. As long as I know her location, I will find a way to rescue her, even if it means losing everything I have. No matter whether there is a mountain of swords or a sea of fire in front of him, he will rush in without hesitation to rescue his lover. Soon, Wang Quan called. But the news is not very good. On the household registration information, only the address of Tang Weiwei's hometown was found, not her current residence. So, finding her current location depends on luck. Where is Bai Qi? Can Bai Qi give himself a little surprise? So he called Bai Qi again. How about it? Did you find any useful information? On the other end of the phone, Bai Qi also had a worried look on his face. Boss, there is some news, but it's not confirmed yet. According to the surveillance video, the boss lady bought a ticket to Jiangcheng the day before yesterday, which means she has already left Binhai and is heading to Jiangcheng. According to the information provided by Wang Quan, Wei Wei's hometown is the address of Tanglu in Xuanhe Town, Jiangcheng City. The information coincides. That means Tang Weiwei was not harmed. As long as no one is killed, everything else is good news. It has now been confirmed that Tang Weiwei has returned to their city. Maybe it was because there was an emergency at home and he didn't have time to say goodbye to me, so he left in a hurry. After my own analysis, this should be the case. In this way, he could finally relax a little. Bai Qi waited here for a while, and then they came to the Juhua community again and stood in front of the Red 8 series. With a gentle pull of the car door, it opened. It wasn't locked at all. In the car, he looked around, wondering if Wei Wei had left him any message. Really? I found the letter she left behind in the storage room, and the car keys were also inside. Without thinking too much, he opened the folded letter. Changfeng, perhaps our fate has ended. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Thank you for the happiness you have brought me these days. That is a memory that will last forever in my life. Whether it is true or false. Right and wrong are no longer important. Something happened at home and I need to go home. I hope you and Nuonuo can get back together. The more I read this letter, the more frightened I became. What on earth is going on? Why did she still wish that she and Wang Nua could reconcile? Something happened in her family that made her so anxious. Even if something happened, what role could a girl like her play? Wei Wei's parents are in business, and he knows that too. I just don't know how big the business is. Generally speaking, when something goes wrong in a company, it's simply because its funding chain is broken. To connect, you need a large amount of money. Then again, are those old-fashioned plots going to appear again? He used his daughter as a bargaining chip, married into a large family, gained the other party's support, and overcame the difficulties. Looking at the letter, Li Changfeng analyzed what happened. Ever since his physique was changed by the genetic potion, not only has his physique undergone earth-shaking changes, but his memory and thinking have also doubled. Based on the known clues, reverse the process of the incident. The general reason why Wei Wei left was put forward, but the real reason why Wei Wei left was not put forward. At this time, Tang Weiwei was indeed facing a situation of being forced to marry. Jiangcheng and the Tang family were divided into two camps. One is to advocate that Tang Weiwei marry Wei Qian from the Wei family. There are also opposing opinions. Tang's father, Tang Sanqiu, was opposed to this idea. He firmly disagreed with his beloved daughter marrying Wei Qian, a cynical, philandering and unlearned man. Even if the Tang family is liquidated, we will never compromise. As a father, if he can't even protect his own family and his own daughter, then how can he talk about the family's longevity and prosperity? Those who advocated that Tang Weiwei marry Wei Qian were Wei Wei's mother Jiang Qiyun, her younger brother Tang Zixuan, and her sister-in-law Qi Wenxian. Wei Wei had been back for 2 days, and they had been discussing this issue almost all the time. Because Tang's father was weak and alone, he was no match for Wei Wei's mother Jiang Qiyun. So, the balance of victory seems to have tilted towards the majority. However, Tang's father still insisted on his opinion. Sancho, could you please stop being so arrogant? Look at what you have become. You're not even 50 yet, but your hair turned white overnight because of something that happened at the company. We all know that the Tang family and Tang's food company are your life. If the business goes bankrupt, you won't be able to survive. The only one who can save the company now is the Wei family. They are the only one who has the strength to do so. And the Wei family's condition is that Wei marry Wei Qian. Daughter, don't I feel any pain? But it's still hard for me to make a decision when it comes to my daughter's happiness. But if it's compared to your life, I'd rather my daughter suffer a little than have anything happen to you. Zhang Qian tried to persuade Tang Sancho earnestly. I hope he agrees with my approach. Although Wei Qian is not a gentleman, if you marry him, you won't have to worry about life and you will have no problem with food and clothing. As a man, it is inevitable that he will be unfaithful. Especially rich men, they all act as grooms every day and change brides every night. If you say you don't want to, it's because you don't have the ability. Zhang Qiyun had seen through all this a long time ago, so he didn't care much about it. Of course, if he had a choice, he would not marry his daughter to him. Qiyun, stop talking. I, Tang Sancho, can't afford to lose that person. If I have to trade my daughter's happiness for my career, will I be able to hold my head up high in Zhangcheng in the future? How can I live as a human being in the future? Besides, the company doesn't necessarily need the support of the Wei family. If the police can solve the case and catch the bastard who escaped, won't the money be recovered? The reason why Tang's business got into trouble was that their financial director took away all their funds. Not only did they take away tens of millions of working capital and the company's reserve funds. What is even more shameful is that they also took away many payments for goods and deposits from agents. That is more than 100 million. That money is a large sum of money needed for the normal operation of the company. Now, without working capital, reserve funds, payments for goods and deposits, the company is completely paralyzed. Although the police have been notified. But if you want to catch it, it will not be done in a short time. But the company can't afford to delay. Although Tang Sancho had sold his villa and car in order to stabilize people's hearts, it was still a drop in the bucket. It is still far from enough to fill the huge gap. Chapter 83 Days Deadline. Originally, they also owned a large villa in Zhangcheng. Now he has fallen into living in a temporary rental house. A family of 5 squeezed into this small space. The Tang family is fine, but the Tang family's daughter-in-law won't accept it. Although he didn't dare to say anything in front of Tang Sancho, but behind his back, Tang Zixuan was scolded by Qi Wenxian and was left with a bad face. Therefore, Tang Zixuan certainly wanted the Tang family to return to their previous life as soon as possible. Then it was natural for him to advocate that his sister marry Wei Qian. In the past 2 days since his sister came back, he and Qi Wenxian have been around Tang Weiwei. Her cell phone was also confiscated. And it was confiscated in the mother's name. For this reason, Tang Weiwei was speechless. Tang Zixuan was using their father's issues to provoke Weiwei. Sister! Look at what has become of Dad. In less than half a month, my originally jet black hair has now almost completely turned white. Our poor father. You don't even know that during the days you weren't here, your father didn't eat or drink, and he locked himself in his room trying to figure out a solution. But what can we think of now? Without money, nothing can be discussed. Sister, I know you have a boyfriend in Binhai, he has some money. Let's not talk about whether he can come up with that much money. Even if he can, is he willing to do it? Do you know how big the gap is in our company? 200 million, 200 million? I guess only the wealthy Wei family can help us. Yes. 200 million. Even if Changfeng loves me and wants to help me, he doesn't have that much money. He just won a jackpot of 50 million. I guess he has spent most of his money and has no money left to help me. Moreover, well. However, she was also hesitant about marrying someone she didn't like. In fact, she really wanted to call Li Changfeng and ask him whether he had ever loved her. She wanted to give her first drop of blood to him, at least he was the man she loved. However, the phone was taken away by my younger brother. Helpless, she could only lie on the bed in a daze. Inside the room, Tang Zixuan was doing ideological work on Tang Weiwei. In the living room, Zhang Qiyun was doing Tang Sancho's work. Finally, the family of 4 sat together again to discuss the final decision. Weiwei, what are your plans for marrying into the Wei family? Tang Sanqiu wanted to know what his daughter meant. Although he knew in his heart that his daughter would definitely not agree. He asked this probably just to seek some psychological comfort. Dad, I just want you to be fine. If sacrificing my happiness can bring peace to my family, my daughter is willing. With tears in her eyes, she responded word by word. Since her father said so, she knew that things were irreversible. Tang Weiwei's words made Tang Sanqiu cry. A tall and strong man was actually made to cry by his own daughter. You can imagine how much pain he must have felt inside. Daughter, we are all giving each other a chance. 3 days. If the police make any progress during these 3 days, you don't have to marry him. 3 days. If your boyfriend in Binhai comes to look for you during these 3 days, you don't have to marry him. If that person really loves you, he would definitely be able to find you if you disappeared for a few days. So, let us all give each other a chance. It all depends on fate. Tang Sanqiu hugged his daughter. He whispered in her ear, I'm sorry. It's Daddy's fault. It's Daddy's inability that prevents you from choosing your own future. Tang Sanqiu's words made Tang Weiwei unable to hold back any longer. Tears flowed down her cheeks like water. Daughter, don't blame your mother. She is so persistent because she wants to sacrifice her small self for the greater self. You also know what it means if the Tang family really collapses? We have dozens of people in the Tang family, plus many relatives, who all depend on our company. Once the company goes bankrupt, they will have no one to eat. So, your mother is thinking too much. It doesn't mean she doesn't love you. On the contrary, your mother loves you the most. She sold her car and deposited the money into your card. If you don't come back, that money will be your capital for future life. Although you can't live a life of luxury, it will be enough for you to live a comfortable life. Since you have chosen to come back, you must learn to take on the responsibilities of your family. After Tang Sanqiu finished speaking, he returned to his room alone. That is his study and also where he rests now. As for whether her parents loved her, she knew it clearly. How could she not know? If her parents didn't love her, would she choose to come back? So, her parents love her, and she loves her parents too. She didn't come back at first because she had more concerns about Binhai. It was the love that transcended her parents that made her hesitate for a long time. She finally chose to come back because that love was flawed, so she returned to her parents. The father gave himself 3 days, and also gave her 3 days. If there is progress in solving the case and the financial director who absconded with the money is caught, then the company's problems will be solved. Naturally, there is no need to sacrifice her happiness to gain support. If there is no progress, Li Changfeng will come to find me again. Then she can also make a choice according to her own wishes. One is to follow your man and live the life you want. The second is to marry into the Wei family and save the family from crisis. Well. She smiled bitterly in her heart. Will Changfeng come to find me? Obviously, it's impossible. He has already slept with Wang Nuo, why would he come to find me? However, this seems to prove that he can do it, right? No wonder what I said that day was so clear. A look of being at your disposal. But he still found a reason to leave. It turned out that he had reconciled with his ex-girlfriend. Yes, there were many times in the past when we quarreled and made up again. He is like a scabby dog. No matter what Wang Nuo said to him, beat him, or scolded him. In the end, as long as Wang Nuo gives him a little sweetness and hooks his finger at him, he will come up obediently. I could do it before, and I am even better at it now. What's more, Wang Nuo has invested a lot of money this time. With such a great temptation, how could he not go? Well. After all, I was thinking too much. It is said that first love is the most unforgettable, and what you can't get is always the best. Wang Nuo's playing hard to get is at the highest level. How could Li Changfeng be her opponent? But have you ever thought that this is also my first love? Tang Weiwei walked into her bedroom with tears in her eyes. 3 days, for her, were dispensable. Because it is impossible for Li Changfeng to find this place. Besides, I haven't told him yet. Wang Nuo might know, but will she tell it? The answer is yes, definitely not. Wang Nuo may have remembered the famous saying now, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. Chapter 81 Weiwei finally has news. Binhai, after getting the exact information from Tang Weiwei, Li Changfeng took Bai Qi and started heading towards Jiangcheng. He couldn't calm down all the way. He didn't know what kind of thing Weiwei had encountered that made her not even call him. He didn't even answer his own call. Since you don't answer the phone, you can always see the message. So he started to edit the text message and sent it to her. Because they couldn't get the exact address, they were completely in the dark when they arrived in Jiangcheng. Although Jiangcheng is not as big as Binhai, it is also a big city. The town population is several million. Trying to find one person among millions of people is like looking for a needle in a haystack. That's why he tried to send a message in an attempt to let her see it. Then send yourself her current address so that you can find her quickly. Wei, I'm on my way to Jiangcheng. I hope you can reply to my message. No matter what happens, we can bear it together. Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. So, don't be too optimistic. After editing, it was sent out. All that remains is to wait. There is nothing else he can do. Lying in the seat, I started to think about random things. Even if he wanted to take a nap, he couldn't. Because my whole head was buzzing. Boss, you can take a rest first. It will be evening when we get to Jiangcheng. There are still several hours on the road. It's no use being anxious. Looking through the rearview mirror, Bai Qi felt worried for his boss as he was unable to sit or stand. Well, this feeling of sitting on pins and needles is really not a good one. I want to fall asleep, but I can't. Forget it, play a lullaby for me and see if I can fall asleep. P&E community. Wang Nuo and his family began to discuss countermeasures again. Sister? What's going on? Why didn't you take down my brother-in-law? My mom and I are ready to go out and give you the space. How many minutes did he go in and come out? What happened? You didn't use your charm? Wang Peng looked at Wang Nuo with a complaining look on his face. Just when he thought his brother-in-law was safe, he didn't expect that his sister would not be so supportive. He trembled at the thought of the huge amount of compensation. He didn't want to go back to the detention center. It was not a place for human beings. He placed all his hopes on his sister. Whether I eat coarse food or delicacies from land and sea in the future depends entirely on my elder sister. Yeah, no, what's going on? You were in this state, and he just left without even touching you? Then the cameras we installed were in vain because they didn't capture anything? Yang Manyun said with a depressed look on her face. She had planned it very well. As long as they had a substantial relationship, even if it was just lying in bed, they would have a very good reason to blackmail Li Changfeng. Either they reconcile or they extort money. At least the account must be settled. However, after calculating again and again, she found that she had not calculated anything. How can you feel happy? At this time, Wang Peng walked out of Wang Nuo's room with a bottle of magic water. Sister, why didn't you let him drink this? No wonder, if he drank this, how could he resist it? With my sister's temptation, he will definitely surrender. What a pity, such a good opportunity. The whole family sat there blaming Wang Nuo. Wang Nuo also felt very aggrieved. It's not that she doesn't want to use it, it's that she hasn't had time yet. What else more, he left without even drinking a sip of water. What can she do? You can't just hold him back and stop him from leaving. If Li Changfeng knew about their family's dirty thoughts, I wonder how he would react. Regret for having mercy on them. I still regret not sending them to jail sooner. I don't know if all brothers-in-law in the world look like that. Wang Peng is like this, a bad guy who only knows how to cheat his brother-in-law. And Tang Zixuan in Jiangcheng was also plotting something. Because he saw the message Li Changfeng sent to his sister. A poor guy actually wants to marry my sister. Don't you see how ugly you look? If my sister really follows you, our Tang family will be finished. It is simply impossible to return to the life before. Right now, in the entire Jiangcheng, there are less than a handful of people who can save the Tang family. The Wei family is a relatively powerful family. With their help, the Tang family will not only be able to get out of their current predicament, and it can go even further. With the help of the Wei family's power, it would not be impossible for the economy to double within a few years. This idea is not only Tang Zixuan's idea, but also the idea of many members of the Tang family. Although, when the Tang group was in trouble, everyone in the Tang family showed unity. Do your best according to your ability. Because they also understand that their current lives are dependent on the Tang group. If the company is gone, their good days will be over. However, the gap is too big after all, and it is just a drop in the bucket and cannot fill that huge hole at all. Letting Wei Wei marry into the Wei family was really a helpless move. Tang Zixuan looked at the text message and thought for a long time. Sis, I'm sorry. Please don't blame my brother. He muttered quietly in his mind. They must never be allowed to meet. Because her father Tang Sancho has already said that once her sister finds a boyfriend, she will be allowed to make her own choice. If they live together, what will happen to the Tang family? What they are facing is bankruptcy liquidation, and they may also be burdened with huge debts. At that time, the Tang family was destroyed. This is something he doesn't want to see. So Tang Zixuan returned to his room and discussed countermeasures with Qi Wenxian. He didn't tell anyone about the text message, not even his mother. He didn't want her to know. Qi Wenxian is also an excellent student and has a relatively active mind. Husband, if you want to stop us, you must not let us see each other. This is a bit difficult. But it can still be operated for a few days. So she whispered softly in Tang Zixuan's ear. After hearing this, Tang Zixuan came up with a brilliant plan. Okay, now that I have an idea, it's up to you now. Qi Wenxian looked at Tang Zixuan with a smile. Tang Zixuan looked at the time, edited a text message and sent it out, then after a while he dialed the number with his mobile phone. At this moment, Li Changfeng, who was listening to a lullaby in the car and couldn't fall asleep, suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate. When I found out it was a letter from Wei Wei, I immediately became more energetic. Honey, did you come to see me? I'm so happy, but I've got something wrong now. I don't have time to see you today. Let my brother receive you first. If there's anything, we can talk about it when we meet tomorrow. Looking at the text message, he was so excited that he wanted to jump up. Slight? Wei Wei replied to my letter? By Qi, did Wei Wei reply to my letter? When he saw the text message, he was so happy that he shouted like a child. P.S. You can chat about what kind of gift his future brother-in-law will prepare for him in Jiangcheng. If you have any ideas, you can leave a comment below. There will be a prize for guessing correctly. The answer will be announced in the evening. Chapter 82, Don't Stop Drinking. Jiangcheng City. Highway intersection. Tang Zixuan and Qi Wenxian stood there holding a sign and looking around. Honey, look, is that the car? A white X6, right? Qi Wenxian held a sign in her hand and looked at the white SUV approaching from the front. Asked doubtfully. Tang Zixuan, who was playing with his phone with his head down, looked up and said, It should be him. I didn't expect that my sister's boyfriend could actually afford an X6. Alas. What a pity. If nothing happens in our family, maybe they will be very happy together. But now, sister, please don't blame your brother. I am doing this for the good of the entire Tang family. Seeing the car getting closer, the two of them hurried to meet it. You are my sister's boyfriend, right? Hello, my name is Tang Zixuan, and I'm Wei Wei's younger brother, my real brother. This is my wife, Qi Wenxian. Brother-in-law is so handsome? Qi Wenxian looked at Li Changfeng with a crazy look on her face and even spoke with a curled tongue. No wonder my sister can't stop thinking about him, he turns out to be such a handsome guy. It's really handsome and stylish. Qi Wenxian muttered to herself. Seeing the two people greeting each other enthusiastically, Li Changfeng understood that this should be the younger brother mentioned in Wei Wei's text message. Hello, Zixuan, how is your sister? Is there something wrong at home? Do you need my help? Li Changfeng got out of the car and went straight to the point without any unnecessary polite words. Because his mind is now full of Wei Wei's shadow. Because I wasn't sure what had happened to her, I was always worried. Ha ha. Brother-in-law, can I call you that? Well, our mission today is to receive you well. If you have anything else, we can talk later. It's hard to explain the main thing in a short time. We have already booked a hotel for you, so stay there first. As for your sister's matter, we will tell you later. Yes, brother-in-law, sister is fine, she is fine. Just follow our arrangements tonight and don't think about anything else. I promise you'll be able to see big sister tomorrow. Seeing how pertinent their words were, Li Changfeng didn't know what to say. I had no choice but to follow them. As for Bai Qi, he didn't have anything to do here, so she asked him to go back first. She would ask him to come and pick her up after she finished her work. After all, according to his hunch, he might stay here for a few days. At least I have to help Wei Wei deal with their family affairs first. So he got into Tang Zixuan's Audi S6. Along the way, both the future brother-in-law and his brother-in-law's wife kept chatting with him. Speak politely. Think again, that brother-in-law from before. Well, it's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. From Weiwei, we can see that this family's education is quite strict. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate a woman as outstanding as Weiwei. This was also his first time in Jiangcheng. He was unfamiliar with the place, so it would be great if someone could make arrangements for him. Soon, they arrived at a 5-star hotel. Brother-in-law, we have already booked a room for you. We will have a simple meal downstairs and you can rest here tonight. Wait until my sister comes tomorrow, and then I'll welcome you back. Tang Zixuan had a smile on his face, showing the good qualities of a nobleman. You're welcome, Zixuan. Don't worry about me. I can just find a place to rest. I don't need you to arrange anything for me. I'm sorry to have made you spend money on it. Although he said polite words, he had no intention of letting them leave. After all, he would still need to find out what happened from them later. What kind of difficulties did the Tang family encounter and whether I could help them? Only when I knew the seriousness of the problem could I make a judgment. But, just accept it, why bring your girlfriend along? This made Li Changfeng very confused. Brother-in-law, now that you're in Jiangcheng, don't be polite to me. You don't even know how I praised you in front of me. She said you are a nice person, handsome, and good to her. A typical sweet man. Brother-in-law, it's our first meeting, so I'll give you a toast. In the private room booked by Tang Zixuan, a bottle of Feitian was opened. Tang Zixuan poured Li Changfeng a full cup. Then he started to persuade people to drink. To be honest, seeing this glass of wine reminded him of the time when he drank with Wang Quan and Zhao Liang. I was drunk and unconscious. So, when I saw such a full cup, I felt a little timid. Fortunately, the cups here are not as big as the ones Zhao Liang uses. A cup should weigh at least 2.5 taels. It would be inappropriate not to drink when we first meet. So I had no choice but to drink a glass. Zixuan, tell me, what happened in your family? Why hasn't your sister contacted me? I saw that the other party asked the main question. Tang Zixuan began to talk about their family affairs. Brother-in-law, it's like this, something did happen in our family. The financial director of our Tang group embezzled $200,000 from the company, which directly paralyzed the company. My father's hair turned white overnight because he was so worried about raising funds. Make use of the company's various relationships to find partners, seek bank loans, etc. I don't know who leaked our company's affairs, but now the bank not only stops lending to us, but also asks us to repay all the previous loans as soon as possible. Regardless of whether it is due or not, they have to pay it off in advance. Therefore, the Tang family can be said to have suffered from misfortunes that never come singly. My sister doesn't have time to see you today because she has to follow her father to visit a close friend, hoping to transfer some money from him to solve the current difficulties. Tang Zixuan told his family affairs half-truthfully. What he said moved him so much. His eyes were red and tears were welling up in them. Come on, brother, let's go. Tang Zixuan filled the glass again and clinked glasses with Li Changfeng. Looking at the wine in the glass, he really didn't want to drink it. But seeing that Tang Zixuan was sad, he had no choice but to sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman. Had a second drink. Brother, isn't it just money? You should have said it earlier. My brother is so poor now that the only thing he has left is money. It's just 20 million, right? Take me to see your sister later and I'll help you solve your problem. No, not today, let's do it tomorrow. Seeing Tang Zixuan stretching out 2 fingers, Li Changfeng guessed that it might be 20 million. How much power can a financial director have? Without the signature of the CEO, he cannot spend too much money. 20 million is no small amount for him. You can transfer it to them at any time. What he didn't know was that the CFO was not only the CFO, but also a partner of the company. Tang Zixuan looked at Li Changfeng, who was blushing from drinking, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 20 million. If the Tang group was short of only 20 million, how could it be possible that it would be paralyzed? But he was too lazy to explain. He also heard from his sister that Li Changfeng won 50 million. For a man with a net worth of only 5,000, being able to take out 20 million to help his girlfriend is already very good. So, just for this reason, Tang Zixuan admired him. However, admiration is admiration, but there are some things that need to be done. Chapter 83, Entering a Strange Place. Thank you, brother-in-law, for your generosity. I am really happy that my sister found someone like you. I am really happy for my sister from the bottom of my heart." After saying that, he opened another bottle of Fétian. Seeing him pouring wine again, Li Changfeng was stunned. Is my future brother-in-law's alcohol tolerance okay? Now that he has swallowed half a pound, he actually looks like nothing happened. "Brother, although you are happy, you should drink less of this wine." It's okay. Anyway, I don't have anything to do today, so I'll just drink one more with my brother." While he was talking, he poured 2 more full glasses. "Look, it's another cup." Tell the truth. He was a little scared. But this was the first time I met my brother-in-law, and he was so sensible and reasonable. If I don't drink to my heart's content, it seems a bit unreasonable. It's just that my alcohol tolerance is just that little, only half a pound. I'm already over the bar now. If I drink another glass like this, I'll definitely be drunk. But, for now, I have no choice but to drink it. "Brother, just one last drink, I won't drink anymore." "My brother can't drink as much as you can." After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass. He was already prepared. If he really fainted, he would just lie down on the sofa in the back. "Lest you fall under the table." Although I felt a little dizzy, it was obviously not as dizzy as before. Could it be that my alcohol tolerance has increased and I can now drink a pound? He was secretly delighted in his heart. From school to now, drinking has always been his weakness. Everyone knows that if you can't drink at the dinner table, you generally don't have much of a say. So, he was very depressed about this. It seems that being able to drink a lot is not something that is innate. "Brother, you are too modest. I think Zishuan can't drink as much as you do. Look at Zishuan, your eyes are dazzled, right? This is the first time we meet, so I want to give you a toast too. It's just that I can't drink white wine, so I can only use red wine instead." Qi Wenxian stood up, held the bottle with both hands very politely, and filled Li Changfeng's glass with wine. Without giving him any time to rest, they clinked glasses again. "Brother, I did it, you can do whatever you want." After saying that, Qi Wenxian drank a glass of red wine in one gulp. Li Changfeng. What is going on? Is it a bit too enthusiastic? Although he had some doubts in his heart, the lady had already finished drinking, so he had no choice but to drink. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how much alcohol he could drink. In this way, after drinking more than 2 kilograms of Fétian, Li Changfeng finally couldn't bear it anymore. "My head started to spin again. This feeling is the same as the time when I drank with Wang Quan and the others." However, this time he was prepared. The moment he was about to fall, he stood up, took 2 steps back, and then fell headfirst onto the sofa. He didn't even say a word of courtesy and just lay down. In order to get him drunk, Tang Zishuan and his wife put in a lot of effort. Tang Zishuan also drank a pound of white wine. My head was dizzy at this moment. If I hadn't forced myself to stay awake, I would probably have been the same as Li Changfeng and should have lay down. Only Qi Wenxian was still sober. So the two of them worked together to send him back to the room they had booked for him. Tang Zishuan was communicating with someone outside. Then they left. He was left alone, lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. The reason why Li Changfeng was able to drink so much alcohol this time has a lot to do with his physique. His physique was changed by the genetic potion, and his alcohol tolerance increased a lot. From more than half a caddy to more than 2 caddies now. Tang Zishuan arranged everything at the hotel and took Qi Wenxian home. "You two still have time to go out for a drink? Look at you all, what have you become after drinking so much?" As soon as the two of them entered the door, they were caught by his mother Jiang Qiyun. They were not dizzy yet when they came out of the hotel, but on the way, a slight breeze blew and they both felt tipsy. Especially Qi Wenxian, she drank red wine. Red wine has a strong after effect, so in order to get Li Changfeng drunk, she drank as much as she could. I drank 2 bottles of red wine. So, the two of them are now staggering. It's good enough to be able to drive the car back. Although they felt dizzy, they were excited. Because they did something big today, which was enough to keep their spirits excited. "Mom, you're feeling depressed, let's just have a drink outside so we can get a good night's sleep when we come back." "That's right, Mom. Zishuan often wakes up in the middle of the night, which has caused me to suffer from insomnia recently, so I want a drink to fall asleep." Seeing her child like this, Jiang Qiyun felt extremely sad. "Kids, I'm sorry for wronging you. Go back and have a good rest. Tang Weiwei, who was sitting in the living room watching TV, saw them come back. Just walk forward. You guys are living a carefree life, Zishuan, how dare you lie to me? When did Mom ask you to take my phone? Hurry and give it to me, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Tang Weiwei looked at Tang Zishuan with bared fangs and claws, as if she would go up to him and scratch him a few times if they had a disagreement. Hey, sister, don't you know that you can't beat me since you turned 18? Not giving it to you? After saying that, he pulled Shi Wenxian and prepared to go into his room. Today is a critical moment, how could he give her the phone? I won't give it to you even if you kill me. However, the moment he pushed the door open, Tang Weiwei pinched his ear from behind. You're rebelling. Why, do you still dare to fight me? Come on, give it a try. You want to go to heaven? Hurry up and hand over your phone. Seeing Tang Weiwei getting angry, he was suddenly startled by the fact that she might have been bullied since she was a child. Tigress? I really don't know how Li Changfeng fell in love with you. How could he give in for the sake of his own plans? You can't give it to me even if you kill me? Just when he was about to hold on, he heard Shi Wenxian's voice. Here, I'll give it to you, okay? Sister, can you let my husband go now? Shi Wenxian took out Weiwei's cell phone and handed it to her. Wenxian, you? Tang Zishuan was confused. Isn't this messy? If I give her the cell phone and she calls, won't everything be exposed? Shut up. My elder sister wants a cell phone, how dare you not give it to her? Even if you like this one, you can ask your elder sister to buy it for you. Why do this? Is it the eldest sister? He. Brother and sister are still the best. You stinky little brother, you've learned bad things. As soon as he returned to the house, Tang Zishuan wanted to lose his temper. Shi Wenxian covered her mouth. Don't worry, it won't be exposed. I turned off Li Changfeng's phone and I played with my sister's phone and it ran out of battery? So, nothing will happen? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was worried for nothing. After returning to the house, Tang Weiwei really wanted to call Li Changfeng to ask him whether he had ever liked her. I found that my phone was out of battery. After thinking about it, it's so late now, so I'll just wait until tomorrow. The next day, Li Changfeng woke up from his dream and was completely confused. Damn it! Didn't I sleep on the sofa? It was clearly a soft sofa, why is it a hard sofa now? I looked up and saw the surrounding environment, which made me even more confused. Is this a detention center? Chapter 84 Prison Bully. Are you sober? You slept really well, didn't you? That snore could blow the roof off our place. When he raised his head, he saw that there was a man in uniform sitting next to him. He shook his still confused head and looked carefully at the person in front of him. He wore his police uniform particularly well. Maybe because the uniform was a little small, the second button was about to burst. Although he was just sitting there, judging by the visual, he was at least 1.75 meters tall. With bright eyes, white teeth and a graceful figure, one can tell at first glance that she is definitely a policewoman. His brows furrowed, why am I here? Where is this again? The policewoman's sexy lips curled up slightly, with a look of disgust. Where? Look, where should this be? Have you forgotten everything you've done so quickly? Recall it carefully, you whore? You are so handsome, do you still need a girlfriend? Otherwise, why would he still look for a woman? However, the woman with him is really sexy. Well, no matter how handsome a person is, or how handsome a man is, he is still an animal who thinks with his lower body. What a waste of such a handsome face. The beautiful policewoman sighed secretly. Client? He didn't understand anything else, but he knew the word prostitute. But, how is that possible? I have never known what prostitution is since I was a child, and I have never been to such a place. How come I have become a prostitute now? Miss Police, are you mistaken? Look at me, do I need to find a lady? The policewoman pouted her sexy lips again. I knew you were the kind of person who would refuse to admit it even though his pants were pulled up. Look, is this evidence? The beautiful policewoman took out a few photos and placed them in front of him. We received a tip-off last night that prostitution was taking place at the Hyatt Hotel, so we dispatched the police overnight. You're fine, you're probably tired from playing, and you're drunk, so I can't wake you up no matter what. You were going to be brought back for detention anyway, so we just carried you back here. Looking at the photo in the policewoman's hand, he is really stupid. This is something you can't wash away even if you jump into the Yellow River. The photo he saw was of himself lying naked on the bed with a blonde beauty sitting next to him. She didn't look like a Chinese. Well, he is actually a foreigner. This seems to be the first time in my life that I have such close contact with a foreigner. Then short, continuous memories emerged. I vaguely remember that I had dinner with my future brother-in-law yesterday. In the end, I drank too much and fell asleep on the sofa. I have no memory of what happened after that. It should be my brother-in-law who helped me back to my room. I was woken up by a knock on the door in the middle of the night. Then several people in uniform walked in. They took some random photos first, then confirmed the facts of the crime by asking some questions, and then brought the half-asleep Lee Changfeng here. Could it be that this hotel offers this service but I didn't ask for it? How can I go to whorehouse when I'm already so drunk? Isn't this a scam? Based on his vague memory and the evidence in their hands, he knew that he would not be able to explain himself even if he had mouths all over his body. Plus, the blonde beauty has already admitted it. Therefore, he cannot clear himself of guilt even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Police aunt? If I say I did nothing and was wrongly accused, would you believe me? Policewoman, auntie? The policewoman's chest was shaking with anger. It was already about to burst out, and it would be even more urgent if it were shaken a few more times. I'm really worried about the second button, whether it can hold up. Am I that old? You call me auntie? Hey, you're not old. If a man is called Uncle Police, shouldn't a woman be called Aunt Police? Policewoman. Why do I feel like what he said makes so much sense? Forget it, I won't bother with him about this matter anymore. Call me whatever you want to say, love. He's just a scum anyway, there's no need to bother with him. When they come to us, they all cry out that they are wronged. It's no use talking to me. I am now announcing your punishment, Lee Changfeng. For soliciting prostitution, you will be detained for 3 days and fined 5,000 yuan. On the third day, I will notify your family to come and pick you up. You are awesome enough to commit the crime across cities. Ha ha ha. The beautiful policewoman stopped paying attention to him after she spoke. I just feel secretly sorry for it. It's really a waste of such a delicate face. No, please don't leave. I can fine you, but can you not detain me and not allow my family to come? Is it okay to impose a higher penalty? However, the beautiful policewoman ignored him completely. This is really the end of it. And asked family members to pick me up. If my parents knew that I did that, they would be so pissed to death. No, family members must not be allowed to pick you up. But it seems that I have no control over this. Even if he wants to find connections now, there is no way. There is no way to contact the outside world at all. He now regretted letting Bai Chi go back so early. Otherwise, he could use his connections to help him get himself out as soon as possible. There was another one that he was most worried about. That's Tang Weiwei. If she knew that she was arrested for this shit, who knows what might happen? Well. Returning to the room where he was imprisoned, he sat on the bed in silence, thinking wildly. No matter who came to pick him up, it seemed to be very bad. So annoying. Just when he was getting extremely annoyed, someone kicked him. Get out of here. Is this bed suitable for you to sleep on? You motherfucker, you want to die, don't you? The person who spoke was called Meng Bin, the boss of this room. He is also a famous gangster in Jiangcheng. This time he was imprisoned again because of fighting. The other few were forced to not resist due to his tyranny and became obedient cellmates. The one who beat Li Changfeng was not Meng Bin, but one of his subordinates. He was already in a very irritable mood, and then being kicked made him even more annoyed. Without saying a word, he kicked the one who did it. The talkative man was kicked against the back wall and knelt on the ground, holding his chest in pain. I'm sleeping here, what's wrong? It's okay if you don't obey. I'll make you all obey in a moment. After all, Meng Bin had seen the world, so how could he be frightened by this? You little bastard, your hair hasn't even grown out yet, and you dare to challenge your grandpa Meng? When I was fighting, you were still in your mother's womb. After saying that, he was ready to go up and teach Li Changfeng a lesson. Maybe it's because he has been the boss for a long time, so he just slaps people in the face. He looked like he was teaching his younger brother a lesson. Looking at the fan like palm, Li Changfeng's eyes were calm. He leaned back slightly, turned his feet, and gave a side kick, hitting Meng Bin in the chest. Although he weighed more than 200 pounds, he still couldn't escape the fate of being kicked away. 3 minutes later, Meng Bin stood behind him with a bruised face. "Brotherly, does this massage feel good? You, hurry up and pour a glass of water for the boss? Go to sleep next to the toilet. Only the boss can sleep here from now on." Chapter 85 Tiger King, Tongue Snake, Zhu Ganglai. The 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Li Changfeng lived quite comfortably. When you are hungry, someone will bring you food. When you are tired, you can sleep. When you are thirsty, someone will pour you water. When you are exhausted, someone will massage your back. It can be said that apart from the food and accommodation, there is nothing else to complain about. But things are in chaos outside. First it was Bai Qi. In order to find Li Changfeng, he actually called several of his other teammates over. Rat King, Tiger King reporting in. Rat King, Tongue Snake reports in. Rat King, Pig Ganglai reports in. In a 5-star hotel in Jiangchang, there were several young people of various types standing there. The Tiger King is a northern man who looks very strong. Although his figure is not particularly majestic and huge, his physique looks very solid and has great explosive power. And Zhu Ganglai is a humanoid tank. The word broad-shouldered and strong-armed is not enough to describe his physique. The first impression he gave people was that he was not a good person. He is like a devil from hell. Not only does he have explosive muscles and a tall stature, but he also has a cute Pikachu tattooed on his neck. Yes, it's a tattoo of a cute Pikachu. The weight must be at least 200 kilograms. Behind Zhu Ganglai is a person who is completely opposite to him, Tengsha. Yes, Tang Snake is indeed a female. And she's a very beautiful woman. Maybe because her name is Tengsha, she has a slender waist. It looks soft and flexible, but if you underestimate it because of this, you will soon meet the king of hell. Among the 12 zodiac signs, who is Zhu Ganglai most afraid of? It must be Tang Snake. Don't be fooled by his big and strong appearance, but Tang Snake is very strong against him. Among the 3 of them, Tengsha has always been good at gathering information. The reason why they were called here was to use their expertise to find the missing Li Changfeng. "Boss, what's the matter that's so urgent that you called us all here?" "I'm still at work?" "That's right, boss. I'm late. The foreman should deduct my salary." "Ha, I don't care. I haven't found a job yet." 3 people looked at Bai Qi, some urged him to hurry and some were not in a hurry. "Oh. Why are you all so busy? Tell me what kind of work you are doing now. How much is your monthly salary?" "Zhu Ganglai, boss, don't mention it. Since I came to the city, I have looked for several jobs, but I found that there is no job suitable for me. I don't know how to do sales. I don't have the guts to do it. And I don't understand technical stuff like IT. I don't know how to be a manager, but I was so worried. I didn't want to do a job with low salary, but I couldn't find a job with high salary. Finally, I found a job that suits me better, which pays 400 to 500 yuan a day, moving bricks at a construction site." "Tiger King, boss, my job is not that hard, but the salary is too low, only 4,500 a month, as a security captain in a shopping mall. I have nothing to do every day. I just sit in the office and play, but the money I earn is not enough for me to spend." "Tongue Snake, look at how promising you all are. The country has trained you for so many years, and you have learned so many things. Is this how you repay society? At least find a big company. I work for a Fortune 500 company." "Oh. Xiaoyao is really awesome. What do you do in the company?" "Oh. I quit now. I just fired my boss." Tang Snake's nickname is Little Demon, also called Snake Demon. Zhu Ganglai. "Sister Xiaoyao, why?" Snort. "That manager was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. He saw that I was pretty and wanted to take advantage of me. How could I control him? After I gave him a good beating, he obediently paid me 2 months' salary." Zhu Ganglai, he. With Sister Xiaoyao's beauty, which man can resist her? It's not uncommon for something like this to happen. Tang Snake, get lost. Okay, stop messing around. It seems that everyone, like me, has not yet gotten used to a quiet and ordinary life. As for your jobs, just stop doing them and follow me. To be more precise, follow my boss. He is a relatively kind and upright person. You won't suffer any loss if you follow him. Bai Qi could see that these people were not happy living in the city. They are used to solving problems with powerlessness, and they find it difficult to adapt to the intrigue and deception in the company. It would be better to keep them by your side. What's more, the boss is currently looking for people, so I believe he will definitely take them in. Boss, I've been waiting for you to say this. Yeah, I feel more at ease following you. Boss, since I came here this time, I have no intention of leaving again. The three of them expressed their opinions at the same time, and the reasons were followed. Okay, now let's assign tasks. My boss is missing and I need your help in finding him. Little demon. The boss is missing? Boss, what's going on? Zhu Ganglai and Tiger King were also confused. Bai Qi then told the story again. After learning the truth of the matter, they began their search. Zhu Ganglai rushed directly into one of the most powerful underground gangs in Jiangcheng and staged a scene of one man beating up 100 people. In the end, the boss knelt obediently in front of him and waited for his arrangements. Zhu Ganglai showed them Li Chongfeng's photo and asked them to find this person as quickly as possible. Xiao Yao used hacking skills to crack the Transportation Bureau's internal network to view surveillance footage. Tiger King and Bai Qi were responsible for checking the surveillance bit by bit. Finally, they found out Li Chongfeng's whereabouts the day after he was taken to the police station. Xiao Yao pretended to be Li Chongfeng's relative and went inside to inquire about the news. Finally found out why he went in. Satyr? An absolute pervert? Boss, didn't you say that your boss came here to look for his girlfriend? How come he started playing with young ladies as soon as he got here, and was caught by the anti-pornography and anti-illegal police? How can someone like him be qualified to be the boss of the boss? I think we should go now? After learning the reason, Xiao Yao looked at Li Chongfeng with disdain. I feel that, with such a character, how can he be the boss of the 12 zodiac signs? Does he deserve it? Since the boss is in there and will be out in a day, there is no need to find someone to get him out. However, he always felt that there was something wrong with what Xiao Yao said. Besides, the people who picked up the boss that day were his future brother-in-law and his brother-in-law's wife. Even if he couldn't help it, he couldn't go to see the young lady at this time. There must be something hidden behind this. Little demon, sometimes what you see may not be true. Go investigate the girl who slept with the boss and see if there is any hidden secret? Based on my understanding of him, he would not do such an outrageous thing. So, he wanted to know the truth of the matter. Boss, you really believe that he was wrongly accused? That blonde girl is very sexy. It is reasonable that something like this happened. Just like when testing a woman, never give her a diamond ring. Stop talking nonsense and follow orders. Chapter 86, A Series of Traps. Okay, stop being so joking and hurry up and check it out. This matter is crucial. Bai Qi looked at the little demon with a serious expression. Okay, boss. No more random jokes. Seeing Bai Qi's serious expression, she understood that this matter could not be taken lightly. Second brother, you are responsible for the boss's personal safety, hide in the dark. Second brother is Zhu Ganglai's nickname. 3 days passed quickly, and Bai Qi and the others also found out that Li Chongfeng was in the detention center. But this seems to be their family affair. Therefore, they did not appear by his side at the first time, but protected him secretly. Tang family. Tang Weiwei has been anxiously waiting these days. No matter how I tried to contact him, I couldn't get through. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. I have disappeared for 6 days. In these 6 days, he has not even called me or sent me a message. This shows how important I am to him. Plus the scene she saw before she came back. The scene where Li Chongfeng hugged Wang Nuo at the hotel entrance. Well, maybe I really am overthinking it. I was looking at my phone and was about to throw it aside when it rang. I took a look and found that it was 110. Why did 110 call me? Could it be that the person who absconded with the money was caught? So she was ecstatic. He came to Tang Sancha with the phone. Dad, the police are calling. She was stunned when I handed the phone to her father. That's not right. Why would the police call me instead of my dad? Besides, I didn't leave them any messages. Just when she was wondering. I saw my father's face was gloomy and his expression was getting uglier and uglier. Dad, what's wrong? What happened? Tang Weiwei asked in a low voice. What is it? You'll understand when we get to the police station. Let's go. I'll go with you. Tang Sancho was about to get angry, but when he looked at his precious daughter, he swallowed back the anger that was about to come out. How can I blame my daughter? If she wants to blame someone, she can only blame herself for meeting the wrong person and meeting a scumbag. Fortunately, they haven't gotten married yet, so there's still time. It would be better to explain it to him when we get there. Tang Zixuan and Qi Wenxian, who were sitting next to them, didn't say anything. Obviously, the two of them had no intention of following. I have done what I should do, and the rest depends on my father. It's just that my father doesn't know about his plan. Of course, only if you don't know, you can act like it, right? Sorry, guests coming from far away. I do this for our Tang family. If my sister follows you, our Tang family will be finished. Seeing their parents and sister leave their home, they both felt very anxious. Staying at home, I can neither sit nor stand. Hope it goes well. As long as my sister agrees, we can meet the Wei family tomorrow. Police station. In the room at the very edge, Meng Bin was massaging Li Changfeng's shoulders. Boss, are you going out today? I don't know where to find you outside. Li Changfeng looked at this troublemaker, not knowing what he meant. After learning more about him, it turned out that this Meng Bin was doing quite well in Jiangcheng and was considered a well-known person. Why, you still want to take revenge on me after you get out? Li Changfeng said indifferently. Where? I dare not, I mean to go out and drink with you. Just then, a policeman came over. He was still holding Li Changfeng's belongings in his hand. Li Changfeng, you can go out now. Well. Finally I can go out. He stood up from the bed and glanced at Meng Bin. See you again someday. After saying that, he turned and left. In fact, Meng Bin was also released not long after he left. On the way out, he suddenly thought of a serious problem. It seems that family members are required to come and pay the fine and sign. I don't know if it was the mother or the father who came over. Well, no matter who it is, he has lost all face. I came to the reception room with an extremely depressed mood. When he saw Tang Weiwei, his expression was as weird as it could be. The person he had been thinking about day and night suddenly appeared in front of him. Not only did he not feel happy, but he also felt extremely embarrassed. When seeing the two middle-aged men beside Tang Weiwei, especially the middle-aged man with white hair, I understood it in my heart. These two people must be Tang Weiwei's parents. This middle-aged man with white hair is the chairman whose hair turned white overnight due to business failure. This way of meeting your future father-in-law is truly one of a kind in the world. Let us not talk about whether she did prostitute or not. Even if it gets stained, it would be extremely embarrassing. Well, your wife is here too. Sign now, pay the fine, and put your fingerprints on it. While the two of them looked at each other, neither of them spoke. In Li Changfeng's opinion, Tang Weiwei's heart must have turned cold. Which woman can tolerate her man cheating on her? However, even if he explained it now, how could he explain it clearly? The formalities were completed quickly and the few people left the police station. Weiwei, do you believe me? I really didn't. Tang Weiwei, trust you? What do you want me to trust you with? It would be fine if you didn't come to look for me, but now that you're here, you're actually looking for a woman first? I really misjudged you. Tang Weiwei looked sad. It's no big deal to come here to pick someone up. It would be fine if it was because of a fight, but how could she accept it if it was because of looking for a young lady? Boy, I was quite optimistic about you, but now, can you get out of here? Don't show up in front of us again, or I will break your legs. Let's go, let's go. What's the point of talking to a scum like him? Can anyone who indulges in eating, drinking, whoring and gambling be considered a good person? Fortunately, God has eyes and let us see clearly what kind of person he is. Weiwei would not be sold out by him and still be counting money for him. Tang Weiwei's mother Jiang Qian pulled Tang Sancho, who was still about to get angry, away. In her heart, it's not worth getting angry with such a person. He was already worried about his own family affairs, so how could he care about others? Seeing that they were about to leave, Li Changfeng didn't know how to explain. Even if he said something wonderful in front of his future mother-in-law, probably no one would believe him. Watching Tang Weiwei leaving, Li Changfeng stood there helplessly, at a loss as to what to do. In fact, during the few days in the detention center, he has figured out the whole story. The reason why I was treated as a prostitute. That's because his future brother-in-law set a trap for him. The initial enthusiasm is nothing more than letting yourself relax your guard. Then she took advantage of the fact that all men need to save face and got herself drunk. It was just that at that time, I was really excited because I got the news that Wei Wei was fine. As long as she is fine, it doesn't matter what time I see her, earlier or later. The brother-in-law couldn't drink it alone, so he asked his wife to drink it. He kept calling brother-in-law on the left and brother-in-law on the right, and before he knew it, he had drunk too much. Then they bribed a prostitute and pretended to be a prostitute in their room. At the same time, the police were called and he was caught red-handed. I really underestimated him. This is a chain trap. Chapter 87. Tang Weiwei misunderstood. After Tang Weiwei and the others left, Bai Qi appeared behind him. Boss, I'm sorry to have made you suffer in there. I have already investigated the matter of you being wrongly accused. It was your brother-in-law who set a trap for you. What Bai Qi said coincided with what he guessed. It seemed that he had guessed right. It really was a series of traps set by this brother-in-law. However, from this point of view, he is much smarter than Wang Peng. At least, he still knows how to use his brain. Unlike Wang Peng, who only knows how to make trouble and cause trouble. This is not your fault. By the way, this isn't Binhai. How did you find out? And the speed is so fast? Based on my understanding of him, it was not easy for him to find out more about my being in the detention center. I didn't expect that he even found out how he was framed. This is a bit unexpected. It's a bit unlike him. Hey! This is all thanks to a few of my friends. It's impossible for me to investigate everything so quickly just by myself. In order to find out your information as soon as possible, I called several of my former subordinates here. Oh. Are they the ones you mentioned to me last time? Bai Qi nodded. Yes, boss. Well. If they are willing, you can keep them all by your side. The treatment is the same as yours, with an annual salary of 1 million. Now that I have help, please help me find out what kind of difficulties the Tang family has encountered. I want to know the news about the Tang family. By the way, let's find a place for lunch at noon. I want to invite them to have a meal together. He naturally didn't care about Wei Wei's indifference, because she had a distorted idea of herself in her heart. So, she had reason to be angry. After making arrangements for Bai Qi, he returned to the hotel and prepared to have a good rest. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well in the detention center these days. He was tortured to death. So, he needs to take a good rest first. At the same time, it also helps Wei Wei calm down. Wait until you know the details of their family before going to find her. At this time, Tang Weiwei returned home and hid in her room alone, lying in bed and crying. Tang Zixuan and his wife, who were waiting for news at home, knew that the matter had been successful. The tension in my heart slowly eased away. He knew it was time to meet with the Wei family. He not only knew Wei Zhangxian from the Wei family, but was also his friend. Because they were classmates during school time, they were quite familiar with each other. So I secretly called him and made an appointment. Then he walked into his parents' room. Dad, Mom, now that things have come to this, shouldn't we make a decision? I originally wanted to help my elder sister. I didn't want to trade my sister's happiness for the safety of our Tang family. But it seems that all men in the world are like this. Wei Zhangxian is like this, and my sister's boyfriend is even worse. He even sleeps with that kind of woman, and he's not afraid of contracting some dirty disease. He is really more shameless and a bigger scumbag than Lao Wei. Tang Sanqiu was smoking a cigarette, one after another, and he smoked about 10 of them. The whole house was filled with smoke. If Jiang Qian hadn't been standing by the window, she wouldn't have been able to stay in this room. Tang Sanqiu was already a heavy smoker, and now it's even worse. If it weren't for the stock at home, he probably wouldn't even be able to afford Huazi now. His current situation is also full of contradictions. On the one hand, it is his family business, and on the other hand, it is his precious daughter. He wanted to save the family business, but he also didn't want his daughter to come to any harm. He wanted her to find someone she loved and live the life she wanted. However, this is often the reality. It's like people saying they want to make good money and make a lot of money. At the same time, he also said that we should rest on time, exercise more, pay attention to diet, etc. If you want to have a good rest, not stay up late, not drink, not smoke, and not eat too much meat and fish, then how can you make money well and make a lot of money? Since ancient times, it has been difficult to be both loyal and filial. This sentence is still relevant today. Since my daughter hasn't found the person she likes, let us do this. Zixuan, please help me make an appointment with Wei Zhangxian. I want to meet him. After saying this, he was like a deflated ball, and his expression became even more listless. Okay, Dad, we've made an appointment to have lunch at Shiwaishan at noon. There are still 2 hours until noon, so I still have time to pack up before going out. Go talk to your sister, talk nicely, and don't make her angry again. Just call me when it's time to leave. After saying that, Tang Sanqiu lay down on the chair. Looks even more haggard. Deep down, he was quite reluctant about selling out his daughter's happiness. Damn it, it's all that guy named Li Changfeng's fault. If he was a gentleman, why would he treat his daughter like this? Is this Wei Wei's fate? Well. Li Changfeng, who was lying on the bed sleeping, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Damn it, is someone missing me, or is someone scolding me? I sneezed several times in a row and felt dizzy. At this time, I guess Tang Weiwei is cursing me in her heart. Oh. Wait for the news. Now that we understand the situation, we can prescribe the right remedy. I'll explain it to Weiwei later. At this moment, even if she was willing to explain, she probably wouldn't want him to listen. I played with my phone for a while and checked my moments. I actually saw Wang Nua's circle of friends. Looking at the background of the picture, it looks like my own Jiaxing Tower. They actually have enough money to have a big meal at Jiaxing Tower. When did the Wang family become so rich? Where does the Wang family get the money for a big meal? The reason they come here to eat is because they have a card here with hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. If you only eat once every 3 days, you can eat here for half a year. The reason they came here to eat today is that their whole family is very happy and they are here to celebrate. Because Wang Nua has already learned that Weiwei is no longer paying attention to Li Changfeng's affairs. So she thought she had her chance. For this reason, the whole family came here to eat and drink to their heart's content. After waking up, he no longer slept. I brought Bai Qi to Food Heaven, ready to try the most famous restaurant in Jiangcheng. The most famous dish here is lion's head. Soon, Tiger King, Zhu Ganglai and Tang Snake also came over. After introducing themselves one by one, everyone got to know each other. Xiao Yao, I heard that you are good at intelligence work. How is the investigation of the Tang family going? Do you have any useful information? Originally, Xiao Yao was very disdainful of this boss. After he investigated everything, he realized that he had misunderstood him. That's why I try my best to do things. Boss, there's news. The Tang family has run into a problem, a very serious one. The Tang family's business is facing bankruptcy, and they are in urgent need of a marriage to gain the support of a larger family. The Tang family just made an appointment with the Wei family to meet at noon today. The location is Food is Heaven, which seems to be right next door to us. Chapter 88. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. What did you say? Right here, next door to us? Yes, boss. Xiao Yao said affirmatively. For her, this little thing is as simple as drinking cold water. Of course there will be no mistake. Well done. Originally they were just chatting here and didn't think anything of it. Now that he knew Weiwei was next door, his heart unconsciously wanted to rush out of his body and fly to the private room next door. Since he was modified by genetic potion, his hearing is also different from that of ordinary people. If his system is the same as others, a property panel will appear. That's roughly it. Host, Li Changfeng. Physical strength, for normal people are 1. Speed, for normal is 1. Listening, for normal people are 1. In other words, his physical indicators are basically 4 times that of ordinary people. Plus, he has golden eyes, so all he needs to do is take a glance next door. You can ignore the wall in the middle. At this time, in the private room next door, he saw the brother-in-law who had received him. I saw Tang Weiwei sitting there at a loss, and Tang Sanqiu and Wei Zhangxian who were talking. Uncle Tang, you know that I have liked Weiwei for a long time. If Weiwei marries into our Wei family, she will definitely enjoy endless wealth and glory, and we will definitely treat her like a princess, and we will never let her suffer any grievances. Wei Zhangxian boasted seriously. Everyone knows that he changes women more frequently than he changes clothes. Any woman who gets along with him, once they go to bed and the novelty wears off, will be destined to be abandoned. Wei Zhangxian had a big hobby, which was to dream of becoming an emperor once in his life. In the past, emperors had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and 3,000 beauties in the harem. His goal is to have sex with 3,000 women, and they have to be virgins. So far, he has achieved 666 of his goals, but is still a long way from 3,000. Therefore, even if he gets married, he probably won't stop until he achieves his life goals. However, he also told the truth, he really liked Tang Weiwei. He has always liked Tang Weiwei since school days and has always regarded Tang Weiwei as his future wife. This is also the reason why Tang Weiwei left Jiangcheng. The purpose is to avoid Wei Zhengxian's harassment. But fate plays tricks on us. The Tang family's business was in crisis and they urgently needed life-saving money. Perhaps, this is the sadness of being born in a large family. The luxury you provided as a child requires you to reciprocate when you grow up. Yes, yes. I believe you will treat Weiwei well. When 2 people are together and form a new family, they need to tolerate and support each other. However, if my daughter is wronged in the future, I will repay you double even if it means losing everything I own. Tang Sanqiu felt uncomfortable looking at Wei Zhengxian, who was full of lies. But, when you live under someone's roof, you have no choice. However, he still has his own persistence towards Weiwei. Uncle, you are so right. I will definitely treat Weiwei well in the future, you can rest assured. Wei Zhengxian finished speaking and glanced at Tang Weiwei, who was sitting opposite him. But I was thinking in my heart, Tang Weiwei, you can't escape being my woman after all. I didn't dare touch you before because I was afraid of your father, a crazy doting father. I didn't expect that God would help me. Let's see if you can escape from my clutches this time. If you marry into my Wei family, you will be a member of my Wei family in life and a ghost of my Wei family in death. Even if your father wants to see you, it would be wishful thinking without my permission. Don't worry, I won't be gentle with you when the time comes. I like violence, hee hee hee. Xiaowei, since we have reached a consensus, why don't you ask your father to come out so that we can meet and discuss the marriage and the company's affairs? Tang Sanqiu controlled his temper and looked at this jerk who made him sick. Oh. Uncle Tang, when I came here, my father had already said that as long as Weiwei agreed to marry into the Wei family, we will pay the betrothal gift tomorrow and then get married. Before the marriage is completed, the Wei family will not pay any money. Of course, tomorrow's gift will also be a lot, 666, 6666, which is a very auspicious number. Wei Zhengxian looked at Tang Sanqiu with a joking expression. Anyway, he is the one who is anxious now, not the Wei family. The initiative is in your hands. If you don't play well, you won't be worthy of such a good opportunity. Bump! Tang Sanqiu slammed his palm on the table, causing the wine glass to fall. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? It seemed that he had expected Tang Sanqiu to get angry. He sent a message slowly. Today one of his men was released from the police station and just came in handy. Uncle Tang, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by playing with you? Even if I play with you, I have to play with Weiwei. Seeing that Tang Sanqiu's face turned gloomy, Wei Zhengxian quickly smiled. Hey, uncle, I'm just kidding. As for my father's opinion, you can consider it for 3 minutes. If you agree, we'll give the betrothal gift tomorrow. If you don't agree, I'll take Weiwei with me. The Wei family's original plan was to marry Weiwei first and then seize the Tang family's property. As for injecting capital into the Tang family, it was just raising chickens. However, after subsequent calculations, it was found that capital injection was not as good as acquisition. Once they go bankrupt and liquidate, it would seem that it would cost less to take over. So, they cancelled the plan of injecting capital. As for Tang Weiwei, what is the difference between the bankrupt Tang family and ordinary people? Then, you can play however you want. Asshole? I only knew that your Wei family would eat people without spitting out bones, but I didn't expect that you would not only eat without spitting out bones, but also eat the hair together. Go away. I would rather the company go bankrupt than let my daughter marry you. Tang Sanqiu now figured it out. It is wishful thinking to expect the Wei family to help him. Even if he sacrificed his own daughter, he would only be destroying her happiness. Since you're going to die anyway, of course you should choose a good way to die. Wei Zhengxian was unmoved by Tang Sanqiu's words. Instead, he slowly came to Tang Weiwei's side. Why bother? Since we're all going to die anyway, why not take a gamble? Maybe we can win. After saying that, he actually touched Weiwei in front of everyone. I bet on your mother? Fuck you, are you kidding us? Tang Zishuan, who was sitting next to Weiwei, couldn't help it anymore. He now regrets treating Sister Jia's boyfriend like that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to suffer humiliation here today. Since it has already happened, why struggle? Just leave it to fate. So, seeing that he dared to humiliate his sister in front of him, he couldn't help it. He grabbed a wineglass and smashed it on Wei Zhengxian's head. I'm barefoot, why should I be afraid of you who wears shoes? Chapter 89. Did I let you go? But before his wineglass could hit Wei Zhengxian's head, he was stopped by someone. This was the person Wei Zhengxian had just sent a message to. Meng Bin is a force supported by their Wei family outside. Some time ago, because he was helping Wei Zhengxian solve a problem, he beat someone and seriously injured him. So, I was locked up for a few days. However, relying on the Wei family's connections, all you have to do is spend some money, appease the person who was beaten, and seek forgiveness, and that's it. Therefore, they developed the habit of lawlessness. It seems that Jiangcheng is the world of their Wei family. He can do whatever he wants. Hey, you got the guts? You dare to throw a wineglass at me? Bang! Wei Zhengxian slapped Tang Zixuan in the face. He said viciously, beat him to death. You are not allowed to stop until I tell you to stop. After receiving the order, the few people who had just arrived started beating Tang Zixuan violently. Those who were beaten were crying for their parents. Tang Sanqiu and Zhang Qiyun on the side could only watch helplessly. These people are all dogs raised by the Wei family, and they are relatively obedient dogs. If they went forward, they would probably behave the same way as his son. Well, I just got down and out and was bullied like this. As for how they feel, I guess only they themselves can understand. There seems to be no other way except to shout silently. Wei Zhengxian, what do you want? Stop it, stop hitting me? Wei Wei, who was always gentle and dignified, was shaking with anger when she saw her brother being beaten. Ha, what do you think? Of course you can stop fighting. But, as long as you promise me one thing, you won't have to fight anymore. Wei Zhengxian looked at Tang Weiwei with a squinting expression, his saliva almost flowing out. What is it? Seeing his malicious eyes, she had a bad feeling. Ha, what are you talking about? Of course, you want to be my wife? What I said just now is still true. As long as you agree, I will come with the betrothal gifts tomorrow and marry you formally. How about that? After saying that, he reached out and grabbed her again. Tang Weiwei was so scared that she quickly hid behind Tang Sanqiu. Tang Zixuan, who was beaten, saw that Wei Zhengxian still wanted to bully his sister. Although he was pinned to the ground, he refused to admit defeat. Fuck your grandma, Wei Zhengxian, if you dare, beat me to death, or I will kill you sooner or later. It would have been fine if he didn't say anything. Once he opened his mouth, those people fought even more happily. Didn't you guys eat? He actually still has the energy to scold me. I'll cut off his tongue and see how he can scold me again. Wei Zhengxian looked at Tang Zixuan, who was being beaten, with a ferocious look on his face, totally disregarding the friendship between them as classmates. No, don't fight anymore? Please, if you fight again someone will die. Hubby, are you okay? Please, stop hitting my husband. Sister, please say something quickly. If you don't speak, your brother will be beaten to death by them. Whoa. Speak, what should Wei Wei say? Begging for mercy is useless. Calling the police may help temporarily, but you may encounter more serious problems in the future. Agree, that's impossible. When she didn't know what to do, the door of their private room was kicked open. A fat man, a beautiful woman, and 3 people who looked relatively normal came in. Who are you? The Wei family is doing business. Anyone who has nothing to do with you should get out of here. Seeing the person coming, Wei Zhengxian frowned. Because the fat man gave him such a scary impression, his stomach was so big that it could hold a calf. Coupled with his height of more than 2 meters, he looked scary. The second senior brother didn't say a word and fended off the thugs who were beating Tang Zixuan. Zixuan, do you still recognize me? It was Li Changfeng who came in. He used his eyes of perspective to observe the situation here. He saw that if he didn't come out, his future brother-in-law might be killed by these people, so he brought Bai Qi, his second senior brother, and a few others in. Boss? Seeing the person coming, Meng Bin, who was standing next to Wei Zhengxian, muttered something in a low voice. But he didn't go up to greet him, because, given the current situation, they didn't seem to be on the same side. The Tang family members all had very interesting expressions on their faces regarding Li Changfeng's arrival. Tang Weiwei was happy, angry, and then worried. Her mood was extremely complicated. Tang Sanqiu looked at him with admiration. Although he did some unhealthy things, the fact that he was able to come out of it at this time shows that he is a man. At least he has his daughter in his heart. Zhang Qian looked at him warily, wondering if this pervert had any purpose in appearing now. But Qi Wunshan didn't dare to look at her. As for Tang Zixuan, he looked at his future brother-in-law with a bitter face. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, it was this person who saved me. People are repaying evil with kindness. Well, I caused him to be in jail for several days. If he wants to punish or blame someone, he should just blame himself. Once things here are resolved, I will apologize to you in person and explain everything to my sister. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry? Tang Sanqiu and Tang Weiwei were both confused. How could Tang Zixuan say sorry to him and still call him brother-in-law? Have they met? Combined with Li Changfeng's performance of not fearing the Wei family, Tang Sanqiu seemed to understand something. Good job. He's a good guy. My daughter did not make a mistake in choosing the right person. But Tang Weiwei was a little confused and hadn't figured it out yet. Li Changfeng helped up his brother-in-law who had tricked him, and used his eyes of perspective to check him. Although he looked miserable, the men had hit him with just enough force, and his bones were not broken, only soft tissue was damaged. Get up. If you have anything to say, we'll talk later. Seeing that Li Changfeng ignored him, Wei Zhangxian immediately became annoyed. You think that if you find a big and strong guy, I will be afraid of you, right? Mengbin, teach this blind man a lesson and let him know what the consequences will be if he offends the Meng family in Zhangcheng. Mengbin took a look but didn't do anything. Because if we don't count the other people, there is only Li Changfeng, and the few men he brings with him may not be able to defeat the opponent, not to mention that the opponent also has a meat shield that is like a tank. Master Wei, why don't we go first? A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. If we want to get back at this, we have to ask my elder brother to help. After hearing what Mengbin said, he was naturally a little skeptical. However, after looking at his second brother, he decided to stay away from the limelight for the time being. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Humph. Let's go. You guys got a good deal today. After saying that, Wei Zhangxian prepared to leave with his men. The Tang family is ruined anyway, and Tang Weiwei will be his sooner or later, so there is no need to rush. Seeing that young Master Wei was about to leave, the Tang family members breathed a sigh of relief. For the safety of his daughter, Tang Sanqiu decided to send his daughter away and leave Jiangcheng today. Who would have known that Li Changfeng would say this when Wei Xiao and the others were about to leave? Go, did I let you go? Chapter 90. A united and friendly family. If he were to just leave like that after bullying his woman, he would have no place in the world. He. Wei Zhangxian was already unhappy because he was taken away by Mengbin. However, based on the principle that a good man does not suffer a loss in front of him, he prepared to leave for the time being. Unexpectedly, they still refused to give in. So, he decided not to leave. He wanted to see what these people could do to him. Seeing that he couldn't leave, Mengbin stopped being a coward. Although, he was beaten badly by Li Changfeng in the police station, and had no choice but to massage his back for a few days. However, he was not in the police station now. No matter how scared he was, he couldn't show it in front of his financial sponsor. So, I had to go ahead with it. Bossly, how about I just let this matter go? What do you think? Give your brother some face? Mengbin is known to everyone in the Tang family. He was a dog raised by the Wei family outside, specifically helping the Wei family do some shameful things. They were shocked to see Mengbin actually calling Li Changfeng bossly. Could it be that Li Changfeng and the Wei family are in cahoots? Everyone in the Tang family looked worried. There was a strange look in Tang Weiwei's eyes. She felt that she understood her man less and less. Seeing Mengbin, Li Changfeng couldn't help but sigh. This world really is a small one. I didn't expect to run into someone I met in the police station outside so soon. And it seems like they have become enemies again. Well, since you gave me a back massage in there, let him kneel down and kowtow to my father-in-law's family and apologize. That's it. Mengbin. How is this possible? In Jiangcheng, no one dares to speak to the Wei family like this, and no one can bear the kneeling ceremony of the Wei family. Boy, I give you face, right? Don't think you're awesome just because you find a few big, strong guys. This is Jiangcheng. Wei Zhangxian had never been dared to talk to him like this in his life, so he was also angry. Huzi, destroy him. Li Changfeng didn't want to talk to him and gave the order directly. After receiving the order, the Tiger King gently kicked sideways with his foot, and Wei Zhangxian flew out. As for why so gently? That's because they were afraid of hitting him to death by using too much force. Just like that, after he landed, he fainted, fell asleep on the ground without saying a word. He couldn't even utter a polite word, his brain was no longer in control. When the few lackeys saw that their master was knocked unconscious, they immediately wanted to rush towards the Tiger King. However, they were all stopped by Mang Bin. Because he knew that he and his men were no match at all. Go away, take your master with you. Don't let me see you again, otherwise, your fate will be worse than his. Mang Bin naturally knew that the other party was talking about him. He bowed to Li Changfeng, then left with his younger brother. Although he was unwilling to accept it in his heart, he could only endure it now. Perhaps, only his elder brother can deal with them. Watching the Wei family leave, the Tang family also breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qi and the others knew that the boss must have something to say, so they took a few of his men back to their private room. The scene was awkward for a while. Although Tang Sanqiu and Jiang Qiyun were grateful to Li Changfeng for helping them drive away the Wei family, they were still resentful about his prostitution. Although I guessed it in my heart, there may be a reason for it. However, before it was confirmed, he still didn't know how to communicate with him. Tang Weiwei was also conflicted. I guess I know him pretty well. Although we have only been dating for about a month, after being classmates for several years, I have some understanding of his character. If he was really such a hungry person that he would not be picky about food, then why did he stay guarding Wang Nua without moving? Is he a monk? How can he bear it? I once hinted to him, but he didn't touch me, so why would he do anything so desperate? So, I feel conflicted. The brief silence was broken by my brother-in-law. Sister, am I sorry for you? It's all my fault. My brother-in-law actually came 3 days ago, but... Tang Zixuan recounted the entire incident in detail. Surprisingly, Ji Wenxian also took the initiative to stand up and admitted her mistake. Tang Sanqiu was so angry that he picked up the sole of his shoe and chased Tang Zixuan. Because of him, her daughter almost lost such a good boyfriend. He almost ruined his daughter's happiness. If Jiang Qiyun hadn't pulled him back, saying that Zixuan was already injured and couldn't fight anymore, he would have given up. Otherwise, who knows how badly Tang Zixuan would be beaten. Seeing that he could no longer eat here, he invited Li Changfeng to his home. Tang Sanqiu has now come to terms with it. This kind of thing happening in the company might be a disaster for them. Since it is impossible, then don't insist on it. I, Tang Sanqiu, was able to build the Tang group from scratch. Even if it fails, I will build it again. Therefore, after returning to the Tang family members did not mention the Tang family's difficulties. Instead, Jiang Qiyan cooked a new table of food, and the family gathered together to have a simple home-cooked meal. Changfeng, I am deeply sorry for the trouble Zixuan has caused you this time. I hope this incident won't affect your relationship with Weiwei. Weiwei and I have already made an agreement. Since you are here, take Weiwei with you and leave Jiangcheng tonight. This was the decision Tang Sanqiu made after thinking it through. Dad? Sorry. I really can't leave him. Even though I was angry, I still loved him. After hearing what her father said, Tang Weiwei knew that her father had decided not to let her take any responsibilities in the family. Let her leave Jiangcheng and live the life she wants. Slight. This card is our dowry to you. Don't think it's too little. There's only 450,000 in it. If the family wasn't in trouble, my parents wouldn't even blink an eye even if I added 2 zeros to the end. But... well... will you guys go? Let's go back to Binhai. As she spoke, Jiang Qiyun's tears began to flow. Brother-in-law, although I was wrong first, you have already forgiven me. But if I knew that you bullied my sister and made her suffer any injustice, I would definitely bring DDT and go to you to settle the score. I just came here and met such a brother-in-law. I was sent to jail for 3 days without doing anything. If you say you're not angry at all, you'd be lying. However, now that he saw the people from the Tang family, he understood. The reason they do this is simply to save themselves. Seeing that their hope of saving themselves was shattered, they gave all their hopes of survival to Weiwei. Just like Jiang Qiyun said, more than 400,000 is indeed not a lot. However, this may be the most money that the Tang family can come up with. You know, the Tang family's villa, Tang Sancho and Jiang Qiyun's cars have all been sold, and there is nothing valuable left in the house. Perhaps, this is what a real family is. Friendship, mutual assistance, respect for the elderly, love for the young. Chapter 91, Being Too Clever. Looking at them all as if they were making arrangements for their final affairs, Li Changfeng almost couldn't help laughing. Yes, he really almost couldn't help it. But in this dignified occasion, he knew that if he laughed, he would be doomed. So I forced myself not to laugh. The reason why he wanted to laugh was because he felt that the Tang family had not yet reached its end. It doesn't need to be so tragic. Of course, if Wei Wei had not met me, and I had not met the system, then their outcome might have been doomed. Therefore, with my existence, the fate of the Tang family has changed. Wei Wei, we can't just leave like this. Otherwise, I will be sorry for the kindness my parents have shown me in raising me for so many years. If we don't have the ability, then forget it. But since we have the ability, we can't just watch your family fall into disgrace. So, I decided to do my best to help your Tang family get through this difficult time. After hearing his words, Tang Weiwei's body trembled violently. There was an expression of joy on his face, but then there was a look of bitterness. Changfeng, I'm really happy that you can say that, but you can't help with the Tang family's affairs. Let's go. Because she knew Li Changfeng's worth, not to mention that she had almost spent all the 50 million. Even if all the money was given to the Tang family without losing a single cent, it would still not solve the Tang family's difficulties. Because if the Tang family wants to get out of the predicament, they will need at least 200 million yuan. 50 million is just a drop in the bucket. When he saw Tang Weiwei's expression, he understood. Tang Weiwei didn't want to let her money go to waste. However, what she didn't know was that she now had not only tens of millions, but more than 600 million, and it was in cash. Therefore, solving the Tang family's difficulties is not a difficult problem. Weiwei, I know my limits. Let me talk to my uncle, okay? Seeing Changfeng insisted, Tang Weiwei stopped trying to stop him. I thought that even if I couldn't help much, my dad would feel better after hearing what his future son-in-law said. I'll go pack my things. Tang sighed slightly and went to his room. Without Tang Weiwei's obstruction, Li Changfeng walked straight up to his future father-in-law. He took out a cigarette and handed it to Tang Sancho. Uncle Tang, can you tell me what difficulties the company is facing now and how much money it needs to revitalize it? Seeing Li Changfeng's concerned inquiry. He didn't want to say it at first because it would be useless. It would be useless if he gave all the little money he had to himself. But he finally said it. Maybe she treated him as someone she could confide in. Uncle Tang, so, as long as we can catch the partner who escaped, the problem can be solved? That's what I said, but now I don't think so. Because since he transferred the money, he must have thought of a foolproof plan. Even if he was caught, no one would know where he transferred the money. Li Changfeng thought about it and thought it was possible. I do this just for the money. Therefore, he must have hidden the money very secretly. If he insists that he spent it all or transferred it abroad, then no one can do anything about it. Okay, Changfeng, hurry up and take Wei Wei away. We have offended the Wei family today, and they will definitely not let it go. It is safer to leave early. However, I have something to say in advance. Although my uncle is in a bad state, if you dare to bully my daughter, I will definitely go to Binhai to settle the score with you. Speaking of his daughter, Tang Sancho suddenly perked up and looked at Li Changfeng sharply. This is a father expressing his concern for his daughter. Uncle Tang, don't worry, I will never let Wei Wei get hurt in the slightest. Now that you're here, you can't just leave like this. It's just 200 million. This money will be considered as the betrothal gift for your future son-in-law. Give me your account number and I will transfer it to you now. As he spoke, Li Changfeng had already taken out his mobile phone, ready to enter the other party's account number. Tang Sancho was a little confused by him. That's 200 million, not 2 million or 20 million. How could a young man like him get so much money? Wei Wei once said that he did have some money, but it was a big win of 50 million. He now says that he can come up with 200 million yuan on his own. Who would believe it? Are you kidding me? What if I take out my cell phone and he has no money? Changfeng? Did you hear me wrong? Uncle's company is short of 200 million yuan. 200 million yuan? In order to make him hear clearly, Tang Sancho repeated it again. Uncle, did you hear me clearly? It's 200 million? Is that right? As long as it's not 2 billion. Please take out your phone. I'll just transfer the money to you. Tang Sanqiu, Jiang Qiyun, Tang Zishuan and Qi Wenxian were also confused. Could he really come up with 200 million? No matter how you look at him, he doesn't look like a billionaire, does he? Even among billionaires, how many can come up with a cash flow of 200 million? He, a young man in his 20s, not a rich second generation, actually said that he could come up with 200 million to support the Tang family. Why does this feel a bit unrealistic? Tang Sanqiu was puzzled, but he still took out his mobile phone and told his account number. Tang Sanqiu, who is usually calm and composed and never panics, unexpectedly experienced an accelerated heartbeat and dry mouth today. He became even more excited as he watched the other person keep tapping away on his phone. Could it be that he really has so much money? Until Tang Sanqiu's cell phone beeped. Ding, 200 million yuan has arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China with the last number 3355. This? Tang Sanqiu couldn't speak at this time. Yes, he opened his mouth twice but didn't say what he wanted to say. I didn't expect that the problem that had been bothering me could be solved so easily by my future son-in-law. The problem of turning my hair white overnight was solved so easily. Changfeng. You? Well. Nothing more to say. Tang Sanqiu turned around and glanced at Tang Zishuan. Zishuan informed the Tang family to hold a banquet at Shiwaishan tonight to celebrate the company's overcoming difficulties. Tang Zishuan was also in a confused state. He didn't expect that when he first met Li Changfeng, he said that he could help the Tang family. He didn't believe it at that time, but he didn't expect that he could really help the Tang family. I am really as stupid as a pig. The Tang family was almost ruined by his own hands. However, he also got his comeuppance. If I hadn't sent him to the police station, I wouldn't have been beaten up by the Meng family today. The Tang family's issue might have been resolved 3 days ago. Naturally, there is no need to ask the Wei family for help. I thought I was very smart, but I didn't expect that my cleverness might backfire. Tang Zishuan patted his head and went to notify the other members of the Tang family. With this money, the Tang family will be able to operate normally tomorrow, so naturally they need to mobilize. Chapter 92. The system is actually regional. Tang Weiwei came out of the house and looked at Li Changfeng in shock. Although she was just packing up in the house, she heard everything that happened in the living room. If he said he could come up with several million, she would believe it. But where did she get 200 million? This is simply unbelievable. She also felt more and more that she couldn't understand Li Changfeng. Husband, where did you get so much money? He walked up to Li Changfeng, pulled his sleeve shyly, and asked in a low voice. The sound was as soft as a mosquito, as if he was afraid that his family would hear it. However, Li Changfeng's hearing is very good, 4 times better than that of ordinary people. Although the sound was not loud, he could hear it very clearly. Is this the reason why you left without saying goodbye? Are you afraid that I will be embarrassed? Are you afraid that I won't be able to get the money? Are you afraid that I think you are a woman like Wang Nuo, a woman who only knows how to take? Li Changfeng was right. The reason why she came back without saying hello was, first, that she saw him and Wang Nuo in the hotel, second, she thought Li Changfeng could not help because the gap at home was too big, and third, and the most important one, the reason why Li Changfeng broke up with Wang Nuo was because of the bride price and his endless demands for money. So if I ask for money, what is the difference between me and Wang Nuo? Therefore, she is filled with all kinds of contradictions. Of course, the scene in the hotel was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Seeing Weiwei lower her head and remain silent, Li Changfeng thought that he had guessed it right. So he hugged her with both hands. Silly girl. We will be husband and wife from now on. You are my wife and I am your husband. What's mine is yours and what's yours is mine. There is no distinction between us. Unless you don't want to marry me? If you encounter something like this in the future, don't run away without permission. Otherwise, I will catch you and punish you according to the family rules. After saying that, he gently hit her on the buttocks. Although it was just a light pat, it made Tang Weiwei's legs soften and a tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Bad guy. I have something to ask you too? What happened between you and Wang Nuo that day? I asked you to stay the night before, but you refused, saying you had something urgent to do, and then you left. Why did you show up at the hotel with Wang Nuo the next day? This matter has been on my mind for a few days. If she didn't ask, she felt like she would get sick. Although she thought of several reasons, she still wanted to hear what he had to say. In front of the hotel, Wang Nuo. Hearing these words, Li Changfeng instantly recalled what happened that day. He was originally wondering why Wang Nuo came to him since he was just drunk last night and staying in a hotel. She didn't say anything important when she came, she just wanted me to see her off. When I was sending her to the car, I seemed to feel Wei Wei passing by. He also looked up, but did not see Wei Wei's figure. I thought it was an illusion, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Now I hear it mentioned again. That means Wei Wei really passed by me that day. And she saw herself and Wang Nuo together, so she became jealous. Yes, that must be the case. But why is it such a coincidence? Wei Wei, are you following me? Li Changfeng asked deliberately. He shook his head slightly. No. It's Wang Nuo's mother. She said you and Wang Nuo reconciled, but I didn't believe her, so she said she would take me to see it, and then. Now he finally understood what had happened. It turns out that Yang Manyun was behind this incident. Well. I am really too soft-hearted. They don't deserve to be forgiven. However, now that Wang Nuo's brother has been released, it is naturally impossible to capture him back. Then let us collect the debt. If he can't pay the money back, he will still have to go to jail. So he went outside and called Li Na. The only mission is to sue Wang Nuo's family and make them pay back the money quickly. If they can't pay, send a court summons and see you in court. After talking to Lina on the phone, he walked into the house again. With the funds, Tang Sancho began to make plans again. He made one phone call after another, and he was about to make a comeback. Li Changfeng doesn't care how the Tang family plays. Now that things here have been dealt with, it's time for him to return to Binhai. He was also thinking about how to expose the lies of Wang Nuo's family when he returned and see Yang Manyun's hateful face. Wei Wei, shall we go back? Wei Wei naturally had no objection. These days since she came back, her heart is still in Binhai. Because the house whose decoration she personally supervised was almost completed, and she hadn't been there for a few days, she was afraid that the workers would cheat. She also wants to see the effect after completion. She hummed slightly, took his hand and came to Tang Sancho. Dad, shall we go back first? Uncle Tang, I can't help you with anything here, so I'll take Wei Wei away first. If you have any questions, you can talk to me. Li Changfeng also said. What's the use of that? Can't leave. Changfeng, you are the savior of our Tang family. No matter what, you have to stay here for a few days. I haven't taken you around Jiangcheng yet. When Jiang Qian looked at Li Changfeng, it was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more she liked him. It's really hard to meet a guy like him who is handsome and rich. Therefore, Jiang Qian also likes Li Changfeng very much. That's Changfeng. Stay here for a day before leaving. You have helped Uncle and the Tang family so much, and Uncle has not yet thanked you properly. Tonight, I will set up a new one at Food for Heaven. I want to thank you very much. Tang Sancho also said this with great sincerity. Because the knot in their hearts was finally untied, the Tang family had this money and no longer had to worry about bankruptcy. Therefore, he was in a very good mood. While talking, there was a smile on the corner of my mouth unconsciously. His snow-white hair makes him look extremely old. In the past few days since she came back, Tang Weiwei hasn't even left the house, let alone met up with her friends and besties. Now that the Tang family's problems have been solved, she can finally relax. Coupled with the looks her parents gave her, she had no choice but to follow their lead. Husband? How about we just stay one night and leave tomorrow? Seeing everyone's enthusiastic invitation, it was hard for him to refuse. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind again. Randomly release a piece of news. Tomorrow there will be a super bargain in Jiangcheng's antique market. A green blaze relief sold in an antique shop called Tianxia Baoga is worth 330 million. Oh, I didn't expect that I would arrive in Jiangcheng and the system would give me the forecast information of Jiangcheng. It seems that the information forecast by the system is of a regional nature. If that happens, I won't be able to stay in Binhai all the time in the future. Otherwise, you won't be able to receive information from the outside world. Chapter 93, Food is the Heaven Again. Husband? Hubby, is this okay? Seeing Li Changfeng standing there in a daze, Tang Weiwei started to act coquettishly. However, how could she know that Li Changfeng was currently communicating with the system? It seems that this time in Jiangcheng, not only can I earn back the money I spent, but I can also make a fortune. I guess Tang Weiwei also wants to know where her money comes from. It just so happens that I can take her with me to pick up bargains tomorrow. Let her understand that all she really needs is to be beautiful. Hey, good. My wife said so of course it's okay. Then play for a day and leave tomorrow night. My husband is so nice. Well, come on, give your husband a kiss. Shame on you. My parents are right here. Seeing that Li Changfeng agreed to stay for one night, Tang Sanxiu and the others had already left. The rest of the people also returned to their own rooms. They were the only two people left in the living room. I really wanted to kiss her, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. What would that crazy girl-loving man think? I finally got my father-in-law to accept me, so I'd better not cause trouble. In a bar in Jiangcheng, a burly man with a tiger tattoo on his upper body looked at the younger brothers behind him with a fierce look on his face. Second brother, what did you say? Is there anyone in Jiangcheng who dares not to give face to us Meng brothers? Where are they from? You actually dared to hurt someone from the Wei family. You're really brave, aren't you? The second man below was Meng Bin, whom Li Changfeng met in the police station. The majestic Khan in front is his brother, Meng Xiong. The strength of the Meng brothers in Jiangcheng is also among the top 3. In addition, with the support of the Wei family behind them, they can almost cover the sky with one hand in Jiangcheng. Therefore, he also developed an arrogant and domineering temper. Can't afford any loss. Brother, they are not from Jiangcheng. They should be from Binhai. Because Li Changfeng told some things about himself in the police station, he also knew their origins. What, Binhai? Ha. Interesting. Some time ago, a big gangster in Jiangcheng went to Binhai to play. I heard that there were 3 people there when they went, but he was the only one when he came. And still in a miserable state. If his 4 great warriors had not gone to Binhai to pick him up, it would still be unknown whether he could come back. This shows how deep the water is in Binhai. Even if they are fierce dragons in the local area, it is not easy to cross the river. According to the second brother's description, the other party should not be a small figure either. If I can defeat them in Jiangcheng, can I prove that I am stronger than him? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that the time has come for me, Meng Xiong, to make a comeback. Go and check where those people are staying. Although they all have good skills, does that mean my skills are bad? The most important thing is that this is your own territory. Meng Xiong was thinking about how to make trouble for those people. Soon, it was night. The whole family came to food for the heaven again. However, this time it is no longer a matter of inviting the Wei family to dinner, nor is there any need to kowtow. Because it was a family gathering, it was not appropriate for Bai Qi and the others to come, so Xiaoyao was sent to accompany Wei Wei. To put it bluntly, it is also to protect the boss's safety. As for the others, they all went back to the hotel to sleep. Almost all the people who came to the private room were Tang Weiwei's uncles, aunts, and other relatives. Although the Tang group is a family business, only a small number of their own people work in it. The others are all dependent on the group and do the group's work. To put it bluntly, it means just following the group to make a living. The group went bankrupt, and they all went bankrupt with it. Now that the group is alive, they have someone to make a living again. Even though they are just doing odd jobs, they all make a lot of money. Almost all of them are worth several million. I would like to thank everyone for their support over the past few days. The group has finally been revitalized. The group has gained new blood and will be able to officially operate tomorrow. As the protagonist, Tang Sanxiu gave a speech and then allowed everyone to communicate freely. The reason why Li Changfeng was not introduced grandly was that he was just mentioned briefly. That's because he felt that there was no point in telling them. Ha, Sanxiu, I knew you could make it. It's worth it that I gave you all my savings. Yes, third brother, I only have a few 100,000 on me. I gave you 80 of them at once, leaving only a little bit of operating capital. Indeed, when the company encountered difficulties, everyone in the industry lent a helping hand. Because they understand the principle of the lips and the teeth are interdependent. Naturally, no one wants the Tang group to fall. That's why we invited them to dinner today. However, their abilities are limited after all and they cannot play a key role at all. No matter what, as long as the Tang group has not collapsed, they can continue to make money. Therefore, everyone was smiling, drinking and chatting. Wei Wei, this is your boyfriend, right? He's pretty handsome, huh? Yeah, Wei Wei, where is your boyfriend from and what noises are making at home? I'm your aunt, so I have to keep an eye on things for you, right? Wei Wei's aunts and cousins began to interrogate him. Since she is Wei Wei's aunt, she is naturally her own aunt as well. Li Changfeng did not put on airs and said very politely, "Hello, auntie, hello, my name is Li Changfeng, you can just call me Changfeng. My family runs a small restaurant. As for me, I just quit my job and haven't decided what to do yet." What? After hearing what he said, all the aunts and uncles looked at him strangely. It seems like there is a lot of hatred. If Wei Wei marries a rich man, they can also benefit from it. If she marries a poor man, the Tang family have to pay for it? So, when they looked at Li Changfeng again, their eyes were not so friendly. Our Wei Wei looks like a fairy. Do you think you are worthy of her? That's right. With Wei Wei's education and looks, she should at least marry into a wealthy family. As a restaurant owner, what kind of life can you provide for her? I'm telling you, don't let Wei Wei suffer any injustice. Does Wei Wei's family have someone else? They all looked at him unfriendly. Even when drinking, no one would drink with him. It made him extremely depressed. Those people first toasted Tang Sanxiu, and then went to drink with Tang Zixuan. After all, Tang Zixuan is the young master of the Tang family and the future head of the Tang family, so of course they have to please him. Tang Zixuan just dealt with it briefly and then came to Li Changfeng with a glass of wine. She raised the glass with both hands and looked at him intently. "Brother-in-law, I apologize to you again for what happened that day. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment." After saying that, Tang Zixuan drank 3 cups in one breath. Seeing those cousins, all the aunts and cousins were stunned. Just now they were drinking with him, but he just licked it and said he couldn't drink it. After drinking with this poor guy, he actually punished himself with 3 cups. What's going on? Chapter 90 for the Meng brothers. Seeing that Tang Zixuan not only punished himself with 3 cups of wine, but also apologized, everyone around him was confused. What is Tang Zixuan's identity? He is the prince of Tang Group. A poor restaurant owner actually puts on airs. Tang Zixuan actually punished himself by drinking 3 cups without being persuaded to stop. Everyone cast unfriendly glances at him. Looking at the looks of the people around him, he was completely speechless. What have I done to offend anyone? Why am I always being targeted? Watching his future brother-in-law finish 3 cups, Li Changfeng also picked up the cup in front of him, took a sip, and put it down. Didn't finish the drink at all. I was locked up for 3 days and he was fined 3 glasses of wine, which was already a light reward for him. So, Li Changfeng accepted it with pleasure. Then Qi Wenxian also stood up. Just as he picked up the wine, he was stopped by Li Changfeng. "Okay, no more drinking. I appreciate your kindness. Stop toasting." Yes, my brother-in-law said he doesn't want to drink anymore, so I won't drink anymore." Tang Zixuan responded with a smile. "Hey! That kid namely, is this what you did wrong? You drank your future brother-in-law's wine, but you didn't drink his aunt's wine. What does that mean? Yeah, isn't this obviously not giving Wenxian face? You are a brother-in-law, don't really think you are the eldest brother?" Other members of the Tang family began to attack Li Changfeng again, saying that he was taking advantage of his seniority, that he did not act like an older brother, that he should not take himself too seriously and should find his place, etc. As the head of the Tang family, Tang Sanxiu. Of course I understand what they mean. It's just that they look down on him because his family runs a small restaurant. In order to prevent him from being targeted by the Tang family, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Everyone knows that the reason why our group was able to fully recover is because of the injection of fresh blood. It's 200 million new blood. When they heard the amount was 200 million, there was another round of whispers from below. Third brother, did the Wei family take action? Yeah, I guess only the Wei family has that strength. That's not right. If the Wei family takes action, then our Wei Wei should marry Wei Zhangxian. Isn't this the Wei family? Others also looked at Tang Sanxiu, wanting to know what was going on. Who exactly saved the Tang family? Everyone, please stop guessing. It was my good son-in-law, Li Changfeng, who provided 200 million yuan of financial support to our Tang family. Following Tang Sanxiu's words, the entire dining table and the entire private room suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Li Changfeng in unison. He looked at the young man who said that his family ran a small restaurant. This guy said he was opening a small restaurant. What kind of small restaurant can have so much money? For a moment, they felt that their IQ seemed to be insufficient. Now they finally understood what Tang Zixuan had done just now. Why would a successor of the Tang family be so attentive to a poor boy? At first I laughed at myself. Unexpectedly, I became a joke. However, they all reacted quickly. Originally, no one toasted Li Changfeng, but after knowing that he was the mysterious man, the situation suddenly changed. Each of them held a wineglass and showed their courtesy. This made Li Changfeng feel helpless. I can't help but sigh that the charm of money is really powerful. It can make a group of people change their thoughts and behaviors in an instant. While they were drinking and chatting happily, the door of the private room was slammed open by brute force. A group of people filed in, instantly filling the entire private room. Everyone was so scared that they didn't know what to do. However, there are still a few people in the Tang family after all. Tang Zixuan's cousins and uncles all stood up. He immediately picked up the wine bottle on the table and confronted them. There is no businessman who has not had a fight. Therefore, this kind of scene is also commonplace. Although the other side has more people, it is obvious that they are all relatives. Appear more united. As the saying goes, brothers fight together to kill tigers, and fathers and sons fight together in battle. Who are you? What are you trying to do by barging in? One of Tang Zixuan's uncles was holding a broken glass bottle in his hand and pointing at them. At this time, the women of the Tang family and Li Changfeng were protected behind them. I don't know what the person who suddenly broke in is doing. At this time, two people walked out from behind the crowd. The two brothers Meng Xiong and Meng Bin. Meng Xiong took a step forward and looked at the man holding the broken bottle. Why, do you want to stab me? Come on, stab here. This is the aorta. It can kill someone in one shot. Jaha? Bang! Meng Xiong slapped the man on the mouth. Damn it, you don't dare to do it, right? You don't dare to do it, what are you holding it up for? Fuck, wimp! After that, he looked at Tang Sancho again. Hey, now we've eaten it all. Looks like the problem of your Tang group has been solved? Well, pay me back quickly, Cheng Koan still lent me 20 million. Since you can afford to eat delicacies from land and sea, you must be rich. The Cheng Koan he was talking about was the person who absconded with the money from the Tang group. Tang Sancho knew a little about the Meng brothers. He bullies others by taking advantage of his power, cheats and does all kinds of evil. Tang Sancho, I'm sorry, Boss Meng, we're also looking for Cheng Koan, the one you mentioned. He ran away with the company's funds. Meng Xiong, he ran away. If he ran away, where can I find him? He took the money from my investment company in the name of your company. If I don't go to you, who else should I go to? Why, Boss Tang, do you still want to default on your debt? After saying that, he took out a contract from his pocket and handed it to Tang Sancho. Although he was confused, he still took it and took a look. There is Cheng Koan's signature and the company's seal on it. The loan was made a few days before he disappeared. It looks true. Well, I was really screwed by this Cheng Koan. Tang Sancho sighed in great depression. He knew that if he changed the creditor, he might be able to earn some money or file a lawsuit. However, facing a gang of gangsters, I simply cannot afford to fight them. Once you anger the other party, there is a high probability that serious consequences will occur. Okay, since he borrowed the money in the name of the company, then we acknowledge it. Give me the account number, and I'll ask the finance department to transfer it to you as soon as I get to work tomorrow. Meng Xiong smiled sinisterly. It seems that just as I guessed, they really found the funds. So he walked slowly to Tang Weiwei. Hey, I only heard that your Tang family's little princess is the golden flower of our Jiangcheng, but I didn't expect to find such a symbol. Well, either you give me the money now, or let her go with me. Would you like to pick one? Meng Xiong pointed at Weiwei with a sly smile on his face. He simply ignored Li Changfeng's existence. Chapter 95. This place is under my control after 12 o'clock. Boss Meng, I want to give it to you now, but the bank is closed. I can't transfer the money. Seeing him looking at his daughter, Tang Sancho felt a pang of regret. If I had known earlier, I would have let my daughter leave with Li Changfeng. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Ha. I don't care. Since I can't give it to her, I'll just take her away. Seeing that Meng Xiong actually started fighting while talking, Tang Sancho suddenly became anxious. No, my daughter already has a boyfriend, and they're getting married soon. After saying that, he was ready to step forward to protect his daughter. However, he was stopped by Meng Bin. When Meng Xiong's hand was about to touch Wei Wei's shoulder, he involuntarily took a few steps back. He knocked over 3 or 4 of his younger brothers before he managed to steady himself. When I looked at my chest, I found that there was a footprint on my body. There was an immediate pain in my chest. It felt like I had just been hit by a car and the pain was unbearable. The one who took action was naturally Li Changfeng. Although his strength is not very great. But the speed is very fast. As the saying goes, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. If the speed is fast enough, the force will naturally be strong. The moment his hand was about to touch it, he was kicked away. In fact, he has been on guard all the time. Because of the time he came, his brother said that Li Changfeng's background was very good. However, when he saw his own time, he became careless. How powerful can a person who is not as tall as you or not as strong as you be? Therefore, he never took him seriously. What made him alert was the 200-kilogram fat man mentioned by the second brother. But it seemed that there was nothing here, so he relaxed a little. I didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. But when he recalled it carefully, he seemed to have not seen whether he was the one who did it. No, it was him who moved his feet. Meng Xiong stood up with the help of his younger brother and looked at Li Changfeng cautiously. Is this the fucking Foshan shadowless kick? Grass. I was a little scared at first, but then I saw so many little brothers behind me. I became bolder again. Damn it, did you just sneak attack me when I wasn't paying attention? Meng Xiong took a big machete from his younger brother and held it in his hand to give himself courage. Originally, his strength was quite strong, but why couldn't he display it now? Li Changfeng smiled and ignored him. Let Xiaoyao just focus on protecting Wei Wei, and she doesn't need to worry about anything else. She is just a girl after all. At least in his eyes, no matter how powerful Xiaoyao is, she is still a girl. When something like this happens, how can you let a girl stand in front? After arranging the little demon, Li Changfeng faced Meng Xiong again. Wei Wei is my wife. Are you trying to catch my wife's attention? And in front of me? Looking at him with sharp eyes. Ha ha. Boy, I guess you don't know who I am yet. No matter how powerful you are in Binhai, once you come to Binhai, you have to coil up like a dragon or lie down like a tiger. This is the old bump. Meng Xiong's body flew out again. This time I wasn't as lucky as last time. Last time, there were a few younger brothers guarding the back. There was no one behind him this time. It's not that I don't want to block them, because the few people who just blocked them are now vomiting blood. Obviously, he suffered internal injuries. His 200-pound body retreated 5 or 6 steps in succession until it hit the wall behind him and stopped. This time it seemed to be more powerful than before. A sweet taste on the lips. However, he swallowed it anyway. Damn it, I was prepared this time, but I still didn't see him make any moves. Damn, looks like we need to seek help from outside. He. I guess the guy who escaped from Binhai must be interested in the people of Binhai. The last time I suffered a loss was on someone else's territory. Now that we are on our own territory, the situation is definitely different. So he secretly sent a message out. As long as he comes over, this guy must stay here even if he can perform shadowless kick. Seeing his elder brother being kicked away twice in a row, Meng Bin realized the seriousness of the matter. It seems that I still underestimated this young man. However, they are numerous, so they are naturally not afraid. Let's go together and kill him. Meng Bin shouted. He was the first to pick up the machete and rushed towards Li Changfeng. Looking at this former younger brother, Li Changfeng shook his head. Since you have such a short memory, I will teach you a profound lesson. Although Meng Bin was very fast, he chopped towards his head. But his speed was 4 times that of an ordinary person, or 3 times as fast as his, so he just moved his body slightly and avoided the fatal knife. Then he chopped his wrist with his right hand. My wrist hurt and the hand holding the knife loosened instantly. Then he threw another side kick, hitting Meng Bin's knee. Just hear a bang. Then came the howling sound from Meng Bin. His body collapsed with a loud bang, and he hugged his knees and groaned in pain. The rest of the brothers were so frightened that no one dared to rush forward. You know, in their group, the best fighters are the Meng brothers. They are all useless now, and if I go up alone, I will just be giving away my life. So, everyone just stood there and didn't dare to say a word. The smart ones quickly went up and helped the eldest and the second oldest up. Meng Xiong was also furious when he saw his brother's legs were broken. However, he now understands the gap between himself and others. So, he was waiting for another one to come. As long as they unite their forces, even if they use human wave tactics, they can tire him out. See Li Changfeng's strength. The happiest people were undoubtedly the Tang family. At first, I didn't think much of him. Now he is contributing both money and effort. Not only is he rich, he is also able to fight. Where can I find such a son-in-law? Oh. How come he is Sister Wei Wei's boyfriend? If it was someone else, I would definitely snatch him away. It's so hard to find such a good man nowadays. Several girls looked at Li Changfeng with infatuated looks on their faces. Li Changfeng looked at the injured Meng Bin. Did I say that last time? Don't let me run into you, or I'll have nothing good to do with you. Meng Bin is really scared now. At this moment, he didn't dare to look up or look at Li Changfeng. The hopeful mentality I had originally held on to this was also completely gone. He. Why are you so arrogant? You are the only one who can fight, but how many people can you beat? Meng Xiong pretended to be calm, covered his chest and came to Meng Bin, looking at Li Changfeng. Of course, there was another reason: his reinforcements had arrived. At this moment, a lot of people came in from outside. The people in the Tang family suddenly became uneasy. What happened today? There are endless waves. Judging from the way these people are dressed, they are definitely not ordinary people. Especially when he saw the last person who came in, Tang Sancho's face changed. Why is he here too? I haven't offended him. Jiang Chang, the ruler of the underworld, the ruthless man who dared to go against the police chief and dared to point at the chief's nose and say, "Here, after 12 o'clock, I have the final say." P.S. If you want to communicate, call 8276-1838. Chapter 96 Wang Meng surrenders. Seeing the person coming in, Meng Xiong walked up to greet him with a flattering look on his face. "Boss Wang, I didn't expect you to come in person." "That's great. This guy is quite capable. If you hadn't come, I don't think we would have been able to handle it." Wang Meng, wearing a black windbreaker, held two solid steel balls in his hands and kept turning them. When he received Meng Xiong's message, his face was full of excitement. Damn it, Binhai is his place of shame. I have never been so embarrassed in my life. Even when he was just starting out, he had never been humiliated to that extent. After coming back, he was determined to make a living in Binhai. However, after investigating the other party's background, he gave up. Because no matter in terms of financial resources or strength, he seemed to be no match for that cripple. Besides, there are the lords of 4 cities in Binhai. He cannot deal with just one big gangster from West City, let alone so many people. To them, I am just an outsider. If I go again, they will just target me collectively, so I have no choice but to give up. Just when he was worried about not being able to take revenge, he saw this piece of information that could help him take revenge. He didn't care whether he was being used as a robber by the Meng brothers, and came here with his capable men. When he saw that it was Li Changfeng, he was stunned. Why is it him? The person who rescued me when I was down and out. Looking around, there was no one else. To put it bluntly, he was looking for the person who took action that day, Bai Qi. He had a deep memory of Bai Qi's skills. But, to his disappointment, he didn't see it. He frowned and spoke softly to Meng Xiong. "Is that the man who beat you?" Wang Meng glanced at Li Changfeng. "Yes, Boss Wang, this guy is quite evil. One person can." Pa. Before Meng Xiong could finish his words, Wang Meng slapped him in the face several times. He was completely stunned. "Boss Wang, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me?" Meng Xiong shouted with a depressed look on his face. "Damn it, he must have taken the wrong medicine. I asked you to beat up the people from Binhai, why the hell did you hit me?" Grass. After Wang Meng finished beating Meng Xiong, he came to Li Changfeng. He clasped his hands together and bowed to him. "Boss Li, you came to Binhai, why didn't you say hello to me? Give me a chance to show my abilities?" Wang Meng's action petrified everyone in the room. What the fuck does this mean? The most depressed person was Meng Xiong. When you look for helpers, you end up finding an opponent for yourself. The Tang family members also showed incredible expressions. What's going on? Who exactly is this Li Changfeng? Isn't he from Binhai? Isn't this his first time in Jiangcheng? Then how did he know the leader of Jiangcheng? It seemed that they had a special relationship. In just one meal, their cognition has been refreshed many times. They also increasingly felt that Li Changfeng was not an ordinary person. However, no matter what, this doesn't seem to be of any harm to their Tang family. It seems that Wang Meng is very nostalgic and grateful, but it is not the case. Because he heard everything Wang Meng asked Meng Xiong just now. If he really thought about the good I had done for him, he would have come up to me and talked to me as soon as possible, instead of making a decision after asking me a lot of questions. From the corner of his eye, it can be seen that he seems to be inquiring about everyone here. Or rather, he was looking for someone. He made the decision only after he was sure that Li Changfeng was the only one here. Then I went up to him, said hello, and made friends with him. That's because he felt that Li Changfeng was not easy to deal with and he couldn't afford to offend him at all. Bai Qi alone made him remember him particularly well. The man whom Bai Qi regarded as his boss was able to challenge the Meng brothers alone, so he was naturally not an ordinary person. So, this is the fundamental reason why he came forward to please. Boss Wang, you're too polite. I didn't think of it at the moment, otherwise, I would definitely call you. How is it, can we get things done here? Li Changfeng knew that since he had stood up, it at least showed that his position was clear. No problem. In Binhai, no one dares not to give me, Wang Meng, face. I'll take care of this little matter. Give me 30 seconds. Li Changfeng smiled, said nothing, took a step back, and stood in front of Wei Wei. Wang Meng waved his hand and said, throw them all out. Those who don't want to leave will be thrown into the Yangtze River to feed the fish. Although the Meng brothers were depressed, they also knew that now was not the time for them to show off their abilities. They couldn't even handle a foreigner, let alone a local python. In less than 10 seconds, everyone left the room. Wang Meng and his 4 Vidras stood in front of Li Changfeng. Boss Li, are you satisfied? While speaking, his eyes kept looking at Li Changfeng. How could he hide his little thoughts from Li Changfeng? Thank you, Brother Wang. I guess the people behind you are the ones who went to Binhai to pick you up last time, right? Looks like you have pretty good strength. Wang Meng, they have been with me for many years. They have been in the no man's land before. They are all pretty strong. After saying this, he turned his head and looked back proudly. Xiao Yao, I heard that you had been there before, how is it? Are you sure? Xiao Yao walked out with a smile on her face. She naturally understood what the boss meant. Letting her out was not to test her strength, but to strike a blow against this local tyrant. After all, the Tang family will have to stay here in the future. If they have Wang Meng's help, they will naturally prosper and no one will dare to mess with them. However, if you want to convince Wang Meng, you can only shock him with your super strong strength. Let him understand that the raptors can cross the river, but the local snakes will always be just local snakes and can never be compared with the raptors. The little demon pointed lightly with her jade hand, you 4 can come together? The 4 Vidras looked at each other in bewilderment. It was totally unacceptable for 4 grown men to bully a woman. And she's such a beautiful woman, it's even harder to do it. Almost all men have a heart of compassion for women. They were still trying to shirk responsibility, but then they saw Xiao Yao walking towards the 4 of them. And then it was, bang, bang, bang. Before the 4 of them could react, they all fell down. Vulnerable. Xiao Yao said this and returned to Wei Wei's side, standing there in silence like a young lady's maid. But that's enough. The person in front of him really shocked him too much. Before the invincible one appeared, another beautiful master appeared. These 4 Vidras were the foundation of his foothold in the underground world. He never expected that they could be knocked out by a little girl in just 3 seconds. It can be said that Li Changfeng's strength completely conquered him. Mr. Li, if you have anything to ask in the future, just let me know. Wang Meng is willing to serve you. He. Now he has even changed his name. From Boss Li to Mr. Li. Chapter 97. Is it cold or not? Of course, this is also the effect he wanted. Okay, my father-in-law will need your help from now on. Li Changfeng changed the subject and pulled Tang Sanqiu out. After Wang Meng was subdued, no one in Jiangcheng would dare to do anything behind the Tang family's back. Then the Tang family can develop to its full potential. Although Wang Meng's help is not necessarily needed, with the support of an underground boss, some scoundrels naturally would not dare to bully the Tang family openly anymore. According to Tang Sanxiu's ability, in 3 to 5 years, he should be able to become a big boss in Jiangcheng. This also relieved Wei Wei's worries. Ha ha. Hello, Mr. Tang. From now on, you can just call me Xiao Wang. I dare not say anything outside of Jiangcheng, but in Jiangcheng, no one dares to bully the Tang family, and no one dares to put pressure on the Tang family. With Wang Meng's guarantee, Tang Sanxiu knew that the Tang family was going to rise. This may be the meaning of risking one's life in order to survive. Nirvana Rebirth. Thank you so much, Boss Wang. Now the Tang family finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Wang Meng's support, the Tang family will surely soar to success. The Tang family members and those who depended on the Tang family for survival also had new hope. The more stable the Tang family's ship sails, the more benefits they will naturally get. At this moment, Tang Sanxiu was looking at his future son-in-law and couldn't help but sigh. I have lived a dog's life. Originally, he felt that he was quite capable, because after all, he created the Tang group on his own. But now, compared with Li Changfeng, I am nothing. What's more, the other person is so much younger than him. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. However, fortunately, no matter how powerful he is still his son-in-law. Thinking of this, he felt a little better. After the dinner, Li Changfeng followed Tang Weiwei back to the Tang family. Because the funds were in place, the villa mortgaged by the Tang family was also redeemed. It's just that the car has already been sold at a low price, so I guess I'll need to buy a new one tomorrow. It can be seen that Tang Sanxiu is also a person who pays great attention to the quality of life. The house is decorated in a more artistic style. There is a desk with signatures of famous people as calligraphy and paintings pasted on it. Of course, they are all ordinary calligraphy and paintings, probably from current writers, not ancient relics. Otherwise he wouldn't be willing to stick it on the wall. Honey, how are we going to sleep tonight? When he arrived at Wei Wei's boudoir, Li Changfeng's hands started to become naughty. After all, we haven't seen each other for several days, so it's normal that I can't help myself. However, Wei Wei's skin is really smooth. Seeing that there was only a big bed in the room, he began to fantasize. I don't know if this bed can support the weight of 2 people. If I move too much, will it make a noise? Tang smiled charmingly, threw him a wink and said teasingly. Honey, how do you want to sleep? There's only one bed here? After all, this is Wei Wei's home. If I do that to her here, wouldn't it be a bit too hasty? After thinking about it, I decided to wait until my new house is renovated before spending my wedding night. Then I should sleep in the living room? After saying that, he prepared to go outside. But Wei Wei hugged her from behind. Fool! Of course we slept together. But we can't do that. It would be so bad if they heard me. This is my first time. You can use louder voices. The gentle breath was as fragrant as orchid, blowing on his back, and a warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body. You know, she is wearing pajamas, which are as thin as silk. The feeling of it sticking to my body made me shiver. Goosebumps all over the floor. Yes. I promise that I will be very obedient in bed and will never touch you. While talking, my hands start to get naughty. He put his backhand on Wei Wei's waist and moved down along her soft, slender waist without a trace of fat. Slowly, slowly. Just as I was about to slide to her round buttocks, the door of the room opened. Wei Wei, are you guys done chatting? Changfeng has been tired all day, let him go to bed quickly. The bed has been made for him in the guest room downstairs. Zhang Qian stood outside the door, knocking gently and shouting into the crack. Tang Sanxiu, who was standing downstairs, gave his wife a thumbs up. Snort! Even if you help the Tang family, you are my future son-in-law. But you are not married yet. You're not married yet, but you dare to take advantage of my daughter in front of me. You're dreaming. Tang Sanxiu smiled and walked into the study. Because he knew that being disturbed like this by his mother-in-law, he couldn't just stay in Wei Wei's room and not come out. When I was really getting ready to feel my wife's sexy little XX, I was ruthlessly interrupted. Wei Wei pushed Li Changfeng away. Hey, hubby, it looks like you have no chance to sleep with me. After saying that, she twisted her sexy waist and said, Honey, am I sexy? Honey, do you want it? Come on. Now that his mother-in-law was standing at the door, even if he wanted to punish this little devil, he had no chance. Helpless, I could only turn around and leave. Before leaving, he also whispered something. Wife, wait, I will definitely conquer you next time. As his mother-in-law came to the room that had been carefully prepared for him, he had to take a rest for a while. There is no other way. We really can't execute her here. Although there are 2 floors here, the sound insulation should be good. But, just in case it isn't. It would be so embarrassing if someone heard it. Now that I have been brought here by my mother-in-law, it seems that I will not have the chance to be intimate with my wife tonight. Even if we don't talk about life, it's nice to be able to sleep with my wife in my arms. Now, I have to sleep here alone. Lying in bed and thinking about random things. The system said that there will be a super bargain in the antique city tomorrow, but I don't know how much it will cost to buy it. The things in the antique shop are very complicated. Most people who go in there are just there to be ripped off. It's really hard to find a bargain there. Fortunately, I have a system that allows me to find the target accurately. Otherwise, even if I knew there would be goods inside, I probably wouldn't have that luck. As I was thinking, I heard footsteps outside. Although the sound was not loud, he could still hear it. Judging from the sound of the person landing on the ground, it can be determined that it should be a woman. Because the sound of feet landing is very light. I looked at the time. It was already the middle of the night. Who was still walking back and forth in the hall? As the sound got closer, he found that the person was actually walking towards his room. Could it be that my mother-in-law was worried and came to check on me? Husband, open the door. When he heard the voice, he was immediately delighted. I didn't expect the fish to come by itself. He quickly opened the door and brought Wei Wei in. Wife, do you miss me? You sneaked over to see me? Who missed you? I just came to see if you were cold here. Do you want me to bring you another blanket? Wei Wei said this and glanced at the bed. Oh. It's not cold. My mother-in-law prepared a brand new quilt for me. It's quite warm. Li Changfeng said stupidly. Slight. Isn't it cold? Li Changfeng, it's not cold? It's quite warm. Wei Wei, humph, then go to sleep by yourself, bye. After saying that, she pouted her lips slightly, wiggled her butt and walked out of the room. Li Changfeng. Did I say something wrong? Should I say it's cold or not? Looking at Wei Wei's receding back, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 98 Antique Market. In Binhai, Wang Nua's family was happily eating breakfast. Mom, why don't you tell me why Changfeng hasn't contacted me yet? It's been several days and there's no news at all. I don't know if he broke up with that bitch. Wang Nua ate the crispy and delicious fried dough sticks while looking at young Manyun. I couldn't help feeling worried. In her heart, she kept blaming Tang Weiwei. If it weren't for her, Changfeng would never have broken up with me. I love him so much and he likes me so much, how could we break up just because of such a small thing? She just didn't realize how selfish her love was. If it was selfish before, it is twisted now. In order to get him, do whatever it takes. Don't worry. He is a man who cannot tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes, and Wei Wei is a simple girl. Since she has left Binhai, it is very likely that she will never come back. It is impossible for Changfeng to find her. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Don't worry, your Changfeng will not get away. While they were chatting, they heard someone knocking on the door. Yang Manyun narrowed her eyes. Maybe he is the one knocking on the door. He can't help but come to you. Just watch. After saying that, Yang Manyun went to open the door. Looking at his mother's back, Wang Nua still felt happy. Deep down, she also hoped that the person who came was the one he missed. Squeak! The door of the room was opened. Wang Peng, who was eating, shuddered instinctively when he saw that the person standing at the door was in uniform. The fried dough stick he stuffed into his mouth almost choked him to death. 2 staff members handed young Manyun an envelope. This is a court summons. Someone is suing you for extortion, not paying back debts, and intentionally damaging other people's property without compensation. You have 3 days to return all the debts owed to others, otherwise you will have to wait for the court's judgment. With that, the uniformed court personnel left. Wang Nua was left there for a while, staring blankly with eyes wide open. Everyone's face was filled with sorrow. How so? Why is it different from what I expected? The debt of more than 1 million was paid off in 3 days. Where do they get the money? So many, wouldn't that be fatal? It's over, it's all over. Even if they sold the house, it wouldn't be worth that much money. As the saying goes, you can survive the misfortunes sent by heaven, but you cannot survive the misfortunes brought upon yourself. While their family was in deep sorrow, Li Changfeng took Tang Weiwei to check in at various tourist attractions in Jiangchang. Because he only had one day in Jiangchang, he wanted to try his best to meet all of Weiwei's requests. Although Weiwei has been back for several days, she has been staying at home and has not met up with her friends. So, just choose today. However, there are only one or two people who are really good at playing, and they are all beautiful women. Just like that, a handsome guy led 3 beautiful girls to check in at various scenic spots in Jiangcheng. Weiwei, your husband is really so handsome? Does she have any brothers or sisters? Can you introduce one to us? That's right, dear, you're just eating by yourself, don't you care whether we live or die? Xian Xian and Hongling each held one side of Tang Weiwei, and occasionally glanced at Li Changfeng secretly. He is tall and handsome, with starry eyebrows and sharp eyes, but the problem is that he is still so nice to Weiwei. Men like this are really rare. Weiwei looked at the 2 infatuated girlfriends and said with a smile. Ha, sorry, my husband is one of a kind in the world. You'd better stop thinking about it. As for a younger brother or something, I really don't have one. Xian Xian, oh. That's such a pity. It seems we have no choice but to wait. Since you can't be his wife, just be his daughter-in-law. Hurry up, okay? He. Hongling, Xian Xian, do you want to be an old cow eating young grass? You still have no shame. Weiwei, do you think his family really runs a small restaurant? Since his parents have no money, where did he get so much money to lend to you? Xian Xian, yeah, that's not a small amount, 200 million? Even if I win the lottery, it's only 50 million. After paying taxes, I'll be left with 40 million at best. Where did the 200 million come from? It can't be that he earned it, right? Weiwei also wants to know about this question. Although he also thought that Li Changfeng was very talented and would become a wealthy man in the future, he wondered how he could earn so much money in such a short period of time that others would never be able to earn in their entire lives. Invest and do business? The problem is that she hasn't seen him start a company either. So, faced with this question, he didn't know how to answer. Although I can't figure it out, the money is definitely his, or he earned it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to come up with so much money. Of course he earned it. Could it be that he robbed the bank? Look at him, he's very delicate and doesn't look like someone who can rob a bank. Xian Xian and Hongling also took the opportunity to glance at the handsome guy behind them. Really? He's so handsome, he really can't rob a bank. Li Changfeng, who was walking behind, had been acting as a follower for half a day. After checking the map on their phone, they finally found their way to the antique city. Weiwei, I heard that you can find treasures in the antique city here. Do you want to go and take a look? Antique city? She had never been to an antique market in her life. After all, there are all kinds of people there. How could she, a good girl, go there to play? However, since Li Changfeng said so, it's hard to refuse. Okay. I haven't been there either. Xian Xian, I've been to the antique city once. I went with my father. He seemed to have taken a fancy to a purple clay teapot from the Qing dynasty and spent 40,000 yuan on it. After he went back to have it appraised, he found out that it was a fake from the late Qing dynasty. Dad couldn't help but sigh, it's really too difficult to find a bargain there? There are more fakes than real ones. After some discussion, no one refused. Besides, they thought that since Li Changfeng dared to suggest going to the antique market, it meant that he had been there before. At least you have been to antique markets in other areas. So, they also wanted to see if this handsome guy could find any bargains. However, 20 years ago, it would have been easy to find bargains in the antique market. However, nowadays, there are only so many items on the market, and I don't know how many times they have been seen by countless people. How can it be so easy for you to find a bargain? Soon, several people walked into the antique market. Since they have never seen such things before, they will still stop to look at them when they see strange things. Don't miss it if you pass by. Take a look, these are all the fun stuff that was just unearthed yesterday. Looking at the items placed in front of the old man, it seemed that the soil on them was still fresh. Because it's still wet, the soil hasn't dried completely yet. It looks exactly like it was just dug out of the soil. People who often stroll here know that this old man sets up a stall here every day. They say every day that their things are newly unearthed, and they specifically try to fool those newcomers who have no experience. Chapter 99 Schwanda Furnace. In fact, the things he has here are all sold by the kilogram in other places. There's nothing valuable. When he saw Li Changfeng coming over with a few beauties, he knew that the fat sheep had come to him. So he started shouting again, just to attract their attention. However, the effect is very effective. Just by shouting a few times, he attracted Wei Wei and the other 3 little girls. Look, he said those were just unearthed? Maybe there's some treasure there. As soon as one person spoke, the other 2 immediately agreed. They are truly best friends. The 3 of them quickly came to the old man's carpet. Look at this, touch that. Li Changfeng only needed to glance at the objects on the ground with his golden eyes, and all the information appeared in his sight. Bronzes, modern imitations, counterfeits. Porcelain pot, imitation of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain pot, modern imitation object. Counterfeit and inferior product. Cigarette holders, high-quality imitations, textiles from the late Qing dynasty, counterfeit and shoddy products. Schwanda furnace, authentic, built by Wu Bangda in the 5th year of Schwanda in the Ming dynasty, worth 5 million. When he saw the time on the Schwanda furnace, he was stunned. I didn't expect that I would actually get a bargain. I actually came across the real thing. Apart from the Schwanda furnace, the cigarette holder is also worth some money, probably tens of thousands. Although the cigarette holder is an imitation, the jade used to make it is the finest Hutyan jade. What is valuable is not the cigarette holder, but the jade itself. The old man looked at these young people and started to deceive them. Girl, that thing you got is a good thing, right? This is a jade bracelet that was just taken from a high-ranking official in the Ming dynasty. Wearing it can ward off evil spirits. When Xian heard the seller say that the one she chose was good, she immediately became happy. That's right, don't you see who I am? Boss, how much is this? The old man was about to make an offer when he looked at it carefully again. I was thinking about how to cheat someone. Girl, since you are so beautiful and this bracelet is meant for you, I will sell it to you at a lower price. 200,000, it is yours. The boss said in a generous manner. There is a saying in the antique market, if you don't open for 3 years, you can make a living for 3 years after you open it. If you meet one, kill it to death. Seeing that Xian was really prepared to pay, Li Changfeng shook his head helplessly. It's really a waste of money. But, after all, they came here with me, and I can't just watch them get cheated. Boss, you are dishonest? A little less, 200,000 is too expensive? The boss felt even happier when he heard the other party bargaining. What I'm afraid of is that you don't bargain. As long as you bargain, there will be hope. Young man, I have earned a lot of money. 200,000 is really not expensive? But since you've already asked, if I don't give in, you'll say I'm a stubborn person. Well, I'll give you another 20,000. 180,000, no less. 180,000, why don't you go and rob it? Li Changfeng looked at his boss calmly. Too expensive. Too expensive. The boss frowned. This is still expensive, then I'll give you a discount, 150,000, the lowest price, we won't sell it below this price. The boss deliberately acted very heartbroken. 150,000, is that okay? Xian asked Wei Wei in a low voice. In her opinion, Li Changfeng was amazing as he managed to cut down 50,000 yuan with just a few words. But Wei Wei had no idea. She looked at Li Changfeng again. Li Changfeng just shook his head. It's expensive, too expensive. The boss is too insincere. Let's go. The boss is treating us like fat sheep. After hearing what Li Changfeng said, the boss knew that it was impossible to make a big profit. Handsome guy, how much is not expensive and how much is appropriate? Anyway, there are still 150,000 left, so you can cut as much as you want. The boss thought proudly in his heart. Li Changfeng slowly stretched out a finger. Seeing him raise a finger, the boss pretended to be surprised. What? Hey handsome guy, you're really good at bargaining. You only offer 100,000 for a 200,000 yuan item? Hey! You're our first customer today. We've just opened, so I'll sell it to you even if I lose a bit. Make a deal. The boss quickly took out his payment code and handed it to Li Changfeng. However, when I saw him shaking his head, I suddenly felt uneasy. What do you mean by one? Could it be 10,000? The boss looked distressed. Of course not, 1,000. What? 1,000? You're really good at bargaining. Don't be impatient. I haven't finished yet. I said 3 pieces for $1,000, and each of the 3 of them picked 1 piece. Hearing this, the boss collapsed. Although the things here are not valuable, they were collected one by himself. The cost is not high, but it does require wages. How about it, will you sell it? If you don't sell it, we will leave? Li Changfeng pretended to leave. No, you cut it too hard, let me make a little profit. Well, one by one, I'll give you one of the 2. If you're willing, it's a deal. If not, you can leave now. The boss said in a stern tone. Although it is not easy to get a customer, it is meaningless if you don't make a few thousand. If he sells 1,300 pieces, he won't make any profit at all, but if he sells 2,000 or 3,000 pieces, he can still make more than 1,000. So, this is also his lowest price. Make a deal. Li Changfeng quickly scanned the payment code and paid the boss 2,000. Then he whispered something in Wei Wei's ear. Slightly stunned. I understood it immediately. Originally, she liked a very delicate wooden comb, but after listening to Li Changfeng, she had to choose the slightly dirty Xuanda furnace. Xianxian and Hongling also chose their favorite items and looked at Li Changfeng happily. I kept saying words of admiration in my heart. He was able to bargain down the price of an item worth 200,000 to 1,000. No wonder people say that people who have never played with antiques should not play with this. Otherwise, you will be cheated to death, and you won't even know how I cheated you. If she came to buy it herself, and the other party offered a price of 200,000, she wouldn't dare to bargain it down to less than 10,000. Just when Wei Wei got the Xuanda furnace, an old man came up to them. This person is also an antique lover. He had been eyeing this Xuanda furnace for a long time, but had never dared to buy it. Because everyone knows him. If he takes a fancy to an item, it is very likely that the item has a great origin. Therefore, sellers will definitely exaggerate the price. He also came to ask about the Xuanda furnace once. The boss asked for 500,000. He originally wanted to come back in 2 days, but he didn't expect that when he came back now, it had been bought by someone else. The reason why he didn't dare to spend $500,000 to buy it was because he was not sure about the authenticity of the Xuanda furnace. After a few days of investigation, he was 90% sure it was true. However, as soon as I arrived, I saw that it had been bought by someone else. I suddenly became anxious. Girl, how much did you pay for this stove? I'll pay double. Double? What are you thinking? I won't sell it for 10 times the price. Li Changfeng protected Wei Wei behind him and looked at the old man cautiously. Chapter 100 System Check in Location. Although Li Changfeng's words were very impolite, the old man was not angry. Still looking at them with a smile. Young man, can you let me take a look at this Xuanda furnace? He wanted to verify whether it was exactly the same as what he had read. However, no matter whether they are exactly the same. However, he definitely has no chance of owning this Xuanda furnace. This leak was also picked up by others. Seeing that the old man could name the objects right away, I knew that he was also a connoisseur of valuables. Okay, Wei Wei, let this old man take a look. The old man carefully took the Xuanda furnace and cleaned the dirt on it bit by bit with a handkerchief. Blow it for a while, and wipe it for a while. The level of careful care is no less than that of a mother carefully looking after her newborn baby. I'm afraid it will hurt if it's too heavy. If I go too light, I'm afraid I won't be able to wipe off the dust on my body. Boy, that's great. This is actually a Xuanda furnace from the Ming Dynasty, and it's a very rare octagonal furnace. This incense burner was used to burn incense in ancient times. It has been enjoying the incense in the temple for many years and has acquired a hint of charm. Putting this stove at home can protect the owner's luck. Hey young man, is this stove for sale? I'm willing to pay 6 million for it. This time the old man did not make a random offer, but directly offered the highest price. This price is 1 million higher than the system prompt. It seems that this old man really likes this incense burner. However, he really has no plans to sell it now. Because, if it was any other object, he really wouldn't care, but things related to luck are something you can only encounter by chance. Although it may not be really useful, it is better to believe it than not. It's beneficial and harmless to keep it at home. Besides, I don't need that little bit of money. Although I gave my father-in-law some money when I came to see him this time, I still came empty-handed. So, he was planning to give this thing to his father-in-law. Sorry, we don't sell this, Li Changfeng said very politely. Seeing that the other party was not selling it, the old man felt secretly regretful. If he had known this last time, he would have bought it for 500,000. Now the price is 10 times higher, but people still want to sell it. If the old man is depressed, then the one who is even more depressed is of course the old man selling things. The things he sold for 2,000 yuan appreciated in value to several million in a blink of an eye. How could he just sit there and do nothing? Give me back my stove. I won't sell it anymore. I'll give you my money back. After saying that, he wanted to snatch the Schwanda furnace from Weiwei's hand. However, Li Changfeng would never let him succeed. What are you thinking about? Want to eat fart? The rule of the antique market is that you are not responsible for the items once they leave your hands. If you make a profit, it's your ability. If you lose, it's your poor eyesight. You can't blame others. Why, do you want to violate the rules set by the antique market? Li Changfeng's words left the old man speechless. How could he not know the rules here? But I just don't feel like it. That's not tens of thousands, it's millions. Even if it breaks the rules, so what? At worst, I want to do it again. With these millions, he would feel comfortable wherever he went. However, even if he wanted to disobey, it would depend on who the other party was and whether he could scare him. He can't be fooled. Even if he wants to cheat, it will be useless. However, right now, he seemed to have run into a tough opponent. Because Li Changfeng ignored him. Coupled with the gossips from people around him, he had even less chance. Only one person is depressed. However, the genuine products produced here also brought him business. In particular, the old man took a fancy to a cigarette holder in his house, and his carpet became the focus of everyone's patronage. Handsome brother, you are really awesome. I didn't expect that you would be able to pick up a treasure just after coming in for a while. This item that costs 1,000 yuan can actually be sold for millions. If I tell my dad about this, he will definitely come here to shop on Taobao again. Xianxian looked at Li Changfeng with admiration. In the past, Xianxian only admired one person, and that was her father. In her eyes, her father is tall, omnipotent, and invincible. No man in the world can compare to his father. But now there is one more, that is her best friend as husband. Oh. I wish I could find a husband like him. Then let your father come again, maybe he can find a treasure too. Hey. Hong Ling joked. Forget it. He has bought so many fakes here. Every time I buy something, I am confident that it is authentic and I have found a treasure. Over the years, apart from what he bought at a high price at an auction, he bought a high-quality imitation. Forget about the real thing. Looking at this Schwanda furnace, Li Changfeng's mood did not fluctuate at all, because he had a bigger leak to pick up. The few of them wandered around and soon arrived at the door of a store indicated by the system. After taking a look and confirming that this was the place, he walked in with a few beauties. This antique shop did have some goods. At least, after a quick look, he found a few antique items. However, the target price is not much different from its actual price. So, even if you buy it, don't expect to get a bargain. In other words, you can buy genuine products here. Although they are not very valuable, there are still one or two bracelets worth tens of thousands or porcelains worth hundreds of thousands. The stuff here is definitely not very good. They must have an attic or storage room here, where the good stuff in this store is. They actually put the green glazed relief together with a bunch of imitation porcelain and marked it for 30,000. It seems that they thought it was a high imitation. Since you've bought a gift for your father-in-law, you can't be without one for your mother-in-law either. Besides, if I want to get something for free from them, I have to make some contribution at least. After he entered, before he could even open his mouth, the senior waiter in the store came up to him enthusiastically. Welcome to Jubao Pavilion, a few beauties and handsome guys, what kind of antiques would you like to buy? The guy took a look at the Schwanda furnace in Weiwei's hand and narrowed his eyes. However, he didn't show any expression. We also buy antiques here. Would you like to sell the thing in your hand? Can we buy it at a high price? Weiwei glanced at the guy and said, No, I just spent $1,000 to buy it. I haven't played it yet. Why would I sell it? Hey, it's okay. When you get tired of playing with it, you can bring it to us and sell it. We'll give you a high price. Xianxian, hey, Are the antiques here real or imitations? The clerk said, Of course they are all genuine. We don't have any imitations here. Feel free to choose, girl. Cut. It's almost the same as not having the real thing. Xian, who had suffered before, naturally wouldn't believe his lies. Originally, Li Changfeng wanted to buy something for his mother-in-law first, and then buy the items he liked. However, when he saw the old man who wanted to buy his Schwanda furnace also coming over, he changed his mind. Because the system said that someone got a bargain today. If I don't pick it up, someone else will. Then this person is most likely the old man. So, just in case, it's better to buy it first. Chapter 101 Green Blaze Relief. Wei, our house is still short of some porcelain decorations, why don't you pick some to take back? Okay. Wei said very cooperatively. I heard they wanted to buy porcelain. The young man in the shop quickly took him to where the porcelain was displayed, introducing it to him. This is a porcelain vase from the Yuan dynasty, priced at 8,000. This is a Mandarin duck certificate from the Qing dynasty, priced at 35,000. This is a dragon scale wine cup from the Ming dynasty, priced at 150,000. The young man introduced it enthusiastically. This is a genuine item, a real antique. A Mandarin duck certificate from the Qing dynasty costs 35,000 yuan. It's great that you can take a look at it. Okay, stop introducing it. Don't you know whether it's genuine or not? These are all high-quality imitations. Seeing his long-winded introduction, Li Changfeng interrupted him. Coming to the Qing dynasty Qianlong Celadon relief, this is it. This one looks pretty good, with dragon totems all over it, it looks auspicious. How much is this? Seeing the customer make the selection, the clerk quickly came forward to introduce it. Boss, this is worth 30,000. If you really want it, I'll give you a discount. How about 25,000? Although I know that this price is very suitable, let alone a reduction, even if 2 zeros are added, it is worth it. But who doesn't want a bargain when buying something? 15,000. If you want to sell it, it's done now. Then take me upstairs to pick out 2 nice things for me to give as gifts. After hearing this, there was no reason for the clerk to disagree. The lowest price above is 100,000. If you buy any one of them, the commission will be enough to live on for half a year. Okay, deal. After saying that, the waiter took out the green glazed relief inside and handed it to Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng was shocked to see that he was holding the bottle with one hand and handing it over. This is an antique worth more than 300 million yuan, but he actually carried it with one hand. He is really carefree. I don't know. If he knew that this porcelain was worth hundreds of millions, would he still dare to pinch the mouth of the porcelain with one hand and swing it around? Li Changfeng caught the porcelain with both hands and finally put his worries aside. Fortunately, no accidents occurred. So I quickly paid the money and completed the handover. To avoid any accidents. After completing the formalities, she whispered softly in Wei's ear. Wife, you watch over the things down there, especially this porcelain. You must hold it carefully and don't give it to anyone. I'm going upstairs to buy something. Tang Wei looked at the Schwanda furnace in her hand, then looked at the porcelain he handed over, and asked puzzledly. Honey, can it get better than this? Li Changfeng nodded and responded, just take it, I'll be down in a minute. Don't give it to anyone else, okay? Wei nodded honestly. He handed the Schwanda incense burner to Xian and asked her to take it first. She held the porcelain in her arms and sat on a chair, waiting for Li Changfeng. There are not as many things upstairs as downstairs. There are only a dozen or so. However, this also shows that this boss is quite capable. The total value of these things is estimated to be tens of millions. Hey boy, help me choose a gift for my elders and my mother-in-law. Although I don't see my mother-in-law Jiang Qiyun very often. But judging from her facial features, it can be seen that she should be a kind-hearted woman. For your mother-in-law, you can choose this jade bracelet. Although it's not an antique, it's made of top-grade jadeite, worth 1.5 million. If I buy 2, it'll be 3 million. I took a look with my golden eyes and found that it was not much different from the clerk's description. So, there is no bargaining. Because bargaining is not allowed here. When you come in, there is a notice on the door saying no bargaining allowed. Because the pricing of things here is relatively regular, there is not much room for bargaining, and there is not much premium. Therefore, no bargaining is allowed. Pack it up, and pay the bill. When they came down from upstairs, the old man had already walked into the antique shop. He looked around and finally set his sights on Wei Wei. Not on Wei Wei's body, but on the porcelain she was holding. Li Changfeng was not surprised by his actions. Because according to his judgment, if he hadn't interfered, the old man would most likely have picked up the bargain. So, in the final analysis, I was the one who stole someone else's opportunity. It is only natural to let others see it. The old man looked for a while and found that Wei Wei was always on guard against him, so he had to turn his gaze to Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng was paying at this time. I swiped the card and 3 seconds later, I heard a prompt sound. 3 million has been received. Today the shop assistant was so happy that he could jump for joy. Not only was a fake sold, but a pair of bracelets were also sold. With a turnover of more than 3 million and a commission of only 10%, that's more than 300,000. It's equivalent to his 3 years' salary. Therefore, he was also polite to Li Changfeng and the others. His face was full of compliments. After hearing the price of more than 3 million, the old man walked towards Li Changfeng, wanting to know what he had bought and how many millions he had spent. When I saw it was a pile of jade bracelets, I lost interest. Such bracelets are easy to buy and are not rare. Wei Wei, this is for your mother. After saying that, he put the pair of jade bracelets worth millions into her bag. Xian Xian and Hongling were envious when they saw this. They are just envious, and still envious. I just said that I gave the Schwanda furnace to my father-in-law, and now I bought a bracelet worth several million for my mother-in-law. He really is very wealthy. They became even more curious about how he made money. At this time, the old man who had just come in also came over. Hello, little brother, can I take a look at your porcelain? While chatting with Li Changfeng, the old man pointed at the green glazed relief that Wei Wei was holding. He felt embarrassed to refuse when he thought that he was the one who was ruining other people's opportunities. So he put the green glazed relief on the table and said, "Okay, master, please take a look at this thing I bought. It cost me more than 10,000. When the clerk heard Li Changfeng talking about the price, he immediately responded. Once the transaction is completed, you are not responsible at all? No exchange, no refund, no after-sales service. After saying that, he smiled smugly. In our store, even if you spend 100,000 yuan to buy something worth 10 yuan, there is no such thing as returns or exchanges. This is called, one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. Even calling the police would be of no avail. That's the rule in antique shops. The young man guessed that Li Changfeng and the other newcomers might not understand the ins and outs of this, so he deliberately spoke out loudly. Just to shut their mouths. Let them give up the idea of returning or exchanging the products. How could Li Changfeng not know about his little thoughts? Just, haha. If he knew that he spent more than 10,000 to buy an antique worth hundreds of millions, would he still be able to say such humble words? Can he still think like this and laugh? Chapter 102 Return to Binhai. The old man sighed as he studied it carefully. Good. Good. That's great. Is this the real thing? The young man in the store didn't take the old man's words seriously. Authentic? Can a genuine product only be sold for tens of thousands of dollars? Everything here has been personally authenticated by our boss. How could we not know if it's genuine? You really can blow. It was obvious that the young man didn't believe the old man at all. His boss is an antique connoisseur, how could he be wrong? So, he didn't believe that the porcelain was real at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to swing his hand around just now. Seeing that the clerk didn't believe it, the old man was neither angry nor upset. Continue speaking. What do you know? This is a green glazed embossed dragon pattern jar made by Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. The pattern on it is a blue dragon teaching its child. The dragon has 2 eyes and clear outlines. Look here. It's covered with fine scales, flying through auspicious clouds. Below it is a young dragon, emerging from the water, with its head held high. Its body is coiled in the surging waves. How spectacular! Look here, the bottom is also engraved with "Made in the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty" in 3 lines and 6 characters, in square seal script, and the carving is neat. It can be seen that this old man is really an expert. What he said was not much different from what Li Changfeng saw with his golden eyes. Basically exactly the same. Grandpa, awesome? Thank you for giving us this lesson and letting us learn more about this celadon glazed embossed dragon jar. I don't know if you've read it yet. If you have, we'll leave first. Because this thing is priceless and I don't like collecting, I'd better hurry up and find a buyer, sell it and then ask for forgiveness. If you keep it at home and someone accidentally knocks it over and breaks it into pieces, those hundreds of millions will be wasted. Besides, I am still spending money now. The appreciation of antiques is not as fast as the speed of converting them into money. My mother never told me who her family was, or who her scumbag father was. If you want to get information from your mother, you must show strong strength to have a chance. Otherwise, my mother would rather live in regret than tell me. Of course, I understand it in my heart. It's just that I'm afraid of hurting myself. If I could have the ability that my mother would recognize, she would naturally tell me. If it really doesn't work, I can ask Xiaoyao to investigate it after I go back. In the past, we didn't do it because we didn't have the talent in this area. But now it's different. With Xiaoyao, I can investigate secretly. Li Changfeng looked at him and said indifferently. After saying that, he prepared to leave with his things. When the old man saw that he was about to put away the dragon pattern jar, he immediately became anxious. Little brother, are you in a hurry? I wonder if you would like to sell this antique. I can give you a suitable price. Right price. Although the old man looks like a rich man, this thing is not cheap, it costs several hundred million. How many hundreds of millions can he come up with? Li Changfeng couldn't believe it. However, he still asked. Haha, sure. As long as you can afford the price, it's not impossible to sell it to you. It doesn't matter who I sell it to, anyway. The old man thought about it. It seems that he is thinking about how much money to pay. Seeing his frown, he seemed to have made a decision. Brother, last year at an auction in Shanghai, similar porcelain was sold, and the lowest price was 290 million. I'll give you 300 million for this? What do you think? As soon as the old man's words came out, everyone present was petrified. Wei, this. She knew it was expensive, but she didn't expect it to be that expensive. Xian and Hongling were so shocked that their mouths opened so wide that an apple could be stuffed in them. Oh my god. Wei, I think I know where your husband got his money from. How many hundreds of millions did he make in just half a day? Yes. Wei, he makes money faster than a money printing machine. I admire him so much. Wei, ask him if he needs someone to warm his bed, the third or fourth brother will do. Roll? This is non-negotiable. The three girls were in a mess. To be honest, those who are happy, while those who are envious are envious. The guy in that store just hated it. If his boss knew that he sold something worth hundreds of millions for only 10,000, he would probably be skinned and tortured. Although he sold it according to the boss's price, it is hard not to blame him given the temptation of so much money. So, he had a sad look on his face. The old man's bid was not too low. It's just slightly lower than the system's quotation. However, it can also be seen from this that the old man is very sincere. This price is a little low. If you really want it, 350 million? I'll sell it to you for 350 million. Otherwise, I'll take it to the auction. This dragon pattern jar is larger than the one the old man mentioned. So, it should be a little higher. Asking for tens of millions more is not outrageous at all. The old man thought about it and nodded. Make a deal. The old man said with great wealth. Soon, the two completed the transaction in this store. My dear boy, we'll see you someday. The old man smiled mysteriously, then left with the dragon pattern jar. See you again if we are destined to? He. I guess we are not destined to be together. After all, this place is not my battlefield, so I will definitely not come here often in the future. Therefore, it is not easy to win the first prize in the lottery by chance. After the old man left, they also left Jubao Pavilion and the antique city. Half of the day passed quickly. It's time to say goodbye to Jiang Chang. The impression this place left on him can be said to be deeply memorable. As soon as I arrived, my brother-in-law framed me and took me to the police station for 3 days. The first time I met my father-in-law was at the police station. To say it wasn't embarrassing would be a lie. Fortunately, the two elders are more sensible and the brother-in-law is not a heinous criminal. Finally, the misunderstanding was resolved and my father-in-law accepted me. Although he provided a large sum of money to his family, the system not only made it up to him the next day, but also allowed him to earn more than 100 million yuan. From this we can see that the system, like Li Changfeng, also prefers Wei. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such a big mistake. After saying goodbye to his mother-in-law, he kidnapped Tang Sancho's beloved child and left Jiangcheng. After returning to Binhai, the first thing they did was to visit the community where their new house was located. Go see if their house has been renovated. The two of them can't wait to move into this large flat. As for Bai Qi and the others, they all returned to their own residences. However, before leaving, they were given a task, which was to investigate their mother's affairs. Chapter 103, a 3-meter by 4-meter bed. Forest Mansion. After more than a month of renovation, it has basically been completed. The only thing missing now is furniture and appliances. The basic decoration of the house has been completed. Wife, how about seeing it? Is the room big enough? Is it spacious enough? He took Weiwei for a spin inside and said happily. He has never lived in such a spacious house in his life. I have never lived in such an expensive house. Although this is not a villa, it is not inferior to Weiwei's villa. What is available in the villa is also available here. A spacious living room, a semicircular bar area, a 50 square meter swimming pool, a master bedroom, a second bedroom, facing the sun, ventilation, and so on. Even a party of 100 people can be easily held here. Once you buy the furniture and put it in the house, you can really move in with just your luggage. Husband? Husband? Hey, I want to jump in and swim now. Looking at the large swimming pool, he said with slight excitement. Swimming? Do I have to wear a bikini to swim? Thinking of the bikini, he unconsciously glanced at Weiwei's body. With such a good figure, if she wears a bikini, then... Suddenly, a wonderful picture appeared in his mind. What a pity! The swimming pool hasn't been completed yet, let alone filled with water. Otherwise, there is a beautiful view today. Wife, how about we go buy furniture now? I can't wait to move in. Weiwei agreed with his suggestion with both hands. So, the two of them soon appeared in the largest furniture store in Binhai. This place is full of furniture, sofas, beds, tables, benches, etc. Almost everything for home use can be found here. There is a wide range of brands available. International brands, domestic brands, OEM brands, etc. can definitely meet everyone's needs. If it were the Li Changfeng of the past, before he got the system, he would definitely only shop in OEM furniture stores. Even if it is a private label product, you have to buy the ones on sale. Because those on special offer are so cheap. As for those international brands and custom-made products, he just looked at them from a distance. Now it can be said that the local chicken has been replaced with a cannon. Naturally, there is no need to wander around in those cheap areas. The two walked into a private customization area. There are also finished products here, but those are samples for people to see, not for sale. None of them are for sale. Looking at the prices above, any set of sofas starts at tens of thousands. Beds are even more expensive. Whether it is the bedside table, the small cabinets on both sides of the bed, or even the footstool cabinet at the foot of the bed, they are all priced separately. It doesn't seem very expensive, with each one priced at only a few thousand. But it becomes expensive when combined together. Who can buy a bed without a bedside table or a cushion? Apparently, this isn't the most expensive either. The further you go inside, the more expensive it seems. Honey, how big a bed should we buy? Looking at the rows of beds, he asked with a smile. Hey, it's all right. Just buy one that's 2 meters by 2 meters and 2. Don't you see, it seems that the bigger the bed, the more expensive it is. Weiwei pointed to a 1.5 meter bed and a 2 meter bed and said, 2 meters too? Isn't that a bit small? At least you have to buy one that's 2 meters by 3 meters, right? Or, you can buy one that's 3 meters by 4 meters. Li Changfeng said very seriously. Because the bigger the bed, the more fun you can have. It's too small. I'll fall off the bed if I turn over. How boring. The salesperson following behind them looked at the two of them with disdain. At first I wanted to introduce it to them, but they interrupted me and said they wanted to take a look for themselves. You've looked around and don't want anything, yet you're just bragging. Not to mention one that's 2 meters by 2.2 meters, can you afford even one that's 1.5 meters? Besides, your bedroom is only a few square meters, why do you need such a big bed? That is the most expensive bed in the world, a Swedish brand. Even the smallest bed starts at 100,000, let alone the larger ones. The reason why this type of bed is so expensive is, firstly, because of the brand, and secondly, because they are purely handmade. As the company has always adhered to the high-cost production method of pure manual work, orders reaching hundreds of thousands are destined to be enjoyed only by the richest people. So, when she saw Li Changfeng pointing at the most expensive brand and saying something about the 3 meter by 4 meter one, her eyes were filled with disdain. Because, after working in sales for so many years, she has never seen a rich man who was so good at boasting. So the salesperson standing at the back couldn't stand their chat any longer. Sir, madam, you may not know enough about this brand. This is a big international brand, the price. The salesperson was interrupted by Li Changfeng before he could finish his words. Alright, pretty. We want this brand of bed, custom made, 3 meters by 4 meters. Also, the sofa, I want this brand. I want a dining table that can seat 18 people. Okay, go figure out how much it costs, then make it as quickly as possible and deliver it to my house. Salesperson. She's a bit messy. Isn't this person kidding himself? The brands he wanted were all international brands, world-famous brands. When she was still in doubt and confusion, she couldn't react to Wei Wei's words. By the way, beautiful lady, please send someone to our place to measure the size of the kitchen and the size of the custom-made wardrobe. The approximate location has been marked on the edge, all you have to do is measure it. The kitchen is about 30 square meters, not counting the wardrobe. If we build a row of them on that wall, the length would have to be 20 meters. After saying that, Wei Wei handed her a key for the renovation. The beautiful salesperson took the key handed over in a panic, and then handed it to a professional measurer to measure the size. And she was also holding a computer and started calculating what they had just said. But she was thinking in her heart, blow it. Blow it. I'll calculate the price later and see how you guys decide. Whose kitchen is 30 square meters? Do you think it's a courtyard house in the countryside? What are you talking about? The length of a wall is 20 meters. This is really exaggerating. If it is 20 meters long, then the width only needs to be 4 meters, which means it has 80 square meters. How is that possible? How big would this house be? Poverty limits her imagination. No matter what, she just couldn't figure out what kind of house it was that he was talking about. If she hadn't been receiving guests just now, she would have wanted to follow the surveyors to their home to take a look. Soon, the total price of beds, sofas, tables, and the like was calculated. Sir, madam, the total is 680,000. This does not include the overall customization of the kitchen and wardrobe. This beauty just wants to see how they pay. Li Changfeng took the bill and took a look at it. Good deal. I'll just scan you 500,000 as a deposit. We just ask that it be done as quickly as possible, delivered to our home, and installed. After paying the money, I took Wei Wei to look at some electrical appliances. There are still many things to buy. Can't waste too much time here. Watch them leave. The salesperson was stunned. Is that all? You won tea bargain for the price? What kind of rich man is this? Chapter 104, Star-Picking Tower. In the past, I only heard from others that decorating a house is very torturous. I didn't believe it at first. I thought, renovating the house doesn't require you to do any work or carry a bag of cement, so how can it tire you out? I never understood. Now that he has gone through it, he finally understands why decorating a house is so tiring. Not to mention that they had to watch them decorate every day, even buying furniture took the two of them 2 whole days. It took me 2 days to finally order all the big things I needed to buy. As for moving in with your luggage, you will have to wait for some time. However, we don't have to wait too many days. Among all the items, the slowest one is probably the whole house customization. Because that needs to be made by the manufacturer and then shipped over for installation. So, it will take some time. Wei Wei and the others were tired because they were busy shopping. But Wang Nua's family was tired because of their own fault. In order to repay Li Changfeng's more than 1 million yuan, they sold their house and car, and finally ended up homeless. The family used the little money they had left to rent a public housing apartment in the slums. Yang Manyun, who has always disdained physical labor, also started looking for a job to make a living. However, a seed of hatred was also planted in her heart. She attributed it all to Li Changfeng. So, she hated him. It's just that Li Changfeng didn't know about her hatred. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. After all, she is just a clown now and is not worth mentioning. Ever since the system came into being, they were destined to no longer be the same kind of people. Binhai West District, Jinzuan Club. Chang Zhou listened to the reports from his subordinates. You said that you have found the nosy person now? Who on earth is he to be so bold as to interfere in our affairs? The younger brother standing in front of him controlled his excitement. Said slowly. Brother Chang, that man is called Li Changfeng. He just acquired a subsidiary of Wang Group, Wang's Hotel. What a coincidence! Today I was strolling around the Jiaxing Tower. They saw the X6 they were looking for. After asking around, they found out that the owner of the car was the owner of the restaurant. Their boss had said that anyone who found a clue would be rewarded handsomely, so after getting the exact information, he rushed back in time to report the latest news. If the news is true, he will wait to receive the reward. He couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. Snort! You are just a restaurant owner. If you dare to meddle in other people's business, you must be prepared to bear the consequences of your meddling. May I have your name? Chang Zhou carefully looked at the younger brother in front of him. Because he has so many subordinates, many of whom he cannot call out their names. Brother Huiqiang, my name is Ho-san. Ho-san said nervously. Ho-san. Okay, good job. From now on, you are the foreman. Now I have a task for you. At the same time, in an administrative office building in Binhai District, the director's office. The director of the Health Bureau, Pang Dahai, was also listening to his secretary's report. Director Pang, we have found the person who saved the old man. His name is Li Changfeng. We have investigated everything that happened that day. The old man fell into the water and a soldier went down to save him. But he was only the second in command. Even if he could swim, he had only just learned how to swim. Because I used the wrong method to save people, I just jumped in and was hugged by the old man, and then we both sank into the water. Luckily, we met a guy who really knows how to swim. He ignored the danger and jumped in to save them both. Then, he left without leaving his name or asking for any credit. Secretary Li slowly narrated the story based on the results of his own investigation. Good. I'm glad I found it. I must thank him very much. This kind of thing of doing good deeds without leaving a name must be publicized. Today's society is just like this, Li. Or something. Li Changfeng. Yes, Li Changfeng. There are really not many people like Li Changfeng. Okay, Director Pang, I'll make an appointment with him right now. Is that location still in Jiaxing Tower? Secretary Li asked in a low voice. In the past, they all had meals and gatherings at Jiaxing Tower, and the reason is self-evident. Because this is Wang's restaurant. The old man of the Wang family was the mayor of the previous term, and he also helped Director Pang. So, naturally, they have to take care of the business there. It's just that now that such a serious poisoning incident occurred at Wang's restaurant, even though it has been resolved, the impact is still there. Besides, it was no longer the Wang family's restaurant, so she didn't know whether she should still book it there. Pang Dahai thought for a moment and said, yeah. It's still there. The dishes they cook are more to my taste. Okay, Director Pang, I'll make an appointment right away. At this time, Li Changfeng and Wei Wei, who had been wandering around for a day, also returned to the Jiaxing Tower. The reason why he didn't go home was because his parents were now living and eating in Jiaxing Tower. He was not at home, and neither were his parents. Mother Li Yu has already regarded Jiaxing Tower as her own career. Adoptive father Li Kuan worked as a chef in the kitchen, and his life was extremely comfortable. Only Li Yu looked a little haggard because he had something on his mind. Fortunately, she wore a mask every time she went out, and no one in the hotel had seen her real face. It's not that I want to, it's because I'm afraid of scaring others. Because of the accident, her face was disfigured. Although she had undergone several plastic surgeries, the results were not obvious. It still looks a bit creepy. So, when she faces others, she always wears a mask. In other words, she would only take off her mask and show her true face when they were alone together. At this time, Li Changfeng brought Wei Wei to their exclusive private room. Father and mother had prepared a table full of delicious food to entertain them. On the way here, Wei Wei already knew that this restaurant was also theirs. She was not that surprised to get the news. Because Li Changfeng has given him so many surprises recently, buying a restaurant is no small matter. Auntie? Hello, uncle. After Wei Wei came in, she greeted the elders very politely. Because she had seen them at the wedding ceremony last time, she could recognize them at a glance without any introduction. Wei Wei, come and sit down. Are you all exhausted today? Let him handle this kind of work by himself. It would be great if you can stay here with me and settle the accounts. When Li Yu saw Wei Wei, he liked her from the bottom of his heart. This girl is 100 times better than that one. Fortunately, my son did not marry that woman, otherwise, I don't know what kind of life he would lead in the future. The whole family is vampires. The problem is that his character is still so bad. Auntie, I'm not tired. I'm worried about letting him go by it. It's more reassuring to follow. Hey. You have no idea how lavishly he spends money. He only buys expensive things without even looking at the price. He's a real nouveau riche. Seeing them chatting so happily, Li Changfeng felt relieved. Isn't it said that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is difficult? From this perspective, it is not absolute. At this moment, his cell phone rang. I looked and found it was Chapter 105. Someone is coming to close the store. It turned out to be an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Hello? Is this Mr. Li Changfeng? Well, if there is only one person with this name in this world, it should be me. Ah. Ha. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Secretary Li, the Secretary of Director Pang of the Health Bureau. Our Director Pang would like to invite you to dinner today. Would you be willing to honor me? Director Pang? From the Health Bureau? I don't seem to know them. Maybe Secretary Li sensed what was in his heart, so he explained it. He told him about how he saved someone that day. At this moment, he remembered the old man he had rescued 3 days ago. Since they are still thanking me, there is no reason for me to refuse. Besides, I have already started running a business, and I will inevitably have to deal with people in official circles in the future. Let us start with the Director of Health Pang Dahai. Oh. Director Pang, the leader invites you, how can I not come? Secretary Li, tell me where you are and I'll be there in a minute. What? In the Jiaxing Tower. Okay, that's it. He. What a coincidence. He actually wanted to treat himself to a meal in his own territory. Perhaps, he doesn't know yet that he is the boss behind this restaurant. Otherwise, he would definitely not choose this place. Changfeng, are you okay? Li Lanying looked at Li Changfeng and asked. Oh. It's okay, Mom. It's the director of the Health Bureau, Pang Dahai, who wants to treat me to a meal. In our hotel. I'll just entertain him when he comes. It's fine. We eat ours. At this time, Li Yu was still wearing the mask and didn't know whether he should take it off. Because she was afraid that Wei Wei would be scared. A burned face is very ugly, so she was hesitating. Mom. Come, let me help you take off your mask. There are no outsiders here, don't worry. Li Changfeng slowly walked behind Li Yu and helped her take off her mask. Although Wei Wei had prepared herself mentally, she was still frightened when she actually saw it. Auntie, you. Seeing the burn marks on his face, I felt a little distressed and tears flowed down my face. Yes, she was feeling distressed. She couldn't imagine how a woman burned like that would face the rest of her life. Put yourself in her shoes. If she experienced something like this, would she have the courage to live? Wei Wei, I scared you. Li Yu said apologetically. Well. Not really, I was just wondering what my aunt went through when she was young. Why do you have to suffer so much? Don't even mention Wei Wei. Even Li Changfeng, who had met this face many times, felt heartbroken every time he saw it. He swore that he would find that unfaithful man, that scumbag, in this lifetime. At the same time, he was still wondering if his mother could repair the burned scars if she took the genetic potion. However, he quickly denied it. Scar removal cream has the possibility of healing unless it is a super strong scar remover. At most, genetic potions can only improve physical fitness and increase various body functions. It is not omnipotent. He is now looking forward to it. If he completes the task assigned by the system, in addition to the 10 billion reward, there seems to be a mysterious reward, but he doesn't know what it is. If he could choose, he would choose a pill that could restore his mother's appearance. Adoptive father Li Cohen, dressed as a chef. He sat there, not saying a word, just eating the food he cooked from time to time. Sometimes, Li Changfeng even wondered why he took over. My mother's entire body was covered in burns. Her face looked horrible, and her body was even more horrible. After all, she had several plastic surgeries on her face. Even so, he didn't want people to see it a second time, so how could he accept it? However, this question flashed through his mind without him thinking about it in detail. No matter what, this adoptive father treats me no differently than his own son. Therefore, he didn't want to dig deeper. Wei, why don't you eat? Eat more, I have a second round soon. Ha ha. Before he could finish his words, his phone rang. After taking a look, it was the message from Secretary Li just now. Said they had arrived. Mom, Wei and I will go to the reception, so we won't accompany you. Because he felt a little awkward sitting here, and it would be even more embarrassing if he left. So, I might as well take her with me. When I arrived at the private room booked by Secretary Li, I found that they had arrived first. Although I have never met Pang Dahai and don't know any director. However, the order of their seating and their personal appearance can be used to determine who is the leader and who is the subordinate. You must be Li Changfeng, right? You're making it easier for us to find you, right? Secretary Li came forward and greeted him. Hello. Li Changfeng also greeted them. Secretary Li greeted him and introduced Director Pang, who was standing behind him. Brother Li, this is the director of our Binhai Health Bureau, Director Pang. Hello, Chief Pang. The director is already a high-ranking official in Binhai, at least at the level of deputy director. This was the first time he had met such a high-ranking leader. So, I am still a little nervous. Li Changfeng, hello, Brother Li. This time I came mainly to thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, my old father might have passed away. He has worked hard all his life and has never enjoyed happiness. If he were to leave like this, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Thank you for giving me another chance to fulfill my filial duty. Pang Dahai is not tall, only about 1.6 meters. But he is in good spirits and has a strong momentum. Maybe it's just like someone said, the essence is concentrated. He became the head of the health bureau at the age of only 40-something. His means and abilities are definitely not fake. Director Pang, you're too polite. Saving people is just a matter of convenience for me. You don't have to be so polite. Even if it wasn't me, anyone who can swim would probably jump in to save her. It can be seen that Director Pang's words were sincere and his gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Brother Li, please give me a chance to repay you. I don't know, if you have any needs, tell me and I will do my best to help you realize them. He really doesn't have the demand now. Because, he can handle almost everything he encounters now. So, all of a sudden, he really didn't need any help from the other party. Really, no need, Director Pang, if you really want to thank me, then I'll keep this condition in mind and I'll come back to you later if I have it. He. Okay. That's it. Come on, Xiaoli, I'll toast you a glass. They are drinking. A manager in the store ran over and whispered something in Li Changfeng's ear. What? Here to inspect, are you going to close our restaurant? Chapter 106, The Indestructible Cockroach. What's going on? Tell me clearly. I had just taken over the hotel for a few days and someone came to cause trouble. I didn't want to offend anyone, so he must be looking for trouble on purpose. I just don't know who was behind this. The lobby manager was probably too nervous, so he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. It's like this, first a few people ate in our restaurant. They had already finished eating, and they actually said they found a cockroach in their food. We need our store to make compensation. In line with the principle of customer first, our store waived the bill for them. But they kept asking for more, saying that they had accidentally eaten a cockroach each. Now they want medical expenses, lost wages, mental damages, etc. The total is 5 million. We will compromise on any reasonable request, because we are in the service industry. But, this is clearly extortion. What's even more infuriating is that Xiao Qiang is still alive. They insisted that they saw it after they finished their meal. With such hot food, are cockroaches really indestructible? They are clearly here to cause trouble. We are naturally unwilling to pay such a high amount of compensation, so they said, you don't want to pay, right? Then let's file a complaint. Soon after, several people in uniform came and tried to close our store. The lobby manager said all the information he wanted to say in one breath, and then stood at the door, wanting to see how the boss behind the scenes would handle the matter. Having worked in the hotel industry for so many years, she was still at a loss as to what to do with such things. For things like this, you can only rely on the boss's connections and means to deal with them. Because the other party is playing a tough game, which is a rogue behavior. Formal methods have no effect on them. Okay, I understand. After a little thought, I understood what was going on. As for who is trying to oppose you, just go down and take a look, and you will find out. Director Pang, something happened in the store. You guys can enjoy your meal first. I'll go take care of it. Even if I leave, I have to say hello to this big boss first. After all, he is inviting me to dinner with good intentions. You can't just walk away because something happens. So, you are taking over this store now? Yes. I don't know who is causing trouble in the store. I'm going to go down and take a look. Take your time eating, I'll come up when I'm done. After saying that, he left with the lobby manager. Ha ha. I wanted to give him some help. I didn't expect that he is now the owner of a store. Director Pang gave a bitter smile. I really underestimated this young man. Then Director Pang, should we go down and take a look? Maybe I can provide him with some help. Secretary Lee said. Okay. Let's go down and take a look. Didn't the manager say someone was coming to close their store? I want to see who is so bold as to treat my savior like this. After saying that, he was no longer in the mood to sit still. He took Secretary Lee and followed Lee Changfeng downstairs. At this time, the hall downstairs was in chaos. Because of Li Yu's appearance, he had no way to resolve the situation when it happened. I could only hide behind the scenes and instruct the hotel manager to handle this matter. Although she had never encountered such a thing before, her intuition told her that this was definitely not an accident. Most of it is man-made. Especially those from law enforcement, they arrived too quickly. It's as if it was discussed beforehand. Just make a phone call here and it will be there. This speed is almost as fast as the police response speed. Leader, you have to investigate this thoroughly. This is a shady shop. Not only are the items expensive, but they are also unhygienic. That's right. Didn't someone die from eating someone a few days ago? Now they have reopened with a new sign. They must not have done a good job of tidying up the business. Shops like this should be closed for at least a few months to allow them to get things sorted out. Look, this is the evidence. This cockroach is still alive, but they refuse to admit it. If it's dead, it will be even harder to explain. A few troublemakers were holding a plate with a half-dead cockroach on it. When they saw the man in work clothes coming, they quickly handed over the evidence. Ho-san took the plate and looked at Xiaoqiang, who was still struggling. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. You said, they have time to cook now. Damn, are cockroaches really the kind of cockroaches that can't be killed? The vegetables in the pot are all cooked, how can he still be alive? A bunch of brainless things. Although he was angry in his heart, he couldn't show it. So, he took advantage of no one's attention and pushed Xiaoqiang into the soup, preparing to destroy the body. Then he looked at the lobby manager and said, bring out your business license, health permit, and waste oil and fat contract. Manager Detong naturally complied with the law enforcement officer's request. All the documents were taken down from the wall and placed in front of the law enforcement officers. The business license has expired and has not been reported, so it is invalid. The hotel's hygiene is not up to standard, and its health license is invalid. The contract for waste oil and fat does not match the name, so it is invalid. After saying that, he actually confiscated those contracts on the spot. Seeing him say this, the lobby manager was unhappy. If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. These are all newly issued certificates, how come they are expired? Boss, we just did it, how can it be expired? Impossible, how about you take a closer look? As for hygiene, we clean every day, it's even more impossible. I can't say that the kitchen is spotless, but even if a steamed bun falls on the floor, you can pick it up and use it directly without wiping it. At this time, those troublemakers seem to have caught something against the lobby manager. So he started making noise again. Did everyone hear him? When they are cooking in the kitchen, if something falls on the ground, will they pick it up and use it directly? Are you disgusting? That's it. If hygiene is a thing, I'll pee backwards. At this time, the people watching around were also talking about it. That's right, this is too unsanitary. How can it be used when it is hanging on the ground? Even if you use it, you have to clean it before using it again. Doesn't that mean that if the cooked food was accidentally spilled, they could just pick it up and put it on a plate and serve it to the guests? This is fucking disgusting. Vomit. As one person started vomiting, many people watching began to make vomiting sounds. Many onlookers were filled with indignation and pointed at the lobby manager, demanding an explanation from the hotel. Chapter 107, My subordinates don't recognize me as the director. Seeing that their conspiracy had succeeded, the leaders laughed triumphantly. It's not easy to open a restaurant. After finally defeating the Wang family, they thought that the Wei family would be the only one dominating the catering industry in Binhai. Unexpectedly, after such a serious incident, there are still people who dare to take over the Wang family's restaurant. Doesn't that mean they are looking down on the Wei family? Just when they were about to repeat their old trick, someone found them. We must join forces with them to deal with this new Jiaxing Tower. This was exactly what they wanted, so the two sides hit it off. After discussing a method, they began to divide the work and cooperate. One party went to the hotel to eat and cause trouble. The other party played the role of law enforcer and came to smash the store. The situation in the hall was getting out of control. Li Changfeng appeared in everyone's sight. Because many people took out their mobile phones and took pictures. Some people even do a live broadcast. What happens here will soon spread on the internet. If it is not handled properly, it may directly affect the restaurant's future business. Because people nowadays are quite jealous of the rich. No matter how you made your fortune, as long as you have money, even the smallest thing will be infinitely magnified on the internet. The same thing, if it happens to a poor person, may be turned from a big thing to a small thing, and from a small thing to nothing, and finally come to nothing. However, when it comes to a celebrity or a wealthy person, small things can become big things, and big things can become out of control. On the way down, he had already organized his language. So, after I came down, I said it without much thought. Hello everyone? I am the owner of this store. I would like to apologize to everyone here for what happened. I'm sorry. After saying that, he bowed deeply to everyone. Then, he continued. I already know the specific reason for this matter. There were indestructible cockroaches in our food. This is our responsibility. We will definitely not have such problems again in the future. As for the guests' requests, we should satisfy them. Because they said that each person ate a cockroach, which caused them personal injury, and compensation is justified. But I feel that what you want is a little too little, so I will give you 8 million as a token of my sincerity. Then he pointed at the manager and said, go get the money. As soon as Li Changfeng said this, people below immediately started discussing. Is this boss a little bit stupid? He asked for 500, but he gave 800. Are all rich people so willful? Fuck it, you have so much money that you can't spend it all, give me some. Why are you giving it all to these blackmailers? That's right. They are clearly bullying the boss. It's ridiculous that cockroaches can still jump around after being fried in a pan for a while. Yeah. You're right. Those law enforcers seem to be the same kind of people as them. Those people clearly took my words out of context. I can think of something so simple. Are they just eating public food and their brains are full of grass? Yes. The manager said that if a bun falls on the ground, you can pick it up and eat it. That's how they describe the cleanliness and hygiene of the kitchen. But when it comes to their mouths, it tastes different. The reason why everyone's thinking has changed is that they regard the boss as a victim and a weak person. The general public always supports the weak. Those people don't care about the discussions around them. When they heard Li Changfeng talk about compensation, they immediately fell silent. No one shouted anymore. Instead, the law enforcement officers were left hanging there. Because they were just a temporary platform, the party that benefited naturally didn't want to say anything more. That's 8 million. Of course, you can buy them to keep silent. Li Changfeng looked at the so-called law enforcers again. We have all the necessary documents. Why did you confiscate them? We are operating legally and reasonably. You don't have the right to do this? Ho San, who was almost frightened when he heard the other party's confident words, chuckled. Yeah. I now suspect that your health license was obtained through improper means, so I may need to inspect it again. Only after the inspection is qualified can I give you the license. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Li Changfeng, oh. Really? I don't know if you have any evidence, or is this all just what you think? Ho-san, does it matter? Anyway, no matter who comes today, you won't be able to open this store. At this time, Pang Dahai, who was standing behind Li Changfeng, finally couldn't help it. Because the clothes these people wore were from the department he was in charge of. In other words, these people are most likely his subordinates. It's just that it looks unfamiliar and I can't recognize it. Now that things are clear, they still want to use the power in their hands to enforce the law arbitrarily, which is excessive law enforcement. As the leader of these people, he naturally couldn't just sit there and do nothing. What's more, this is the restaurant of my benefactor, so I can't let them do whatever they want. Which department are you from? Tell me who your leader is? Pang Dahai looked at Ho-san and spoke loudly. Lead? This one sentence confused Ho-san. Who is my leader? It is naturally Brother Changzhou. It's just that I can't say it here. Who are you? It's illegal to interfere with our work, you know? Do you believe me? I'll call the police and have you arrested? Nosy thing? Ho-san thought that Pang Dahai was just another nosy person, so he didn't give him any face at all. You? Pang Dahai, who has been in a high position for a long time, has never been talked about like this before. He was so angry that he couldn't say a word. Secretary Li hurried to comfort. Director Pang, calm down. Let me tell you. These people look unfamiliar, maybe they just arrived. After comforting Director Pang, Secretary Li put on the air of a leader. Do any of you know who he is? He is the director of the Health Bureau, Director Pang. You don't even know your own leader, and you dare to say he is from the Health Bureau? How could Ho-san know the director? Naturally, I ignored him and didn't believe him. I just borrowed a few clothes from the Health Bureau from my cousin and came here to cause trouble. I played the role of a person from the Health Bureau and met their director. There is no such coincidence in the world. You are the director of the Health Bureau? Look at you, you're as short as a potato. If you were the director of the Health Bureau, I would be the director's father. Ho-san is an old rogue, so naturally he doesn't speak in the usual way. Secretary Li was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. You shut up? You have offended the director. Believe it or not, I will peel off your skin when I return. Who is your leader? Leader, haha. I don't have a leader. But I didn't bring any important documents today, and my cousin hasn't arrived yet. Otherwise, if you show your work ID, these people will behave themselves. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard someone calling him from behind. You don't need to look to know who is coming. Ha, a real staff member is here. I'll smash all your signs soon. Ho-san thought to himself. Chapter 108: The Real and Fake Li Kuei. Ho-san's cousin is Zhao Yu, and he is a regular employee. He also readily agreed to Ho-san's request to borrow clothes. After all, he is just a small civil servant, not a big leader. His usual income is barely enough to cover his expenses. If it weren't for Ho-san's support, it would be unknown whether he could afford to buy a house and marry a wife. Under normal circumstances, he would always ask Ho-san to do things. It was a rare opportunity for Ho-san to ask him to do something, so since he was asked, he was of course happy to help. It was just because something urgent happened in the bureau, so he arrived a little late. How is it, cousin? Is it done? Zhao Yu greeted Ho-san happily. Because his attention was on Ho-san, he didn't look in other directions. Ho-san was happy when he saw Zhao Yu. Ha ha. Cousin, you're finally here. There's actually an idiot here who claims to be the director of your health bureau. Isn't that funny? He looks like that, like a short and fat guy, and he's the director. I think he's more like a director, the director of the toilet. While Ho-san was entertaining himself, he pulled Zhao Yu aside and asked him to identify the object and expose the other party's lies. However, he was so busy enjoying himself that he didn't notice Zhao Yu's expression at all. In fact, when Zhao Yu heard the word dwarf, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Because their chief's nickname is Shorty. But no one dared to call him by this name, and they only talked about him behind his back. But it can't be such a coincidence. I thought about it for a moment and the idea flashed through my mind. However, when he looked up, the little bit of hope in his heart was instantly shattered. There really are such coincidences in the world. Although he didn't meet the director very often, he knew him after all. In particular, the director's secretary, Lao Li, was still standing there. Who else could this person be but the director? It's over. My career is over. This was his first thought. Director, Secretary Li, why are you here? Zhao Yu greeted the two leaders tremblingly. Oh. Xiao Zhao, when did you get promoted? Why didn't I tell you? Where is our director going? Do we have to say hello to you? Humph. If you can't explain what's going on here clearly, don't go back to work in the future. Although Secretary Li acts like a grandson in front of Director Pang, he is definitely second to none. No matter if they are from the entire health bureau or the entire health system, everyone bows and nods when they see him. Therefore, when speaking, there is naturally some momentum. When Hosan saw them chatting, he knew in his heart that this was the fake Li Kuei meeting the real Li Kuei. Knowing that today's mission could not be accomplished, he prepared to retreat. However, although his idea was good, Li Changfeng wouldn't let him. The security guards were asked to stop them directly. I haven't figured out who wants to deal with me yet, so of course I can't let them leave. So he pretended to take out his cell phone and call the police. No, it's all misunderstanding. The business licenses are intact. We have returned them intact. After saying that, Ho-san returned the confiscated documents to them intact. Misunderstand? You're telling me now that it was a misunderstanding? Do you know what the crime of impersonating a public official is? Not only are you extorting money, you are also impersonating law enforcement officers. These charges are probably enough to send you to jail. Seeing that Li Changfeng was about to make another phone call, Ho-san became anxious again. No. It's just a joke. How could we commit fraud? We are not familiar with them. The Wei family is jealous of your good business. If you have any problems, go to them. This has nothing to do with us. Seeing that the truth had been exposed, they had no choice but to pass the buck as quickly as possible and get rid of the responsibility first. Otherwise, not only would you not get anything done, you would end up in jail again. When I get back, I think Brother Chang will kill me. Besides, he had finally made the position of foreman, and he didn't want to end up like this. As for the Wei family, you just wish yourself good luck. Wei family? He thought about it. Among the people I know, there doesn't seem to be anyone with the surname Wei, and I have never offended anyone with the surname Wei. Why should they cause trouble for me? Ho-san is also a smart man, otherwise he would not be able to survive in the gray area. Seeing that Li Changfeng was a little confused, he quickly explained. Yes, those people were sent by the Wei family, and their purpose is to discredit you. As for the cockroaches, they brought them themselves. Their Wei family's restaurant is right across from you. That restaurant belongs to them. After all this time, they turned out to be his colleagues. But I finally understand what's going on. It turned out that they were jealous of me for taking over the store, so they came here to cause trouble. It seems that this cockroach incident was just foreplay. If we let them succeed, we might be blackmailed by them from time to time in the future. If an ordinary person encounters such bad things a few times, it is very likely that he will not be able to continue his business. The key to doing business is to go smoothly. If things go smoothly, everything will go smoothly. Otherwise, business will be extremely tiring, and at the end of the year, when you take stock, you will find that you have worked in vain. Not only did I not make any money, but I was also extremely exhausted. At this time, the manager who went to withdraw the money also came back with 2 full boxes of money. Put it in front of those people. Go ahead, this is the money you want. How dare those people ask for money? At this moment, in their eyes, this is not money, but the length of sentence. Extorting several $1 million is probably enough to put them in jail for life. The person who took the lead was Wei Xian, the son of the head of the Wei family. He is regretting it to death now. Why should he cooperate with these people who have no credibility at all? Betraying teammates is too easy. Just come up with it. I can only blame myself for believing what they said at that time. The main thing was that Ho-san told him that they just had to go to dinner, cause some trouble, and then file a complaint. They have people in the health bureau, so the matter of closing the store is left to them. How the hell does this mean he knows anyone? Knowing a small employee is also called knowing someone. Grass. But it seems too late to say anything now. It depends on how the other party wants to solve it. But one thing is for sure, you cannot call the police. Once the police are called, their crime of extortion will be proven. There is money here, and there are so many onlookers. What's more, there is a big leader and there is no shortage of witnesses. Hello, Boss Lee, my name is Wei Xian, and our Wei family is responsible for this matter. I am willing to take responsibility for this. I wonder how Boss Lee wants to solve this problem. Things have developed to this point, and he has no choice but to stand up. Otherwise, once official matters are handled impartially, their Wei family will be in a lot of trouble. Pa! As soon as Wei Xian finished speaking, Li Chanfeng slapped her in the face. Now you know you were wrong? We have no grudges in the past or hatred in the present, right? Okay, since you want to reconcile, that's fine. Do you see the money on the ground? Call the old man and ask him to bring this much over, and the matter will be settled. Chapter 109, Anything that can be settled with money is not a problem. When Wei Xian heard the other party's conditions, he was petrified. Because there was 8 million in cash on the ground. That means they have to spend 8 million to accomplish this. This is too cruel. 3 minutes ago, he was still feeling proud of the money. Now he has to pay the bill. How can the mood still be the same? He touched his face, which was hurt by the beating, and pretended to look pitiful. Boss Lee, can you please make it a little less? Isn't this a bit too much? Now he finally understood why the other party asked for so much more money. That's because they calculated it accurately and knew that they couldn't take the money away with them. It's all because of greed. Wei Xian thought to himself. What do you think? I don't think it's that much. Spending 8 million to buy the rest of your life, your father would be willing to do that. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to, just go and squat inside. After saying that, Li Chanfeng picked up the electric arc. Get ready to call the police. Okay, I agree. Isn't it okay if I agree? At this time, Wei Xian seemed to have thought of an idea. I agreed readily. He was prepared to give the other person a taste of his own medicine. Since I charge so much money, and you say I am blackmailing you, then if you take my money, does that also mean you are blackmailing me? He. After realizing this, he suddenly felt relieved. How come I'm so smart? She is truly worthy of being called Wei Xian. So he took out his cell phone and transferred money to Li Chanfeng. Soon, 8 million was transferred to the other party's account. I've transferred the money to you. Do you have to give me a receipt? Wei Xian pretended to be depressed and said. Anyone who loses millions will feel sad. So, it's normal for him to act sad. Seeing that 8 million had arrived, Li Chanfeng readily gave him a receipt. After all, the other party has already paid, so it is only natural to get a receipt. There is no reason for him not to get one. Wei Xian burst into laughter after getting the receipt. Now that we have the receipt and transfer record, all that remains is to wait and see. Of course, before leaving, I have to give him some more trouble. If you don't keep your word, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Wei Xian pointed at Hosan and others, then looked at Li Chanfeng and said. We are not on the same side as them. I don't even know who they are. I'm just working with them temporarily, so you should understand. Wei Xian left the hotel after saying this. He originally thought that these people were all together. I didn't expect there would be 2 groups. When did my side become so popular? So likable. So many people are thinking about me. Ai Chi. They handed it over to you. You should know how to deal with it, right? After making arrangements with Bai Chi, he took Director Peng back to have dinner. I can't even eat a meal in peace. However, after this incident, they lost all interest in eating. We sat together and chatted, and then Director Peng left. As for how they would deal with Zhao Yu, Li Chanfeng didn't care much. After all, he is just a small person. There's no need to take it to heart. I want to become a giant, so why would I be bothered by small people? Because Wei Wei has quit her job. She lost her job and became a freeloader just like me. According to your opinion, you won't find anything for her to do. Wouldn't it be good for her to be a rich lady at home? Even if you do nothing, you can still live the rest of your life in style. Including the money he made from selling antiques, he now has 800 million in cash. That's cash, not fixed assets. Even if you are a tycoon with assets of millions, you may not be able to come up with 800 million at once. So, he is now definitely a tall, rich and handsome man. Raising a wife is no small matter. But Wei Wei doesn't want to be a vase. I have to stay in the hotel to help my future mother-in-law manage the hotel. Since he is a professional accountant, there will definitely be no problem if he leaves the accounting matters to her. I now have some free time. Lying in bed, bored, I started playing with my phone and reading the news. After talking for a long time, there is no important news except the love history of entertainment stars. Wang Quan sent me a message at some point, but I didn't even see it. Changfeng, don't forget about tomorrow's matter. I'll pick you up then. Zhao Liang has urged me several times to tell you again. Confirm the time. I just want to say one thing. There must be no problem with what my brother said. When the time comes, don't let me down. He. After thinking about it, I sent him a message back. Don't worry, everything is fine. But I have to bring my wife with me, otherwise I don't want to be a light bulb anymore. After editing it, I sent it back to him. The reason why Zhao Liang came to me was simply to ask me to help her choose a few stones. If it were in the past, he really didn't have that ability. Now that I have golden pupils, I can ignore all defenses and go straight to the source. Finding a few stones is not a piece of cake. Of course, you can also take this opportunity to make a good fortune. Otherwise, I would be unworthy of having such beautiful eyebrows that can see through vanity. After lying in bed for a while, I suddenly remembered one thing, which was the task assigned to me by the system. Let yourself acquire a company and increase the assets 100 times within a year. Whenever I think about this, I feel a headache. What kind of company can increase its value 100 times within a year? He racked his brains but couldn't remember. It's like buying this restaurant yourself. It costs 30 million, if it doubles, it will have to be at least 3 billion. That was when I took advantage of the situation and bought a salary worth hundreds of millions at a low price. Even so, I want to turn this company into a hotel worth 3 billion within a year. This is simply impossible. Even if we open branches quickly, it is impossible to do so. Because even if you have money, it will take half a year to build a restaurant. How many restaurants can you build in a year? Absolutely impossible. It seems that there is no chance for a hotel to grow so much in just 1 year. What should I do? What should I do? Almost a month has passed. It's a headache. When he was worried. In the hotel security room, Ho-san and others were being interrogated by Bai Qi. I thought he had to be so tough. Unexpectedly, Ho-san confessed everything before Bai Qi even took any action. After Ho-san's description, Bai Qi also remembered. Speaking of that incident, I was the one who couldn't help but save people first. Speaking of responsibility, my own responsibility seems to be greater. I had almost forgotten about the matter, but I didn't expect that someone was still thinking about it. Second brother, Huzi, you two go with him. Find their brother Chang and ask him what he thinks about this matter. By the way, bring some money with you when you go. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. This is not the frontier, nor is it behind enemy lines. There is no need for so much fighting. Chapter 110: The Wei Family's Plan. In a restaurant opposite Jiaxing Tower, several people were gathered together to discuss something. Xiao Xian, is your plan safe? Can it be done? Wei Xian's father Wei Qian asked with a puzzled look on his face. I don't know why, but I always feel like something is wrong. Things don't seem that simple. Don't wait until the time comes when you lose both the wife and the army. Wei Qian is the backbone of the Wei family and the helmsman of Wei's catering. The fact that the Wei family can have its current scale and become one of the best in the catering industry without any background is inseparable from his intelligent brain. After listening to my son's plan, my intuition told me that things would not be that easy to implement. Don't worry, Dad. I have already consulted a lawyer when I came here just now. As long as I have the transfer records and receipts, I can categorize them as extortion. The lawyer also said that extortion of this magnitude is enough to sentence him to more than 10 years in prison. Wei Xian happily talked about his masterpiece. They were originally blackmailing him, but after being discovered by the other party, he was able to escape danger and even blackmailed the other party back, which was enough to show his wisdom. From now on, I will be the successor of the Wei family. After hearing what Wei Xian said, the other people present also agreed. No one mentioned the fact that he paid the other party 8 million. Because, if I pay 8 million and can bring the other party's restaurant down, then the money is worth it. Okay, follow your plan. Even if we can't put him in jail, we'll have to make them pay a hefty settlement fee. Once Wei Qian made the decision, the matter was settled. Wei Qian immediately took out his cell phone and contacted a lawyer to send a lawyer's letter to Li Changfeng. On the other side, the second senior brother in Huzi, receiving Bai Qi's order, took Hosan to the western district of Binhai. Jinzuan Club is a comprehensive entertainment venue with a bar and KTV. Generally speaking, there are not many people during the day. Once night comes, it's time for singing and dancing, and beautiful girls everywhere. Here, as long as you come to consume, you will definitely be treated well. However, no one dared to cause trouble here, because this is the territory of a powerful continent. In the originally quiet hall, a bang was heard. The door of the club was actually knocked down by someone. The tempered glass was shattered all over the floor. Generally speaking, tempered glass is very hard and it may not break even if you hit it hard with a hammer. But now, just by being kicked, the entire glass shattered into diamond-like pieces. It was still flashing under the light. The security guards inside saw the situation and immediately surrounded them. Who are you? How dare you come to Jinzuan to cause trouble? Don't you want to live? But when they saw the man who was a head taller than them and as big as a mountain, they all showed cautious expressions. Looking at the security guard rushing over, second brother didn't stop at all. Go straight towards them. Who is Qiangzhou? Hurry up and get down here for grandpa? The second brother was unarmed, pointing his index finger at a group of security guards and speaking without fear. These dozen or so security guards are not enough to fill his teeth. So, he was too lazy to do it. Behind the second senior brother was Hosan, who was being held down by Huzi. He threw Hosan to the ground fiercely and said, "Let your boss come out." Hosan hung his head with a look of despair on his face. I thought, no matter what, my dark career is over. These two evil guys look like they came out of hell. It's simply not something they can deal with. He could imagine the expression on his boss's face when he was abused. The boss suffered a loss, what good has he done to him? However, at this point, he has nowhere to retreat. I just hope that the boss can handle it. In fact, there was no need for Hosan to go to the back to look for him, as Qiangzhou had already walked out of the private room. While he was chatting with the princess in the private room, my younger brother had already informed him. Without even a second thought, he walked out holding his green dragon crescent blade. It can be seen that Qiangzhou is also a ruthless person. He can even wield Guangong's sword. However, when he saw the size of his second brother, he was also shocked. If this wasn't his territory, he would have probably run away. This declaration of strength is too great. Even if I were holding Guangong's sword, I seem to have no confidence in being able to deal with him. Xiangzhou's height is similar to Director Pang's, both of them are short and fat. So, whenever he looked at his second senior brother, he had to raise his head. Even if the second brother stood there motionless, his big knife seemed to be able to chop the opponent's head. But we have to hold on no matter what in our own territory. I was just complaining in my heart, wondering how I could have provoked such an evil star. Who are you? Do we have a festival? Qiangzhou asked while pretending to be calm. Fuck your mother? Your grandma, you're looking for trouble with me even though it's not a holiday. The second brother has a bad temper and is very frugal with words. For him, it is better to take action first than to be long-winded. The second senior brother rushed into the crowd of Qiangzhou like a giant tank. If his palm turned into a fist, it would be as big as a sandbag. If it is spread out, it looks like a palm leaf fan. One slap can knock one away. One punch can knock one away. There were more than a dozen people, and within a few minutes, everyone was lying on the ground, wailing. Boring. Boy, is that a fire stick in your hand? I defeated all your men. Why don't you avenge them? The second senior brother walked up to Qiangzhou and patted his head. It's like an adult teaching a child. Be obedient and stop being naughty. Qiangzhou's face was filled with worry. How to take revenge? He saw how miserably his men were dealt with. Anyone who stepped forward to fight would either be beaten to a pulp or have his arms and legs broken. That was so miserable. Now he doesn't even have the courage to call for help. Boss, I was wrong. I'll never do that again. Please just treat me like a fart. Qiangzhou threw away his crescent-shaped sword, knelt in front of his second senior brother, and cried for mercy. Damn it, look at how cowardly you are, and you still can be the boss. Grass. The second senior brother looked at Qiangzhou who was kneeling on the ground with contempt. He kicked him and followed Hu Zi out of the club. Second brother, are you not righteous? You're the only one who's itching, aren't my hands itchy too? Even if you are a coward, you have to give me some apology. You've already finished before I even got to the top. The Tiger King kicked the second brother hard on the butt with a depressed look on his face. Hey! Who told you to be so slow? If I don't practice, it will get rusty. Next time, I promise to leave one for you next time. I saw the two evil stars, and they left talking and laughing. Chang Zhou dared to stand up and finally looked at Hosan. Bring this son of a bitch into the room, I'm going to serve him well. Chapter 111 Blackmail. Because he had something to do today, Li Changfeng got up very early. After washing up, I came to the dining table. Hubby, you must be hungry. Come on, it's time to eat. Wei Wei was very virtuous and prepared a rich breakfast for herself. Since none of them returned home, the new house was not renovated. The two of them simply rented a suite in the hotel next door as a temporary place to stay. Looking at Wei Wei in pajamas, with her curvy figure, he couldn't help but feel dry in his mouth. I'm hungry. Of course I'm hungry. However, he was not only hungry in his stomach, he was even hungrier down there. The hungry can only feast their eyes. Hee, eat if you're hungry. There's not much here, just eggs and broccoli. Wait until tomorrow, I'll prepare some more dishes and make it richer. She happily served him some rice and some dishes. Feeling the faint body fragrance on Wei Wei, the look he gave her was definitely lustful. But Wei Wei is cooking right now. I just didn't notice. Wife, you said I'm hungry, eating can fill my stomach, but what about spiritual hunger? Li Changfeng asked, looking straight at the slightly raised area. Wei Wei, who didn't react at first, was stunned by his question. I looked at him and finally understood what he meant. Ahem. Where are you looking if you don't have a proper job? Hurry up and eat. Don't you have something to do later? I glared at him slightly and ignored him. Anyway, I will be his sooner or later, so there is nothing wrong with it. Hey! Wife! You're so pretty. Otherwise, let's satisfy our spiritual needs first. After saying that, he hugged Wei Wei from behind while she was serving rice. I was so scared that my hands trembled and I almost broke the bowl. Just spilled the food all over the table. It's all your fault. The food is all spilled. Are you that greedy? Yeah. I'm just that greedy. Little greedy cat, isn't the house almost ready? Once our new house is ready, you can play however you want. Whether it's on the sofa, on the dining table, in the bathroom, or in the kitchen, we can satisfy you. It's just that this is a hotel, and I don't want to give myself to you in the hotel. After hearing Wei Wei say this, he felt embarrassed to continue teasing her. Just suppress the anger in your heart. If Wei Wei had agreed just now, he guaranteed that he would definitely dare to perform a pornographic drama. Seeing Li Changfeng's expression of trying hard to hold back, Wei Wei felt a little bit reluctant. Honey, do you really want it? If you really can't help it, then come on. She closed her eyes slightly, looking ready to be picked. Looking at Wei Wei's appearance, Li Changfeng almost couldn't help laughing. So he gently kissed her sexy little mouth. Okay. Your husband isn't that horny yet. Hurry up and eat, we'll go play together later. Last time I was at your place, I visited the antique city. I have never been to the antique city or the gambling stonefield here. Let's go and broaden our horizons today. See if you can find anything good. The two stopped fighting, ate breakfast, packed up their things, and left the hotel together. I returned to the Zhaixing Tower, said hello to my parents inside, and prepared to leave. Because Wang Quan had just sent him a message saying he would be there soon. They also saved themselves the trouble of driving. When I walked to the entrance of Zhaixing Tower, I didn't see Wang Quan, but I saw a stranger. Hello, Boss Li. I'm the manager of Sihai Hotel. Our boss would like to invite you over for a chat. Do you have time? Wearing a suit and tie, he looks like a professional manager. Who is your boss? Why do you want me to come over and chat? If he wants to chat, let him come to me himself. I'm not free now, I'll talk to you when I'm free. You wanted to find me but you didn't come here in person. You're so arrogant. I won't tolerate your bad habits. Boss Li, I advise you to go. It will be good for you. Or, could you take a look at this first? The manager handed Li Changfeng a letter. Although I was confused, I still opened it and took a look. Lawyer's letter? What the hell? Boss Li, for your own good, I'll go over and talk to you, right? Although he didn't understand what was going on, he went anyway. After all, the other party has already sent a lawyer's letter. If they are not absolutely sure, they will not send a lawyer's letter. Wei, wait here, I'll be back soon. The reason why I didn't let Wei follow was because I was afraid she would worry. At the same time, she was also asked to wait here for Wang Quan and others. When I arrived at the Sihai Hotel, I took a quick look at the surrounding environment and found it was similar to my own Jiaxing Tower. It's early in the morning, so of course there are not many customers. Even the waiters haven't started work yet. In the hall, there are 3 or 4 people standing there. I don't know what you Sihai mean by this. Do you think I'm easy to bully? I haven't settled the score with you for what you did to disgust us yesterday, but now you're sending me a lawyer's letter. What do you mean? Li Changfeng took the initiative and went up to them and started questioning them. Boss Li, be patient. As for what happened yesterday, it was just a small misunderstanding. It's just that Boss Li is making a big fuss? It's just a small matter, but you extorted 8 million from my son. Isn't that a bit too much? After hearing what they said, Li Changfeng finally understood the purpose of his coming here. It seems that they are not happy after spending millions. I want to sue myself. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as a lawyer's letter. How come I didn't feel it? You guys have caused such a big impact on my store, and this is not much money. Wei Qian took the evidence given to him by Wei Xian and showed it to Li Changfeng. Are you legally illiterate? Today I will teach you what law is. You blackmailed my son for 8 million because of a small matter. This is illegal. It's extortion. Knowing that it's extortion and the amount is huge, what kind of sentence can be imposed? If the amount is huge, the person may be sentenced to more than 10 years in prison, and there will also be a heavy fine. It's okay even if you don't want to admit it now. I have evidence in my hand. Transfer records and receipts, these 2 things can send you to jail. How is it? Are you scared? Wei Chen looked at Li Changfeng proudly. He looked like he had him figured out. However, if the charges are true, once convicted, 8 million is really enough for him to have a good time. In China, no matter if you have money or power, there are 2 things you cannot do. One is something illegal. Second, it is illegal. Once you do it, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to escape legal sanctions. Chapter 112. Even if it is blackmail, it is not against the law. Of course, there is no need for us to kill you. As the saying goes, one step back will open up a new world. As long as you spit out what you ate and compensate us 20 million, it's fine. There is no need to go to court or to jail. They sound like they are very generous. Fortunately, he had a trick up his sleeve. Otherwise, I would have really been cheated by them. When it comes to business, there really is no such thing as dishonesty. He really wants to make money from everything. All right. Then you'll sue. See if you can definitely win? Li Changfeng said nonchalantly. Why, don't you believe that we can send you to prison based on the evidence we have? Otherwise, you can consult a lawyer and ask him, how about that? There are transfer records, receipts, and so many witnesses. He just didn't believe it, but he couldn't sue him. I can't say if there are more, but it's no problem to send them to jail for a few years. No need to ask, I didn't graduate from law school. But I also know a little bit about the law. He paid me this money as compensation, and it's what I deserve. Why would I commit a crime? Wei Qian looked disdainful. I thought to myself, those who are ignorant of the law are just ignorant of the law. He turned around and looked at a middle-aged man and said, Lawyer Wang, why don't you help him explain and let him know what crime he has committed? The so-called lawyer Wang stepped forward and looked at Li Changfeng. Hello, Mr. Li. According to Article 274 of the Chinese criminal law, extortion of public or private property in large amounts or multiple times shall be subject to imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention or control. Where the amount is huge or there are extremely serious circumstances, the offender shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 10 years and shall also be fined. If the amount is huge and the circumstances are particularly serious, the sentence shall be more than 10 years in prison. And you extorted a huge sum of 8 million from my client because of the hotel's financial losses. You have committed a crime under the criminal law. Because we investigated your store's turnover. The maximum daily turnover is 2 million. Even if we pay the full amount of 2 million, there is still a difference of 6 million. So, we can definitely sue you and we will definitely win. Lawyer Wang explained to him the concept and formation of extortion very professionally. But Li Changfeng did not show any fear or terror. This made Wei Qian feel a little worried. He felt uneasy because of Li Changfeng's performance. He acted too calm. Lawyer Wang, right? Your speech just now was very wonderful. I admire you so much. Of course I have to thank you for your explanation, otherwise I wouldn't know what extortion is. However, after listening to your explanation, I understand more clearly that I am definitely not guilty. Because you just said that it would take a huge amount of money to constitute extortion. I didn't blackmail you, did I? Li Changfeng explained calmly. Speaking of law, when he was in college, although his major was not law, he studied law on his own, but he did not take the bar exam. I studied law in the past just to avoid crossing the country's red lines. When something happens, you can make yourself invincible. I didn't expect that I would actually use it now. Lawyer Wang felt a little uneasy when he saw that he was actually trying to defend himself. Could it be that he wrote it that way on purpose? Could it be that I have met an expert? Mr. Li, I think you may have misunderstood. I don't know if I didn't express myself clearly enough or if you misunderstood me. You extorted 8 million from my client because my client caused huge losses to your store. This constitutes the crime of extortion. And you have a huge amount of property, so you can be sentenced to at least 3 years but less than 10 years. If I perform better during my time in court, you might be sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. Lawyer Wang is famous for his bad mouth. Especially in court, he is good at cross-examination and setting traps for multiple parties. Even something unreasonable can be found to make some sense. If that makes sense, he would have hope of winning. I really didn't misunderstand. You're mistaken. But what you said just now reminded me. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that my restaurant was so profitable. I could make 2 million in profit a day. Then remember to ask the client to pay me 2 million in economic damages tomorrow. If it can't be delivered, just wait for my lawyer's letter. Lawyer Wang was confused. Why does he feel like he is talking to someone with a low IQ? He didn't understand the meaning of his own words at all. What do you mean, sir? Lawyer Wang is having a bad depression. I feel that today's seemingly simple case is actually very difficult. Everyone in the Wei family was even more confused. They couldn't guess what the other party meant by saying this. He had clearly extorted 8 million from Wei Xian, so why did he ask me to give him 2 million? What on earth gave him such confidence? Everyone present was in a state of confusion and had no idea what he meant. What do you mean, Lawyer Wang, don't you understand yet? Take a close look at the evidence in your hand. Hearing him say this, Lawyer Wang looked at the following evidence again in confusion. In fact, he didn't even look at these two pieces of evidence. When the Wei family found him, it explained what happened. Therefore, he felt that such a lawsuit was not difficult at all. When one party demands much more money from another party than its actual value, it constitutes the crime of extortion. It's like, if two cars rear-end each other on the road, the responsibility lies with the owner of the car at the rear. It may be because the car owner behind violated the rules, or was drunk, or did not have a driver's license, etc. So I didn't want to go through the process of calling the police and just wanted to settle it privately. Depending on the extent of the damage to the car, it would only cost 1 or 2,000 to repair it if you send it to a 4S shop. However, when the owner of the car in front saw that the owner of the car behind was driving under the influence, he had evil thoughts in his mind. Since you don't want to call the police, the decision is yours. So he said, it's not impossible to settle it privately, but you have to compensate yourself 50,000. The driver of the car behind violated the rules and violated the law. If he called the police, he might be in big trouble, so he agreed to settle it privately. I transferred 50,000 yuan to the other party via mobile phone, and noted that it was compensation for damaging the other party's vehicle. The next day, the car owner who paid the fee sued the car in front of him. The name is extortion. After the appeal and the court's ruling, because the compensation demanded by the owner of the previous car far exceeded the actual loss of the vehicle, it was of the nature of extortion and was classified as blackmail. So, Lawyer Wang has experienced too many cases like this, so he is full of confidence. Chapter 113 Mental Damage Compensation. This is also why he did not look at the evidence carefully. The main reason is that, in his mind, he has already classified this case as extortion. When he took the folder and pulled out the evidence inside, he was stunned. There is no problem with the transfer record. But that receipt and the words on it made him stunned for a long time. It only said that 8 million yuan was received in compensation for mental damage. The above is compensation for mental damages, not the hotel's economic losses. This is a word game. The hotel's losses can be calculated. But how can we measure a person's mental damages with money? There is no specific number at all. Therefore, it is almost impossible to sue the other party for fraud. After all, compensation for mental damage can be large or small. Seeing that lawyer Wang didn't speak for a long time, Wei Qianzai couldn't help it and asked in a low voice. Lawyer Wang, do you have any questions? Any questions? Remove the word ma, it's a big problem. Lawyer Wang said depressedly. I have been in the legal profession for so long and have defeated so many famous lawyers, but I have never felt as frustrated as I do today. No wonder people often say that those who defeat you are not your peers, but those who come from other industries. The lawsuit hasn't even started yet and I've already been defeated. Wei Qian was a little bit hesitant to believe what the lawyer said, so he read it carefully. But, how could he understand the ins and outs of it? Lawyer Wang, isn't that the case? What's the problem now? Look carefully, the receipt says it's mental damages, not the hotel's damages. Wei Qian, is there any difference? Lawyer Wang, of course it's different. How do we measure whether the mental damages are excessive? If it's written here as the hotel's damages, I guarantee there won't be any problems. But there is no way to file for compensation for mental damages. Lawyer Wang shook his head helplessly. When everyone in the Wei family heard what Lawyer Wang said, they all had strange looks on their faces. I was originally very excited to teach the other party a lesson. It's okay now. It's not cleaned up properly and it looks ugly. Everyone stared at each other. Ha ha. Why aren't you talking? Don't forget, deliver 2 million to my store before 12 o'clock tonight, otherwise, you will be issued a subpoena. After saying that, Li Changfeng left the hotel. Arguing with them has wasted a lot of my time. But it wasn't a wasted trip. At least 2 million was lost. It can be considered as teaching them a lesson, so that they don't jump around randomly. The Wei family was depressed. Not only did I not get the money back from last time, but I had to put in another 2 million. What is this? Although Wei Xin had been staying in the unreasonable room and had not come out, he saw clearly what had just happened. I thought I was going to make a great contribution. Now it seems that it's all over. Not only did he not accomplish anything, but he also created a hole. It seems that it will be a long time before I can be promoted to the successor of the Wei family. Wei Xian shook his head helplessly. Perhaps their actions were doomed to fail from the moment they started working with those people. But what he didn't know was, compared with those people, the Wei family was lucky they only lost a little money. Leaving the place of right and wrong, he returned to the star-picking tower. At this time, Wang Quan and Zhao Liying were waiting at the door. I have to fulfill what I promised Zhao Liying a week ago. Brother Wang, Miss Zhao is here, why don't you come into the house and take a rest? Changfeng, if my sister-in-law hadn't stopped me, I would have rushed into the restaurant. Who the hell are the Wei family? How dare they pick on us? How dare they kill us? Wang Quan said angrily. The Wei family is really not counted in Binhai. At best, they are just rich people. For example, Wei Xian doesn't even have the qualifications to play with Wang Quan. Because you are not in the same circle, you cannot fit in. Although Wang Quan is not the top young man in Binhai, he is at least second-rate, or even top second-rate. In the second-rate circle, he and Zhao Liying are the leaders and representatives of that circle. Don't get excited, it's just a small matter. It's all settled. Let's go. Let's get down to business. Seeing that Li Changfeng said everything was fine, Wang Quan didn't want to make a fuss anymore, so they all got on Wang Quan's Land Rover. Half an hour later, we arrived at the gambling stone venue. Maybe they came a little early, there weren't many people here, only a few scattered around. There are not even many stones. This doesn't look like a place for gambling on stones at all. Miss Xiao, you're here early, aren't you? There's still some time before the gambling stone convention starts, otherwise I'll take you around. A young man dressed in high-end brand clothes walked towards Zhao Liying confidently. His eyes scanned her body unscrupulously. No need, Mr. Gu, we can just wait here for a while. Wang Quan sensed the hostility, so he took the lead and stood in front of Zhao Liying, looking at the man called Gu Xiao. Mr. Gu, whose full name is Gu Junfeng, is the younger brother of Mrs. Gu Shirong of the Binhai Li family. Their Li family is also the largest shareholder of this gambling stone field, so this gambling stone field can also be considered to belong to their Li family. Jia Junfeng had always been obsessed with Zhao Liying, so when he saw her, he couldn't help but walk up to her. However, this time Zhao Liying has a flower-guarding messenger. Zhao Liying was afraid that Li Changfeng didn't recognize the other person, so she explained the following to him in a low voice. Li Jia, when he heard this word, his instinctive reaction was to become nervous. My mother's maiden family is also the Li family. Is there any relationship between me and this Li family? He was just thinking about it in his heart. Ha, Master Wang, I've heard a lot about you. It's boring to play here all the time. It's still early now. Why don't we go play a few rounds in the back? It's okay. If you don't have money, I can give you hundreds of thousands of chips for free. If you lose, just consider it as entertainment. Jia Junfeng used words to provoke Wang Quan. The casino behind belongs to their Li family. As long as he dares to go in, he will lose all his money and won't be able to raise his head in front of the beautiful woman. This is the real purpose of his invitation to Wang Quan. Cut. Isn't it just gambling? Do I care about your money? But I just don't like to play. Do you think I'm stupid? Go to your casino and try to kill me. Grass. Fool. I won T-fall for your trick. Ah, it's okay, a little gambling is fun. Don't worry, I won't delay your business. I want to pick some of this delicious food that just arrived. How can I miss it? Don't you think so, Miss Zhao? Seeing that Wang Quan was not fooled, he began to lobby Zhao Liying again. I don't know why, but Li Changfeng felt annoyed the first time he saw this guy named Gu. If someone wants to give you money, there is no reason to refuse. Okay, I agreed on behalf of Brother Wang, let's go and have fun together. Chapter 114, Provocation. Gu Junfeng was worried that they wouldn't agree. Hearing that someone agreed, he was very happy. After all, if Wang Quan and Zhao Liying don't agree, how should I perform my next play? Although I have never met Li Changfeng, I have never met him. But since they are together, if one person goes, there is no reason for the others not to go. Well. Little brother, I'll give you 200,000 yuan later, let's play together. Gu Junfeng said cheerfully. Oh. Thank you very much. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. When someone offers you money, there is no reason not to accept it. But Wang Quan and Zhao Liying were very puzzled. I don't know why he agreed. This was obviously a trap set for them. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Couldn't he see it? Changfeng? You. As soon as Wang Quan opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Li Changfeng. I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well go in and play a few rounds. Maybe I can win back the money I spent on the gambling stones. Seeing that Li Changfeng was so persistent, Wang Quan didn't know what to say. Speaking of gambling, it's addictive. It's not like he hasn't played before, but he never played it on a big scale. The maximum win or loss would be a few 100,000. He doesn't dare to play with the ones that are too big. Anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that it is impossible to win money in a casino. There is some truth to the saying that small gambling brings pleasure, but big gambling brings ruin. So the four of them followed Gu Junfeng into an underground casino. It can be said that this casino is very secretive. From the outside, it looks like a bathing center, but when you get downstairs, it becomes lively. Because of the oppression of life, there are many people who hope to get rich overnight. Some people come here purely for entertainment. The ones played in the hall are not very big. The real big players are playing all in the private rooms. Brother Wang, and this brother, what do you like to play? Here are 400,000 chips, play as you please. Gu Junfeng generously gave each of them 200,000 chips. I just like to play the game of betting. Wang Quan looked at Li Changfeng and said, Let's go. I haven't played it before, let me see how you play it first. Li Changfeng said. Ah. You haven't even played before, and you dare to come here to play. I thought you were some kind of expert. These are fucked. The two chatted and laughed, and walked towards a large round table. This is a matter of betting. This is roughly how the game works. If the sum of the 3 dice is greater than 9, it is big. If the sum is less than 9, it is small. Guess the size, just the normal doubling. There are also 4 times, 8 times, and 16 times. This requires not only the right size, but also the correct number. This is relatively speaking very difficult. So, in general, most people play the game of big or small. Few people dare to play guessing games like straights, bombs, etc. Wang Quan and his friends found a position, looked around twice, and then started placing bets. Wang Quan took out 20,000 and placed it in a small position. Pressure small. He shouted loudly as Yugi became angry. Small, small, small. Some people also followed suit and bet on the smaller number. He kept calling xiao 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 in his mouth. The reason why he chose the small number was because he had won 3 big numbers in a row, so according to the probability, the small number should also appear. So, he got off the small one. At this time, the dealer looked at the crowd placing bets with a smile. Okay, buy it and leave it, it's about to start. Is anyone else placing a bet? Hurry up! Seeing that no one was following suit in placing bets, the dealer reached out and picked up the sieve. As the sieve was lifted, everyone's eyes were focused on the dice. 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, big. I'm sorry. The dealer used the ruler in his hand to push all the chips on the table to his side. This time, the dealer made hundreds of thousands of dollars for the casino. Ah! What luck! How can you still use the big move? You've already used the big move 4 times in a row. I just don't believe it. You're betting on the smaller number this time. I saw the dealer shake the dice and put it on the table. Suddenly, the sound came out. Buy big or small, and bet quickly. The more you bet, the more you earn. The less you bet, the less you earn. If you don't bet, you earn nothing. In the second round, Wang Quan bet 40,000. The meaning is obvious. If you win this time, you can win back what you lost just now. This is the typical gambler's mentality. Gu Junfeng, who was standing nearby and watching, had a sneer on his face. He. I'm not afraid of you playing, I'm afraid of you not playing. Gambling is very addictive. Few people will leave here until they lose all the money they brought. If you win, you won't leave. After winning 10,000, you want to win 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, etc. Once your good luck is gone, all the winnings you just made will slowly come back to you, and even all your original capital may not be enough to lose. This is a gambler. Gu Junfeng understands the gambler's mind best. So, this is why he gave them a free quota of 200,000. I always feel embarrassed to ask for money after losing money for free. If you want to have fun and make some money back, you have to use up your old capital. According to his plan, Wang Quan would lose all the 200,000 in his hands in a short time. Once you lose everything, your impression in Zhao Liuying's mind will be discounted, and then it will be time for you to poach people. As expected, Wang Quan lost again in his second bet. I lost 60,000 in 2 rounds. Although it is not my own money, I am naturally unhappy about losing all the time. So I gritted my teeth. This time, he directly took out 80,000. There are still 80,000 left. I'll continue to bet small. I just don't believe he can keep going big. Wang Quan was a little bit frustrated and shouted loudly. In this situation, even if Zhao Liuying wanted to give some advice, it seemed inappropriate. I could only stare blankly. Anyway, I only have these things on hand, and they were given to me by others. At worst, I can just consider them as returning them. Thinking of this, she no longer felt uncomfortable. After shaking the dice several times, Li Changfeng discovered that the sieve had a mechanism. The dealer can adjust the points he wants according to his wishes. If he plays like this, even if Wang Quan has a mountain of gold, it will not be enough for him to lose. When Wang Quan only had 80,000 left in his hand, Li Changfeng began to speak. Brother Wang, I feel like I have very good luck recently. How about letting me play? While speaking, she also winked at him. Wang Quan was not stupid, so of course he understood what Li Changfeng meant. The money he has now is only enough for one more delay. Judging from his luck, there is probably no hope of winning back what he lost. Okay, then I'll give you all my money. We'll share it together. If we lose together, and if we win, we share it together. After saying that, Wang Quan gave all the remaining weights in his hand to Li Changfeng. The two of them together have 280,000. Chapter 115 straight 6 times. If you haven't placed a bet yet, place your bet now. The chances of getting a small number this time are still very high, because we've already gotten 5 big numbers in a row, so this one will definitely get a small number. Hurry up, the opportunity is now and it will never come again. The dealer shook the dice vigorously a few times, then slammed them hard on the table. The dice spun around in there for a while and then stopped. Using the golden eyes, one can clearly see what is inside the sieve. It is 233 at this time, which is really small. I wonder if my thoughts can control the change of the number on the dice. These days, he has accumulated more internal energy, which flows along the table to the dice. 1. The dice with 3 on one side moved slightly and turned into 1. The number of points on the dice also became 123. After everything was ready, Li Changfeng took all the weights and prepared to put them on the small one. However, his arm was grabbed by Wang Quan. Brother, are you done gambling? I always feel like this time it's still big, otherwise, let's go big? He. Since you've given me the money, you have to trust my instincts. Definitely a small one. Having said that, I prepared to put all the codes on the small one. When his eyes drifted over the straight that doubled 6 times, he smiled in his heart. This is the first time I've played with this thing in my life, so I'd better play it big. Let's see if my luck is good or not. Straight. After saying that, he placed all his weight on the straight. It caused everyone to be amazed. Awesome. Are you trying to squeeze the dealer dry? Awesome. If I win, I will instantly go from being a poor man to a millionaire. If I bet on a straight, that would be 6 times the amount, right? 28,000, 6 times, that's 1,680,000, a guaranteed millionaire. Alas! Isn't playing like this just giving money to the dealer? Forget betting on a straight, even if it's betting on the big or small, how many people can bet correctly? Yes. You are still too young and too naive. Is it so easy to make money here? 6 times, don't just look at the 6 times. The chance of guessing correctly is dozens of times harder than the big or small point. Ah! I thought a master was coming, but it turned out to be a fool. Is this how you play big or small? Do you think you can tell the number by listening to the sound? Do you think you are the god of gamblers? What kind of friends does Wang Quan make? He is so poor. It seems that he wants to win money from me. What a fool! Is it so easy for someone to take away my money? Gu Junfeng shook his head, feeling a bit bored. It would be so boring if they lost everything at once. Suddenly, he didn't want them to lose. After all, letting them win some money would better stimulate their desire to continue playing. But even if I wanted to, I couldn't do anything. Every dealer's salary is based on commission. Faced with such a huge amount of money, he will not be too generous. If I intervene, it would be unfair to the dealers, so I can only let nature take its course. I just hope they don't lose their fighting spirit just because they lost all at once, because that would be meaningless. Changfeng, are you crazy? Do you want to lose everything in one go by playing like this? Wang Quan was about to cry. I have lost several times in a row when I bet on the big or small. He just bet on a straight. What is the difference between this and giving them money? Win money, who doesn't want to win? If he can win, let alone 6 times, 12 times, or even 30 times, he would dare to bet. But, is that possible? 30 times, not only do you have to drop a bomb, but you also have to guess the number of points on each dice, such as 3 sexes, 3 ones, etc. I wonder what he would think if he knew that Li Changfeng would definitely win even if he bet 12 or 30 times. However, in order not to arouse other people's suspicion, he could only bet 6 times. Because, betting 6 times can be proven by luck. For 12 times or 30 times the bet, you have to be an expert, a real expert, only he dares to play. So, he can't use it easily. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to win money here. Although I don't understand how this is played. However, when he saw Wang Quan so nervous and the people around him talking so much, he understood in his heart that Li Changfeng must have done something very strange, otherwise others would not have reacted that way. Husband? She held Changfeng's arm slightly and looked at him lovingly. Neither agree nor disagree. Because in her heart, she has complete trust in Li Changfeng. It's okay. See how lucky your husband is. If you win, I'll give you chicken drumsticks tonight. Ha ha ha. Then he looked at the dealer and said, "The bets are ready, shall we open it?" The dealer has been working here for several years. He has encountered bets of double and quadruple, but he has never encountered bets of more than 6 times. Don't say you're cheating. Even if you don't cheat, it is very difficult to shake out a straight, and a small straight at that. Although this dot is small, it is definitely not a straight. He is still confident about this. Because we have already opened several big ones in a row. If we open it again like this, people will get suspicious. Therefore, he did not dare to randomly adjust one of the dice to a number higher than 3. However, as long as you kill the one that 6 times is likely to win, you can still make a lot of money even if the others all lose. So, he opened the lid without hesitation. The moment the dice appeared, the people surrounding the table exploded. This? How is this possible? Is this person's luck really going to be against the will of heaven? Fuck, it's really Shunzi, and it's little Shunzi. Hey, why didn't I bet my own money just now? Otherwise, I could have won 6 times as much. 6 times, I still have 100,000 in my hand, that's 600,000. I can buy a house outside the 3rd ring road. You only have 100,000 and what's the point of talking? I have 400,000. 40 times 6 is 2 million. I lost more than 2 million. I regret it so much. When the dealer saw the dice number 123, he was stunned. How is this possible? It can't be such a coincidence. Damn. If I'm not careful, I'll lose a lot. This is more than 1 million. I could only win that much in a day, but this guy won it all in one go. How abominable. However, they can't cheat in front of so many people. So the dealer took out more than 1 million chips from their small warehouse, put them on the table, and pushed them in front of Li Changfeng. Wang Quan, this. Zhao Liying, you actually won, that's good, it means you were still very lucky. Hee hee. Wei, hubby, that's awesome. Don't forget my chicken drumstick tonight. Don't worry, wife, I can't forget the chicken leg, it's still a very elastic big cock. Chapter 116 Stud. Faced with so much money, no one would not be tempted. Although it is just a pile of chips now, it can be converted into cash over time. Beautiful, well done. Then let's just bet on the one with 30 times the amount next time. See if I can make some people cry. Wang Quan swept away the depressed mood he had just felt. Patting Li Changfeng on the shoulder, he said. Gu Junfeng naturally knew who the someone Wang Quan was talking about. There will be no one else except yourself. Don't worry, brother Wang, as long as your brother has the ability, he can win easily. Don't even mention more than 1 million. Even if it's more than 10 million or 100 million, our casino can still afford it. Gu Junfeng said nonchalantly. You know, their casino has hundreds of millions of liquid funds in reserve. What I'm afraid of is running into an expert, or betting against friends in cash. Hee hee. I'll feel relieved if you say that. Then let's continue betting. Li Changfeng took a look and decided not to put all his chips on 6 times again, but on the smaller one. All in, bet small. 5 big ones came out in a row just now, will there be 5 small ones now? Looking at the dealer, he said deliberately. At this time, a group of people followed suit behind him. Seeing that Li Changfeng bet a small amount, and that he had all his chips, some people also bet some to try their luck. See if luck is the same as he said. Even though it's a 1-to-1 bet, it's still 1.68 million. Looking at the chips piled up like a mountain, the dealer also took a breath of cold air. Boy, if I don't make you lose miserably this time, I'll have practiced the sifting technique here for nothing for so many years. So the dealer picked up the sieve and began to shake it vigorously. It was shaken for about 30 seconds, then slammed down on the table. Start placing bets, buy now. It's about to open. Is there anyone else who wants to place a bet? Hurry up. Those who often play big and small start to think randomly. According to the casino's calculation that they take more and lose less, this hand is likely to be a big win. Because there are only a few thousand chips on the big side. But the smaller one would have to cost at least 2 million. With such a huge gap, if the dealer gives a big bet, the boss here will probably beat him to death when he gets back. Those who think they have figured out the rules of the casino put their chips on the big one, with the intention of betting that this time the prize will be a big one. As the dealer slowly lifted the lid, the people around him couldn't help but shout, little, little, little. Of course there were still people shouting loudly, but their voices had long been drowned out by the small characters. Because you buy more small ones than big ones. The dealer looked at the people around him and slowly picked up the lid. You little bastard, you all want to bet on the small one, right? This time you will all lose everything but your underwear. How can you want to be small? This time, to be on the safe side, he even activated the mechanism inside. Dial one of them to 6. The purpose is to win this game steadily. The moment the lid was lifted, the people watching were shocked. Is it really small? I'm rich. It's just a pity that I only bet 100,000. If I had known earlier, I would have bet this 50,000 as well. You bet 100,000 and still think it's not enough. I only bet 10,000. I regret it so much that my intestines are turning green. Those few speculators who thought they had found a technique to bet on the size of the profit are now regretting it. Everyone wanted to slap themselves in the face. There is clearly an opportunity to make money, but you insist on doing the opposite. Now it's all over. You can go home empty-handed. There is a saying that goes, in the mind of a gambler, it is impossible to leave the casino until all the money he brought with him is lost. Even more depressing is the dealer. Because in his heart, he will definitely not lose this time. When he was about to open it, he had clearly moved one of the dice. Why hasn't he changed? The number of points on the 3 dice is 223. Lost again. This is really going to kill me. Could it be that I didn't dial it just now? He thought to himself. Pay compensation, pay compensation. The dealer, who was absorbed in thought, asked him for money when he saw him. I didn't have time to continue thinking about what was wrong. Quickly share the lost money with them. This time, the dealer and many others lost. Almost 2 million. Fortunately, there are still a few idiots who took the pressure and shared some of it. Otherwise, you'd lose more than 2 million. Honey, you win again. Ha ha. I'm sure we'll have the chicken legs for dinner. She was slightly happy and pulled Li Changfeng's arm and shook it hard. At this time, in order to get back all the lost money, the dealer actually took off his shirt. It seems that he was also very angry because of the loss, otherwise he would not be rolling the dice with his bare chest. This time it was shaken for a full minute, with a pause in the middle, just to prevent any experts from being able to hear the points. Then he slammed the table hard. Pressure big, pressure small? This time the dealer only looked at Li Changfeng, without moving his eyes. Because the person in front of him had already angered him. Last time, I clearly adjusted it, why didn't he change? This doubt has been bothering him. What he didn't know was that the moment he adjusted it, Li Changfeng adjusted it back and turned it into the smallest number. After just 3 games, he won more than 3 million yuan from himself. So, he must get it back. What do you think we should do next time? Looking at Wang Quan, he asked softly. Wang Quan thought about it and said, if it were me, I would have bet big this time. But I've never won this game, so you should bet on me. I can't be the head of this family. What about Miss Li? Li Changfeng looked at Zhao Liying again. Asked for her opinion. The reason for doing this is to divert attention. Otherwise, if I keep winning like this, it will soon attract Gu Juanfeng's attention. If he finds a reason to stop me from playing, I will lose the opportunity to make a fortune here. Zhao Liying seemed not to have expected that her opinion would be sought and was stunned for a moment. However, she soon understood what Li Changfeng meant. Since Wang Quan said the pressure was too high, why don't you just say it's too low? As for which point he really wants to press, it is not up to him to decide. If you ask me, I think it might still be a small one this time. But my sixth sense isn't as accurate as yours. Zhao Liying said with a smile. Yeah? I feel that women's sixth sense is the most accurate. A man's sixth sense? It's just that, do men have a sixth sense? Then press it again. Having said that, he put all the chips back in the small position again. A large pile of chips, each worth 100,000, covered the small words tightly without a single gap. Chapter 117. The dealer foams at the mouth. Looking at the pile of chips on the small bet, the dealer smiled. If the opponent plays 2 big games, I will stop playing, or play small games. It was extremely difficult for him to win back the more than 3 million. I don't know how many rounds I have to play to win them all back. Now, he has put it all on the line again. So if you want to win back all you lost just now, you just need to win this one. As long as the other party dares to play, there is a chance to win back the lost money. Last time he bet on the smaller number, many people followed suit. Now that he is suppressing the small again, there are fewer people following his lead. I followed the trend last time, maybe because of good luck, I won. If you follow the trend this time, you will probably lose a lot. Because the dealer is already angry. How could he let the other party win? Anyone who plays this game frequently knows that there is something fishy going on. Unless you meet a master, you can fight against him in twos. Otherwise, it is not easy to win money from the dealer just by luck. Besides, this person bet all his winnings. The stakes are just this high even if you play big in a private room. At this time, the others neither bet on small nor on big, they just stood there watching them play. They are here to gamble, not to get angry. The dealer shook the dice again and then placed them heavily on the table. He dare not make any more mistakes this time. Because if I lose this time, I will never be able to recover in my life. Sell yourself to the casino and make money to pay off your debts. Because those who work as dealers all have tasks to do. Even if you can't win, you can't lose too much. When you feel you can't handle it, you can call for someone else to replace you. To put it bluntly, dealers are also divided into different levels. Those who can play are all at the master level. Behind him, there must be someone of a higher level than him. If you can't afford to lose, then you have no choice but to win it back. When he was sure that it was correct this time, he opened the lid. This time was not like last time, we just watched quietly. Everyone watching wanted to see what was going to happen this time. This person who likes to play all in, whether he wins or loses. The dealer was also extremely nervous. Although he didn't say big out loud, he was always calling big in his heart. How could he hide his little tricks from Li Changfeng? Just like last time, after he adjusted the small numbers to large numbers, Li Changfeng used his true chi to change them back again. Although, even if the dealer didn't cheat this time, the number would still be big. However, to be on the safe side, he adjusted it to a larger size. As the saying goes, a mantis pounces on a Zen master, unaware of the oriole behind. When the dealer opened it, the numbers inside were so unbelievable. How is this possible? Why is this happening? I have clearly adjusted it. How could such numbers appear? Even though the temperature in the casino was below 20 degrees, the dealer's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. It's over. This time he lost more than 3 million, and the total amount he lost was nearly 7 million. Could there be something wrong with the sieve? Yes, definitely. There must be something wrong with the sieve, otherwise how can I explain that I adjusted the numbers twice but the final results were not what I wanted? So, when he was giving Li Changfeng the chips, he deliberately knocked the sieve to the ground. Only if it falls would he have a reason to change the sieve. Sorry, this sieve is broken. I'll change it. As he spoke, he took out a full-body sieve from below. Li Changfeng did not stop the dealer's behavior, nor did he have any reason to stop him. As far as I am concerned, it doesn't matter what he changes. The dealer took the new sieve and shook it vigorously. Then slowly put it on the table. Guess, is it big or small? There were so many people surrounding the gambling table, and the others were just there to watch. They all became spectators. Everyone watched Li Changfeng and the dealer gamble again. Li Changfeng looked at the pile of chips in front of him and said, I've already eaten several small ones. Well, let's change it up this time and go big. After saying that, he placed the 6 million chips in his hand on the big bet. This time the dealer was even more nervous than last time. He really can't afford to lose this time. If he loses again, he won't know what outcome will await him. So, naturally, he was very nervous. He felt that as long as he won this time, he would no longer play with him. I am obviously the dealer, but why do I feel like a gambler when playing with him? As he opened the lid with trembling hands. There are 3 numbers lying on it, 456 is big. When the dealer saw this set of numbers, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. I don't know if he did it on purpose or if he really fainted. Anyway, he was foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground. The manager inside saw the dealer fall to the ground, and quickly someone came over and carried him out. If the dealer is gone, a new one will definitely be sent. And a very powerful one will be sent, otherwise, there is no need to change. Brother Gu, your dealer is too unreasonable. He died just because he lost a little money. Can't afford to lose? Wang Quan would naturally not miss the opportunity to harm Gu Junfeng. Knowing that he was pursuing Zhao Liying again, he still moved closer to her. She was already very angry. With such a good opportunity, we must make good use of it. However, he really admired Li Changfeng's luck. He. How could that be? As long as this brother has the ability, he can easily win the money here. You take as much as you can win. I will definitely not give you a single cent less. Although he lost more than 10 million in a row, he still felt a little distressed. However, as long as the money has not been taken, they still have a chance to win it back. The dealer who was foaming at the mouth just now is just an ordinary master. There are several masters here. Just call any one of them and you can win all your money back. So, when he saw Li Changfeng win so much money, he was not worried. Okay, Brother Gu is generous. Brother Changfeng, have fun and see if you can win this casino. Ha ha ha. Wang Quan said jokingly. When Gu Junfeng saw that the person who came was their ghost hand, he felt even more relieved. Although Ghost Hand's strength cannot be considered as that of a gambler's god, his ability in shaking the dice is no worse than those so-called gambler's gods. Therefore, when the Ghost Hand appears, this person's good luck is over. The reason why the Ghost Hand is called Ghost Hand is because it has 6 fingers. Other people's 6th finger is generally useless, but his 6th finger works exactly the same as the other 5. Easy to use. When he walked to the original dealer's position, he looked at Li Changfeng opposite him and gave him a ghostly smile, but no one knew what his intention was. It was the first time that Li Changfeng saw him, but the Ghost Hand had been studying him on the surveillance camera for a long time. As for whether he is a master, you can only know after gambling. Therefore, Ghost Hand did not take it lightly. The dealer just now is a lesson for us. Chapter 118. Another one fainted. Excuse me. Our dealer just felt unwell and passed out. Next, I will replace him. Everyone, just play as you want, don't worry about anything. The Ghost Hand came up and first explained the reason for the incident, and then began to make arrangements. His approach is a little different from other dealers. Normally it just shakes up and down, sways left and right, and then it's over. The Ghost Hand simply held the sieve with both hands, drew circles with his hands in front of his chest, shook it for a while, and then put it down gently. The reason why the Ghost Hand is called the Ghost Hand is that, apart from the fact that he has one more finger than normal people, he also doesn't need to cheat when rolling the dice. Just shake out the number you want. This kind of betting on size is even easier. You can shake it out any way you want. Everyone, feel free to do as you please. After the Ghost Hand rolled the dice, he stared at Li Changfeng. Because his appearance was specifically to deal with him. It was definitely not luck that caused the previous dealer to lose so badly. These people never believe in luck. The only people they believe in are con men. No one's luck is so good that they can win big by betting on big, and win small by betting on small. The current betting amount has reached tens of millions, and both winning and losing are tens of millions. Therefore, the people around were also very nervous. The dealer became even more nervous. Even a master of Ghost Hand's level has to be careful when facing such a big stake. If you are not careful, the casino may suffer heavy losses. Honey, do you think we should bet big or small this time? As the person involved, he was not very nervous. I feel very relaxed. No matter who comes, unless he has the same strength as himself, has true energy in his body and can manipulate the size of the dice at will, otherwise, it would be too difficult to make himself lose. Of course, it is not impossible. That means the true energy in his body has been used up. However, this is impossible. Even if we play here for a whole day, it should be no problem. Wei Wei snuggled up to Li Changfeng and looked at the big and small dots on the gambling table. How would she know whether it was big or small? Never come into contact with these things. This is my first time here. Then bet big. I feel like this is going to be a big deal, said Wei Wei a little uncertainly. After all, there have been several small ones in a row, and according to probability theory, it's time for a big one to appear. Okay, then bet big. Hearing that the bet was big, Wang Quan placed all the chips in front of them on the big one. This is a big gamble. One handful costs more than 13 million. Even the king has never played like this. Whether he wins or loses this time, it is enough for him to be proud. As the mountain of chips was placed on top of the big one, the Ghost Hand began to pick up the lid. Because this time, the number he shook was 234, so he was too lazy to even use cheating. Just open the lid directly. At the same time, he also wanted to say, "Sir, your luck ends with me." However, before he could finish his words, the dice inside almost made him vomit blood. What's going on? I clearly shook the number 234, but now it's become 345. He couldn't figure it out and his mind was confused. However, when the onlookers saw that it was getting later, they all started yelling. Big, big. Big, win. Oh my god, how many thousands is he going to win this time? Everyone looked at the four of them with envy. There is a question mark in everyone's mind. Is this really just luck? This is too outrageous. With this kind of luck, even if I buy a lottery ticket, I'm sure I'll win the first prize. We win, we win. Wang Quan also shouted out excitedly. Zhao Liying was even more speechless. This time it was not Li Changfeng who guessed, but his girlfriend. Could it be possible that if I become his girlfriend, I can also get his luck? She started to fantasize randomly in her mind. Although Ghost Hand did not admit that it was his mistake, there seemed to be no better reason to explain this failure. He couldn't figure out what went wrong. Even if a master came, he didn't roll the dice. Even if he was the king of kings, it would be useless. Because there is a table between him and me. This boss is so lucky. How about another one? Ghost Hand looked at Li Changfeng and spoke in a friendly manner. Because he was still afraid that the other party would just leave like that. I have met people who quit when they saw that they were ahead. If he really leaves, I probably won't get my commission this month. Because I lost tens of millions from him. Okay. Continue. Li Changfeng said indifferently. Since he hasn't won a certain amount of money yet, he naturally doesn't want to leave. When they don't dare to gamble with me after I win, it means that the owner of the casino is afraid. He also kept watching Gu Juanfeng's expression out of the corner of his eye. Gu Changfeng, who had been expressionless just now looked ugly. Because now there are a lot of chips in front of him. More than 26 million chips. That's all money. Anyone who loses tens of millions will feel sad. Seeing that Li Changfeng was still playing, Guisho felt relieved. As long as you dare to play. The Ghost Hand once again played his secretive tricks, rolling the dice with a clattering sound. This is to prevent him from hearing the points inside. This time he showed off his best skills. As expected, the Ghost Hand miscalculated again this time. After putting in so much effort, the final result was a little hard for him to accept. Could it be that the other party is really a master? Including what he lost this time, he has lost a total of more than 53 million. This was quite a blow to him psychologically. Because if I lose the next time, the loss will be over 100 million. So, he didn't know what to do. Should I continue to gamble or not gamble? Because he had already used all his best skills, but in the end, he still lost. Even if he continued to play, he would probably lose. Because he had no confidence at all. At this moment, he also showed the same symptoms as the previous dealer, with dense beads of sweat covering his forehead. That's because I was too nervous. He didn't know what to do. So he turned his gaze to Gu Changfeng, who was standing beside him. Gu Changfeng just shook his head at him. By then he understood and knew what to do. Although I really don't want to do this, there is no other way. If we follow the other party's routine and go all in next time, putting more than 50 million at the table, the result will be a bet of hundreds of millions. He is a senior dealer and he simply can't handle it. In other words, it is beyond the control of his level. So, the Ghost Hand, which was originally fine, suddenly rolled up its eyelids, stuck out its tongue, and fell down. Yes, the previous one might have been real dizziness, but this one was just a fucking fake dizziness. However, the performance was quite realistic, with limbs twitching and foaming at the mouth. Chapter 119 Gambling God Yi Chen. I said, are you guys still okay? Let's play a little bigger. Your casino actually fainted 2 dealers. Isn't this physical quality too poor? What do you think? Should we continue playing, or take the money and leave? Wang Quan started to insult Gu Junfeng again. This opportunity is rare, so of course I have to take advantage of it to hurt him. At this time, Gu Junfeng's expression naturally did not look very good. It's drooping like its father has died. However, he didn't want to look too bad in front of the beautiful woman, so he tried hard not to get angry. However, that expression seemed uglier than crying. How could that be? Keep playing. I've asked someone to replace the dealer. Wait a moment. Let us go, what are you thinking about? If I just let you win the money and leave, I'd have no business being a boss anymore. Because the people who came this time were no longer ordinary masters. But he is a gambling king with a certain fame. It is said that he won tens of millions and left Little Macau. Little Macau calls itself a gambling city. There are naturally many experts there. If you want to win money there, it is really impossible without certain skills. They also invited this gambling king to show off their skills. The purpose is that when an expert comes to borrow money, he will be the one to deal with him. Just as Gu Junfeng finished speaking, he saw an old man in his 60s walking towards him. Although he is a bit old, his aura is very strong. He is the mainstay of this casino, Yi Chen, also known as the god of gamblers. He is the one who deals with any customer that the casino can't handle. With Yi Chen in charge, Gu Junfeng felt a lot more at ease. No matter whether he is really powerful or just has incredible luck, he has to show his true colors in front of Mr. Yi. Yi Chen looks relatively kind. An old man with a kind face. However, if you are fooled by his appearance, then you will be sold out and still be counting the money. Yi Chen had already been paying attention to what was happening here through internal surveillance. To say he is cheating is a lie. At least I didn't see it. Because he carefully watched every move of Li Changfeng, there was no chance to catch him cheating. Of course, he wanted to come down and compete with such a master. Hello, my friend. My name is Yi Chen. I never knew you were so young, but you have such superb gambling skills. I really admire you. How about letting me play a few rounds with you? Yi Chen said very politely. He. Mr. Yi, you are too polite. I don't know how to play. It all depends on luck. It can be seen that this old man should be a master. But so what if he is a master? I'm not playing dice with you, I'm just guessing the size. I can see through things and change the number of dots on the dice, and that's enough. It doesn't matter whether you can shake out a leopard or a straight. Good, not arrogant or impatient, that's rare. Then I'm going to roll the dice. After saying that, he picked up the dice and began to shake it vigorously. Left, right, up, down, the position sways everywhere. Finally, it was placed on the gambling table. Through perspective, he could see the numbers on the 3 dice and couldn't help but be amazed. A master is a master. He actually rolled out 3 ones, and the 3 dice were piled up together like a pyramid. No matter whether you guess big or small, you have no chance of winning. Because, once he guesses small, then as long as he touches the big dice when he picks up the dice stack like an R-hut will collapse in an instant, and 3 ones will become 3 sixes. If you guess big, you win as long as you don't move. So, no matter what you guess, it will be extremely difficult to win. This is also the reason why Yi Chen is so confident. Yes, he used this trick to dominate the gambling world for an era. Of course, this is the normal situation. However, he met someone with a cheating device today, which meant that his trick was doomed to fail. Changfeng, are we going to go all in at once? Wang Quan looked at Li Changfeng and asked. There are more than 50 million here now, not just a few hundred or a few dozen. Those who dare to gamble tens of millions at once, I guess you may not see such a generous gamble even in Macau. The reason why he said this was because he wanted him to be more stable. More than 50 million, not more than 50 million. With this money, his game company will be safe and secure. Ha ha. Trust me. Give us a chance to have a better future today. After explaining it to Wang Quan in a low voice, he put all his chips on the line again. I bet small. Bang! A pile of chips filled half of the gambling table. Just 1 million chips each is more than 50. The people around exclaimed in surprise. Fuck! Today's trip was not in vain. I have been playing for so long and have never encountered such an awesome task. This is like treating chips as money. More than 50 million, it's too much. This old man is obviously not an ordinary person, it's time to stop. Nice bet. If you win this vote, there will be another billionaire in the world. Gu Junfeng also looked at the card game with a nervous expression. He knew that he really couldn't afford to lose again. If he lost again, the loss would be over 100 million. Even if they are rich, it would be painful to lose so much money at once. Although everyone was looking at him nervously, Yi Chen was not nervous at all. He knows better than anyone what has happened to him. See him guess small. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Are there really people in this world who are so lucky? He actually guessed it right again. But, sorry. When you meet me, it's time for you to shake off the old ways. Who made you so greedy? If I were to take these tens of millions, I wouldn't play anymore. You can't live a good life anywhere. If you lose, you can't blame others. Then I'm going to open it. See whether it is big or small. After saying that, he picked up the lid. Before I knew it, I came across 3 ones stacked together. It was unstable to begin with, and it all collapsed at the slightest touch. When everyone saw the points inside, they cheered again. Is there really such a lucky person? Looking at the numbers on the 3 dice, Yi-Chen was stunned. This is unscientific. Why is it different from what I expected? Shouldn't it be 3 sixes? How come we lose 2 ones and 1 2? He can't figure it out. He has used this trick many times and it has never failed. How could he fail? A single failure is not a big deal, but the casino will lose over 100 million. 100 million. Yi-Chen looked at the boss below a little embarrassedly. There was a look of confusion in his eyes. At this point, they are not considering whether Li Changfeng dares to continue playing. But the question is whether they dare to continue rolling the dice. What if this young man bets 100 million directly and then loses? Chapter 121 200 million. At this time, Yi-Chen was completely confused about the situation. He didn't know what exactly caused this result. Could it be that this result was really caused by his incredible luck? Yi-Chen looked at Gu Junfeng again. Ask for his opinion. Even if he wanted to gamble, he had to get his boss's consent. After all, the boss pays for the wins and losses. At this moment, Gu Junfeng could no longer pretend. So he just walked up to Master Yi. Looking at him, he asked, "What's going on? Are you sure about the next one?" If even Yi-Chen is not sure about this, then no one can play with Li Changfeng. No problem, I promise to win this time. Seeing that he was full of confidence, Gu Junfeng felt relieved. He really can't afford to lose this time. If we lose again, we will lose 200 million. This is probably the amount of money their entire casino has in reserve. Therefore, he had no choice but to be cautious. This time Yi-Chen learned his lesson and started to set a trap for the other party. My dear friend, you are awesome. I admire you. I wonder if you will bet on big or small in the next round. Yi-Chen held the sieve in his hand and shook it, but did not put it down. How could Li Changfeng not see his little thoughts? This allows you to press first and then roll the dice. But any changes are illusory in the face of absolute strength. Okay, I guess this is the last one. Since you want to win, then let's bet big this time. After saying that, he placed all his chips worth hundreds of millions on the big one. Good. Readily. After Yi-Chen finished speaking, he started rolling the dice. In order to ensure victory, he decided to use his trump card. The force of shaking the dice this time is many times greater than the last time. The 3 dice kept colliding and squeezing each other inside. It's like 3 forces are fighting each other. Neither of them gave in to the other, and they were determined not to give up until the other was killed. Of course, to outsiders, the sound of the dice clattering inside is like music. It is very pleasant to hear. However, what he saw through his golden eyes was a fight. Bump! One of them broke apart when it collided with the other 2. Then it split in half. Then there are 4 petals. If one is broken, there will be a second one. After the second one also broke into 4 petals, Yi-Chen finally stopped shaking. Maybe it's because the shaking time is a little too long. Or maybe it was because he was working too hard. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. It seems that rolling the dice is a physical job. Otherwise, why would he sweat when it's so cool here? At this time, the 2 dice in the sieve cup have now become 1. No matter what point this star is, it will not exceed 6 points at most, so it is naturally small. This is also the reason why Yi-Chen is so confident. In other words, no matter what, he is sure to win now. Not only did he think so, but Gu Junfeng also thought so. However, he, as a dealer, seems to be a bit of a dice jockey. 2 dice will break if you roll them once. At this time, everyone was looking at them nervously. This is a bet of hundreds of millions. It's a once-in-a-century event. So, at this moment, whether you are playing in the hall or in the VIP room, all are gathered here. The winnings or losses in the VIP room are usually only a few million. There are very few people with tens of millions, let alone hundreds of millions. So, naturally it can attract them. Wang Quan held Zhao Liying's tender little hand tightly. Isn't the stakes too high? This win or loss is hundreds of millions? If we win, it will be more than 200 million, right? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Zhao Liying felt similar to him. Although their families are all millionaires, 200 million in cash is still very shocking. You know, she came here with a mission this time. There is 20 million in her card, which is the money for selecting raw stones. There are 200 million here. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. I was definitely nervous. At this moment, everyone held their breath, wanting to see how good this person's luck would be. With the lid open, the dice inside were also exposed to everyone's view. Fuck. Why only 2 dice? There were clearly 3 dice just now, but how come there are only 2 now? Where did the other one go? Ha, you are so stupid, didn't you see the debris inside? That one must have exploded on its own. It turned into crumbs. Holy crap, there's such a thing? Can dice explode on their own? Ha, I've learned something new. But how can I win with 2 dice? Who says you can't win with 2 dice? As long as the number is greater than 9, you can win. Damn, I can't tell what time it is. Can you guys take a look at what time it is? 1 6, 2 6s. 20. Ah, that's all, we win again. At this time, Gu Junfeng looked at Yi Chen with a gloomy face. What's going on? Didn't you say it was okay? What's going on? Looking at the 2 6 o'clocks, Yi Chen's mind was also confused. That's not right. I clearly broke 2, how come only 1 broke? Yi Chen was depressed to death. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. He didn't know how to answer Gu Junfeng's question. Yi Chen, who has always been very confident in himself, suddenly felt much older. Could it be that the mistake occurred because I didn't have enough strength? But no matter what the reason is, he is bound to be responsible for this mess. Sorry, boss, it's my mistake. Li Changfeng didn't care about their whispering. Now it's time to check out. It's okay, isn't it just that the dice is broken? I'm changing to another deck. Are you going to continue playing? I haven't had enough yet. Hearing his words, Gu Junfeng couldn't help but tremble. Still playing. What the hell? If you want to play, go somewhere else. You are not welcome here. He really regrets it now. Why did he speak so meanly in the first place? Let them play and you pay for the gambling. Now, I lost 200 million in one go. It hurts. If he could faint, he would have foamed at the mouth and lay on the ground twitching for a while. That beautiful lady Zhao, brother Wang, the gambling activity outside has started. How about we play it another day? There is no other choice but to find a reason to take them away. You can't play now. Even Yi Chen is not his opponent. If he continues to play, he will just be giving money to the other party. At the same time, he also remembered the man who won 200 million from him. Ha ha. It's not that easy to take young Master Gu's money. Be careful, you may have the life to spend it. It's just that I'm embarrassed to say these words in front of everyone. I can only find an opportunity to deal with this bastard. Okay, Mr. Gu, quickly exchange our money. There is also a copy for me in this. Ha ha. This trip was not in vain. When I have spent all my money, I will bring my brothers to play with me. Gu Junfeng. Chapter 121, 3070. After hearing Wang Quan's words, Gu Junfeng almost vomited blood and died. Coming again? Do you think this place is a fucking ATM? You dare to come? Believe it or not, I will let the dog bite you. Okay, go to the front desk, count the chips you have, and exchange them directly. We don't have anything else here, but a lot of money. As long as you have the ability to win, I can have someone drive you home. Welcome Brother Wang and the god of gamblers to come again. Gu Changfeng spoke nicely in front of everyone, but as soon as he finished speaking, he secretly sent a message to their security captain. From then on, their casino banned this person from playing. Take good photos so that every security guard can recognize you. Since the order to expel them has been issued, they are not allowed to play even if they want to. So he took Wei Wei to the front desk and exchanged cash with them. Don't take the change of more than 1 million. Consider it as a gift to your boss for the bet. After receiving 200 million yuan, he left the casino. Because of betting on the size of the house, they have become celebrities in this casino and many people follow them. The purpose of following them is very clear, which is to find out whether they can take the money away safely. This is not a small amount after all, it's 200 million. Only when they saw them leave the casino safely did they feel relieved. At least, this casino gave them the impression of being legitimate. It's not one of those black casinos where you can't take the money you win. Hey, did you just hear that? He said he didn't want the more than 1 million yuan anymore, and just regarded it as a bargaining chip for the boss? Does that mean that he didn't bring a dime and won 200 million? As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately resonated with others. Is this still possible? For free? It seems like it's just a freeloader? Fuck, next time, I won't bring any money with me. Not to mention winning 200 million, 20 million is fine too. Ha ha. 20 million, if you can win 2,000, you're pretty capable. After everyone left, the casino's gambling god Yichin was still standing in front of the gambling table without moving. Because he didn't understand why he made 2 mistakes in a row. A mistake is a mistake. If you make 2 mistakes, you can no longer call it a mistake. That's because of technology. Looking at the 2 intact dice on the table, he reached out to take them and see why they didn't break. Not to mention crushing it into powder, at least break it into 2 or 3 pieces. However, when his finger just touched one of the dice, it instantly shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. Fuck! What is going on? Yi Chen took a breath of cold air. The broken dice almost scared him to death. Master, a real master. If he still can't figure it out now, then his title of God of Gamblers is in vain. In other words, the dice had been shattered by his internal force, but were forcibly gathered together by someone else. When the energy on the dice is used up, it will disintegrate on its own even if he doesn't touch it. So, he calmly collected the broken dice. Because he didn't intend to tell the boss here about this, nor did he want anyone else to know. Masters all have weird tempers, and he doesn't want to make the other party unhappy. At this time, Li Changfeng and others also left the casino and walked into the gambling stone area. When I came in just now, there weren't many people here and stones were scarce. Now it fills every corner. There were people everywhere, pointing at the stones and commenting on them. Brother Wang, I won 200 million today, one of which is yours. I'll transfer the money directly to your account in a moment. Because Wang Quan's money was also included in the bet, it was considered a joint win for them. Although the proportion of money is different, after all, the money is not yours, but given by others. So, it was divided equally with the royal power. No. Although money is a good thing, you don't need all the money. You won all this money, how can I take it? When Wang Quan heard that he was going to share some money, he quickly refused. You absolutely cannot take this money. Why, don't you consider me your brother? You must take the money in here, otherwise, we will no longer be brothers? Seeing Li Changfeng so serious, Zhao Liang also advised him. Since Brother Li said so, then take it. But it has to be in proportion. Wang Quan's money is less than 1/3, so he can only take 60 million at most. The remaining 140 million is all yours. Good. That's what I said. Li Changfeng is not a pretentious person. I agreed readily. Their actions made Wei Wei and Zhao Liang speechless. Others are all thinking about how to get more, but they are different. They are all thinking about not taking advantage of others. Everyone wants to suffer a little loss. Perhaps, this is a true friend. It is very different from those friends who only drink and eat together. The so-called drinking and eating buddies are friends only if you drink and eat with them. But when you are in trouble or encounter difficulties, those people will disappear without a trace. 60 million is also a considerable sum of money for Wang Quan. Having this money means a lot to him. All in all, this is the second time I've made money following Li Changfeng. It was also the easiest time to make money. People say that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without outside money. This saying makes sense. Come on, help me pick out some good materials. Don't let your luck run out in the casino. Seeing that they had divided the money, Zhao Liang hurried over and urged them. After all, that's tens of millions. She wants it too. That Gu Junfeng is really rubbish. He didn't even bother to give me 200,000 yuan. Otherwise, I could have made hundreds of millions. she was just thinking about this idea. Even if I gave it to her, would she really dare to press it down like this? Maybe at the beginning, but once she makes over 10 million, she will consider it. Not everyone is like Li Changfeng and dares to play like that. Ha ha. Don't worry, beautiful lady. Brother's luck is endless. Look at my sharp eyes. I'll pick out some nice stones for you to take home. Although he can see through things, he still can't tell what is good and what is bad. According to what I know, even jade is divided into many types, such as top grade, ice grade, etc. It's a mess. Therefore, when he is looking for stones, it is best to see what is good jade, what is ordinary jade, and what is the top quality jade. If he can't tell the difference, he won't be able to judge the quality of the jade. So, he followed Zhao Liying and walked for a long time without saying a word. Along the way, he also discovered that many materials contain jade. But I couldn't tell what quality it was, so I never bought it. One is waiting for its opportunity. Chapter 122 Advanced Ice Type. Well, we have walked around for a few times. Are you particularly interested in that stone? Zhao Liying asked carefully. Since leaving the casino. She took Li Changfeng to look at all the stones. The reason why I haven't said anything is to let him observe. However, even after watching it twice, he didn't say a word. So, she was a little anxious. Is it really the end of their Zhao family? If Li Changfeng couldn't help her, she really didn't know who else she could turn to. I've read it twice, why don't you say something? Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore and asked. This one is good. Seeing the beautiful woman asking, he pointed to a stone weighing over 100 kilograms and said. This is a rough stone covered with cracks. Although Zhao Liying didn't know much about stones, she still followed their purchasing master to look at them. How can this kind of stone produce green? Even if it is possible. Judging from the cracks on it, it is impossible to produce good jade. Are you sure? Is this good? Miss Zhao asked uncertainly. Because the quality is so bad, but the price is not cheap, it costs 100,000. He. Well, I'm also optimistic about this. Brother, you have good taste, right? Hurry up and pay for it, okay? Gu Junfeng, who had been looking for them all the way, finally found them. In the casino, they won 200 million yuan from him. He will never forget it. Not only did he lose money, but he also failed to win the favor of the beauty, which made him feel worse than swallowing a fly. So, after arriving at the casino, he wondered if he could make up for some of his losses here. When he finished his work, he found that he could not find them. So they searched all over the gambling stone field and finally found them in this corner. Saw them discussing an abandoned piece of rough stone. He almost laughed. The stones for this piece are the worst ones they selected from all the materials. I am also here to make up the numbers. As for the good raw stones, they are all in the front yard. Although 100,000 is just a drizzle compared to 200 million. However, being able to embarrass Li Changfeng could also make himself feel more comfortable. Zhao Liying. Although she wanted to believe him, this stone didn't look like good material no matter how she looked at it. When I saw that she didn't say anything, I realized that she still didn't quite believe in herself. So, he just looked at Wei Wei. Wife, we are getting married soon, are we still in need of a set of fine tea sets? How about buying this and making it into a tea set and putting it in the living room if it turns green? Hey! Husband. I'll do whatever you say. Whatever you say, that's what it is. Tang Weiwei said very cooperatively. Although I don't know whether the things in this stone are good or bad. But there must be something. Because, in the cracked stone, there is a color that is different from the stone. I guess that's what's called green. Boss, I want this stone. Having said that, he prepared to pay. Wang Quan looked at it and wanted to persuade him. When he thought about how he never did anything without certainty, he didn't move. Stand beside him and watch him trade. Swipe the card, enter the password, and it's done in one go. Cut it now? The boss asked. Cut, of course I have to cut it. Otherwise, I can't hold such a big stone. Okay. After saying that, the boss called a stone cutting master to come and do the cutting. There is a classic saying in the casino. It's like, one knife to heaven, one knife to hell. Whether one cut will make you rich or bankrupt depends on whether the cut can produce green. Boss, do you have any request? Do you want to cut it off completely or start from scratch? There are certain requirements for cutting stones. So, they didn't dare to cut randomly. What if there is a good piece of jade in the middle and it is cut into two halves by a knife? Then its value will be greatly reduced. Therefore, it is necessary to seek the opinions of customers. Li Chanfeng thought for a moment and said, then let's cut it from here? If you don't see green, just cut it like this. Use a marker to make a mark on the stone. Let them cut according to the marks they drew. As the stone cutting machine began to buzz, the stone cutting process just began. At this time, everyone was watching the movement of the stone nervously. Everyone wants to know whether there is anything valuable in this stone. Because this is the first stone to be solved today, it is of great significance. Anyone who comes here to gamble on stones is more or less superstitious. As long as this can be a good start, then they will also get some luck from it. So, they all want to make this stone a little green. Even the cheapest jade will do. As long as you see a little green, it is good luck. As the stone on one side was cut away, a green light suddenly appeared. Ah! A good start? Green? Green? The stone cutting master shouted nervously. Ha ha! Even if they didn't shout, the onlookers would have noticed it. Isn't it the same ice type? This should be a high-grade ice species. It's going up, it's going up. This has to be at least 10 times bigger, I just don't know how big it is inside. If I cut it on the other side like this time, and only 1/3 of it is left, it will be worth at least 2 million. Did he buy it for 100,000? How many times has it increased? He's made a fortune. But who knows how many high-grade ice species there are in there? What if there are only these few? Even if that's the case, the 1 million is still there. Seeing the discussions of the people around him, Gu Juanfeng's face turned as pale as pig liver, completely bloodless. Grass. His luck is really good. Although the multiple is not much, it is still an increase. At this time, an old man came over and looked at the incision. Little brother, I want your stone. 1 million? How about it? 1 million is a normal price. Because it is not certain how many such high-grade ice types are there. However, if you buy it for 1 million, you can only make money and not lose money. You want to buy it for 1 million, what are you thinking? Brother, I'm the boss of the first-class jewelry store. I'll take this stone for 1.2 million. Another middle-aged man came and started competing with the old man for the stone. The old man looked at the middleman and said with a smile, Hello, boss son, you have such a big store, are you still short of this stone? I was competing with him. I offered 1.5 million. When the old man saw that there was competition, he directly added another 300,000 yuan online. I'm sorry, Uncle Xiaomeng, but we are in urgent need of this material right now and can't give up. 1,700,000. 1,800,000? 2 million? If you still dare to ask for it, I'll give it to you. Boss Sun said as he took a bite. There was no other way. Not to mention his first-class jewelry, even the Zhao family, the largest jewelry merchant in Binhai, was in urgent need of raw materials. His first-class jeweler was, at best, a second-tier one. If the Zhao family couldn't solve the problem, then the Sun family would have no solution at all. Chapter 123 Stone King. So, as soon as the show started, he came over. Although he doesn't know how to look at stones, he can buy the ones with green color at a high price. Or buy the jadeite that has been opened by others. The kind like the one Li Changfeng drove is also his first choice. When old man Meng saw that he offered 2 million, he didn't dare to add any more. Because the price they offered was much higher than the estimated price of this ice type. That is to say, they dare to accept the processing, and others who buy it will definitely lose money. 200, unless half of the remaining material can be turned into high-grade ice type, otherwise, it is not worth the price. Okay, for the sake of the child, I'll give it to you. If old man Meng doesn't fight, then no one will compete with him. This piece of high-grade ice is his. However, Li Changfeng's words almost choked him to death. Excuse me, I don't sell it? Just 3 simple words, I want to sell it. He was stunned on the spot. It seems that I have been arguing for a long time, but in vain. The boss hasn't even decided whether to buy it or not, but the two of them have been arguing for a long time. But it was in vain. The price I offer is not low. Even if you search all the sellers, you can't get a price higher than the one I offer. Boss Sun said very confidently. What a pity. No matter how high the price you offer, he won't sell it. Even if I sell it, it's not your turn to collect it. Zhao Liang, who had been silent, stood up from behind. Ms. Zhao? When Boss Sun saw Zhao Liang, he started to stutter. Zhao Liang, the apple of the Zhao family's eye and the vice president of the Zhao family, how could he not know her? Hello, Boss Sun. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am sorry for being so presumptuous. After saying that, Boss Swan stopped talking and stood aside, sighing secretly. Yes. In front of the Zhao family, I really don't have the strength to compete. What's more, judging from their relationship, they seem to have arrived together. Seeing that no one was arguing anymore, the stone cutting master was allowed to continue cutting the stone. Master, just wipe it this time, don't do it again. Wipe. There's still a lot left. If we wipe it all off, how long will it take? Master Jiesher asked in confusion. It's okay, you just wipe it? He didn't know how to explain it to him. After all, he couldn't say that, except for the surface layer of stone, the rest of the stone was what they called high-grade ice. Gu Junfeng originally wanted to mock him. However, before he could finish his words, he heard cheers. It's going up, it's going up. It's rising, rising, and rising again. Oh my god, aren't all the remaining ones high-grade ice species? Isn't this too big? Shit, if these are all high-grade ice stones, then this stone will be sold for at least 4 to 5 million. At this moment, both Old Man Meng and Boss Sun were regretting their decision to death. If I had known this earlier, I would have paid more money. In their minds, the reason why the other party is not selling is because the price they have not reached is what they want. Once the price reaches the other party's heart, they will definitely sell it. Of course, there is another person who was very depressed. Originally she only needed to spend 100,000 to get it, but now the price has risen to 5 million. It has increased 50 times. No one would feel balanced. The reason why she didn't want it was, firstly, she looked down upon the stone, and secondly, the stone was too cheap. As the saying goes, there is no good thing at a cheap price. She came here with a mission. With tens of millions. She wanted to buy a large amount of material. That is, a large rough stone. Only when the original stone is large enough can more material be obtained. But I didn't expect that an inconspicuous raw stone could produce an icy jadeite worth 5 million. This was something she had not expected. When the entire stone was completely decomposed, a whole piece of high-grade ice appeared in front of everyone. Miss Zhao? We won't sell this jade, but we need your help. Ask your designer to help me design a tea set. The extra amount will be treated as a handling fee. Is that okay with you? Ha ha. No problem at all. I will make it exactly as you said and send it to you. Zhao Liang understood it. It seems that he doesn't have to pay any processing fees, so he is getting a good deal. In fact, you are getting a great advantage. Such a large piece of jade, just the scraps, are enough for them to make many small gadgets. After a phone call, people from the Zhao family came over and took away the entire piece of icy jadeite. After wandering around here for a while, I left this area. Because there really aren't any good rough stones here. That piece is an exception. Another reason why I bought that piece was because the stone was cheaper. He also wanted to take a look and understand what kind of jade is good, what kind of jade is ordinary, and what kind of jade is high-end. According to their comments, this high-grade ice type should be just average. Not the best. According to the colored paper that the worker just took, and the color contrast marked on it, better than high-grade ice type or ice glass type, and dragon stone type. Seeing the contrast on the colored paper, he had an idea in mind. Along the way, he also noted down many stones with good jade. If you want to purchase in large quantities, just buy the stones you remember. As more and more people come here, it becomes more and more lively. From time to time, you can hear the sound of firecrackers. Whenever firecrackers are set off, it means that someone has discovered jade. The longer the firecrackers are set off, the better the ice quality will be and the more valuable it will be. There is not just one store selling stones here, but many. They are all in this market. Each doing their own business. Of course, there is competition. Setting off firecrackers is also to attract customers. Several people were strolling and chatting. At this time, in the boutique area, there are many raw stones that look very good. One of them is the raw stone king of this raw stone conference. It is 2 meters high and weighs 2 tons. The seller wants 30 million. And it's still low priced. If there is competition, it is not impossible for the price to rise to hundreds of millions. There was once a time when two families competed for a stone king. The low price was 40 million, but it was auctioned to 110 million. Judging from the situation, this time is no exception. Dad? Hello, Uncle Lou? Let me introduce you, these people are all my friends. Zhao Liang introduced Li Changfeng and others to her father. Maybe because he was discussing something, he just nodded at them as a greeting. Wang Quan and Li Changfeng didn't care either, because he had heard their conversation, although the sound is not loud. However, his hearing is several times better than that of ordinary people, so he can naturally hear it. Boss Zhao, we must take down this stone king. I am very optimistic about him. Yeah. I want to, too. But, look, we're not the only ones who have taken a fancy to the Stone King today, right? Whether we can capture it or not is another matter. After all, the funds we have prepared are limited. Chapter 124. There are pits, big pits. Hearing their conversation, Li Changfeng used his golden eyes to observe the so-called Stone King. You won't know until you see it. It's so funny that it's enough to kill you. The Stone King seems to be flawless, but it is actually rotten inside. Good looking but not affordable. If anyone takes a picture of the Stone King, he will probably lose everything, even without enough money to wear underwear. Because inside the Stone King are all the same debris as on the surface of the rock, all debris. Although there are some that are glowing green, their value is not even 1/10 of the reserve price. Therefore, if you sell it, you will definitely lose a lot of money. Brother Wang, tell your girlfriend not to let them bid for the so-called highest bidder. The reason I didn't tell her directly was that I wanted to create more opportunities for Wang Quan. I am so handsome and I came here to help with good intentions. It would be bad if she fell in love with me because of my talent and good looks. As the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be cheated on. You can't steal the woman your friend likes. Although Wang Quan didn't understand why he said that, out of instinct, he chose to believe it. Because of gambling on stones, luck has to be relied upon a lot. Even the so-called experts. They are just making their judgment based on their past experience in opening jadeite. However, no matter how good the appearance is, no one knows what will come out when the knife is cut. It is just as the saying goes, one cut to heaven, one cut to hell. If experts could make accurate judgments, this sentence might not have happened. This is also a big reason why the gambling stone industry is so popular. If you are lucky, becoming rich overnight is not a myth. Ying? Zhao Liang, who was listening to the master's explanation with full concentration, heard Wang Quan calling her. What's the matter? Ahem. Are you also interested in the Stone King and the Bidding King? Yes, this is the material that my father must get. Because, experts estimate that not only a large number of high-grade ice jadeite can be found here, but also glass jadeite and even dragonstone. Do you know how much the dragonstone is worth once it is mined, even if it can only be processed into a necklace? At least 500 million? Not to mention the high-grade ice and glass varieties. From what he said, he was determined to win the so-called bid. Well, Changfeng said that this stone can't be bought. Is there a pit? A big pit? What? Zhao Liang looked at Wang Quan with some suspicion, then turned her gaze to Li Changfeng. I want to ask him about the authenticity of the matter. But Li Changfeng didn't look at her. She knew that he didn't tell her directly because she didn't believe him just now. But so many experts are optimistic about it. Could so many people have seen it wrong? Especially Uncle Lu, the Zhao family's gambling stone master, also has a fancy for this quick bid winner. In order to win the bid, the family prepared 100 million yuan. It can be said that they valued this stone very much. Because, as long as they win the bid, the high-quality jadeite they get will be enough for them to use for a long time. When they are short of raw materials, they need this material even more. Of course, if it really is a trap, it would be fatal for their Zhao family. The Zhao family has now prepared a total of 200 million yuan to purchase raw materials. I have 50 million, and my father has at most 100 million. If they bet on the wrong bid, it would definitely be a disaster for them. They can afford to win, but they can't afford to lose. After going through so many things, she now firmly believes in Li Changfeng's judgment. At this time, the host who was responsible for introducing the winning bidder was enthusiastically introducing the value of the winning bidder. After a passionate speech, the bidding began. After all, people who can come here are generally not worth too low. everyone can still accept the initial reserve price. After a round of competition, the winning bid price rose to 60 million. At this time, those speculators no longer dared to follow. After all, no matter how wonderful the host's words are, no matter how well he speaks, there is still a certain risk. Those who can still bid now are all very powerful people. For example, the Zhao family, the Chen family, which is almost as powerful as them, the outsider Gu family, and a collector. The four of them are still competing. 70 million? 7,005? 8,000? 100 million? Soon, the price exceeded 100 million. This price has exceeded the Zhao family's expectations. So the head of the Zhao family was discussing this with their master Lu. How about it? Can I add more? What else can we do if we don't add more? We are determined to win this bid. At worst, we can increase the budget. At this time, Zhao Liang came to her father who was talking. Dad, that winning bidder probably isn't worth the price. Why don't we give up? Father Zhao Ji looked at his daughter and asked puzzledly. Why? Did you hear any gossip? Master Lu also turned and looked at her, wondering why she said that. As a senior member of the Zhao family, she should be aware of the family's difficulties. Rumor? She doesn't have any gossip. But how to explain it to them? If they said that this was what Li Changfeng said, they would definitely not believe it. Because they trust their own judgment more. Dad, there's gossip, but you don't believe it. But the winning bid has exceeded our budget. So, I don't think we can increase our investment any further. Besides, what if? I say what if? What if the winning bidder is different from what we expected? Can we bear the consequences? We can't just think about the best and not prepare for the worst. So, I think, since it has exceeded our expectations, we might as well let it go and choose some other rough stones. This will both spread the risk and prevent us from losing everything. Zhao Liang's words made her father fall into deep thought. Yes. After his daughter's reminder, he realized that he had almost lost his mind because of these things. What my daughter said makes a lot of sense. They can't stand the setbacks. Just now, Master Lu was also advising him not to follow anymore and not to continue filming. But, I was so stubborn. It's a dictatorship. Once they really buy this so-called winning bid, if they lose the bet, then their Zhao jewelry will most likely decline. At this time, Master Lu's eyes were darting around. God really helps me. He was just worrying about how to persuade him not to follow. Seeing that the eldest princess of the Zhao family also said so, he immediately became happy. Yes. Master Zhao. The little princess is right. We really can't raise the price anymore. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. Use this money to buy the best rough stones. Maybe they will be better than the highest bidder. Chapter 125, Falling into the Trap. He was a little hesitant at first, but after being persuaded by Master Lu, he no longer had the initial impulse. All right. Then let's buy the rough stones separately. Looking at the top bidder, he could only sigh. I still feel a little reluctant. After all, he placed too much hope on this top bidder. Even if he didn't bid, he wanted to know what the highest bidder would offer. The last person to make a bid was Gu Junfeng. See that the Zhao family is not bidding. He also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Otherwise, if the other party raises the price, it is still unknown whether you can win the bid. Because he knew the Zhao family's bottom price in advance, he only prepared a little over 100 million. Because the casino also has several 100 million yuan that he can use temporarily at will. However, now that all the casino's money has been scammed away, he has no backup funds to use. Therefore, he was also afraid that the Zhao family would raise the price again. Seeing that the other party didn't speak for a long time, he felt relaxed. When he saw Master Lu give him an okay gesture again, he was completely relieved. Because the Gu family's jewelry is going to move into Binhai, the first family to be eliminated is the Zhao family. If they don't deal with the Zhao family, it will be almost impossible for them to open up the Binhai market. Because now the market is almost saturated. There was no extra space for them to get in. Besides, with the local enterprise Zhao family blocking the way, it is not realistic for them to open up quickly. Therefore, the only correct option is to defeat him. Originally, he wanted to use the beauty trap, but unfortunately, he failed. Zhao Liang ignored him. It filled him with endless frustration. Who is he? The young master of the Gu family in the provincial capital. He has whatever kind of woman he wants. It has always been women who take the initiative to approach him, and there is no woman he cannot handle. Unexpectedly, I came to this small beach and had a great meal. If his beauty trap succeeds, he can eliminate the Zhao family without bloodshed. Because the Zhao family only has one daughter, Zhao Liang. After the head of the Zhao family dies, he will inherit all the Zhao family's property. At that time, the Zhao family was changed to the Gu family. Unfortunately, such a good plan did not go ahead. Then the only option is to take the commercial route. Defeat them, beat them back. Mr. Gu is offering 100 million yuan. Is there anyone who can offer? If not, this year's top bidder will be Mr. Gu. At this time, everyone turned their eyes to the Zhao family. Because, in the end, only the Zhao family dared to compete with him. Gu Junfeng is from the Gu family in the provincial capital, and his sister is from the Li family, a wealthy family in Binhai. Given these identities, ordinary people would not dare to bid with him. Only the Zhao family, who are desperate, dare to take a gamble. Because, regardless of whether the Zhao family competes or not, the first target that the Gu family will target when they come to Binhai is the Zhao family. So, what is the difference between being afraid and not being afraid? Because the bidding price exceeded the Zhao family's expectations, they naturally stopped raising the price. In the end, the winning bidder became the Gu family. Gu Junfeng wanted to show off his strength, to put a dent in the Zhao family, and to vent his anger. So he released the winning bidder in front of everyone. He wanted to make the Zhao family and everyone regret it. The stone is too big and weighs 2 tons. Therefore, we found several stone-cutting masters, and they cut the stone bit by bit around the winning piece. Naturally, there are many people who like to watch the fun. Everyone gathered around, wanting to see what could be mined from this stone worth hundreds of millions. Is it possible to mine diamonds weighing a few kilograms? At this moment, the entire venue was filled with the roar of machines and the sound of stone cutting. Gu Junfeng was so nervous that his hands and feet were shaking. In my heart, I silently said, "Hurry up and get green." Because the stone is huge, even if it can produce ordinary ice jadeite, it can still be profitable. If only some slightly better ice type could be produced, such as high-grade ice type or glass type. Then he made a fortune. As the stones were cut one by one, no one saw any hope of finding green. They are all smooth and the same color as the surface of the stone. Cutting from the edge bit by bit is too slow. So one of the masters suggested, it would be better to just cut it in the middle. Just see if it turns green or not. Seeing that an hour had passed and there was still no green, he needed to see some green to cheer himself up. So I agreed to understand Master Shi's opinion. Just split the winning bid in half. When the top bidder was separated, the whole audience exploded. Fuck. Oh shit. Oh my god, what kind of luck is this? Oh my god. How lucky is this? The winning bidder that cost hundreds of millions, the one favored by everyone, the one that several companies desperately fought over, turned out to be an empty shell. Yes. It's just an empty shell. After opening it, smoke came out. Those who don't know would think that some god-level good stuff has appeared, but those who know would think, that it is just loneliness. Maybe there was something before, but now it has turned to powder. As soon as the winning bidder was sawed in half, a cloud of black smoke rose up. Gu Junfeng. Is he really dumbfounded? Isn't this unscientific? How come there was only one winner, a bid that so many people were optimistic about and had such good results? Damn, this is 100 million? 100 million, and all it brings is loneliness. Although there is a bit of green around it, it is just the most ordinary jade. Even if calculated by kilogram, it is not worth 1 million. 1 million. If you spend tens of thousands and get 1 million, you're really lucky. However, considering that 100 million was spent, it was a huge loss. Mr. Gu, what should we do now? The stone-cutting master looked at him helplessly, not knowing whether to continue cutting the stone. What to do? Of course Shi solved it for me bit by bit. Well, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Every bit we can get back is a bit. At this moment, he really felt a little regretful. Damn, why didn't they add a little more just now? If he adds a little more, I will have no money and will not compete with him anymore. Then the one who is being tricked is the Zhao family. He thought to himself. The Zhao family, their people haven't left yet. They are all watching from the side. When they saw the stones that had been sold, they were all dumbfounded. Zhao Liying's father looked at his daughter. I said very seriously, "Thank you, daughter. If you hadn't stopped us, we might have been the ones being tricked now. Is your gossip really accurate? Do you have any other gossip? For example, which stone is good, and which stone can be cut to increase the value?" Zhao Liying didn't know how to answer the questions. I could only chuckle and say, "Dad, I took my friends to pick out rocks. You and Uncle Lu should do your own things. Today's task has not started yet." After saying that, he left with Wang Quan, Li Changfeng, and others. Chapter 126: The First Shot. With the closing of the bid, many people who came hoping to get rich overnight felt disappointed. It also made them deeply understand what it means to be in heaven with one sword and to be in hell with one sword. This kind of excitement is even more thrilling than the turmoil in the stock market. It makes people feel like a roller coaster, exciting and terrifying. The entire market is also in a dull state. Since even the highest bid jadeite can be cut down, how confident can we be that other raw stones can be cut into good jadeite? Therefore, most people just watch but rarely take action. However, no matter how the merchants introduced their stones, no one bought them. The entire raw stone market is in a lifeless environment. It can be said that the entire market is now in urgent need of a high-quality stone to prove that there are still good jades here. Li Changfeng and his friends were also walking around casually. It was not that they did not want to try, they just wanted to look around and see if there was any special jadeite. The entire market is neither big nor small, and it takes more than they can go through in a short time. So, after walking for a while, I walked into a raw stone shop. This is a relatively large store with many stones placed inside. There are quite a few people who come here to shop, but unfortunately, most of them just ask about the price and none of them really want to buy. When the boss saw Li Changfeng and his friends come in, he came over to greet them warmly. "Everyone, which one do you want to choose? The goods here are genuine and at reasonable prices. You will definitely not lose money if you buy them." The shop owner enthusiastically introduced the raw stones in their shop. Now he also hopes that there will be a customer who can buy a piece of raw stone that can be cut and increased in value, even if it's just a little bit higher than what you invested. He would also take out the largest string of firecrackers in his store and light them. Make some crackling noises to attract customers. Playing with rough stones is like buying a house. Most of the time, I buy things on impulse. Therefore, if you want customers to spend money, you still need some motivation. Where does the excitement come from? It is to let them see real money, which is exciting. It's the same as drinking in a bar. You were originally shy and unable to let go, but then a beautiful girl came and clinked glasses with you, and once you had a little wine in your tummy, you had everything you wanted. The boss introduced several pieces of raw stones to them, which he considered to be of relatively high quality and had the potential to increase in value. Li Changfeng followed the boss's gesture and pointed to 3 huge rocks in succession, each of which was relatively large. "Boss, these 3 look good to me. What price would you like to sell them for?" These 3 pieces of raw stones are all huge stones, and each one weighs several hundred kilograms. 2 of the 3 pieces are the treasures of their store. The prices above are both higher than the real thing, one is 18 million and the other is 8 million. There is only one relatively cheap one, which costs 2.1 million. If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. But since you have bought it, buy a few more. Although I know the quality of every piece of raw stone here, I can still buy them all at once. He was going to pick a few in his store. Now that he had completed the task for Miss Xiao, he would also choose one here. How can you miss the chance to make a fortune? Originally the boss thought they were just a bunch of newbies, but turned out to be masters. Otherwise, how could he have taken a fancy to the most precious item in his store at once? Ah, you really have good taste, don't you? These 3 you picked are the best in my store? Seeing you guys are so forthcoming, I won't ask for anything more than that. I'll give you a 10% discount. The 3 stones are worth 28.8 million in total. Will 25 million be enough for you? How about it? Do you think I am sincere? The boss gave 3 million right away, which shows that he is quite good at handling things. Of course, he mainly wanted to hold them back. Although they make less profit, once the price goes up, the business brought to their store will naturally be huge. The boss is attracting traffic and attracting invisible customers around to his store. Okay, deal. Beauty, pay? After the price was agreed upon, the only one left was Zhao Liying. Seeing that she had chosen 3 stones at once, she was still a little worried. After all, I only have so little money on me. In one go, half of it was spent. However, he only hesitated for a moment before paying directly. She didn't want to make Li Changfeng unhappy anymore. Since you have found someone, you should trust them. So I paid the money readily. Beauty, do you want to untie the stone now? Zhao Liying hummed. It's not that she doesn't trust it, but because the stone is too big. If she doesn't cut it, how can she take it away? It has to be cut. Besides, there were no professional stone cutting machines when we got back. I have to hire more people, spend more money. Okay. This is exactly what the boss wants. If they are not cut and left alone, they will lose their drainage function. However, after the stone cutting process was completed, he no longer thought so. Hey man, the forklift is coming over here, cutting the stone? Then a small forklift came and took all their boulders to the stone crusher and began to crush them. The stone cutter began to cut the stone bit by bit according to the texture of the stone. Soon, a green light flashed under the light. Ah! It's gone up, it's gone up? The stone cutter said excitedly. The boss was also very excited and said to the workers, hurry up, the firecrackers are ready for you. After hearing what my father said, the masters also tried to speed up. Soon, the price rose again on the other side of the stone. This time, the boss didn't hesitate anymore. Hurry up, set off the firecrackers. We have a big shipment here? Based on the price increases on both sides, an experienced boss could guess that this customer must have bought the right stone and the price must have exceeded what they paid for the stone. Seeing the price increase, Zhao Liying was extremely excited. Although, she believed him in her heart. However, before the solution is found, no one dares to say that it is 100% certain to produce good jade. Seeing the green, she felt relieved. This time I solved the most expensive one, which cost more than 10 million. As more and more jadeite was unearthed, some people who wanted to buy it also started to bid. However, when they learned that it was Zhao Liying's stone, everyone remained silent. The Zhao family is one of the largest jewelers in Binhai. How could they possibly sell raw materials? Although no one bid for it. However, some people have started to estimate the price there. At first some people said it was worth 8 million, then 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, and 25 million. In the end, it stopped at 25 million. It can be said that buying this rough stone made her a fortune. I made at least 10 million, but if it was processed into jewelry, it would probably sell for more than 50 million. After hearing the estimate, the boss was not very happy, but he was able to accept it. So he asked the guys to light the firecrackers. There was a crackling sound here. Chapter 127, Face to Face with Gu Junfeng again. The sound of the cannon here immediately alarmed everyone in the gambling stone field. While hesitating, people who liked to watch the fun suddenly gathered around. At this time, Zhao Liying's father was also attracted by the sound of artillery fire, but he was studying a stone with Master Lu, so he did not go to join in the fun. However, the news soon spread. What? A rough stone worth more than 10 million was cut into nearly 30 million? This luck is also bursting. Really? Send someone to buy it quickly? The purpose of the Zhao family's trip was, firstly, to purchase the raw stones themselves, and secondly, to purchase the jadeite that had been cut by others. Of course, the price of purchasing jade that has been cut by someone else will definitely be much higher. After all, they were not the only ones acquiring the company. Competition, as long as there is competition, you have to pay a price slightly higher than the normal price to get it. To put it bluntly, they all have to be acquired at a premium. However, for the future of the company, they have no choice. Boss Zhao, if they go, they've already sent someone to go. But I don't know if I can receive it. After all, there are so many people competing for it. Master Lu said with a sigh. Well, let's leave it to fate. We have to hurry up and buy some raw stones. Master Lu's stone identification skills are very solid. Although he cannot bet on a good stone 100%, his chances of success are still relatively high. Generally speaking, the ratio of his input to income is about 30%. In other words, he has a 30% chance of winning the bet. Basically, if you buy 3 pieces of raw stones, you can bet on 1. As for how much good jade can be cut out of this piece, it depends on luck. Of course, that's the probability. That is also very likely, even if you buy 4 pieces you may not get green. This also has something to do with luck. At this time, he had been choosing for a long time before he finally selected a piece of raw stone. "Boss, this piece, have you cut it?" When they were just cutting the stone, Li Changfeng had already started cutting the second piece of raw stone. The first one made 10 million. Of course, we can't just look at making 10 million. Instead, their Zhao family had gained a new piece of high-quality jadeite raw material. This is the key point. Because now they have money but cannot buy raw materials. The second piece of raw stone is almost the same size as the first one. However, the price is half the price. The stone cutter also followed the steps for the first piece, cutting it a little at first to see if there was any green, and then cutting it from 1/3 of the way down one side. Whether it can rise or turn green depends on this. At this time, everyone was looking nervously at the stone-cutting masters on the shelves. It seemed like someone in the crowd recognized them and was talking about them in low voices. "Aren't these the gambling gods in the casino? I didn't expect that they are so good at gambling on stones." "God of gamblers? What do you mean?" "Oh. It's just that the game hasn't started yet. I was playing in the casino and saw a man win a jackpot of 200 million yuan in the casino without any effort. The ones who won the money are those few people." "Ah. So amazing? Then, isn't it too easy for them to make money?" "Yes. Take a trip to the gambling city and you'll get 200 million. Take a trip to the gambling stone field and you'll get some top quality jade. How can they make money as easily as drinking cold water?" "Oh. If I had this ability, I wouldn't have to worry about anything." Several people were discussing in low voices, and at the same time, they were observing the stone cutting process. As the knife cut through the stone, the master who was cutting the stone sighed. "Alas! There is little hope for this increase. Unless you can find a glass jadeite. Otherwise, I'll probably have to pay for it." After hearing the conversation between the masters in front, the boss here actually breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he should have hoped that the other party would give out jadeite, but why did he feel relieved now? Could it be that I don't want them to produce jade? He was talking to himself. Perhaps this is what he is thinking now. Because the other party only spent more than 20 million to purchase the raw stone. Once the first piece is solved, it's enough to break even. If the second piece turned out to be a good jadeite, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. So, when he saw that he failed to unlock the jadeite, he breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he made many large and small cuts in all directions, and the material of the stone inside was almost exactly the same as that outside, without any change. In other words, this stone is a waste of money. Well, millions. It's all wasted. What a pity. Has this gambling god's luck run out? Otherwise, how could it go wrong? At this time, Wei Wei grabbed Li Changfeng's arm and shook it. "Honey, it's okay. Who can win 100% of the time when gambling on stones? Don't be discouraged." After saying that, she gave him a loving hug. "Hey hey. Honey, you smell so good." After a brief hug, they parted, leaving Li Changfeng feeling a little unsatisfied. "How bad? Let's talk about it when we get back," she whispered a little shyly. The reason why the stone was not cut out was because he did it on purpose. True and false. He can't buy 3 and win all 3. This will cause people to hate you. He doesn't want to cause trouble yet. So, among the 3 pieces, I chose an empty one. He. You damn gambling god, are you still a gambling god? If you are the god of gamblers, why doesn't this stone have any reaction? Ha ha ha. I don't know when Gu Junfeng came over again, but when he saw the cut raw stone, he laughed out loud. Because he is not familiar with Li Changfeng. Therefore, they don't care about face at all. All the unpleasant words were said directly. The reason I said this is that I want to save some of my lost face. After all, he had just spent 100 million yuan, and almost all of it was wasted. So, he wanted to get some back. Ha, I never said that I'm a gambling god. It was just luck that I won 200 million in your casino. Why, Master Gu, are you dissatisfied? How about we make another bet? How? Now that he has jumped out again, if he is not taught a lesson, he will not know how many eyes the Horse King has. Gu Junfeng didn't expect that the other party would actually want to bet with him, which stumped him for a moment. Because he didn't have much money on him now, and he had no funds to bet with. However, he was also confident that he would not lose. Because he has several masters behind him, they must be able to see the stones more accurately than he can. This person is just lucky. It's no big deal. Luck is something that will run out sooner or later. Okay. Now that we're done, let's play bigger. Didn't you say you won 200 million from me? Then bet 200 million. Seeing the other party jump into his own pit, Li Changfeng smiled. Make a deal. Chapter 128 Little Hong Kong. I wonder how Mr. Gu wants to gamble. Anyway, I have decided to eat you, so I'll give you one chance to choose to die. You make the rules, and in the end you die by your own rules. This is what it means to kill someone and destroy their heart. That's easy. We each pick 3 rough stones, and after we unlock them, we'll see which one is more valuable. The highest cumulative total wins. Gu Changfeng said very confidently. Okay, whatever Master Gu says, then that's it. Are we limited to choosing here, or can we choose freely without being restricted to any store? But I want to add one more thing, that is, the losing party will lose the gambling money and the jade that was opened. Make a deal. Gu Junfeng had a smile on his face, showing that his conspiracy had succeeded. How could he be limited to just this store? Because before the market opened, he had already selected stones of better quality in his store. He has already checked other stores. He knows where the good and big news are. Ha, it's limited to here, how boring. How about this, after you make your selections, have them delivered directly to my store and I'll cut them there? Li Changfeng didn't even think twice, deal. After saying that, he left the store. Because he already had an idea in his mind, he didn't spend so much time wandering around the stores in vain. He had secretly marked where there were good stones, so now all he had to do was send those materials to Gu Xiao's shop. Since you don't need to read it, you can just go and buy it. Before leaving, I temporarily separated from Wang Quan and the others. Because there is still a stone that has not been solved, the 2 of them need to watch here. Besides, this bet was his own business, so he naturally couldn't let Zhao Liying pay for it. So he left with Wei Wei. Let them wait until they finish their work here and then join them. Husband? Why did you agree to give him the bet? You don't have to agree to him. I asked, slightly confused. Ha ha. If someone wants to give us money, there's no reason not to accept it. Since I'm here, it would be a shame if I didn't bring some money back with me. Because I had already made the markings, I quickly selected 3 raw stones that looked better and spent 180 million yuan. With any luck, one of these 3 pieces will win the game. Because the stone is heavy, it takes some time to transport it to Gu Xiao's shop. So, the 2 of them started walking around the market again. I don't know who called me. Is it the royal power? He picked up the phone in confusion and took a look. I found out it was Lena calling. Ha, I seem to have forgotten about her recently. It has been half a month since she was asked to form her own team. Perhaps, now she has succeeded. Hello, Lena? Boss, you haven't contacted me for half a month. Aren't you afraid that I will take your money away? Lena has been very busy recently. However, what made her happiest was that she had finally gotten rid of Gao Li's threat. She used the information she got from Li Changfeng to buy a house at the north gate of Xiangshan Park and made more than 5 million yuan, which was enough to pay off the loan her father owed. As the saying goes, being debt-free is a relief. I'm talking about Lena now. Without the monthly mortgage repayments, she seemed much more energetic. She naturally knew who helped her to get to where she is today. Therefore, when recruiting talents for the company, he works day and night, like a workaholic. In order to set up an investment company, she even poached her former mentor. She also invited the former department head, who had already retired, to come over and train talents. It can be said that she took more trouble to set up the entire company than to do it herself. However, we are now seeing initial results. It already looks like what it is. Now I am just waiting for the boss's order to start entering the investment industry. After Lena's explanation, Li Changfeng also understood that the company had been established. Lena, thank you for your hard work. Now we can get down to business. On the one hand, we look for suitable investment opportunities, and on the other hand, we do venture capital and look for some companies with potential to invest in. Since the system hasn't given him any good news yet, he doesn't have any good projects to invest in. At this moment, the system seemed to not understand his thoughts and died. Big news, Mao County will be designated as a new Little Hong Kong this month, and the bridge leading to the port city will soon be built. In the next 3 years, it will be built into a key city in the district sector. The reason why Mao County was turned into a small Hong Kong is mainly to ease the traffic pressure in the port city. Mao County is a small county next to the port city and a truly poor county. However, to the east of Mao County is the port city of one of China's 3 top-notch cities. It seems that the reason for developing Mao County is to ease the talent pressure in Hong Kong and the city. Because the population of Hong Kong has seriously exceeded the limit, housing prices are rising with no ceiling in sight. Not to mention the city center, even outside the 4th Ring Road, the price per square meter is 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. The housing prices in the city center are sky high, with some being hundreds of thousands per square meter. In Mao County, which is right next to it, the housing prices are only 5 or 6,000, and the most expensive are only 7 or 8,000. The price difference can be said to be like heaven and earth. Once Mao County is transformed into a development zone and becomes a new little Hong Kong, the most direct impact will be on housing prices. There will definitely be earth-shaking changes in housing prices. Once the bridge between Mao County and Gangsha is opened, the distance from Mao County to Gangsha will be only 20 kilometers. You can imagine how high the housing prices in Mao County will rise to. At least the housing prices should be similar to those in the 3rd Ring Road of Hong Kong. Otherwise, people can just buy a house in Mao County and live in it, and then drive to Gangsha City to work. For those who own cars, what kind of road is 20 kilometers? You know, in Hong Kong, from the easternmost point to the westernmost point, it is at least 48 kilometers. Can 20 kilometers still be called a road? The system is really timely. Thanks for the support of the system. Lena, I have a task for you. Now take the team to Mao County, Lin Hsin County, Gang City, to buy real estate there. We now have more than 600 million in funds, convert all of them into real estate for me. You can work there temporarily. The more houses the better. Lena, She thought her boss would tell her to lead her team to study stock funds and the like. I didn't expect that she was asked to buy a property. And he ran so far away. You know, Binhai is thousands of kilometers away from Mao County? Although she had a question in her mind, she still chose to believe it. Besides, she was just an employee, and she had no choice but to obey her boss's orders even if she had doubts. Okay, let's get ready and set off tomorrow. Well, in the name of the company, we will buy a small minibus for 12 people and a Mercedes-Benz business car. You can drive there tomorrow. Time, it's best to complete the acquisition within a week. Also, be quiet and don't be too conspicuous. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then just wait to collect the money. Chapter 130, Master Jisher is about to cry. After he took Wei Wei for a stroll, they returned to Gu Juanfeng's gambling stone shop. The gambling stones that I bought just now were also transported over. At this moment, firecrackers were set off from somewhere. The sound of the cannon was so loud that my ears were buzzing. Here, which family has produced jadeite? Yeah, why don't I have this luck? I've already bought a second piece of raw stone, and I don't know if it will increase in value. Judging from the sound of the cannon, their third stone must have been unlocked. However, this was all within my expectations, so there is nothing to be surprised about. Now he was curious about how the other party chose. Among the 3 stones, 2 of them contain jade. As for which one is more valuable, we will have to wait until it is cut out to find out. You can despise it now, shall we? Good. Li Changfeng said without any expression. Because he has 2 stone cutting machines, he can cut the stones at the same time. Each side sent out a leader. To make the atmosphere more tense, Li Changfeng deliberately opened the one without jade first. The purpose is to make him feel proud. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder it hurts when you fall, so it's better to let him have some fun first. After all, he was going to win another 200 million from him. If I don't express something, it would be a bit bad. Soon, according to his plan, the first stone was cut. The opponent's light is directly green, which is a sign of rising. Looking at myself, gray. There is no intention of turning green at all. Did you see it? You can't win by luck alone when gambling on stones. It still depends more on strength, experience, and vision, none of which can be missing. As the saying goes, if you don't have hair on your lips, you can't keep your words. Maybe, we won't have to solve the remaining 2 big ones. I'll beat you with this one. Gu Junfeng laughed triumphantly. The few old men standing behind him were naturally smiling. because these stones were selected by them in collusion. Being able to produce jadeite also proves their ability. Otherwise, if you open one, it's empty, and then you open another one, it's empty again. It is also bad for their image. This is high-grade ice type, several times more expensive than ordinary ice type. It's a pity that the quantity is a bit small. I don't know how much it can be sold for. No matter how much it sells for, it will be at least 15 million. This is more than 4 times the price. The raw stone that was only sold for more than 3 million can be sold for more than 15 million. It's really a huge profit. Hearing the confusion of the people around him, Gu Junfeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with disdain, "What kind of vision do you have? Look carefully, this is not high-grade ice type, but glass type, which is twice as expensive as high-grade ice type." Ha ha! What a bunch of bumpkins. What? It's actually glass. Doesn't that mean the value of this stone will increase tenfold? Yes, if it is really glass, it can be sold for at least 30 million. Suddenly, the people around him cast envious glances at him. Wang Quan and Zhao Liang, who had just arrived, also saw this scene. Glass type? I have also figured out a little bit, but not as big as this. Just now, their third piece solved half of the glass soldiers and half of the advanced soldiers. But Li Chongfeng's was scrapped. The next step is to solve the second stone. This time, Mr. Gu's stock price increased again. This made him even more proud. Although what was cut this time was not glass type, it was just ordinary ice type. But I have made a lot of money. Because the quantity is large, there are hundreds of kilograms of glass, which is also priceless. According to a rough estimate, it must be at least tens of millions. In this case, his 2 pieces of raw stones were sold at a high price of 40 million. If you are lucky, the third stone can produce another 10 million, then the jadeite will be worth up to 50 million. In his heart, he thought he had already won. The money lost in the casino can finally be won back. At this time, Li Chongfeng's second stone had not been solved yet. However, as long as you cut it, you will see green. With the buzzing sound of the cutting machine, the boulder was finally cut open. In an instant, green light shone everywhere. It's going up, it's going up? Someone screamed out loud. When the entire cross-section was exposed to everyone's eyes, everyone was half petrified. High-grade ice and glass types, which are usually uncommon, appeared one after another today. Especially for glass type, sometimes it may not be seen for a year, a half, or 3 to 5 years. I actually saw him twice today. How can it not be shocking? Is this a glass type one? It seems to be much bigger than the previous one. This year's rough stones are really good, and glass type jadeite has appeared one after another. No, I have to gamble again. Not to mention such a large glass species, even a small piece of high-level soldiers will do. So the man walked towards the raw stone area and stopped looking at the stone cutting. Boss, this stone is so expensive, it's priced at 50,000, 30,000, I want it. This scene is not uncommon. Many people, stimulated by the glass type, go to select raw stones. Of course, they were only a minority, and most of them were just standing around and watching. I want to see who will win in the end. After evaluation, Li Chongfeng's second stone was worth 38 million. The next step is to open the third piece of raw stone. Gu Chongfeng still looks relaxed. Because my estimate is slightly higher than the other parties. If there is no jade in the third piece, then I will definitely win. With the sound of the cutting machine, the cutting officially began. 5 minutes later, Gu Chongfeng's raw stone was cut into pieces. 8 minutes later, Li Chongfeng's rough stone was cut to perfection. The reason I praise it is that when you cut it in the middle, there is no green. That basically means failure. Ha, they've all crossed, which means Gu Chongfeng won. When he was feeling smug, Li Chongfeng pointed at the large block of stone that had been cut and said, "Keep cutting. 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8. No green was seen. When the masters didn't want to cut anymore, they finally saw the green light. At this point, everyone was stunned. What color is this? Could it be the legendary dragon stone? Oh my god, why do you miss dragon stone so much? Yes, it is dragon stone. It must be dragon stone. This is dragon stone that is as valuable as diamond. Don't underestimate it, it's priced by the gram. There was a burst of cheers from the people around. Only Gu Junfeng looked as if he had eaten a fly, his face was extremely ugly. You guys are going to cut mine too? cut it into fist-sized stones. When he saw the other party opening the dragon stone, he knew that he was doomed to lose. It's just that I just don't want to admit defeat. Since the other party can get the dragon stone, why can't I? Maybe it can be opened. So the workers were asked to grind and cut it bit by bit. In the end, the stone-cutting master wanted to cry. "Boss, it's been cut into the size of eyeballs, I can't cut it anymore." Chapter 130, Going Out Without Checking the Almanac. Looking at the debris all over the ground, Gu Chongfeng's face became extremely ugly. How so? Why is it so unfair? Why can his cut it but mine can't? Snort. Even so what? Don't I still have 2 million more than you? The dragon stone you cut is mine too. I don't have it, and you might not have it either. While he was calculating, he heard the workers exclaiming again. Ah! It's rising, and rising again? This is a large piece of glass, right? Yes, it should be bigger than the one Master Gu just had. Such a large piece of glass can be sold for at least 40 million. 40 million, plus the 38 million just now, that's more than 70 million. Oh my god! It's almost over 100 million! Hearing the discussions of people around him, Gu Chongfeng was so depressed that he wanted to die. Didn't you check the almanac before going out today? Why do I keep losing money every time I meet this person? Is he my nemesis? Oh shit! This is such bad luck. In just one day, he lost more than 400 million. If my elder sister knew about this, I would probably end up with the rest of my life being over. However, since we are betting in front of so many people, we can't go back on our word even if we want to. Unless he doesn't want to stay in Binhai anymore and goes back to the provincial capital. However, even if he goes back, the Gu family can't afford to lose this person. Master Gu, what are you thinking about? Now that the winner has been decided, isn't it time to cash in the bet? Give me 200 million, and these stones will be mine too. You don't want to regret it? Looking at the jadeite that I worked so hard to carve out, it is about to become someone else's, and I have to pay 200 million yuan. He was so heartbroken that he couldn't express it in words. He. Of course, isn't it just a bet? Can I, young Master Gu, afford to lose big? It's just that I don't have such a big check on me right now. How about I have someone send it to you tomorrow? Or, you can choose the raw stones from me. I have more than 1 billion raw stones here, which should be enough for you to choose from. Since I can't write a check now, I might as well pick the rough stones. I just don't know if he has any raw stones worth 200 million for me to choose from. After taking a quick look at the raw stones around him, he had an idea in his mind. Young Master Gu has made a good calculation. Are you going to let this little piece of stone pay off the debt of 200 million? Even if I cover all the expenses, it still wouldn't be enough for 200 million, so how can there be 1 billion? Don't worry. There are still many in the backyard warehouse, you can choose whatever you like. After saying that, he took Li Chongfeng to their warehouse. In fact, the raw stones here were all selected by them themselves. This is to prepare for the Gu family to move into Binhai. However, now I have no choice but to do it. Not to mention that he is penniless now, it is probably almost the same. At least he can't come up with that much money now. When he arrived at the warehouse, Li Chongfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Take a marker and mark where you sit inside. Soon, all the raw stones he wanted were marked with circles. It is impossible for him to cut these raw stones here. Because there are treasures in almost every raw stone. If he cut it like this, there is a high probability that Master Gu would be so angry that he would vomit blood and die. It is no exaggeration to say that it is like inviting a wolf into the house. Now his warehouse is just a bunch of worthless broken stones. Looking for a beautiful lady, I wonder if your warehouse can accommodate the rough stones I selected? If possible, I'd like to leave it with you first, and then cut the stone when I have time. Zhao Liying said happily, sure, no problem at all. Our warehouse is big enough to hold it all. So she made a phone call and asked the workers to come and take all the stones away. At the same time, he also called his father and withdrew tens of millions of dollars, which was a big sum of money for Li Chongfeng. Because she has already set her sights on those jadeite pieces that were unlocked. Brother Li, do you want to sell these jades? If you sell it, can you sell it to us? We will definitely buy it back at a high price. Sell, of course you have to sell it. Otherwise, there's no point in keeping it. However, he wanted to keep the dragon stone and use it to make a set of jewelry for Wei Wei, including a necklace, earrings, and a ring. He planned to find a world-class master craftsman to personally design a set for Wei Wei. No problem, no need to charge a high price, normal price will do. It's just that dragon stone. I want to find a world-famous craftsman to personally design a set of jewelry for me. Li Changfeng expressed what he meant. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused the jealousy of the girls around. No way, using 40 million worth of dragon stones to design a set of jewelry for a girl, isn't that a waste? What's a waste? That's pampering. It's so lucky to be his woman. What a pity, that lucky girl is not me. Ha, handsome boy, I want to give birth to a little monkey for you. As long as you are willing, it's no problem to give birth to a litter. Several girls looked at Li Changfeng as if they wanted to eat him. As the person involved, Tang Weiwei was naturally extremely happy. He looked lovingly at the man who constantly gave him surprises. Fortunately, I didn't miss him, otherwise I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. When she thought about how she left without saying goodbye last time, she felt a little sorry for this man. It's just that I didn't know him well enough at that time. Just like the jadeite worth 40 million that I am going to give him now. In the past, she would have waved her hands to show her disagreement. However, now that she knew his intentions and had only gained his abilities, she no longer refused. Gladly accepted. Thank you, husband. Tang Weiwei might be too happy, she actually lay on Li Changfeng's face and nibbled it gently. What a smell! Light salty taste. Hee. Thank you for what? If you keep being so polite to me, I'll get angry. Didn't I tell you last time, what's mine is yours, and I'm yours too? So, whatever I give you is what you deserve. Got it, husband. Hubby, you are so nice. Tang Weiwei was so moved that she even wanted to take another bite. Still, she held on. This is a public place after all. If you show off your love so blatantly, you will be scolded by single people. Let's go home. Anyway, things here are over, it's time to go back. On the way back, he was still thinking about it. I really didn't treat myself badly by going out today. He won 160 million in the casino, 200 million in gambling on jadeite, and 40 million in jadeite. So, the total is 400 million. Chapter 131 Registered capital of 100 million. In fact, the total amount is far more than 400 million. Because 200 million of them were exchanged for raw stones. Once the raw stone is unlocked, the money will only be more than 200 million, not less. That is not even counting the money I made from buying the raw stones. No matter how you calculate it, this time we made a lot of money. However, this time, the money seemed to be all given by young Master Gu. Hee. What a nice person. Knowing that you are short of money, this is a way to give yourself money. Men like this are welcome to come, I will not refuse them all. 3 days later, the house in Forest Mansion was finally renovated and ready to move in. It's time to fulfill my promise to Wei Wei. We agreed to hold a grand wedding once the house is renovated and bigger. He took out his cell phone and called Bai Qi. Hello? Bai Qi? At this time, a strong voice came from the phone. Boss, what can I do for you? Bai Qi, go contact a top wedding company. I want to hold a grand wedding within a month. Okay, boss. I'll arrange it in a moment. After hanging up the phone, I lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. My scalp tingles when I think of the tasks the system has given me. What to do? How to acquire a company and increase its value 100-fold within a year. That means the assets have increased 100-fold. This problem has been bothering him for more than half a month. I never thought about it. Over time. There are only 11.5 months left. The longer you delay, the less time you have, and the more difficult it will be to complete. It seems that the only way is to buy a small shop and increase its assets 100-fold within a year. So which store should I take? He rode his old broken motorcycle through the streets of Binhai, looking for business opportunities. Before I knew it, I arrived at the university town. There are 6 universities around here, the most famous of which is Binhai University. Although it is not a 211 or 985, it is also a first-class university with more than 10,000 teachers and students. The other 5 universities have 2 third-level colleges and 3 junior colleges. Altogether, the number reached a terrifying 30,000 to 40,000. There are 5 to 6,000 new students every year alone. It can be said to be extremely terrifying. He seemed to see a business opportunity here. Since the task given by the system is so demanding, it cannot be done using formal means. It would be impossible to complete the task if we acquired a company worth tens of billions or even hundreds of millions. Unless it is done by unfair means. For example, you could target a company's stock in the stock market, causing the stock market of a company worth tens of billions to collapse, and then buy it back at a low price. By using some technical means, the stock market can be restored to its previous state, or even surpass its previous state. However, if you want to successfully snipe a company worth tens of billions, it is impossible to do so without tens of billions of funds. Although he has some money now, it is still far from tens of billions. Although this operation is very flashy, it cannot be realized. Then we can only use the stupid method. In the university town, there are milk tea shops, snack bars, mobile phone stores, clothing stores, and so on everywhere. However, it is extremely difficult for a store like this to increase profits by 100 times a year. Standing on the street, thinking for a long time. Finally, I thought of a solution. As for whether it could succeed, he had no idea. But, you can give it a try. Anyway, if you fail, the most you'll lose is some money. But once it succeeds, it's mission accomplished. It just so happens that it is the beginning of the school year, and in a few days, new students will arrive. Just in time to implement his plan. However, before implementing the plan, he had to first buy a store. As a result, there was a man riding a motorcycle, stopping and starting, on the commercial street of the university town. Because of his amazing looks, he attracted the attention of many female students. Wow! This man is so handsome. Which school is he from? No matter which school it is from, it's definitely not our school. Yeah, I regret it now. Why did I choose English as my major? Even if I did, why did I choose the School of Foreign Languages? Let alone the giant panda in our class, there are only a few giant pandas in the whole school. Alas! It's a pity that I am so beautiful, but no one has come to pick such a big and beautiful flower. No, I have to find a boyfriend quickly. Otherwise, I'll be a virgin after graduation. It will be so embarrassing if people tell others about this. The appearance of Li Changfeng made many young girls with romantic feelings feel excited. It's just that he doesn't know it. Because his focus was not on the beauties, but on touring the storefronts on the commercial street to see if there was anything he wanted to see. After going around twice, I found nothing. I haven't seen any company posting transfer information. It seems that the voices on the main street are pretty good, so no matter whether it is a restaurant or a supermarket, there is no property for sale. So, I had to go to the back street to try my luck. I wandered around for a long time but still didn't see any property for sale. No wonder people say it's easy to make money from college students. It's true. Just look at the people doing business here and you will know. All the colleagues in the same industry are making a lot of money. I had to settle for the next best thing and go to the most remote street. It's not that popular here anymore. The business of the big stores is also very quiet. This may be because school has not started yet, so there are very few people. Hard work pays off, and I finally found a store for sale in a corner. This is a mobile phone store, specializing in Samsung. Ha, no wonder your store has no business. If you don't sell domestic phones, why buy Samsung ones? Along the way, I saw many mobile phone stores, all of which were domestically produced, and none of them wanted to be transferred. Everyone else is selling Huawei, Vivo, Oppo, and Meizu, but you are selling Korean and Korean products. You deserve to go bankrupt. So, after a lot of bargaining, I finally took over the store for a transfer fee of 100,000 yuan. The first thing I did after taking over the store was to change the door sign to read Huawei Store. Domestic products are much better, tough, and durable. I re-registered for the business license. Now, you don't need registered capital to apply for a business license. But he did the opposite. Not only did they pay the registered capital, but it was a large amount, 100 million yuan. Find a quota and scare the law enforcement officers who are processing business licenses. I wondered in my heart, could it be that you have a mine at home? I told you that no registered capital is required, but you actually deposited 100 million in your account. What does it mean, showing off your wealth? Hee. I like this kind of showing off wealth. Li Changfeng didn't notice that the staff member was looking at him straight in the eyes. Eyes full of light. Chapter 132: Opening a Mobile Phone Store. After the company was established, it purchased 10 mobile phones as decorations. The reason why we only imported 10 mobile phones is to control costs. The higher the cost now, the more difficult it will be for him to complete the task. So, he saves wherever he can. Even so, the transfer fee, plus the decoration fee, plus the purchase price of the mobile phone, and the rent, has already reached a total of 300,000. So, if you want to increase it 100 times, the turnover of this store must reach 30 million. It is simply impossible for a store to make a profit of 30 million in a year. Of course, with a little skill, it is not impossible. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Today is the day when all universities start their semester, and it is also the day when my mobile phone store opens. Early in the morning, he took Weiwei to the mobile phone store. Since he did all these operations secretly without telling Weiwei, she was not aware of it. "Husband, what have you been doing mysteriously these days? I haven't seen you all day? What do you want to do by leaving me alone in the hotel?" he said with a hint of resentment. Look at her slightly angry look, huh? It's pretty cute. My husband is of course busy with his career. Today I will take you to see our physical store. The two chatted as they headed towards the university town. Of course, I don't need to ride an electric scooter today. Instead, they drove their Lamborghini sports cars. After more than a month of repairs, the Rambo is finally back to good health. Driving this car is not to show off wealth. That is to show off one's strength. As students of the English college, they would not stay in school often, because that would make them feel like they were staying in a nunnery. So, I would come out and walk around from time to time. Hey, look, what kind of car is that? It's so cool. That color, that sound, that line, love it, love it. Wow, is this a Lambo? It looks like a limited edition Reventon. I saw it in a magazine yesterday, and today I saw the real thing. What luck! It seems to be very valuable. It's not just like that, it's extremely valuable. The official price is 18 million. 18 million, this is a huge sum of money. I don't know if I will have the chance to ride in such a luxury car in this lifetime. Yes, just wait until you marry a rich second-generation man, then it will be done. True, but why does that driver look so familiar? It seems to be my Prince Charming? Well, it's not your Prince Charming, but my Prince Charming. Is this the handsome man who was so handsome yesterday? He's not only handsome, but also rich. He's definitely tall, rich, and handsome. What a pity, the beauty has already been taken. I'm so sad. Stop imagining nonsense and let's go. Aren't we here to work and study? Don't be late. Just yesterday, someone named Changfeng Weiwei in their campus group sent a message saying that a mobile phone store was opening today and needed to distribute flyers, 100 yuan a day. When the three of them saw this message, they accepted the task. After all, handing out flyers was just for fun and they could earn money, so why not do it? Not only the three of them, but also many other people were walking towards the newly opened mobile phone store. Since the store is located in a back street, there are not many people on the street, so cars can drive smoothly. Soon, the car stopped in front of a newly renovated store. "Honey, this is the mobile phone store we just opened." Looking at the brand new doorhead, Weiwei was confused. I don't know what he means. A person who can make hundreds of millions just by going out actually opened a mobile phone store. What kind of operation is this? Weiwei was a little confused for a moment. "Honey, what are you doing? Do we still need to open a mobile phone store to make money now? Besides, how can such a small shop, located in such a remote place, have any business? It seems like there's no one here." Weiwei said that there were not many people here 1 second ago, but the next second, she saw many young people walking towards this side. "Xiaomin, why do I seem to have seen that Lambo? Look, it's just ahead." Xiaomin is a beautiful girl with a youthful smile. Yes, you read it right, it's the car of the Prince Charming in your dreams. No way, what a coincidence, he couldn't be our boss, right? A few people chatted and laughed, and then arrived at the door of the mobile phone store. No one went into the store to look, everyone was there admiring the luxury cars. Luxury cars are not only liked by women, but also by men. "Honey, what are these people doing?" He looked at these boys and girls with a slight puzzlement. "Hey, wife, just watch. I hired these people to do the work." He gave a brief explanation and then walked out. Hello, handsome men and beautiful women, I am Changfeng Weiwei, and I am the one who issued the mission. Today, everyone's task is to hand out 300 leaflets each to 5 schools. Once you complete the task, come and receive 100 yuan. Of course, try to only give it to freshmen. Everyone who comes to my store with the promotional leaflet will get a 50% commission. When these words were spoken, those who were just trying to get by were stunned. Yes. It is said that college students have active brains that work faster, and their imaginations really run wild. In their opinion, there is no one supervising them anyway, so it is up to them whether to send them one by one or send all to the trash can at once. Well, this $100 is like picking it up for free. But when I heard that I would get a 50% commission if only one person came to my store with the promotional leaflets I sent out to make a purchase, I suddenly felt that 100 yuan was not worth it. It's still better to have more than 50. Even if you send out 10, and one person comes to spend money, you can earn 50. The more you send out, the more you earn. So, this scene appeared. Boss, 300 tickets are too few. I want 500. I want 600. 800, I want 800. 1,000, I want 1,000. I want 10,000. At this moment, the whole scene suddenly became chaotic. These students were like they were given an injection of chicken blood. They stretched their necks and screamed. Because in their eyes, those flyers are no longer just flyers, but green banknotes. Calm down, calm down. I sighed inwardly that students are so easy to fool. They think it's so simple. Can one of the 10 come? Maybe not at the beginning. However, they will definitely be able to do so in the later stage, but they will not be able to get the commission. Because, who can hold on to those lists all the time? So, it seems that I have painted a pie for you, but it is just a pie, you can see it but you can't touch it. Chapter 133 The Hot Scene. Everyone, stop arguing. Your request is too difficult, I can't satisfy it. Some people are so exaggerated as to ask for 10,000 copies. I want to ask this student, do you know how heavy 10,000 pieces of paper are? Can you carry them? Below, if you want more, the maximum is 500. Soon, all the printed promotional pages on the ground were taken away. This also includes the classmate named Xiaomin. Of course, she would do her best to post the promotional page for her male idol. Seeing her classmates walking out one after another, Weiwei had not yet recovered from the shock. Isn't it just a promotional leaflet? It's like a swearing-in ceremony. However, when she picked up a flyer and looked at it, she was stunned. What is going on? Is there any business doing this way? Isn't this a losing business? Because he saw it written on the promotional leaflet. All customers who purchase mobile phones with their student ID cards will enjoy the following preferential policies. 1. Bring your student ID to the store and buy any product, and you will receive a gift worth $88. 2. Bring your student ID to buy a cell phone and you will get a 10% discount. Not only will you receive a big gift package, but there is also an additional condition. No matter which model of cell phone you buy or how much you pay for it, after 4 years, when you graduate, you can bring your old cell phone here and we will refund you the full amount you paid for it. The meaning is very clear, it means freeloading. What is free stuff? It means that the money is still yours, and you can use the phone for 4 years for free. This is free stuff. Everyone knows that a mobile phone is generally used for only 1 or 2 years, and at most 3 or 4 years before it is eliminated. Even if you bought it with your own money, you'd be lucky if you could sell it for $5 10 years later, no matter how much you paid for it. Therefore, this activity is free. Weiwei couldn't understand what his purpose was. She also didn't see any business opportunities. Honey, can you explain this? What is the purpose of doing this? Where is the profit point? Because in her heart, no matter how many mobile phones she can sell now, the money will still belong to others. It has to be returned after 4 years. Not only did I not make any money, I even lost the money for a mobile phone. Is this a way of losing money to gain publicity? Ha, of course there's money to be made. Take a closer look at the truth behind this. You may not see the benefit now, but you'll understand in 3 days. Li Changfeng kept the topic in suspense and did not say anything in detail. Because he felt that if he thought about it carefully, he would be able to figure it out. It would be better for her to figure it out herself than for others to tell her. In fact, this problem not only troubles Weiwei, but also troubles everyone. Especially those peers. When they saw this event, their first reaction was, crazy, crazy, absolutely crazy. A chat group in a mobile phone store suddenly exploded. What does this person want to do? What do you want to do? Do you have money to burn? It's not because of money, it's because of illness, and it's a serious illness. Whether he has money to burn or he is seriously ill, his actions have completely disrupted our area. Yeah, what should we do? We need to think of a solution. How can we solve it? How can we solve this problem? Doesn't he want to be a money-giving boy? Then let's go buy it and see what he does? You're going to buy it? What are you thinking? Didn't you see it says you need to bring your student ID? And it has to be a freshman's ID. But have you ever thought about this? This is just a verbal agreement, a blank check. That's right, this is definitely a scam, absolutely a scam. Once the students buy the phones, he makes the money, but once the store is closed, where can we find him? Yeah, even if he doesn't shut it down right away, he could make a lot of money if he shuts it down when the time comes to cash it out. No, we must not let such a black sheep stay. We must report him and expose their true colors. On the first day of distributing flyers, there was not much movement and it seemed that there was no reaction. But by the next day, several universities were in an uproar. There were discussions everywhere. Have you heard about this? There's a mobile phone store that's having a promotion. If you use your student ID to buy something, not only can you get a 10% discount, but after you graduate, if you take your phone to them, they'll return your money. It's like getting a cell phone for free. Yes, I heard about it. Everyone in the school is talking about it. So, tell me, can this be true? It can't be a lie, right? It's hard to say. People say society is dangerous, so it's better to be careful. It's not possible to be a liar, because the boss is obviously not short of money. He drives a limited edition Lamborghini. How can he be short of money like a fool like you? So, maybe it's true. I heard someone has already bought it. How about we go and take a look? Let's go check it out. Anyway, it's time to replace my phone. I've used it for more than a year. I bought it when I was a senior in high school. If that's the case, I'll just buy a new one. Even if it's not the case, I'm going to change my phone anyway, so it doesn't matter where I buy it. What's more, I can get a 10% discount anywhere. There are quite a few people who hold this mentality, and these people can also be regarded as a group with urgent needs. Just like what the student said, you have to buy it anyway, it doesn't matter where you buy it, and there are discounts, and of course, you can still have a thought about it. What if I really quit at that time? At the entrance of the mobile phone store, although he had hired 3 or 4 sales clerks, there were still not enough staff. Because there was already a long queue outside. Some come to watch, some come to enjoy the fun, and of course, some come for the bargains. Even so, the mobile phones sold in their store are very popular. These students are really rich. They can buy mobile phones costing $2,000 to $3,000, or $3,000 to $4,000 without blinking an eye. This makes those mobile phone stores with good locations and high rents very jealous. How much they want to persuade people not to be fooled by them, saying that they are all scammers. But the students don't care about that. They all crowded over there. Of course, there are also people who come here for this rebate activity. There are quite a few of these. After all, the limited edition Lumbo is there. Innocent students don't have so many thoughts, unlike those who have been struggling in the society for many years. There was nothing special on the first day, but the phone sold like hotcakes on the second day. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance and had enough mobile phones. In just one morning, the turnover exceeded 500,000. 150 units were sold, with prices ranging from over 1,000 to over 6,000. This can be said to have broken the historical record in the mobile phone industry. Of course, good business will naturally make people jealous. Look, here comes the troublemaker. A group of people dressed in administrative law enforcement uniforms and specialized in fighting counterfeiting came over. Chapter 134. Someone is jealous. Faced with a group of people in uniform, the students looked at them with confusion. They didn't know why these people came here, but from their expressions, they could tell that this group of people definitely had bad intentions. Get out of the way, don't buy any more. This store is suspected of false advertising. From now on, they are not allowed to sell any products. A man in uniform came up. Start preventing students from buying mobile phones. And ask those who have bought the phone to come and return it. They are engaging in false advertising under the guise of rebates. Don't be fooled. It's called a rebate, but can you see it? The promotional page says that you can return the money after 4 years if you bring your old phone. But have you ever thought about what happens if you lose your phone? Can you still get your money back? I would like to ask the merchants about this question. How else would you answer it? No refund without a cell phone and a student ID, Li Changfeng said firmly. Everyone has heard it, don't retreat. However, this person's words seem to have no effect. My phone is gone, but they won't return it. Is that a problem? That's right, bringing an old phone and a student ID is just their condition. Is there anything wrong with that? Ha, you don't have a mobile phone. You are empty-handed and ask people for money. Why should they give you money? There is nothing wrong with that. Besides, their store is doing well, why shouldn't they continue to run it? Even if you don't return it, it doesn't matter. The phones here are hundreds of dollars cheaper than other places. Why can't I buy them? The law enforcement team members were so tortured by the students that they were speechless. I feel that there is nothing wrong with the students' answers. Zhou, you beat Huang Gai, one was willing to fight and the other was willing to be beaten, what's it to you? Grass. I was actually led astray by my students. I am not here to discuss discounts with them, but to crack down on them for false advertising. Students, don't be anxious, listen to me. They said they would return your phones after 4 years. But if they have been doing business for 3 years and have collected money for 3 years, and then they close down, what will you do? Who will you ask for the money from? By then, it won't be just a small amount of money, but tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. When they run away with the money, will you be disappointed? Will you be depressed? Will you be in pain? Yeah, that seems to make sense. Because of the 4-year cycle for exchange, they can just close down and leave after making money for 3 years. Who will you look for then? At this time, Wei Wei, who was sitting in the room, seemed to understand Li Changfeng's routine. Honey, you're not really going to do this, are you? While Wei Wei was questioning him, the students outside were already in an uproar. Those who wanted to take advantage of the situation suddenly jumped higher and higher. Refund, refund. Only those who come for the discounts feel relatively balanced. Because they didn't think about that offer. As the saying goes, without hope, there will be no disappointment. There are even more people who gloat over other people's misfortunes. The owners of the mobile phone stores took the opportunity to stir up trouble. Just refund the money, refund the money? This behavior of deceiving consumers is shameful and cannot be forgiven. They are offering refunds and exchanges, but they are actually cheating people. Don't trust them. Don't take advantage of small gains and suffer big losses. If you want to buy a mobile phone, you can come to our store. We will definitely give you the biggest discount. Yes, you can also come to our store, and we will give you the biggest discount, even bigger than the 10% discount. Several mobile phone store owners began to take advantage of the opportunity to grab customers. There are so many people, just invite a few of them to your store and you can make a deal. Standing here and watching so many people go into other people's stores, they must have felt very uncomfortable. Now that they finally have the chance, of course they will seize it. So, everyone was there shouting to their heart's content. The originally lively scene suddenly became extremely awkward. Because, those who have been waiting in line for half an hour finally see it as their turn, and when something like this happens, should they buy it or not? This is a question worth thinking about. Li Changfeng, who had been silent all this time, finally came out to clear his name. Because, if he didn't come out, the idea that I had finally come up with would be aborted. As a result, my own mission will not be completed. So, he had to stand up and shut up those people with bad intentions. Hello everyone, I am the boss here. I know what you are worried about. You are just afraid that my small shop will not be able to repay the promises we made to you in the end. The tens of millions of Rambos at the door are a testament to our strength. Of course, a car alone cannot prove my sincerity. Well, this should work. Li Changfeng placed the company's registered capital in front of everyone for them to see. What does this mean? What do you mean? You don't understand this. Didn't you see the registered capital above? Oh my god, how much money is that? So many zeros. Tens, hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. No way, that's 100 million. It cost 100 million to register a mobile phone store. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Seeing this registered capital, everyone present was suddenly speechless. Are you kidding? You have 100 million in spare money to register a company, but you still haven't paid back those few million? So, it doesn't exist at all. The law enforcement agencies were also embarrassed and felt as if they had made a joke. No wonder there is a Lamborghini parked at the door. It turns out that the owner really has the ability to do so. He is a typical wealthy man. Seeing that the discussion below was no longer the same as before, he continued. You may not understand why I do this. At first, everyone had the wrong idea, which is understandable. After all, you don't know my real purpose. Because I once studied at a university here, and I know how difficult it is for students here, so I organized this event to give back to my alma mater. This promotion will only last for 1 week. After 1 week, you will no longer enjoy this policy. After a week, the price will return to normal. After all, even if you are giving back to your alma mater and society, you can't give back forever. There is a certain amount to give back. This activity is only held for 1 week every year. If we don't do it for one more day, no one can intercede for us. So, students who haven't purchased yet don't need to worry. There are still 5 days left, which is enough for you to use. After hearing his passionate speech, the audience began to whisper again. No, I have to buy something more expensive. Too cheap is not worth it. Yes, you should know that a student ID can only be used to purchase once, and multiple purchases are not allowed. Chapter 135 Mission half completed. Yeah, it's only this 1 week a year, and it only happens once. If you don't catch it, you will definitely regret it. Moreover, each student can only enjoy this treatment once, and if you miss it, you will never have it again. Yes, I will do my best. I must buy it today. If anyone dares to stop me, I will kill the Buddha and subdue the devil. All the students present were like crazy, pushing forward madly. Those who were originally hesitant and came to watch the fun also joined the battle. Then those who had mobile phones and had just bought them also joined the battle after hesitating for a while. Xiaofei, didn't you just change your phone? Why are you still squeezing in? Ha, who says you can't buy another one after you just bought a mobile phone? What's the difference between this and a free gift? Can't I buy one for my mom? Xiaofei's words silenced the man. Yes, who wouldn't want a second-hand phone for free? Although the money has to be kept with them, even if you put several $1,000s in the bank and earn interest, how much can it increase in 4 years? It may not even be enough to buy a meal. Come to think of it, that made sense, so another group of people joined the battle. The whole situation was almost out of control. The law enforcement officers who came to order them to close their doors now took on the role of maintaining law and order. The mobile phone store owners who had just held out a glimmer of hope now looked as ugly as bitter gourds, with their heads hung, filled with anger. At this time, their Merchant mobile phone group became lively again. It's over. Not only did the method we came up with not have any effect, but it actually helped them. What should we do? What else can we do? There is no way. Didn't you see how powerful that person is? Not only does he drive a luxury car worth tens of millions, but he also has a lot of money. His registered capital is actually over 100 million. Fuck, you have so much money, why don't you do anything else? Why do you have to work in this industry? Isn't this chaotic? Alas. Rich people are willful. I don't think they are doing good things. Think about it, how many mobile phones can he sell in a week? There are 6,000 to 7,000 freshmen in these schools. According to his activity, at least 1/3 of them must participate. Because this is not limited to my own use, I can give it to relatives, friends, and parents. 1/3 is how many people? More than 2,000 people. If each person spends 3,000, then that's 6 million. What does this mean? If you don't count it, you won't know. Once you count it, you'll be shocked. This is just their rough estimate, not real data. That alone is scary. In fact, the real number is even more frightening than this. Start calculating total turnover after 1 week. Those self-righteous people not only miscalculated the specific number of people, but also miscalculated the amount of money. In 1 week, we sold a total of 5,000 mobile phones, 2,000 power banks, 7,000 mobile phone cases, as well as miscellaneous items such as data cables, charging heads, etc. It can be said that the volume sold in this store is higher than that of a large wholesaler. This is the benefit of traffic. With more people coming into the store, naturally they buy all kinds of things. The sales of 5,000 mobile phones reached 15 million, and the sales of power banks, mobile phone cases, and other items amounted to another million or so. The total amount reached 15 million. When the account was calculated, Wei Wei was shocked. I didn't expect that business could be done this way. The turnover of a mobile phone store could reach tens of millions, and it only took 1 week. This completely overturned her imagination of traditional business. After learning more about it, he also understood how this business works. It may seem like it's not profitable, but these thousands of people have become loyal customers of this store. Because they have a lot of money here, so naturally they regard this place as their regular consumption place. Everyone who comes here does not just come alone, but brings 3 or 5 friends together, which invisibly brings huge profits to the store. Of course, this money is not small, but that is not the point. The key point is that this store will always have funds from its 3 classes of students. Based on the first class, the 3 classes will have at least nearly 50 million in funds. In other words, there is always 50 million yuan of funds available for him to use in this store, and this is the key point. Hubby, you are really amazing. I thought you were just good at taking shortcuts, but I didn't expect you were so good at business. I don't know, the person who pushed you away because of a small gift is regretting it to death now. At this moment, in Wei Wei's eyes, Li Changfeng was the second most powerful man in the world and the second man she admired. As for who was the first, needless to say, like many girls, it should be their father. In a girl's heart, father is great and unsurpassed. That's nothing. I have something even more powerful. Ah, what's more powerful? Why, do you really want to know? So he whispered a few words in Wei Wei's ear, making Wei Wei blush. Hate. Shy but a little naughty. I think you are just talking big. It looks good, but whether it is useful or not is another matter. That's a bit discouraging. This is indirectly saying that he is not good enough. When I think of that day, I remember the night Wei Wei wanted to let me stay, but I didn't because I had something to do. She thought it was no use. I would bring this up from time to hit myself. It seems that it is time to find a time to let her know whether she can do it or not. But the time has not come yet. Otherwise, she would have been executed on the spot. The luxurious wedding that I promised her has not yet happened. But it will be soon. The good day is October 1st, and we will celebrate with the country then. Now we are only halfway to completing the mission. We just need to change the location and hold another event, and the mission should be completed. However, now he doesn't have to go look for it himself. Xiaoyao participated in the entire mission this time and she has mastered the essence of business. Therefore, next time the operation can be done by Xiaoyao alone. It's just a matter of copying it. You can just pull it out yourself and don't have to do it yourself. At present, the best thing to do is to enjoy life. Take a stroll on the beach with Wei Wei and enjoy the beautiful life. At this time, Lena and her friends had been in Little Hong Kong for more than a week, and they didn't know whether their acquisition was going smoothly. Although Little Hong Kong is only a county-level city, it has huge potential. Once it develops, it will surely rise rapidly and straightly. Because it is close to a super first-tier city. It's hard not to develop. It's just that the benefits haven't been announced yet, so it's still as calm as ever. Chapter 136: A rare investment opportunity. Once the official document comes down, the entire Mao County will go crazy in an instant. Now Lena has brought her team to Mao County and started to buy up houses on sale on a large scale. Of course, at present we are only purchasing properties with slightly better locations, and we are not considering properties with bad locations for the time being. After all, funds are limited and cannot be wasted. Good steel should be used for good blades. 5 years ago, some people predicted that prices in Mao County would increase. At that time, the housing price was just over 3,000 yuan, but a wave of real estate speculators came and doubled the price. However, it only doubled and then stopped moving. Because the housing speculation craze has passed, no one believes in it anymore. Those who came to speculate in housing in the early days made a small profit and left, and those who followed the trend later became the ones who took over. Now I have it in my hands and can't sell it. Not only can it not be sold, it can't even be rented out. Because there are few foreign population here, there is a serious housing surplus. Therefore, many foreign investors and real estate speculators have been trapped here. They actually The purpose of setting up a group is to exchange information. Are you there? Is there anyone alive? Fuck you, even if you die, I can't die either. The person has disappeared. Burn paper if you have any questions. It's good to be alive. The latest news is that there is another real estate speculation group coming in. It looks like it's a big deal. What do you think? What can I say? Whoever dares to take it, I will give him all 10 houses I have. That's right. I don't want any of my houses anymore. I need to cash out and leave. I'll lose a lot of money if I keep it here. Don't worry, everyone. This guy dares to come and buy a large amount of things. He must have been prepared. Maybe he got some inside information. TSK, inside information? I've been waiting for 5 years just because of this sentence. Until now, there has been no increase at all. That's right. Anyway, I won't wait any longer. Give me the phone number of the investor who bought the house. I'll contact her. I want one too. I won't wait any longer. I have to make a move. I don't want to stay even a minute longer. It makes me sick just by looking at it. For a moment, the entire chat room was filled with requests for phone calls. No one wants it anymore, no one can wait any longer, and everyone wants to sell it as soon as possible. At this time, Mr. Gu was worried about money. When he saw the news, he was ecstatic. Finally, someone took over the property I invested in. In a certain county, Mr. Gu invested a lot of real estate. Although he didn't make much money, he was trapped. Houses in a certain county can be said to be priced but not sold. He has a lot of properties, so it is even more difficult to sell them. Now that he sees someone wants to take over, he is of course happy. No matter whether he makes money or not, the first thing he needs to do is to get the investment money back. So, after packing up simply, he headed straight for a certain county. Because everyone was willing to sell, Lena's acquisition there was particularly smooth. She quickly took the money they brought and exchanged it all for houses. Despite this, there are still many houses that want to be sold but cannot be sold. The average price of the houses purchased is around $6,500. Purchasing real estate worth $800 million is definitely a big deal. Nearly 1,000 houses were purchased, which is almost enough to buy 2 residential communities. Seeing so many houses still unsold and so much money not being earned, I still feel a little itchy. So he made several phone calls in succession. Hello, is this Wang Meng? It's Mr. Li. Have you arrived in Zhangchang? I'll pick you up? No, how can I not contact you when I go? Let me tell you a way to make money. In the next 2 days, take my father-in-law to a certain county and buy houses there. You can buy as many as you can. I bought 1,000 houses there. Go ahead. Wang Meng is the local boss of his father-in-law's place. Last time, he helped him a lot, so he wanted to repay him. Of course there is another reason, which is that this person is pretty good, loyal and worth making friends with. Maybe I can use him in the future. If he can give a helping hand, he doesn't mind giving it a helping hand. As for the father-in-law, all she needs to do is let Weiwei talk to him, and if Wang Meng shows up, he will definitely go. As for how much they will invest, that is their own business. The opportunity has been given to them, and whether they can make money from it depends on their luck. After thinking about it, he called Wang Quan again. Brother Wang? Do you have any spare money? Go to Mao County to invest in a house? Brother, is there any new news? No, it's just a hunch. I've invested there before. If you want to go there too. I think Wang Quan doesn't have much money, maybe about 60 or 70 million. As for how much he can invest, it is not up to him. It depends on your luck. On the other end of the phone, Wang Quan hung up and called Zhao Liang. After the Zhao family received the raw jadeite that he provided, it was able to make up for the shortfall in their warehouse. New jewelry is currently being developed. When Zhao Liang received Wang Quan's call, she hesitated for a moment. After all, they have always been in the jade business and have never done real estate business. She is not very interested in investing in real estate. Besides, her family is now facing pressure from external forces and they really need time to reserve funds. Even if she wanted to, it would probably be difficult to persuade her father. After all, the money she can control is limited. Moreover, she had exchanged almost all of her money with Li Changfeng for jadeite, so she had no extra money left. Although Wang Quan tried to persuade her again and again, she was powerless. Finally, in order to give Wang Quan face, 2 million was withdrawn from the company and given to Wang Quan, asking him to help buy a few sets. To put it bluntly, she did it for Li Changfeng's sake, otherwise, she would not have touched the 5 million. 2 million is 2 million. Wang Quan looked at the 2 million and sighed. He took the 2 million and his own 30 million and went to Mao County. Although he had more than 60 million, he didn't know how long the investment cycle would take. But according to my own experience, it takes at least half a year or 3 years to see profits from real estate investment. So, he didn't dare to throw all of it in. I was afraid that something might happen to the company, so I left some of them behind. However, a month later, both Wang Quan and Zhao Liying regretted their choice. When they went there to invest, Lina and her team had already returned from Mao County. Because once you buy the house, you have completed your mission and naturally you don't need to stay there anymore. At this time, there was less than a month left before his wedding with Wei Wei. Although I don't know how Grand Bai Chi can make the wedding, I have already told him that he doesn't need to worry about the funding and should just go for it. Because they were not married and because of that promise, even if they slept together, they couldn't do anything out of line. Although Wei Wei also hinted a few times, saying it was okay, she would be yours sooner or later anyway. But he didn't take that final step. Chapter 137, Prepare to Harvest the Leaks of the United States. After a sleepless night, I just woke up and heard the system voice. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, and the reward is 3 billion. Since the host completed it ahead of schedule, the system will reward you with an extra wish. Based on the host's inner desire, the system automatically determines and rewards the host with a bottle of beauty pill. Beauty pill? What the hell? I don't want any beauty pills? Explain, the host's brain seems to have a short circuit. The effects of the beauty pill include anti-aging, antioxidation, spot removal, damaged skin repair, and whitening. Perhaps the host still doesn't understand and is still a little confused, so I will explain it clearly. After using this beauty pill, within half a month, no matter how old he is, he will be 24 years younger and stay young forever. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that one can stay young forever, but it is almost the same. Even if one lives to be 80, one will look the same as when he is 20. Most importantly, it can repair all scars, even stretch marks on women. The incisions made during childbirth can be restored to the state before childbirth. I wonder if the host can understand this explanation. Excuse me, host, do you still want this beauty pill? If not, it will be confiscated. Damn it! Who are you looking down on? I've explained it in such detail, if I still don't understand, I'm a pig. Yes, why not? Of course. Okay, distribution completed. The system releases a new task. The bad apples in the United States will have a scandal on September 18th. The bad apple stock market will plummet. On the 23rd, the stock market will plummet by 50%, which means it will drop from the current $180 to $90. On September 26th, the estimated price rose again to $160. Damn, this is really good news. The system is really powerful this time. With the specific number, the money is just like picking it up. And there is the beauty pill, isn't that a pill tailor made for mothers? Looking at the bottle on the table, I guess it contains the beauty pill given by the system. I wonder if my mother would be so happy if she knew that I had medicine to cure her burns. Ever since he received the message from the system and learned the important news, he was so happy that he could hardly sleep. You know, it's really not easy to fleece the United States. If you don't make a fortune from this opportunity, you will be sorry for yourself. During this period, the United States has always had frictions with China, not big or small. They always impose sanctions on this and that and bully others by taking advantage of their power. Now there is a chance to cheat their family, if I don't make good use of it. That would be an injustice to the motherland that gave birth to me, raised me, and protected me. Before he even opened his eyes, he reached for the phone and called Lina. Lina, get ready, something big is going to happen. Should I short the rotten apple? What, shorting the rotten apples of the United States? Boss, no, it's not possible. It's not easy to operate in China. It's better to go to the United States. Besides, are you crazy to short rotten apple? Their stock market is stable, how can you short it? Lina, who was originally sleepy, was refreshed by Li Changfeng's words. Is it still difficult to operate locally? He thought about it and didn't explain anything to her. So he continued, then go abroad. Bring a few people with you and prepare to go abroad. Go and handle the procedures for going abroad right now. By the way, we need to leave a few people who can go to Mao County to sell houses. Let them go to Mao County again to continue purchasing. Lena. You want to tire me to death. Why is my life so miserable? I've just been on a business trip for a week, and I've been busy as a sniper every day. I just came back and haven't had a chance to rest yet, but I've got another mission. Okay. I'll arrange some personnel right away. Fortunately, the team she assembled was strong and well equipped. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough for him to go through so much trouble. A few people were left behind to be responsible for the buying and selling of houses, while the others went on a long business trip. He also wants to make an acquisition. I really don't know what this boss wants to do. After buying so many houses, we don't even know when their value will appreciate. She didn't know whether it was right or wrong to make such a big purchase. Although it's still more than a week away from the 18th. But they had to prepare in advance. After all, it takes time to process the pass. Although it can be faster if you find a relationship. However, there is still a lot to do when we get there. Therefore, only by arriving early and preparing everything that needs to be prepared can you work without rushing. Because the tiger has been following them all the time, so this time they go out, the Tiger King will also follow them to protect their safety. At this time, he had the 3 billion yuan reward from the system. Originally, he wanted to invest all his money in real estate. But isn't this a bit too crazy? If the supervisory department finds out and some other incidents occur, or the original plan is postponed, then it will delay important matters. So, during the insurance period, he cannot put all his eggs in one basket. Although investing in real estate is also very profitable. However, all the money earned is domestic, and how can the money earned domestically be as good as the money earned abroad? Therefore, after investing 500 million, I stopped buying properties. Although the information given by the system is definitely accurate, but just in case. The remaining 2.5 billion was all transferred to the company's account, and Lena was asked to convert all the money into US dollars. Looking at the money coming in, Lena's brain is a little insufficient. Isn't all his money in his own hands? Didn't you buy all the houses for yourself? How did he transfer another 500 million, and then 2.5 billion? How much money does he have? Lena was completely confused. Although I don't understand it, the job is still done very well. The 2.5 billion was all converted into US dollars, which only amounted to a little over 400 million. I took 400 million US dollars with me, and I don't know how much I can get back when I come back. Since the boss dared to let her take the money with her, it meant that he was absolutely sure. But what she didn't know was that the 400 million US dollars was just an appetizer. Later, more money was transferred to their large accounts abroad. This time I go to the United States, I will never come back unless I make a few bucks. $400 million may seem like a lot, but in fact, it is nothing compared to the rotten apples. Because the current market value of rotten apple has reached more than 700 billion US dollars. A few hundred million is nothing compared to hundreds of billions. After Lena left, Li Changfeng's life seemed to have entered a peaceful period again. These days, he is waiting. Waiting for movement from all sides. It seems calm, but in fact it is turbulent and undercurrents are surging. Chapter 138. Liu recovers his appearance. As for the beauty pill, Li Changfeng also secretly put it into his mother Liu's food. Before he knew it, Liu had eaten it. In order to avoid scaring his mother, Li Changfeng deliberately found an old Chinese doctor and asked her to prepare a week's worth of qi and blood-replenishing medicine for her to drink. At the same time, we also asked an old Chinese doctor to prepare some creams with beauty and skin care effects. In fact, these are all cover-ups. I don't know if it's effective, but it's not harmful to the body. I was afraid that if I got better suddenly, it would scare my mother. Now that she has been given a shot of prevention, she can be mentally prepared to some extent. At that time, there would not be so much panic, as it could be considered as light reflection. After all, it is hard to accept that a disfigured person's skin suddenly heals overnight. It's inevitable to think about all kinds of things. Under Liu's management, the business of the acquired hotel is getting better and better. 3 days later, Wang Quan finished his business in Mao County and returned to Binhai. The first thing is to come and find Li Changfeng. Because he had invested more than 20 million there, he still felt unsure. Come and find comfort. Changfeng, your move in Mao County is really too big. When I got there just now, everyone knew about it after asking around. It is said that a powerful rich man came here to buy up a lot of real estate and spent more than 1 billion yuan. No one in the entire Mao County doesn't know about this. Are you sure you can play such a big game? Wang Quan asked in a low voice. The reason why he asked this was not because he was worried about the tens of millions he had. Instead, he was worried about Li Changfeng. After all, he invested more than 1 billion. With so much money, you can develop real estate. Why buy a house? Wouldn't it be nice to develop real estate and sell the houses yourself? Doing it yourself is safer. Don't worry, my premonition is very accurate, it can't be wrong. And it's short term, it won't last too long. How's your girlfriend's family business going? Have you found a new supplier of raw materials? Now he knows who his father is. It was discovered by Bai Qi Xiaoyao. And also investigated some things about the Gu family. No wonder I have such a strong affinity with that young Master Gu. It turns out it was destined that he and I would be enemies. Although his enemy was his father, their Gu family had now become involved, so he began to hate him as well. Besides, the Gu family wants to interfere in Binhai's affairs and has the ambition to control the Li family. The Li family's assets belong to Mother Liu, and are not something that the Gu family can get involved in. So, since the Gu family wants to get involved, we don't mind dealing with them as well. Since they want to attack the Zhao family, then I will help the Zhao family. Although we cannot let them retreat in the face of difficulties, as long as we prevent the Zhao family from dying before we become strong enough, we will win. Once his plan succeeds, it will be time for the Gu family to return to the provincial capital. He heard asking about the Zhao family. Wang Quan said with difficulty, if you hadn't sold them the jade raw materials, they could only hold on for a month. Even so, if they can't find a new supplier, their situation will be very difficult. They are also worried that once the internal situation of the Zhao family is exposed, it will be a devastating blow to their Zhao family. Once there is negative news, the Zhao family and the Gu family will definitely fall. The Gu family will definitely not miss this opportunity to snipe the big one. By then, they will face bankruptcy and liquidation. If you want to survive, you need huge financial support. Li Changfeng naturally understood the problem that Wang Quan was worried about. However, I can't help you now unless I can get through this month. By then, not only can the Zhao family be saved, but the Gu family can also be severely cheated. Don't worry, everything will be fine. After sending away Wang Quan, he began to plan his future on his own. There have been too many things going on recently. Especially in the second half of this month, things are crowded together. He needs to sort it out carefully and proceed step by step. Lena left him some people, which was enough for him to use. He wants to operate in two places and separate the funds. Some of them were taken away by Lena, who asked them to acquire some shell companies there and then invest in the market separately. This is to avoid US regulators. Because there are not many companies that dare to short sell now, especially shorting bad apples, which will definitely attract attention from many parties. Therefore, in order to leave smoothly and in large amounts when they make money, they need to enter the market in a dispersed manner. Another week has passed, and Mother Liu still goes to work wrapped tightly every day. Where she lived, she still couldn't find a place to look in the mirror. Whether it's the bathroom or the dressing table. No, she hadn't used the dressing table in a long time. I have never even looked in a mirror. Even taking a bath. She also forced her eyes to clean the dust off her body. Maybe because her forehead was burned, she never rubbed off the dust when taking a bath. She has had this habit for many years, so there is not much dust on her body. She can wash it clean with just some shower gel. But, I don't know what happened today. When she rubbed her body, she felt as if a layer of skin had fallen off her body. No matter where you touch, there is dust. However, she didn't care. I just think it's because I haven't rubbed the dust for a long time, so the dust is there. So, before she knew it, she had rubbed her body all over. After the bath, it was time for her to apply skin cream. When her hand touched her skin, a lubricating feeling instantly came over her. This feeling was something she only had when she was 20 years old. At that time, she was full of youthfulness and charm. At that time, she was the last proud little princess of the Li family and the most beautiful girl in Binhai. But it has been more than 20 years, why do I still have this feeling? Even if she had not experienced the fire, she is already in her 40s now, and her skin should have relaxed by then. She should not have this feeling. In the past, I would close my eyes to apply skin cream and put on clothes. Now she opened her eyes as if possessed by some mysterious force. She was shocked. How? How could that be? My skin had clearly been burned and was wrinkled, so how come it had become smooth now? Impossible. This must be a dream. She pinched herself hard again. Ouch. It hurts. Then it's not a dream. So my skin is back? My scars are gone. So she quickly took out her cell phone and switched to the mirror function. A delicate and beautiful face instantly appeared in the phone. Chapter 139: The Gu and Li Family's Conspiracy. September 14, sunny. A piece of news spread throughout China. Mao County, a county-level city, is planned as a key national support city. In order to ease the economic pressure on the port city, Mao County was designated as a new little Hong Kong. At the same time, an underground tunnel leading to the port city was opened. When this news came out, it shocked the whole of China. Everyone knows that wherever the country supports a place, the economy of that place will develop rapidly. The most direct impact is rising housing prices. Jiang Cheng, Tang Weiwei's father Tang Sanqiu, was originally a little reluctant to go to Mao County. After all, Tang's enterprise is also spending money, so how can it have any extra money to invest in real estate? However, my eldest daughter called me and said it was my son-in-law's opinion. Then, the biggest local tyrant in their area also came to him and asked him to invest with him. There was no other way, so he took out 30 million and invested in dozens of houses. Wang Meng had limited funds, but after some rounds of manipulation he managed to raise enough money to buy 5 houses. But, just this morning, they saw the news. They just bought the house less than a week ago. Is the price going to go up now? How much it will eventually rise depends on how hot the housing speculation is. As Tang Sanqiu has been engaged in business for decades, he can see this clearly. Judging from the surrounding housing prices, it can at least increase several times. At this moment, he actually felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have invested all his money. In this way, he could sell the house. Not only could he pay back his son-in-law's money, but he could also have a lot left over. Well, is it because I am old and have lost the courage to take risks? I actually missed such a good opportunity to make money. Of course, he was not the only one who regretted it. There were also Wang Quan and Zhao Liang. Faced with such a good opportunity, they missed it in vain. To be honest, they don't deserve to make money. Even though I made it so unclear, they just couldn't understand. You can't blame anyone else for this. As for Wang Quan, Zhao Liang and Tang Sanqiu, they all regretted buying too little. Then Mr. Gu regretted that he sold it too early. We have waited for so many years, why can't we wait a few more days? I lost a lot of money in vain. Due to his continuous operational mistakes, even Mr. Gu cannot take responsibility. Even with his sister's help, if he wanted the Gu family to change their opinion of him, there was only one way. That is to quickly defeat the Zhao family and then take control of the Zhao group. Only in this way can he restore his reputation in the Zhao family. If you want to quickly defeat the Zhao family, there is only one way, and that is to use money. After a conspiracy between Gu Xiao and his sister, they began to plan against the Zhao family. The Zhao family's stock price was originally quite stable, at around 25 yuan per share. But suddenly, the Zhao family's stock price hit the daily limit. From 25 yuan per share, it increased to 27.5 yuan. Seeing their stock market rising, the Zhao family was very happy. Because of the rise, their assets can be increased. Originally their stock market value was 6 billion, but now it has become 6.6 billion. They were naturally happy. The next day, as soon as the market opened, their stocks hit the daily limit again. The same thing happened on the third day. On the fourth day, it still rose by 10 daily limits. After several days of daily limit increases, their stock market value has reached 9 billion yuan. At this time, the people of the Zhao family also felt that something was wrong. How so? Could it be because an investment company has taken a fancy to the Zhao family? So, spend big bucks to buy your own stock. Father, no matter who is buying our stocks. The stock price keeps rising like this, which is not a good thing for us. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Should we make a plan for both scenarios? Should we take advantage of the peak to sell some of the stocks we have and cash out a little? Zhao Liang gave advice to her father. Because the main shareholder of their Zhao group is her father. 30% of the shares. The Zhao family and other shareholders also hold 15% of the shares. Originally their assets were only 2 billion, but now they have increased to 3 billion. Therefore, cashing out when the price is high and then buying some back when the price is low is also a way to cash out. Wait a minute. Her father wanted to know how high the stock could go. When the Gu family was planning against the Zhao family, Li Changfeng had already called a meeting to cash out the real estate in Mao County. Once the news that Mao County would be built into a city as big as Hong Kong was announced, the real estate in Mao County immediately became popular. Many people go there to buy and invest in real estate. The price of houses over there changes every day. Of course, it is rising. It is not an exaggeration to double it in one day. The housing prices there have risen from around 6,000 yuan per square meter to 35,000 yuan per square meter, which can be said to be a drastic increase. In other words, the property he bought increased in price by 30,000 per square meter in more than a week. A total of 1.5 billion yuan was invested, and his net profit plus the principal became 9 billion yuan in just 10 days. All the houses were no longer wanted and were sold. Of course, if he sold it a few days later, the price would probably increase by several thousand, but he just couldn't wait. Because he wants to take the money to the stock market and prepare to reap the benefits of the United States. There are still a few days until the 18th, so it's a good time for the people in the company to take a break. It is quite tiring to operate so many houses. When Wang Quan was asked to sell his house, he was still hesitant and said he would sell it a few days later. Unexpectedly, his house had just been sold, so he also sold it. Only after asking the reason did I know. He sold the house not because he didn't want to make money, but because he wanted to lend the money to the Zhao family. Because the Zhao family's stock market was attacked, he wanted to help the Zhao family. Wang Quan invested 20 million and made a lot of money. There are more than 100 million yuan, but if this money is invested in the stock market, it is estimated that it will not have much effect. Sure enough, the news came the next day. The Zhao family's stock price continues to fall. From its highest point of market value of 10 billion, it has fallen to more than 7 billion. Although the Zhao family has used up all of their reserve funds, it still cannot stop the stock market from falling. If no money can be raised to rescue the market, it will continue to fall until it collapses. Because the general public no longer has confidence in Zhao's stock, the price has been falling. At the same time, Li Changfeng also received news that it was the Gu family and the Li family who were behind the operation. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and he also wants to help the Zhao family. At least we can't let the Li and Gu family's conspiracy succeed. Besides, he and Zhao Liying are friends. So, he secretly asked the person in charge here to start taking charge. Buying up Zhao family's stocks in large quantities online. As long as someone is selling, we will buy them all. The curve, which had been turning green, gradually stabilized and no longer dropped so quickly. Fuck, what's going on? Doesn't the Zhao family have no money left to invest in the stock market? Why are there still people buying up stocks? No matter how much we sell, there will always be someone to take it. Young Master Gu stared at the computer, so angry that his lungs were about to explode. According to his plan, if there are 2 more limit downs, the Zhao family will collapse in 2 days. Suddenly, the stock market stabilized. How could he not be angry? Chapter 140, Defeating the Li family's conspiracy. Girlfriend, have you found someone to help us? Zhao Liying's father looked at her excitedly. Because just now, their stocks, which had been falling, finally stabilized. Although he didn't know who did it, he felt it must be because of his daughter. Because of his own connections, he has already used them all, and there is no way he can find anyone with such strong strength. If they want to stabilize their stock market, it will be impossible to control it without investing 1 billion yuan. Of course, it's not just as simple as 1 billion. Now that we have taken action, 1 billion alone is not enough, we need to be able to last at least 3 days. As long as they can hold on for 3 days, the conspiracy against the Zhao family will be defeated. Because, he calculated, the other party would sell twice at most, and those scattered shares should have been sold almost all. Zhao Liying was also confused by the question. She didn't find anyone. As for the one who truly helps me, there is no one else except that fool. Could it be him? Did that fool ask him for help? Zhao Liying looked stupidly in the direction of Wang Quan Company, muttering to herself. I just mentioned it yesterday and he gave me more than 100 million. And he also said that if it was not enough, he would find a way. I didn't expect that he would come up with this idea. I really owe you too much. Because the Zhao family had already put out a lot of money to rescue the market in the early stage, Li Changfeng now only needs to use about 2 billion yuan to push the stock market to its peak again. Because now Mr. Gu only has more than 1 billion stocks in his hands. Even if he sells them all, he can still afford it. Therefore, this time, Mr. Gu's conspiracy is doomed to fail. Not only did he lose the lady, but he also lost his army. He invested 3 billion to bring down the Zhao family, but not only did he fail, he now has lost a lot of money. You know, the 3 billion he invested was bought at high prices in order to push up the stock price. Afterwards, they exposed the problems within the Zhao family through the media, and all of the Zhao family's raw material suppliers cancelled their cooperation with them. They intentionally make investors believe that the Zhao family is manipulating the stock price. When the stock price rises to a certain level and negative news is broadcast, they begin to sell their stocks in large quantities. Give investors the illusion that the Zhao family is going to cash out and run away. This caused many people to rush to sell their shares. This will lower the stock price. As for whether it can finally succeed, it depends on the strength of the Zhao family and the financial resources of Gu Xiaoshou. The purpose of Mr. Gu doing this is not to cash out at a high price and then make a profit, because doing so would not cause any major losses to the Zhao family. His goal is to cause the Zhao family to collapse, so he still holds a lot of stocks and is waiting to give the Zhao family a heavy blow in the end. However, the sudden appearance of a third party has completely disrupted his plans. Even if he was angry, there was nothing he could do. The pants are half taken off, you still have to pull them up. I can't hold it in anymore. So he sold all his remaining stocks. At the same time, he also wanted to see whether the third party had the ability to swallow up 1 billion worth of stocks at once. It's a one and only gamble. After Gu Junfeng has done all this, he can only leave it to fate. If the opponent can eat it, he will lose completely. If the other party can't eat it, he wins. The Zhao family's stock market was brought to its lowest point. Brother-in-law, what do you think about this matter? Originally, this matter was kept secret from his brother-in-law Li Guoyuan. After all, most of the money was his. Unexpectedly, he found out in the end. Now that we know, there is no need to hide it. If you have any questions, you can discuss them with him. The preparations are not sufficient. We should buy more scattered shares. Since we've done it, don't give them a chance to turn things around. Of course, this is also because a Chang Yaojin showed up and funded to save the Zhao family. Otherwise, your plan would have succeeded. After saying that, Li Guoyuan ignored Gu Junfeng and looked at his sister Gu Shiron. You said that she is now the owner of a restaurant and has the ability to monopolize the Binhai catering industry? Unexpectedly, after 20 years, he still cared about her. Yes, husband. I don't know where she got the money from. She took advantage of the negative news about Wang's hotel and bought it for only 30 million. Rumor has it that the rebellious son won the lottery. There are also rumors that his girlfriend paid for the purchase. His girlfriend's family is from Jiangcheng and she also has some assets. Li Yuning's rise here was beyond his expectations. I thought that after that incident, she would learn to endure and live on, but unexpectedly, she popped out again and became the owner of a restaurant. Well, no matter what, I failed her. Forget it, let her do it on her own, don't bother with her. Although the US restaurant is now worth hundreds of millions. But compared to the tens of billions of assets of the Li Group, it is still child's play. However, he didn't know that the rebellious son he mentioned was now playing a big game. One plate is enough to overthrow the banner of his Li Group. I don't know how he would feel if he knew that the reason his brother-in-law failed was because of this rebellious son. At this time, the Zhao family already knew who had extended a helping hand. In order to express his gratitude, he specially asked Zhao Liyin to come over and thank him. Of course, the reason why Li Changfeng helped the Zhao family so much was also to make trouble for the Li family. As long as the people of the Li family are unhappy, he is happy. Although we cannot deal with the Li family right now, we can collect some interest first. However, in order to stabilize the stock market, he did not dare to cash out all the money he had invested in the Zhao family at once. Otherwise, I came here to help, but if I'm not careful, I might end up making things worse. Money can only be withdrawn bit by bit. A total of 2.5 billion yuan was invested in the Zhao family's stock market. At this time, he only had 6.5 billion in his hands. The remaining 6.5 billion was exchanged for another 900 million US dollars and transferred to Lena's account in the United States. At this time, Lena already had 1.5 billion US dollars in her hands. With this money, he can have a good time in the US stock market. There is still 1 billion left, so I will play around in the country. I don't know how the rotten apples would feel if they knew that someone has already noticed them. Although 1.5 billion US dollars is nothing compared to hundreds of billions, if you take advantage of the terrifying principle of leverage, you can definitely make a small fortune. At this point, everything is just sitting and preparing, and nothing has started yet. Because the time has not come yet. Now, the stock market of Rotten Apple is still very stable. The best time to take action is when their newly launched mobile phone malfunctions. This day is naturally the 18th. It is also the day that everyone is looking forward to. Chapter 141: Successfully Harvesting Leaks. Number 18. Today is already the 17th, and tomorrow is the time to take action. Lying in bed, tossing and turning. I have just communicated and made arrangements with Lena, who is far away overseas, and the company's head Xiao Chu. Tomorrow is the moment of the decisive battle, so naturally we need to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. Honey, what did you mean by that to them? What do you mean by starting to act? What do you want to do now? Do you want to start a business? Don't work so hard. You're already very good. Don't tire yourself out. Just make enough money to spend. There are 10,000 magnificent houses, but the bed is only 5 feet tall. Even if there are 3,000 beds, there is only one bed to sleep in. He naturally understood what Wei Wei meant. She didn't want to make herself too hard. Let go of your burdens and live a good life. However, such a day is coming soon. Once they get married and help their mother regain her dignity, it will be their time to enjoy life to the fullest. Don't worry, you won't be tired, you will be fine in a few days. We are young now, we dare not do it now. How can I choose comfort when I'm working so hard? This is not my personality. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and we still need to work hard. Speak human language? I'm trading stocks. It will be easy after this month. Once we're done, we can live our own lives. Wife, look how hard I've worked. Just obey me if you want. Okay, but can you? This sentence again: I must succeed today. If it works, you'll know if you try it. As Li Changfeng spoke, he began to take off his shirt. He was determined to do something to Wei Wei today. Because of Wei Wei's sexy outfit, she has successfully aroused his old friend who had been holding back for more than 20 years. Already eager to try it out. Even if Wei Wei disagrees today, he will still force himself on her. Looking at the alluring and sexy Wei Wei, he pounced on her like a hungry wolf. After taking 2 bites, he heard Wei Wei whisper something in his ear, and he was stunned. Your aunt is here, she's here, I'll ask someone to pick her up. However, when he saw Wei Wei's smirk, he felt something was wrong. What aunt? Which aunt? Another frustrating night. Damn it, you took off your pants and said your aunt was here. This is a dying rhythm. Lena, who is overseas, is leading a group of subordinates to operate the stock market and struggle hard. It was also on this day that negative news about Rotten Apple was exposed. The new iPhone 15 that just came into the market had problems such as circuit board connection and battery explosion, causing many injuries. The entire internet is flooded with videos of rotten apples. Some of them were because they were playing with explosives and their entire palms were blown to pieces. Some exploded while charging, and the flames caused by the explosion burned the flammable materials in the room, causing a fire. Such videos have appeared online one after another. Then another piece of news appeared on the internet, that the top executives of Rotten Apple were transferred and the CEO resigned and so on. This directly caused the stock price of Rotten Apple to plummet. On the afternoon of the 18th, their stocks fell directly to the limit. It was like a chain reaction, with many investors waiting to sell their stocks and cash out. However, Rotten Apple did not make any response and allowed the incident to develop. This is totally inconsistent with their overbearing style. Normally, when something like this happens, the first thing they should do is to protect their company's reputation and pass the buck. They described the negative news as a means for their opponents to frame them. The CEO's resignation will also be interpreted as a joke. However, it has been a few days since the incident happened, and they have not made any response at all. As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. But no one can guess what these rotten apples are going to do. I don't know what tricks they are playing. It is an even hotter topic in online forums. The reason why the United States did not make any explanation is that they are in the wrong. They are studying how to solve the problem of cell phone explosions. If they cannot solve this problem, no matter how they explain it, it will be useless. What can they explain? They must have cut corners. Didn't you see that their CEO has resigned? Doesn't this explain the reason? Even if they knew it was their fault, their crisis public relations would still come out to resolve the crisis. It's been 3 days now, and they haven't taken any action. It's really strange. Yes. The share price of Rotten Apple has dropped from 180 to 110. The market value of their company has evaporated by at least hundreds of billions. Rich people are really willful. No matter what people speculate online or how they attack the United States, they have never taken any action. However, no matter what their purpose or plan is, Lena and her friends have made a lot of money in the United States. When the negative news just broke out, they had already used $1.5 billion in batches to short sell rotten apples at different securities companies. The reason for separation is to avoid attracting the attention of regulators. If $1.5 billion were put into one company for short selling, it would definitely be targeted. However, an investment of 200 or 300 million yuan would not be so ostentatious. Not only short selling, but also 10 times the leverage. When the stock price of Rotten Apple dropped to $100 per share, Li Changfeng felt that the time had come. Can't wait until the time provided by the system to sell. After all, they were shorting several companies respectively, and 200 or 300 million was not a small amount, and it took time. So, now we need to take action to fulfill it. So I made a phone call far away overseas. Lena, it's okay now, hurry up and cash out, you can't wait any longer. Okay, boss. I'll do it right away. You can feel her inner nervousness from her nervous words. Yes, Lena's hands were shaking at this time. Because she never thought that she could control so much money. Although she hasn't cashed out yet, she already has a vague answer in her mind. That's a huge sum of money. Huge sum of money. This may be the time in her life when she has controlled the most financial funds. Before she met Li Changfeng, this was something she couldn't even imagine. After half a day's operation, she successfully withdrew all the money. Investing $1.5 billion, short selling, and using a 10x leverage, you can earn $80 per share, and the total profit becomes $6.7 billion. Now she really admires Li Changfeng. I still remember when I first met him, he didn't even know what Bitcoin was or how to operate it. Now he has made a stunning turn and become a stock god. It is no exaggeration to say that he is now the stock god. Looking at so much money in the account, she was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. Not only her, but her entire team was screaming with excitement. If for no other reason, just to be able to cut the leaks of the United States and make money in the United States, even if I die of exhaustion, I will die with a smile. Chapter 142: The Rotten Apple Conspiracy. The entire studio was filled with a sea of joy. They feel as if they have earned the money themselves. It is happiness from the heart. I am also happy to be in this team. Comrades, when I get back I will commend you all. The boss will definitely not treat you unfairly. We've finished our work, everyone, pack up, we're going home. Lena stood on the podium, looking at her subordinates, colleagues, and friends happily. Because in her heart, the thing should have been done, and it could be considered a perfect deed, so she could go home. With this record, he would definitely be a terrifying existence in China's financial circle. It is definitely a lifelong achievement that deserves praise from all of them. He spent $1.5 billion and earned $5.2 billion. Moreover, the total time will not exceed half a month. This is something to be very proud of. So he told Li Changfeng, who was in his hometown, the good news. Boss, all funds have been successfully withdrawn. We made a total profit of. Without waiting for him to speak, Lena started talking a lot. Although I couldn't see her, her joy was revealed naturally in her words. It is understandable to have such a feeling. The reason why I am so calm is that I have already thought about the result. So, be able to face it calmly. Okay, you did a great job. When you come back victorious, I'll celebrate your success and give you a bonus of 1 million each. Of course, as a leader, you will naturally receive a high bonus. Stay for a few days and wait for my news. After hearing what her boss said, Lena was a little confused. Isn't it a complete victory now? Aren't you allowed to go back now? The money has already been collected, what are you still doing here? However, she did not ask for specific details. The boss's words are now like an imperial decree. She will not refute anything as long as the boss speaks. Because she now worships Li Changfeng madly. Just do whatever he says. Just do whatever he says. He said go south, not north. He said drive the ducks, not the chickens. While Lena and her employees were partying, several people were also partying in a manner in the United States. If you often watch new things, you should have seen these people. One of them is the former CEO of Rotten Apple, and the others are also senior executives of Rotten Apple. They gathered together, holding bottles of 1982 Lafite, chatting happily and tasting the wine. Our stock price is about to be cut in half. Now is the time to sell. If you don't take action now, you'll end up making things worse. Yes, now the stock investors are panicking. It's time to rescue the market. Ha ha. This time we cashed out $80 billion at a high price. We only need to use $40 billion to buy stocks to get back our previous shares. It's been several years since I last harvested leeks. It's time to harvest some. It turns out that all of this was a scheme by the top management of Rotten Apple. The purpose is to cash out at a high price and buy in at a low price. Whether it was cell phones exploding or houses being set on fire, it was just part of their plan. Another important reason why they did this was to crack down on Chinese local brand mobile phones. Day 2. Rotten Apple began to issue statements. The first is the issue of their CEO resigning. He said that he resigned due to personal reasons and it had nothing to do with the cell phone explosion or circuit board heating. The CEO himself also came out to speak out, saying that it was due to health reasons and he needed to recuperate for a period of time. As for mobile phone explosions, circuit board heating, house fires, etc., these are all inferior competitive tactics used by Weihua Mobile. Everything was a despicable trick used by Weihua to frame the rotten apples. Apple has been around for decades and has launched dozens of classic mobile phones, but this has never happened before. Why did it happen with only this one? The rotten apples have taken the US specialty of passing the buck to the extreme. They actually put all the blame on a potential competitor. The purpose is to discredit Weihua and restrict its development. This move can be said to kill two birds with one stone. It was on this day that Lena discovered a major problem. She found that at this time someone was frantically buying up stocks sold by retail investors. While she was hesitating and considering whether to call Li Chang phone, she received a call from him. Just one sentence. Crazy acquisition of Rotten Apple stocks. And add 5 times leverage. The reason why he increased it 5-fold instead of 10-fold was because he was not sure what the stock's growth rate would be like. Unlike the period of decline, it keeps falling, so you can use 10 times the leverage. To be on the safe side, he only used 5 times leverage. Even if she hadn't received his call, Lena was ready to buy it. Because, based on their team's expectations for the stock, they have made the correct judgment. It's time for Rotten Apple stock to rebound. Everyone is ready, with their mice positioned on the rotten apples. As soon as Lena gives the order, these dozens of people will act simultaneously and purchase the Rotten Apple stocks. So, when she heard Li Changfeng's order, she shouted, "Eat it all, don't leave a penny." As soon as Lena's voice fell, crackling sounds rang out throughout the office. That's the sound of keyboard clicking. Everyone went crazy, typing frantically on their keyboards and mice. At this moment, everyone was looking at the computer in front of them with passion. They are racing against time. Half an hour later, $6.7 billion were all used to buy Rotten Apple stocks. Naturally, their big moves were also monitored by Rotten Apple's technical department. So the technicians quickly reported to their leaders. CEO, while we were quietly acquiring the company's shares, there were other companies that were also acquiring them. We were originally planning to acquire $10 billion today, but because another company was acquiring us, we only acquired $5 billion, and the stock price has already reached its daily limit. The president pondered for a moment. Which company is this? Is it from China? There are also Chinese companies. A Chinese company acquired 4 billion Chinese currency. Most of them are from our country. 8 companies acquired $6.7 billion. The others acquired less. The technical director lowered his head and said, "Oh. There are still people in China who dare to take the lead. You have a good eye, pay more attention to this company. Today they cut our leeks. Next time, we will make him spit out everything he ate. As for our own country, forget it. Whoever has a good vision will make money." The president looked at the technical director sinisterly and said, "He. You want to make our money, but is it that easy to make my money?" Chapter 143. The Rotten Apple is mad. The president of Rotten Apple looked at this matter differently. using an almost overbearing mindset and doing overbearing things. He is only allowed to make money from China, but China is not allowed to make its own money. In his mind, it is only natural that rotten apple earns hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan from China every year. But if Chinese companies get any benefit from them, they will become losers. That is absolutely not allowed. I don't know, what would his expression be if he knew that in his heart, those dozen or so domestic acquirers were also controlled by Chinese companies. After a series of whitewashing, the rotten apple's stock price seemed to have been boosted by chicken blood and continued to rise. After 3 consecutive daily limit increases, the stock price rose to 170 per share, and finally stabilized and stopped rising rapidly. It will take several months for the price to rise to its previous level. That is to say, their stock will remain stable at $170 for a long time. Li Changfeng, who was in China, was in charge of their company with Huawei. He felt that one should not be too greedy, so he decisively ordered to sell all the stocks he held. After hearing what the boss said, more than a dozen operators immediately started to get busy. Now their 4 billion worth of stocks have turned into 15.5 billion. Looking at the many numbers in the account, Huawei finally understood what Li Changfeng meant by finishing this busy period. It turns out that he wanted to make a lot of money and then enjoy life. She has now lost her temper due to Li Changfeng's ability to make money. She originally thought she already knew his background, but in the end she found out that it was just the tip of the iceberg. They were celebrating and partying here, and a celebration ceremony was also being held somewhere else, in an office overseas. Lena felt like she was dreaming at this moment. Really, it really feels like a dream. She had never thought that money could be made this way. Money is so easy to make. Once, she was almost driven crazy by a loan shark of 5 million yuan. At that time, she was only thinking about when she could pay off the loan and be satisfied. At this point, she not only repaid the loan, but also earned money of her own. Now, he has made tens of billions of dollars with his own hands. Because the leverage was increased fivefold, their $6.7 billion has become $52.1 billion. She pinched her arm more than once and kept asking herself if she was dreaming. Adding the profits earned domestically, the total amount is nearly $55 billion. This is already more money than what the culprit behind this incident, Apple, earned. Because of Li Changfeng, their plan failed. The original plan was to cash out $40 billion, but now only less than 300 has been cashed out. Because all the money was taken away by Li Changfeng. This also directly led to their stock prices falling again. Due to the need to stabilize the stock market, they not only used the $300 they cashed out to buy their own stocks at a high price, but also took out a lot of reserve funds to stabilize the stock market. No way! Li Changfeng and his team sold $50 billion at one time. In order to stabilize the stock price, they had to rescue the market. Otherwise, the stock price that has just risen will fall to the bottom again. In order to cause this situation, they had to eat it, spit it out, and also eat some of their original capital. This really pissed those people off. It's really a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. He was playing with eagles all day and was pecked in the eye by an eagle. How could they bear this? So he asked his subordinates to start investigating the Chinese company that had made him hundreds of billions of dollars. Now he directed all his hatred towards the Chinese investor who had made more than 10 billion from him. Although more than 10 billion is not a lot. However, not only did they not make a penny, they were also fleeced, so naturally they hated the people. He is now going to implement sniping tactics and prepare to bankrupt the company that made money for him. However, the news that made him wait for a long time almost made him go crazy. Because his assistant told him that the Chinese company was just a small investment company and had not yet been listed. Even if they wanted to snipe, they couldn't. The angry president almost went to find their previous president. The president, who had nowhere to vent his anger, looked at his assistant and said, "Let's check and see which companies took the opportunity to reap the profits." No matter what, he must be unwilling to accept the fact that he had worked so hard to set up the plan but ended up with nothing. He also wanted to know which company had such a good investment vision. He actually earned the money that belonged to him. Just make money if you want to. Still so unsportsmanlike. For the sake of his own interests, he actually put himself in a passive situation. Although their cash-out model is not a secret, everyone follows a rule and sticks to the last bottom line. It is necessary to teach a lesson to a company like this that does not abide by the rules of martial law. Soon, the assistant came running over again. The expression was extremely ugly. CEO? Speak, don't stutter so hard that you can't speak. He was already a little angry when he saw that his subordinates, who were usually so efficient, had become so fussy. Boss, it's like this. So he told the president the results of his investigation. What? Disappeared? What do you mean by disappeared? You said those were shell companies? The president was completely stunned. A bad premonition suddenly came over me. Now he finally understood why he failed to cash out. That's mainly because his company was shorted. Not only was it shorted, but it was shorted twice. How come no one reported such a serious matter to me? When the next result came out, they didn't dare tell the president. Only at his request did I understand why I wasn't making any money. But he had no way to deal with that person now. Even if you want to use illegal operations, you will not have any chance. Because that investment company is not listed, the money is just lying there. You can't just go to someone's place and take their money out. After seeing the news, the president was so angry that he foamed at the mouth, tilted his head, and went to find Musk. On the second day, the Rotten Apple was making explosive news. The chairman of Rotten Apple died suddenly. I wonder if Li Changfeng knew about this and caused that person to die suddenly just because I cut his leaks. How would he feel? It's what they deserve. All Americans deserve to die. I condemn and regret that I shouldn't have been so cruel. I actually forced someone to death. Ha ha. Regret is impossible. Go to hell, Americans. Chapter 144: Becoming an Internet Celebrity. The day after the death of Rotten Apple's president, Lena and her team returned victoriously from the United States. In order to welcome the great hero back, Li Changfeng personally led a luxury convoy to the airport to greet him. A row of 20 red Maseratis were parked neatly at the airport entrance. What makes them attractive is not how expensive the cars are, but the fact that there are 20 luxury cars of the same color, and even the license plate numbers are consecutive. Who are these big shots? Who are they here to pick up? Why is it such a big deal? Wow, this is my favorite red Maserati. My lifelong dream is to buy one. What kind of company is this? Are they still hiring? Yes, I'm just asking around. If there's a job opening, I'll apply for it. The crowd watching was chattering away. Amidst everyone's discussion, I saw a group of people carrying suitcases, wearing women's business attire, black stockings, and high heels, looking like successful people. The most important thing is that most of these people are women, and men are only a minority. Each one is young, beautiful, and full of vitality. Yes, it's Lena's team. When they saw the man standing at the plane entrance, they were all as excited as if they had seen a gem. They rushed up in a swarm. At this point, they no longer regarded him as a man, let alone a boss, but as a god, a stock god, a male god, the supreme god. Under everyone's attention, a group of beautiful young women pounced on a man. This scene made the men around them extremely envious. You guys, hurry up and let go of that man. If you want to bully someone, come and bully me. We are both men, why is there such a big difference? Li Changfeng was a little overwhelmed by his colleagues' enthusiasm. He had never enjoyed such treatment in his life. Especially when she was dating Wang Nuo, she was never treated as the protagonist and was always in a dispensable role. Now that he is spoiled like an emperor, he is naturally a little proud. Tang Weiwei, who was standing next to him, had a happy expression on her face. Although I don't know what my husband has done, looking at the excited expressions of these people and the fact that it is an international flight, it is not difficult to guess that they must have done something extraordinary abroad. When I was trading stocks at the company, I didn't see Lena. I thought she left because of something at home. I didn't expect that he was exiled abroad. The family has already earned more than 10 billion, so how much more money will the people they sent abroad with great fanfare earn? She is very curious. However, looking at the excited expressions of these people, they actually dared to hug their husbands in front of them. It can be seen that they must have done something big. Seeing these people surrounding him like crazy, he quickly waved his hands. Okay, everyone, get in the car. As a reward from the company, each person will receive a Maserati. Xiao Yao, who was standing next to Tang Weiwei, quickly stepped forward and distributed the prepared car keys to them. Then, led by the Lamborghini, a group of Maseratis followed behind the car and left the airport. The sound was so loud that it looked like a long red dragon wandering on the road. At this time, everyone who went abroad, not only received a bonus of millions, but also received luxury cars worth millions. It can be said that each of them has reached success overnight. In the evening, there was a welcoming party for everyone. By the time we got back to the hotel, it was already very late. Lying on the bed, I took a deep breath and finally could lie down and rest. Because I was the protagonist of the whole event, I was also the one who drank the most. Fortunately, I have a good physique and can sober up quickly, otherwise I would probably have passed out soon. Just as I was about to fall asleep, I was woken up by Wei Wei. Husband, did you rob a bank card in the United States? You brought back so much money in just one trip to the United States. Tell me, who was kidnapped? Tang Weiwei grabbed his collar and looked him straight in the eyes. Because their bodies were so close, they were almost stuck together. If you look slightly downward, you can see a vast expanse of white. Judging from her tone, she didn't sound like she was asking a question, nor was she interrogating me. Rather, she sounded like she was flirting. Hey. In this situation, speaking seems a bit redundant. He turned over and pressed Weiwei under him. 100 words are omitted here. Why was it only 100 words? That's because when he was eagerly preparing to learn from Xiangyu, it came to an abrupt halt. Because, at that sacred and solemn moment, she actually burst out laughing. Can you be more dedicated? We are doing the most sacred thing. How can you laugh at this critical moment? Weiwei managed to hold back her laughter with great difficulty, and her expression looked quite unpleasant. Hubby, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Go on, I promise I won't laugh this time. Absolutely. I'll cooperate with you. Li Changfeng adjusted his emotions and prepared to continue doing what he had not finished. Just when she was building up her emotions, Weiwei suddenly burst out laughing again. Honey, I promise, I really didn't mean it. I'm laughing because my aunt hasn't left yet. Li Changfeng. Why do women have their periods? He just couldn't understand. Why is it so difficult to share a bed? When the fire reached my chest, I realized that I couldn't carry out the mission anymore. Seeing that Li Changfeng's face looked unhappy, Weiwei hurried to comfort him. Honey, how about that? Actually, I think I can give a blowjob, too. Sleep. What are you thinking about? And the blowjob is good. As soon as the quilt was pulled back, it was another sleepless night. Perhaps because of his good physique, his anger lasted until late at night. The next day, a piece of news made the front page headlines. First, a certain company rewarded its employees with luxury cars worth millions. Then there was a certain investment company. After a business trip, he was overwhelmed by the company's big prize when he came back. There is a red Maserati in our neighborhood. I think the license plate number ends in 12. Let's track it today to see which company it belongs to. The one above, take a look and don't forget to post it. I'm looking for a job. I've decided that if a company wants me, I'll work for them forever. Same as above. Same as above. Same as above. At the same time, both Tushio and Douyin were playing this video. Li Guoyuan, the biological father of Li Changfeng of the Li family, also saw this video. Although he thought the male protagonist Li Changfeng looked familiar and had a sense of déjà vu, he did not recognize that this man was his son. Gimmick, what's the point of these gimmicks? It's nothing more than attracting people's attention. Go check and see who this boss is. After talking to his secretary, he walked into his office and started doing his own thing. Because today, he received a piece of news that a domestic investor went to the United States, shorted the rotten apple company, and came back with a huge loss. No one knows how much he earned exactly, but we only know that the current chairman was so angry with this man from China that he died. Yes. I'm just so angry. Because of a Chinese investor, the chairman of Apple was angered to death. This also made the United States popular. Now, the American bourgeoisie is looking for the culprit. Not only the United States, but China is also looking for it. I want to know which great god has the ability to embarrass Americans. Browsing various news on the internet, Li Guoyuan fell into deep thought. Could it be that those people took action? Apart from those people, he couldn't think of anyone else who had such ability. I just don't know what he would think if he knew that it was the son he didn't want who did it. Chapter 145, Revealing the Mother's Scars. Star-picking restaurant. Liu stood in front of the dressing table, looking at her skin which was becoming smoother and smoother, and pinched it unconsciously with her hands. Although her skin has become very good in the past half-month, better than that of her peers, she is still wrapped tightly with no trace of skin exposed. Perhaps it's because she hasn't been exposed to the public for a long time, so even though her appearance has been restored, she is still unwilling to show her true face to others. After wrapping it up again, she walked out of the house. Seeing that his mother had been wrapping herself tightly, Lee Changfeng was very confused. Could it be that the system is trying to trick me? The pills are completely useless. Otherwise, how do you explain your mother's current behavior? Why is she still wrapped in cloth? Because I was afraid that she wouldn't know about her changes, I deliberately put a mirror in her room. Although he was confused, he didn't say it out loud. Mom, you're in good spirits today? By observing his eyes, it is not difficult to find that his mother is in a good mood today. There is something particularly spirit in his eyes. Maybe she has already noticed the changes in herself, but she just hasn't adapted to it yet. However, today is the time to confront my mother. He now knew exactly how his mother was disfigured and what she had gone through. It was okay that he didn't know the inside story, he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. However, after understanding the situation clearly, he lost hope for that person. It would not be excessive even if they dragged him out and whipped his corpse for 7 days. At that time, my mother was a princess of the sea, a flower of the sea. In order to protect the Lee family's property, they had no choice but to find a live-in son-in-law. But I didn't expect that the person I invited was not a son-in-law, but a wolf. In the end, not only did his mother suffer burns on 90% of her body, but she was also kicked out of the Lee family and all of the Lee family's property was seized. He couldn't imagine how there could be such a person in the world, someone with such a bad mind. What's more, I can't understand how a man can do such a thing to such a beautiful and gentle woman. People like this should go to the 18th level of hell. As the saying goes, the net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing can escape it. God is watching what you do. This gave me the opportunity to avenge my mother. Mom, I already know who that unfaithful man is. Don't worry, I will make him pay the price. I will drive him out of the Lee family and make him a pauper. When Lee Yu heard his son say this, he was stunned. The secret that had been hidden in his heart for many years was revealed, and Lee Yu's joy at recovering her appearance suddenly became heavy. She had originally planned to leave this world with such a secret and never let her son know. Because knowing it would do him no good. Now that they own a hotel worth hundreds of millions, their son can finally have enough food and clothing. If he doesn't think about the Lee family's affairs, he can live a happy life. However, things turned out to be beyond her imagination. The son actually knew his life experience in advance and knew who his biological father was. This is not a good thing for him. Li Guoyuan's methods were not something his son could deal with. At least, not now. Besides, now that the Gu family is here, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Son, since you already know this, you must also know their strength. At least not something we can handle right now. Besides, if he knew about our situation, he might come to our door even without us having to do anything. Seeing his mother so frightened, as a son, he naturally felt very uncomfortable. As a subject and a son, you should provide a support for your mother. We should ensure that our mother has enough food and clothing and lives a happy life. Don't worry, I won't face him unless I have a certain level of strength. In order not to worry his mother, he had to say this. In fact, he had already started letting Lena take a break and was preparing to attack the Lee Group's stocks. Chapter 146, Plans for the Lee Family. The market value of the Lee Group is around 40 billion. According to Lena's calculations, if one wants to successfully control the Lee Group, $6 billion will be enough to bring the Lee Group to the sky. In order to completely defeat the Lee Group, $70 were prepared for Lena. They earned $43 billion during this trip to the United States. They have now used 70 of them, and have 360 left. These remaining funds did not enter the stock market but were stored. The reason why they didn't move was that they were afraid of being discovered by those people in the United States. If they were to jointly target him, he wouldn't be confident that he could escape unscathed. As long as they are not in the stock market, they have no way to deal with themselves. Even if they wanted to play dirty, they had no idea where to start. On the surface, the investment company of which Lena is the spokesperson has also become popular. In Binhai, it has become a veritable leader in the investment industry. Therefore, her every move is under the surveillance of many people. When it comes to fame, even Lee Changfeng, the big boss behind the scenes, has to admit defeat. She looked as if she was a wealthy woman. At this time, Li Guoyuan from the Li family was chatting with Gu Shirong. Li Guoyuan has had a habit for many years. After getting up, he would first read the news, especially the financial news. While drinking tea, he would think about national affairs and the development of the company. Old Li? Gu Shirong came to Li Guoyuan with his cell phone. Look, our stocks are doing surprisingly well today. They started to rise as soon as they opened. It's only been over half an hour and it's already up 5%. At this rate, it's possible that it will reach its daily limit in another half an hour, right? Gu Shirong is an excellent student, and he studies economics. He has in-depth research on plates, curves, etc. My intuition tells me that there is something strange about the stock market today. However, she couldn't figure out where the problem lay. I had to ask Li Guoyuan. Old Li looked at the red curve and fell into deep thought. So he took out his cell phone and called the technical department, asking them to find out who was manipulating the stock market. Only by finding out who it is first can we know what the other party's purpose is. Soon, we found out who the investor was. But when he saw the name, he became even more confused. Because the person who bought a large number of their scattered shares was a small investment company in Jiangcheng. Although the investment company is named after a woman, it is actually controlled by the underground voice of Jiangcheng. Could it be that they just have high hopes for my Li Group? That's why they bought up a large number of scattered shares. In just one day, an investment company in Jiangcheng acquired $100 million worth of individual shares, which directly pushed the Li Group's stock price to the daily limit. Li Guoyuan didn't care when he saw the news, because the people in Jiangcheng, no matter if they were the underground controllers or the richest people in Jiangcheng, were all children in his eyes. There's no need to even look at him. No matter how they struggle, they cannot shake the foundation of the Li family. They do this just to make some money. Therefore, Li Guoyuan did not care about their behavior and did not even warn them. However, on the second day, their stock price hit the daily limit again. At this time, Li Guoyuan frowned. He's just a local tyrant, how much money can he have to invest in stocks? After the Li family's stock hit the daily limit twice, their assets have increased by 20%. Then came the third day, but this time it was not the local tyrant from Jiangcheng. But it is Lena, the investment star who has been very popular recently. When Lena takes action, she is not the same as Wang Meng in Jiangcheng. She simply bought up most of the scattered shares and invested $2 billion directly. The Li family's stock reached the daily limit in just 10 minutes. Then on the fourth and fifth days, Li's stocks hit the daily limit one after another. At this time, Li Guoyuan finally couldn't sit still anymore. I called Lena directly to invite her. I don't know why the CEO bought so many shares in my company. I wonder if my company has offended you inadvertently. Although the Li Group has assets worth tens of billions, its actual liquid funds definitely do not exceed 1 million. Therefore, he was a little unclear about Lena's company purpose. Mr. Li, you're joking. We are an investment company. We will invest wherever there is money to be made. The Li Group stock is currently on the rise, so there will naturally be a prequel. That's why we invest in you. Chapter 147 Rules. After leaving Lena's investment company, Li Guoyuan's worries became even heavier. When he saw Lena for the first time, he was attracted by her beauty at first, and then he was looked down upon by her age. Therefore, he did not gain any advantage from talking to Lena this time. Not only did he fail to find out the other person's true colors, but he also exposed his own feelings. This is not a good thing for me. Now, no matter what the other party's purpose is, he cannot control it. Now, he just wants to think positively and hopes that the other party can hold on for a long time. Never sell immediately after the price goes up. Because, if that happened, it would be a huge blow to their Li Group. If the other party really did this, it would completely offend the Li Group. According to the current strength of the Li family, no force in Binhai dares to go against them. Plus, now with the support of the Gu family in the provincial capital, we are like a tiger with wings, and our morale is at its peak. So, naturally, he doesn't care about any investment company. Although he felt that he was confident, his eyelids kept twitching after leaving Lena's investment company. I always feel like something bad is going to happen. This feeling was very bad and made him very uncomfortable. In the past, whenever I had this feeling, something bad was bound to happen. This is a hunch that only someone who has been in business for many years can have. This premonition is similar to a woman's sixth sense. However, what he couldn't understand was that the Li Group was now at its peak, and with the support of the Gu family in the provincial capital, who would dare to go against him? The other two families in Binhai, with similar strength, would not dare to target the Li family even if they joined forces. he is still confident about this. I couldn't figure it out and didn't understand what I was worrying about. He has a habit of diverting his attention or thinking about the matter from a different angle when he can't figure out something. Looking at the Tushio news on his mobile phone, suddenly an advertisement caught his attention. A rich second-generation man in Binhai booked the entire island in the middle of Binhu Lake as a wedding venue. The small island in the middle of the coastal lake is not very big and covers an area of 60,000 square meters. There is the best hotel on the coast, and also the only 8-star hotel. For ordinary people, let alone booking the entire island in the middle of the lake, even if they can hold a wedding there, the starting price is over 100 million. There are many benefits when you hold your wedding with them. More than you can imagine. In a word, as long as you become a customer of Hushin Island, you can propose any conditions you want. There is nothing they cannot do, only what you cannot think of. And these are just ordinary customers. He didn't know what kind of treatment it would be like if he booked the entire 8-star hotel and the entire island in the middle of the lake, and how much money it would cost. Even though he was the leader of Binhai, he didn't know. Because, in the whole Binhai, no one has ever booked an entire 8-star hotel. No one would book the entire island in the middle of the lake for a wedding banquet. Of course, that doesn't mean that everyone can't afford it. It's just not necessary. Even if you are a very wealthy person, your money doesn't just come from the wind. Besides, that's not a small amount. Although he couldn't remember whose son was hosting the banquet. However, there was one thing he was sure of, that is, in Binhai, no matter who was holding a banquet, especially if it was a prominent figure, they would definitely send him an invitation. As for whether he will go or not, that is another matter. This world is full of coincidences. The less important something is, the more you think it has nothing to do with you, the more entangled you will become. Chapter 144, News that shocked the whole city. The news that the entire island in the middle of the lake was booked as a wedding venue had already spread throughout Binhai and even throughout China. Especially in Binhai, everyone is talking about it. Everyone is guessing which young master is capable of such a big deal. For a normal person, spending tens or even hundreds of millions on a wedding banquet is already a huge amount. Even if you are a rich person, spending tens of thousands of dollars on a wedding is considered a big deal. Even a former coal miner who married a famous star only spent 300 million on the wedding. Anyone who rents the entire island in the middle of the lake must have spent at least 1 billion yuan. This news was not only envied by others, but also by Tang Weiwei. After all, marriage is the most important event in life. Who wouldn't want their wedding to be a grand occasion and a world classic? But this kind of wedding can only appear in fairy tales. Watching other people's wedding of the century, I was in a daze. I don't know what my wedding will be like. Now that the house has been renovated, I guess Changfeng should fulfill his promise and hold a wedding for himself. Tang Weiwei was fantasizing in her mind. I fantasized about what kind of wedding Li Changfeng would give me. No matter what kind of wedding it is, as long as I can be with Li Changfeng, I should be content. Sob. At the same time, in different places, different people are watching the same news, but expressing different moods. Wan Nuo looked at the headlines with mixed feelings. She also had an unforgettable wedding, although it was not as shocking as this one, but she had a man who loved her deeply. But, in the end, he ruined everything by himself. A good hand of cards, 4 twos and 2 kings, not only did he fail to make a single hit, but his own people also snatched away the spoils. It can be said that he lost everything except his pants. Regarding the discussions outside, Li Changfeng is discussing things with Lina. Boss, according to estimates, it will only take 1 day. We can close the net by this time tomorrow. Lina looked at the stack of information in her hand and came to a conclusion after analysis. Oh. Tomorrow? Although Li Changfeng didn't quite understand the data, he could still understand the conclusions drawn. He glanced at the information in Lina's hand, and then looked at her who was wearing light makeup. So, we can kill the pig tomorrow? How much money was invested in total? The data seemed to be imprinted in her mind. Boss, almost all the funds we prepared have been used up. We invested a total of 40 billion yuan, which raised the Li Group's stock price to 120 billion yuan, and increased the market value by 70 billion yuan. Good. Let's pull them down from the altar tomorrow. Boss, Mr. Li from the Li Group came to see me 2 days ago. They were afraid that I would hinder their stock market, so they came here and only talked about the good things. That's all the good stuff you can say. If he knew that we were targeting him and plotting against him, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would die. As Lena spoke, she acted out what it was like when a person lost control when angry. The facial expressions were performed very well. Counting the time, it has been 20 years. My mother waited alone for 20 years. It's been long enough. People have to pay for their mistakes. God is watching what you do. It's not that I want to report it, it's just that the time has not come yet. The Lee family's stock market was pushed to a historical high by several forces. The Lee family's total assets more than doubled. Originally, the Lee family's stock market value was only 50 to 60 billion yuan, but now it has reached more than 100 billion yuan. The entire Lee family, as well as the shareholders behind the Lee family, were in a carnival. Because their assets have increased, more than doubled. Many shareholders held parties at their homes. All partying at home. Only Li Guoyuan and Gu Shirong were sitting at home, each holding a glass of red wine and lost in thought. This is really weird. Why are so many people suddenly interested in my Li group? There are no new projects to be introduced, and no new products to be developed. What are they optimistic about? What is there in the Li family that is so worthy of their attention that they are investing so generously in the Li family stock market? If they all have a purpose and want to make a quick buck, then their sudden departure will definitely have a catastrophic impact on our stock market. The wine glass in Li Guoyuan's hand began to shake unconsciously. It's okay, husband. Maybe they saw hope for the Li family because of our Gu family's entry. Even if they leave the market, what can they do? Can they cause the entire stock market to be paralyzed? They are underestimating us, unless they all hold this thought and sell all the stocks they hold at the same time. Besides, even if that's the case, it doesn't necessarily mean we can be defeated. Let's not talk about our own reserve funds. Even if it's not enough, don't we still have the Gu family? Of course, there is another way, which is to cash out at a high position. Gu Shirong explained so much in one breath, and then took a sip of red wine to moisten his throat. It seems like my throat has become dry because I have talked too much. But there was one thing she didn't say, which was that the Gu family's intervention must be conditional. Li Guoyuan is not stupid either, so he naturally understands this principle. It is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. If they let the Gu family help the Li family acquire stocks, they would have a legitimate reason to take over the Li family. In fact, the best way for Li Guoyuan now is to cash out at a high price. Let us make some money now. But he is a suspicious person by nature. If Gu Shirong hadn't told him, he would really do it. But now that she said that, he didn't dare to play like that. He wondered in his heart if all of this was a trap. The driving force behind this is someone from the Gu family. Because he has always been against the Gu family's business being moved to Binhai. What I'm afraid of is that the assets I've worked so hard to build will be defrauded by someone else. Otherwise, even with his support, it would not be easy for the Gu family's business to develop rapidly in Binhai. Let alone the power of the Gu family, even if it is the power of the Li family, who in Binhai dares to confront him face to face. In the eyes of the Li family, the Zhao family's jewelry is as easy as drinking cold water if they want to punish them and attack the Zhao family. But he just wouldn't help. He was afraid that once the Gu family had established a firm foothold in Binhai, the next step would be to slowly swallow up his own property. After all, Binhai is so small and the cake is so small. If one more person comes, naturally they will take more. The more he thought about it, the more confused his mind became. At this time, everyone's eyes looking at Gu Shirong were a little distracted. Hey! Let's take it one step at a time. If we cash out at a high price now, if it causes a chain reaction, the stock market will definitely crash. Others haven't even started yet, but you've already killed yourself. Isn't that a joke for the entire Binhai area? Li Guoyuan sighed helplessly. Chapter 145 Stock Market Crash, Shareholders Meeting. At this moment, Binhai was surrounded by these two pieces of news. One is the event that contracted the entire island in the middle of the lake. The other is the Li family's stock market. The stock price goes up to the daily limit as soon as it opens every day. The stock price goes up to the daily limit as soon as it opens. In just 1 week, the Li family's stock market value more than doubled. People are also wondering whether the person who contracted the island in the middle of the lake is also from the Li family. Because some people with great powers have already found out that the person who contracted the island in the middle of the lake seems to be also named Li. So in Binhai, the big family with the surname Li is naturally the Li family. It seems that only the prosperous Li family has the ability to be so generous. While the outside world was discussing this, the Li family was in a state of panic. Because, after a week of rising, the Li family's stock market finally reached its peak, followed by a sharp drop. When the stock market is rising, no one feels anything because everyone is making money. However, when the first limit down point appeared, it was like cutting their flesh and making them feel painful. In order to stabilize its own stock market, the Li family had to take action to rescue the market. This was because if the market continued to plummet like this, it was very likely that the Li family's stock market would be forced to halt trading. Therefore, they had to use their own reserve funds to buy those stocks that flowed into the market. They absorb as much as people throw at them. As long as they can keep the stock market stable, the Li family's stock market will truly usher in spring. As the saying goes, high risk comes with high rewards. This is also an opportunity for the Li family. Once they get through it, it will be spring for the Li family. So, they will do their best to stabilize their stock market. Although he has a lot of reserve funds, if he continues to make acquisitions like this to stabilize his stock market, it is estimated that it can only last for 3 days. 3 days later, his reserve fund would be completely consumed by purchasing high-priced stocks. However, this time his efforts were destined to be in vain. Moreover, because of their rescue, the other party will not only not lose money, but will also make a profit. Chiron, the Li family is about to collapse. Can you ask your family to lend a hand and help hold on for 2 days? Li Guoyuan managed to hold on until the next day, but he was already scared. He really regrets it now. If he had known earlier, he would have cashed out at the designated time. According to his shares, 30% of the shares, that would be more than 40 billion. Even if you don't cash out all of it, and just cash out half of it, there will still be more than 20 billion. Now, not only has he failed to cash out, but the 10 billion yuan in his hands is also almost used up because of the market rescue. I can only hold on for 1 more day at most, and then I'll hit rock bottom. There was no other choice but to ask Gu Shirong for help. According to his plan, the other party would throw out more than 5 billion yuan a day, which would last no more than 4 or 5 days. As long as he could hold on for 5 days, he would win. Let the Gu family hold on for 2 days, and he will hold on for the last day, then victory will belong to him. At that time, you can slowly cash out the stocks you hold, and the money will naturally come back. Gu Shirong was naturally waiting for him to beg her. Okay. No problem, I can promise you this. Don't even mention 2 days, even if it's 3 days, I will try my best to get it for you. Gu Shirong had an expression of marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. But that's not what she thought in her heart. In fact, in secret, the Gu family also acquired a lot of scattered shares, but not as much as Li Changfeng. If they were to make a large purchase now, they would be able to own the Li family shares legitimately. However, even the Gu family does not have much liquid funds available. Only 15 billion was allocated to support the Li family. However, in Li Guoyuan's opinion, this is enough. However, 3 days later, all of the Gu family's reserve funds had been used up, and it only managed to stabilize the stock price from falling so quickly, but did not completely stop the stock from falling. Li Guoyuan looked at their Li family's stock market and the dotted chart of the stock market and fell into deep thought. Now he has used up all the money he can borrow and all the assets he can mortgage, but he still cannot stop the stock market from falling. Even the Gu family seemed powerless. They also increased their capital from 15 billion to more than 20 billion, but still failed to prevent the stock market crash. There was no other way. In order to reduce losses, they had no choice but to start selling their stocks. This will only accelerate the stock market crash. The market value of the Li family began to plummet from more than 100 billion. 100 billion, 90 billion, 80 billion, 60 billion. It has fallen below their normal market value. It only fell to 30 billion before the situation stabilized and stopped falling. The reason why the stock market did not fall was because Lina took action. What they want is not a stock market crash, what they want is to suppress the Li family's stock price and then buy it at a low price. When they had exhausted all their stock opportunities, they finally stopped selling and began to quickly buy up Li's stocks. Of course, despite this, it only stabilized the stock price from falling, but did not cause the stock market to rebound. After some operations, Lina acquired 43% of Li's shares without spending much money. Li Guoyuan also bought some stocks at a high price, which caused his stock price to rise to 34% of the total stocks. The remaining shares are either held by other shareholders or by retail investors. Because I'm trapped, I'm waiting to be released. If Lina didn't exist, Li Guoyuan would still be the largest shareholder of the Li family. Therefore, he can still sit in the position of chairman of the board of directors at this time. At this time, the other original shareholders were sitting below and looking at the man at the helm. They don't know what to do now. Should I sell my shares or continue to hold them? They all looked at Li Guiyuan, wanting to ask him for an explanation. The entire conference room was as noisy as a vegetable market. If each of them is given a bottle of wine, the bottles may fly everywhere. To put it bluntly, because of the disagreement, we have been in a state of quarrel. At this moment, the door of their meeting room was kicked open. A tiger-shaped man walked in. A giant who was over 2 meters tall and weighs 200 kilograms. Even if he didn't say anything, just standing there would make those big guys shut up. Behind the giant man was a very beautiful woman. He walked in with documents in hand. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? Can you just come in here casually? Get out of here, security guard. Where is the security guard? Li Guiyuan's secretary pretended to be calm and shouted loudly at Lina, who walked in. But just by listening to his voice, you can tell that he definitely lacks confidence. Either I masturbated too much last night, or I have kidney deficiency. However, under the intimidation of the second brother, he was able to stand up and speak, which was already remarkable. Chapter 146. Li Yu's worries are resolved. Get out? You don't have that right yet. Throw him out. Lina looked at the second senior brother and said with a smile. Then he walked up to Li Guiyuan. I placed a copy of the information in my hand in front of him. After that, Lina's assistant took the information and started reading it. Boss Na now owns 43% of the shares of the Li Group, and is now the de facto major shareholder. Now I give you two options. One is to stay and develop together with the Li Group. Second, you can all leave as you please. As for the shares you hold, I can buy them at a 50% premium. As soon as these words were spoken, those who were already eager to make a move were immediately tempted. If he could get a 50% premium, not only would he be able to escape from this vortex, but he would also be able to make a fortune. As a result, many original shareholders began to discuss the buying and selling of stocks with lawyers. Soon, Lina's shares increased from 43% to 51%. Now she has absolute control over the Li family. Since she owns more than 50% of the shares, she can now have the final say. Seeing that everyone was selling stocks, Li Guiyuan knew that the Li Group, which he had worked so hard to support, was also coming to an end. So he resigned from the chairmanship, wanting to cash out, and then left and followed Gu Shirong back to the provincial capital. As long as he has money, he is the boss everywhere. Li Guiyuan looked at the contract in his hand and immediately became angry. What do you mean? Didn't you say it's a 50% premium? Are you selling at a premium or a discount now? Li Guiyuan pointed at the words on the contract and shouted loudly. I'm sorry, everyone else wants to sell their stocks at a premium, but you not only don't give a premium, you even have to give a discount. The lawyer responded calmly. Why? Li Guiyuan didn't understand why he changed when it came to him. Under normal circumstances, he can still exchange more than 10 billion. With such a discount, his money was cut in half. Why? No reason? If you want to sell it, don't sell it. The lawyer's expression was so infuriating that Li Guiyuan wanted to slap him. However, he also knew in his heart what the consequences of beating the lawyer would be. Of course he wouldn't sell it at a discount. Even if it was a premium, some shareholders did not sell, not to mention that it was a discount. He knows better than anyone how big the Li Group is. Even the stock market became like this because someone deliberately targeted it, so he was not worried at all that the company would not make a profit. Especially the current major shareholders. Lina is someone he is very optimistic about, a rising star in Binhai. I was just admiring it at first, but I didn't expect that I would be defeated so quickly. But what he couldn't understand was that even if the other party had some money, how could he have such a large sum of money? It would be impossible to snipe at the stocks of their Li Group without hundreds of billions. Could it be that there is someone behind her? Li Guiyuan, who was sitting in the back, watched things unfold quietly with a gloomy look on his face. He wanted to know why Lina invested so much money and bought so many stocks. He had a hunch that things were not as simple as he thought. The feeling was even stronger when I saw Lina was just standing there and not sitting in the chair. Lina glanced at everyone and saw that things were almost done. So he spoke. Now, please welcome our new major shareholder. President Li. When he heard Mr. Li, Li Guoyuan's heart trembled violently. Mr. Li, Mr. Li. Aren't I Mr. Li? Is he calling himself? No, definitely not. That's another person with the surname Li. Li Guoyuan looked straight at the door of the office, staring at it intently. He also wanted to know who this Mr. Li was. As soon as Lena finished speaking, a woman who looked no less beautiful than Lena walked in. When he saw the person coming, Li Guoyuan was stunned. Yes, I am really confused. He pinched himself hard with his hand, and it was the inside of his thigh. As if afraid that the pinch wasn't painful enough. Looks like it, really looks like it. Wasn't she disfigured? How come he appeared here and is still standing here intact? This is impossible. It's unscientific. There are also some old people here, and some of them have seen Li Yu. When they saw Li Yu coming over, they all showed strange expressions. At the same time, their eyes turned to Li Guoyuan, who was sitting behind them. Everyone's expressions seemed to be what Lena had expected. So he was the first to applaud, "Welcome, Mr. Li." After saying that, he started clapping. Pa pa pa. As the applause rang out, Li Yu sat down at the front of the conference table with confidence. His eyes scanned everyone present and finally stopped in front of Li Guoyuan. I originally thought that I would feel so much hatred and resentment towards him when I saw him. However, when that person, that enemy, appeared in front of him, he no longer had the urge to fight or kill him. The Li family's assets were once again under his name. I remember that when I left the Li family, the total assets of the Li family were only over 100 million. Unexpectedly, 20 years later, he would be able to make the Li family worth tens of billions. There is no need to mention Li Guoyuan's abilities. Whether it's the ability to live off women, the ability to do business, or even the ability to coax women, they are all top-notch. I wanted to say something, but I just couldn't open my mouth. Finally, after giving some instructions, he left the board meeting. To put it bluntly, this place is no longer the Li family's property, and things that originally belonged to the Li family are now gone. For example, Li Yu's father started out in the leather business. Now the Li family's company no longer operates the leather business. All of them have transformed and entered other industries. Therefore, for her, this place no longer has any feelings for her and is no longer a place worth staying in. The entire Li group is filled with the aura of Li Guoyuan. This is not what she wants. Perhaps, all she wanted was to make Li Guoyuan lose everything and make him regret for the rest of his life. Now, the company is controlled by his son, so he naturally has plenty of ways to bring the Li family down from grace, leaving Li Guoyuan with nothing. The day after the change of ownership of the Li group, it became a hot topic in the headlines. At this time, on the surface, the largest shareholder of the Li group is Lena, and it is also Lena who was announced to the outside world. It was once one of the top 3 companies in Binhai, but now it has fallen into the second-rate industry. However, Li Changfeng and the others didn't care about these. Sidelining Li Guoyuan is just the first step. The second step is to check the accounts. Investigate the loopholes of the Li group in business, management, taxation, and other aspects in recent years. In comparison, no company can withstand the inspection of law enforcement agencies. As long as we investigate, something bad will happen sooner or later. Just one day earlier or later. Chapter 147. The system is gone. Today is a great day for Li Changfeng and Tang Weiwei. It was 5 o'clock in the morning and it was still dark. Li Changfeng, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the sound of the system. Today is the most important day in the host's life, and it is also the moment when this system will disappear. I think the host has understood the significance of this system. I won't say any more words. Before leaving, I will give the host 3 gifts. 1. The fireworks will explode 100,000 times, and the explosion will occur in 10 minutes. Second, the treatment method for cancer: just find a few doctors of medicine and follow the system's instructions. It only takes half a year to solve this global problem. Relying on anti-cancer drugs, the host can be invincible in this world. 3. The purpose of the 100,000 immortal genie guards is to protect the host's personal safety. The system speculates that your planet may face a life or death crisis in the future. With the 100,000 immortal genie guards, you and the people you are protecting can be guaranteed to be safe. We met once, and now we say goodbye. We will meet again if we are destined to. As the system sound disappeared, there was no more news. No matter how you call, the system will always be there. The moment the system disappeared, I felt as if something was missing from my body and I felt uncomfortable all over. What a happy thing it was. The system actually left without saying goodbye. This made Li Changfeng feel very uncomfortable. To be honest, he has now adapted to coexisting with the system. The sudden departure of the system made him unable to react for a moment. Fortunately, the system left something for me before leaving. What the hell is 100,000 rings? It can't be firecrackers. 100,000 firecrackers. As for the treatment of cancer, he understood it without any explanation. It must be the system that has given the research direction. He just needs to find a few medical researchers to continue the research. As long as the experiment is successful, it can be put on the market directly. Once this medical problem is solved, the pharmaceutical company he founded will become the world's top pharmaceutical industry. You know, at this moment, how many people in the world are looking forward to this life-saving medicine? Even those cancer drugs that cannot completely cure the disease but can only alleviate the symptoms have been driven up to sky-high prices. A bottle of anti-cancer drug can cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if there is an antidote that can truly cure this disease, how much would it sell for? Hundreds of thousands or even millions. It shouldn't be a big problem. For those rich people, money is not a problem at all as long as you can cure their diseases and delay their death by a few years. Therefore, there is no need to explain in detail the value of this cancer drug prescription. After they finish the current tasks, they will set up a medical research institute and a pharmaceutical company. The third one is the 100,000 immortal genie guards. What the hell is this? After reading the introduction, I realized that this is a group of Deadpools with their own independent thoughts. A group of assassins who only obey their orders. Moreover, each of them is a warrior with super strong strength. With this group of people around, what do I have to fear? Ha ha. But when he thought of their attire, all of them wearing ancient clothes and holding long swords, he wilted. If this were discovered, he would be arrested and researched. It seems that these people are not suitable to appear in front of everyone openly. The system actually said that this planet might encounter a disaster in the future. Will the prophecy of doomsday really come true? If that's really the case, I really need to make preparations for both scenarios. Some things cannot be relied upon solely by the country, but you also need to make complete plans on your own. It seems that I need to establish my own power. Now I have money and a company that is about to become a big moneymaker. Therefore, it is inevitable to build up one's own strength. After these busy days, let Bai Qi go abroad to build his own power. Let the second brother open a security company in the country and train a group of skilled thugs. Let Xiao Yao set up an information intelligence department to collect various intelligence at home and abroad. As for the Tiger King, he should stay by his side and protect him at all times. Once the security company is formalized, Tiger King can become my death coach and specialize in training his own death squads. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not let his 100,000 immortal genie guards go out. When Li Changfeng was lying on the bed and fantasizing about his future plans, he heard the crackling sound of fireworks outside. The fireworks not only woke myself up, but also woke up everyone in Binhai. Because no matter where you are on the coast, you can hear and see the fireworks. The fireworks exploded into flowers in the sky, exploded into the prosperity of the motherland, and exploded into shining men. Happy wedding to Li Changfeng and Tang Weiwei. I wish our motherland prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendliness. Subtitles appeared one by one in the sky. One after another gorgeous fireworks appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone in Binhai knows that today a wealthy man has contracted the entire island in the middle of the lake to host a banquet. But I didn't expect him to be so generous. Early in the morning, everyone was still asleep when they were all woken up by the fireworks. People all over the city can enjoy the beautiful fireworks without leaving their homes. Oh my god, how much is this going to cost? How many people must be controlling this burst of fireworks at the same time, and how many barrels of fireworks must be lit at the same time? This is too shocking. Looking at the whole city, there were sounds of fireworks and firecrackers from all directions, and a number appeared in everyone's mind, that is money. If you want to light so many fireworks in the whole city at the same time, not to mention how much money it would cost, you would also need a lot of people. What a huge project this is. And this sound is not just for a moment, it lasts for an hour. For a whole hour, fireworks were set off in the sky above Binhai. 90% of the people also looked up and watched the fireworks that lasted for an hour. 99% of people are blessing them, and only a small number of people are envious and jealous. Among them, Wang Nua is the best. I was already unhappy and depressed because I lost my husband. Even if he used his own tricks, it would end in failure. She was already feeling tormented, so naturally she was extremely irritated. When she saw the names of Li Changfeng and Tang Weiwei in the sky, she burst into laughter. Whether it was hatred, anger, heartache, or sadness, she herself didn't know. He walked forward with lifeless eyes, and fell into the stinking ditch. As the bride, Tang Weiwei naturally got up early. With the support of the Tang family and the help of a designer, she is getting her hair done and dressed up. Today's Tang Weiwei is definitely the most beautiful bride in Binhai's history. Chapter 148 Grand Wedding. Perhaps because of the fireworks, everyone in Binhai woke up very early. In the past, only office workers and street sweepers could get up so early at this time. The rest are either asleep or lying in bed playing with their phones. They rarely get up so early. What's more, today is Sunday. Everyone was either looking out the window or starting walking down the street. The coastal ferry was already crowded with people. Most of them are just there to watch the fun. Only a few were preparing to cross the river. Because in order to reach the island in the middle of the lake, you must take a ferry. In the past, there were many ferries parked at the ferry terminal. As long as you waved your hand, someone would come forward to say hello and let you get on board. But today, the situation is very special. There are no ferries here, only luxury ferries and super yachts moored at the shore. At the entrance, there stood a row of strong men in black uniforms. Anyone who wanted to get on the ship must have a pass. Otherwise, even if you are the king of the world, don't even think about passing through here. And the pass is the wedding invitation distributed by Li Changfeng. If you think the luxury ferry is more upscale, then there is a landing platform not far from the ferry terminal. That is specially prepared for people who are seasick. In other words, if you are seasick and cannot take a luxury ship, then take a helicopter. This level and specification are unique in the entire history of Binhai City. Therefore, it can attract so many people to watch. Oh, I don't know who is getting married, it's such a big scene. Even the major families in Binhai don't hold such a grand ceremony. Yes, I remember that last year when the eldest son of the Sun family got married, he only rented a floor here as the wedding venue. There is no one in history who is as rich as him, who not only rented the entire restaurant, but also the entire island in the middle of the lake. Oh, it would be great if I could go in and have a free meal. I haven't eaten anywhere before. That's not that easy. If there's no ferry, you can swim over there. It's not far, just a few 100 meters away. You can swim there in a short while. Hey, look, someone finally went in. That man seems to be Prince Wang, and the woman seems to be from the Zhao family. As everyone paid attention, a young couple who looked like a couple came to the ferry and took out the invitation. However, they did not take the cruise ship, but walked towards the helicopter nearby. Lying, my brother's wedding is a grand one, isn't it? Hee, I've never ridden in a hotel helicopter before. Today I'm having a little fun, thanks to my brother. Wang Quan pulled Zhao Lying while trying to please the beauty beside him. Judging from his posture, he is definitely not an ordinary bootlicker. Look at you, you're such a loser. You just got off a helicopter. Look how proud you are of yourself. If I buy you a helicopter in the future, will you use it even when you eat or go to the bathroom? Zhao Lying looked at Wang Quan with contempt, mocking and slandering him. However, Wang Quan needs to be punished. He is the kind of person who will tear down the roof if he is not punished for 3 days. Of course, the person who was beaten could only be Zhao Lying, and could only be Zhao Lying. Hey, I dare not. From now on, whatever you say is what it is. If you say go east, I will definitely not go west. If you say big dog, I will definitely not catch a chicken. The two boarded the helicopter talking and laughing. At this time, a group of luxury convoys just came over. The Lamborghini Reventon was the lead car and also the float, followed by dozens of different Lamborghinis. You can tell from the license plate that these are number plates from all over the country. Because when Li Changfeng received the Lamborghini, his phone automatically added a group chat, which was the car owners group, the Lamborghini car owners group. Those who can be in this group are either super rich or top rich. It's either the first, second, or third generation. Anyway, most people can't afford such an expensive car. When the riders learned that Li Changfeng was getting married today, they all asked to come and serve as the free convoy. In this way, he found dozens of cars, all Lamborghinis, without spending a penny. The car arrived at the ferry, and everyone got out. A row of luxury cars were parked neatly together. This is simply a convention and exhibition center for luxury cars. There are more and more luxury cars than those in 4S stores, and they are even more spectacular. Li Changfeng, carrying his bride Tang Weiwei on his back, walked on the red carpet and boarded the small yacht prepared for them. Amid the cheers and envy of the crowd, we sailed towards the island in the middle of the lake ahead. The island in the middle of the lake covers an area of 1 million square meters. In addition to luxurious hotels, there are also several mansions. For some reason, no one has moved in. Perhaps due to inconvenient transportation or living conditions, several villas are idle. However, now all of them are labeled with the word happiness. Because, just yesterday, he spent a huge amount of money to buy the entire island in the middle of the lake, which naturally included the restaurant and surrounding properties. The reason for doing this is to let Tang Weiwei live a life like a princess. As for the several houses, they are naturally where they live. Whether it is Weiwei's parents or his family, they can come here to vacation and live. This place is like an isolated island, a paradise away from the troubles of the world. Staying here can allow you to relax and stop thinking about those annoying and unpleasant things. In a blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. At this time, there were a few more naughty children on the island in the middle of the lake. The girls all looked like fairies, and the boys were all handsome. These are quadruplets born to Li Changfeng and Tang Weiwei, a boy and a girl. As for matters outside the island, he controls them all remotely by phone. For example, Breeze Pharmaceuticals, which was founded 3 years ago, has developed anti-cancer drugs that are already being sold around the world. However, since there are more wolves than meat, the prices vary. For example, the price of anti-cancer drugs sold to the United States is 10 million per course of treatment, while the price of anti-cancer drugs sold to Japan is 8 million per course of treatment. As for why the price is like this, it's because they have money. As long as it is exported, the value is never less than 1 million, and it is all in US dollars. To put it bluntly, the money earned is from the rich. Those who have no money naturally cannot afford to eat it. However, when sold in the country, a course of treatment only costs 100,000 yuan. After reimbursement, it only costs 30,000 to 40,000 yuan to cure that dreaded cancer. For this reason, the United States has also threatened Breeze Pharmaceuticals. However, as the legal representative of the company, Li Changfeng naturally would not fall for their tricks. All the companies that are openly listed have a different legal representative than Li Changfeng. Instead, they are jointly held by a number of companies, out of fear of retaliation from US financial groups. Everyone in the world knows that the United States is a capitalist country. To offend the United States is to offend those big financial groups. Therefore, even though Li Changfeng was already very rich, Breeze Pharmaceutical Company had never been listed. As for how much money Breeze Pharmaceuticals has made for him, he himself can't count it. Anyway, he invested most of the money overseas, allowing Xiaoyao and Bai Qi to recruit troops and build their own forces. In China, the security company founded by the second senior brother is already the top security company in the entire China. There are also tens of thousands of employees trained. It is also because of this that he has money and friends, so he can stay freely on the island in the middle of the lake and enjoy a wonderful and happy life. End of the book.